Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
Starry sky created by the hero's spear. There is a stereotype that a truly great knight must wield a sword, and this myth has been completely destroyed. The hero jumps with a spear at a dozen warriors. The myth was destroyed thanks to the legendary Spear Master. A man single-handedly defeats an army of warriors. He was a true hero of the Igran continent. Burning, destroyed castle buildings. The hero was able to single-handedly stop the bloody civil war in the Avalon Empire. Holding a spear, a man stands on the ruins. A warrior with white hair, blue eyes, and a beard. The soldier's name was Joshua Sanders. The hand holds a black ball. A man's voice says that he is sad for the greatest lancer. There is blood coming from the warrior's mouth. 5 men are watching him. He goes on to say that the greatest will have a miserable end. The warrior can barely stand on his feet. He asks the clan why they did this to him. The man in the black robe replies that he used mana more skillfully than anyone else. He raises his head. The stranger explains that magic and sacred power are opposites of each other, and now they have collided in his body. A lancer falls at the man's feet. He says that if the warrior were an ordinary person, he would have died instantly. The hero, gritting his teeth, looks up in rage. He does not understand why he was treated unfairly. Lancer clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks that he never needed thrones, power, or titles. A man in uniform holds a red spear. He thinks that he just wanted to show the world the true power of the spear and get rid of the label of being the son of a concubine. The Order watches the man on his knees. He is confident that he did everything to help his best friend and the Emperor end the Civil War. He was a shield for the kingdom and a support for his friend. The man with long white hair frowns. He is the Emperor of Avalon. The man beats his chest with his fist. The Order member tells him that Lancer must understand them, since the mere existence of people like him is a threat. An old man with a gray beard looks at the warrior. He is the Lord of the Magic Tower. The elder explains that after the end of the war they had no enemies left, and the Emperor's power is limitless, so he has to do great things. Lancer holds his chest with blood at his mouth. The old man continues to say that he has nothing to fear except the Lancer. The man imagines a sword charged with mana. He says that warriors who spend a lifetime studying such techniques take decades to learn how to use them even with a simple dagger. The warrior turns to his spear. The elder says that the Lancer fights with a huge spear, which 2 people can hardly lift, and at the same time perfectly manipulates mana in battle. The hero turns away from the conversation. The Lord says that he was able to kill thousands of people. The old man glances at the magic ball. He explains that long before the man became a master of mana manipulation, he was doing things that previously seemed impossible, and this scares everyone. The main character clutches his chest in pain. The old man squeezes the ball in his hands. The hero understands that this ball has turned into ruins of the land of Ammon. The knight approaches the man lying on the ground. He says that he, too, was afraid of its power, and just the sight of the spear inspired fear. The warrior looks at the Lancer with arrogance. He says that even when the man with the spear wasn't there, he was haunted by the thought of what might happen if he wanted to come for him. Lancer clenches his teeth in the dark energy. Members of the Order approach him. The old man bows. He thanks the warrior and says that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't be there. The man is consumed by dark energy. The Lord of the Magic Tower says that he sincerely thanks him and considers him a good friend. Glowing eyes of an old man with a wide smile. He says goodbye to Joshua. A man falls into a pool of his own blood. The Emperor makes an upset expression on his face. He says he can't watch his best friend die like that. The traitor turns away from the warrior's suffering. The man, filled with rage, opens his mouth. He screams his ex-best friend's name. The warrior remembers the arrogant faces of the traitors. He shouts that it won't end like this. Lancer finds himself in a magic circle. He clenches his teeth furiously. The man thinks that they are using explosive magic, and the spell cannot be stopped, so he has about 5 minutes left. The devotee furiously hits the ground with his hands. He thinks that he was never the greatest master of the spear. The man furrows his eyebrows in anger. He realizes that he was a pathetic knight, betrayed by his best friend, and will die ingloriously in a nameless forest. Magic creates a vortex around the Lancer. He swears at what is happening. The warrior turns around at the glow of the spear. He frowns in surprise. The spear emits a crimson aura. The man realizes that this is his battle spear Ruger, which was nicknamed the Reaper of Battle. The warrior crawls to the edge of the magic circle. The man had previously suspected his hidden power, but does not understand why it only manifested itself as death approached. Lancer pulls his body with his arms. He curses at himself and demands to move. The man realizes that the spear is calling him. The warrior reaches out to his weapon. He says he has very little left. The main character grabs a spear. Its energy spreads throughout the body. The man lies down exhausted on the ground. The ground beneath him rises. There is an explosion and he flies up. The warrior falls into the resulting pit. A bright red moon shines above her. The main character was the Duke of the Knightly Empire of Avalon, but met an absurd death unworthy of the invincible master of the spear. The boy wakes up in the hayloft. He sees horses in front of him. The child understands that he is in a stable but does not know what is happening. He remembers what happened, looking at his hands. The boy is sure that he died from the explosion, but then he does not understand what surrounds him. The child approaches the well. In the reflection he sees himself as young. The young lancer opens his mouth in surprise. He realizes that he has become small. The child turns his head. He comes to the conclusion that he lived on the estate before. He sees blue flowers and horses in the stable. The boy is standing next to the house. He realizes that he has returned to the past. The child smiles sarcastically. He chuckles and says he's happy. The boy clenches his hand into a fist. He understands that he has received a second chance and is going to use it so that everything will be different in his new life. The boy smiles, clenching his fist. 3 guys approach him from behind. The chief among them says that the boy was told to clean up the horse dung, and he was not allowed to go out until everything was done. The child frowns. He thinks that the bullies are soldiers of the Duke of Agnos. The chief frowns angrily. She demands the child to answer because she asked a question. The guys look at each other. The friend tells the bully that the child cannot answer him because he is mute. The boy looks at them calmly. He thinks that he has been pretending for many years, since any word can become a reason for beatings. The elder looks around. He says he hasn't seen Lucy lately. His friend asks him to be quiet, as the Duke might hear, and he is looking everywhere for the maid. Lowering his head, the boy remembers the maid. He understands that they are talking about his mother, who served in the House of Agnos, an influential man in expensive clothes. The boy remembers his father, who took his mother by force, and now he must bear the burden of an unwanted bastard. Frightened little boy. He had the blood of an aristocrat in him, but no one cared, and the Duke's soldiers, who knew the truth, mocked him and enjoyed it. 3 warrior friends hug. The future Lancer thinks that the 3 young warriors took the most pleasure in mocking him, and therefore he vowed to take revenge on them in the future. The leader pushes his friend on the shoulder. He says he should shut up because they might be heard. The guy replies that friend shouldn't strain himself. He points to the boy with a smile. The warrior says that there is no one there except the youth. He raises his index finger up. The knight says that Duchess Vanessa asked them to get rid of the maid and her boyfriend, so she will sort everything out. The bully pushes his friend on the shoulder. He says they have a great time to do this, but unfortunately the maid is not around. The guys look at the baby, who has his head down. They say they will play with him since no one objects. The boy furrows his eyebrows in anger. He thinks that he will punish everyone who mocks his mother. The boy clasps his hands with energy. He closes his eyes. The warrior extends his spear forward. He thinks that in his past life he used mana differently than was customary, since he received a unique technique along with a spear, and thanks to it he quickly became much stronger than the others. The boy stands with his hands clenched into fists. He remembers a secret technique that is completely different from the normal way of mana control, and instead of storing mana in an energy vessel inside his body, he used it as needed. Mana on growing flowers. She fills the well. The boy remembers how he used it as an adult, accumulating it with his whole body and collecting it around. The child's body is surrounded by energy. He thinks that he was never limited to a vessel. The boy meditates, clenching his hands into a fist. He remembers how he concentrated mana in the desired part of the body and suddenly threw it out. He transfers the accumulated energy into his fist. The child remembers how he previously had to learn for many years to create a mana vessel, and thanks to this, he learned to manipulate it much faster. The warrior standing behind pushes his friends away. He says that he is going to give the boy a good beating because his sad face is driving him crazy. The friend smiles sarcastically. He says that the warrior decided to take it out on the boy because his girlfriend left him. The friend responds that he should shut up, which is not true. The warrior rolls up his sleeves. He says that he will not give the boy any concessions. The boy stands with his eyes closed. The bullies look at him in surprise. They think he is in a standing faint. The child imagines the runes. He thinks about how he wants to collect some mana, but this is not easy even with 10 years of experience. Fortunately, he won't have to study because he already knows the method. The kid opens his eyes with energy emanating. The warrior clenches his teeth furiously. He frowns at the young man. The guy swings a stick at the child. He screams at him to never scare him. The boy holds out a loaded fist. He punches the warrior in the stomach. He falls nearby in pain. Friends frown in surprise. They don't understand what they just saw. Mana accumulates in the child's belly. He looks down. The boy does not understand what kind of unpleasant and sticky sensation he is experiencing. The warrior reaches for his sword. He takes it out, pointing it at the boy. The soldier says that the mute is going to die. The boy clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that it is dangerous for him in the body of a child to fight with an armed man. The warrior frowns thoughtfully. The boy thinks that the boss will not attack since he is the most reasonable. He looks at the charging fist. A knight with a sword runs towards the boy. The child dodges the enemy's swing. He raises his fist. The young man makes a blow to the warrior's face. Spitting blood, he flies to the side. The chief clenches his teeth in horror. He turns to the boy. The man does not understand where the mute boy got so much strength, and the first time it could still be called luck. The child's body is shaking in pain. He thinks that this is strange, since he used very little mana, and the main one rose to his rank thanks to his ingenuity, and therefore in battle he is weaker than his friends. But even so, in this state the boy cannot cope with him, and therefore it is impossible to show weakness, but you need to bluff. The child opens his mouth wide. He shouts for the warrior to pass on the information. The man frowns in horror. He points his finger at the boy. The warrior asks why he can talk. The young man goes after the bully. He explains that even the Duke's army officer and the others need to be told. The boy frowns furiously. He shouts that he swears on his own name that everyone will pay severely for insulting his mother. The warrior moves away in horror at what he sees. A frightened man runs away from a child. The exhausted boy exhales. Closing his eyes, he watches the fugitive. The child falls face down on the ground. He lies motionless on the ground. The boy closes his eyes from fatigue. City building. 3 men are standing in the doorway. They say that the mute boy from the stable beat 3 soldiers, and besides, he pretended to be mute. The man holds his chin thoughtfully. He says that the boy is 5 years younger than Mr. Pavel, but he was still able to beat 3 men. The workers smile widely. He says that these are all rumors, because the boy could not even talk, so he could not have killed 3 soldiers. The man frowns. He says that this may be true and, moreover, may influence the election of the master's heir. The stranger spreads his hands. He says that even if the boy is not a weakling, he cannot defeat the young master. The cleaner looks at the workers. He says that the young master already knows how to move mana. The men remember the imperious duke and his son. They are sure that everyone respects him, although he himself became a master only at 16, while his son is only 14 and is already a real genius. The man points his hand at the cleaner. He says that there will be no choice of heir, since it is obvious who he will become. The boy enters the door. The employee asks how long ago he came. The child comes closer to the man. He asks him to convey the information to the Duke. The boy, frowning, opens his mouth wide. He says that he came to his call. The warrior sits on his knees in front of the Duke. The man frowns at him. He asks what the guy's name is. The young man raises his head to the reading ruler. He replies that his name is Rawls. The man asks which squad he belongs to. The sweaty warrior opens his mouth wide. He replies that by the 29th. The Duke turns to the courtier. He asks if this detachment is located in Grisma. The guy replies that it is. The Duke demands with his fingers to come over. He asks to bring him soldiers' clothes. The fabric is torn on the stomach. The man looks at her in surprise. He asks if it was the work of his illegitimate son. The courtier turns to the soldier. He asks him to think carefully before answering, because if he lies, then he will not expect mercy. The guy frowns in fear. He tells them that he is telling the honest truth. The Duke turns to the courtier. He asks if the guy believes the soldier's words. He replies that his words sound implausible. The man thoughtfully holds his chin. He says he agrees with this and is interested in his age. The Duke's advisor replies that he is only 9. A man looks at a piece of fabric. He says that it is impossible to do something like this with your bare hands at 9 years old, only with the help of mana. The courtier frowns furiously. He replies that this is simply impossible. The counselor turns to the Duke. He says that in the history of the continent, there were no children who could use mana at 9 years old. The man turns to the advisor. He continues to explain that the boy would not have succeeded, since only B-class knights can use mana with their bare hands, and based on this, he cannot believe that the damage could have been caused by the young master. The courtier looks at the soldier angrily. He says that a more plausible story is that the soldiers were afraid of punishment for abusing a child and therefore came up with nonsense. The man opens his mouth wide furiously. He shouts that he will take him to the soldiers and punish him as required by the regulations. The frightened warrior hides his eyes. He asks for mercy and says that he is not lying. The advisor takes out his weapon. He says that a commoner does not dare raise his voice in front of the Duke and must admit why he made up the story. He answers in a trembling voice that he is telling the absolute truth. The courtier takes the sword out of its sheath. He says he should stop lying. The Duke looks at the soldier. He asks the courtier to stop. The advisor says that a liar should not just be let go. The man gets up from the table. He says they should meet the hero of the story. The Duke looks at the courtier. He says they will have to take a walk. The advisor looks at the gentleman in surprise. He thinks that even his son, who is called a genius, was not given a personal meeting. The man approaches the advisor. He asks where his son lives. The courtier replies that he is already in the mansion on the first floor. The man walks through the office to the door. He demands the advisor to come with him. Corridor of the Agnos mansion. A boy with white hair walks along it. He frowns furiously, gritting his teeth. The boy looks at his brother. He thinks that he does not understand what he is doing in the mansion building. He looks up furiously. Painting of an emperor with white hair. The boy thinks that this is their Emperor Britain, and when he looks at his portrait, the young man is filled with hatred. The child sees his son in the portrait of his father. He thinks that he will definitely take revenge on him. The child clenches his fist. He asks how long he will ignore him. The boy turns towards the flying fist. He stops him in mid-flight. The young master clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the boy has unprecedented power and he really could kill 3 soldiers. The guy charges his hand with energy. He realizes he's not going to just watch. The Duke and his subordinate approach the children. The man asks what's going on. The boy kneels before his father. He says he welcomes him. The man looks at his son. He repeats the question. The boy replies that it was a friendly greeting. The Duke frowns with displeasure. He turns to the boy standing next to him. The young man looks at the boy in surprise. He thinks about how the boy nodded to the Duke instead of the normal answer. The advisor approaches him, taking out his weapon. He shouts that the kid should show manners and not stand like a pillar. The man raises his hand, stopping the advisor. He says the boy's eyes are full of hatred. The boy looks furiously at the portrait. Realizing what is happening, he clenches his teeth. The boy thinks about the face of his former friend, and therefore he is filled with anger and rage. But something urgently needs to be done about this. He understands that his father does not spare those who do not show due respect, even his sons. The man beckons the young master with his hand. He asks him to come over since the boy has calmed down. The Duke frowns angrily. He says that he himself will check whether the child has mana. The young master turns to his brother. He clenches his teeth furiously. The boy thinks that his brother is cleaning the stables and cannot have any mana. The counselor turns to the Duke. He asks if the man is confident in the youth. The ruler demands the boy to come up. Full of mana, the child clenches his teeth. He thinks that the Duke is a master of managing it, and there are only 5 of them in the Empire, and he has no equal in detection, and therefore it is impossible for a man to find something suspicious in him. The ruler grabs the child's hand. He feels mana in his hands. The Duke opened his mouth in horror. He thought that this simply could not happen. A man holds a disgruntled boy. The young man thinks that if the Duke's instincts allow him to discover something that he does not know, then he will have to change his plans. The man looks at the boy in surprise. He says there is no mana in it. The Duke lets go of the child's hand. The brother looks with a grin. The man turns angrily at the advisor. He replies that he is not talking about a mana vessel. The man imagines people with mana. He says that any living creature must have innate mana, but his illegitimate son does not have it at all. The advisor makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that if the guy has no mana, then he is akin to the undead. The courtier holds his chin thoughtfully. He says that he has heard of children being born without mana. The man looks at his charged fingers. He says that's not the case. The man thinks that in the place where the mana vessel should be, the boy has a sticky and unpleasant clot. The Duke smiles slightly. He says they should watch the kid. The advisor beats his chest. He says that since the boy has no mana, then these are all rumors, and therefore they must punish the soldiers. The courtier bows. The man says that soldiers and officers are part of their home, and therefore one should not be too strict with them, given that there is not enough information. The Duke turns to his son. Addressing him, the man demands that he live in the palace since there are enough rooms for him. The eldest son turns to his father. He tries to argue with him. The man scowls at him angrily. He asks what his son disagrees with. The child looks away in fear. He replies that he has no objections. The Duke looks at the courtier. He demands that the advisor begin to teach his youngest son the basics of knighthood, and if he pulls it off, then begin training the mana techniques of the Scarlet Knights. The ruler turns to leave. The advisor says that a child without mana cannot control it. The boy's father replies that they have enough time to verify this information, and it would be good if they were wrong. The man leaves. He then says that he will return next year and will wait for results from his youngest son. The boy looks at the back of his departing father. The door to the room opens slightly. The advisor shows his apartment. The man says that the gentleman will spend the next year there. The boy turns his head to the sides. The advisor frowns at him. He thinks that the boy is really dumb since he received a great honor from the Duke, but he didn't even raise an eyebrow. The courtier says that he is always ready to provide a service to the young master. The boy is alerted by the slamming door. He thought that the courtier behaved differently without the Duke. The boy falls on the bed. He says he just wants to go to sleep. The young man remembers the silhouette of his departing father. He repeats his words that the man will wait for results. View of the city with castles. The Duke spends most of the year in the capital and comes to the outskirts only from time to time to relax. The boy looks at his hand. He thinks that the Duke could see something in him that he himself does not know about. The child is sitting on the bed. He says that he doesn't understand anything at all. The boy gets to his feet. He thinks about how he needs to get his power back. The young man looks at his clenched fist. Castle building. The boy jumps from a window, doing a somersault. He ends up down, landing on his feet. The boy concentrated his energy in his feet. He thinks that using mana is becoming easier, which means he will be able to regain his strength. The boy clutches his stomach in pain. His body is surrounded by an energy flow. He thinks that the clot in place of the mana vessel has begun to move, and a third energy is suppressing power and magic. The boy remembers how he took the spear. He does not understand how the power of the weapon ended up in him and began to suppress his strength and magic. Knights come out from around the corner. One of them says that he heard some sounds. They don't see the boy on the street. The child runs away through the courtyards. He thinks that perhaps the spear will help him cope with the problem. A commoner's house in the forest. The bullies grab the main character's mother. She asks to let her go and does not understand what she has done to them. The angry warrior takes out his sword. He says that because of her son they began to be despised. The girl bites the guy's hand. He hits her in the face. The woman hits her head and falls to the floor. The warrior lifts her by the hair. He says he just wanted to have fun, but she leaves them no choice. A friend stops the warrior. He says that he should think about it because the boy might find out. The bully removes his friend's hand. He says they are there to get rid of the boy's mother. The warrior furrows his eyebrows in anger. He shouts that the Duchess will sort everything out, and if his friend is afraid, he can leave. The chief clenches his teeth helplessly. The bully holds a sword to his mother's neck. He says that if the leader is scared, he can leave. The chief turns around in horror. He warns his friends that a boy has come to them. The child glares at the bully. The leader shouts that the boy is not who they thought he was. The young man says that they will not leave alive. The girl opens her eyes. She anxiously pronounces her son's name. The leader is shaking with fear. He shouts that they need to leave because the boy will kill them. The boy looks up. He demands the stranger to show himself. Embittered warriors approach the guy. They say they will send him to the next world. The boy looks at them calmly. He again asks the man to leave. The warrior jumps from the roof. Young soldier in military uniform. He doesn't understand how the boy noticed him. On his chest is a cross with precious stones. The boy thinks that he has the symbol of the Scarlet Knights, one of the 3 divisions of House Agnos, and, apparently, his father's advisor ordered to follow the boy. Warriors place their hands on their chests. They greet the knight. The man looks at the boy. The child clenches his fists in response. He says he wants to ask a question. The young man frowns furiously. He says the warriors tried to harm the Duke's woman. The man looks at the child in surprise. The young man looks angrily at the knight. He asks what is the punishment according to the statute for a crime against the Duke's woman. The knight clenches his teeth from tension. He doesn't understand why the boy puts so much pressure on him. The warriors reach for the sword. He takes a fighting stance in front of the soldiers. The man tells the boy that the punishment will be liquidation on the spot. The warrior is surprised by the knight's blow. He cuts through the body of one of them. The bully defends himself by holding his sword to the knight's neck. The man grabs the opponent's arm and then strikes him with the sword. The warrior runs to the remaining leader of the group. He swings his sword at him. The man stops him at his opponent's neck. The main one is shaking with fear and tears. He begs him for mercy. The man approaches the warrior's ear. He says that if he wants to live at least one more second, he must shut up. The boy approaches the opponents. He demands the warrior to stop. The knight replies that he acts according to the charter. He looks with burning eyes at the warrior. The man tells the boy that he must kill him. The main character thinks that the guy is a member of the weakest group of knightly orders, and since he is just following him, he is a newcomer. The warriors lie motionless on the floor. The boy understands that the knight's skills at least belong to the upper part of Class B. The guy turns to the child. The boy asks who his owner is. The man makes a dissatisfied face. He replies that he is a duke. The boy points a finger at himself and asks who the warrior thinks he is. The knight frowns thoughtfully. He thinks that the child's eyes are full of determination, and the guy really looks like a duke. The boy moves his hand to the side. He demands that the warrior remove the sword. The man returns it to its sheath. The warrior falls to the floor, bowing his head. He thanks the boy for the gift of life. The child looks at him furiously. He says that he does not need gratitude, and he does not leave alive those who tried to harm him and his people, but since the warrior is savvy, all soldiers without exception should know what happened. The soldier sobs in horror. The boy says that he will take the life of anyone who does such a stupid thing. The child frowns furiously. He replies that if the warrior understands everything, he must leave. The soldier runs out of the house. He shouts that he is obeying his orders. The woman is lying on the floor. The boy is watching her. The warrior turns to him. He asks if the boy is really the son of a duke. The man looks at the child in surprise. He says that the boy has changed too much. The child smiles maliciously. He says that he will no longer clean up after the cattle. The knight hides his eyes, looking at the floor. The boy turns to him. The man says that all knights obey the orders of the Duke. The warrior looks at the boy with a calm face. He explains that at 23 he will be free to choose his own master. The warrior hits himself in the chest. He says that he wants to trust his instincts and, at best, choose the boy as the master. The main character thinks that it would be more rational for him to follow his brother. He smiles widely. The boy replies that the soldier is very strange. The boy turns to the woman. She sobs, looking at her son. The guy hugs his mother. He sobs on her shoulder. The boy says that he will protect her. Mother also cries at his words. The light of the moon falls on the hut. The main character believes that in his past life his youth was full of regrets, but he got a chance to fix everything. He thinks that everything will be different since he is no longer a stable boy, but the greatest lancer. Duke's mansion. A man walks along the corridor. He asks the advisor if the count has come to see them. The guy replies that he took him to the reception area. The man turns to the advisor in surprise. The courtier says that the count has arrived with a young miss. The Duke calmly exhales. He says that the man has decided to completely sort things out. The count with glasses looks at his daughter. He is an unexpected and unpleasant guest, and although his title is lower than that of the Duke, his influence on the empire cannot be underestimated. And he also has a daughter who is considered a genius, having reached the second class of magic at the age of 9. The Duke's son and the count's daughter are training. When children are born without mana, they are called cursed, and those who are gifted with sensitivity to it are called blessed, and the girl from birth belongs to the second type. The daughter of a count in a ball gown, she could sense mana even without special training. The men are walking down the corridor. The count came with the goal of marrying off his daughter. The Duke, realizing this, says that he will bother him all day. The advisor stops. He says that the younger gentleman will be 15, and it's time for him to think about a quick marriage after coming of age. The courtier introduces the lady with red hair. He invites the gentleman to consider it too. The Duke turns furiously on the advisor. He says that he does not understand what to do. A man with red hair is sorting through gold. There are 5 dukes of the empire who are very powerful, and the young lady is the daughter of a house that received the title due to wealth. The advisor catches up with the owner. He says that she would be an ideal match for the young master. The man is dissatisfied with the advisor's proposal. He walks forward without turning around. The courtier thinks that the gentleman has always looked for outstanding people and assessed them only by their abilities. The man stops abruptly. The Duke turns to the advisor. He asks what they should do with their youngest son. The courtier makes a surprised expression on his face. He does not understand what the owner is talking about. The man looks at him calmly. He explains that he wants to give the count's daughter to his youngest son. The advisor opens his mouth in surprise. He says that it would be strange to give the blessed mana to someone who is cursed by it. A child looks at a huge ruined castle. The boy climbs up the rock. The hero explains that his mother was previously buried on a rock, and he often climbed there. The kid climbs to the top. He says she didn't expect it to be hard. The child remembers that he accidentally found a secret passage earlier. He feels the ground with his hand. The boy looks down warily. He remembers that he found a spear on the other side of the earth. The young man bites his finger. He drips blood onto the magic circle. An energy field appears in front of the child. He goes into it. The boy finds himself in a cave. He approaches a huge castle. The guy examines the jugs lying there. He watches in surprise at the cracks in the wall. The child understands that something happened in the temple. He remembers that when he first found this place, it was not in ruins. A spear and chain stands in the center of the temple. The main character goes to him. There is a stick on a pedestal in front of him. The boy thinks that he doesn't understand where she comes from. He grabs it with his hand. The artifact begins to glow. The child is shielding himself from bright light. He holds his hand to his face. Then he opens one eye. The boy opens his mouth in horror. He doesn't understand what's happening. The child finds himself in a place where there is nothing. He doesn't understand where he is. An artifact appears behind the boy. The child turns to him in horror. The guy asks who she is. He looks at the stick in bewilderment. She replies that she is not an iron stick, but a demonic weapon. The boy opens his mouth in surprise. He thinks that the spear was his first comrade in battle and, as it turned out, a demonic weapon. A piece of iron with dark energy. She says they don't have time. The boy recalls how he was overcome by pain. Spear says that the confrontation between magic and divine energy can be deadly, and there is only one way to put them to sleep and awaken the power in him. The guy looks at the staff in surprise. He tells him that he needs to regain his former power since he will be able to reach the 4th level of spear proficiency. The young man holds a weapon charged with energy. He remembers the ancient art of wielding a spear, which he learned in a past life. The knights mocked the young lancer. They believed that the sword was considered the strongest weapon, and therefore the art of wielding a spear was just fun for them. With one blow of his spear, the young man throws away his opponents. He knew that those capable of fighting him on equal terms could be counted on one hand, since in a past life he had reached the 5th level of his mastery. The knight raises his sword. The main character remembers that this was comparable to a class swordsman and was called absolute mastery. The boy imagines himself as a young man with a spear. Previously, he had the 5th level of spear skill out of 8 and therefore became the strongest knight on the continent, so the 4th level was close to him. The boy clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks that he has already been at the right level and can rise there again. He bites his lip in frustration. The guy understands that in his current state it is difficult for him to control mana. He becomes alert at the sound of a spear. It says not to worry, as the guy will be able to rise to the required levels using mana without side effects. The boy opens his mouth in surprise. He did not believe the veracity of the weapon's words. Floating energy stick. She demands that the boy improve his skills, and then he will be able to climb to the top, and she will regain her former power. The former spear disappears. It tells the boy that he can accomplish everything he sets out to do, he just needs to start with training. The spear disappears, blinding the boy. He holds it in front of him. The light fades and the young man is left alone. Gritting his teeth, the boy looks at the piece of iron. He gives her a wave. Lancer remembers the spear's words that he can use mana without consequences. The child closes his eyes. He thinks that the technique he owns absorbs particles of mana from the surrounding space. A boy meditates, imagining energy. He gets the 1st level. The boy's eyes open. He looks at the staff with a smile. He gets into a fighting stance. Mana energy emanates from the staff. He remembers that in order to reach the 1st level of spear proficiency, you need to learn to concentrate mana at one point. The boy lunges with a spear. A shot is fired at the opposite wall. The child smiles slightly. He thinks about taking revenge on his former friend and taking everything from him. The piano is next to the window. Room for receiving guests. Dining tables. The butler coughs into his hand. The duke and a courtier enter the room. The man frowns. He says they have unexpected guests. A girl with red hair lifts her dress. She greets the duke. The man asks what she is doing there at such a late hour. Her vassal bows to the duke. He says the miss insisted on visiting their palace. The duke replies that even when they are both in the capital, it is not always possible to meet, so the meeting turned out well. The man rubs his hands, smiling widely. He says that he is very pleased to hear such words. The man is a financier, and not a single monetary transaction passes him by. The duke frowns. He says that since they are tormented by guilt, they can invest in his house. The girl puts her hands on her sides. She shouts that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and the man is behaving very rudely, and therefore he should stop hunting for her family's wealth. The gentleman smiles widely. He says she's more like herself when she says things like that. The vassal opens his mouth in surprise. The girl says that his son has reached B class, and she is also thinking about attracting talented people to her side. The subordinate demands the child to shut up immediately. The representative bows to the duke. He apologizes for his mistress's behavior. The man replies that there is nothing wrong with the child's behavior. The man looks at the count in surprise. He apologizes to him and says that he didn't notice their presence at all. The count in a suit stands with his daughter. The girl politely lifts the hem of her dress. The lady greets the count. The red-haired lady folds her arms across her chest. She asks what the other girl left in the mansion. The lady smiles widely. She asks the count if it is true that his son beat 3 soldiers. The vassal opens his mouth wide in horror. He demands that the mistress watch her tongue. She turns displeasantly at her subordinate. The girl says there's nothing wrong with it and she just wants to know. The man replies that the rumors have no confirmation, and therefore it is impossible to talk about such things. An advisor approaches the girl. He replies that these are nothing more than rumors, since the gentleman is small and cursed with mana, and therefore could not cope with 3 adult soldiers. The count throws up his hands in surprise. He asks if this is true. His daughter looks on. The duke turns to the count. He asks him to examine his youngest son. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that this is a great chance to prove himself to the duke. The owner turns to the advisor. He tells him that he should first make sure of the master's condition and understand whether he is really cursed with mana in order to dispel the rumors. The man frowns in surprise. He asks what his courtier is up to. The young man offers to arrange a sparring session for the boy with one of his subordinates. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that a duel between a knight and a child will be strange. The advisor stands with a calm expression on his face. He replies that if the rumors about his strength are true, then this is a great way to test, since he has the right knight for it. The guy's eyes light up and he smiles. The advisor assures that the owner will be satisfied. The next day in the advisor's reception room, a man's hand hits the table. The knight hits himself in the chest with his hand. The advisor says that he received his report and knows about the skirmish with the soldiers. The warrior looks at the main one. He replies that the man understood everything correctly. The chief frowns. He says that the warrior could have eliminated everyone on the spot in accordance with the regulations, but perhaps his decision was hasty. The advisor hits the table with his hands. The subordinate says they were going to harm the Duke's woman. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He asks how they dared to attack Mrs. Vanessa. The soldier calmly looks at his anger. He says they attacked Mistress Lucy. The man looks furiously at his subordinate. He realized that we were talking about an ordinary maid living outside the city. The advisor sits down on a chair. He says that the soldier dealt with their people because of the maid. The soldier calmly holds his arms along his body. He says that the lady is the woman chosen by the Duke, and therefore no warrior should attack her, especially without known reasons. The warrior frowns, making a serious face. He says that the actions of the military insulted the honor of the Duke, and therefore he followed the charter. But if he is wrong, he accepts it and is ready to suffer a fair punishment. The advisor holds his chin thoughtfully. The man leans back in his chair. He says that the guy should forget about this conversation, and he called him on business as he is going to give him an assignment. The warrior replies that he is waiting for an order. The man gives him a serious look. He says that the warrior must fight the Duke's youngest son. The warrior frowns with displeasure, his mouth open. He doesn't understand how he can fight with a child. The advisor hides his eyes, averting them. He says that he is going to check if the boy is really cursed with mana, since he is more than sure of it. The men look at each other. The advisor says that the Duke does not think so, and therefore this could cause problems for the eldest son. The warrior says that he understands that the younger son can displace the eldest. The advisor hits the table with his fist in anger. He shouts to the military man that the eldest son is a genius, the likes of which cannot be found on the entire continent. The soldier looks calmly at the commander. He shouts to his subordinate that the dust on the soul cannot hinder the young master. The man recalls the boy's explosive character. He thinks that he did not see any dust, but rather a meteor exploding the sky. The advisor looks at the warrior furiously. He says that during the fight, his task is to share a small amount of mana with the boy, since bodies cursed with it begin to reject it. The soldier clenches his teeth in rage. The man continues to say that since mana will be a deadly poison for him, the child will not even last a year. The warrior thinks about what he knew about the advisor's devotion to the eldest son of the Duke, but he goes beyond all boundaries by saying it directly. The soldier bows to the advisor. He finally tells him that the warrior must go to the site, and soon the Duke and his guests will arrive there. Training ground. Rack with wooden swords. The warrior pulls one by the handle. He looks at the wooden sword. The guy thinks that even though he was given an order, he is not going to harm the one he was going to watch. The boy approaches the warrior. They greet each other. The child frowns. He asks if there will be a competition between them. The guy looks at him calmly. He says that this will be done in order to test his abilities, and this was the will of the Duke. The boy looks at his hand, smiling sarcastically. He thinks that the man saw strength in him, and therefore he is going to show it to him to the fullest. The soldier puts his sword in the stance. He calms the guy down and says that he is not going to fight at full strength. The boy smiles sarcastically. He says that this is simply ridiculous and the warrior underestimates him. The boy, smiling widely, looks at his subordinate. He says that although a warrior is allowed to choose his master, he should not forget that he, too, may not accept him as a subordinate. The man clenches his teeth angrily. The kid continues to say that it is not his plan to trust his back to an arrogant guy, and therefore if he wants to see the real strength of the child, then he must give it his all. The guy looks straight at the soldier. He says that the warrior carries a sword to protect his back, since otherwise it is not clear why he needs it. The Duke and his retinue appear behind the child. The man asks if the subordinate managed to say hello to his son. The soldier hits himself in the chest. He greets the gentleman. The advisor looks at the boy with contempt. He thinks that he has no manners at all in front of the Duke. The boy hits himself in the chest, kneeling. The man looks at him, smiling. He says that he likes the fact that the boy was not taught manners, but at the same time he understood everything correctly. The child stands on his knee, smiling widely. He replies that he is not deprived, and therefore he learned everything right away. The man looks calmly at his son. He asks if the child heard everything about their fight. The boy smiles slightly, looking at his father. He replies that he knows that they are going to test his skills. The advisor approaches the child. He says that this is not a test at all, but a gesture of goodwill since they want to make sure of his curse and cure him. The boy looks at him thoughtfully. He thinks that the advisor is a supporter of his eldest son, and therefore he came up with everything in order to kill him as soon as possible. The Duke looks at his son and subordinate. He asks if they are ready to start sparring. The soldier replies that he is ready to begin carrying out the order. The man frowns calmly. He replies that there has been a misunderstanding, and the younger son's opponent will be the eldest. A boy with a sword comes out from behind. He smiles maliciously, looking at his brother. The boy says that he is going to help his younger brother because there is no one else to take care of him. The main character makes a grin. Not expecting to see him, he mentally swears at his brother. The man looks arrogantly at the children. He says that there will be a fight between them in which they need to use wooden swords since nothing serious should happen. The boy holds the handle of one of them. He holds out a wooden sword towards his brother. The child says that he was not going to give it his all. The boy, frowning, smiles sarcastically. He thinks that his brother and his advisor staged a show in order to end his life. The boy approaches the rack with swords. He thinks about how he's going to give them a real show. A child breaks the base of a mop with his foot. The men watch him in surprise. The boy holds out a broom handle. He says that even a stick is enough for him to defeat his brother. The young lady with her retainer smiles widely. She says the boy amused her. The advisor and the Duke approach him. The man says that the fight is no joke and therefore he should not use a stick. The Duke stops the advisor with his hand. He asks his son if he has made the final decision to fight with an ordinary mop stick. The boy turns around and smiles sarcastically. He replies that he has already decided everything. The man frowns. He doesn't answer his son. The Duke turns to the courtiers. He says that he accepts his son's will, so everyone else must take their places in the training room. He turns to the older boy. The man warns him that he should not use mana in battle, as it is nothing more than training sparring. The child stands in a fighting stance. He says his father shouldn't worry. The boy thinks that he feels sorry for spending even a handful of mana on his younger brother. The warrior watches them. He thinks that he does not understand what his master is up to. The eldest son looks at his brother sarcastically. He says the stick suits him because it reminds him of when he cleaned the stables. The father sits on the chair, watching. He shouts that they can start a fight. The eldest son runs towards the younger one. Gritting his teeth, the child holds out a stick. He throws a punch, but the older man dodges it. The boy steps aside, raising his sword. He says that even his ability to hold a stick will not help. The boy watches the elder. He thinks that although the kid is fast, he is very predictable. The younger one hits the older one on the shoulder. He looks at the stick angrily. The boy swings his sword furiously. He shouts that the youngest son is just a non-entity. His brother hits him in the stomach. He frowns contentedly, looking at the elder. The boy is shaking with rage while holding a stick. He says he can't lose to trash. The main character clenches his teeth. He thinks that he should keep his distance from his brother. The brother, swinging, charges the sword with mana. The boy thinks that she is dangerous at such a distance. The Duke frowns. He shouts to his eldest son to stop. People in the arena cover themselves from the explosion. Opening his face, the man makes him look surprised. The wooden sword breaks. The boy deflected the blow with his mana. The count opens his mouth in surprise. He says it's simply impossible. The elder looks at the younger mana. He thinks that it simply cannot be in him. The elder clenches his teeth in rage. He remembers his father's words that he was going to watch the youngest in a year. The boy takes the sword out of its sheath. He shouts that he does not recognize his brother and is the only heir to the dukedom. The boy frowns. He thinks that the duchy will fall in 10 years. He imbues the stick with mana. The boy is sure that although there will be a fall, he needs ground under his feet for at least the next 10 years in order to achieve all his goals. Brothers attack each other. Using his power, the father stops them. He demands the boy's finish. The lady covers her ears, clenching her teeth. The man frowns, looking at his sons. He says that if they continue, they may not expect any mercy. The boys glare at each other. The advisor clenches his teeth in displeasure. He thinks that mana cannot exist at 9 years old, and this has never happened. The man turns to the advisor. He asks if he has enough evidence. The count appears behind him. He says the boy definitely has mana in him. The man lowers his eyes. He explains that although the younger master has less mana than the elder, its structure is strikingly different, and it is concentrated in a particularly remarkable way. The girl holds her hand to her chin. She says it's incredible to be able to wield mana at 9 years old. The man turns to the child. He says his abilities at 9 years old are amazing. The advisor appears behind the man. He tries to object to him. The man turns on him furiously. He demands that the advisor calm down already. The warrior calmly looks away. He replies that he is obeying his orders. The man removes his hands, looking at the boy. He says that he is waiting for him in his chambers. The advisor frowns in surprise. The eldest son makes a response. He clenches his hand into a fist furiously. The boy thinks that his father had never let anyone into his chambers before. The younger one smiles slightly. He replies that he will definitely meet him in the evening. Guest room of the mansion. The girl is jumping on the bed. She says she enjoyed the fight. Miss enthusiastically clenches her hands into fists. She says mana at his age is amazing and a historic moment. The girl claps her hands contentedly. She says that she has already decided on everything, despite the fact that she is embarrassed by the illegitimate birth of her youngest son. Miss, smiling maliciously, holds her chin. She says she is going to make the boy hers. Palace building. The woman hits the advisor in the face. She looks at him haughtily. The Duke's wife demands that the advisor repeat what happened to her son. The man lowers his eyes in shame. He says that the eldest son lost to the younger one. The woman clenches her teeth furiously. She strikes again at the advisor. The Duke's wife shakes violently. She thinks that the boy could not use mana and besides defeat her son. The man is kneeling in front of his mistress. Vanessa asks how her husband reacted. The advisor replies that he may take the boy to the capital. The advisor lowers his eyes. He says that this is possible since the Duke has seen his abilities and he will probably want to observe the boy in person. The courtier looks up at his mistress. He says that we can't just leave everything like that because his young master will have problems. The woman replies that he was simply terrible at his job and that's why everything happened like this. The man looks intensely at the lady. He replies that she should not worry as he knows the solution to the problem. A woman holds her chin. She asks what solution he came up with. The advisor hangs his head guiltily. He replies that the Duke is probably going to announce to the Empire that his son is the owner of level B mana. The soldier looks up at his lady. He says that the Duke and 2 counts watched the fight. Therefore, even if they did not see the mana, they would still test the boy. 2 warriors are fighting. The advisor explains that in their empire, in order to be recognized as a B-class knight, you need to fight a knight from the order of the imperial family and demonstrate mana in battle. The woman makes an ominous look. She says that if this is true, then she should contact her uncle. A child's hand knocks on the door. The boy looks at her. He tells his father that he has come to a meeting. The child opens the door. The boy, kneeling, hits his chest. He greets his father. The man gives the boy an imperious look. He asks him to introduce himself. The boy lowers his head down. He silently considers the situation. The boy introduces himself by his full name. The Duke frowns slightly. He says the boy has changed a lot. The child makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that too much time has passed since then. The man looks at his son standing next to him. He asks if the child hates him. The boy replies that not at all, because he understands that his father had important business at the imperial palace. The boy rises from his knees. He says he only has one request from his father. The man gives him a frown. He assumes that his son wants to hear an apology from him. The boy looks at his father. He thinks that apologies are worthless in their cruel world. The boy replies that this is not so, and the request will be connected with a trip to the capital. The Duke holds his hands behind his back. He doesn't understand why the boy decided that he would take him with him. Burning palace building with the Duke's wife. The child explains that there are 2 reasons for this, and the first of them is that before his appearance, the eldest son was considered the undisputed heir. But after what happened, it is necessary to prevent unrest in the family, which means that it is better not to leave him among them. The man clenches his teeth thoughtfully. He thinks that the boy not only fights well, but also thinks well, so he should have taken up raising the child much earlier. The boy confidently clenches his hands into fists. He says that the second reason is greed, because if he can reach the top and surpass him, then the dukedom can soar above everyone. The man looks at his son furiously. The child continues to say that if they rise, even the imperial family will not have to be taken into account. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the boy does not have all this data yet. The child replies that at least he has strength that will not disappoint his father. The man looks away with a frown. He thinks about the boy standing in front of him without any fear. The Duke asks what the boy thinks he is going to do next. The child makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he knows everything, and his father will send him to the academy, which is located in the capital. The men bring the children into the building. The main character understands that his father will send him, like all children of aristocrats, to the academy where they study from 10 to 16 years old, in other cases less. Boys in uniform hold their hand to their chest. The main character is confident that the imperial family created this system in order to hold children in the academy as hostages, thereby controlling the aristocrats and maintaining their loyalty as well as attracting outstanding talents to their side. The man frowns at his son. He replies that the boy is right and he is really going to take him to the capital in order to train him himself. The child looks calmly at his father. He thinks that the Duke is one of the 5 masters, and receiving instructions from him is an incredible chance. The man looks down at the boy. The child replies that he does not want this, although the father is a real sword master. The boy points his finger at the spear. He says he wants to use it. The man looks at his son furiously. He doesn't understand why the child chose a spear. The Duke releases his mana on the child. The boy defends himself by gritting his teeth. He thinks that his father has very brute strength, and it is difficult for him to even just stand. The boy's body is surrounded by his father's mana. He thinks that he is infinitely loyal to the spear. The boy opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that he will destroy all opponents with his spear, even if it is the father himself. The man looks at his son angrily. He says that if this is so, then the boy must show what his spear is worth. The father's mana fills the room. The man frowns, looking at the child. He continues to say that he is going to check it himself. The boy looks at him sarcastically. He thinks that his father is one of the 9 stars, and he will never have such a chance again. The son looks straight at his father. He says he agrees to the fight on one condition. The boy frowns confidently. He says that if he passes the test, then the father must agree to his request. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that he will allow the boy to use the spear and listen to his request. But if he fails the test, he will obey his order. The boy smiles widely. He thinks that his father will simply send him to the academy, forcing him to learn sword skills. The child agrees to his request. He is confident that he will be able to show all his skills in the best possible light. Glass magic ball. A blonde man is reflected in it. The lady takes off her hood. She looks at the ball. The woman says that she has not seen her uncle for a long time. The man replies that he is doing well and is wondering what is going on with the Duke. The woman smiles sarcastically. She replies that her husband has something to do and she herself has a request for him. The boy leaves the building. The door slams behind him. He turns to her. The boy thinks that his body is shaking from the master's strength. His older brother appears behind him. He asks the younger one to talk to him. The boy turns away from his brother. He says they have nothing to talk about. The elder frowns furiously. He demands one more fight. The main character thinks that his view has changed, and now he has passion and a desire to never lose. The child smiles widely. He asks if his brother is sure of his decision. Imperial Palace building. Dragon figure. A man sits on a throne. He asks his subordinate if the information that reached him is true. A blonde man holds a piece of paper in front of him. The emperor asks the courtier about the veracity of the information that the duke has a child who can become a star. A courtier kneels before the emperor. He replies that this is the absolute truth. The courtier makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the boy is not Vanessa's son. The man looks at his subordinate in surprise. The servant replies that the child is the son of a maid. The man rises from the throne. He walks forward along the hall. The emperor says that the duke's eldest son is a real treasure, and at the same time he has another one, so the man is jealous of him. The emperor looks at his subordinate. The advisor tells him that his sons are also geniuses. The man smiles sarcastically. He is sure that only a few were able to inherit his strength, but they are still very weak. 5 blonde boys. The main character is sure that the emperor underestimates their abilities, since the princes are really talented, and he himself has enough strength to be a master, so he underestimates others, greedily looking for more talents. The man holds his hand to his mouth. He says that if the duke stopped hiding his second son, then his strength is at least comparable to the strength of the eldest. The emperor opens his mouth in surprise. The advisor tells him that the eldest son lost to the younger one. The man is sure that in this case the winning boy is older than the losing one. The courtier lowers his eyes to the floor. He replies that the boy is only 9 years old. The emperor frowns in surprise. He thinks that a 9-year-old boy was able to win the main talent of the empire. The man smiles widely. He laughs and says that the duke will soon test his son's strength. The courtier confirms his words and says that he will soon request a fight with a knight from the imperial order, since the boy is already almost at the level of a B-class knight. The emperor smiles widely. He replies that the boy is an incredible find for the empire, and this is very intriguing. The courtier tenses his face thoughtfully. He is sure that the emperor will personally want to see the boy's strength, and such actions may have consequences. The man waves the employee away. He says that he would like to verify the child's strength himself, but his enemies are looking for the moment, so he will not succeed. The emperor smiles widely. He says that he can send one of his sons, since dealing with talent is one of the qualities that an emperor should have. The boy charges his fist with mana in front of his brother. The emperor is sure that when the table is set, everyone should eat as much as they can. The older brother flies away from the blow of the younger one. He clenches his teeth, holding the sword in front of him. The boy looks furiously at his opponent. He thinks that he has strength in a simple fist. The main character looks at his brother. He says his face shows what he's thinking. The boy approaches the elder. He says he will make him see how powerful hand-to-hand combat can be, which he doesn't respect. The elder swings his sword. He demands that his younger brother stop making fun of him. The child concentrates his strength in his fist. The blow sends the elder one flying to the side. The boy uses an aura blast. The boy flies down the corridor. The child hits the wall. He thinks that his brother was able to transfer mana to one point. The elder clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he doesn't want to admit defeat, but his brother is much stronger than him. The main character looks arrogantly at the enemy. He says that if he is offended, then he must become stronger and not forget the feeling he feels when he lost to an unarmed person whom he underestimated. The enemy is shaking with rage. The main character says that he wanted to tear him to pieces for insulting him and his mother. The boy calmly looks at the floor. He says that he will still spare his brother for the pure love of competition. The child makes a terrifying smile and look. He continues to say that if the brother does not correct his behavior, then the main character will make it so that he will never be able to use his hand. The young master is shaking in horror. The boy leaves while the older one gets up from the floor. Finally, he says that his brother should always remember their difference in strength. The child is crying while sitting on the floor. Next day, view of the Duke's building. The boy rises from the pillow, fiddling with his fingers. He says he is tired because he used too much mana. The child looks at the clenched hand. He thinks that it has become easier to control it thanks to the absorption of the spear, but the residual pain has not gone away due to the fact that the body has not been properly trained. The guy turns to the knock on the door. He opens it. The red-haired miss holds her chin. She asks if he is the Duke's son. The girl smiles slightly, looking at him. She introduces herself and says that she will communicate informally since she is older. The girl enters the young master's room. She asks to be called her elder sister and would like to talk to him outside the door, as she has many questions. The boy stops the young miss with his hand. He frowns and approaches her ear. The Duke's son demands her to leave. He slams the door on the girl. She opens her mouth in surprise. The child goes deeper into his room. He says that some strange things have been happening since the morning. The boy turns around at the knock on the door. He thinks about how he is going to ignore the girl. The Duke's son makes an angry expression on his face. He thinks that Miss doesn't understand the words. The boy opens the door. He shouts for the guest to leave. The warrior makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that he will come later then. The boy smiles slightly. He apologizes and says that he confused him with a girl. The child looks at the warrior. He asks if the man did what he was asked to do. The soldier makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that he is completely finished, but does not understand why he did it. The Duke's son smiles slightly. He replies that the soldier should trust him and then he will understand everything. Training area. Training ground building with military personnel. The soldiers approach the main detachment. They ask where he lost his friends. The man, without turning around, folded his hands in displeasure. They do not understand why the warrior is silent and assume that he received karma for bullying a child. The warriors look at each other. One of them asks why they were collected. The second responds that it was a scarlet night for training. The men turn warily toward the sound. The warrior demands that everyone be at peace. A soldier of the order leads a child, holding a spear. The warrior shakes in horror, gritting his teeth. He doesn't understand why their offender came. A man holds a spear in his hands. He says that a master came to them to help them. The child, frowning, opens his mouth wide. He shouts that he will lead their training. The men open their eyes in surprise. They watch the boy's speech. He says that the Duke's centurions must be commanders on the battlefield, so it is important for them to know how to fight. The boy, embittered, smiles maliciously. He says he will appreciate their skills and so they must defend themselves. The men smile widely as they look at him. They say that the child is probably joking since there are many of them and he is very small and besides, he is lonely. The boy turns to his subordinate. He says in a whisper that there are a lot of warriors, but he is alone. The soldiers fold their arms across their chests in displeasure. They say the boy could get hurt even though he is the son of a duke. The child grabs the spear with his hand. He holds it and walks forward. A child points a weapon at a soldier. He asks if the man thinks the same as his fellow soldiers. The soldier is shaking in horror. He replies that he in no way thinks so. The boy looks at him with rage. He demands the warrior to shut up and says that the soldier did not give them anything. The man falls to the ground at the feet of the child. He asks the boy for mercy. The child makes a thrust with a spear near him. He replies that there will be no second forgiveness since he threatened the boy's mother, but he still gave him a chance, although he could have killed him on the spot, which means that he wants to repeat the fate of his friends and die. The men, watching in horror, furrow their brows. They understand that there are no soldiers because they fell at the hands of the young master. The man opens his mouth and folds his hands in prayer. He asks to give him at least one more chance. The child replies that he missed them, but may have the opportunity to leave with dignity. The boy frowns. He shouts for the warrior to take out his sword, and if he can defeat him, then the master will forget everything, and the man will remain alive. The soldier clenches his teeth in horror. He reaches for the sheathed sword. The warrior thinks that if he dies, he will at least die with dignity and, perhaps, even get a chance since the gentleman is very young and inexperienced. A man runs with a sword towards a child. He looks at him, smiling maliciously. He swings his spear. The soldier flies into the wall. He dies after breaking it. The warriors watch in horror what is happening. They realize that the boy is indeed using mana. The child dispels the aura around himself. He shouts that if they underestimate the enemy, they will not survive on the battlefield, and therefore, if they still doubt his strength, they can go out and check. The boy turns to the man walking behind him. He puts his hand to his chest. The warrior kneels in front of the boy. He says that he is a centurion of the 23rd Detachment and greets the master. The soldiers kneel before the child. The centurions of all squads greet the young master. The subordinate smiles widely. He thinks that the boy has lived up to his expectations, and therefore he will try his best. The girl exhales in defeat. The Duke's guest room. She hugs a stuffed bunny. This remembers the Duke's embittered son. A vassal enters the room. He shouts to the lady that he has news about the arrival of the Imperial Knightly Order. The girl falls on the pillow. She says that she asked not to disturb her all day. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the lady does not feel well as she has been upset since the morning. Miss turns around with an angry face. She asks the man not to pester her and asks if he is following her father's orders. The man opens his mouth in horror. He says he completely forgot about him. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She asks him not to forget about him. The man apologizes and replies that he is already on his way to fulfill it. The girl sadly hugs the toy. Duke's office. A man is sitting at his desk. He says that he received a report that the kid killed one centurion. The child makes a calm expression on his face. He tells his father that he really killed the soldier because he said bad things about his mother, and therefore he simply eliminated him on the spot in accordance with the regulations. The man frowns. He thinks that he would do the same. The boy rises from his knee. He asks his father if he thinks he acted like a child who couldn't control his emotions. The Duke asks if he had other reasons for the murder. The boy looks calmly at his father. He replies that it is difficult for him to gain respect for himself, so it was more correct to show them fear and horror. The boy furiously clenches his hand into a fist. He explains that he will not allow himself and his mother to be treated humiliatingly anymore, so he had to gather them all and make it clear that he has the blood of the Duke in him. The man holds his hand to his chin. He tells him that he understood his son's position. The Duke gets up from the table. He says that they should already evaluate the power of his mana, so the Imperial Knights are sent to the palace. The boy holds his hand on his chest. He replies that he is going to get ready and come. Lionhead figure. A man in a suit enters the building. The commander of the First Order of Knighthood says he is looking forward to seeing two B-class young gentlemen in the duchy. He looks at the advisor with a smile. The man swings at his opponent. He tells the advisor that he was afraid for his place since the older gentleman lost to the younger one. The Duke and his son watch them. He says that guests will arrive soon and therefore they should not start a quarrel. Men hit their chests. They greet the Lord. The boy is standing in a suit. The guest understands that this is the youngest son of the Duke, but, in his opinion, he does not look strong at all. The courtiers turn to the door. They go to the carriage protected by knights. The advisor opens his mouth in surprise. He does not understand why a carriage from the imperial palace came to them. A leg appears from the carriage. The young prince comes out of it. He says he didn't expect to see a 9-star duchy. The man opens his mouth in horror. He realizes that the fourth prince is in front of him. The boy furrows his eyebrows in anger. He thinks that he did not imagine that their meeting would be so quick. The knight, falling, flies to the side. He covers his face in front of the standing warrior. The man apologizes and asks the gentleman to stop. The warrior swings his sword at him, creating a field around him. He smiles maliciously. The commander of the First Imperial Knight Squad says that a weakling does not dare tell him what to do. The man, wary, glances behind him. The voice says it knew it would find him. There are many dead knights lying around the soldiers. The stranger says that no one will join the order if the soldier constantly mocks the newcomers who come to them. The man replies that he can't stand to see them pretending to be knights just because they can use a little mana in battle. The warrior smiles widely, looking at the stranger. He asks him what business he came on. The man looks at him, smiling slightly. He replies that Mrs. Vanessa sent him, and therefore he should accept the task and implement it, because in this case a great reward awaits him, and otherwise great trouble. The Duke's men look to the ambassadors of the Empire. The dark-haired man smiles widely. He thinks about making the Duke's son an invalid. The prince, smiling widely, looks at the lancer. He says there are good rumors about him. The boy looks angrily at his traitor. He remembers how he betrayed him. The emperor's courtier stands next to the prince. He demands that the boy show manners in front of the prince. The Duke's son smiles widely. He says that there cannot be a second son over the empire, so the emperor is the only one he should show manners to, not his fourth son. The prince makes a slight smile. The soldiers surround the child, drawing their swords. Their leader demands to attack the boy who has lost his mind. The man swings his sword furiously. The commander of the 9th Imperial Order says that the boy had only recently been cleaning up after the horses, so he seemed to have gone crazy when he fell from the barrel. The Duke's warrior stands in front of the boy. The red-haired man furrows his brows. He says that he does not understand the soldier's actions since he is not protecting the Duke. The blonde man furrows his brows in response. He replies that the boy is part of the duchy and therefore he must protect it. A man uses his aura on those in conflict. He says that the warriors staged a booth in the presence of the prince because they were probably tired of living. The Emperor's courtier, standing in the aura, smiles. He thinks that the power of one of the 9 stars puts incredible pressure on him. The Duke looks at his son embitteredly. He says that the situation arose due to his fault and therefore he must apologize. The prince comes forward with a smile. He says that the boy should not apologize since he is not to blame for anything. The subordinate objects to the words of his prince. He turns to the boy. The man says that everyone is looking at them and therefore such an answer could affect the reputation of the empire. The child replies that it will be even worse for the reputation of the empire if the 4th prince starts fighting for it left and right. The emperor's son approaches the duke's son. He says that the lord was right about the respect of all the knights of the empire. The prince, smiling widely, looks at the lord. He continues to say that only the emperor is worthy of all respect, and therefore he does not need it. The only thing that should not be is to offend the imperial knights. The prince, beaming, smiles broadly at his friend. He explains that the deeds of every knight speak louder than their words, so he knows that the lord perfectly understands how pathetic a knight looks who throws around big words without having the proper skill. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that his friend, as before, is avoiding the topic with the help of cunning speeches, but in his new life he will change everything. The boy goes to his former friend. He thinks about what will blow his head off as soon as he believes that he has reached the top. The duke's son says he is always ready to show his strength. The emperor's courtier looks at the boy with displeasure. He shouts that the boy continues to behave inappropriately. The man hits himself in the chest. He says that he asks to be allowed to evaluate the young duke's mana himself because he personally wants to check whether his strength corresponds to his words. Looking at his subordinate, the prince smiles widely. He replies that this is a good idea for the lord's safety because a B-class expert should try first. The man smiles ominously. He replies that he can estimate his mana very accurately. The duke and his courtiers watch the scene. Training ground. An adult warrior stands holding a sword. The prince's courtiers are watching from the other side. The child stands holding a stick in front of him. The knight says that he is mocking him since he took a piece of iron to fight. The warrior, smiling maliciously, frowns. He continues to say that fighting is not a game and everyone praised him so much that he believed in himself so much that he decided to insult the prince. The boy, smiling widely, looks at him. He says the man should stop talking or that's the only thing he can do since he got a B grade for talking. A man goes at the enemy with a loaded sword. He replies that the duke's son will regret what he said since he knows about how the testing is done, and in battle, the knight will evaluate whether the boy can use mana in a real fight. An iron stick flies towards the man's face. She manages to defend herself at the last moment. Grinning, the man looks at the holding sword. He does not understand what kind of mana the child is using because it is very dense. A man hits a boy with a sword. He shouts that his strength is still not enough because in a fight at a close distance he will come to the end. Swinging a stick at his opponent, the boy smiles. He thinks that everyone thinks that to win against him it will be enough to close the distance, but he has long gotten rid of this weakness thanks to countless trainings. The man puts out his sword, defending himself from blows. The boy swings a loaded weapon. She holds out the power staff to the warrior. Smiling widely, the man deflects the blow. The prince watches what is happening with a smile. He says that the boy shows incredible results as he fights with a B-class knight on equal terms. The courtier replies that it seems to him since their friend is simply adapting to the B-class. The red-haired man, smiling, watches what is happening. He thinks that despite the difference in mana levels, the boy looks more confident in fencing and at the same time uses an unknown skill in wielding a spear. The warrior makes multiple swings to reflect. He thinks that if the boy continues, the test will be stopped and then Mistress Vanessa will blow his head off. The man clenches his teeth from tension. He thinks that he has no choice and will have to take risks. Filled with energy, the boy tenses up. He thinks that a B-class warrior has a huge difference compared to his older brother, and therefore it becomes more difficult to control mana, so there is a possibility that sacred power and magic will soon collide with each other. The boy defends himself with a spear from a blow. The man furrows his brows in rage. He thinks that only the Duke can stop him, but at close range he will still be faster. Making a blow, the man runs forward. Without having time to defend himself, the boy spits blood. The courtier rises furiously from his seat. He shouts to the Duke that the mana of the Imperial courtier has increased to B-class, and therefore the boy is in danger. The man watches furiously. He tells the courtier that he should just watch in silence. Swinging his sword, the knight smiles sarcastically. He says that next time the boy will not be able to collect mana and defend himself. The boy holds out a staff charged with mana. The child uses it to protect himself from the enemy's sword. The man says that he has too little mana, and therefore the technique is useless. The Emperor's courtier opens his mouth in horror. He shouts to the knight to stop the test. An explosion occurs from the interaction of mana. The rising dust flies towards the Duke. The Emperor's courtier covers the prince with his body. He swears at what is happening. The knight was thrown aside. Gritting his teeth, the man holds a sword. He realizes that he was thrown back by the child's force. The knight looks at him with fury. The boy stands holding a spear in his hand. The knight does not understand what happened to him. The boy squeezes the artifact in his hand. He thinks that the warrior is excellent with a sword and therefore he is a B-class master, and the child will lose. The man runs towards the boy. He screams that he cannot resist. The warrior smiles maliciously. He thinks that when his B-class and B-class collide, the damage will be huge and the boy will die. A beaten child clenches his teeth. He thinks that his body is not strong enough, so he has only one option left. The boy holds out his cane. He mentally summons his spear. An explosion occurs, eclipsing everyone. Opponents are at a distance. In a fighting stance, the boy holds a spear. The Duke's advisor opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the boy is using a weapon that has magical powers. The prince smiles slightly. He turns to his courtier. The boy says that the test should be stopped because although he is not an expert, he realized that the Lord is very strong. The man hits himself in the chest. He says he understood the order. The warrior looks at the emaciated child. The beaten boy says that he was able to repel the warrior's attack. The man furrows his eyebrows. He says he doesn't know how the child could do this, but he will be finished. The prince's courtier enters the arena. He says that it is worth ending the battle since the Lord did a good job. A man looks at an emaciated child. He thinks that the boy was able to repel the attack of a B-class knight while in a B-class. The courtier extends the sword towards the child. He thinks that while watching the Duke's eldest son, he didn't feel that he could be stronger than the courtier himself, but the younger son definitely could be. A man holds a sword in front of a boy's face. He says that by order of the Emperor, the youngest son of the Agnos family is being ordained as a B-class knight. The boy looks at a ceremonial blade. The courtier continues his speech, saying that the boy should accept him as a sign of loyalty to the Empire. The tired young man looks at the man. He thinks that he did not want to participate in the initiation, but he should not object since he has no strength left. The courtiers clap for him. Supporting them, the prince smiles widely. Holding a spear, the boy watches the traitor. He thinks that he should not show weakness since in a past life he was caught by surprise precisely at the moment of weakness, and in his rebirth he will definitely take revenge. The boy turns to his father. The man makes a sympathetic look. He asks if his son is okay. The boy answers him with a feigned look. He thinks about how he never saw compassion from his father in a past life and doesn't believe that he is capable of such a thing. The boy approaches the courtier for a sword. He tells his father that he is fine. The child grabs the sword by the hilt. He lifts it up with a smile. The birth of the youngest Mana wielder in the entire history of the Empire and even in the entire history of the continent. That evening the Duke called a meeting. Meeting room. 9 men are sitting at a table. A man with blonde hair looks forward. The Duke's vassal asks to report on the most important events that have occurred recently. The warrior gets up from his seat. He says that the knights they sent to scout suddenly returned. The man imagines ogres running after the soldiers. He explains that his warriors are reporting that the number of monsters entering the settlements has doubled. The ogres hit the warriors, knocking them back. The knight says that the main reason for their return is that among the monsters a black ogre monster with fangs and glowing eyes appeared. He belongs to the highest levels, as he is capable of tearing even trolls to shreds, therefore only 4th level magicians or B-class knights are able to resist him. The men at the table are talking. They say that he will be a huge problem if he continues to go out to people, since the battle will not be avoided. The Duke turns to them. He says he will deal with it himself. The man turns the knight's head. He asks to talk about the next topic. The warrior makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that the topic will be about the 5th Duke. The man is wary. He realized that they were talking about Fonty's house. The Duke thinks that the guests had more than one reason for the trip. He demands that the knights speak later. The man at the table holds out his hand. The advisor holds it up. He wants to talk about the Duke's youngest son. The men admire his strength and say that the greatest event for their house has happened. The advisor makes a serious expression on his face. He says that the young master was an inconspicuous boy, and also so weak that he was even considered cursed by Mana, so he could not immediately receive the title of a B-class knight, since talent alone cannot ensure such growth. The man imagines the image of a demon. He explains that he assumes the boy will use demonic power, since otherwise his growth is simply impossible. The soldiers look at each other. The blonde knight says that this is nothing more than a guess. The advisor replies that everyone saw the weapon the boy used. He imagines a spear in the hands of a child. The man says that a weapon that can change shape can only be a magical artifact. The advisor frowns with displeasure. He says that the weapon in the boy's hands looked like a spear, but it cannot have such power since the boy repelled the attack, and it feels like the power is demonic. The advisors look at each other. They say that this is a possible theory since the young master has gained height very quickly, but anything related to demonic magic is prohibited on the continent, and therefore the imperial family may be dissatisfied, which will also harm the duchy. The man calmly closes his eyes. His advisor smiles widely. A boy comes into the office. He walks along the table. The boy stops opposite the advisor. He tells him that the man should check it himself if he doubts it. The Duke's son smiles widely. He says that the advisor will know for sure whether the boy used demonic power if he crosses weapons with him. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the boy wants to provoke him, because if he makes a mistake, he will incur the wrath of the Duke, and this will harm his status. The child, smiling widely, looks at the advisor. He says that the man hesitated, although he is one of the 4 pillars on which the dukedom rests. The man stands up with a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says the boy is crossing boundaries. The men at the table are influenced by his aura. They ask him to take it easy in front of the Duke. The chief turns towards them. He makes a furious expression on his face. The Duke replies that they are all missing an important fact. The soldier turns to the main one. He says that the battle was observed by the magician of the imperial family, and therefore he would have identified the demonic force. The Duke looks at the courtiers. He says they should close the discussion. The advisor lowered his eyes to the floor with displeasure. The Duke looks at his son. He says that the questions for him are not over yet. The boy calmly turns to his father. The man looks arrogantly. He explains that he has some suspicions, and therefore, in order to close them, the Duke is going to go with his son to the dark forest. The advisors turn to the Duke. They say that it is better for him not to go alone to the dark forest, but to entrust this to the order. The military leader clenches his teeth, frowning. He agrees with the words of the advisors and says that something might happen to the man. The Duke makes a gloomy expression on his face. He replies that they shouldn't worry. The advisors, drooping, lower their eyes. The Duke glances at his youngest son. He says that after he deals with the forest, he will send the boy to the academy. The child stands with his hands clenched into fists. The man explains that, despite the suspicions that plague them, the boy has incredible strength, and therefore the dukedom should give him a chance. The advisor looks at the child furiously. He thinks that the boy is making progress, and therefore, if he enters the academy, he will gain even more necessary skills, which will allow him to supplant his eldest son, and therefore the advisor needs to come up with some reason to prevent this. The main character approaches his father. He says he has one request. The boy makes a calm expression on his face. He asks his father to send him to the capital with his mother. The counselor points furiously at the child. He says that this is impermissible, because if he takes a maid, then Mrs. Vanessa will be left alone. The young man, frowning, turns to the advisor. He says that the Duke is not obliged to ask his wife's permission to resolve minor issues. The men turn to look at the confused advisor. He grits his teeth as he watches what's happening. The advisor is sure that the vassals will not just leave the conversation, and he cannot agree with the child's words. The knight holds his hand in front of him. He explains that to others it will look like he only cares about the maid. The man turns to his son. He answers the advisor that everyone can think so, and he will allow the child to take his mother with him. The Duke smiles widely. He thinks that his son is a difficult child, and the eldest is far from him. The man looks at the vassals. He asks if anyone wants to object to his choice. Men hit their chests. They say it is entirely his decision and therefore there is no objection. The Duke rises from the table. He approaches the blonde knight. The man says that he must prepare a report for him about Fonte's house and go to him. The boy is wary, standing behind his father. The Duke tells him to come in too. The eldest son opens the door. The advisor turns to him. The boy kneels before his father. The Duke replies that he hasn't seen him for a long time, and it's good that he came to the meeting. Holding his hand on his chest, the boy raises his head. He apologizes to his father and says he needed time. The man smiles slightly, looking at his son. He thinks that his aura has changed, and he is glad about it. The man looks arrogantly at his son. He asks what the child wanted to say. The son turns to his younger brother. He addresses him by name. The main character smiles widely. He asks what his brother needs. The advisor frowns furiously, making a mad look. He shouts that the young master should behave appropriately, since the Duke's eldest son is higher in status and they are at a formal meeting. The boys turn to look at the advisor. The younger son asks if he is the eldest's representative, since he believes that the man behaves like a subordinate of the eldest son, despite the fact that he has only one master. The advisor looks at the child with rage. The boy thinks that in the duchy there is an invisible line that a knight should not cross if he is not ready to show his skill. The advisor explains that the boy is poorly taught manners, and then he decided to give him a hint. The child raises his head to the man. He says that if you have skills, then you can look down on anyone, so it's worth proving your skills with skill. The eldest son turns to the advisor. He asks him to calm down as his brother is right. The father frowns, thinking. He thinks that his son was full of vanity, but in the end he became like a real knight. The brothers look at each other. The elder says that he can climb higher and his spirit is not broken, so he does not intend to lie on the floor. The youngest son smiles widely. He thinks that after the last fight his views have changed. The boy turns to his father. He says he wants to give up the title of heir. The advisor and vassals make surprised faces. They are at a loss why the child wants to leave his title. The man looks at his son in surprise. He says that the boy lost confidence in himself after someone stronger appeared. The young master makes a serious expression on his face. He replies that he simply wants to prove himself in fair competition, as required by the laws and traditions of their house. The man replies that he will think about his proposal. The boy bows to his father. He thanks him for this decision. The Duke leaves the hall. He says they should end the meeting. The Duke smiles slightly. He thinks that changes have begun in their house. Two sons are standing next to each other. The father is sure that something good awaits them in the future. A glass of alcohol on the table. Vanessa's room. A woman sits at a table in front of a glass. She says that her son abandoned his heritage, and her husband took the maid and youngest son with him to the capital. The advisor lowers his head. He confirms her words. A woman violently knocks alcohol off the table. She holds her head irritably. The Duke's wife says she almost went crazy when she learned that her uncle's mission had failed. The advisor approaches the seated woman. The counselor says he tried his best to help her son and stop him. The young man's mother glances at the courtier. She says that he is not to blame, since the son is adamant and took after her father. But if the servant's boy begins to seriously threaten her child, then she will have to tell the Duke about the relationship with the advisor. The man looks down resignedly. He asks her not to worry as this won't happen. The woman folds her arms across her chest in displeasure. She asks her subordinate what other news there is. The advisor looks at the floor. He replies that the Duke will take his son to the lands of doom. The woman imagines a castle in a vacant lot. She says that this is the northernmost area, 2 days' journey away. The woman looks at the advisor with arrogance. He explains that monsters have become active there, and therefore he decided to deal with them himself. The woman makes a sly expression on her face. She understands that the Duke will return after the trip and take the maid and her son to the capital, and therefore she should have dinner with her before leaving, so that this will be their first and last meeting. The knights go forward. The warrior turns to look at them. He says that the order is coming back. Men unload the cart. They require him to work, not stare. Soldiers unload carts, horses stand nearby. The youngest son passes by them. He looks at the ring on his finger. The son sits at the table in front of his father. The man says that after they deal with the dark forest, the boy will be sent to the academy, but before that time he must get rid of his name. The man hands his son a box. He says he is giving him a gift. The father looks away from his son. He says that he once helped the leader of the magic tower, and he gave him a ring in gratitude. The youth represents a warrior who is covered in armor. He understands that this ring is an artifact that the guardian of the tower made himself, and when mana enters the ring, it envelops the wearer in armor. The man looks at his son seriously. He explains that once the boy puts mana into it, he will understand how to use it. The child smiles widely. He says that his father gives him the ring as the heir. The Duke frowns seriously. He replies that he shouldn't get arrogant since it was just rotting in the pantry. Armor with a coat of arms in the form of a sword. The father explains to his son that each such armor is marked with the coat of arms of the creator's family. The man frowns at his son. He says the coat of arms makes it convenient to hide his identity because he doesn't want everyone to know that the main character is his son. The boy sits opposite his father in the office. The man says that he will be the heir of an unknown family, so he must come up with a name for himself. The boy smiles widely. He thinks that his father does not want anyone to touch his genius, since this reduces the chances of influential people pestering him. The man looks down resignedly. He asks his son if he hates him. The boy looks thoughtfully at his father. He decides that he doesn't know the answer to the Duke's question. The man's body is bleeding from his wounds. The main character remembers that in his previous life he could not imagine that the Grand Duke would meet a miserable death in the war that would break out between the empires in 10 years. So the only thing he could hate him for was that he abandoned them with her mother, and for this reason she died. The boy holds onto his finger with a ring. He remembers that in the past the number of their meetings could be counted on the fingers of one hand because he has already forgotten the past hatred. The child looks at the ring with a smile. He thinks about the possibility of building a father-son relationship with the Duke. The young man is wary of the arrival of the prince. The emperor's son asks if something good happened to the Duke's son. The boy glances at the traitor. The prince calmly watches the Duke's son. He says that after a trip to the forest he invites him to visit the imperial palace since the meeting will benefit the boy. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He does not understand what benefit the prince is talking about. The boy imagines being knighted. He explains that a member of the imperial family can recommend a knight to the order that protects them, and then he can serve in it without passing exams, and the service will last as long as he wants. The prince smiles widely. He chuckles and explains that he is proposing because he is very interested in him. The boy examines the courtiers next to the prince. He thinks that the laughter of his former friend is full of hypocrisy and pretense, because if there were no guards there, he would have killed him on the spot. The boy imagines an armory. He thinks that he needs to get there, and for this he should become the commander of the order, since they can go to the vault once a year. The duke's son turns away from the prince. He says he will think about his proposal. The red-haired soldier looks at his master. He says that if the lord's manners matched his strength, then he would have no price. The boy turns away from the vassal. He asks him not to sulk and says it's time for them to leave. The prince smiles widely. He says that in the end the duke's son will still be in his hands. The main character goes in the opposite direction. He thinks that in his rebirth he will not be the prince's puppet. The duke's son smiles widely. He thinks that it is his turn to lose to his former friend, Horse Hooves. The duke leads the army on a white horse. The main character explains that the expedition to the forest was quickly formed. The advisor is next to the duke. The young man understands that the detachment is very small for such an outing. A fourth-class magician is riding a horse. The main character knows that in his father's house there is only one fourth-class magician, who also went on an expedition. The eldest son rides behind the younger son. He doesn't understand why his brother looks at him with contempt. The main character explains that his brother, himself, and only 100 other soldiers were on the expedition. People drive into the arch. The knight beats his chest in greeting. View of the castle adjacent to the dark forest. The man stops his horse. The duke addresses the knight. A blond man holds his hand on his chest. A former knight of the ducal order, who served him for 10 years, greets the owner. The duke gets off his horse. He says he feels guilty because the knight is looking after the castle after retirement. The man replies that it is an honor for him since he is closer to his family. The duke thanks him for his work. A man and a girl come out of the castle. He greets the duke. A plump, mustachioed man stands with a child. A relative of the duke's wife says he considers it a great honor for them to visit them. His only daughter greets the owner. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the man frowns. He thinks that he should have gone straight to the forest. The relative turns to the knight. He shouts that his head has become thin from old age since he did not inform about the duke's arrival in advance. The gentleman approaches the relative. He says that he has gotten used to the castle and has eaten a lot. The man, smiling, wrinkles his hands. He replies that it's all thanks to the duke's care. The younger one looks at him in surprise. He thinks that he doesn't believe that the man didn't get the joke. The relative, smiling, looks at his eldest son. He says that he has become more courageous and he feels his strength, although he does not wield a sword. The advisor approaches the relative. He says the second boy is the duke's son. The man turns to his sister's husband. He apologizes and says he didn't know about the second child. The advisor holds his hand to his mouth. He whispers to a relative that the boy is not his sister's son. The man makes a doomed expression on his face. He replies that he did not expect this and therefore wonders whose noble blood flows in him. The advisor turns to the complete gentleman. He whispers to him that the boy is not from a noble family. The relative turns to the child. He looks at him with disgust. A man insults the duke's son. The boy looks at his relative angrily. The duke turns to the man. He says there are things more important than chatter. The man is holding his stomach. He invites the duke to rest and eat. The man makes a serious expression on his face. He replies that his knights are not sisses and therefore have already rested on the road. The soldiers stand opposite the duke. He asks if they want to take a nap. The men unanimously answer that they are not tired. The duke goes forward. He says he is already getting ready to go. The man turns to his relative. He says that he would like to go with them, despite the fact that he is not strong, since the owner of the lands cannot just sit, and he is sure that his soldiers think the same. Warriors beat themselves in the chest. They unanimously agree with the owner and ask for the honor of going with them. The man raises his eyebrow in surprise. He looks at the girl standing next to him. The duke asks a relative how he plans to leave his daughter. The girl smiles widely. The man replies that his daughter will be useful on the road. The duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that you should not take a child to a dangerous place. The girl clasps her hands in front of her. She says she can go and invites him to look at her abilities. A relative's daughter concentrates energy in her hands. She spreads it around herself. The child calls upon the spirit. He sits on her shoulder. The magician opens his mouth in surprise. The owner of the house smiles widely. He says that his daughter has the ability of a medium. The red spirit hugs a young guy. The main character knows that, like magic, spiritualism requires innate talent, but mediums are even rarer than magicians, and there will not be at least 100 of them, even of the lowest class, throughout the entire empire. The boy makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that he was able to see an amazing phenomenon. The brothers look at the girl. The main character thinks that he has not heard the girl's name among the mediums, but she seems familiar to him. The Duke frowns at the inhabitants of the castle. He says they can go with them. The Duke passes by the soldiers. He demands them to leave. The man frowns thoughtfully. He is confident that a medium on his side will not be superfluous. The girl approaches her brother with a smile. The main character turns to her. He thinks that he will remember who she is if the girl turns out to be one of the obstacles to his plan. The relative turns to the boy. He looks at the child furiously. The man says he will keep an eye on him. Dragon statue. Emperor's room. The man holds his chin thoughtfully. The emperor is sitting in a chair. He is surprised that the boy was able to repel the attack of a B-class expert twice and even counterattack. The man looks at the magician. He wants to know the opinion of the best magician of the empire. The man lowers his eyes to the floor. He says he doesn't want to rush into an answer since mages and knights use mana differently. The emperor smiles widely. He says he wants to hear his feelings. The magician replies that he will build on the power of the emperor's speeches. He bows to the emperor. The magician says that he did not fight the knight personally. He frowns furiously. The man continues to say that if he fought, he would never defeat him. The emperor looks at the magician in surprise. He replies that the knight became a commander when he was still very young, and people like him are almost impossible to find, so he cannot compare with the magician. The courtier looks away. He says that the duke's son cannot compare with him. The magician looks up at the emperor. He explains that the knight could defeat the boy, but the child will also be able to compete with him in 10 years. The emperor smiles slightly. Sitting, he looks at the magician. The man asks what would happen if he clashed with him. The magician lowers his eyes, looking at the floor. He stands silently in front of his owner. The emperor, sitting, changes his position. He chuckles and says that this is an interesting situation. The lord folds his fingers. He says that he had to go himself and he should definitely look at it. The man snaps his fingers. A spirit appears at his throne. The courtiers stand opposite the emperor. The owner asks them if they can leave the child in the palace at least for a while. A courtier bows to the emperor. He replies that the fourth prince is already doing this. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. The vassal holds his hand on his chest. He continues to say that the emperor's son sent a petition about the duke's son to the imperial order. The emperor thoughtfully holds his hand on his chin. He says that the order was organized for certain purposes, but the rabble in the 11th and 12th divisions always bothers him. The spirit makes a farewell bow. The emperor demands that all news related to the duke's son be reported to him. The spirit slowly leaves the room. The emperor clenches his teeth, frowning. He says that if the boy is really talented, then he will be suitable for his business. Red moon over the forest. Various types of evil spirits emerge from it. She surrounds the duke's young son. The guy watches them tensely. He swears at what is happening. Setting sun over the settlement. Warriors are building tents. The knight lays out the map in front of the emperor. A relative appears behind him. He doesn't understand why they don't move on. The man makes a tense expression on his face. He continues to say that there are a couple of steps to the forest, and a halt there will be dangerous. The court knight turns to his master. He thinks that everyone understands what's going on except him. But this is not surprising, since the man is only interested in greed. The emperor frowns at his relative. He says that he doesn't care about the forest at all, since it was enough to just look at the report once to understand everything. The warriors look at the tense relative. He doesn't understand what the owner is talking about. A monster attacks a woman and a child. The emperor explains that every night monsters descend on the village because they are attracted by the red moon. But the problem is that without waiting for it, they attack civilians. The emperor frowns, looking at his relative. He says that because of the night, the monsters become more dangerous, and therefore they should not attack them. The man, smiling, moves his hands. He says that the emperor is very smart and he admires his strategic mind. The father turns to his sons. He demands that they prepare a place for the night. The young man smiles slightly. He reaches out, raising the stick. Warriors collect brushwood. The soldier turns to his owner. He says that his squad has collected sticks for the fire. The boy replies that he plans to collect some more. The warriors leave him. The man obeys the order and asks the boy to finish before dark. A child throws dead wood. He goes deep into the forest using mana. A pole appears in the boy's hand. He puts on a calm expression. The boy thinks that he will no longer have such a chance. The young man heads into the thicket of the forest. A relative is standing in the trees. He watches the boy leave. Crystal and dark rock. Once upon a time, a source crystal appeared, possessing primitive magic. The wizards look at several crystals. There is an assumption that there is a crystal for each element, and there are only 5 of them in the world. A magician who possesses the source stone. He is able to increase magic from the 1st level to the 3rd, and therefore not only magicians, but also knights want to own it. The boy steps on a branch. He walks along the path of a dense forest. The boy thinks that one of the crystals is located in the depths of the dark forest. He looks at the pole. The Duke's son is confident that the crystal will be able to control the flow of his mana, but since it has been wandering for an hour, it means that he needs to go even deeper. The child looks at the trees ahead. He assumes there is something there. The boy moves away in horror. Hiding behind a tree, he sees an ogre. The monster breaks down trees it passes by. The child is watching him. He thinks that the ogre has blocked his way into the depths of the forest. A child watches the monster from the back. He thought that he would not be affected by low-level magic, and he needed to be at least a B-class knight. The boy charges the pole with energy. He thinks that the ogre acts alone, so if he gathers all his energy, he can kill him with one blow. The ground under the child's feet cracks. He is sure that if he comes closer, the monster will notice him, so he should make a lightning-fast attack from a distance. The beast turns around furiously. He opens his mouth wide. The beast makes a roar. The boy clenches his teeth from tension. He thinks that he feels monstrous pressure. The monster swings its fist at the child. The boy runs away, having managed to dodge the blow. The boy holds a pole in his hands. The monster tries to step on him. The child runs away to the side with lightning speed. Looking at the moon, he clenches his teeth. The boy thinks that it is dangerous to fight the ogre in her presence. He runs away into the thicket of the forest. The child, hiding, climbs to the top of the tree. The Duke's son thinks that if he can hide his presence, the monster will simply pass by. The main characters close their eyes while meditating. He decides to use his old friend's technique. An aura emanates from a sitting child. He remembers that the point of the technique is to concentrate mana in a certain area of the body and then cover himself with it in order to merge with the environment. The monster looks at the tree with the child. With his head down, he walks past. The boy stands up, looking at his back. He understands that everything worked. Pushing off from the trees, the child runs forward. He thinks that his body is getting tired and he needs to conserve mana to get to the crystal. The child lands on a branch. It cracks and he falls. The child has difficulty getting up from the ground. He thinks that his back hurts due to the wrong fall. An ogre appears from the forest. A crowd of armed monsters is coming towards the boy. The evil spirit grins at the child. The Duke's son smiles widely. He thinks that everything is fine since he was going to check himself anyway. Monsters surround the young man. He twirls the pole above himself. The ogres fly away from his mana. The boy shouts that he is using the second level of the hurricane technique spear. Ogres and werewolves are caught in a hurricane. The main character throws the evil spirits aside. The monster grins in a hurricane. The boy clenches his teeth from tension. He looks at the evil spirits with contempt. Tired, the child leans on the pole. He looks around at the defeated monsters. The boy thinks that he actually couldn't master the second level since the killings were not even half destructive, and the limit of a child's body does not allow him to release all his power. The child presents a diagram of the movement of evil spirits. He thinks that he has no time to rest since the ogres will soon arrive at the camp. The Duke's son confidently holds the staff. He is confident that every second counts, and therefore he needs to find the stone and return to camp. A soldier walks past the tents. He glances at the forest. An ogre attacks a warrior with a sword. The monster drops the man, grabbing him in his arms. Warriors fight ogres. They look at the camp, hiding behind the trees. A crowd of monsters is moving forward. The swords touch. The eldest son beats the ogre. The next one attacks him from behind. The boy kills him by making a blow. The soldier swings his sword. He runs to help the master. The warrior kills several ogres along the way. The Duke's son looks at him. He thinks that Krista is a very capable warrior in the order. The soldiers turn to the forest. An army of evil spirits emerges from it. The soldiers are watching what is happening. They are shaking in horror. They say that there are a lot of evil spirits, and therefore they should retreat. The Red Cross commander approaches them. He demands that everyone line up and says that those who run away will be punished. The soldiers raise their swords. Armed ogres attack them. Warriors fight off evil spirits. The Duke's son makes a thrust with his sword. The Duke's advisor imbues the sword with energy. He punches the ground, knocking the ogres away. The man looks doomedly at the forest. A new crowd of evil spirits emerges from it. The advisor says that they miscalculated, since the red moon was supposed to rise the next day. The glow of the red moon over the forest. The black ogre makes a grin. The man glances warily into the forest. A huge monster emerges from it. The advisor makes an irritated expression on his face. He says the monster showed up at the wrong time. The man understands that of the B-class knights, he is the only one there. He runs with a sword towards the ogre. The monster swings his club. The warrior flies to the side. The prince is watching him. The soldiers run away from the beast. The ogres grab the soldiers along the way. They shout that the beast will tear them apart if it catches them, and therefore they should run away. The advisor rises from the ground with effort. He says that the ogre is moving very fast because of the red moon. The man turns to look at the owner walking behind him. The Duke says that a knight must remain calm in any situation. The man comes out into the light. He tells the advisor that he will deal with the monster. The Duke with a sword goes to the beast. A bunch of evil spirits are approaching the man. He looks away, raising one eyebrow. The Duke calmly holds his sword in front of the attackers. He opens his eyes, filled with mana. The man swings his weapon. The ogre is knocked down a few meters away. Duke's sword imbued with energy. The rock in front of the man cracked. The ogres talk to each other in horror. The advisor frowns in surprise. He thinks that the man killed several hundred monsters with one blow. The Duke stands with a serious expression on his face. The advisor understands that the power of one of the Duke's 9 stars is incredible. The boy moves through the ruins. He walks past a crowd of dead monsters. A boy looks down from a cliff. He opens his mouth in surprise. At the bottom of the cliff a crystal glows. The Duke looks at the broken earth around him. He stands against the backdrop of the red moon. The prince is shaking with horror. The relative turns to him. He says that his father is very strong, and since his blood flows in him, he can become so too. The man looks at the child with a smile. He thinks that, despite his skill, this is the first time the boy has seen something like this, so there is no shame in being afraid. The relative looks around. He runs to the advisor. The man asks where the Duke's youngest son is. The soldiers are watching the advisor's conversation. A relative says the boy probably wanted to run away on his own. The men look at each other irritably. They think that the boy really ran away, and therefore he is far from being the eldest son of the Duke. The owner turns to the soldiers. He shouts that they shouldn't sit because the battle isn't over. Gritting their teeth, the men move forward. The eldest son charges the weapon with energy. He runs with it to attack. The soldiers clench their teeth furiously. They run forward with the young master. Frightened, the evil spirits run away from the knights. The soldier, holding a sword, smiles widely. He says that ogres are pathetic cowards who, when scared, run back. Evil spirits are thrown at the warriors. They land among them. Several huge monsters appear from the forest. They frown and open their mouths wide. Black ogres strike the soldiers. The soldier dodges the beast's jump. Warriors hit monsters with swords. The black ogre punches the ground with his fist. The advisor clenches his teeth furiously. He was sure that the battle was over, but many huge monsters appeared there. The man frowns in surprise. He feels a strong aura. The youngest son jumps on the monster's head. Using thunderous force, he strikes. The cane bends and the monster falls on its face. The relative and advisor open their mouths in surprise. The father looks at his son discouraged. The boy steps on the monster. He lands on it. The advisor frowns in surprise. He does not understand how a child could kill an ogre with one blow, which is twice as strong as usual. The relative points his finger at the child. He says the boy used cunning and waited for the right moment. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the boy is just an insect and the ogre fell from the blow of the Duke. The relative turns to the soldiers. He shouts for them to help the Duke immediately. The soldiers are sure that the boy was just lucky, since even a B-class knight cannot kill the ogre with one blow. Warriors run into battle. They shout that they will destroy the remaining monsters and help the Duke. The youngest son smiles sarcastically. He says that he is no longer going to tolerate being ignored. The boy takes the staff aside. He says he will have to surprise them, even though his body won't be able to handle it. The man looks at his son in surprise. A crowd of black ogres beats the soldiers. The warrior shouts that it's hard for them to cope with one, but a whole crowd has come to them. The boy with the staff runs forward. He yells for them all to leave. The child concentrates energy on the tip of the weapon. It saturates the entire body with mana. The young man thinks that he can use something powerful, but he does not know how his body will react. Jumping, the boy swings at 2 ogres. A shock wave of the child's mana hits them. He shouts that he is using a thunderstorm. Lightning strikes the monsters. They fall from the master's blow. The ogres lie motionless on the ground. The young man stands on his feet, holding a staff. The relative falls to his knees. He says the boy couldn't have killed them. The soldiers open their mouths in surprise. They are surprised that the boy was able to kill ogres while being a B-class knight. The child holds a staff in front of him. The warriors say he might be a demon. Watching his son, the man frowns. He thinks about how the boy is struggling to stay conscious because he doesn't want to appear weak. A magician appears behind the Duke. The man asks him for his opinion. The magician replies that the boy has incredible strength and he definitely deserves his attention. The courtier makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he doesn't understand the classes of knights, but judging by the magicians, he would be in 3rd place. And besides, the child can use double witchcraft, which only selected magicians can use, so he may well be able to change the history of a country or continent. The Duke instantly runs away from the magician. The courtier is trying to say that the owner's dream can come true. The man shouts that he understands him. The beaten child exhales in defeat. He realizes that he has reached his limit. The boy closes his eyes. He falls before the ogre's feet. The monster's fist flies towards him. The father catches the boy, deflecting the blow. The man, frowning, holds his son. The boy, smiling, clings to his father. The Duke swings his sword. He struggles, holding the child in his arm. The boy opens his eyes. He sees his father's face. The youngest son thinks that it's not bad at all to be in his arms. He closes his eyes. Opening them slightly, he sees a fire, burning a state building. The boy makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand what he sees. A ghost child watches the explosion. Gritting his teeth, he shields himself from him. The child says that what is happening looks very realistic. The young man sees a man leaving the building. He holds his father's sword in his hands. The boy is sure that this is the Duke in front of him. The older brother comes out of the building. The boy understands who is in front of him. He makes a surprised expression on his face. The child says that he sees the dukedom in front of him during the fall of his house, which will happen in 10 years. A warrior stands in front of a burning building. The boy does not understand what kind of vision is in front of him. He frowns in surprise. The boy thinks that he is seeing a prophetic dream, a crystal in the shadows. The child is sure that this is because of the crystal, since even the great magicians of the magic tower have not yet fully studied them. A cold air blew on the boy. He's trying to understand where he's coming from. An unprecedented force enters the brother's body. He somehow stays on his feet. A woman approaches him. The main character cannot understand what they are saying. A woman holds a magical creature in front of her. The boy opens his mouth wide in surprise. He understands that in front of him is the mature daughter of a relative with the highest spirit of the wind. The boy remembers the image of the girl. He says that he didn't remember her at all, but he recognized her in spirit, and it seems that there was some kind of conflict between them and his house. The girl holds the animal by the neck. The main character says that if she came, then her mentor should also be nearby. Pavel shouts at the woman in rage. The boy says he can't hear them talk. He makes a tense expression on his face. The child says that it is difficult for him to understand what is happening since he is under a spell of silence. The girl uses her magic. A man approaches his brother. The child flies closer to the negotiation. He thinks that he does not see either the man's face or voice. The boy, stopping abruptly, becomes wary. The elder brother defends himself with a sword. He shouts to them that his house will not bend the knee to terrible people. The man in the shadow smiles sarcastically. The girl releases the beast on the prince. He strikes him with his claws. The brother clenches his teeth in pain. The man, looking at him, smiles maliciously. The face of a stranger in the shadows appears. The child opens his mouth wide in surprise. He shouts the stranger's name. A light strike occurs. The boy in his room opens his eyes. He says the man is their relative. The child is lying in bed. He rises slightly from her. The main character says that he does not understand how much time has passed. He curls up in sharp pain. The boy, shaking, raises his hand. He says his body has not recovered yet. The main character thinks that he was able to reach the second level, and it can be equated to the strength of the best B-class knights. The child remembers how he killed the ogre. He thinks that the power he showed against monsters can be enough even against the weakest B-class knights. The child remembers his dream and the crystal. He thinks that the prophetic dream was connected specifically with him. The boy looks at his hand clenched into a fist. He thinks that he should find out more about the source crystals. The father is sitting next to the boy. He says he is surprised by what is happening. The man raises his head. He explains that just a few hours ago the moon was red, as if it was ready to devour the entire world. The Duke is sitting on a chair opposite the window. He is sure that now she looks dazzlingly beautiful. The father turns to his son. He says that as soon as they return home, they will go to the city. The man frowns at his son. He says that he will now be the son of another house that is in decline, with the desire to restore it. The boy smiles widely. He imagines himself in the future. The main character thinks that his father set him a good condition since he does not want unnecessary attention, and the main goal is to restore his former strength. The man frowns at the child. He tries to rise from his chair. The Duke says that the boy was mumbling in his sleep and mentioned an interesting person. The man looks at the child with a serious expression. He asks him how he knows the cursed name and their relative. The man looks at the child. He holds onto the armrest. The Duke rises from his chair. Having received no answer, the man says that the boy should get some sleep because they are returning home the next day. The child looks forward with a calm expression. Castle building. There is a secret room in it. The relative looks at the advisor with rage. The man says his sister knows about a man who could threaten her son and does nothing. Advisor with a calm expression on his face. He replies that so far they have not had the opportunity to do anything because the boy was simply cleaning the stables and no one could know that he had power. The relative clenches his teeth furiously. He says that the boy simply could not awaken the power on his own. The older brother is training with a sword. The relative explains that even his nephew, an unsurpassed genius, rose to a high level of swordsmanship only through systematic training. The man looks at the advisor with displeasure. He says that a bastard who is not even trained cannot be B-class and kill several ogres, although the strength was not even B-class since the other knights could not show anything remotely similar. The advisor makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that this is simply impossible for a B-class, so the warriors began to say that he was a demon. The man turns to the warrior. He says that he does not consider him a demon, and his strength lies elsewhere. The man imagines the boy worshipping the devil. He says that the incredible power gained in a short time can only be given by making a pact with a higher demon. The warrior makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that this cannot happen since the boy was certified by the Duke and the Imperial Order. The relative makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He tells the warrior that the boy does not have to make a pact with a higher demon. The man makes a malicious expression on his face. He understands what the gentleman is talking about. The relative looks at the advisor. He continues to say that his intellectual development lags behind his physical development since he is a child, and therefore he is going to show him what will happen in the end because of this behavior. The relative looks at the warrior with contempt. He says that he will watch the boy since his daughter will soon be entering the Imperial Academy. A man comes to the window. The warrior says that it will be very convenient for him to collect information. The relative replies that they need to be more careful since if the boy pretends to be the heir, he will cause a lot of problems. The warrior turns to the man. He says that if the boy claims the throne, he will have to be dealt with before that time. The man replies that they will have to be properly prepared by then. The warrior holds a sword in front of him. The advisor looks at the relative with a calm expression on his face. A girl stands on a balcony in an estate. The door to the balcony is opened by a vassal. He shouts that he has important news. The girl turns to the man in bewilderment. He says that the operation in the forest is over and the Duke will have a ceremonial banquet upon his return. The girl makes a sad expression on her face. The man looks at her in surprise. He doesn't understand why she isn't happy about this news. The child replies that the vassal also does not like his youngest son. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that at first he would have been a bastard, but now he is a young possessor of mana, and since his house has money and a name, it still cannot buy some things. The girl turns to the man in surprise. He asks her why they were sent to the Duke. The child makes a thoughtful expression on his face. She replies that this is all because of the mercenary king and in order to set her up with her eldest son. Warrior with a huge axe. The first commoner to reach a class and become a blade master. He is also an outstanding person because he became an axe master, not a sword master. A man lifts an axe among commoners. He is one of the 12 superhumans who can claim to be one of the absolutes, and he is also a legend among mercenaries. An elderly man looks at the warrior. He, being one of the richest people, teamed up with the king of mercenaries, and the girl's house is constantly fighting with him for territory. The child sadly lowers his eyes. She says that if the information about the mercenary is wrong, then there is no need to worry, but if not, then they have nothing to resist and cannot tell anyone about it. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that the girl is well informed, and since the two families are closely connected with trade, unnecessary rumors will do harm. The border along which families fight. The man explains that the actions of other families that are hunting for commercial rights are obvious, because the emperor forbade unjustified wars, so their family is fighting unnoticed. And if a full-scale war for territory begins, the whole world will know about it, and the key point in it will be how quickly they can subdue the other. The girl leans her hand on the balcony. She says that she has realized what things cannot be bought with money, that is, for example, superhumans, so she should marry her eldest son in order to enlist the support of the Duke. The girl looks away. She says that she likes strong people, but after she found out the truth, she felt sad. The man scratches the back of his head in surprise. He thinks that he was sure that the girl would say that she was the main trump card in the war. The child turns to the vassal. She asks why her family can't just ask the Duke for help. The man replies that the situation with the Duke is different than with the king of mercenaries. The vassal imagines the image of the Duke. He explains that the girl is too young and may not understand that for the nobility there is nothing more important than honor, especially if it is one of the 5 dukes, but the situation is not yet so dangerous, so they should not bow their heads again. The girl turns away and looks at the duchy. The man says that he would step over his pride if his home was in danger. He puts his hand to his heart. The vassal says that he understands the lady and sees that she does not like the eldest son of the Duke, and he would not want her life to be sacrificed. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He explains that, being a vassal of their family, he cannot ignore the danger. Therefore, if the lady liked the youngest son, then she should talk to him again before leaving. The girl turns to her vassal in tears. The man scratches the back of his head in surprise. He says that he liked his youngest son, and he accidentally said too much. The girl replied that he was right and she would like to talk to him over lunch. The man smiles joyfully. He says she shouldn't worry because he will solve everything. The vassal opens the door. He says that he is going to go and will definitely return with good news. The girl turns her head. She looks at the castle building. Fireworks in the sky. Huge dining room. That night, a festive feast was organized in the duchy in honor of the return of the knights. A boy walks along the corridor with a warrior. The man, smiling widely, walks behind. He says that his host is the main hero of the occasion, and therefore he should appear at the buffet table. The boy replies that he should not call him master because others may not understand him. The warrior smiles widely. He replies that he doesn't care because the last event made him understand that he will follow the duke's youngest son. The child turns to him with a smile. He asks if he has a choice since he is able to reject the knight's oath. The man spreads his hands with a smile. He replies that his master is not so stupid as to refuse the future master. The guy politely lowers his head. The boy replies that he is very arrogant. The warrior takes his words as praise. The child looks at his subordinate. He says that the man is free since he will also go to rest. The warrior hits himself in the chest. He tells the child to have a good rest, and despite his insane strength, he would like to learn something, and it would be an honor for him to follow the boy. The man leaves the child. He says that if he is needed, the boy can call him. The child makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that in his past life there were many who wanted to follow him, and then he also refused everyone because he was determined to become the strongest, and if he surrounded himself with people, this would cause unnecessary fears. The boy clenches his hand into a fist. The protagonist, a young man, hugs the young prince. The boy remembers his father's question, holding his head. He thinks the pain is due to memories, as the person he considered a friend was among the killers. The boy turns to the old man behind. The man asks if the child needs to call a doctor. The old man looks at the boy. He asks him to go to the table as everyone is waiting for him. The young man replies that he doesn't feel well and therefore won't come. The old man frowns. He says that he does not mean the table at the feast, but the one that Mistress Vanessa has prepared for them because his mother is already waiting there. The boy frowns in surprise. He doesn't understand what the old man is talking about. The boy opens the door. Mother and Vanessa are sitting at the table. The woman smiles widely. She happily says her son's name. The duke's wife looks at the child. She says this is their first meeting. The standing advisor turns to the boy. She demands that the boy show respect in front of the duke's wife. The child makes an angry look. The man clenches his teeth furiously. The boy looks at his mother. She demands that her son say hello. The child hits himself in the chest. He introduces himself by his full name. The duke's wife makes a displeased expression on her face. She smiles widely. The woman thinks that she needs to remain patient because this is their first and last meeting. The duke's wife says that she knows that the boy will go to the capital and therefore wanted to meet him before that. The boy's mother looks at the woman in surprise. She says that she did not know about the trip to the capital. The advisor looks at the woman. He replies that the young master received the status of a B-class knight, which is why the duke decided to send him to the academy. The woman folds her palms. She happily says that her son is a knight. The duke's wife raises her hand. She says it was a good excuse to have a celebratory dinner, so she would like to make the bad blood a thing of the past. The woman raises her hands. She replies that there is no hostility in her. The duke's wife uses a bell. She says that she is happy with her answer and therefore would like to thank her with dinner. The waiters bring the dishes to the hall. The boy looks at the food in surprise. He smiles maliciously. The table is set with many dishes. The duke's wife asks the boy to sit down at the table. The boy sits on a chair. Mother asks him to show respect to his stepmother. The woman says that she set the table especially for them. Vanessa looks at the commoner with a smile. She says that she was worried that the girl was angry with her, and the duke's wife would really like to know her stepson's mother. The boy's mother smiles widely. She thanks the duke's wife for her concern. A woman brings a piece of meat to her mouth. The boy's mother cuts the steak. She opens her mouth to eat. The duke's wife, watching, smiles maliciously. The boy stands up, hitting the table with his hands. He asks them to stop, as he would like to apologize before eating. The boy hits himself in the chest. He says that the lady took great care of him, but he was too busy to thank her earlier. The woman, smiling widely, looks at him. She asks him not to worry and continue eating. The boy, looking at her, spreads his hands. He says that the lady was the first to extend her hand to him and he cannot just accept her kindness. There are a couple of dishes in front of the woman's plate. The son tells his mother that the lady has done a lot for them, because her plates are almost empty, although there is a lot of food on their side of the table. Mother looks at the table. The boy smiles widely. He says that since this is their last dinner before leaving, he wants everyone to be able to enjoy the food. The child thinks that in a past life they tried to kill him using different methods. He looks at the chicken with a smile. The boy remembers that among those methods there was poison, which is very difficult to detect. The young man looks at the Duchess with a smile. He asks her to share their food with them. The woman turns with an answering smile. She replies that she has gained weight and therefore is watching her figure. A woman sits in front of the window. The boy says that she shouldn't watch her figure since she is already incredibly beautiful. The woman thinks that the boy has guessed, and therefore if she continues to refuse, then he will definitely suspect something is wrong. The boy smiles sarcastically. He says that she should not refuse, only if the woman did not put poison in the food. A counselor approaches the child. He says that the boy is showing unprecedented impudence and should stop joking. The child looks at the warrior angrily. He furiously says that the insolence that is happening there is his behavior. The man clenches his teeth. He thinks that the boy is radiating a colossal thirst for blood in his direction. The boy turns to the Duke's wife. He says that he was trying to joke, but from the Lord's reaction it seems that there really is poison in the food. The woman clenches her teeth furiously. She swears at the boy. The advisor takes out his sword. He shouts that for insulting a member of the imperial family, he will be liquidated on the spot. The boy saturates his body with mana. He answers the warrior that he does not dare draw his sword against him. The boy's eyes are burning. He shouts that the advisor's behavior and poison will not go unpunished. The warrior looks at the boy, gritting his teeth. He thinks that the child has the power of a B-class warrior, and besides, he uses an artifact with subspace magic. A man swings a sword at a child. He thinks that the sword is drawn, and therefore he has no way back. The boy and the advisor are wary. A male voice behind asks what they are doing. A book in the hands of a boy. The prince is sitting on a park bench. A magician appears in front of him. The man takes out a letter. He says that the boy received a letter from the ducal house. A man gives a letter to the prince. The emperor's son asks if the lord has seen this letter. The man replies that he thought it was rude, so he took it and brought it to the boy. The child opens the letter with a smile. He wonders if the duke's son accepted his offer. The man, smiling, looks at the prince. He replies that all the knights of the empire want to join his order, and therefore, if he is not a fool, he will not refuse. The boy holds a piece of paper in front of him. His smile falls. The man looks at the prince in surprise. The child laughs ominously. He tears up the letter. The boy smiles ominously. He says that the duke's youngest son acted very curiously. The duke watches the battle. He asks what they are doing. The man makes a furious expression on his face. The advisor looks at him in fear. The woman gets up from the table. She says that she called her youngest son with his mother. The wife makes a gloomy expression on her face. She explains that she invited them to dinner. The man turns to his son. There is a chicken with poison on the table. The duke turns to the advisor. He tells him to stop standing like a pillar. The warrior puts away his sword. The boy approaches his mother. The man says that they are leaving early in the morning, so he should go to his place. The child takes his mother away. The duke looks at his wife. She says that a man cannot have any claims against her. The duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks if the woman is upset with him. The woman opens her mouth furiously. She screams that she is offended by him. The man folds his hands behind his back. He says he knows the problem is interest in his youngest son. The woman furrows her eyebrows. She replies that she doesn't want to hear anything about the bastard, and from the very beginning he didn't care about her, since the man was more important about his blood family and clan as a whole, and not about her. The wife throws up her hands in rage. She explains that she also never loved the duke and was forced to marry him since she was born into the imperial family. But if his youngest son begins to pose a danger to her son, then she simply will not leave it, since her family is just as important to a woman. Like him, the duke smiles slightly. He replies that the woman is familiar with standards and measures of decency, but at the same time she is no better than him. The woman and the advisor open their mouths in surprise. She says that she does not understand what the man is trying to convey to her. The duke makes a furious expression on his face. He replies that she shouldn't pretend, since he already understood everything a long time ago. The advisor makes a doomed expression on his face. He understands that the duke knows everything. The man glares at the couple. The boy holds the door with his hand. He exhales calmly. The child turns to his mother, formally asking if she is upset. The woman holds her hand to her chin in doom. She asks why her son didn't tell her everything right away. The boy lowers his eyes to the floor. He replies that he didn't want to make my mother nervous. The boy turns his head. A warrior appears in front of him. He asks the boy how their dinner went. The child does not understand how he knows about dinner. The warrior smiles widely. He replies that the boy was not in the room. Then he asked the butler, and he said that everyone was at dinner. The boy makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the butler is at one with the duke's wife, and there is no place in the duchy where a woman would not stretch out her hands. The warrior remembers the boy's training with his father. He says that the trip to the capital is an excellent chance for him to realize his ambitions, since he will learn a lot by being close to his father. The child holds his hands at his sides. The soldier says that he has a request for the boy. The man hits himself in the chest. He kneels in front of the child. The soldier says that he was sincere to the child and therefore would like him to become his leader. The boy looks at the knight in surprise. He thinks that capable people nearby will certainly help him achieve his goal, but he would like to make sure of the warrior's intentions. The child looks at the soldier. He says that if he plans to show off, then he made the wrong choice, since the path he has to take is filled with blood and will be judged by other people. The soldier looks with a confident look. He replies that he will be faithful to the boy in everything, even if he has to follow a path filled with blood. The man takes out a sword. He shows his weapon to the child. The warrior says that he is going to devote his whole life to the master and therefore he wants the boy to do him such an honor. The child smiles widely. He takes his sword in his hand. The boy says that he wants to choose him as his subordinate. Next day, the soldier holds a weapon in front of him. The duke and his son are riding on horses. The man turns to the child. He says that despite the fact that the boy is from a supposedly fallen house, there are too few accompanying people for him, because if something happens, then one night may not be enough. The soldier looks at the boy. The child replies that he has survived before, so one soldier will be enough for him. The duke is sitting on a horse. He responds to his son's words that he understood everything, and therefore they should hit the road. The soldier is holding a sword. He demands the soldier's salute. A girl runs up to the carriage. She politely lifts her dress. The child apologizes for the late visit and says that she was going to say goodbye to them. A man from a horse looks at a girl. He says she hasn't been seen for a long time. She apologizes for making him worry. The duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the lady has changed a little and he liked her past behavior better. The girl smiles widely. She replies that she will behave as before. The duke says that he sees her as her old self and offers to go with them to the capital since her father is there. The child replies that she will not succeed since she promised to look into the vassal's house. The girl turns to the man. He says a trip to his house is not necessary. She replies that she promised to come to his precious wife. The girl lifts her dress. She approaches the duke's youngest son. The lady says that she wanted to talk to the young master. The boy looks at the girl with arrogance. She looks down. The girl hands him a pendant. She looks at him with a smile. The lady says that she is giving him the coat of arms of their house, and she would like him to look at them. The vassal holds his head in horror. He shouts that this item cannot just be given to anyone. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The girl stands in front of him with a coat of arms. She says he should take it as an invitation. The soldiers behind look at each other. They are sure that she gave him the precious object out of feelings, and since she and the eldest son are not engaged, it is normal that the girl made a loving gesture towards the younger son. The boy frowns thoughtfully. He is sure that if he refuses a lady in front of the knights, then rumors will spread very quickly, and at least 5 years will pass before he regains his former strength. Then it will be impossible to hide his identity under such circumstances. The girl wipes away her tears. She says in a trembling voice that the boy is trying to insult her and she just wanted to make amends. The main character thinks that her tears are getting on his nerves. The child grabs the coat of arms from her hands. The girl, smiling widely, looks at him. The duke's son says that the path is not short and therefore they should go. The duke turns to the girl. He asks if he can come over. The girl replies that they are always happy to see their uncle. The man, saying goodbye to the vassal and the girl, says that he will take a bottle of good wine for her father in advance. The boy gallops ahead of the duke. The man looks at him, smiling slightly. He thinks that his son does not know what the coat of arms that the girl gave him means. Imperial Palace Building. The courtier kneels before the emperor. He says that within 3 days the duke and his second son will arrive in the capital. The man lowers his eyes to the floor. He continues to say that the youngest son rejected the fourth prince's offer to join the imperial order. The emperor opens his mouth in surprise. He does not understand how the boy could refuse to join the strongest order. The man holds his chin. He says that the boy probably wants to take over the duchy on his own. The courtier is on his knees. He replies that the letter said that he does not need the prince's recommendation, since he obeys only the will of the emperor as required by law. The man rises from his chair. He laughs and says that the boy is going to cope on his own. 4 days later, the duke's palace in the capital. The soldier says that the palace was prepared for the son and his mother. The woman opens her mouth in surprise. She doesn't believe they are allowed to live there. The soldier smiles widely. He says that the castle is many years old, but it has not changed at all since he remembers it from childhood when he studied at the academy and the duke took him there once. The boy looks at the warrior in surprise. He thinks about how he and his father were once very close and he didn't know about it. The child examines the warrior. He thinks that he has not heard his name before, because in a past life he most likely could not surpass himself and died along with the dukedom. But the boy is sure that this will not happen again, since he will make him a great knight, and this will be his gratitude for his devotion. The soldier holds the back of his head with his hand. He says that he visited the house only once because the duke wanted to test his skills, and such a palace is more suitable for a quiet life so as not to attract attention. The woman turns to her son. The boy thinks that the soldier's words are true since the castle is really quite quiet and convenient for training. Mother invites the boy to look at the house from the inside. The building is located in the forest. The main character thinks that desertion has its downside since, with the exception of one soldier, there is no one in the house except the maids. The arrivals stand at the door. The boy is sure that in the event of an attack, it will be difficult for his friend to protect his mother alone, and he cannot always be there. The woman says that the house is very spacious. The warrior looks at the duke's son. The boy says he is going out. He leaves his mother. The warrior says that the boy may get lost in the capital. The child replies that he will be fine, but the soldier must look after his mother in his absence. The warrior looks at his owner in surprise. He obeys his orders. The man thinks that the boy wants to see the surroundings. Buildings of the capital's center under the night sky. Sign on the tavern door. It says that the building is White Rolf's wine glass. The boy looks at the sign with a smile. He thinks that the building has not changed in decades. The boy reaches for the door. He thinks that they will look at him with surprise. A young guy appears behind him. He asks if the baby is lost and says that he is ready to take him. The boy smiles sarcastically. He replies that he came for the red coin, which is at the bottom of the river. The stranger looks at him in surprise. He stuffs his hands into his pockets. The guy offers to escort the boy. The child smiles widely. He thinks that he has come to the right place, and he needs an informant in order to understand the past in detail. The boy follows the stranger with a smile. He thinks that an informant often has to deceive people in order to collect quality information, so this guy is perfect because he is inconspicuous and no one will pay attention to him. A man raises a mug of alcohol. Sitting at the table, he drinks a drink. A stranger approaches a man at a table. He asks him to go behind the counter. The man looks at the boy in surprise. The boy is sure that he is curious to see the child in the bar, but he adheres to the strict rules of informants. A stranger comes to the door. The boy thinks that their behavior is the driving force for saving the industry. The man looks out the opened window. He says he has come. The door opens and the couple is admitted. The man closes the door to the room. A stranger opens a hatch in the floor. The boy thinks that they have an amazing level of security and there is nothing to worry about. The duke's son smiles widely. He is sure that for informants, the trust of clients is very important, and even if you offer them a dragon's heart, they are unlikely to tell the information. The boy goes down the stairs to the basement. The man asks him to be careful. The couple walks down the corridor. They find themselves near the door with a guard. A man bows to a stranger. The guard opens the door. The boy looks at the stranger. He thinks that he has a high position, and although they have their own discipline, everyone treats him with respect. The couple enters the office. Another door opens in it. The man says that this is the last room he should go through. The boy moves his chair away from the table. He looks at the round hole. The man closes the door, turning to the boy. He asks what he wanted to know. The child smiles sarcastically. He says that the manager himself is engaged in selling information, and this makes him laugh since he could hire other personnel to do this. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that he does not understand how the boy knows about their organization and that he is the leader. The boy raises his hand. He says that security is the basis of any information organization, and even if they are their employees, no one knows the real identity of each other. And also the peculiarity of the branches is that they are 100% controlled by the main headquarters, and therefore some informants may not even know about the existence of a branch manager. The boy remembers the guard who bowed to the man. He explains that the behavior of those in the building led him to assume that he was in charge. The man, smiling widely, looks at him. He says that he was sure that the rumors about the boy were greatly exaggerated, but it turned out that the duke's son was indeed very smart. Sitting at the table, the boy smiles at the guy. He says that the man knows him from somewhere. The stranger smiles slightly. He replies that the boy is the most talked about person in the empire, and if he didn't know about him, then there would be no point in their organization. The child makes a thoughtful expression on his face. He is confident that, although the Duke tried to hide his identity, this organization immediately saw through him, and therefore this gives confidence in their skills, but he also feels suspicious because they can sell information about him. The man hits himself in the chest. He says that he understands the boy's fears, and only he knows about him, so the child has nothing to worry about, and the guy would also like to introduce himself and clarify the purpose of his visit. The boy looks at the stranger. He replies that he would like to first ask whether he can hope to receive information beyond the 3rd level. The guy replies that, for his part, he can assure that he will provide first-level information if necessary. The boy looks at the man in surprise. He doesn't understand why he's ready to do this for a stranger. The man replies that this will help gain his trust and will be a good investment. The boy looks with a calm expression on his face. He thinks that the man talks about help as an investment in the future, although there is nothing free in the world, so he will certainly ask for something if you ask him for first-level information. The child makes a malicious smile. He says that, given the stranger's name, he thought that he would be able to provide zero-level information because, as far as he knows, the Moongate is not interested in the client's personal information. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He hits his chest with his fist. The man apologizes and says that the boy can ask anything. The child says he is looking for an item and is wondering where a family heirloom is from a house that fell down decades ago. The man thoughtfully holds his chin. He replies that most of the relics of the fallen houses are on the black market, and he is ready to start working on it. The leader raises his hand. He replies that he can handle this work in a week, and he wonders if the boy needs any more information. The child looks at him with displeasure. He thinks that a stranger is unlikely to tell about him, but if information about what he is doing leaks out, then problems will begin, so he needs to keep everything secret. The boy makes a serious look. He is sure that he will have to use bait, and if he succeeds, he will kill two birds with one stone, but in this choice there is only victory or defeat. The stranger makes a surprised expression on his face. The boy says that the one who brings the red coin from the river should be blessed, and may the one who finds the coat of arms receive the Moongate. The leader of the company opens his mouth in bewilderment. He doesn't understand how the boy knows this legend if almost no one in his organization knows it. The child shows 3 fingers. He says that if the stranger listens to his terms, he will find the coat of arms in 3 years, and this would be a good investment for him. The man looks at the boy in surprise. He thinks that the fight for the inheritance of the Moongate ended a year ago, and he no longer needs the coat of arms, but yet their organization has been trying to find it for 10 years, and they still need it. The head of the organization throws up his hands. He says he's going to listen to the terms first, as any investment starts with hearing the terms. The boy replies that his terms are simple and that everything they talk about remains between them. The child remembers the man from the prophetic dream. He says he also needs information about the man. The manager looks at the boy in surprise. He realizes that he needs information about the god of war. The boy looks at the warrior with malice. He asks if he agrees to these conditions. A boy is training with a knight. 2 months had passed since he met with the leader of the organization, and while he was focused on regaining his former strength, the Duke was dealing with the matter of his mother moving into the mansion in which he had previously lived. The boy looks at his frightened mother. The main character understands that it would be much easier to protect her in the event of an invasion if she were close to the Duke rather than in a remote place. A woman stands next to the carriage. The boy recalls that she did not want to part with him, but after much persuasion she gave her consent. The woman, smiling, looks at her son. The boy smiles back. Restaurant sign. It says that they serve food from the chef of the Imperial Palace. There was a week left before the boy entered the academy. The knight watches the child. He picks at the steak with a fork. The warrior looks at the boy in surprise. He asks if his master is okay since he is not himself. The boy sits frowning. He thinks that the head of the organization needed a week, but after 2 months there is no news and he will soon enter the academy, so this may disrupt his plans. A man's hand pushes back a chair. The manager says that he hasn't seen the gentleman for a long time. The man sits down with a smile. He asks if his client was doing well. The boy replies that he has already waited for him. The man looks at the knight. He replies that he had to stay a little late. The soldier frowns furiously. The leader, smiling, raises his hand. He is frightened by the knight's sharp gaze. The boy points at the stranger with his hand. He says that the soldier should not worry since the man is his acquaintance. The child turns to the leader. He asks what news the man came with. The manager replies that the investigation went perfectly. He hands the boy a bottle. The man says that everything was delayed because of the people involved. The guy gets up from the table. He says that he gave the boy the exact location of the thing he was interested in. A child asks what he owes a stranger. The guy smiles widely. He replies that it's okay since this request is a mere trifle compared to his second, and despite the fact that the thing is a family heirloom. For them it is absolutely useless and does not carry any value unless, of course, there is some hidden in it. That is a certain strength. The boy smiles widely. He says there is no secret there. The man replies that he has no news regarding the second request, and he will contact him as soon as something appears. The man raises his hand. He says that regarding the payment, he will issue it later since he has not yet decided on his request, and usually the organization takes an advance payment, but they decided to refuse this in order to do the guy a good favor. The boy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that by doing a good favor, he hopes to ask for something more when the chance arises. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, the man leaves. The boy takes paper out of the bottle. He unfolds it. About 10 years ago, there were only a few powerful magical families in the empire. An old man killing soldiers. A long time ago, when magicians were not taken seriously in the empire, the head of a fallen house, thanks to his victory over a knight, earned the title of battle mage. The emperor approaches the man. This caused admiration in the kingdom of magicians, and its king tried to personally lure the head of the house to his kingdom. But just a couple of decades ago, the family that everyone admired disappeared in an instant due to the royal family of their country. The boy looks at the piece of paper. He thinks about how the royal family periodically conducts a purge of its nobility. The knight looks at the boy. He says that the baron described on the paper is a fairly famous person in dark circles, and not a single item on the black market passes by him, and he is also the younger brother of a relative of the duke's family. The count and his daughter enter the hall. He says that they have not seen the young master for a long time. City building. The higher the status of the noble family, the closer their mansions are to the imperial palace, and the titles of the nobility can be recognized by their location, but the rich mansion is located on the outskirts of the capital. This means that the owner is truly rich, despite the status, and he dominates the dark side of the city. Bald man with black eyebrows. He folds his hands, smiling widely. The man looks at the child in the chair. He asks why the boy came to his land. The child makes a serious expression on his face. He says the promise has expired. Palace building. The man rubs his hands with a smile. He says that elves are a very rare commodity, and therefore he needs a little more time. The boy rests his face with his hand. He says he didn't trust him with the case to listen to excuses. The man bows to the child. He apologizes. The boy asks if a week is enough for him. The man smiles widely. He replies that he will undoubtedly make it by the given deadline. The boy approaches him. He says that if the man doesn't make it in time, he will lose a lot in the capital. The accompanied child leaves the building. The man makes a furious expression on his face. The butler approaches him. The owner of the house says that the boy does not allow him to live in peace. The butler looks at the owner. He says that the man might not last a week since elves are very rare. The owner of the house holds a glass. He replies that he will have to make it in time since he may lose everything he has gained. The child approaches the carriage. The man continues to say that since the boy is the son of an influential military leader who is trusted by the emperor, he is not to be trifled with. The child smiles sarcastically. The carriage rides through the city. The boy in it looks at his subordinate. The man asks the child if the baron can handle it in a week. The commander's son replies that it will not be easy. The subordinate makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand why the boy set such a deadline. The child makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that there is a reason why only a week was given. The boy looks at the man sarcastically. He says that an overweight pony will not look at the carrot if you offer it. The boy crosses his legs. He explains that when communicating with subordinates, the monarch's priority is the whip, since this is a kind of magic that will make not only a hungry and angry pig work, but also a fat pig. The courtier smiles widely. He understands what will happen to the baron if he fails within a week. The warlord's son makes a terrifying smile. He explains that he will begin to push, and when the man is at his limit, he will show mercy, which he will remember. The courtier smiles widely. He says that his master is very perceptive and sees right through the baron. The child replies that he is sorry because he was expecting goods, but since they have arrived, they can take a walk. The carriage stops. The courtier demands the driver to take them to a decent restaurant. The carriage wheels are spinning. She is driving through the streets of the center. Restaurant sign. It says that they serve food from the chef of the imperial palace. The count communicates with the main character. The man says that he did not expect to see them there and is very glad to meet them. The count smiles widely. He says he hopes he didn't disturb their time together. The soldier makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that they are glad to meet. The boy smiles slightly. He thinks that the count is an aristocrat, completely different from the others, which makes him a positive person. The count stands next to his daughter. The duke's son knows that the count has been in poor health since birth and has very delicate facial features, the same as his character. He rarely worries about his own comfort, is never rude, and even communicates formally with commoners. The count turns to the laughing aristocrats. The main character knows that the count's behavior causes ridicule among the aristocrats, but despite this, he never betrays himself. The count's daughter politely lifts her dress. The duke's son is sure that the count always takes care of his family, and although other aristocrats do not perceive him, he is the most respected person for commoners. The girl, turning to the duke's son, says that she saw his unusual hair color and immediately recognized him. The boy looks at the girl in surprise. He thinks that she is not the kind of talkative child. The child is anxiously fingering his fingers. She tries to talk to the duke's son. A boy enters the hall with a courtier. The child's subordinate does not understand why there are people in the restaurant at a late time. The boy approaches the count's daughter. He glances at her, grinning. Girl's shoes. Hands of a child. The blue hair of the count's daughter. Sad face of a girl. The son of a military leader asks where the incredible beauty comes from in the capital. He approaches her. The boy asks which house she is from. A courtier approaches the couple. He says that the girl should show manners since this is the son of a military leader. The knight watches them doomedly. He understands that we are talking about one of the 10 most influential people in the empire. The man pushes his daughter behind him. He apologizes and says that it is an honor for them to meet the illustrious heir. The man bows to the child. He introduces himself and says that he is the head of the family. The boy thoughtfully holds his chin. He replies that he does not need the count's apology since his daughter is not familiar with manners from the way he raised her poorly. The girl makes a sad expression on her face. The child demands that she apologize to him. The knight tensely clenches his teeth. He thinks that the boy is behaving disgustingly and is simply using the authority of his family. The boy swings at the count's daughter. He shouts that the girl did not understand about her mistake. She looks at the commander's son with tension. The boy furrows his eyebrows in anger. He yells that she needs to show some manners now. The duke's son approaches them. He looks at what is happening with a smile. The boy says that the marquis should also be worried since his only son is engaged in complete nonsense. The boy opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that the main character thinks a lot about himself. The courtier takes out his sword. He shouts that the boy is showing unheard of impudence and is going to say goodbye to his life. The boy smiles sarcastically. He replies that if a man pulled out a sword, he should know what it means. The child looks at him with fury. He says the man will be held accountable for his actions. He furrows his brows in horror. A dark aura surrounds his body. The man is shaking in horror. He thinks that the boy has a scary aura. The boy looks at the courtier. He demands that the man take up the education of the main character. The boy stands in front, protecting his people. He looks at the stranger, smiling strongly. The main character introduces himself and says that the boy should not remember his name, since he himself will drive it into his head. Castle of the Duke's family. The relative sits unconscious. A stranger communicates with his daughter. The girl, smiling widely, looks at him. She greets the man, saying that he arrived quickly. The stranger replies that he has arrived because of urgent business. The girl makes a calm expression on her face. She replies that they have a change because a monster has appeared in the Duke's house. The girl remembers the image of the boy. She says that the rumors did not reach their organization since the Duke had another son who is many times stronger than the eldest. The man opens his eyes wide in horror. He asks why the girl did not share important information earlier because she could have reached out. The child replies that he should not swear since sooner or later the Duke would still spread rumors about him in order to establish his status, and therefore the accumulation of such rumors in times of peace can be especially powerful. A man in a mask looks at a child. He thinks that this is true since in peacetime, like a sleeping volcano, he can explode at any time. Knights in armor. The man knows that most countries build up their power for a very long time, and in peacetime it reaches its peak. Citizens look at the knights passing by. They rejoice that their country is strong. But in reality everything is not rosy, since the accumulated power must sooner or later be released. Therefore those in power, looking at the mighty warriors, think about war. The girl makes a serious expression on her face. She says that the importance of talented people in war is absolute, because not a single state will start a war that it is not able to win. The man holds his chin thoughtfully. He says valuable information is a shield against war. A man in a mask looks at a girl. He says that he understood her perfectly, that there is nothing good for them in the Duke's son, and if they make even one mistake, their 10-year plan will turn into a soap bubble. The girl folds her hands on the table. She tells him not to worry as she will join the academy. The relative's daughter smiles widely. She says that the stranger should trust her since she swears on her own name. The Duke's son holds his hand at his side. The girl is confident that she can win the Duke's youngest son over to her side. An influential boy looks at the Duke's son. He says this is the first he's heard of his house and it's probably in the middle of nowhere. The child smiles slightly. He replies that it doesn't matter. The influential boy smiles sarcastically. He replies that it does not matter since he will wipe this house off the face of the earth. He thinks that the youth does not dare to interfere in his affairs, so he will show him how unbearable the payment for youthful ardor can be. The boy moves his hand to the side. He tells the young man that he can kneel down, and then he will forgive him and just deprive him of his limbs. The Duke's son smiles maliciously. He says that this will not happen. The commander's son turns to look at his subordinate. He demands that he put the annoying boy on his knees. The man swings his sword. He hits the child. The courtier thinks that although he is confused by the boy's bloodlust, he is still just a 10-year-old boy, and therefore he should put all his strength into dealing with him in one blow. The boy stops the sword with his hand. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. The boy opens his mouth wide in rage. The Duke's son takes a blow to the stomach. The man is covered in sweat from the pain. He falls to the ground. The child clenches his teeth in surprise, looking away. He thinks about how the boy knocked down his subordinate with his bare hands. The Duke's son smiles maliciously. He asks the boy what to do with him, since there is no point in asking for forgiveness, because he cannot stand people like the son of a military leader. The boy opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that the main character should not lie to him, since he will face serious retribution for faking his identity. The Duke's son slaps the impudent man in the face. He flies to the side from the blow. The boy approaches him. He tells the enemy to get up, since he hasn't played enough yet. The child pulls his clothes. He lifts the boy, raising his fist. The main character is alarmed by the sight of the sword. The insolent courtiers make a dissatisfied expression on their faces. He says that they were wrong, and therefore they ask the boy to stop and have mercy on them. The man clenches his teeth in displeasure. He thinks that he doesn't know how the boy did it, but he was able to envelop his bare fist in mana, and this means that he is at least in a class knight, and therefore this can play a cruel joke against his master. The boy turns to the courtier. He says that if a warrior takes out a sword, he must answer for it. The child makes an angry expression on his face. He says that he is not so soft as to forgive his enemies. The man hits the floor with his forehead. He begs to forgive them. A man breaks his forehead into blood. He shouts that he is ready to sacrifice his hand for failing to protect his master. The boy looks at him in surprise. He remembers an acquaintance from a past life. The Duke's son thinks that he used to have a boyfriend who was ready to do anything for him, and that's why he died. The boy reaches for the child's neck. He says he's not soft enough to just let him go. He snatches the chain from his neck. The courtier looks at the pieces of the chain. The boy looks at the ring with a smile. He says that he will be in the capital, and therefore if the impudent man wants to return his ring, he must come to him himself. The child leaves them. He continues to say that if the young man does not show up, he will sell him on the black market. The knight looks at his owner with a smile. He says that the boy was unique, as always. The Duke's son replies that the courtier should not imitate him, but should learn only good things. The couple leaves the restaurant. The knight says he wants to be charismatic like his master. The girl looks at her father. She closes her eyes, lowering her head. The daughter runs away from the count. He turns his head. A man approaches a beaten child. He smiles slightly. The count offers to take them to the nearest hospital. Statue of a woman with folded hands. Monks pray in front of her. The insolent man looks at his beaten face. He screams that his face was distorted. The child furiously withdraws his hand. He tells the courtier that he must bring the boy to him immediately. A boy hits a man in the leg. He shouts that he is a useless insect. The courtier hits himself in the chest with his hand. The boy says that since he cannot cope with a 10-year-old youth, as soon as they return to the estate, he will punish him. The child makes an angry expression on his face. He says that the man should immediately return home and find out everything about the insolent man's family, and also find all his relatives and make him watch his heads fly off their shoulders. The man looks calmly at the boy. He replies that this is impossible, and there is no reason for this. The child is holding his chest. He replies that the boy insulted the heir of the marquis, and this is the basis. The courtier calmly looks at the child. He replies that no one will believe them, and even if this happens, the honor of their house will come to an end, and public opinion will change greatly. The boy frowns aggressively. He tells the courtier to follow orders as honor is not important. The man looks at the child angrily. He replies that this is very important, since for an aristocrat even life is not that important. The man represents the image of the boy's father. He explains to the child that it seems to him that the marquis does not care about them, but as soon as the truth gets to him, they will not get off with the usual punishment. The boy looks doomedly at the courtier. He says that then they should proceed as usual, covering their tracks and eliminating witnesses. The courtier replies that the count has strong evidence, since the boy took the ring from their house. The boy looks at the man in surprise. He looks at his neck. The child sweats in horror. He realizes that he has lost his ring. The man looks calmly at the boy. He says that the youth said that his master should come to him himself. The courtier thinks that the boy who is able to take possession of the family ring can strike him, and therefore there is no point in making an enemy out of him. The man makes a serious expression on his face. He tells the owner that in this situation they may lose more than they gain, so he should calm down and watch a little. The boy furrows his eyebrows. He says he is not going to go to them and apologize. The man replies that first he should send a representative. The young man holds a ring in his hands. He sits opposite the knight. The guy asks the owner if the owner will come for the ring. The boy replies that this is unlikely, but he will want to return the important thing. The child squeezes the ring in his hands. He explains that first the boy will bring a representative who is sufficiently suitable for the task, but also one who will not reveal the information. The impudent one uses a puppet. The main character explains that at night the city is controlled by a baron, but it is ruled by an arrogant boy. The knight makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he was sure that his master was emotional and therefore decided to go against the son of a warlord, but everything was done for a specific purpose. The knight clenches his hand into a fist. He is sure that the boy will be a great man. The warrior and the boy are wary. The count's daughter folds her hands. She says she wants to thank the duke's son for saving her. The boy turns to her. He replies that she shouldn't thank him because he did it for himself. The count's daughter lowers her eyes. She says the boy was able to help her family, which found itself in a difficult situation. The child looks at her in surprise. He thinks that the future great sorceress of the continent had a modest character as a child, and such a gentle personality could turn into a ruthless killer. The girl in uniform froze many soldiers. The main character remembers that in the past the girl was a snowflower that showed icy beauty on a steep cliff. She was a great ice sorceress, and then he was sure that this nickname suits her. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She says that if the duke's son finds himself in a difficult situation, she and her father will draw up a statement in the imperial chamber. The boy turns to the count's daughter. He says she shouldn't worry. The child smiles slightly. He says that if she still wants to help, then he will somehow turn to her with a request. The count's daughter smiles widely. She curtsies to the boy. The child turns his head to the window. He makes a malicious smile. A man jumps on the roofs of houses. He grits his teeth, imagining the image of a child. The stranger realizes that the boy knows about his observation. A man jumps from the roof. He thinks that he was sure that even the master could not detect him. But judging by the boy's skills, he did not lie to him, and therefore it is worth changing the plan, since he was sure that, having information about the lunar gate, the boy will just want to use them. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He does not understand how his master will react to the child, although his main goal is to carry out the order. Restaurant sign. It goes without saying that they serve food from the chef of the imperial palace. The baron approaches the building. He furrows his brow furiously. The count and his daughter come out of the restaurant. The man says that he carried the boy on himself, and that's why his back hurts. The duke's son smiles maliciously. He looks at the man who came. The main character says that the baron came faster than he imagined. The man holds his hand to his chest. He says it is a great honor to speak with the influential boy. The knight looks at him. He thinks that although the baron is a lower nobility, he has skills that are far from aristocrats of higher status, because he quickly got his bearings and showed respect even to the son of a village house. The boy watches the baron. The man says that he is a representative of the lord of the military leader's family and therefore would like to ask the boy to return to him a valuable item from their house. The child, smiling maliciously, holds the ring. He replies that the impudent man must come back for him personally, otherwise he will melt the ring if he does not come. The man furrows his eyebrows. He thinks that the child is too arrogant. The man says that they can solve the issue themselves since the gentleman needs rest. The boy replies that it is possible, and then his knight can come. The child looks sarcastically at the baron's hand. He says that since he met them halfway, they should also meet him. The boy glances at the rings. He says that the baron's rings look expensive. The man looks at the hand in surprise. The boy makes a sign with his finger. He demands that the man give him his rings. Gates of the capital. The boy and the knight leave the city. The knight says that the boy is a real devil since he took the jewel without blinking an eye. The boy looks at the ring. He replies that he did not take it away, but offered a lucrative deal and deserved a reward for the chance. The knight looks at the boy in surprise. He asks why he took the ring. A ring with a diamond on a boy's finger. The child thinks that the ring is a relic called the elf's tear, and for people they were mystical creatures. The elven people are running away from persecution. The main character knows that a hunt began for the elves, and they lost their homes and lives, and therefore they hated people. Happy elves look into the forest. The duke's son knows that they have gathered in the forest to find a new home. Elf magicians create a magic circle. The main character knows that the elves created a forest in which people would not be able to find them again since it is surrounded by a barrier. But even the most powerful elves found it difficult to cover absolutely the entire forest with a barrier, and as a result, all the high elves died except one, and the others rallied around him. King of the elves in a tree crown. An influential man with gray hair. The duke's son knows that he is the only one who was aware of the location of the elf forest, but he disappeared when his home was destroyed. The boy looks at the ring on his hand. He knows that everyone was sure that the man was missing, but he was killed while trying to find out about the forest of elves. An emaciated man is tied to a tree. The main character is sure that the man kept the secret until his death, since no one could find the forest of elves. The elf queen clutches her chest in pain. The duke's son remembers that the elf queen, after the death of a family friend, left the forest to verify everything for herself. The elf approaches the maid. The duke's son knows that the queen has found the last child of a friend who has become a servant of another noble house. Girls hold hands. The main character continues the story, saying that the elf took the hands of the servant and shed bitter tears, which were absorbed into the last family heirloom. The tear on the ring turned into stone. The young man remembers that in the future the ring will be called the elf's tear, and the last heiress of the house will suddenly die of illness. The boy is holding a ring. He thinks that this terrible and cruel fate of a noble house suggests that a special power is hidden in the ring. The knight turns to the child. He asks what the owner is thinking about. The child looks up in surprise. The knight looks at the boy with a smile. The duke's son asks him for a favor. The man looks at the gentleman in surprise. The main character says that his request is more beneficial for him than for the knight, because he would like a person who he can trust with his rear, and not a weakling who will die before him on the field, so he wants to enter the academy and send the knight to Hertz. The man looks at the boy in surprise. He replies that he cannot become his mother's knight, since he will have to leave the boy alone. The soldier spreads his hands. He says that the son of a nobleman without a single knight, and even from a house that is in decline, will at least be subject to humiliation, and, knowing his character, the boy will not tolerate this, so he needs someone to prevent such situations. The man imagines the image of an annoying child. He continues to say that, among other things, the son of the military leader is a student at the academy. The duke's son puts on a calm expression. He replies that the knight should not worry, since he will behave quietly, although it is difficult to believe. The boy hits himself in the chest. He bows his head to his subordinate. The duke's son explains that the knight misunderstood his request, since he wants the man to learn how to wield a sword from the duke himself for his sake, and this is not an order, but just a request. The soldier opens his eyes wide in surprise. He thinks that the boy bowed his head in front of his servant, since he had already asked his father to do so. The knight smiles widely. He replies that he does not want the person he is accompanying to bow his head to him or to anyone else. The man raises his hands. He explains that he is ready to fulfill his request only if the boy fulfills his request too. The child smiles widely. He replies that the man's idea is good, that's why he listens to him. The soldier makes a calm expression on his face. He explains that he would not like to bow his head to anyone other than his master. The boy smiles sarcastically. He replies that the warrior can have no doubt about this since he swears by his own name. The knight smiles back. He bows, hitting his chest. The man replies that he is counting on his master. At the very center of the vast continent lies an ivory tower ready to pierce the sky, surrounded by 3 superpowers. Magic Tower Building. It is the bright haven of magicians and their pride. The old man rubs his beard. 4 magicians are sitting at a round table. The old man says that the place of red flame and lightning is empty. The old man clenches his hand into a fist indignantly. The head of the magic tower and the first mage of the 7th class, who is the head of the mage family, asks the others why there are no 2 wards. A man with green hair is holding a cup. One of the 7 magicians, in charge of the land, replies that the red flame and emptiness can escape at any moment, and lightning left a couple of days ago, having learned about the agenda of their meeting. The elder makes a calm expression on his face. He says that they will have to hold the 27th meeting themselves, since the meeting cannot be postponed. The magicians look at the head. He says that the agenda of their meeting is the Stone of Origins. The young blonde magician smiles widely. One of the 7 magicians, who is in charge of the storm, is surprised that the elder moved on to the topic, since this is not like him. The earth mage looks at the storm in surprise. He says he should show some respect since they are in a formal meeting. The elder looks at the storm mage. He says that he is usually not visible at meetings. The man replies that he came because they have an important agenda. He presents Magma with a malicious smile. The man asks if she was taken. The magician drinks tea, imagining the crystal. He replies that not only magma, but also crystal. The old man scratches his beard in surprise. He says that he did not hear about the theft of the crystal. Men look at women. She says that information about the stones became known only to the magic tower. The blue-haired woman makes a calm expression on her face. One of the 7 magicians, who is in charge of the ice, explains that it's okay if someone accidentally took it, but if it was intentional, then they have big problems. The old man looks at the woman. He says they only have a sliver of information about who took the magma, but the situation with crystal is different. The storm mage smiles sarcastically. He says that's why the lightning left them. The earth mage turns to the old man. He says they have information that there was something special near the crystal's location. The man imagines a warrior in armor. He says that a demonic swordsman appeared near the cave. The magicians open their mouths in horror. They unanimously shout about the demonic swordsman. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks if this swordsman is the one they think about. The man calmly drinks from a cup. He replies that the swordsman was 9 years old. Storm and Ice look at him in surprise. The old man turns to the earth mage. He demands that everyone calm down since there is no reliable information, and he sent lightning to the empire. The head mage looks at the earth mage. He demands that the man focus on whoever took the magma, even if they are unable to do anything. The old man turns to the girl. She asks him if the descendant of the demonic swordsman can take the crystal. The woman slams her hands on the table with displeasure. She shouts that they can't just leave the situation like that. The earthbender turns to the woman. He says they're just looking at their options, and it's probably the Duke's youngest son. Storm looks at the drinking man in surprise. He says that the man should have reported this right away, and if he still knows something, he must tell everyone. The old man hits the table with his hand. He shouts that all their versions are just assumptions, so magicians should refrain from hasty actions and monitor the situation. Storm and Ice turn around with displeasure. The door to the tower opens slightly. The old man is left alone at the table. He lowers his head in resignation. The man says that the world is changing quickly and he is interested in where everything will come in the end. Light breaks through the window. The boy uses the magic of the ring. He closes his eyes tensely. The knight watches, gritting his teeth. He thinks that the child uses the language of runes, which only high magicians speak. The ring dissipates energy. The boy holds his hand in front of him. The knight runs up to him. He looks at the ring in surprise. The warrior asks which high elf the ring received the blessing of, since it has runes engraved on it. The child remembers a woman in a protective circle. He tells the knight that in a dangerous situation, the ring can protect the owner with a 7th class barrier as well as enhance the ability to communicate with spirits. The man frowns. He kneels in front of the boy. The knight asks him for a ring. The boy holds it with a smile. He replies that the ring was created by a high elf to protect the daughter of the head of his friend's house, therefore men cannot use it. The child squeezes the ring in his hands. He says he will give it to his mother. A man's hand hangs over the ball. The informant places it on the artifact. Magic symbols appear around him. He hits himself in the chest with his hand. The master turns to the informant. He asks why the man came to him urgently. The informant looks at the projection. He says that there was a small incident because the Duke's son is hiding a lot more than they thought. The master looks away. He says that he already knows about the child's special needs. The informant replies that he cannot be described in just one word. The master looks at the informant. He says that the magic tower has launched a search for the boy. The owner of the company opens his mouth in surprise. He doesn't understand why the magic tower needs this. The master presents the image of a child and a swordsman. He explains that the tower mistakenly assumes that the boy is a descendant of a demonic swordsman, and one of the family of magicians went in search of him, and they have been looking for the swordsman himself for a long time. The man looks at the projection in surprise. She tells him that the magicians are looking for him because of the stones of the beginning, but this is not the most important thing. Since part of the Imperial Order, the magic tower and the secret red coin of their organization began to revolve around the Duke's son. The man frowns in surprise. The master looks at the subordinate. He explains that he was going to go to the city himself, but cannot until the conflicts in their organization stop, but perhaps the boy will find the red coin. The informant hits himself in the chest. He replies that he will definitely find her first. The master glances at him. He replies that he trusts the man with this task. The projection dissipates. The man frowns. He says he will definitely manage. Forest under the night sky. Magic happens next to a tied man. The relative's mouth is covered with a rag. The magician steps away from him. He demands that the man shut up and watch him. A crowd of black ogres runs towards the magician. The man, spreading his arms, uses force. He reads a spell about a ray of light that cuts through the endless sky, and about the awakening of power in his hands, which will bring justice to the enemies that block his path. The man's face is exposed by the hood. Ogres fall to the ground from lightning strikes. They die from electric shocks. The relative watches them in horror. The magician looks at the amazed people with a smile. He approaches a relative tied to a tree. The man demands to know what the difference is between his powers and the boy's powers. The magician tears the rag from the aristocrat's face. He looks at him with arrogance. The attached aristocrat furrows his brow furiously. He replies that he is an important person in the empire, so the kidnapper will not get away with his actions. The man approaches the aristocrat's face. Charging his body with energy, he frowns furiously. The man says that he is not afraid of the empire, so he must say what the difference is between him and the demonic son of the Duke. The aristocrat looks away with displeasure. He replies that his magic is much more powerful, and this is obvious even to a person who does not understand it. The man steps aside. He says that he understood everything, since the main weapon of the demonic swordsman has never been the element of lightning, which means that he received power from the magic crystal, so he should personally see the child in the duchy. The man turns to the Duke's relative. The relative says that if he wants to meet the boy, he does not have to go to the Duke. The aristocrat frowns furiously. He replies that they went to the capital and that is why the boy has already entered the academy. The man frowns thoughtfully. He thinks that this will cause problems, since the Duke himself and people with similar strength are in the capital. The relative frowns furiously. He replies that he will gladly help the man trample the boy. The man smiles sarcastically. He asks how the Duke's relative can help him. The aristocrat makes a furious expression on his face. He says that the stranger is a 6th class mage and has a seal under his eye indicating that he takes the place of Lightning and the 7 mages. The man throws a malicious smile at the aristocrat. He says that he did not expect to hear so much information about himself from the aristocrat. A relative of the Duke says that in the capital, knowledge is power, so he will become a good assistant if he works with him. The man spreads his hands with a smile. He replies that he cannot cooperate with a person whose name he does not know. The man makes a terrifying expression. He continues to say that he doesn't care much about the aristocrat's identity since he wouldn't want anyone to find out about him and cause him unnecessary problems. The Duke's relative frowns angrily. He shouts that the man cannot kill him, because if he disappears, the Duke himself will look for him. Lightning strikes a nobleman tied to a tree. Turning away, the man smiles sarcastically. He says that an aristocrat is not needed, not even by the Duke's family. Academy Palace. Time passed quickly, and as soon as the Duke's son was 10 years old, he entered the academy along with 1,000 children of aristocrats. Many children stand in front of the director. The academy has 6 courses in total, which you can transfer to by passing exams, and a federal test allows you to graduate from the academy. The Duke's son watches what is happening. The main character was convinced that in 6 years he could reach the 5th stage of wielding a spear, just like in his previous life, if everything went according to plan. The boy takes out a letter. He walks through the academy grounds. The Duke's son examines the academy building. He thinks that the noble children arrived with servants. The boy stops in front of the door. He opens it. The child finds himself in a room with beds. The boy remembers the image of the son of a military leader. He says the room is a nice place, but he wouldn't want to share it with some nasty boy. The Duke's son is wary. A child appears at the door with bags. He greets the protagonist and says that he would be grateful if he could help him. The boys put their bags on the floor. A child with purple hair smiles widely. He thanks the Duke's son. The aristocrat extends his hand to him. He introduces himself and says that it's nice to meet you. The main character smiles maliciously. He thinks that he is better than those who simply like to demonstrate strength. The boys shake hands. The aristocrat, smiling, clenches his teeth. He replies that this is the first time he has heard about his house and asks him to take care of it during his first year of study. The boys turn their heads. A fair-haired child stands in the doorway. He introduces himself as Icarus and says that he is glad to meet you. The boy with purple hair is surprised. He turns to the blonde one. The main character frowns in surprise. He realizes that this is a notorious genius. The main character remembers his previous image. The 2 princes look at each other. The main character remembers the civil war of the first prince, which in the future went down in history as bloody since during the inter-imperial wars, when the emperor disappeared and the empire was weakened, a confrontation between the first and second prince began. The knights of the princes fight among themselves. The Duke's son remembers that the family battle was extremely bloody and the war claimed tens of thousands of lives over 10 years. The first principal raises the sword. The main character knows that then the eldest son of the emperor won, and all the powers and influence of the second prince flowed to the first, and only 2 people made a truly revolutionary contribution to that war. The protagonist's former friend smiles. The Duke's son remembers that one of these people was the 4th prince, who became a hero of the empire and ended the war. Silhouette of a blonde young man. The Duke's son also remembers the second man, who was a real strategist and tactician, and everyone was sure that his brain was blessed by heaven. He led the first principal to victory, being the brilliant mind of the country of Icarus. The boy points to his cheek with his finger. He asks why the guys are looking at him in surprise and whether this means that there is something on his face. The boy with purple hair grabs him. He shouts that he is glad to meet him. The boy smiles widely. He replies that he did not expect to share the same room with the boy. The boy grabs his friend by the shoulder. He replies that they will have a fun year. The child watches them in surprise. He thinks that the boys already know each other, and this suggests that they have met before. The guys smile widely at each other. The main character thinks that he didn't know about the genius boy's friend. Castle building. A village in the south of the capital. The boy kneels in front of the man. The main character knows that the Baron's family did not have children, so he, seeing the talent of the boy, who is a servant, decided to make him an adopted son. Since this had never happened before, the aristocrats threw ridicule in his direction. The boys beat up the genius. The Duke's son remembers that no one respected his talent, since at the academy everyone saw him only as a commoner. Despised by everyone, he was always alone. The prince extends his hand to the boy. The main character is sure that the child's life improved after the prince treated him like a person and gave him a chance to truly reveal his talent. The Duke's son with a calm expression. He thinks that he and the commoner genius are very similar, since his childhood was full of contempt. The main character approaches the child. He remembers that the life of a genius ended sadly, as he died at the hands of a man he trusted. The main character, smiling widely, extends his hand. The boy smiles back, shaking it. He says they will be friends. The trio is standing in the room. The main character is sure that the boy should be made his ally since it was a fateful meeting. Duke's castle building. A woman twists a ring on her finger. She says her son entered the academy. The knight bows to the woman. The boy's mother says she would like to see him at the academy. The knight looks at the floor. He replies that his master was afraid that their identity would be revealed if she went with him. Mother smiles widely. She replies that she understands and thanks him for looking after her son. The man hits himself in the chest. He replies that she shouldn't thank him since he should do it. The woman covers her mouth with her hand. The knight says that he thanks her for the fact that the woman gave birth to a beautiful son. The couple is wary. The duke and his butler approach them. The man looks at the maid and the knight. He asks if the woman in the castle is worried. She replies that thanks to his grace she is fine. A man passes by. He says that his son's mother can come to him at any time. The butler hits his chest. He says goodbye to his lady. The men pass by the knight and the maid. The soldier bows to those leaving. The butler walks behind the duke. He looks at the man with seriousness. The courtier is interested in what the lady is doing in their palace because the duke's wife may be upset when she learns about it. The man turns to the servant. The butler says that he knows about the talent of his youngest son. He lowers his head politely. The man explains that the duke cannot ignore his son, who has imperial blood, so he should determine who will become the next head of the family. The duke makes a surprised expression on his face. He wonders why the butler cares. The courtier replies that a man cannot completely ignore the legitimacy of a legitimate son, because if a younger son inherits his name, there will be a lot of noise outside the duchy. The man looks away in surprise. He replies that since we are talking about legitimacy, who is more suitable is not so important, so it is worth watching the two. The duke frowns. He thinks about the legitimacy of his legitimate son. The boys walk along the corridor. The first lesson at the academy will begin soon. The main character became aware of the boys' acquaintance. The guys smile widely at each other. Many inside the walls of the academy know about their friendship, but not in a good way. The boys stop in surprise. 3 guys make malicious smiles. They say that it is not surprising that the illegitimate son and the commoner became friends, since losers always make friends together. The main character watches their conversation. The protagonist's friend asked in surprise why the bullies went to fencing lessons with them. The duke's son sees the bully as an adult. He understands that the boy is the son of one of the 5 rapier masters, as he resembles him with white hair and half-closed eyes. The bully turns on his friend. He says that they are in the same class with repeaters, since the illegitimate son and the commoner stayed for the 2nd year. The main character makes a thoughtful expression on his face. He understands that yellow ties are worn by sophomores and white ties by freshmen, and the color of the tie changes when you move on to the next year. The bully looks at the purple-haired one with a smile. He ironically says that the boy is only capable of running away from home and staying for the 2nd year because he is ashamed that he was once his friend. The genius turns on the bully. He shouts that he is being too rough with his friend. The rude people approach the boy. The bully's friend shouts that he shouldn't interfere as he is a pathetic commoner. The rude man points his index finger at them. He shouts that a commoner should not insult his friend since he insults him with such words. A child takes aim at a genius. The boy manages to say that his words did not sound like an insult. A genius falls from a blow from a bully. The student shouts that a commoner should not contradict them. He furrows his brows in fury. The bully shouts that the boy did not become an aristocrat only because he was picked up by an unknown baron, since the same blood flows in his veins as in livestock, therefore he should not even talk to them, and his mere presence is already an insult. A friend runs up to them, stopping the bully. He says they should stop fighting. The sophomore kicks him in the stomach. The chief is wary. The duke's son approaches them. The boy furrows his brows in rage. He thinks that he promised the knight to be quiet, but the insolent people consider a man like them to be a beast, so he is going to drive these thoughts into their heads. The bully becomes wary. The main character glances behind him. The boy turns to the prince standing behind him. He tells the main character that he was not expecting his arrival. Smiling, the prince holds his chin. He is surprised that the main character is not happy to see him. The courtier hits himself in the chest. The son of a military leader is sitting on a chair. He says his courtier has a hearing problem because he asked if the prince just said hello to the duke's son. The man replied that according to rumors it was so. The boy thoughtfully holds his chin. He says that the child is hiding something, since he did not find any information about the name he introduced himself with, and besides, he also knows the prince. The child sits on a chair with a glass. He tells the courtier that he must go to the moon gate and ask about his name, because they need to find the weak point of their house. The man looks down. The main character, smiling, holds a ring. He says that he will return it only if the courtier apologizes to the count for the master's action. The man hits the chest in front of the child. The main character says that a man must swear on his home and honor that he will stop the stupid gentleman if he starts pestering anyone again. The soldier makes a serious expression on his face. He apologizes to the master and asks for forgiveness for his words, but is not going to break his promise, as those around him will begin to condemn them. A boy throws a glass at a courtier. The child screams for the man to shut up, since he made the promise of his own free will and it has nothing to do with him. The boy opens his mouth wide in rage. He shouts for the man to follow the order and find out everything. The soldier sadly lowers his eyes. He replies that he is obeying orders. A hand writes with a pen on a piece of paper. Children sit in the office in front of the teacher. The main character looks at his friends. He makes a thoughtful expression on his face. The boy is sure that he did not want to attract unnecessary attention, but he will have to do this in order to attract the genius to his side because he became interested in him after meeting the prince. The prince, smiling maliciously, looks at the boy. He says that he received an answer from him, but still does not intend to give up. The child imagines himself as an adult. He thinks about how the prince asked him to visit the imperial court before graduation, but he planned to do it without his request since he needs to get something important from there. The friend, waking up, gets up from his desk. He shouts that he thought it was already lunchtime. Classmates around turn to look at the boy. They laugh and say that he is completely stupid, and this is not surprising since the boy is an illegitimate son. The teacher looks at the child. He demands that the boy concentrate if he does not want to return home. The man looks at the piece of paper. He says that the sword is called the king among weapons since all the eminent knights began to use it, the emperor and the duke. The teacher explains that the emperor has become a master, and the duke, who is considered one of the 9 stars, uses the sword as well as 5 masters using it. The boy reaches out his hand. The teacher asks the audience why the sword is considered the strongest weapon. The boy smiles widely. He replies that all other weapons are just trash compared to the sword. The main character makes a gloomy expression on his face. Toughnut says that even if they have the same skills, any other weapon will be useless against the sword. The teacher frowns. He replies that, in his opinion, soldiers who use a spear should be forced to wield a sword, which they do not know how to use. The boy makes a serious expression on his face. He replies that he meant only the capable, not the expendable. The boy folds his arms across his chest indignantly. He says his arguments are ridiculous. The boy makes an angry expression on his face. He explains that it is the sword that is trash, and especially the toothpick, which he calls a rapier. Friends turn to him in surprise. The group does not understand how the boy could answer like that, since the opponent has the loudest name, so it seems that he is out of his mind. The bully shows his fist angrily. He says his rapier is not trash. The teacher turns to the students. He says fighting between students is strictly prohibited. The boy replies that he is a man from a house in which a rapier is used, and he cannot tolerate such an insult because it cannot be ignored. The main character hits the table with his hands. He says that it is an insult to desecrate the weapons he uses, but if he himself degrades the honors of other weapons, then he was simply expressing an opinion. The bully frowns with displeasure. He replies that he told the truth and can prove it in battle. The main character smiles slightly. He replies that according to the rules, students are prohibited from fighting each other. The boy, smiling maliciously, clenches his hand into a fist. He says that the young man turned out to be an ordinary coward, hiding behind the rules. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that he follows the rules, and therefore if he wants to fight, he must do it in the sparring area. The opponent makes a slight smile. He replies that it's a great idea to do the fighting on the court since they will have a day of practice. The boy looks at the teacher. He asks to be allowed to spar because he wants to prove to his schoolmates that he is not lying. The man holds his head. He thinks that he will have a hard year and a lot of headaches. The teacher makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he allows them to spar, but real swords will be prohibited, so they will have to use training weapons. The bully smiles maliciously. He thinks that the wooden weapon can be easily broken, and this will be enough for him to smash the boy. The children look at each other. The main character makes a malicious smile. Sign above the room. The boy is sitting on the bed in front of his friends. He tells the boy that he spoke ill of the rapier. Friends look at him in surprise. He explains that the bully is not the type to just leave an insult, so he will hurt him. The boy makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he thought that his friend was one of those who lives without thinking about anything, but at the same time his head works well. The boy represents a bully wielding a rapier. He explains that the bully comes from a family that is considered one of the most talented, and therefore his level is so great that he can sense his own mana. The boy looks at his friend with a smile. He says that he apparently knows the bully's family very well. The child looks away sadly. He replies that they used to be friends. 2 men fight monsters. For a long time, the northernmost part of the empire was protected by 2 families from the invasion of monsters. Then the bully's father was called the commander of the north, and the father of the protagonist's friend helped him. Men hold hands. The friendship between the men was so strong that they were ready to die together, and the whole world knows about their relationship. 2 boys are running around the yard. The main character's friend says that they met through their fathers, although it was difficult for him, like an illegitimate child, to find friends. But they were connected by the fact that they were both far from becoming heirs of their family. Thanks to this, the boys became friends and began to rely on each other. The friend throws up his hands. He demands that the main character not be stubborn and be the first to ask for forgiveness, since he does not want to see his new friend get hurt. The Duke's son smiles widely. He says that asking for forgiveness is weakness, and he is not going to live like that, because if you turn the other cheek every time, you will not achieve anything. The genius makes an indignant expression on his face. He says his friend is just worried about him. The boy calmly turns to him. He replies that they should not worry, since excuses only worsen their own abilities, and if they want to change their destiny, then they should try their best, because they need to defend their own beliefs so as not to remain someone else's shadow for the rest of their lives. The boy leaves the room. He opens the door slightly. The guys look after him in surprise. Doors numbered from 1 to 3. The informant looks at them in surprise. He says that he is being asked to obtain information about a boy from an unknown family. The courtier sits opposite the informant. He says that everything is correct and they need information about the child, since nothing is known except about his admission to the academy. The man replies that they have some information about him. The courtier hits the table with his hands. He shouts that he will pay them any amount for any information about the child. The manager responds that the price of information in their organization is quite high. The man makes a malicious smile. He replies that this matter relates to the special management of their organization. The courtier makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that, as expected, there is more than just the Moongate. The courtier replies to the informant that they will be paid whatever amount they want. The man, smiling, raises his hand. He replies that the payment will be 1 million gold coins. The soldier clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the amount is more than the annual taxes in any large city. The informant opens the door. He replies that he realized that he needs time to think, and therefore the man can come as he makes a decision. The soldier makes a surprised expression on his face. The informant smiles slightly. He thinks that he agreed with the Duke's son, and since the warlord's son has other ways to get information through other organizations, he demanded an unaffordable amount so that he would eventually refuse to work with them. The informant smiles slightly. He is confident that he does not need to pay attention to the children's squabbles, since he needs to focus on finding the red coin to end the long war, and before that, they will not spare investment for the young master. The boy holds a cane in front of him. He is standing in the training room. The protagonist knows that the Empire Academy, despite strict rules, has a relatively free life after classes, and there are no restrictions on movement for students. Thanks to this, he is in the Duke's mansion to focus on restoring energy. The guy's cane destroys the floor beneath it. He nourishes his body with energy. The boy thinks that the divine power and magic that constantly collide inside the body are like water and oil, and they cannot be mixed because they must be stabilized by the power of the crystal. The child clenches his teeth furiously. An energy explosion comes from his body. The boy covers his face from the wave. The impact throws him into the wall. The child closes his eyes. He opens them, gritting his teeth. The boy is trying to get up from the ground. He says he lost consciousness because a huge force came out, but not so much that he couldn't take control of it. The child smiles sarcastically. He says that he needs to learn how to control divine energy and magic in order to reach the 3rd level of witchcraft, and then he will be able to use the thing he needs. The boy looks at his hand in surprise. He crawls on the floor in the training room. The boy shouts that he does not see his spear. The child rises from the floor. Spear says that he is completely stupid. Dark energy appears next to the boy. He looks at the cloud in surprise. The boy understands that this is the magic of subspace. A silhouette appears in front of the child. He says that every stupidity has its limits, because sleeping for 3 days in a place where the enemy can attack at any moment is very dangerous. Silhouette with a wide smile. He says that he is the greatest of the greatest, and the boy must bow to him as a sign of gratitude, since he protected his body for all 3 days. The Duke's son makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that in 3 days at the academy he was lost, and in a past life, upon reaching the 3rd level of magic, he also saw images of a spear in subspace. The boy looks at the silhouette in surprise. He thinks that his spear has also become a child. Silhouette shows index finger. He says he doesn't look like a child. The boy is surprised that the spear can read his thoughts. The silhouette, smiling, folds its arms over its chest. He responds that his body in primal awakening can read minds, but there is something more important than that. Spear looks at the boy with a smile. It says that the child must first know him before knowing the enemy, and his current state is not okay. The silhouette approaches the child. He explains that the boy is not just a possessor of attribute power, as his true power lies elsewhere. The spear is vertical relative to the boy's body. It says that each source crystal has its own powers of extinction, rebirth, and harmony, but this is not the most important thing. The silhouette holds itself by the chin. He wonders if the boy knows what unique power the crystal he obtained has. The child remembers magma and crystal. He thinks that since he has the lightning attribute, then he strangely intersects with the red origin crystal. The silhouette, smiling, spreads its arms. He replies that the boy should think carefully since this task will help him achieve his goal faster. The boy clenches his teeth in surprise. He asks the spear what its main purpose is. The silhouette, gaining eyes, smiles ominously. He replies that the goal is obviously revenge. Students enter the classroom. Friends look at each other. The genius laughs, saying that his friend knows many interesting stories. The boy replies that his friend just has a boring life. The child smiles widely. Bully turns on him. The boys make distant expressions on their faces. The bully hits the genius on the head. He smiles widely. The boy says that he would have run away long ago if he were in their place, since the bastard is a master at disappearing. The boy furrows his eyebrows. He shouts that they should leave them alone. The student turns to the bully. They say their roommate disappeared after causing a charade, so they can't just leave it like that. The bully grabs the child by the hair. He replies that he is going to root out the bastard so that the academy can be cleansed. The teacher enters the office. He shouts that the student should stop offending the other one. The man makes an angry expression on his face. He shouts that quarrels and fights between students in the academy are strictly prohibited, and therefore if they continue, they will be punished. The boy lets go of the genius. The teacher looks away with displeasure. He thinks that he made a mistake and knew that such situations could happen, but at the same time he promised himself that he would not allow past things to happen again, because the man is sure that it is good that one of the boys ran away, and therefore he will not have to resort to punishment. The teacher is wary. The boy puts his hand on his chest. He apologizes and says that for personal reasons he could not attend earlier. The teacher clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the child went to seek his own death. The students look at the three friends. They say that the boy has completely lost his fear since he disappeared for 3 days and is confident that he will get away with everything. The teacher looks at the students. He asks them to be quiet and says that the lesson will start soon, so they should prepare everything they need. The boy bows to the teacher. The man says that the boy should sit down in his seat because the lesson needs to start. The teacher frowns furiously. He thinks that he must prevent anything that will undermine his position, so it is worth postponing the practice because it is not clear what the bully will decide to do. The boy comes to his place. The bully glares at him. The child sits next to his friends. The boys look at their friend with displeasure. Violet-haired turns to the main character, saying that his family is already in decline, so he should have just run away. The boy makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the bully made inquiries about him. Because of this, rumors are spreading throughout the academy, so he should apologize to him since it is easier to give in. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that he does not renege on his words and is going to defend his own convictions to the end. The genius looks at his friend with annoyance. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that by looking at his friend, you can guess what he is going through, but he doesn't have time to worry about children's fights since there is a more important task. The silhouette makes a terrifying smile. He floats next to the boy. The child is surprised that the spear knows about his thirst for revenge. The boy makes a gloomy expression on his face. He asks the silhouette if he returned to the past with him and what power of the crystal he was talking about. The silhouette of a spear spreads its arms. He replies that the boy has many questions, but he will not give answers to them just like that, although he can give a hint. The boy demands that the creature tell him the truth. The silhouette frowns, clenching its teeth. He replies that he is not going to joke, but asks him to think carefully since he does not regret anything, so he will shut his mouth and go to bed. The boy frowns. The creature smiles maliciously. It says that its condition is that the boy find those with whom he had a connection in a past life and value himself more. The boy makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand why he should value himself more. Silhouette covers mouth from yawn. He replies that the boy should answer quickly since they don't have time because he is already falling asleep. The child opens his mouth in surprise. He thinks that he has nothing to think about. The boy replies that he agrees to his terms. The silhouette smiles widely. He explains that the Duke's son is obligated to keep his promise, and he will only give him one clue, which is that the crystal's power is not in divination, as foresight is another power. The young man remembers a prophetic dream. He thinks that he saw the fall of the duchy in the future. The creature, smiling maliciously, folds its arms over its chest. It explains that if you think deeply about something, then it appears in the form of a dream, and in his case, the object of revenge appear. In simple terms, his dream is associated with one of the two great energies dormant in his body due to divine power. The boy opens his mouth in surprise. The silhouette shows the image of an angel and a priest. He explains that divine power can be possessed by priests of the highest level, and a predictive dream is similar to this power since divine energy is much more powerful and real than people think. The silhouette squeezes the angel in its hand. He explains that if the boy manages to completely absorb the two auras that rage within him, then there will be no people who can resist him. The silhouette levitates in front of the boy. He explains that the most important thing is the source crystal, as it is the fastest of all, and its true power, storing the lightning within it, is the stars. The boy looks at his hand in surprise. The student hits the table. He shouts that the professor shouldn't just leave everything like that. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. The boy furrows his eyebrows in anger. He replies that he was allowed to compete, and he has the right to a duel for the honor of an aristocrat. The bully frowns angrily. He continues to say that if the teacher changed his mind, then it turns out that his family was disgraced with impunity. The man frowns with displeasure. He thinks that even though they are in a teacher-student relationship, there is a law on family power that cannot be ignored, so this matter is very difficult to stop. The boy points his finger at the main character. He shouts that he doesn't know why he came back. But if he thinks he can continue to insult him, he is mistaken, since the bully is going to take the opportunity of a fight to prove that the weapon that the freshman praises so much is real garbage. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that he has the same thoughts and he is not going to back down because he wants to show everyone how useless the rapier is. The boy clenches his teeth furiously. The guys are running down the corridor. They shout that they don't want to miss the battle of the century. Small academy ballroom. The boys and the teacher stand opposite each other. Fellow students say that the spear has an advantage in reach, but it is very lopsided. A genius approaches the main character. He says the boy can still apologize. The friend makes a calm expression on his face. He explains that the main character will not be able to defeat the aristocrat, since it does not matter what the outcome of the battle will be, because the kind of bully will not forgive him for this, since he insulted the rapier, and therefore he cannot tolerate defeat. The Duke's son smiles maliciously. He replies that he is not going to lose. The genius looks doomedly at his friend. The boy, smiling, holds a spear. He tells his friend that he wants to make a bet with him. The main character makes a gambling look. He says that if he can defend his beliefs, the boy will recognize his strength, and the loser of the bet will get his wish. The child makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that he wanted to stop their fight from the very beginning, since his friend has no idea what his wish will be if he wins, so he should stop talking nonchalantly. The main character turns away with a smile. He stands opposite his opponent. The Duke's son replies that he very much doubts his loss. The bully emits a furious aura. The teacher turns to the student. He asks him to step aside, since it will no longer be possible to delay the fight. Walking away, the boy turns to his friend. He says that he should take care of himself, because he won't change the academy alone. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand what happened at the academy before him. The teacher raises his hand. He says that a training battle between students is starting. The badass stands holding out a wooden sword. His friends shout that he must knock the wind out of the freshman with his sword. The boy clenches his teeth in surprise. The main character, with his eyes closed, holds a spear. The bully doesn't understand why the freshman closed his eyes. The boy clutches a weapon. He thinks that he was able to reach the 3rd level of skill, and thanks to this it will be easier for him to destroy his opponent's weapons. A boy meditates in front of a spear. He thinks that he always tried to reach heights, but he couldn't because he had to remember the beginning and the basics. The opponent runs towards the main character. The boy thinks that the paths he is accustomed to seem new, and perhaps in his second life he will achieve what he could not in the past. The bully holds a sword in front of him. He screams for the boy to beg for mercy. The child opens his eyes. The sword hits the spear. The enemy watches his shattered weapon. The impact knocks him to the ground. The students open their mouths in surprise. The teacher watches what is happening in horror. The genius looks at his friend in surprise. The Duke's relative makes a calm expression on her face. She replies that she expected the boy not to budge since he is from the Duke's family. The genius sitting next to him opens his eyes wide. He thinks that the boy is not actually from the unknown house. The main character stands with a spear. He thinks that his technique is so fast that the enemy did not have time to understand anything. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that he has finally achieved what he could not achieve in his previous life, getting level 6 on his first try. The building of the female dormitory of the Imperial Academy. The medium holds a magic ball in his hand. She says that she expected the boy to live a quiet life, but he gave demonstrations. The artifact shows a young man. He addresses the girl as his daughter, saying that they have not seen each other for a long time. The child is sitting on the bed in the room. She asks why he answered her personally. The girl looks at the ball in surprise. He says that he answered personally since in a place that belonged to 7 magicians, a relative of the Duke, who had always used their help, was killed by a lightning strike. The girl opens her mouth wide in surprise. She shouts that she doesn't understand why they did this because they only think about themselves, and it turns out that they found out about their plan. The man replies that they took an item needed by the Duke's son, and it has nothing to do with them. The man smiles slightly. He says that the thing cannot be used outside the tower, and therefore, if they attract attention, their ideal plan will burst like a bubble, and it is very important that changes are happening to the Duke's son that cannot be predicted. The girl looks at her father in surprise. She says that the boy arrived at the academy and immediately got into trouble, calling a rapier trash in front of an aristocrat, getting into a duel and defeating him with one blow. The man holds his chin with a smile. He laughs and says that this is very wonderful, and he would like to see the look on the Duke's face when such news reaches him, and perhaps the boy will replace the official heir. The girl opens her mouth in surprise. She doesn't understand how the Duke can flout legitimacy to have his illegitimate boy take the position from his eldest son. The father makes a malicious smile. He says that even though the youngest son is just an illegitimate child, the Duke will still look closely at his own child, and not at someone else's. The boy stands opposite the teacher. He says that his father, who was the head of the family, has long since disappeared without a trace, and therefore he is obviously from a family of hereditary military men with a high level of skill. The man pushes his chair back. He goes to the window. The teacher says that apparently the boy is hiding his true identity at the academy, and he is not particularly interested in knowing what he is up to. The man glances at the child. He says that he should not rejoice ahead of time, since what happened was just a duel between students. The teacher is standing at the window. He explains that their words and actions are nothing more than childish tomfoolery, but he broke the weapon of the heir of an influential family in front of children from other noble families. The child makes a calm expression on his face. He says he is going to take responsibility for his actions. A man looks out the window. He replies that a year older than him there was a boy who had the same thoughts as him, but this is not a problem that can be solved simply by taking responsibility. Since in their academy there is a family power, therefore even among students of the same rank there is an invisible disciplinary hierarchy. The man imagines the children of wealthy families. He says that a separate class and a special circle was created for the upper classes, in which the boy whom he defeated belongs. The teacher turns to the child. He says that from now on, children from higher ranks will constantly try to oust children from poor families, including the main character. The boy makes a calm expression on his face. He responds that an adult, called a teacher, divides students into classes to ignore attacks and threats that are secretly happening in the academy. The child makes a calm expression on his face. He continues to say that a teacher like him cannot teach anything, since he ignores the squabbles of the students, fearing the consequences. The man furrows his eyebrows. He replies that there are things in the world that never change. The boy replies that there is no never unless you accept a single attempt out of fear, as cowards do. The man turns to the window. He says that if the purpose of the boy's stay at the academy is his mandatory graduation, then he should go to the Order of the Imperial Knights. Since his skills are good, he will easily enter there. Frowning his eyebrows, the child remembers the prince. He thinks that he has already rejected the order recommended by the ruling family. In addition, he already knows the real power of the crystal, so being there or in the order, he will simply waste time. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He invites the boy to take an entrance test into the order. The child replies that he is not going to waste his days at the academy. The man turns to him with a smile. The boy makes a serious expression on his face. He continues to say that he does not want to run away from the academy because he is not a coward. The teacher looks down doomedly. The boy nods his head. He asks permission to deviate. The teacher looks at his back. He turns his head towards the window. The teacher thinks that his former student also thought that he was not a coward. The boy is standing on the roof of the academy. He grits his teeth as he looks out over the city. The main character thinks about leaving, but first he wants to destroy the secret society. The child turns around. The bully stands with his arms at his sides. He asks the main character to give him time to talk. The young man looks at the capital. He replies that he is not going to talk to him. The bully bows. He asks him for forgiveness. The aristocrat does not straighten his back. He shouts that, without really knowing anything about the spear, he dared to mock him, so he sincerely repents and apologizes. The main character looks at the boy in surprise. He thinks that the bully was always good and was suddenly able to overcome his pride. The boys look at each other. The main character says that he also did not behave in the best way, so the bully should not ask for forgiveness. The boy smiles widely. He asks the main character to teach him the technique. The bully makes a sly look. He explains that he wants to learn his incredible speed. The Duke's son makes a surprised expression on his face. The aristocrat remembers how he lost consciousness. He says that the essence is in the technique of movement, and it is easy to talk about this, but quite difficult to do since during the fight the opponent's attack was unpredictable, and this was understandable. Energy flow concentrated at one point. The bully is sure that his energy did not go in a straight line, but twisted his entire body. The boy smiles slightly. He thinks that in a short time the enemy sensed his principle of rotation, and even though he passed out due to pain, he managed to find the reason for his defeat. The boys look at each other. The main character is sure that since the boy is not ashamed to ask to be taught martial arts, it means that he is a good guy, so it is surprising that they did not meet in a past life. The boy makes a calm expression on his face. He asks if the main character will teach him the skill. The Duke's son smiles widely. He replies that he will teach since it is not difficult, but for this he would like to set one condition. The bully clenches his fists, rejoicing. He asks what condition the new friend wants to set. The main character says that he needs information. He imagines the image of rich aristocrats. The boy explains that he wants to know about the Academy Circle and the former student. Dragon statue, Imperial Palace building. A courtier kneels before the emperor. He says that His Majesty has received an urgent message from a neighboring empire. The emperor sits on the throne. He understands that the notice is from one other ruler. The courtier looks at the floor. He replies that it is, and the man conveys that the previously stated plan will be implemented earlier than planned and asks for the emperor's support, which he promised, in order to do everything on time. The owner presents the image of two men. He replies that the opposition turned out to be stronger than they expected, so there are suspicions that they found out about the interference of the empire, and he cannot provide them with military support, but they will send two of their masters, whom they are proud of, so the man should not complain. The courtier is on his knee. He replies that the owner's order will be carried out, but he would like to convey some information. The man asks what his courtier is talking about. The servant looks down at the floor. He explains that the Duke's son entered the academy hiding his identity, but he was able to stun the heir of a rapier using family with one blow. The emperor smiles broadly, looking at the courtier. He laughs and says that it's no wonder since even the Duke's eldest son is not his opponent. The man folds his arms across his chest with a smile. He says that he has an idea, and therefore he issues a task to the servants to ensure that the Duke's son joins the Order of the Imperial Knights, and if necessary, he himself will write a covering letter. The man looks up in surprise. He is surprised that the emperor himself wants to write a covering letter. The warrior thinks that it is already very difficult to get into the order, and every warrior dreams of this, but besides, the boy will not only get a chance, but the emperor himself is ready to give him a recommendation, which indicates that the ruler really wants win over the Duke's son to his side. The boy lies with his hands under his head. He learned information about the aristocratic circle of the academy. The boy lies motionless on the bed. He thinks that the circle is a bunch of rich kids, but if his bully told the truth, then such information is far from reality, since high-ranking aristocrats with power establish it in the form of a circle as a means of promoting their influence in the future. The son of a military leader is surrounded by influential aristocrats. The main character understands that those in power begin to make friends with the children of nobles in advance in order to later have control over them, and ruin the lives of those who are not one of them, so even the teacher has no choice but to close his eyes, and now he understands the fear's professor. The boy lowers his legs from the bed. He is sure that change cannot be expected without paying attention to the injustice around, since another vicious circle will be created, and, unfortunately, they have already had a major victim. The Duke's son smiles maliciously. He thinks that if he solves the problem with the circle of aristocrats, he will be able to win the favor of the genius, and he would like to know what the fourth prince will do after losing his main mind. The genius enters the room. Having learned that the boy is the son of a duke, he formally addresses him. The main character holds his hands at his sides. His friend asks what he is going to do, since the family of the offended aristocrat will soon send a man for him. The main character replies that he should not worry, since he has already settled everything with the person who is involved in the quarrel. The genius makes a surprised expression on his face. He explains that even if the conversation with the bully ended well, there is no guarantee that his family will leave it that way, since the boy insulted their fencing skills, so there is a high probability that they will act for the sake of their reputation. Besides, the circle of aristocrats is for him will take it. The Duke's son frowns. He replies that he has a way to solve both problems. The boy clenches his hands into fists. He explains that there is a need to show strength that everyone can understand. The genius makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that it seemed impossible to him, but after his friend's fight it already seems more real. The Duke's son looks calmly at his friend. He says they made a bet before the fight. The boy grabs his friend by the shoulders. He shouts that he wants it for himself. The friend blushes in surprise. The main character looks into his eyes. He explains that the boy must use his powers only for him. The genius removes the protagonist's hands. He says that if he can achieve what he said earlier, he will think about it. The child runs away from the room. He slams the door behind him. The main character smiles widely. He says he has become closer with his friend. The knight holds the sword in front of him. He clenches his teeth in pain. The soldier holds a loaded sword. The Duke says that with the abilities he has, he will not be able to protect his son. The man is holding a sword. He says that if the warrior continues to train like this, then he will have to worry about him. The soldier swings his sword. He shouts that he will become stronger. The Duke looks at him in surprise. He asks why the man is so desperate to be stronger and even agreed to change weapons. A beaten warrior holds a loaded sword. He replies that the master promised him that he would not bow his head to anyone but him. The swords touch and an explosion occurs. The warrior shouts that, no matter what, he will become stronger to protect the child. The Duke frowns. He says the soldier's efforts are commendable. The boy's father hits his subordinate with a sword. The warrior flies into the wall. The Duke turns to the servants. He demands that the guy be taken to the hospital. The man smiles widely. He thinks that in a short period of time his son has earned the devotion of a warrior. The servant lifts the soldier. The Duke thinks that his son amazes with his skills. The Baron appears behind the man. He turns on him. The Baron says that there is information that the imperial family will start their own business. The man hands the Duke a letter. He suggests reading what's on the paper for details. The man is holding a letter in his hands. He looks at him in surprise. The Duke says that the Emperor has finally started his business. Knight on horseback. The Second Empire is not inferior in size to the first. Most of the territory is occupied by wide plains, thanks to which their horse riding is considered the best on the mainland. The Emperor sits in a chair next to his subordinates. Recently, the Empire was faced with one problem, namely the desire for independence. The Knight tells the Emperor that they need to make a decision. The man on the throne watches his subordinates. The warrior says that the Duke was right, and if they continue to simply observe, then there is a chance that everything will go as the neighboring countries want. The man clenches his fist in rage. The Duke and Commander-in-Chief of the Second Empire occupies the level of a master. Turning to the Emperor, says that as soon as he hears the order, he will destroy everyone who stands in their way, even if it is one of the 9 stars or a knight of the gods. The old man looks at the knight. He replies that the man forgot that they do not have the same one, and the Duke is also included in the circle of 9 stars of the Empire. The old man raises his eyebrow in surprise. The sage and high-ranking chancellor of the Empire explains to the knight that they cannot exclude the neighboring countries as their power is too great. The men turn to the Emperor. He demands that they stop fighting, since he knows very well what his knight is capable of. But even with such strength they will not be able to win, and losing will become a problem for the Empire. The man makes a serious expression on his face. The Emperor, who is the greatest ruler in the history of the state, explains that losing the war would be a blow to the entire empire and cause a national crisis. The man hits himself in the chest. He apologizes and says he didn't think about it. The old man bows to the Emperor. The owner demands that he share his thoughts. The old man represents the image of the Second Emperor. He explains that until empires take the lead, other kingdoms will not act unless they express dissatisfaction, but they have the option to ignore them. The clergy are walking down the street. The Chancellor says that they will be able to ignore one of the empires since they are busy electing the next pope and do not pay attention to anything else. So this will allow them to focus more on the Second Empire. The man closes his eyes in resignation. He realizes that a third empire could be a problem. The Emperor holds the armrest with his hand. He says that as long as no one attacks them, they should refrain from acting hastily. The man walks down the hall. He warns that soldiers must be ready to go to the battlefield at a moment's notice. The Emperor turns to the courtiers. He tells them the meeting is over. The remaining courtier looks at the Emperor. A man bows to the Emperor. He hits himself in the chest. The second Chancellor of the Empire says that although the man plays a key role in the victory of one of the empires, no one has seen him recently, and all that is known is that he is the moral support of the kingdom. The Emperor imagines the image of a knight. He is furious and calls him a Sun Tribe warrior. The Emperor goes to the window. He asks if it is a bad idea to want everyone on the continent to be happy. The Chancellor looks at him in surprise. He replies that peace can only be preserved by force. The Emperor looks out the window. He thinks that happiness can only be achieved through force. Purple-haired boy. The main character with a smile on his face. The boys are standing opposite each other. The main character thinks that first his first friend visited him, and now he wants a second one. The boy hits himself in the chest. He shouts to the main character that he should stay away from the academy, since his life and family may be in danger, all for his own good, and therefore he wants the boy to do as he advises. The main character with a smile on his face. He asks his friend if he is afraid of repeating history with his brother. The child makes a frightened expression on his face. He doesn't understand how the main character knows his story. The Duke's son approaches the boy. He replies that if he runs away out of fear, no one will criticize him, but if he continues like this, he will eventually give up and become self-destructive. The Duke's son approaches his friend's ear. He asks how the boy is going to live like this. The child lowers the corners of his lips in resignation. The student clenches his hands into fists. He shouts that his friend doesn't know anything. The boy frowns furiously. He says that the person who leads the circle is a member of one of the 12 families, and people like him have a wall that cannot be overcome. The main character, smiling, looks at his friend. He replies that he now knows who the owner of the circle is and thanks for the information. The boy opens the door. The friend doesn't understand what's going on. The child slams the door in his face. The boy makes a surprised expression on his face. Academy window. The students are tense. Circle room. 3 children are sitting at the table. A girl with green hair on a chair. The student asks his friend to take her time and take her time. The girl smiles widely. The daughter of the Marquis of 12 Families responds that they are taking their time, and that is why the Marquis is worried, although he is so busy fighting with the other family that he probably does not have time to worry about his children. The boy smiles sarcastically. The son of a Marquis of 12 Families, who is on bad terms with another duke's family. The boy replies that family matters do not concern him, and he simply enjoys life since paying such attention can ruin his nerves. The couple turns to the founder. He tells them to stop fighting with each other. The son of the Marquis of 12 Families and an influential military leader of the empire speaks of the defeat of one of the members of their circle. The students look at each other sarcastically. The girl says that she would like to know about the winning boy and see if he is handsome. The boy replies that the winner will also be on the list of her future husbands. The couple is wary, turning to the main one. He says that they should not make jokes since the winner of the fight should not be taken for a fool. His friends wonder why he pays attention to lower families since he has never behaved like that. The boy remembers being hit in the face. He replies that he also got it from the winner once. The student clenches his teeth furiously. He does not understand who the boy is because he even has a special relationship with the prince. The girl replies that they should attract the winner to their side and turn what happened to their advantage. The leader clenches his teeth furiously. He doesn't understand what she's talking about. The student turns to the main one. He replies that they really should call the winner. The child looks at them with displeasure. He says that despite the fact that their representative has disgraced his family, his brothers care about him very much. The boy hits the table in anger. He shouts that he can't stand a winner, and therefore he must understand who he dared to touch, just like the former student. The main character exhales calmly. He is standing in front of the door. The boy thinks that he has been summoned to the director of the academy, and therefore he should say goodbye to his quiet days. The boy enters the office. He stops at the door. The main character says that he has arrived. The masked man looks at him. He says that he has arrived to convey an order from the emperor. The boy is holding a box. It contains a ring. The man puts the box on the table. The boy remembers how his father gave him a ring that he got from the head of the magic tower. The boy looks at the ring. He says he should hurry up with his plans. The man looks at the boy. He replies that he is going to convey the emperor's order. The boy frowns in surprise. He does not understand what kind of man came to him. The stranger looks at him. He replies that he is part of an intelligence agency run by the emperor. The boy represents the man in the hood. He thinks that the stranger is talking about the most elite intelligence group, ready to give their lives for the emperor, and they work only for him, and in a past life his friend, who became the king of the assassins, was in the agency. The stranger turns to the child. He explains that the emperor wants the boy to follow his will. The man remembers the image of the emperor. He says that the boy should accept the will of their master and join the Imperial Knights, since if necessary, the man himself will write a letter of recommendation. But if he refuses, the main character will still have to come to the emperor and will be expelled from the academy. The boy walks along the corridor. He says that he has heard about the emperor's generosity, but judging by what happened to him, this is not entirely true. The child's hand is clenched into a fist. The boy punches the student in the stomach. The main character's friend falls to the ground. The boy lifts him by the hair. He demands that the child stand up. A friend is trying to protect his friend from bullies. He shouts that they are not going to interfere in their business. The child turns around with a malicious smile. He says that his classmate did not understand anything. A circle of aristocrats watches the fight. The protagonist's friend looks forward in surprise. He says he doesn't understand why they are being beaten. The bully looks at the child. He says they didn't do anything wrong. The aristocrat smiles sarcastically. He explains that the boy was simply unlucky with his friend and brother. The boy makes a frightened expression on his face. He says that he and the main character are not friends since the year has just begun. The leader of the circle looks at him. He replies that their friend is one of those who likes to mind his own business. The bully smiles maliciously. He explains that their job is to act as bait for his enemy, the Duke's son. The boy tensely clenches his teeth. Toughnut says he's going to do the same to him as he did to his older brother. The older brother smiles widely. He tells the younger one that despite having different mothers, they are brothers and therefore he can tell him if there is a problem. The guy falls at the feet of his younger brother. Toughnut watches them. He says that he and his brother should know their place, and initially the whole family should have received punishment. The bully folds his arms across his chest. He says they should thank him, even though he will never be able to walk again. The boy remembers the words of the protagonist that he will have to live in the shadows all his life. The child clenches his hand into a fist. He runs at the bully with him. The boy shouts that he will no longer fulfill their wishes. The bully's friend punches him in the face. The bully smiles maliciously. He says that if their friend pulls any trick, their families will be in trouble. A beaten child rises from the ground. He says that they are acting very poorly since they have not come up with anything better than to take hostages because they do not have a single drop of dignity. The boy furiously clenches his hand into a fist. He shouts that a commoner from a lower family does not dare open his mouth. The bully approaches the child. He looks at him arrogantly. The boy smiles sarcastically, looking at the commoner. He kicks him in the face. The boy tramples his opponent in rage. He shouts that in their world the strong defeat the weak, and the main thing is to crush the enemy by any means. The aristocrats sadly lower their eyes. Their leader shouts that the commoners were required to live quietly and eat scraps from their table. The bully kicks the lying child. He says that commoners are always dissatisfied with something and try to change the foundations, which, of course, does not like noble aristocrats like them. The bully's friend holds up the protagonist's friend. The boy shouts for the leader of the circle to stop because his friend is going to die. The boy opens his eyes in surprise. The chief turns around. The duke's son goes to him. He says that the enemy decided in vain to break their promise. The child frowns furiously. He says that he will make him regret the broken promise. The bully opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that his opponent is again interfering in someone else's business. The boy furrows his eyebrows in anger. He says that if a bully touches his friends, he should be prepared to face the consequences. The friend makes a surprised expression on his face. He was surprised that the duke's son considered them friends. The main character approaches the bully. He says the boy will pay for everything. The leader of the circle stands with his foot on each other. He says that the duke's son should stand still since he has enough power to wipe out their family from the face of the earth and pin the blame on him, forcing him to be expelled from the academy. The child smiles maliciously. He says that coming from a family in decline there is nothing he can do. The couple watches what is happening. The girl says that the boy exceeded her expectations. The friend replies that he has a high opinion of himself. He looks sarcastically at the main character. The student says that the enemy is talking about some consequences and what they will be able to pay. The boy throws up his hands in surprise. He explains that the main character cannot defeat all the families that are there. The girl, smiling, folds her arms over her chest. She says that out of the 12 main families, 3 are there, and in addition there are people from the families of the 5 dukes. The boy shows the ring in his hand. He says that he doesn't understand why the main character returned him when he could have blackmailed him with his help. The boy smiles sarcastically. He replies that he will not stoop to such a level. The bully drips liquid onto the ring. He laughs and replies that the boy is very noble, so he would be disappointed if someone from a family in decline betrayed his principles. The ring absorbs liquid. The bully explains that he has more powers than the main character can imagine. An explosion occurs. The boy puts on armor. He says that he can become stronger, and these forces will be enough for him to defeat the main character. The knight holds out his sword. The bullies watch the boss with a smile. The boy shouts that the academy is dominated by the power of great families, and the protagonist's desire alone is not enough to change this way of life, so he will poke him into his own stupidity. The bully's friend smiles sarcastically. He says that their rings are the same B level, but the main one still considers himself better, so he would like to ask his father to get something more powerful. The girl looks at him with a smile. She replies that his father will not run to exchange his ring, which is in perfect order, with a new one for 1,000,000 gold. The girl looks at the main character. She says that he is her type, so she is even sorry. The knight turns to her. He replies that with her character, not even a day will pass before she gets tired of him. The warrior strikes with his sword near the child's face. He stands in armor on the body of a genius. The bully shouts that the boy reminds him of a previous student who kept talking about changing the academy. The younger brother blushes with rage. The bully says that the older brother remained crippled for the rest of his days. The main character approaches the knight. Bully says that he better not act rashly as his friend's family will suffer along with his family. The boy holds out his fist. He opens it, revealing a ring. The main character says that he will change the power of great families in the academy. The knight is wary. He doesn't understand where the boy got the great ring from. An explosion occurs. The main character shouts that he will show them the strength that they are proud of. Aristocrats hide their faces. They shout that the boy has a lot of mana, a hand in glowing armor. The leg is in white armor. A boy's chest with a coat of arms with a sword on it. The knight watches him warily. The warriors stand opposite each other. The enemy does not understand how a boy from a house in decline can wear a coat of arms with a sword on his chest. The main character is in an open suit. The guys understand that it bears the sign of the dukedom and the symbol of the knight's tomb. The aristocrats open their mouths in horror. They do not understand what is happening, since the duke's eldest son has already graduated from the academy. The bully's friend opens his mouth wide. He says that the boy is the son of the rumored duke. The boy approaches the enemy. He talks about the strength of the family in the academy. The Duke's son frowns furiously. He introduces himself by his real name and says that his position in the academy is high. The girl looks at the child in surprise. She says that there was a misunderstanding between them because they did not know who the boy was. The child opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that she should shut up because no one asked her. The boy gives off a dark aura towards the aristocrats. He shouts that they believe in the power of the family, regardless of the situation of ordinary people, and do not feel any guilt turning other people's lives into hell, so he will not forgive them for this. The bully's friend clenches his teeth in surprise. He shouts that they are the heirs of 12 families, and therefore he can make enemies among them. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that they should not make enemies out of the duchy. The student looks at his opponent in surprise. He understands that his family is in difficult relations with the aristocrats, and therefore he should not become enemies with the duchy since he could lose his place as heir and endanger the family. The boy frowns furiously. He says that he will only deal with those who touched his friends, and the rest can leave immediately. The guys look away in horror. They say they have something to do. The aristocrats flee in terror. The knight turns to look at them. He shouts that they will pay if they give them away. The main character approaches the knight. He says that he should worry about his own well-being, since their circle will cease to exist at the academy. The boy imbues the sword with energy. The knight asks to forgive him once. The main character looks at him furiously. He replies that he has already shown him generosity. The knight flies away from the blow. He hits the wall. The magical armor leaves his body. Friends look at the bully in surprise. The main character approaches them. He calmly looks at his opponents. The boy demands that the guys take his friend away. The bully's friend looks at him. He says that the eldest son is the official heir despite his talent. The boy clenches his teeth, frowning. He says that one day the Duke's son will regret what happened. The main character smiles widely. He replies that he is looking forward to it. The girl lifts the guy from the ground. She asks a friend to help her move the bully. The boy runs towards her. The main character watches them. Friends approach him. The main character, smiling widely, looks at them. He says that everyone has their secrets, including his friends. The Duke's son takes off his hood. He says he regrets what happened. The friend calmly looks at the main character. He says that he understood everything from the very beginning, since there is no point for a boy from a house in decline to enter the academy, since the imperial family would not pay attention to a family on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the boy was the only one from a family in decline, and if you look at the statistics, in 9 out of 10 cases those who hid their identity turned out to be high-ranking people. The main character smiles widely. He thinks that his friend, despite who is in front of him, retained the courage to openly express his opinion. Therefore he will become a first-class tactician, and it must be these qualities that helped him resist a million army with 10,000 soldiers. The boy looks at his friend with a smile. The genius looks back in surprise. He asks the gentleman why he is looking at him intently. The Duke's son smiles slightly. He replies that his friend has very beautiful eyes. The genius blushes with embarrassment. He asks the question again in surprise. An old man in a crown lies in a boat. The small country was under the control of the empire for a long time. Its king spent his whole life striving for the independence of his state, but, by the will of heaven, he died at the age of 78. The girl is sobbing on her knees. A man's hand rests on her shoulder. The knight kneels next to him. He says that the princess must let her father go. The girl looks at the corpse in tears. She pushes the boat away with a stick. The girl turns to the knight. He pulls the bowstring with an arrow. The man remembers standing by the king's bed. The old man apologized to the knight, saying that he had left behind a whole mountain of work. The man, crying, looks at his subordinate. He asks you to take care of his daughter. The warrior, frowning, holds an arrow. He thinks that he will achieve independence for his kingdom and asks the former king to rest in peace. A man holds a fiery arrow. He lets her into the boat. The king and the ship catch fire. The princess and the receiver are watching what is happening. The man is wary. The king's daughter asks him to take care of the kingdom. The man hits himself in the chest. He replies that he will devote his whole life to him. The warrior imagines magma. He thinks that he can no longer hesitate, and therefore, in order to go against other empires and the magic tower, he needs to capture the magma source crystal. Palace building. The man steps into his territory. The magician who wields lightning smiles widely. He says that he sees an academy in front of him. The boy is lying on the ground. In front of him, behind the bushes, is the castle building. He thinks about how he needs to prepare to leave the academy, although he didn't intend to leave it too soon. The boy sits down on the ground. He thinks that he needs to go to the palace and pick up things from the imperial storage. The boy remembers the image of a knight. He thinks that his friend will be very surprised when he finds out about his return, while he himself is training with the Duke. The child turns around warily. The man looks at him with a smile. He says that he has been waiting for a long time to meet the boy. A man nourishes his body with energy. He introduces himself as a magician from the tower and says that he came for the crystal, which the boy took in the dark forest, because if he gives it back, the man will leave him alive. The boy holds his chest with his hand. He replies that the palace is not the best place to talk, so he suggests they go somewhere else. The man smiles sarcastically. He replies that the boy is much more understanding. Forest around the castle. A man follows a child. He stops and makes a surprised expression on his face. The man says they've been through enough. The main character turns to him. He gets into a fighting stance. The boy explains that they went far enough so that no one would disturb them, since he would not just give up the crystal. The man throws up his hands in surprise. The boy runs at him with a loaded fist. He shouts that he will defeat the magician. The Duke's son takes a shot. An explosion occurs. The child clenches his teeth furiously. The magician grabs his fist on the fly. He chuckles and says that among his peers he is the strongest. The magician hits the boy on the leg. The child falls to the ground. The man smiles sarcastically. He says that he is not his peer, so he will first break his arm. The Duke's son smiles widely. He replies that the enemy talks a lot, so he will lose. The spear hits him in the side. The man flies off in a rage. Using his power, the magician evaporates. The boy looks at the spear in surprise. The magician appears behind him. He furrows his brows in fury. The magician thinks about what seriously bothered him, which could mean that the spear is an artifact that he had previously heard about. He tells the boy that he realized with what power he killed the ogre in the dark forest. The child is holding a spear. He waves it. The main character says that he is not going to answer. The child smiles sarcastically. He thinks that the magician is stronger than he thought, but he has already absorbed the crystal anyway. The enemy smiles maliciously. He says he's going to use the proven method. The boy responds with the same smile. He says that the man in him is greatly mistaken if he thinks that he will speak. The magician smiles madly. He shouts that the boy is deluding himself as he will use mind control magic. The man moves behind the child. He uses his power on him. The boy clenches his teeth in surprise. He thinks about how the man managed to use 4th grade magic without a formula. The warrior clenches his hands into fists. He shouts that he is not going to kill the child, since mind control magic is most effective when there is severe pain, so he will simply cripple him. The man extends his hand forward. He shouts that he is using a lightning spear. The boy clenches his teeth in rage. He thinks that the attack will still kill him. There is a huge explosion of lightning. The young man created a blue flash and asked someone if he had calmed down. He swung his hand and threw a piece of log, praising his opponent. He intercepted the spear and thanked him. The guy with blue hair throws a punch and calls on his opponent to not be so predictable and to have fun with it. He approached and asked if this was all he could do. He parried the blow with one hand. His opponent frowned with displeasure and thought about the fact that he did not need to overexert himself and be in a sober mind, and also act as necessary without overstepping his boundaries. He makes another strike. His opponent frowns and mentally notes that the guy has good control of high-density mana. They continued to fight, one of them saying that he has too many tricks for his age. The young man jumped up and swung his spear, saying that he did not want to hear such a thing from the magician. They are fighting. The man says with a smile that he will see how long the guy can hold out. They attack each other. The entire space is illuminated by blue flashes. The guy runs forward and thinks intensely that at this pace he won't last long. He needs to close the distance. The man, engulfed in blue light, raised his hand and said that there was no greater humiliation than losing to a magician in hand-to-hand combat. He smiles broadly and invites the guy to taste such shame. He frowns nervously and thinks that he cannot dodge, but needs to meet the blow head-on. They summon special skills by attacking each other. The magician approaches the guy and says that he is surprised that he was able to meet magic of this level head-on. He smiles widely and turns to Joshua Agnos, saying that this is enough. He created a blue ball and says that he is giving the guy one last chance to give the Bronto back in an amicable way. He also says that his conscience will torment him if he destroys such a talented boy. The guy gritted his teeth and mentally wondered if the magician hid the lightning balls before the last attack. The man smiled smugly and said that as soon as he squeezed his hand, the balls would rush towards the guy. He pulled his spear forward and asks if the magician thinks he will give up. He regrets with a smile. The magician clenched his hand and the balls attacked the guy who was trying to fight them off. The guy summons the art of a magical spear. A bright blue hurricane rises up. The magician moved his hands to the sides and said that the guy never ceases to amaze him. This time he will kill him. There is a deep crater near the man's feet. He is amazed that the guy survived again. He can barely stand on his feet and notices a couple more balls. The man looks down at him and says that his balls will not disappear until the enemy stops breathing. He also asks if this is his limit. He raised his hand and said that he was a little disappointed because he was just starting to have fun. A ball sparkles near the magician's hand. The man asks the guy to show him once again what he is capable of. Joshua Agnos is all nervously baring his teeth. Looking up, a man is standing above his head around whom a fiery hurricane is spinning. He asks the guy if he really lacks confidence. He also says that he won't stop even if he turns to ashes. Let him try. An orange stream of fire flies towards the guy. He looks at the spear. It conveys to him the question of whether the guy really gave up. He thinks in shock about Ruger. Joshua Agnos has grabbed the weapon and thinks that time has slowed down. Ruger asks if the guy is really going to continue to show a pathetic spectacle, hiding his power. The guy grits his teeth and thinks that the enemy is too strong to use it. Ruger asks when he cared. No matter what he faced, no matter how strong the enemy, his path was destruction without a trace. Joshua Agnos looks at the spear. Fire burns around the guy. He thinks about his path. No matter what the battle was, he always remained alive and even captured an indestructible castle. The guy took out a spear and thinks that it doesn't matter to him who his enemy is because he is the same Joshua Agnos. The magician laughs loudly standing in front of a fiery hurricane. Joshua Agnos looks forward confidently and calls upon the third-level spear art. The guy's body glows blue. He grabbed the weapon and uses the spear-throwing technique. The magician looks in shock at the spear flying towards him and uses blue ones. Joshua Agnos swung his spear and stabbed the man, who is amazed at how this happened. The guy squeezes the weapon and looks at the magician. He talks about the power of the magician and divine power. Joshua Agnos turned away and looked at his palms covered in blood. He thought that he was very lucky. If the magician had not been careless, he would have been in his place. A bright flash sparkles near the magician's chest. Joshua Agnos turns around in surprise and asks what it is. The flash threw the guy back. He thinks that this is the end. He will close his eyes and can finally rest. The spear hangs in the air and orders the guy to cultivate mana. It says that he needs to do this before Bronto absorbs Jack's mana circles and everything gets out of control. The guy clenched his hands into fists and a blue flash appeared around him. There are several people inside the Academy staff meeting room. They sit around the table and discuss a special enrollment that has been going on for a long time, but the case of Joshua Agnos is different. Avalon Academy's etiquette teacher, Baron Segerdum, says displeasedly that there has never been a case of a student revealing his identity and causing trouble. He looks at the blonde, who objects and says that this is the Duke's son. The Baron replies that the history teacher does not understand the whole situation. The injured students demand justice, despite the consequences. He looks at everyone sternly and says that if nothing is done, the Academy will lose face. The man asks the director if he realizes this. Count Stein thoughtfully folds his hands in front of him and listens to the man who says that students enroll anonymously so as not to advertise their family affiliation and study calmly. The director thought that the Baron is partly right. There is a possibility that everything will end in a protest, but the main problem is that the children of 12 families are involved in the case. The Baron clenches his hand into a fist and exclaims that the opportunity must be taken to eradicate special enrollment and expel Joshua Agnos. The gray-haired man displeasedly asks what kind of exception the man is even talking about. He indignantly says that this matter should be resolved through a disciplinary committee. The Baron frowns and loudly says that this matter cannot be left to chance. If it all ends with a light disciplinary punishment, it will affect the Academy. Professor Kane stood up, resting his hands on the table, and said that they did not know the reasons for the special enrollment of Joshua Agnos, and therefore could not expel him without reason. The Baron spread his hands in displeasure and reports that there are more than enough reasons. Because of Joshua Agnos, Veron Vilas was seriously injured. He also says that they cannot ignore this case. Professor Kane says displeasedly that there are rumors that the Marquis Vilas is going to bring the man into the main political circles. He wonders if the Baron is so blinded by the lust for power that he is going to sacrifice his child. Professor Kane spread his hands and turned to all the teachers, asking if they agreed with Professor Segerdum if there were any other opinions. The teachers look away, and the Baron smiles smugly and thinks that this will help strengthen his position and his promotion can go faster. Professor Kane turned to the director and asked him if he thought the same. He explains that even though this was a special admission, they did not even establish the reasons and did not listen to the student, and there were no cases of expulsion for this anywhere. He passionately says that Joshua Agnos deserves credit for stopping the Aurexia Circle because even the teachers couldn't do anything about him. The Baron clenched his hand into a fist and asks what actions the professor is hinting at. His statement insults the Academy and professors. Professor Kane annoyedly tells the man that he should remember what shame is. He pushed back his chair and said that it wouldn't hurt for the others to do this too. The teachers are blinded by power and are afraid to go against the system. He loudly says that their students were hurt and asks how long they are going to remain silent. Professor Kane furrowed his brows and said emphatically that teachers should set a good example for students. The Baron angrily tells the man that he should stop so as not to cross the line. Someone interrupted Segedram and said that he completely agreed with what was said. Two men entered the meeting room. One of them said that he agreed with the words of Professor Kane. The director reacts nervously to their arrival, calling the men by name. One of them is the Count of Regressed, and the second is the Duke of Agnos. He is interested in what brought the men here. The Count says with a smile that it was so noisy that he simply could not pass by. All the teachers stood up. The Duke asks, because if a child has done something wrong, then the father must maintain decency and come. The director answers him hesitantly that there is no need to speak formally. The Duke frowns tensely and says that he cannot reject the formality here. He questions the director about whether this is not a sacred place where they train children who will lead the empire in the future. The man also added that this is where his child will receive his punishment. The Baron is alarmed and says that there will be no punishment. The Count seriously says that special enrollment is wrong for whatever reason. He narrows his eyes and asks Professor Segedram if this is so. The man mutters something incomprehensible in response. The Duke folds his hands behind his back and calls on the Count to stop. He asks in bewilderment what he did and says that he just asked a question. The professor asks the man if he came here because he wants to cover up the special enrollment case using his power. All the teachers are shocked. The director nervously orders Professor Cecile to watch her words. The professor tells the frowning men that the Duke himself said that this is a place where they train children who will lead the empire in the future. He confidently says that the academy was created for children, but the students create this place themselves. He spread his hands to the sides and said that a person of such a level as the Duke had arrived here and this could not help but influence them. The man also adds that if the Duke really came here as a parent, then he has nothing to say to the man. The Duke frowns, and the professor continues to say that the issue of special admission is not the fault of the student alone. The director leans on the table and says that he understands what the professor is getting at, but if he continues, it will become a problem for everyone. The Baron, with a nervous smile, says that he agrees with Professor Cecile. Since a person of such a level has come here, then they have only one decision left. The Count frowned and said that they very quickly changed their minds. The man says they kept their mouths shut while the Arexia gang was his son, but now they're talking. The professors react nervously to this, and the Duke says that they had a misunderstanding. He did not come to the academy to solve the recent case. The director nervously asks why the Duke came then. He replies that his son was recently rude to the Sten family, so he was going to meet with the Count to apologize. He looks at the Count somewhat displeasedly and says that he was informed about his imminent departure to the academy and he hurried to come to make sure that he would not harm Joshua Agnos. The Count narrowed his green eyes and said that he had not yet forgiven this child, and if he was not able to take responsibility for his words, then it would not end in vain. The Duke seriously says that Count Regressed will be surprised when he meets Joshua Agnos in person. He closed his eyes and replied that he was looking forward to it. The Duke turned his head and said that this case of enrollment affects the entire academy. He confidently says that they can punish Joshua Agnos or even expel him. The guy is lying on the ground. He can hardly get up. Joshua Agnos sits in the crater and says his opponent's name. He also thinks that on the battlefield he would be a more intimidating opponent than anyone with a master level. The guy bent in half and said why it hurts so much. He squeezes his shoulder with his hand. Roger tells him to stop pretending and come to his senses. Joshua Agnos looks at his hands and listens to Roger, who wonders if he feels like he's grown up. The guy replies that it seems his arms have become larger and his shoulders wider. He wonders if this is Bronto's growth ability. Roger agrees with him and says that he could not even imagine that this would happen. Apparently the power of the saturation source crystal accelerated growth. The young man imagines an old man. Roger tells him that this does not mean that he will immediately become an old man. Joshua Agnos rises to his feet. Roger tells him that Bronto's growth power is focused on creating a body in which users can harness their optimal power. The guy wonders how this is even possible. Roger explains to him that 5 years is enough to help his body grow to its ideal, but now he needs to focus on creating balance for the body that has grown so quickly. Joshua Agnos glances sideways at the purple flash, and Roger says he has something to tell. The spear sparkles brightly and reports that it seems that Bronto has completely absorbed the power that lost its owner and has been transformed. Joshua Agnos glances sideways at the spear, which tells that there is a connection between his rapid growth. The guy asks about the gem that is inserted into the spear. He turns around and looks behind him. Roger says that this stone is the Bronto crystal. It cannot be completely placed in the human body. The spear also reports that the guy's curse, which could only be removed upon reaching the master level, was dispelled. Joshua Agnos is surprised to think that he has already been told that magic and divine power form poison if they collide. The guy looks at the spear and wonders if it was Roger who helped him and what his real form is. He wonders if Joshua will regret Agnos and if he is sure that he will withstand the truth. The guy frowned and confidently said that this is not the point, but that if Roger does not answer, he will no longer use it. Spear asks again, and Joshua Agnos clenches his fists and replies that great power requires a suitable price. He also asks what the purpose of a magical object is. If the true nature is unknown, then he will not use it. Ruger flew into the air and said that this is a typical person who does not want to repay kindness. The spear sparkles brightly purple and solemnly pronounces that he is the greatest and most outstanding Mr. Ruger. The young man turned around and said that it was better to throw him out. The spear flies after him and asks him to wait and says that the contract has already been concluded and it does not matter whether he uses it or not. Joshua Agnos stopped and looked sideways. He asked about the contract. Ruger explains that if the guy didn't want to, the contract wouldn't have been signed and he knows it. Joshua Agnos questions whether he entered into the contract voluntarily. Ruger hits the ground and agrees with him. He says that a contract was made between them when the guy returned to the past. Someone asks the guy if he is going to run away. He turned around and asked to leave him alone. The blonde man says loudly that if nothing is done, Joshua Agnos will be exiled, just like his brother, regardless of his family's status. He shouts at the guy's back, is he really going to do something he will regret again? Because Joshua Agnos revealed his identity to help him. The guy with blue hair stopped and asked what he even knew to tell him that. He closed his eyes and said that his brother was crippled and expelled from the academy. Tears flow from his eyes. He asks if the guy knows what it's like to feel powerless in the face of absolute power. The blonde frowned. He came a little closer to the guy and said that when they were children, he was jealous of Agars. He confidently says that his brother was no different from brothers of other families. He remembers how he held him by the collar and says that he was subjected to tests since childhood, since he had little talent. Agars laughs with his brother, and Amaru says that the guy's brother was different. Not many people are able to show love just because of kinship. Amaru also says that Smidge left quietly because he didn't want his brother to get hurt. The blonde clenched his fists and came closer. He says that he is jealous since Agars has a brother to be proud of. He also says that he doesn't think the guy wants to smear his older brother's face and asks if it's his turn to defend him. Amaru extended his hand with a smile and calls on Agars to protect his friend Joshua Agnos, and he will help the guy. Agars shakes Amaru's hand and thanks him. He runs away and says that thanks to the blonde, an idea came to him. The Count and Duke are walking down the street. Area Stan says that he didn't think that he would say that about his son's expulsion. The confused faces of the professors were hilarious. He narrows his eyes and asks what he's going to do if they actually expel him. The man also adds that Joshua Agnos is illegitimate. The Duke sternly replies that this is not the only possible outcome. He heard that the guy received permission from the Emperor to join the Order of Imperial Knights. Area Stan scratches her chin thoughtfully and says that this is even more interesting. The Duke said that he doesn't think it's all just because of talent. The man frowned and asked the Count if he really had so much free time. The Duke also added that he thought the man had received orders to go to the Swallow Empire. He reports that he has some unfinished business, so he will leave a little later. The Count says that he was interested. There is no free time. The man folds his arms and says that he came all this way, clearing his schedule, to protect his family because of the son of the Duke, who was disrespectful to the Sten family. He walked forward and spread his arms to the sides. Area Stan says that he will leave everything as it is and asks if the Duke knows the latest news about the Tran Kingdom. Elaine tells him that he heard that the Swallow Empire has made its move. Area Stan frowned and agreed. He also said that as soon as they learned about the death of King Tran, the Swallows hurried to Tran with an army. He imagines the knights and says that they mistakenly believed that Tran could be easily conquered without a king. The army of the Swallow Empire was defeated. He also added that even Dukel's Mao was seriously injured. The Duke thoughtfully says that he does not understand what they are up to. Tran's army only has 50,000 soldiers and they do not have master-level knights who could resist the Duke. Area Stan turned his head to the side and said that they were repulsed by a man who managed to reach the level of a master. He also asks about the fact that only one person comes to mind. The Duke frowned and introduced the red-haired man. Area Stan tells him that the Sun Flame Knight named Uravis is the only reason Tran was able to defeat the army of the Swallow Empire. Joshua Agnos makes strange movements and orders someone to come out. He looks at his fist and scolds Ruger, saying that he said what he wanted and fell asleep. The guy thinks that Ruger is the weapon of the demon god. He imagines a monster and a man hanging next to him. Joshua Agnos says that the god of demons is called the most important among them. He is known for being stronger than any race and even the Dragon Lord alone. Joshua Agnos smiled nervously and wondered how this could be explained if it weren't the power of a god. The guy looks to the side. A crowd of students is running towards him, calling him a hero. The guys say that they looked for him everywhere and ask where he was. Joshua Agnos is happy to see Icarus and Agars, which he reports with a smile on his face. The students stopped a couple of steps from the guy. Agars asks what happened to the guy's face and says that there was a fuss at the academy because of him. He is also surprised that the guy has grown up. Joshua Agnos replies that something happened and asks why they were looking for him. Agars with a smile says that he is no longer going to run away, and Icarus says that they have gathered here with one thought. Joshua Agnos asks again in bewilderment and says that he does not understand them. Agars put his hands on his hips and said that they had gathered to protest against the guy's punishment. He also says that they are going to file a petition against disciplinary action. Icarus says with a smile that there are those who demand the guy's punishment, but there are not many of them and they will not be able to go against all of them. Joshua Agnos is slightly surprised and confused. He asks if they have gathered for him. Agars came close to his face and asked if the guy was so touched that he was about to cry. He embarrassedly asks him not to talk nonsense. Icarus touched his face and said that sometimes it's okay to cry. He can wipe away his tears. He notices with a slight smile that Joshua Agnos has indeed become a little taller. The young man smiles shyly and exhales and says that let him do what he wants. Someone slams their hand on the table and asks the director why he is trying to keep Joshua Agnos at the academy. The Baron clenched his fist with displeasure and said that even though he is from the Agnos clan, there are 3 more children from 12 families at the academy. He also says that at such moments you need to stand your ground. He was promised a key position if they deal with this case. He says to the director's back that they said that the director will recommend for the position of Prime Minister. The Vilas and Cromwell families will support them. The director calmly asks why the Marquis Cromwell would support them. The Baron frowned and replied that in the war for trade rights between the Cromwell and Fonty families, the king of the mercenaries went over to the side of the Marquis and victory leaned towards him. The man explains that as a result, Duke Fonty sent Madame Charla to Duke Agnos. The director turned his head slightly and wondered if he did this to ask for help. The Baron agrees and says that the right decision would be to restrain this man. The director looks ahead thoughtfully, and the Baron continues to convince him and says that if something bothers the man, he will sort it out himself. He also says that more than 100 students have already filed a complaint. Professor Cecil bursts into the office and loudly calls the director, saying that the students are protesting and he should see it himself. The Baron smiles broadly and asks the question that it turns out he was right. He also says that no one will dare to go against 12 families. Students from lower-class families will act wisely. The Baron spreads his hands to the sides and says that justice will be established, and evil in the form of Joshua Agnos will be driven out. Segredum also suggests that they go and watch the protest. Professor Cecil mutters that it's the other way around. Baron Segedram asks again in surprise, to which he receives the answer that the students have gathered to demand not punishment, they are protesting against the Arexia Circle. Students protest. Agars holds a sound amplifier and reports that they are against punishment for Joshua Agnos. They raise their hands and call for the Arexia Circle to be dissolved. A girl with green hair looks out the window and says that if she knew magic, she would kill them all. She and another guy stand in front of the Baron and the director. The student asks what the teachers are going to do in such a situation. Baron Segedram says not to worry. Such unrest can be quickly calmed down. A man approaches and says that this is the end. Arexia will be dissolved after this matter. Professor Kane stands next to Joshua Agnos and says that they must be held accountable for their actions. Segedram angrily shouts that he does not understand what responsibility we are talking about and what right he has to declare the disbandment of Arexia. Professor Kane frowns and shouts that the future of one of the students was destroyed because of this circle. Everything happened through their fault because they turned a blind eye to it, and now it's time to fix it. Seidram angrily tells Professor Kane that he doesn't even have evidence. Isn't he ashamed to lie? The man hits himself in the chest and says that he is a witness. The student was harmed and the same thing happened to Smitch. The guy and the green-haired girl smile smugly, and Professor Kane says that he knows about everything because Smidge personally came to him for help. Seidram frowns with displeasure and tells Professor Kane not to make himself a role model when he himself ignored what was happening and is now acting like a hypocrite. Joshua Agnos looks at the man and says that's funny. He turned his head and asked again in bewilderment, and the guy said that this was being said by a person who was sucking up to others. He says with a smile that he will take responsibility for the special enrollment, but before leaving, he will get rid of the trash in this place. The brown-haired man folds his arms and asks Joshua Agnos if he is an illegitimate child and if he won't be considered trash in the family after being expelled like this. He clenches his hands into fists and says that he does not think that Duke Aiden Agnos will be lenient with the actions of his foolish son. He smiles maliciously and adds that if the guy has ever thought about the honor of the family, then he should stop defaming the name of the family with his actions. Joshua Agnos smiles and says the incident has nothing to do with his family's name. The guy took a step forward and said that he would personally force everyone to take responsibility for this matter without resorting to the name of the family. Blue energy sparkles around the guy. He pronounces the names Natasha, Jahog, and Baron. Joshua Agnos looks serious and frowns and says that he will show the 3 of them what it is like to take responsibility for their actions. The brown-haired man was scared and asks the guy if he really thinks that their families will remain on the sidelines. SSS-Ranked looks at the director and asks him if they can just watch. He replies that Professor Kane is right, in the place where children study, this should not happen, they need to do everything right. SSS-Ranked spreads his arms to the sides and asks what the man is talking about. He also nervously says that because of the children's fight, the director will lose his position. Is he really going to give up when he almost got the promised position? The man glances sideways at the Baron and asks if this place is so important. He says that no matter what position a person occupies, he must do everything in his power. The brown-haired man turned to the man and said that he was wrong. What matters is what place a person occupies. He frowns and says that Joshua Agnos is behind, although he is more talented than Pavel Agnos, but the illegitimate will never be the successor. He asks if the man will really protect Joshua Agnos, who is not even the heir. They all turn to the voice of a man who said that he was annoyed by the question of a successor, so he left it as it is, but he can always change his decision. Duke Aiden Agnos and Count Ariasten walked into the room. The man says that anyone can climb to the top if they have the skills. The Duke also added that anyone who wants to prove their opinion must prove their skills. The man furrows his eyebrows and tells the guy that he himself said that Joshua Agnos is more talented than Pavel Agnos. He bares his teeth nervously and wonders why the Duke came to such a place. The man came closer to him and said that the children's problems remain between them. This is the rule of the academy. Someone asks the nervous guy if he is really going to treat the Agnos family badly because of this. The guy thinks with annoyance that the man heard everything. The Count put his hand on his shoulder and said that he did not support the Duke's words, but would give advice not to do anything that could bring trouble to the family. The man narrowed his eyes in warning and said that he was sure that the guy was smart and understood everything. He nervously agrees and says that he will remember. The Count turns his back and tells him to stay away from Amaru. The man approached Joshua Agnos and the Duke, who says that since they understood everything, they will go about their business. He also calls Joshua Agnos to follow him. The Emperor sits on the throne and asks what Duke Altsum's condition is. The man in the beret replies that his physical injuries are not serious, but he suffered severe psychological shock. The blonde replies that he himself will go and cheer him up. The gray-haired man calls him and says that the Duke is just a general of a defeated army. They were defeated by the Tran Kingdom, and he returned alive. Albert puts his hand to his chest and says that such a person does not deserve consolation. Other people agree with him and express the opinion that the people who are responsible should be punished. Albert passionately says that the man who became the general of the Empire in such a profitable battle challenged the general of the enemy army to fight one-on-one. He also says that 100 of their soldiers outnumbered those of the Tran Kingdom, and by being defeated in this battle, the Duke completely broke the morale of the soldiers. Albert put his hand to his chest and said that the Duke should be held responsible for such damage, let him be punished. The Emperor puts his hand to his head and thinks that even after defeat they are trying to take care of themselves and get rid of their opponent. The man wonders what Demaro's older brother would do in such a situation. The man furrowed his eyebrows and mentally interrupted himself, saying that he was in charge of the Swallow Empire. The man sternly says that the blame for this defeat lies not only on the Duke's shoulders. He asks about who would have thought that in the kingdom of Tran there was a master who was superior to the commander-in-chief. The Emperor sternly says that the main reason for the defeat is the lack of information, and instead of looking for someone to blame, they can better focus on developing a strategy for the future. Albert frowns and asks how about sending more soldiers and some masters to destroy Tran so he can take the initiative. An elderly man in a beret says that Albert's strategy is wrong. Since their surprise attack failed, the continent's attention is focused on them and they could not act recklessly. He also says that for now they need to observe the situation and wait for the perfect opportunity. The Emperor listened carefully and agreed with the Prime Minister. He also asked what Tran's reaction was. The elderly man replies that the kingdom claims that the Empire is a country of war criminals that is violating the peace treaty. The man also reveals that they have created a situation that forces them to act diplomatically, and the main instigator of all this has become a legendary swordsman. Someone ran into the hall and bowed before the Emperor, who asked what happened. He reports that the kingdom of Tran has proclaimed a king. All the men are shocked and outraged. How dare they do this without the permission of the Empire? Are they really trying to gain their independence? The Emperor gloomily asks who became king. The knight pressed his hand to his chest and said that Anthony Duval's successor had become king. A red-haired man stands near the girl. The knight reports that the new king will soon marry the daughter of his predecessor, and this is a knight of the solar flame named Erebus. Duke Aiden Agnos asks about this, that he heard that the guy received a decree from the Emperor. Joshua Agnos agrees with a smile and says that he wanted to leave the academy quietly, but everything turned out that way and he is ashamed. Count Ariasten, the guy and Duke Aiden Agnos are sitting at the table. The man says that you can't tell from his son. Judging by the answer, he is going to follow the Emperor's decree and join the Order of Imperial Knights. Joshua Agnos enthusiastically says that he is just a subject of the Empire, without power. The Duke smiled broadly and stood up, saying that Joshua Agnos should take care of his body. The Count asks the man in surprise if he is really leaving already, and Aiden Agnos replies that he has made sure of his son's intentions. The Count holds out his hand and asks why the conversation between father and son is so gloomy. He glances sideways and wonders if he can talk to the guy. He stands opposite Joshua Agnos and says that he is glad to meet you, and also wonders if he knows who he is. The guy replies with a smile that the man is the pride of Avalon, he is the commander of the North. The man asks with a smile why the guy is so calm, since he knows who he is. Joshua Agnos openly replies that he would have met him someday anyway, there is no point in running away. The man says that he likes the guy's fearlessness and asks whether he can take responsibility for his words. He asks the guy if he really thinks the rapier is trash. The young man sighed and said that he didn't think so. He looks forward confidently and says that he believes that no weapon can surpass the spear. The Count smiled broadly and called on strength, saying that it was very daring to say such a thing in front of him. Joshua Agnos clenched his teeth nervously and thinks that this is the feeling of a mortal threat from a person with the level of a master. The guy is enveloped in a blue glow. He thinks that he is able to withstand a mortal threat of this degree. The guy moves towards the Count and says that it doesn't matter whether he admits his words or not. He will personally prove that the spear is better than any other weapon. The man crosses his arms in front of him and is amazed that a guy at that age is able to walk through his energy. The man leaned over, his eyes turning bright red, and he burst into laughter. Joshua Agnos calls out to the man in confusion. He pressed his hand to his chest and thinks that the guy deserves to be called the best mana user, because having reached the peak he can become very strong and will give pleasure from defeating him. The man smiles widely, thinking that he wants to give the guy a taste of disappointment, and he wonders what the expression on his face will be like when life is on the verge of death. The man squeezes his shoulders. The Duke stands behind him and says that's enough. The Count glances behind him and thinks displeasedly that the Duke is here. He turns to his son and says that he will allow him to leave the academy, and if he intends to become part of the Order of Imperial Knights, he must rise to at least the 3rd Battalion. Joshua Agnos thinks a little surprised about this condition. He put his hand to his chest and said with a bow that he understood everything and would do it. In the Duchy of Agnos, on the bed, a pale woman lies and calls Pavel Agnos. A young man in uniform stands nearby and asks her if this bothers her. She nervously replies that Pavel Agnos was summoned to the Imperial Palace and she cannot help but worry. She could not imagine this. She clutches the sheet with her hands and says that she is in this state because she cannot sleep due to excitement, and all because of the child, who cannot be gotten rid of. The young man says that he will go to Arcadia. The woman sat up on the bed and asked if he really meant to say that he was going to act without permission. He bowed and said that at this rate, as she feared, all efforts and plans would be in vain, and besides, it would be difficult for him to survive if the Duke took on him. The woman sat up on the bed and looked at the young man, who said that instead of waiting for his death hour, wouldn't it be better if he went there, even though he would receive punishment? The woman nervously says that the Imperial Palace is a dangerous place, even his neck could be broken in the blink of an eye. The young man squeezes the woman's hand and asks if she has forgotten the fact that he was once part of the Order of Imperial Knights. He says with a smile that there is no need to worry about him. He kissed her hand and said that for her sake he could happily say goodbye to life. The woman looks at him a little scared and asks him to come back safe and sound. He looks at her with tenderness and says that he obeys her. Joshua Agnos is training outside and says that he didn't think Count Ariastan was that crazy, it was creepy. The guy reflects that the Duke told him to reach at least the 3rd Battalion. Perhaps this is due to the fact that knights from the 1st to the 3rd Battalions receive rank from the Emperor. The guy looks at the weapon in his hand and thinks that with this new status he will leave the duchy. Because Pavel Agnos was elected heir, this would mean that he would be able to create a new family. Joshua Agnos notices something and mentally wonders if someone is there. He throws a weapon at the door and screams for someone to come out. Joshua Agnos looks into the empty doorway with a nervous smile and says he might have thought he was overtired today. There are sounds inside the room. Someone comes out and says that he was sure that he would not be caught. The guy in the torn clothes says that if Joshua Agnos had hit him, there would have been problems. He wonders what Zero is doing here. Joshua Agnos also wonders why the guy came without warning. He scratches his cheek and says that there was a small problem, so he dropped by to pass on information on one of the cases he ordered. Joshua Agnos wonders what problem he has. Zero smiles and says that he needs to leave Arcadia for a while, so he will have to postpone the request for a while. He also added that he is the only person in the capital who is able to find out about Draxia, the god of war. Joshua Agnos asks curiously if the kingdom of Terrane is the reason for his departure. He asks how he knows this and says that the guy came to a conclusion very quickly. Joshua Agnos with a smile says that this is for the best. He needs more time to search for the red coin. He planned to manage it in 3 years, but His Majesty ordered him to join the order and he will have to move. Zero asks in surprise what the Emperor himself ordered and says that there are more and more things to do. He moved his hand to the side and said that Joshua Agnos may not rush to find the coin. Since the organization is busy with other issues, he will not bother him for a while. He also says that now he will tell what the guy asked. Zero folds his arms over his chest and says that he is sure that she will stun the guy. Joshua Agnos says he's interested and asks what the information is. Zero smiles and says that the information is about the god of war. He says that he managed to find out that God is connected with the imperial family of Avalon. Zero narrows his eyes and asks if this surprises the guy. He replies that he knew so. Zero asks again in shock, and Joshua Agnos thinks that he is not related to the prince, but to the current emperor. Joshua Agnos asks Zero if the Moongate believes these rumors. He replies that, from his point of view, the information is reliable. Perhaps the fact is that Draxia's father is related to the August family of the Empire. Joshua Agnos nervously grits his teeth and thinks that Marcus is going to invade the Swallow Empire. He wants to remove the current monarch and put Draxia in his place. He imagines a man on a horse and says that Draxia is an undefeated god of war with the abilities of a master. Count Ariastan smiles and says that because he is Veron's nephew, the man has to do such annoying things. A man stands in front of a detachment of knights who order him to be silent. They cannot forgive the mention of the name of his majesty. The count smiles madly and says that he will have to shed blood, albeit unilaterally. The man attacks the squad. The knights resist and summon mana shields. The count narrowed his eyes and said that they have interesting techniques. He grabbed the rapier and says that then he should show him something in return. Someone turns to the man and says they don't have time. The gray-haired man destroyed the shield. Count Ariastan says that Duke Tremblin has arrived. He calls upon the energy of a sharp blade and a bright flash illuminates the space. The count covered his face with his hand and said that raising so much dust was harmful to the lungs, but the movement itself was magnificent. He claps his hands and says that the Duke of Tremblin, despite his age, can still bring the heat. He frowns and asks Ariastan if he thinks he should be more serious. The man sternly says that even though they are on the border, this does not change the fact that this is enemy territory. He asks the count if he is too relaxed. T8 with a smile moved his hand to the side and asked what he should worry about, because if they had ordered to invade the palace of the Swallow Empire and bring the head of the emperor, he would have worried, but now he doesn't even spend mana. The Duke shouts loudly that a knight must always make an effort. Count Ariastan clenched his teeth and thinks that the Duke annoys him, despite his abilities. He has no sense of humor and Duke Aiden Agnos is more interesting. The Count remembers Joshua Agnos with a smile and thinks about his defeat. The Duke besieges the man and asks why the man mentioned Draxius. Did he really forget that the Emperor ordered to be careful? Count Ariastan asks in bewilderment how he knew and thinks that his hearing is too good for his age. He narrowed his eyes and extended his hand, saying that he simply did not like this whole situation and he did not understand why their empire was dancing to Draxia's tune. He arches his eyebrows and says that he doesn't think they'll fall for God's plan. The Duke frowns and says that they should simply follow His Majesty's orders and act as Draxia wants. Count Ariastan turned his back to the man and says that he is absolutely right. The main goal is to carry out the ruler's orders. He notes displeasedly that even if they are hit in the back, they need to remain silent. The Duke exhales heavily and says that the Count is too unpredictable. He looks after him and says that he is beginning to understand why Evergrant advised to be especially vigilant. Joshua Agnos is at the academy, smiling as he thinks about how he just wanted to hand in his resignation and say goodbye. He asks Icarus if he is serious. He put his hand to his chest and asks the guy to take him with him as an assistant. Joshua Agnos clenches his hands into fists and asks if he understands what he's asking. Joshua Agnos looks forward seriously and says that Icarus used to be considered a commoner, but now he is an aristocrat but wants to become a servant. Icarus confidently agrees and says that if the guy goes to the Imperial Palace, then he is with him. Joshua Agnos put his hand to his chin and said thoughtfully that he would be interested in watching the guy develop. Icarus is confused and asks what he is talking about. Joshua Agnos turned his head in his direction and asks him to answer the question that he doesn't want to become a valet, so what is his goal? Icarus bowed his head down and said that he dreams of proving his own importance by being next to the guy. Joshua Agnos glances sideways at him and asks about the significance. Icarus looks straight at the guy and says that he asked to become his person, even without the support of the family. Joshua Agnos is capable of achieving a lot outside of the name Agnos, so he needs to demonstrate everything he is capable of in order to be there. He smiles at Joshua Agnos and says that when he proves his worth, the guy can use him. Joshua Agnos smiles and thinks that this sounds interesting. Icarus for him is a person who goes beyond the established boundaries. There is no one more reliable than him. Joshua Agnos narrowed his eyes and said with a smile that he was declining his offer. Icarus clenches his hands and asks if it's because Joshua Agnos thinks he can't do it. He spreads his hands to the sides and says that the guy will not suffer any losses and he does not need a reward, he just wants to prove his importance. Joshua Agnos says with a smile that it's just the opposite, Icarus is too good for him. He also advises the guy that if he wants to prove his own worth, then he should try to change the academy he is about to leave. Icarus listens attentively, and Joshua Agnos tells him that if something goes wrong, he can safely hide behind the name of the Joshua Agnos clan. He looks at the guy and says that it is better to gain real knowledge than to take the position of valet. Staying here will be much more useful. Joshua Agnos put his hand on his shoulder and said that he did not want his man to become some kind of servant. Icarus covered the guy's hand with his and smiled, saying that he understood him and promised to do his best. The girl touches the flowers and turns to her father, asking him to look at how beautiful the flowers have bloomed. This girl is the third princess of the Swallow Empire. Her name is Eurona. The man walks towards her and says they look wonderful. They looked at each other and the girl stood up, asking if he was thinking about Uncle Damilo. The man exhaled and said that if he had given up the throne to him, the people would have been happier. The girl looks at him carefully, and the man says that in this case, relations between the Swallow Empire and the Train Kingdom would become better. The girl says that she may not know much, but she is sure that if her uncle had inherited the throne, the population of the Swallow Empire would have suffered more than now. She tells the surprised man that, on the day they first left the palace walls, they were greeted by joyful people with smiles on their faces, who sincerely shouted words of praise. Eurona took the man's hand in hers and says that he did a good job. There is no one else she is more proud of than her father. She continues to squeeze his hand in hers and says that new achievements await him in the future, so let him not be sad, because she and the entire people of the Swallow Empire do not want to see him decline. The man thanked her with a smile and took her hand, saying that at such moments he always remembers his brother because he was the most reliable person for him. The girl tells him that they have not seen Damilo for more than 10 years. It is unknown whether he is alive or not. Maybe he does not care about the fate of the empire. The man looks thoughtfully at the sky and says that he is watching two birds who play with each other. He thinks about the times when the relationship between the Swallow Empire and the Train Kingdom was good. A man in armor runs towards them and says that they have received an urgent report from the borders. The emperor asks what happened, and he is told that the kingdom of Train attacked the Baker domain and killed about 1,000 of their border guards. The man and girl are shocked by this. The magician touches the white ball in the residence of the chief magician of the imperial palace. He raised his head and asked if they were looking for him. The blue figure of a man with a long beard says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Evergrande asks if something happened. The man puts his hand to his beard and says that they don't have enough extra hands after Evergrande's sudden departure. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he had nothing to answer to this. The man looks at him and tells him that he contacted him on another issue and asks if the emperor treats him well. He agrees with a smile and adds that he is more than satisfied. The man rubs his beard and says that Evergrande accepted his majesty's offer out of ambition, but can do little under his dictatorship. The man looks at the magician thoughtfully and says that he heard about his decision to support the fourth prince because of his potential. Evergrande asks if he called him here to give a lecture. The man frowned and said that he believed that the choice was not correct and that it was unlikely that the fourth prince would be able to take the throne. He extended his index finger and said that if Evergrande had sided with the first or second prince, it would have been better. He added that it is not too late to think things through. The magician frowned and thought that he clearly remembered the feeling that he felt during their first meeting with the prince. The man thinks that it is difficult to find words to describe him. The head of the tower closed his eyes and said that he had contacted him to make an offer. He says that the place of the lightning of the 7 magicians, Jack Steropos, was killed. Evergrande, in shock, asks the man how this is even possible, since he was almost able to reach the level of a master, and was he really killed? The head of the tower glances sideways at him and agrees, and also says that he wants to offer this position to a man because it is much more promising than messing around with the fourth prince. Evergrande frowned and replied that the man may have decided everything for himself, but he cannot accept this offer. The head of the tower looks at the man and says that following the prince can also be called an investment in the future, but let him not forget about the main goal. He asks, slightly surprised, about the goal. The man gravely says that he is talking about the vault of the imperial family of Avalon, the place where the Jade Stone is located. Evergrande asks in surprise whether the man knew about this. He replies with a smile that many magicians would like to be convinced of the authenticity of his existence. This is their essence, they always strive to get to the bottom of the truth. The man put his hands on his feet and said that the offer remains valid. Evergrande can give his answer at any time. He also says that he is embarrassed to ask, but he hopes that the head of the tower will grant one of his wishes. Evergrande asks what he's talking about. The head of the tower replies that Jack's last location is the city gates of Arcadia, the capital of Avalon. Let him find out who killed the man. Joshua Agnos stands in front of the tall doors and says it was a long time ago. The knight extended his hand and ordered him to stop, saying that this was the imperial palace and one could not enter here without permission. Joshua Agnos stands in front of two knights. One of them says that the guy needs to show his pass or ID. Joshua Agnos calmly says that he has come to apply for the Bircher bloodbath. The knights look at each other in surprise. One of them laughs loudly and asks if the guy understands what he is talking about. He waves to Joshua Agnos and says they're busy, forgive him this time and let him leave before he gets reprimanded. The guy smiles and is asked why he does this. The knight lowered his hand when Joshua Agnos said he could report if he wanted. A cloak and armor appeared on the young man. He tells the man to say that Joshua Agnos has arrived by order of His Majesty. Two knights fight in the arena, and someone explains that the bloody slaughter of Bircher is one of the privileges according to which anyone, be it a commoner or an ordinary warrior, has the right to join the order. Joshua Agnos explains that to do this, you just need to challenge and defeat the Imperial Knight, taking his place, and if you manage to get from the 1st to the 3rd Battalion, which are considered the strongest, then you can get a noble title. The guy also reports that this is why members of the order try not to leave their opponents alive, because otherwise they will have to endlessly participate in duels. The guy says that this is especially true of the 11th and 12th divisions, which lead the massacres and are not much different from mercenaries in their mercilessness. Joshua Agnos smiles, thinking that he is not particularly interested in becoming an Imperial Knight. His goal is to get into the top 10 of the First Order, and then take the position of Commander-in-Chief. The guy also thinks that he wants to find the thing that is hidden in the storage room. The guy walks forward, thinking that the title will be a bonus. He stopped in front of the wall and thinks that this is a palace of shining flowers. There is a beautiful building behind the wall. The guy muses that he instinctively took the road he had used in the past and ended up here. He curiously asks if she is locked here. Joshua Agnos walks away and thinks that he has enough worries right now. He will visit her later. Joshua Agnos moves away from the wall, but someone shouts, asking who is there and ordering him to respond. The guy stopped and looked to the side, and someone introduced himself as Cercerin and asked to talk to her. Joshua Agnos recalls that when he first arrived at the palace as a mercenary, despite his status, the girl treated him very warmly. He remembers how she held his hand and thinks that although he did not feel love or tenderness for her, he was sincerely grateful. Joshua Agnos stands near the wall, and the girl asks if she can find out his name. Joshua Agnos turned his head to the wall and introduced himself as Sanders. Albert furrows his eyebrows and asks if other countries wouldn't look down on their empire and they might get into trouble. The Emperor confidently says that he said that they are postponing the counterattack for good. They will wait until they find out the true identity of the enemy. Albert loudly protests that Tran's emblem was found at the battle site and asks if more evidence is needed. Someone attracts the attention of men by loudly saying that this is why the state is not developing, because they solve problems with stabbings. A man entered the hall and said that they still dare to call themselves aristocrats. Let them just look at what they have brought the empire to. The man who burst into the hall is Duke Lucifer. He is the husband of the first princess. He puts his hand to his chest and says that the god Lucifer salutes the great son of the empire. The ruler calmly says that he has been gone for a long time. He responds with words of gratitude for the warm welcome. He rises from his knees and talks about the reason why he came to the palace. The man turned to those gathered in the hall and said that the reason was the aristocrats who were simply wasting their time. Albert clenches his hands into fists and asks what he means. Lucifer extended his hand and with a smile asks the man how he thinks which country will be the winner in this situation. He replies that it is obvious that this is the kingdom of Tran. Lucifer smiles and says that's why he says they're just sitting there, since Thrana is busy stabilizing after the rise of Erebus. He asks why would they make such a mistake. Albert clenched his hand into a fist and asked passionately who, in this case, attacked their borders if it was not Tran. Lucifer extended his index finger and calls on the man to think with his brains, otherwise his convolutions will soon smooth out. The Emperor calmly says that everyone except the kingdom will benefit from their butting heads. The man also says that if we exclude the Hubald Empire, which is busy choosing a pope, only Avalon remains. In the imperial palace of the Avalon Empire, a man reports that Duke Jeshard and Count Ariasten have successfully completed their assignment and will soon return to Arcadia. The ruler asks with a smile how things are going in the Swallow Empire. The magician reports that they have not yet made a retaliatory move. It seems that they are being cautious and observing the situation. The ruler thoughtfully scratches his chin and asks whether the unrestrained savages who solve problems with swords are just being patient. He also makes the assumption that this is the work of Veron. It would be better if Demilo took his throne. The magician bowed and said that there was one more thing left to report. He says that Viscount Wigstake died and he was responsible for the estate of the Duchy of Agnos. He also adds that earlier he sought cooperation with His Majesty. The ruler with a smile wonders if Aiden Agnos really figured out their plan. The magician says that, based on the results of the investigation, during the murder of Vig, the Duke stopped in Arcadia. He also says that the Duke's family were stunned to learn of the Viscount's death. The ruler, frowning, asks if he has found out the criminal. The magician hits his head on the floor and apologizes, saying that his skills were not enough. The ruler says that even he cannot deal with what Agnos could not deal with. He also says that he himself needs to meet with him, since this is a personal request, and besides, they do not know what information this person has. The magician raised his head and said that the daughter of the estate manager recently entered the academy. The ruler frowned and asked if he was talking about their academy. Evergrant does not look up from the floor and agrees. He says that the girl's real name is Ina Grace. Duke Aiden Agnos orders someone to attack him. The blonde swings his sword and attacks. A bright flash illuminated the space, but the Duke didn't even move and said that he still has to improve and improve. The young man frowns and replies that this is not the end yet. The Duke repelled the attack and says it was an interesting move. The guy tries to hit the man. He says that, despite the speed, the guy's actions are not powerful enough. The bald man puts his hand to his chest and greets the Duke. He turned his head, fighting off the attacks, and asked if something urgent had happened. The man replies that Joshua Agnos headed to the Imperial Palace. The Duke frowns and asks again displeasedly. Meanwhile, his opponent's sword has almost reached its target. The Duke threw him away with a blow. The guy says how he could do such a thing with an ordinary branch. The Duke asks if Joshua Agnos really went to the palace and said nothing and did not solve his own problems at the academy. He angrily asks what Kane thinks of his master's actions. The guy looks up at him and asks if this wasn't just regular sparring. The Duke sternly replies that this was his master's request. The guy raised his head and thinks about why the man is doing this to him. The Duke looks at the guy and says that if he doesn't attack first, he will. Kane prepares to strike, but the Duke has already thrown it, saying that he is too slow. Kane is thrown to the ground. The bald man asks if he should take his anger out on the guy. The man looks sideways at him with displeasure and asks if he needs to be angry with the one who started all this. The bald man agrees a little nervously. The Duke frowns and asks how things are going with the 12 families that Joshua Agnos angered. The bald man replies that the 2 clans did not react at all, and the Marquis of Vilas sent an official complaint because his heir is in a deplorable state. The man also turns to the Duke and says that he wanted to know his further intentions. He slightly bewilderedly asks about his intentions. The bald man replies that the likelihood of the Marquis starting a civil war with the duchy is extremely small, but if he makes a formal protest, he will have to respond to it properly. The Duke puts his hand to his chin and listens to the man, who reports that in this case, the Vilas family will bring this issue to a meeting of aristocrats. The bald man looks at the Duke and thinks that if this incident is discussed at the meeting, Duke Aiden Agnos will only have to explain himself personally. He wonders what could be more shameful for one of the 9 stars of the Empire. The Duke turned his head and said that he didn't care, he didn't mind. The man turned away and said that he cannot be called a caring father, but he sees no point in scolding his son when he did such a good job. He calmly says that he will deal with Marquis Vilas himself, and he will take care of the rest if he still has a conscience. The bald man tilted his head slightly and said that he understood and reported that news had arrived from the main estate. He says that His Majesty wished to take a personal look at what Pavel Agnos had achieved, and the officer Chiffin went with him to the palace. The Duke frowns with displeasure and asks if this is true. An officer and a young guy are riding in a carriage, which is accompanied by many people. Chiffin says that they have entered a safe zone, which is under the control of the royal family. A little more and they will reach the Imperial Palace. Pavel Agnos glances sideways and says that he is visiting it for the first time since the academy. Officer Chiffin tells him not to worry too much about Pavel Agnos, because His Majesty expressed his intention to see for himself how much the greatest genius of the Empire has grown. Pavel Agnos expresses doubt about the man's words. He turns to him and says that he would like the guy to never forget one thing. He says that most of the vassals of the Agnos family, including himself, will always be on his side. Pavel Agnos is surprised by these words and thanks the officer with a smile. He clenches his hands into fists and asks what Pavel Agnos will do if it turns out that the Duke is not his biological father. There was silence in the carriage. Pavel Agnos broke it, nervously asking what the man was talking about so suddenly. He turned away and with a nervous smile replied that it was just that a similar incident had recently happened to one of his acquaintances, and the secret of his birth, which he had not meant for years, was revealed. Pavel Agnos looks at the nervous officer and asks if there really was such a person among the Scarlet Knights. He also says that if a man is not joking, then it must be a big shock for him. Pavel Agnos wonders if he can help. Officer Chiffin replies with a smile that there is nothing special, let him not pay attention. He thinks with annoyance that he made a mistake. Pavel Agnos looks out the window with a smile and says that although this fact is stunning, does it really change anything? He says with an open smile that even if his father was someone else, he would continue to live as before and do his best. He also asks whether something like this would not bring joy to both the blood relative and the one who raised him. Pavel Agnos added that what happened would become fertile ground for the development of that night. Officer Chiffin is clearly surprised by this answer. He says with a smile that Pavel Agnos has truly grown up to be a worthy man. The carriage approaches the castle. Joshua Agnos stands near the wall. The girl asks his name. He asks with a smile whether the girl thought that he was an aristocrat and now she is confused due to the lack of a prefix. The girl says that he has a beautiful name. A blonde with a short hair leans against the wall. She says that she read about it in a book. The Sanders flower grows only in the Trifia region, on the edge of the eastern part of the empire. It is much more beautiful than a blooming rose. The girl smiles and says that there is nothing sadder than the purpose of this plant. The guy cuts her off, and the girl pulled away from the wall in surprise. Joshua Agnos asks her if her own fate is not more tragic. He says that before ascending to the throne, Emperor Magnus, nicknamed the Bloody Ruler, shed rivers of blood. He got rid of everyone who opposed him, even his own brothers, cousins, and distant relatives. He did not spare anyone from the royal dynasty. This is how the emperor inherited the throne, because there was not a single other man left with the surname Britain. He imagines a man wearing a crown covered in blood and sitting on a throne. Joshua Agnos says that only a handful of people from the Marcus family, those closest to him, survived. The guy says that, fearing that the purity of the August family would be interrupted, he took special measures, shocking the public. This incident would later be regarded as the worst decision and tragedy in Avalon's history. The guy reports that because of the emperor's political ambitions, Her Highness, the pureblood Princess Cercerin, was born. The girl touches the wall with her hand, and Joshua Agnos says that the girl came into the world blind. He says that the reason he locked his daughter up and keeps him here is because she can see right through the souls of people, even those who have reached the level of a master. The girl has the eye of consciousness. Joshua Agnos tilts his head down and thinks that if he came face to face with the truth of the world, he could treat it like Cercerin. The girl touched the wall with her hand, tears flowing from her eyes. She says that Joshua Agnos is unbearably sad and asks how much he knows. Behind the princess stands a girl who asks her why she is crying. She wipes away her tears and says everything is fine. She asks if something happened. Helen tells her with a smile that it is time to return to the palace. Joshua Agnos exhaled and turned away. He thinks that now is too early. They will definitely meet when the time is right. There is a pretty blonde in the mansion of Emperor Marcus. Someone says that she is the daughter of the god of war. The girl puts her hand to her chest and replies that her name is Ina Grace. The man looks out the window and asks the girl if he liked the gift he sent to the borders of the Swallow Empire. The girl bowed and replied that he expressed deep gratitude for his generosity. The man looks at the girl, turning his head, and says that he heard that the situation is not going as smoothly as he would like. The girl asks him what he means. Marcus says with a smile that people often say that if Avalon has Duke Aiden Agnos, then the Swallow Empire has Duke Lucifer. He turned his head towards the girl and said that now that Lucifer has entered the stage, even the god of war will have trouble. He asks the girl if her father has come up with a backup plan. The girl replies that her father is not very sure. The man asks her again with a chuckle. He smiles, summoning a force that makes the girl fall to her knees. The man says they have gone too far and asks how dare she talk about indecisiveness now. He says that at the very beginning she assured him that they would definitely cope. The girl is tormented, and the man continues to say that he provided support, but their actions look more like incitement and spying on Avalon. The girl sobs and apologizes. She says that this will not happen again. The man rises above the girl with a smile and says that he will change the conditions. Instead of the title of Marquise, she will receive the status of Duchess. The girl raised her head and muttered something. The emperor said that since her father was nicknamed the god of war, he must be well aware that betting on an unpredictable game is the shortest path to ruin. The girl bit her lip and wonders why he killed those border guards. If he thinks in this way, is all this really just entertainment for him? She thinks that he really is a psychopath, obsessed with blood. The girl looks up at the man and says that such a chance comes once in a lifetime and wonders how other people will perceive her new position. The man with a crazy smile says that he himself will soon become Avalon. Who would dare to contradict him? He loudly tells her to tell the god of war not to worry, since the previous case failed, then let him prepare for the meteor plan. He also tells the disgruntled and nervous girl to come up with a further strategy as quickly as possible. 2 men are in the forest, the blonde says. That in this area the land is definitely different from normal. The magician says that this is not dirt. Seth says with a smile that in such a state such a thing cannot be called ashes. Evergrant turned his head back and said that they didn't come here to play. Let the guy be more serious. He spread his hands and replied with a smile that there is evidence everywhere. Let the man close his eyes and feel how the winds collide with each other. Evergrant follows the guy's advice and opens his eyes wide, wondering if this is really a mana void. Seta says that such a phenomenon occurs in two cases: either it was created by a supernatural means before the beginning of time, or a magician of the 6th level and above must suffer serious damage to the heart, which will lead to his death. The young man spread his hands to the sides and said that in this case, everything within a radius of 1 kilometer would be destroyed, and a void of mana would arise. Evergrant glances at him and says that, given that Jack Staropos' last location is Arcadia. The second finishes his sentence and says that there is a high probability that he was defeated by the man who possesses Bronto. Seta also says that this is the answer: if they follow his trail, they will soon find the killer of the lightning place. The girls are sitting in the gazebo. One of them says that he definitely knows about everything. The princess smiles and asks the maid if she has heard of Joshua Agnos Sanders. The maid responds that the name sounds familiar. The princess asks Helen how she knows him. She extended her index finger and said that the knights had recently spoken about him, that a new little star of the empire had appeared named Joshua Agnos. The princess asks if a small star means a genius whose talent surpasses that of other people on the continent. The maid agrees and says that he is like the young Master Pavel Agnos. Helen puts her hands on her hips and says that according to the guards, most of the aristocrats are unhappy with this. The girl asks in surprise why they are unhappy. The maid spread her hands to the sides and said that such capable people are closest to the title of 9 stars of the empire, but they come from the same family, so the nobility was wary. The princess, surprised, wants to make an assumption, and the maid already confirms that she is right. The guy's real name is Joshua Agnos, and he is the second son of the Duke of Aden Agnos. The princess widened her mouth in surprise, clearly not expecting this. Joshua Agnos heads towards the training grounds of the 11th and 12th Orders of the Imperial Knights. People's screams can be heard from there. Joshua Agnos notes with a smile that nothing has changed here. 2 men in cloaks fight, while others support with shouts. One of the opponents asks if he is really capable of more and says that this is why he is treated like a mercenary. The second man with a scar on his nose says that Cage is only from the 12th Division. It is not surprising that he only knows how to talk. The young men continue to fight. Cages asks what difference it makes if the other orders consider their battalions to be the same. The second guy says that this is why they are called garbage men. He says with a wide smile that the emperor clearly delineated the rank of divisions based on his own considerations. He asks the guy if he really does not obey the will of the ruler. He dealt a strong blow and called him a weakling from the 12th order. He flew far back. The guy with the scar smiles widely and asks if he understands the difference between them. Someone shouts that they believed in Ranger. If he lost to a guy from the 12th battalion, they would be ashamed to death. The bag flies towards the guy, who catches it in the air. Someone from the crowd tells the guy that this is his share, which he managed to earn thanks to sparring. He also asks if he knows that he will challenge again if he survives. The guy with the scar looks sideways at the loser and says that he almost forgot. He holds onto the hilt, and the loser asks him to forgive him and says that if he asks for a duel again, he will become his slave for the rest of his days. The crowd shouts loudly that Cages is a disgrace to the 12th Division. Let him take responsibility. Someone laughs loudly and says that some things never change. The knights look at each other and wonder who dared to laugh. Joshua Agnos approached them from behind and said that this was indeed a competition arena. Everything was as it was before. He smiles and says that he missed her very much and he is glad to be here again. One of the men leans towards him and asks if he is lost. He says that this is no place for children's games. Let him leave the same way he came. Joshua Agnos smiles, calling upon the power of the ring, and says he will be brief. The bright energy makes everyone recoil. Someone is amazed that this is Don's ring. The young man is again dressed in cape and armor. He says that he has come to apply for the Bircher bloodbath. The men are shocked. Someone says that the guy has the symbol of the Agnos house, and equipment of this level can only be worn by direct descendants of the family. Joshua Agnos seriously says his full name and says that let the one who wants to fight him come forward. He stands among the men who say that the guy is the little star of Avalon. Someone also says that this child was able to reach the level of a B-class knight in mana control. One of the men says that he is the greatest genius in the history of not only the empire, but also the continent. Someone from the crowd asks if the guy understands the meaning of his words. A ranger steps forward and asks if he doesn't know the reason why the Bircher massacre has been largely forgotten. Joshua Agnos answers with a smile that according to the will of the current Emperor Marcus, any person, regardless of status, has the right to challenge the knight and take his place if he wins, and the loser loses his position. The guy looks confidently and says with a smile that, in addition, responsibility for what is happening lies only with the participants in the battle, therefore revenge after the end of the battle is strictly prohibited. Joshua Agnos added that otherwise it will be considered self-will. The ranger frowns and asks if the guy, knowing the rules, still wants to participate. Joshua Agnos spread his hands to the sides and said loudly that he was repeating for the last time, under the orders of the Emperor. He came to submit a request for the Bircher bloody massacre, and the Knights of the 11th and 12th Division should immediately obey his order. The men react in bewilderment and nervously to what is happening. Someone says that if the young master gets hurt because they could not control their powers. Joshua Agnos glances sideways, and the men discuss that this is no longer a matter of victory and defeat. No one wants to mess with the son of Duke Agnos. Someone says that whoever accepts the challenge will be targeted by the Agnos family. The ranger nervously touches his hair and thinks that the situation is not easy. He also wonders why all this is happening when the commander is not in place. He thinks that he will have to go out, although he does not want to become an enemy of the duchy. The man got high and looks behind him. His rival is standing there. Cage is doubled over and screams loudly that the ranger has hit some vital organ and his stomach hurts, as if his insides are twisting. Joshua Agnos thinks with contempt that such men are knights. He smiled and exhaled noisily, saying that apparently he would have to push a little harder. He closed his eyes and laughs, raising his hand to his face, saying that they are still the worst of the order, gathering here like ordinary mercenaries and just scratching their tongues. He says with a malicious smile that they don't even have the courage to challenge anyone from other battalions. He also says that all they can do is complain about their low position. The guy added that now that they have met someone with a higher status, they just look at each other and don't know what to do. The men grinned angrily at the guy's words about that they will never get out of here. One of them rushes forward and calls the guy green to lecture them. He frowns angrily and shouts loudly that the guy is just lucky, who was born into a rich family and has everything from birth. He also asks the guy what he even knows that he dares to talk like that. He intercepted the weapon and pointed it at the guy. The man says that if he wants to participate in the Bircher bloodbath, then with him. He also says loudly that he should not complain later when he is injured. Joshua Agnos smiles contentedly with all his teeth and agrees, saying that this is exactly the way to answer. The knights raise their hands and shout loudly, saying something so that Cadge will teach the guy a lesson and forget what kind of thrashing Duke Aiden Agnos will subsequently give him. Another person from the crowd shouts that this kid should not dare to talk about them in such a way again. One of the men puts his hands over his mouth and says that he will kill Cage with his own hands if he does not deal with the guy who is too arrogant because of his talent. The man frowned and pulled out his sword. He asks Joshua Agnos if he heard the knight scream. The man also says that he is not going to stand on ceremony with the guy. Cages also says that he will show his own power and the difference between them from the very beginning. The man summoned a red aura that engulfed the sword. The ranger looks at Joshua Agnos' back and asks him if he should stop right now. He also says that Cadge is a B-rank expert. He will not be able to defeat him with B-rank mana. Joshua Agnos looks behind him with a smile and says that he will take a look. One person once said the same thing. Energy appeared around the guy's hand. The knights in the crowd were shocked by this. Someone asked how this could even happen and whether it was possible. Someone shouts that this is an aura. Joshua Agnos holds a spear in his hand and asks who told them he was rank B. White Joshua armor with a sword on the chest. Someone said that first there was a dawn ring, a white and red spear with blue energy flying around it. Someone said that then there was an artifact. A guy with blue hair stood smiling with a spear in his hands, around which blue energy was flying, and someone said that there was also an aura. Kajex frowned, holding the sword that glowed with a red aura in front of him, shouting that it was immediately clear that he was simply bragging about the Duke's power, only throwing dust in the eyes. He should be ashamed. He tarnished the reputation of Agnosis. Joshua smiled looking at him, standing in front of the knights, and said that if he doesn't believe it, let him check for himself whether it's a real aura or not. The knight asked what, and the guy said that he thought he was a B-tier knight, but how as soon as I saw his abilities, I was immediately confused. With a wide smile, Joshua looked up at the knight, calling him a coward. The red knight's face twisted with anger and he clenched his teeth. The man suddenly jumped forward, raising his sword to strike and curse loudly at the guy in front of him. Ranger frowned at this and told Kajex to stop. Joshua swung his spear sharply, leaving huge streams of energy in front of him. There was a bright, huge blue explosion that threw the knights nearby to the side. Ranger sat on one knee, holding his shoulder, and looked to the side, saying that first you need to analyze the enemy's skills, and only then attack. It is clear that he has unusual mana. Suddenly the guy noticed something, frowning. Ranger and Joshua looked at the figure, which was hidden by dense fog, and the knight asked if he was really safe. The guy with blue hair smiled, looking at him, and said that this was too much. Even the commander has no right to stop the Bircher bloodbath. In front of the red knight, who was leaning on his sword, stood a man with a frown, who held his sword in front of him. Joshua said that it was Viper Bison. The man with brown hair looked down at the guy, saying that he seemed to know him. Viper Bison, commander of the 12th Order. Joshua stood in front of the man with a smile, lowering his spear, and said that he had heard a lot about the Scarlet Buffalo of the Imperial Knights. The man replied that it was an honor that the one called the Little Star of Avalon knew about him. Viper raised his hand, asking if he didn't know the complete regulations of the Bircher Bloody Massacre. The guy asked about the complete regulations. The man frowned at him and said that for the battle to officially take place, at least 1 or 2 commanders must be present. Joshua frowned, looking up at the man, asking if he was going to call it all off when they'd already come this far. Viper put his sword in front of him, standing opposite him, and said that since the Bloody Massacre was the order of the Emperor, it is unacceptable to go against his will. He will become the opponent of the main character. The other red-hooded knights looked on in shock, clenching their teeth or opening their mouths. Kajix behind the commander put his hand to his chest, shouting that this cannot be done. This is a battle between him and young Master Joshua. He needs to bring everything to the end. Turning to him, Viper frowned, saying that he needed to retreat. He had already given his all. If he continued, he would only fly out of the battalion. The Red Knight frowned, veins popped out on his face, and he shouted that he understood what the commander was worried about, but he was fine. Let the commander let him at least protect his knightly pride. He always said that the moment they turn away from inevitable reality, it is imperative to protect honor. Clutching the sword in his hands in front of him, Viper turned to him and shouted at him to pull himself together. There are things more important than pride. He will have to give up his status as a knight if he loses. The man's face was distorted with anger as he shouted loudly, asking who would take responsibility for his daughter, whether he could hold out. Returning to the ranks of ordinary mercenaries is honor above family. Kajix frowned, gritting his teeth and silently lowering his gaze. Joshua clapped his hands with a smile, looking at them, and said that it is impressive. Sacrificing oneself for a comrade is not a bad idea. All those who have the rank of commander and above are just deprived of their position, even if they become simple knights. The commander looked at him and smiled, saying that he spoke as if he was confident of his victory. Joshua looked up at the man with a smile, saying that he was sure. He also felt it. The man pointed his sword forward, pursing his lips as the boy spoke about the difference between their skills. Ranger raised his eyebrows at this and thought that there was definitely something unusual about young Master Joshua's mana. He was sure his abilities were much stronger than the punch shown recently. The other knights frowned, clenched their hands into fists, and shouted for the best commander to sacrifice them. He should not sacrifice himself for them. Viper lowered his gaze with a smile, saying thank you to everyone, but only he alone should accept his challenge. He never considered them his subordinates. For him they are comrades and friends. Kajix clenched his teeth, closing his eyes and lowering his head, while the other knights looked in surprise at the commander, who said that if he could not protect his loved ones, then what was the point of holding the post of commander? On the contrary, then he would be able to keep up with them. Joshua looked at the man with a smile, thinking that Viper had not changed either. He always stood with him on the front line, sweeping away everything in his path. He remembered how he stood back to back with Viper. They looked at each other, smiling, and the guy thought that there was no one more reliable than him. His subordinate calmly trusted him. One of the reasons for his coming here was the desire to fight with him shoulder to shoulder again. The man with brown hair smiled as he looked at the main character and said that he should know that if he wins, his skills must be tested by the knights of the stronger battalions before he takes over as commander. They are different from their divisions, considered reserves, the best Avalon warriors. Joshua chuckled, answering that reserve or not, the only thing that separates them is empty vanity. The man looked at the guy in surprise, his mouth parted. He raised his spear in his hand. Blue lightning flew around him when he shouted that 5 years would be enough for him. Joshua frowned, illuminated by blue energy, and shouted that he would make sure that the 11th and 12th orders were considered the most powerful in the Avalon Empire. Viper covered his face with his hand as blue lightning struck the place where the protagonist was standing, illuminating everything with a bright blue light. The man frowned, looking at this in shock and wondering if this was really a blow from a blade. Joshua pointed his spear towards the man with a smile, asking what he had decided if he would achieve everything with him. A blonde guy in a dark shirt and vest stood on one knee on the red carpet, putting one hand to his chest and closing his eyes, saying that he salutes the Avalon Sun to His Majesty the Emperor. The man on the throne looked at the guy, asking how long ago it was. They were seeing each other for the first time since the academy graduation ceremony, asking how old the guy was. The guy opened his eyes, looking at the floor, and replied that this year he will be 15 years old. The Emperor smiled as he looked down at him and said that even his father, Aiden, the most outstanding genius, was not a B-level knight at that age, especially since he was already close to B-level. If he had reached it at 10 years, would have become the first in history. The man said that, however, Joshua beat him to it. The blonde boy's eyes widened and he pursed his lips, frowning. The Emperor frowned, raising his hand, and gloomily said that this should not be allowed. He must be Avalon's only treasure. A man appeared next to the boy, holding a flask with a blue potion on a tray, closing his eyes. Pavel looked back at the blue flask, and the Emperor said that he had a gift. This is an elixir that increases mana. Let him take it. The boy replied that he could not accept such a thing. The Emperor frowned, looking at him menacingly, and said that he is the Emperor of Avalon. He commands, let him drink it. Pavel frowned, silently looking away to the side. The man smiled when the boy said that he was obeying. Pavel opened the flask with the potion. He threw his head back, drinking the blue liquid from the flask. The boy's eyes widened and he frowned, coughing. Coughing, Pavel fell onto the carpet, opening his eyes wide and dropping the flask with the potion. He trembled, closing his eyes, and the emperor came down from the stairs to him. The man placed his hand on the head of the trembling boy, who looked up at him. The man smiled, kneeling next to him, saying that his memories were erased, so he doesn't know that they met quite often, otherwise he would not have forgotten his promise. It's time to keep it. The man looked down at the boy, smiling widely, and said that the position of heir to the Agnosis family should never be taken away from Joshua. Pavel frowned, looking up at him with blue eyes. He lay on the floor as the emperor and the servant looked at him, weakly agreeing. The shocking truth was once again consigned to oblivion within the walls of the imperial palace, and 5 years flew by unnoticed. Large white castle with red roofs, night. 5 years later, a man in white shoes walked along the road. A guy in a white suit with gold accents. Joshua walked to the knights who stood at the gate, saying that he hoped he was not too late. The blonde-haired knight frowned, shouting to salute the battalion commander. The knights shouted, "Welcome." Joshua, who had grown up, looked at them with a smile. Baron Joshua Sanders, commander of the 11th and 12th Divisions. When Joshua returned to the past, the continent of Igrant seemed to be a fairly peaceful place. A map that showed mountains and rivers, and a tall white tower in the middle. However, the calm was soon disturbed by new conspiracies. There are 3 empires on the mainland that can be called superpowers. One of them is Avalon, led by Markers Ben Britain. The emperor, who had a red glow around him, he smiled, looking to the side. He secretly created an alliance with Draxia-led Grace, a knight of another great state. A man with brown hair pulled back into a ponytail. They joined forces and sowed enmity between the Svalu Empire and its subordinate kingdom of Tran. A man with white hair, Verona Grace, emperor. Their goal was to start a long war. A man with red hair and red eyes, Equis, is king, but Emperor Verona Grace found out about their ruse. A man with white hair sat on a red throne. Thanks to his wisdom, the battle with the Tran kingdom was averted, and Avalon was forced to stop trying to incite interstate conflict. A man with red hair was smiling. Behind him were the silhouettes of 2 more people. Of course, inside the Svalu Empire, people began to appear dissatisfied with the policy of preserving the peace of Verona. The 2 men, the emperor and the priest, stood opposite each other at the throne with their hands raised, while at the same time. In the 3rd superpower of Igrant, the Holy Empire of Hubald, a struggle was going on between the ruler and the Vatican to elect a new pope. 5 years later, Joshua looked forward with a smile, saying that he hoped it was not too late. Joshua, 15 years old, commander of the 11th and 12th Divisions. The guy walked forward to the knights at the gate, the palace of the first prince, a banquet in honor of his birthday. The tallest window on the tower was open, and a man was standing there. An elf girl with white hair and a mask on her face was holding 2 blades in her hands. She looked down with her yellow glowing eyes, thinking that she only had one chance. A girl in pink shoes was getting down from the carriage. The man with brown hair gave his hand to the girl with red hair, telling Mistress Charla not to lose heart and be more confident. He told her to show everyone that the Duchy of Fonti is as strong as ever. The girl with red hair looked at the man, saying that she was not going to lose. Charla de Fonti, 18 years old, daughter of the Duke of Fonti. A man with brown hair walked forward, turning to the girl and said that she had a great attitude. They would go quickly to attract the attention of the first prince. Charla walked behind him, holding her dress, and said that he looked excited. A man stopped in front of the man and the girl, saying that he didn't expect them to actually come. The man in the blue suit crossed his arms over his chest, asking if it was worth having fun when her family was in decline. Jehogdon Cromwell, 21 years old, son of the Marquis of the 12 families of Avalon, on bad terms with the Duke of Fonti. The girl with green curly hair nearby also smiled, crossing hands on her chest, and asked if she had really received an invitation from the palace. Natasha Moonbrory, 21 years old, daughter of the Marquis of the 12 Avalon families. The man with brown hair turned to Charla, who was trembling, pursing her lips, and thought that he should have crossed paths with them right at the entrance. The girl with red hair held her dress with trembling hands, and the man thought that he, like her, was boiling with anger, but if she could not restrain her emotions, then what would happen next? Charla curtsied with a smile, closing her eyes, and said that it was a great honor to talk with the descendants of the Marquis, asking if they were doing well. Jehog looked at the girl with a grin, thinking that it was boring. The girl with red hair walked past the guy with a smile, saying that it looks like they have nothing more to say. She will go first since they are waiting for her there. Jehog turned to the knight who was standing next to the girl, asking him if he remembered his father's order to pay special attention to the safety of the palace today. The knight sighed loudly. He stood in front of Charla, looked down at her and apologized, asking if he could check her invitation and ID. The girl looked up at him, silently frowning. The man with brown hair behind frowned, shouting angrily, "What kind of bad manners? Since when are guards allowed to interfere in the personal affairs of families, and let her in now?" Jahog looked at the man smugly, crossed his arms over his chest and asked about personal matters. He clenched his teeth and asked what? The guy continued, asking who would want to deal with a family on the verge of decline. Instead of ruining a holiday that only takes place once a year in honor of the first prince's birthday, wouldn't it be better for them to turn around and leave? The guy smiled broadly, looking to the side, and said that because of the Cromwell family, their house turned to ashes. They had nowhere else to go, or they came here to beg for the salvation of their lives, completely forgetting about pride. Charla clenched her teeth in anger, cursing at the guy. She turned to him, frowning, and asked loudly how he dared. Suddenly, a man approached the crowd, to whom everyone turned. He said that the Fani Duchy was guests who had received an invitation personally from the prince. Why did they not allow them to enter? Jahog asked if it was that fool. They said it was Commander Joshua. The guy with blue hair calmly looked at the knights, telling them to return to their post. He would sort it out himself. The two knights looked at him in surprise, and one of them said in confusion that they were following the orders of Count Jahog. Joshua bowed his head, looked at them darkly, and asked them not to make him repeat it twice. The knights looked at the guy in fear, frowning. They turned around and walked towards the castle. One of them said that they would leave them, and Jahog clenched his hand into a fist, looking back at them and asking how dare they come back quickly. The main character approached the girl with red hair, telling her to follow him. He would take her to the palace. The girl agreed in confusion. Jahog frowned at them with a smile and said that it looked like he was trying to gain support from the Agnosis genus. Natasha and Jahog looked after the three retreating people, and the guy clenched his hand into a fist, shouting that Joshua cannot defeat their king of mercenaries, Bavarianta. Especially now he is a nobody. He was even thrown out of his own family. The guy looked in surprise at the three who were not paying attention to him, and Natasha sighed, closing her eyes, saying that he still ignores people as before. Jahog clenched his teeth in rage, frowning, and shouted that they would see again. He would definitely make this fool go through hell. Charla looked up with a smile, putting her hand to her face, and said that she wouldn't recognize it right away. He was Joshua. He had grown up a lot. The guy with blue hair walked ahead of the girl in the palace, saying that this is a long story. From here she will go on her own. The girl with red hair lowered her gaze, saying that he was just as cold. She looked after the retreating guy. The girl smiled, looking at him, and told him to wait, asking if he would dance with her. The main character stopped when he heard the girl's words. Without turning around, he said that he needed to return to his post. Charla asked, "And that's all?" The guy asked what that means. "That's his responsibility." He turned to the girl with a smile, saying that besides, he no longer belongs to the Duchy of Agnosis. Let her call him Joshua Sanders. The guy put his hand to the window, thinking that Charla also had little time left. Joshua stood at the open window, thinking that if he fails to defeat the mercenary King Bavarianta by uniting with the Cromwell family, the Fani Duchy will lose its territory to the Marquis. But now it is too early to enter the scene. There are still many things he needs to settle. The main character sighed, raised his gaze, and thought that firstly, he needed to deal with what would happen today. The guy went back into the attic, looked up with a wide smile, and said to get out already. She knows. He came alone. Nothing happened, and the guy frowned, wondering if he had made a mistake with the place. Suddenly, an elf with white hair appeared behind the guy and jumped at him, raising her dagger to strike. Joshua turned around at her, blocking the girl's blow, causing a bright blue light to flash. The elf swung her dagger, jumping back from the guy, landing on one knee. The girl frowned at him, asking who he was and how he was able to sense the energy of the essence of death. Joshua looked up at her with a smile, saying that he would answer one thing: let her stop the senseless attempts to kill the first prince, calling the girl SSS-Ranked. The elf looked at him in shock, frowning. Purple dark beams of energy appeared around her, hair flying from her as the girl screamed that no one knew her real name. Beams of energy flew towards the main character, who stood on the ground, looking at the girl. He smiled as he was surrounded by blue lightning and thought that this was expected. Convincing her would not be so easy. Blue lightning sparkled next to the guy's ears, illuminating him with blue light. A huge blue dragon made of energy flew from him, opening his mouth wide with sharp teeth. Aisha looked at this in shock. There was a wide red eye behind her, and she thought that this was the fear of the dragon. She jumped away, landing behind the guy with her head down. The girl clutched her dagger in her hand, holding it to her chest. She closed her eyes when Joshua turned to her. The girl said that she was greeting the owner of Great Mana. She could not even think that he was her dark master. She apologizes for what happened. The girl called him the respected black dragon, and Joshua looked at her with a smile, turned over his shoulder, and said that even though he wanted to punish her for pointing her sword at him twice, he stood at the open window. The moonlight illuminated him and the girl, and the guy said that this time, because of her ignorance, he forgives her. The only thing, as was said earlier, is to let her stop making attempts on the life of the first prince. Aisha trembled, lowered her gaze to the floor, and frowned, shouting that the order had been accepted. Joshua clasped his hands behind his back, saying that as soon as the news of the failure of the mission reaches the Black Wind, the hunt will begin for her, so it is better to let her leave. The girl lowered her head, saying in a trembling voice that there is no need to worry. The guy frowned, looking at her with displeasure, and asked loudly if she really dared to disobey his orders. Let her leave the capital and go to hell, otherwise she would also be punished by the Dark Elves. Aisha closed her eyes, saying that she understood. She was obeying. Dust rose in the place of the girl. When she disappeared, the guy watched it. He chuckled, tilting his head. Laughing, Joshua looked to the side, saying that she was still as narrow-minded as in her previous life, and she really believed that he was a black dragon. He thought of the elf who had blood spattered on her face and thought that Aisha would soon become the queen of assassins, tasked with killing the first prince at his birthday banquet. The girl put her hand to her chest, coughing. There were blood splatters around, and the guy thought that she had failed and was seriously injured, because of which she was scarred for life. He does not know who gave her this task, and yet I don't want to tarnish the reputation of the future best killer with failure. Joshua turned over his shoulder with a smile, telling her to leave as quietly as possible. Before returning in time, she had helped him a lot, and if fate brought them together again, then see you. Aisha frowned as she ran away from the castle, her hair and scarf flying behind her. The girl pushed off the walls and trees, running away, clenching her hands into fists, and thought, is this really a black dragon? Even those who entrusted her with the mission did not take into account such a significant change. They could not know that the owner of Great Mana himself would end up in Avalon. The girl smiled, removing the black mask from her face, thinking that it was for the best. Let her be chased for a while. The girl jumped over the roof of the house, raising her hands and thinking that she was now free. A bright moon was shining above the white castle. Someone said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Baron, another replied that she was still charming, and would she allow him to ask her to dance. Yorona put her hand to her face, closing her eyes with a smile, while a man with brown hair stood next to her. The girl said that they say that Count Shift discovered mines with a large number of mana stones. The man replied that everything is correct. He heard that their number corresponds Avalon Empire's budget for several years. Three girls with smiles and glasses of wine stood next to each other, discussing something. One asked who would become the prince's partner today. The other answered that it was definitely not her. Several people turned to Charla, who was standing in the crowd. One of the men asked if the young Mrs. Fondy was there. Another said that her family was suffering serious losses. So why was she here? Restoring the duchy would require a lot of money. Another said that their enemy Marquess of Cromwell. Someone said that probably no one wants to deal with the Fondy family now. Charla sadly lowered her gaze to the floor. Someone announced who the first prince of their great empire was. Kaiser Ben Britain and Princess Cercerin Ben Britain. The girl with red hair turned to the side in surprise. A blonde guy in red clothes walked into the hall. On both sides of him stood guards in white suits, and behind him was a girl in a blue dress. The prince spread his arms out to his sides, smilingly thanking everyone for coming. He hoped they were enjoying their welcome. Kaiser Ben Britain, first prince of Avalon. Several girls looked at him with smiles, putting their hands to their faces, saying that he was beautiful as always, and what a blessing that they were here. They would definitely dance with him today. The girl was leafing through the list in a notebook she was holding in her hands. She looked at Cercerin, saying that this time the name Joshua was not on the list. The blonde folded her hands, lowered her head, and said that this is expected. 5 years have passed, so why can't she forget about him? She asked what should she do. Cercerin Ben Britain, princess of the Avalon Empire. The prince turned to the girl, asking with a smile if she said something, and she answered that no, nothing. Kaiser closed his eyes, saying that it seemed to him that she would be uncomfortable going out into the world after so many years that she was sitting in the palace. It seemed that he was worrying about her in vain. The guy's eyes suddenly widened when he noticed something. In the crowd he noticed Charla, who folded her hands, looking sadly to the side, and thought that it was her. The red-haired girl looked to the side when the prince said that he had already decided that she would not come again. Kaiser approached the girl, smilingly saying that he was glad to see her. Charla closed her eyes with a smile and curtsied, saying that she greets the small son of the Avalon Empire, His Highness Kaiser Ben Britain. The guy waved his hands in confusion, saying that she can behave freely. He is still not used to such strict treatment. The prince looked at the girl with a wide smile, saying that this was the first time they had seen each other since his birthday 3 years ago. He was informed about the situation that had happened to the duchy during this time. There were so many misfortunes, it was hard to even listen to. Charla looked at the guy in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Kaiser extended his hand, saying that he really wanted to see her. Many guests in the hall looked on in shock as the prince smiled and extended his hand to Charla, asking if she would dance with him. The girl with red hair frowned as people said, "Did His Highness really invite someone? And why then the condition that the prince would give the dance only to the one who shines brightest? Is it worth interfering if that is his desire? And why exactly the daughter of the practically bankrupt Fonny family?" Charla clutched her dress in her hands, wondering what was going on. Did he really want to see her? The girl bit her lip when behind many girls looked at her disapprovingly, thinking that if she accepted the prince's proposal now, she would immediately become an object of envy and gossip for the aristocrats present here. Their dukedom is already at enmity with the Marquis of Cromwell. It is impossible to make even more trouble. Charla bowed to the prince, who looked at her in surprise. She said that she was asking for forgiveness, but she would have to refuse. The prince frowned, looking sadly at the girl, and asked why, if he had done something wrong. The girl sadly lowered her gaze, trying to say something. Suddenly, the main character appeared in the hall, to whom everyone turned. The guy smiled, saying that she already had a dance partner. Kaiser looked at the guy, asking about the Order of Imperial Knights. Joshua put his fist to his chest, bowed, and said with a smile that he was glad to meet you. He is Baron Joshua Sanders. Cercerin raised her head, asking what Joshua Sanders had just said. A couple of girls looked at the guy in surprise, and the man behind them frowned. They said that this is one of the little stars of Avalon, Sir Joshua, the one who was able to change the position of his battalion in just 5 years, the most brilliant knight of the Empire, who achieved everything at such a young age. Joshua stood in front of the prince with a smile, while the crowd that surrounded them said that the Agnosis family was on friendly terms with the Fawny family. It turns out that despite the family's plight, Lady Charla came here to meet Baron Joshua. Does she really want to ask about help? The prince calmly looked at the guy in front of him, saying that it was an honor to see such a famous person. Joshua looked up at him, saying that he was glad that he was honored to meet His Majesty, but he and Mistress Charla promised to dance together. He asks for forgiveness. The prince silently looked displeasedly at the main character. Suddenly, he grinned. Kaiser looked at the red-haired girl, asking if she really negotiated with Baron Sanders. Charla tucked her hair behind her ear, blushing and looking away, saying that everything was right. Jehog ran towards the three of them from the crowd, shouting that it was arrogant of Joshua. The prince looked at him in surprise, asking what happened. The guy with brown hair put his hand to his chest and frowned, closing his eyes, saying that he asks for forgiveness for interfering like this, but the main character of this banquet is His Highness. He was the first to invite to dance. Joshua put his hand on the shoulder of the guy, who looked back at her in surprise. A guy with blue hair approached him, smiling, and said that if he was talking about bad manners, then he himself should be tactful. Jehog clenched his teeth, angrily asking how dare he. The guy frowned and turned to the girls, who were displeasedly asking whether it was already clear who would become her companion. Did he really want it to look like His Highness was taking his partner away from him? Joshua approached the guy's ear, asking with a smile if he sees how they are looked at, and if he thinks about the prince, then let him retreat. For today he forgives. He doesn't want to experience the same thing again as that day. Jehog clenched his teeth, his eyes glowing red as he trembled, cursing. Kaiser looked at them with a smile, raising his hand, and said that everything is in order. The ball is arranged so that everyone enjoys it. They do not need to ruin each other's evening. Joshua closed his eyes and, putting his hand to his chest, bowed to the prince, saying that if he had known in advance that he was considering Charla as his partner, he would never have asked her to dance. He apologizes for his insolence. Kaiser turned to the girl with red hair with a smile, saying that it was his mistake that almost prevented both of them. Nothing could be done since they had already agreed. The prince bowed to the girl, placing his hand on her chest while she looked at him in surprise, and told her to let him dance with her at the next reception. Charla closed her eyes with a smile and also bowed to the prince, saying that such an honor was for the Fawny family. The blonde walked away to the crowd, closing his eyes and wishing them to enjoy the evening, while Charla and Joshua stood next to each other. The main character extended his hand. He looked at the girl with red hair with a smile, telling her to take his hand. The girl raised her head at him with a smile, saying that she owed him for what happened. Charla put her palm on the guy's palm, asking why he helped, because he could have problems. The girl and the guy approached each other, dancing, and Joshua said with a smile that this was payment for the fact that he forgot about his promise 5 years ago. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking if he remembers. She turned her gaze to the side, sadly saying that she thought that he didn't even think of fulfilling it. Thinking that he had never visited in the past time, doesn't he know why girls give the coat of arms of their house to someone? Charla frowned, lowering her gaze. She bit her lip with her teeth as she began to speak. Joshua tilted his head with a smile, looking down at her, and said that he would say in advance, while he couldn't help with anything, he was still a member of the Imperial Order. Smiling nervously, Charla turned away, asking what he was talking about. She just wanted to ask how much his height had changed. The girl told him not to dare step on her feet. They and several other couples in the hall danced at the ball. The sword was dragged along the floor. It left sparks behind it. Someone said that the master threw it away as soon as he admitted it. The guy in scratched armor walked forward, asking whose fault it was that he barely survived, having gone through all the circles of hell over these 5 years. The knight stopped in front of a high gate, near which guards stood, shouting that he was also having fun at the ball. The guard frowned, looking at the approaching one, and shouted to stand, saying that this is not the place where a tramp like him could be. Let him get out. The guy with blonde hair frowned, pointing at the coat of arms on the armor with his thumb and shouted, "Is he really blind and does not see the coat of arms on the armor? Cain, Knight of the Duchy of Agnosis and Baron Joshua." The main character closed his eyes with a smile and bowed, placing his hand on his chest. Charla also closed her eyes and bowed with a smile. They stood in front of each other while the others at the ball clapped, shouting bravo, saying that this was the meeting of a stately man and a charming woman, the most beautiful couple in the Avalon Empire. Natasha crossed her arms over her chest, looking to the side with displeasure and asked what another beautiful couple. Jahog in front of her clenched his teeth in anger and also looked back, saying that this is the last time they can enjoy fun like this. They will wait and see. Will those two be able to just continue their charade? The girl with red hair touched her hair and shyly looked away, thanking her for today. She turned around, closing her eyes and holding her dress, and ran away from Joshua, saying that they would see each other later. The guy with blue hair looked after her with a smile, saying that she was still just as fussy. The blonde approached the guy from behind, asking for forgiveness, and he looked back at her. Cercerin folded her arms across her chest, asking if this was he, the same Joshua with whom they had talked 5 years ago through the wall. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when she heard the voice of a guy who said that he would visit the Palace of Shining Flowers soon. The girl thought about telepathy. Joshua left. Other men stood in front of the blonde, bowed to her, and the guy's voice continued that the medicine that could cure her illness was almost complete. Cercerin extended her hand, frowning, and asked about the medicine, asking the Baron to wait. Joshua smiled, looking forward, and mentally said that this was his gratitude for what happened in his past life. The girl raised her head in surprise at his voice, frowning. The guy walked out the door, the guards bowed to him as he walked forward, and the guy thought that until then Cercerin would be careful. The next day, the sun was shining brightly in the sky, clouds were flying. The guys in gray uniforms ran forward, one turned on the other, clenched his hand into a fist and shouted for him to move faster. The elder was about to arrive. The guy with brown hair frowned, looking to the side, shouting for everyone to line up. The 3 students stood in a row, frowning and clasping their hands behind their backs. On the other side, there were also 3 disciples lined up with their hands behind their backs. Icarus walked forward, his hair growing to his shoulders, the sleeves of his jacket fluttering in the wind. Icarus from the house of Baron Havist. He walked along the road to the gate while the students stood in formation on either side of him. Icarus walked next to several students. They frowned and pursed their lips, looking forward. The guy in the white boots stopped. He put his hands in his pockets as the students bowed deeply, shouting that they sincerely congratulated him on his early graduation, Mr. Icarus. The guy with white hair looked back with an awkward smile, saying that he asked not to behave like that, and if anyone saw, they would misunderstand. He scratched his cheek when a student with brown hair frowned and shouted, "How is this possible? He is their benefactor, who replaced the previous foundations of the academy. Let him allow them to thank him at least in this way." He asked where his path was now, and Icarus looked back at the guy in surprise. He tilted his head and smiled. The guy looked at the sky, covering his face with his hand, and said that he had already decided a long time ago. The student next to him also raised his head. Icarus smiled widely as the bright sunlight illuminated him and said that he was going to meet another sun. Joshua squeezed his eyes shut, clenching his teeth as he sneezed. The guy opened his eyes and rubbed his nose, asking if he had a cold. He looked to the side, looking at the knights who stood in the corridor, shouting to someone how he got here. Outsiders were prohibited from entering. The man shouted to them that he knew the battalion commander. Let them move away. Cain frowned as he tried to break through the 2 knights who were pushing him away. One of the knights said that then he should have waited in the guest room. Newcomers are not allowed here. Cain shouted in irritation that he had to go through hell for 5 years for today. Someone said the guy's name. The 2 knights turned around, and Cain clenched his teeth. Joshua spread his arms to the sides, standing in front of him, and smiled, saying that he was just going to visit him soon. How touching that he showed up in person. Cain clenched his hand into a fist, trying to say something. He closed his eyes, raised his hand, and shouted that he had left his most valuable subordinate in the hands of the devil. While he was having fun at the balls in the palace, he thought about the young master every time he swung his sword daily. He did it only for him, devoted all your youth. Joshua smiled confusedly, looking at him, and apologized. The guy with blonde hair covered his face with his hand, saying that there was no need to apologize. It's good that he understood at least now. Another knight pointed at the guy, turning to Joshua, asking if he was always like this. The main character turned to the side and said with a smile that, judging by the fact that he came on his own, he had already reached the desired level. Cain frowned at him with tears in his eyes. He closed his eyes and with a wide smile put one hand to his head and the other to his chest, saying that this is a long story. Now he is completely confident in his abilities and that he will not lose to anyone, except Joshua, of course. The guy with blue hair looked at him with an awkward smile, frowned, and wondered what had happened in those 5 years that he had changed so much. Maybe he would act alone as he had planned. Another knight with pink hair approached Joshua from behind, bowed and asked for forgiveness for distracting him. The guy turned to him and asked if there was something urgent. The knight said that he had a guest. He was waiting outside the palace. Joshua opened his eyes wide, asking another question in surprise. The man's hand straightened his blue hair. Icarus lowered his gaze, illuminated by the light of the sun, and thought that the wind was illuminating here. The main character approached him and the guy looked back at him when Joshua called him. The guy with blue hair looked at him in surprise, asking if it was really him. Behind him, Cain blushed. Icarus smiled, looking to the side, and asked if he had already forgotten his face. It was a shame. Cain blushed deeply as he looked up and thought she was so beautiful. He extended his hand towards the guy, saying that even he had heard rumors about him, a man who graduated from the academy with the highest scores in history, a talent who received job offers not only from high-ranking aristocrats, but also from the imperial family. Cain put his other hand to his chest with a smile, closing his eyes, and said, "Who would have thought that there were rumors about such a beautiful lady?" He asks for a chance to become her companion. Icarus recoiled from him, loudly asking not to call him lady. Cain winked at him, opening one eye, and said that he was the first knight of Baron Joshua. His name is Cain, but you can use his affectionate nickname Can. Icarus clenched his teeth and looked down at him in disgust, frowning. Suddenly, the main character grabbed Cain by the ear. He pulled it, causing the guy to close his eyes, and screamed at him to know his boundaries. Took it and scared him. Cain apologized, asking him to let him go, and then scold him. The guy with white hair smiled, asking if he finally remembered him, asking if he had forgotten about their agreement. Icarus put his hand to his chest, standing opposite the guy, saying that he managed to prove his worth at the academy and kept his promise. Now it's his turn to see if he will accept it. Joshua asked with a smile how anyone could forget something like this. He extended his clenched fist towards the guy, saying that if he had not come to him personally, he would have gone after him. He can no longer leave his advisor's place empty, especially since we are talking about Icarus. The guy with white hair looked at this with a smile, tilting his head. He hit the guy's fist with his fist. Icarus looked up at him, his hair blowing in the wind as he said that he was still good at embarrassing speeches. Cain frowned and looked at them with displeasure, asking if they had decided to leave him behind. The guy slammed his fist into the fists of the two guys, saying that he was relying on a respected advisor. Icarus looked at him with a smile, turned his head, and said that this was not such a bad treatment. The fair-haired guy smiled, thanking him for the compliment. The three of them stood next to each other, clenching their fists together, and Joshua said that then they would talk about their plan, and the two asked in surprise about the plan. The guy with blue hair smiled, saying that in short, he is going to meet with His Majesty the Emperor, and then go to Lionheart. The two of them need to visit the Fawny family. Cain opened his eyes wide, looking at the guy in shock, and asked what. Icarus also looked at him in surprise, raising his eyebrows and asking why so unexpectedly. Imperial Palace Avalon, Kaltika, the Emperor sat on the throne, crossing one leg over the other. A little further from the throne stood servants on both sides of him. Markers frowned, resting his cheek on his hand, looking forward. Several servants on his right side pursed their lips, looking forward nervously. The people to his left also looked forward, frowning. The Emperor sharply hit the armrest of the throne with his palm, saying that he really had no words. He stood up, went down the stairs, and spread his arms to the sides, saying that he could not believe that in their empire, which claims to be the state of knights, there is not a single talent who would represent them in the competition of masters. What a laughingstock they will become in the eyes of other countries trying to contain the power of Avalon. Bowing his head, he frowned, displeasedly, saying that he could not allow this to happen. The only strongest superpower on the mainland should only be their empire. The Emperor looked at the man with black hair and beard, asking Aiden to give his opinion. Markers tilted his head, looking to the side with an evil smile, and asked what he thought would happen to Avalon if they failed to prove in the Lionheart competition that they ruled the world. The man with black hair closed his eyes and frowned. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the side, to which everyone turned. He said that this would undermine the greatness of Avalon. Joshua walked into the hall, asking to be allowed to participate in the competition. The Emperor looked back at him, asking who visited them, and saying if it was the same Joshua, the commander of one of their imperial orders and the pride of the nation. The guy with blue hair put his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, bowed, saying that Baron Joshua Sanders greets His Majesty. Aiden silently turned his gaze to the guy, frowning. The Emperor looked at him with a smile, asking if his hearing was failing him. Joshua looked down, smiling and saying that he had heard correctly. He said that he wanted to represent Avalon in the Masters competition. The Emperor clenched his teeth and put his hand to his chin, saying that the Lionheart competition is not an ordinary tournament. He removed his hand from his face, asking how old he was this year, and the main character bowed, answering that he was 15. Markers clenched his teeth, smiling as he spoke about the competition of Masters at 15. Turning to the guy, the man spread his arms to the sides, saying that initially he was a difficult guy. First let him prove right here, in front of everyone gathered, that he is qualified enough for this. Arya licked his lips with a smile. He frowned, with a crazy face, thinking that he wanted to personally test how much he had grown over the past time his chance had come. Suddenly, the man looked to the side, noticing something in surprise. Aiden looked back at him over his shoulder. The man with blue eyes frowned at him. Sweat ran down Arya's face when he noticed his gaze. He turned away, closing his eyes, and quietly said that he himself kicked Joshua out of the family, and now he was pretending to be a caring father. Aiden and another man nearby looked at Joshua in surprise, who said that before he demonstrates his abilities, he has a condition. Joshua put his hand to his chest, smilingly saying that if they performed it, he would participate in the competition. The emperor looked down at the guy, raised his head, and asked about the condition. Several aristocrats looked at the guy with displeasure, shouting that he was impudent. How dare he demand something from the emperor? He has become too arrogant lately. All he does is brag about his own strength, even if he has at least a drop of modesty. Marcus opened his mouth wide, shouting for everyone to be quiet. A couple of aristocrats flinched at the man's scream, one of them covering his head with his hands. The emperor looked at the main character, allowing him to speak. He will do anything short of being excommunicated from the palace. Joshua silently looked away. The emperor looked at the guy irritably, shouting whether he had decided to leave the battalion. He was his property, so the guy would never leave him. Joshua looked up at the man, saying that the knight who won the Bircher bloodbath could leave the order at any time. Marcus stood opposite the guy with his hands behind his back, dark red energy appearing around him as he shouted that he was the law in Avalon. Joshua pursed his lips, frowning at the man. The emperor also looked at the guy carefully, his face illuminated with red light. He turned away. The energy around him dissipated, and he said that if so, then he also has a condition for the main character. Joshua looked at him, asking which one. Marcus sharply swung his sword towards the guy, leaving a trail of red energy, and shouted it. Joshua's eyes widened as he looked at the red energy that was approaching him. There was a bright, powerful explosion in the hall, and the guards at the door turned to look at it in shock. The walls in the hall were cracked and the windows were broken. Other aristocrats lay on the ground. Some covered their heads with their hands, and debris lay on the ground. One of the aristocrats coughed, closing his eyes and asking what it was. He opened his eyes, holding his head, and looked forward. Joshua blocked the blow of the emperor's sword with his spear, from which blue lightning emanated. Marcus looked at the guy from under his brows, frowning his eyebrows. He smiled, clenching his teeth. Swinging his sword, the man turned away from the guy, laughing loudly and shouting that this was truly incredible. Joshua looked at him silently, his hand behind his back, the spear in his hands dissolved. The emperor turned to Aiden, smilingly telling him that he had never been jealous of him before. However, it looks like he will now start. The man with black hair silently lowered his gaze, frowning. Joshua looked at the emperor with a smile, who said that he was only going to test the aura blade, who knew that he also wielded the heart sword. Such a talent would easily be able to participate in the master's competition. The emperor sat on the throne again, crossing one leg over the other, saying that this is great since everything has gone so far. It's time to stop being childish, let him try hard. If he gets a result that satisfies him, he will definitely fulfill his request, swears by his own name. Joshua stood before the emperor, saying that he promised to exceed his expectations, whatever they were. Charla sat at the table while she wrote something on paper, sighing. There was a knock on the office door. The person on the other side said that guests had arrived, and the girl raised her head, saying let them come in. The man opened the door, allowing Cain and Icarus into the office. The guy with white hair put his hand to his chest, bowed, and said that it was an honor for them to personally meet the lady from the noble Fani family. Cain also bowed, saying his respect, and the girl stood in front of them, thanking them for the visit. Icarus looked at her with a smile, saying that he was also from the south, like her, Icarus from the Havis clan. Charla looked at him in surprise, asking the truth. She asked why a man known throughout the empire for his wisdom came here. She said that it was an honor for her. She really wanted to see him at least once. The girl with red hair noticed something in surprise. She looked at the sword crest on Cain's chest. The girl smiled, looking at the guy, and said that it means Duke Agnosis sent them, having learned about the plight of their family. You can't understand him. He acted so coldly. And now, Cain punched the crest on his chest, answering no. He smiled, looking at the girl, and replied that they had come to help Lady Charla on the orders of Baron Joshua Sanders, their only master. The girl with red hair looked at him in surprise, putting her hand to her chest. Joshua stood on the street, looking up at something. He looked at the large white castle in the distance, standing on the road that led to it. The guy turned away, looking to the side, thinking that it was good that at least he managed to leave the palace without arousing any suspicion. The guy noticed something and looked up. Aiden frowned at the guy, saying that he had never visited his father in the past 5 years, and now he was leaving without saying goodbye. He put his hands behind his back, standing in front of the guy, and asked if he really hated him because Pavel became the successor, and not him. Joshua frowned, looking displeased at the man, and answered yes, he despises him. The guy walked past the man, saying that it was not because he made another error, on the contrary, this was an excellent decision. Aiden closed his eyes, frowning as the guy continued that he wouldn't have taken the Duke's place anyway, which is why he rejected the Agnosis family name so easily. The main character stood with his back to the man, asking whether it was worth getting angry because of something like that. Aiden looked over his shoulder at the guy, asking really. Joshua also turned to the man, saying that everything was right. He was hated by him because, even having sufficient strength, he did not pay attention to his and his mother's suffering, the man said about this. The man pursed his lips and looked at the guy in surprise. Joshua smiled, remembering his happy mother, who was smiling, and said that, however, now he does not despise him. Lately his mother looks very happy. The boy bowed to the man, closing his eyes, and said that he was therefore truly grateful for taking care of her, as well as training with his knight. The guy smiled, lowered his head, and said that he hoped for his help in the future. Aiden also bowed slightly, smilingly saying that he doesn't mind, he should be the one thanking him. Someone loudly asked if Commander Joshua was really leaving. Aiden and the guy turned towards the voice. The soldiers ran towards them from the castle, loudly asking why he was leaving them so suddenly. Aiden turned around, looking over his shoulder at the guy, and said that it seemed his battalion had arrived, he would leave them. Kajix frowned, asking if the Duke was there, and the ranger next to him looked at him, asking if it really mattered now. Viper frowned, looking down at the main character, and asked why he was leaving his order without even saying goodbye. The man clenched his hands into fists, standing in front of the guy. The rest of the knights were behind him when he asked if he really decided to abandon the 1st and 12th divisions, his own subordinates. Joshua looked at them with a smile, saying that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. He never considered them as subordinates. All the knights looked at the guy in shock, opening their eyes wide and frowning. Joshua continued with a smile that if someone asked him if they were his people, he would answer without hesitation that yes, because he considers everyone who is present here to be his dear ones. Colleague. Viper closed his eyes with a smile, saying that only the commander knows how to scare like that. Ranger exhaled next to him, and Kajix closed his eyes, shouting that you can't joke like that. Joshua looked over his shoulder at them with a smile, saying that he was leaving the battalion for personal reasons. Let them return back, he promises to visit the order later. The guy was leaving and Viper followed him, asking if he wouldn't listen if they wanted to follow him to help. The man frowned, shouting loudly that they had been close for 5 years, so we know for sure that there is some reason for his leaving. Most likely, the problem is so great that it can harm them too. He asked loudly, so he was leaving alone? Joshua stopped, frowning and pursing his lips. The guy turned to the man, calling him. He smiled at him, thanking him. Viper looked at the guy in shock, his mouth parted. Other soldiers ran up to the man, shouting stop being stupid. Ranger said that it was clear what exactly the commander wanted, now it was their turn to reciprocate. The 3 knights stood in a row, among them the ranger loudly said that they would forever remain at the commander's side, as comrades, not subordinates. 3 more knights lined up on the other side, and Kajix shouted loudly that this was not the end. The battalion would be waiting for him, so let him return quickly and make them shine even brighter. The knights clutched their swords in their hands. Kajix shouted that this was to their commander-in-chief, Baron Joshua Sanders. Many guards raised their swords, standing on either side of Joshua. The knights shouted that they would salute and swear allegiance. The main character looked at them with a smile. He walked along the road between the knights who held their swords raised. Houses in the distance and green leaves of trees were visible when the guy thought that he had managed to complete almost all his affairs in the palace, except for one. He remembered how he stood in front of the large door, closed with locks, thinking that he had become the commander of a knightly order, visited the imperial vault, which was only allowed once a year for the heads of the battalions. The main character smiled, the earring on his ear sparkled, and he thought that he had found an obsidian earring there. His favorite weapon in a previous life received a new title as Sanders, and not a descendant of Agnosis. He remembered the elf girl with white hair, thinking that he met the assassin queen and prevented what happened in the past. He remembered Viper, who smiled, thinking that he had also made acquaintances inside the palace and could confidently call those people his own. Joshua remembered the blonde man who was holding a red ball with an evil smile. A red light illuminated his face, and the guy thought that the most important thing. Caesar Ben Britain, he planned to destroy the foundation he laid in the imperial palace, but failed. Joshua frowned, thinking that unless he managed to find out about the third force, which he had not met in that life, it would be strange if the 4th prince took the throne only thanks to his own mind. The guy stood in front of the castle, above which there was Kesar, as well as two people in black robes, thinking what to think. He had to go against an enemy whose existence he did not even suspect. The main building of the Lunar Gate is located in Lionheart, so he must quickly find out missing information. The guy looked forward seriously, frowning, and thought that behind this, it seemed, was hiding a more dangerous threat than it had previously seemed. The bell on the building rang. The central temple of the Hubald Empire, a large white building with blue roofs. A man in black gloves held a cross in his hands, asking for composure and calmness in order to overcome loneliness. A guy in white armor sat in the temple on one knee, closing his eyes, saying to help and continue to adhere to his beliefs, and also to do only good. Someone suddenly called a guy named Christian. The guy with long blonde hair looked up. Christian, paladin of the Holy Hubald Empire. A man in white clothes approached him from behind, with his hands in his pockets, who said that he heard that he would have to leave soon. Christian stood up from the floor, saying yes, he was just about to slowly move out. The man with white hair looked at him with a wide smile, saying that he came to say goodbye and wish him a glorious journey. Chrysler Jean Sebastian, one of the 9 great stars of the continent and the master of the Hubald Empire. A man with white hair put his hand on Christian's shoulder, saying that he was sure that besides the 9 stars and the 12 strongest, there was no one who could harm him. The guy replied, of course, all thanks to his patronage. Chrysler raised his hand, saying that he should be careful with Equis, the Knight of the Sun Flame. Christian frowned, asking if he was talking about the current king of Tran. The man with white hair frowned, remembering the man around whom the flames were burning, and said that it's true. This man is unusually powerful. Even the magic tower treats him with respect, especially since it's worth interfering in other people's affairs. Christian looked at the man with a smile, asking him not to worry. He would not be drawn into the conflict between the Tran Kingdom and the Svalu Empire. Chrysler turned around and spread his arms to the sides, saying that then this is enough. The master's competition will take place in Lionheart. He will go and prepare the carriage. The blonde extended his hand to the man, nervously saying that this was not necessary. He wanted to first visit the neighboring territories and then go to the tournament. The man turned to him, asking in surprise about the neighboring territories. Was he really talking about Avalon? Christian frowned, looking seriously at his mentor, and said that it is dangerous there. He knows, but there are rumors about the appearance of liches, so he needs to go there. The competition, of course, is also important, but as a paladin he is obliged to check the veracity of the information. Chrysler looked at the guy in shock, asking about the liches in surprise. He thought of a man with red eyes and white hair, who had holes in his cheeks. He was illuminated by a purple light. Even on the verge of death, some high-ranking magicians could not get rid of their own passion for research. They sacrificed their souls, becoming immortal creatures born of black witchcraft. Throughout the continent, undead and sorcerers, regardless of their nationality, are condemned and considered enemies of society. Christian clenched his hands into fists, looking at his mentor, saying that the source of information was not anyone, but the High Priest Harold. He thinks he can be trusted. A man with white hair asked where exactly the liches were found. The blonde tilted his head, looking seriously at his mentor, and replied that it was on the eastern border of the Avalon Empire in the Trifia region. Icarus and Cain stood by the horse. A guy with brown hair took the bag from the second, saying that the lady should be given the same to him. The other loudly asked what lady means. He said that he was a man. Cain smiled, raised his eyebrow, and asked who would believe it. The guy with white hair looked at him with disgust, frowning, and asked if he was just possessed by an evil spirit. The two guys turned around when a girl approached them, who said that things were bad. It seemed that Cromwell had his hands on the magic tower. Cain asked what she was talking about. Charla folded her hands, frowning, and replied that they could not use the warp gate. They had no choice but to overcome the Duchy Mountain themselves. Capital of Arcadia, warp gate, large white tower. Joshua stood in the center of the blue seal. Next to the counter was a hooded man, saying that as he himself knows, there is no warp gate that would directly connect Lionheart and Arcady. He can only move him to the Tremblin Duchy estate, which is closest to Lionheart. A man with a gray beard pursed his lips, looking attentively at the guy. Joshua looked at him with a smile, asking something on his face. The man looked up at the guy standing in front of him, saying that he was just thinking about a young mage who was as capable as him. Joshua asked about the young mage. The man with gray hair smiled, remembering the man with short hair and a pattern on his cheek, saying that he was also talented in one area from birth. But there was an accident, so in order to find clues that could not be found for 5 years, the man continued that the magic tower was going to participate in the Lionheart competition. Joshua looked at him in surprise. The magician raised his hand, next to which a blue light shone and symbols appeared in an unknown language. The man said that he had dragged on with his chatter. It was quite far from Highbury Castle. The pentagram under the protagonist's feet lit up when the magician said that he might feel a little nauseous while moving. He hopes he will be careful. The man wished him a safe journey. Joshua disappeared, leaving behind a bright blue glow in the center of the hall. A bright purple beam of light shone over the white large castle, Highbury Castle of the Duchy of Tremblin, Warpgate. Joshua landed on one knee, appearing on a blue pentagram of bright blue light. The guy raised his head, looking forward, and thought, are they really still looking for the whereabouts of Jack Staropos in the magic tower, since Bronto has also disappeared? Someone loudly greeted the guy and he looked up in surprise. A man with light red hair spread his arms to the sides with a smile. Two knights stood behind him. The man said that this was the first time since the banquet in honor of His Majesty's birthday. The guy called the Earl of Highbury. Joshua smiled, looking at the man, and said that this was unexpected. The head of the clan himself came out to meet him. The man replied that this was the will of the emperor. A man with red hair with a wide smile said that His Majesty ordered each clan to pay attention, because the pride of the empire, Baron Joshua, is heading to Lionheart. The head of the Highbury clan, Count Noah Ken Highbury. Joshua smiled awkwardly, remembering the emperor, who was smirking, thinking how much the emperor didn't trust him, since he spread rumors everywhere, so all his movements will be exposed. There is nothing good about it. Noah points to the side with a smile, saying that they will not stand here and they better go inside. Joshua closed his eyes and bowed slightly, saying that he was grateful for his hospitality, but he had urgent matters to attend to. The red-haired man looked at him in shock, saying that this was an order from the emperor. At least let him have lunch with him. The main character walked past the Baron and the guards with a smile, saying that he urgently needs to deal with one thing now. So now it will be difficult to do it. Maybe it's late, but in the evening he will return to the castle. Noah asked in surprise where he was in such a hurry. Looking ahead with a smile, Joshua said that he was going to the mercenary guild. The gold coin spun in the air, falling. She fell into the water, leaving small splashes. The coin hit a pile of similar coins lying at the bottom. A man in a hood and a white mask clasped his hands, saying something in an unknown language. He stood by the fountain. A man approached him from behind, saying that just think, despite the failure of the plan in Svalu, he returned alive to the Emperor Markers. It seems that the deal with His Majesty was on very good terms. The second man in a white mask looked at the other's back, saying that even without knowing the details, he can guess what it was, for sure. He plans to destroy the Duchy of Agnosis using Pavel. If Baron Sanders were not opposed to the war, Emperor Markers immediately attacked Svalu. The man behind approached the second one, nodding and saying that in this case there will be another chance. If you need help in the palace, let him contact him at any time. He will make every effort for this. The man with purple eyes turned back, saying that even though he says so, he will not obey them. Despite the fact that he betrayed his country, he also has a sense of pride. Another man extended his hand, asking who was asking him to obey. He was talking about camaraderie. The masked man smiled, asking about his comrades. He turned away, asking what nonsense, and saying that in the current situation, where his father might disappear soon. The second masked man with yellow eyes looked over his shoulder at him, saying that he didn't even know. He never considered his father to be a maniac with a passion for massacre and war. He looked away, saying not to forget that his offer is always valid. The man with violet eyes calmly looked at the man who called him Draxia-led Grace. The man turned away from the man, leaving with other hooded people, saying that he was outstanding in every way, and yet he was still so young. Draxia named the man Caesar Ben Britain. The blonde with golden eyes smirked as he looked in his direction. He watched the masked men walk away from him, Draxia leading the way. This is how two people met who pushed Joshua to death in his past life. On the wall hung a wooden sign with an image of an axe and two swords, the Highbury Mercenary Guild. Someone slammed their hand down on the table, asking why they couldn't give him a silver badge. The man in the green vest in front of Joshua said that first he needs to successfully complete at least 100 tasks of the second level and earn a bronze one. The guy said displeasedly that he knows about this, but there is a way to get a silver badge at once, so why is he telling him about the bronze one? A man with brown hair and a beard crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the guy, saying that he is the aristocracy of the Avalon Empire. Not knowing his intentions, he cannot in any way give out a sign issued under the name of the Mercenary Guild. Under the man there is an inscription, the head of the Highbury Guild branch. Aiden. The main character frowned at him, asking since when do the mercenary guilds issue signs only after they find out about the intentions, what he thinks, who he is. The man hesitated, looking at him. He closed his eyes and replied that he was a genius among geniuses, called the talent of the continent, a shining star, Baron Joshua. If the rumors were true, it would not be difficult for him to complete ordinary tasks. The guy asked why he did not give them to him. Aiden frowned, lowered his gaze to the guy and said that he did not trust Baron Sanders, so let him prove to him that the guy can be trusted. Joshua looked at him annoyed, frowning, and said that mercenaries only provide the client with their abilities, and as payment for this they receive a reward. Let him not ignore the will of Deus Dembaba, the first mercenary king. Aiden calmly looked at the guy, asking why he was suddenly talking about this. He looked up at him and replied that they are creatures who are driven only by tasks. A mercenary cannot be bound by anything other than contractual relations based on remuneration. The guy leaned his hands on the counter behind which the man stood and said that he only wants to provide one's abilities to those who need it and receive appropriate payment. Is another reason necessary? Aiden crossed his arms over his chest, frowning at the guy. He answered him that he understood what he meant, so he would give him a task with which he could get a silver sign. The main character smiled broadly, asking he was not joking, and whatever task it was, he was ready to complete it perfectly. Aiden opened one of the drawers behind him, saying that he will choose the level that suits the Baron. The man took out a package, holding it in his hands, and said that this was a level 5 assignment. Joshua frowned, looking at him in surprise, thinking about the red dragon the man was approaching, asking if this wasn't the highest level with missions like scouting the dragon's lair. A man with blonde hair handed the scroll to the guy, smilingly saying that there was no need to worry. This was just an assignment focused on reconnaissance and humanitarian assistance. Asking if he would take it, the guy answered, of course. It's strange that a simple reconnaissance task is ranked at level 5. Joshua took the scroll in his hand, saying that nothing could be done, asking when he could leave. The man looked at the smiling guy, answering that it would be better right now. The destination is the eastern region of Tryphia, a place united with the old county of Rereka, written in more detail on the scroll, so let him check it. Aiden closed his eyes, bowed, and said that he relied on him. Joshua looked over his shoulder at the man with a smile. He looked at him aside, saying that from now on he is not an Avalon aristocrat, Joshua Sanders, he is a mercenary Ash. The man looked up at the guy with a smile, saying what Ash means, simple and easy to use. Joshua walked forward, saying that he had forgotten the main thing. The guy turned around with a smile, saying that a test is a test, but he wouldn't commit a shameless act by paying poorly for a level 5 task. The man smiled nervously, frowning, and asked if there was anything special he wanted to receive. The main character walked away from the man, holding a scroll in his hands, and replied that he would like the reward to correspond to the 5th level of difficulty. He would let him know by completing the task. The man took the sand in his hand, which was falling from his fingers. A masked man with a scar on his face sat on the ground on one knee, raising his hand to his face. Another man in dark armor and a mask came out from behind a tree, looking at the man with the scar. The second frowned and closed his eyes, shaking his head. The man with the scar looked back at him. He looked up and frowned as a bird flew across the sky. On the bird's leg there was a package with a letter attached to it. The man took it. Charla frowned, holding a small piece of paper in her hand, reading. She sat on a log near the fire while Icarus and a man with brown hair stood behind her. The latter raised his hand and asked what happened. She had a dark expression on her face. The girl lowered her gaze to the paper, saying that they had reported that her father had fallen ill. The man in black frowned in shock as he loudly asked about Duke Fonte. Icarus walked up to the horse, turning to look at the two of them, and said that then they need to finish the halt and leave right now. They need to fill Duke Fonte's empty seat as soon as possible. Kane rose from the log on which he was sitting, closing his eyes with a smile, and said that they had just sat down, and immediately let the body not have time to become stiff. The man with the beard frowned at them and asked them to wait, saying that this was of course an emergency situation. But Lady Charla would have a hard time walking. If they crossed another river, they would end up in Ponthieu territory and would be able to regain some strength. The girl put her hand on the man's shoulder. Charla looked at him with a smile and told Cox that she was not tired at all, thanking the man for his concern. He turned to the girl and said that due to the fact that they could not use the warp gate, they did not even have time to rest before leaving. The red-haired girl closed her eyes, smilingly saying that she no longer wanted to be a burden to the people who pulled her out of Arcadia, putting her life on the line. Kane stood in front of them, smilingly saying that Lady didn't need to worry about such things. He was just faithfully following his master's orders, so don't let her feel burdened. Icarus raised his hand, causing the eagle to fly off his shoulder, and turned towards them, saying that they didn't need the luggage anymore, so they would leave it here. They didn't have much time. They needed to speed up. Suddenly, someone shot an eagle in the sky and the guy looked up at him in surprise. Icarus ran towards the others, shouting for everyone to get out of there. Ropes wrapped around Kane, which the guy looked at in surprise, lowering his gaze. He climbed up to the tree to which the ropes were tied, and Charla threw her head back, looking at the guy and calling him. A hooded man appeared behind the girl, asking if she had time to think about others. He waved the bag towards the girl, who turned at him, shouting that she would come with them. Suddenly, a stone came close to the man's face and he looked back at it. The stone hit the man's face, causing Charla to cover her face with her hands. Someone grabbed the girl's wrist. Icarus led her forward, turning to her and telling her that she should run and not look back. A man in a black hood stood in front of them, holding daggers in his hands, and said that he would take the Duke's daughter and the rest could be killed. Another man landed behind Icarus and Charla, saying that he understood the order. Someone loudly asked who would allow him to take her, and the masked man turned back with a frown. Kane jumped down on him, raising his sword behind his head to strike. Two masked people flew away from him. Others looked up at him in shock, asking how he got out so quickly. The guy with brown hair smiled, frowning, looking down, and struck with his sword. A powerful blue explosion was visible in the center of the forest, causing wind to blow. Several masked people were lying on the ground, and the man with the scar covered his face with his hand, saying that it was unexpected, a pretty capable guy, but if he only knows how to handle mana ignorantly, then he won't be able to defeat them. Kane clutched his sword in his hand, asking about the ignorant. He smiled, throwing his sword over his shoulder, saying that due to an explosion of this level, they would be easily detected even from a long distance. The masked man frowned at him, thinking that this guy was dangerous. Many people jumped at the group, holding their daggers in their hands, shouting that they would finish everything quickly. They needed to deal with the knight first. The man was holding a box in his hands. Someone shouted to bring it here. A couple of people were sitting around the fire. 4 more were standing next to the cart, holding boxes. Someone asked where the box with the loot had gone. The man near the cart turned to the main character who was holding the box, shouting for him to move faster. The guy apologized and the man shouted that if he acted like a fool, did he really think that he could be a mercenary? The guy with blue hair nervously smiled and laughed, saying that he was trying, thinking that in vain he agreed to this. He had to ask for a task that could be completed alone. The man with the scar on his nose smiled and looked towards the man in the bearskin hat, saying stop pestering the newcomer, that if he turns out to be the one who owns the ore. He turned to the man, shouting at him not to talk nonsense. Does he really think that this is within the power of everyone to the neighbor's dog? How can such a kid even use aura? The man in the hat pointed his finger at Joshua, shouting that he doesn't seem to have any colleagues, so don't let him leave a single step from your elders. This is only a 2nd level task, but for a newbie like him, such a journey can be really difficult. The guy frowned, looking at him, remembering the scroll in his hand, thinking about the task of the 2nd level, perhaps not the 5th. Someone shouted about preparations for battle. The 2 men and Joshua turned towards the voice. Aiden stood in front of many people with swords and shields, holding a sword in front of him, shouting to those with mana to stand in the vanguard. They need to deal with them in the shortest possible time. Many zombies were approaching, their mouths open, from which saliva was flowing. Someone loudly asked where there was a gathering of the undead in such a place. The fighters fought with the zombies that came to the camp, swinging their swords, striking their bodies. Aiden shouted not to be afraid. You can quickly deal with them. If you cut off their heads, they will attack. An armored, headless creature with black mist emanating from its neck, it waved its hand, releasing red energy and pushing several fighters away from it. Aiden looked at this in shock, frowning, and thought that everything was much more serious than expected. He looked at the headless knight who was holding a sword in his hands and thought, who would have thought that Durahan would be with them? High-level undead, Durahan, are said to have plate armor that covers the entire body, not even scratched unless attacked by at least a B-rank aura. Joshua smiled, saying that everything was as expected. The guy walked forward with a smile, while 2 men looked at him in surprise. He said that this was an opportune moment. One of the men shouted to him to stay close. Did he really want to die? Joshua looked forward in surprise, frowning as he noticed something. A man in a robe and hood jumped above the crowd of zombies and Durahan, raising his hands. A blue seal appeared above his hands. He fell into a crowd of zombies. Bright rays of light and a rune on the ground illuminated everything around. The man shouted a wall of ice. An icy stream of wind passed through the zombies. Their bodies were covered with frost. The man in the bear hat looked at this in shock, shouting that this was 4th grade magic. Even a 4th grade magic master joined the 2nd level task. Joshua pursed his lips as he looked at this and thought that because the Night Empire didn't take magicians into account, 2nd class and above wizards were so rare that they were almost impossible to find. The guy in the robe and hood stood on one knee, his eyes were closed. He had blue hair below his shoulders, and the guy thought that in this case, in the Trifure region there is only one magician who can use magic of this level. The guy with blue hair and purple eyes raised his head, looking forward, and Joshua thought that it was the great ice mage Islan Zenrevreka. Islan stood in front of a large block of ice in which the zombies were sealed. Several people stood behind the magician. Durahan, in a block of ice, began to move. The blue-haired mage looked at him in surprise, frowning. Aiden ran up to her, clenching his hand into a fist, shouting for him to step back. He would finish him. The man held a brass knuckle made of blue energy in his hand, slamming his fist forward. The man punched forward. A fist of orange energy appeared in front of him, breaking the ice. The block of ice split. Pieces of ice flew off to the sides. Durahan fell to the ground, his armor and sword breaking into pieces. The man with brown hair was breathing heavily, frowning, the brass knuckles on his fist dissolving. Several fighters looked at this with wide smiles, clenched their hands into fists, and shouted that as expected from the leader of Aiden. They believed in them. Just think, with one fist to do such a thing, a man who left a mark on the world of mercenaries, on a completely different one level. Joshua frowned at it, thinking that he had heard rumors about it, but after seeing it with his own eyes, he can say that its strength is truly amazing. A blue brass knuckle emitting a faint light. The guy thought it was an artifact with the ability of invisibility. Abraham's knuckle. Even before his return, for decades it was called the favorite weapon of the second prominent mercenary among the millions of mighty Axler. Aiden clenched his hand into a fist from which blue light emanated. The knights and the main character stood behind him, and the guy with blue hair thought that he was a really valuable weapon. Then there was another favorite artifact, Rayfon. Did he really also exist at that time? Behind Joshua stood a magician in a black hood. Islin pursed her lips, silently looking at the guy. One of the knights with blonde hair ran towards Aiden, who turned to him. The knight shouted that things were bad, more undead were coming here, they needed to leave now. A man with brown hair looked up at him in shock, frowned and loudly asked what. The man held the reins in his hands. The headless knight threw his sword over his shoulder and was illuminated by a red light. A couple of headless horsemen rode on horses, and several more walked on the ground with their swords slung over their shoulders. People looked at this in fear, with their mouths open and frowning. Someone shouted to look at the number of Durahan, as many as 5. Except for the leader of Aiden, no one can resist them, given the huge number of undead. Wasn't the task level indicated incorrectly? It's the same go to death. There were flames burning around the riders. The undead walked forward among them. Several people were running back while Aiden turned to look at them. People were shouting to retreat. Life is more important than money. Aiden frowned, looking over his shoulder at the people and shouting to them to come back. Joshua stepped forward, smilingly asking if he thought they would come back if he asked. The guy extended his hand to the side, saying that he would sort everything out, so let him not skimp on rewards. The man looked at the guy in surprise, calling him by name. A blue energy weapon began to appear next to the protagonist's hand. The man with the scar turned around at this, shouting that this newcomer was on the rampage again. The man in the bearskin hat also turned over his shoulder, shouting that he had told the guy not to leave his side. He really wanted to die. The man with the scar said that it was too late, they should run away from here. The main character stood with a smile with a white spear in his hands, around which dark blue lightning struck. The guy swung his spear, saying that this is a devilish spear technique, level 4. The guy put his spear forward. A bright purple ray of light shone at its tip. A huge beam of purple light shot out from the guy's spear, which hit the undead. The guy screamed, destruction without a trace. The undead were illuminated by a bright light, and they opened their mouths. A bright glow also illuminated Durahan, whose cloak fluttered behind his back and he waved his sword. In front of the main character, who was holding a spear, there was only scorched earth, and fog was flying through the air. Aiden trembled, looking at this in shock, trying to say something. The man with the bear hat and the man with the scar opened their mouths and eyes wide as they watched. Joshua stood on the ground with a smile in his hands while people shouted that the crowd of undead and Durahan had disappeared. This is the first time he has seen such an ability. Is it really a technique of the kind? And he is the son of some destroyed house. Aiden approached the guy from behind, causing him to look back at the man. He said that he didn't know that among the secret techniques of the Agnosis Duchy there was something with such large-scale penetrating power. The man with brown hair smiled, coming closer to the guy, and said that, moreover, he didn't think that such a thing could happen using a spear. Joshua smiled, clenched his teeth, and said that he says that every time at moments like this. The spear in the guy's hands dissolved, and he raised his hand, looking to the side with a smile, saying that you don't need to know too much, otherwise you might hurt yourself. The Aiden tent, a white tent with a lamp burning inside. Someone asked, this is not just a humanitarian aid mission. Aiden looked at the main character, saying that everything is correct. It is called that only at the request of the customer. The guy with blue hair crossed his arms over his chest, asking then why the task of the 5th level was demoted to the 2nd. What would he do if because of Durahan there were many casualties? The man with brown hair smiled nervously, looking at the guy, and replied that in fact he did not expect Durahan to appear. He thought that he and Mr. Joshua would be enough to deal with the monsters and end everything, so he lowered the task from the 5th level up to 2nd. The main character raised his eyebrow, thinking that he has a lot of experience behind him. He understands this. The guy asked what then is the ultimate goal for which they are here. Aiden tilted his head, remembering the mage who became undead, saying that the medium-sized city where Count Revrex's castle was located, the liches that appeared there was the last goal. Joshua frowned at him and thought about the roar and the liches, thinking about Islin. He looked away and hummed thoughtfully, putting his hand to his chin. The guy grinned, thinking that this was great. All he had to do was successfully complete this task, and he would get another thing he wanted. The main character looked over his shoulder with a smile, saying that then we can go right now, asking why set up a camp here. Aiden told the guy that the fact is that the entrance to Rev is closed, and getting permission will take some time. The guy turned to him, asking what, and is it really because of the liches that the entrance was even closed? Aiden frowned, tilting his head, saying that it was not because of them. There was a territorial battle in Regressed County, and the imperial family was controlling access to establish the truth. The main character frowned at the man and asked about the territorial battle in Regressed County. Islin came into the tent, saying that everything was wrong, and the guy with blue hair looked back at her. The blue-haired mage raised her hand, frowning, saying that this was the mass destruction of the Marquis of Cromwell. A large blue explosion was visible in the center of the forest. Someone called Cain by name, the tops of the trees and the bright moon were visible. Icarus grabbed the red-haired girl's hand, stopping her, and said that they couldn't allow Lady Charla to be captured, let her focus on escaping from here. The girl clenched her teeth and frowned. She ran forward, saying that if they walked a little more, they would come across a pier. They just had to cross the river and they would be in the domain of Fani. They needed to hurry. Cox frowned, cursing nervously. A girl with red hair ran up behind him, asking the man to get the boat ready, and he looked over his shoulder at her, trying to say something. The three stopped at the pier, the boats and bridge on which were destroyed, shouting that it was destroyed. A man in a black hood appeared in front of them, sitting on the ground, saying that there was only one way for them to get out of here. The man jumped at them, raising his arm to strike, and shouted that they needed to die. Someone screamed loudly. Blood splashes were visible. Cox and Icarus covered the girl with their arms, shouting for her to run as a man with a dagger approached them, shouting for them to die. Charla fearfully covered herself with her hand, looking forward. The masked man frowned in shock, lowering his gaze. There was an arrow in the masked man's chest, causing him to throw his head back. The man fell to the ground with an arrow in his back, kicking up dust from the ground. Cox looked down at him, nervously asking where the arrow suddenly came from. On the other side, a man holding a bow and arrow looked at them, asking if everyone was safe. A man with blonde hair, in a red cloak, warrior of the Fani clan, Count of Troy. The man said that something irreparable would have happened if he had been even a little late. They would continue on, accompanied by him. Someone shouted to open the gate. Count Troy returned. The great gates of the city wall began to open. The guards stood at the gate through which Charla, Icarus, Cox and Troy passed. The latter looked at the man with black hair, asking where everyone had gone. He said to wait at the ready. The man replied that Baron Arno had called everyone. The blonde asked if a new one had appeared. Information, you need to go to him and find out everything. The man with black hair looked at Charla, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was glad that they returned unharmed. The girl lowered her gaze, talking about everyone. Icarus looked at her with a smile, telling her not to worry about Knight Cain. The girl looked back at him, trying to say something. The guy with white hair answered with a smile that this is the first knight that Baron Joshua chose. He is certainly not someone who is easy to defeat. The girl with red hair tilted her head, looking down with a frown. Troy looked over his shoulder at her, saying that he would go up to the meeting room and let them rest well. The girl frowned, looking at him, saying that she would go with him, and the blonde asked if everything would be okay. She didn't need to overexert herself. Charla put her hand to her chest, looked up and said that she could not sit idly by. Since her father was ill, she must defend the place of the head of the clan and prove to the vassals that she was worthy of being his temporary representative. Troy pursed his lips, frowning at the girl. There was a gray figure on the map, and someone told Baron Arno that they couldn't give it away. A man with glasses, with gray hair, in front of a map on the table, crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he understands. But they will not be able to protect everyone. A man in green clothes leaned towards the figure on the table, asking how about protecting this production base. Charla, Icarus, Cox and Troy entered the hall, and the latter said that they heard the news. They say the Marquis of Cromwell began to act again. The man with glasses turned to them, saying that Lady Charla had arrived. The red-haired girl frowned, saying that she would participate in the meeting. Let them report on the situation. The man with gray hair frowned as he looked at her and replied that they were having a military meeting. Later he would visit her and tell her about the results to take part. Baron Arno, vassal of the Fani family. Charla looked at the man with gray hair, telling him to say everything now so that there would be no need to report twice. A man with curly hair extended his hand, looking at the girl, and said that the people of the Marquis of Cromwell began to attack not only the trade convoy that they lead, but also the clients that work with them. Now the main problem is that the goods that were imported into the feud is ending. The girl frowned when the man said that in this way, if the number of requests was exhausted, their people would starve. The girl thought that the situation was more serious than she thought. If this continued, they would find themselves completely isolated and deprived of everything. Charla pursed her lips and lowered her gaze to the floor, thinking that they should not meet them face to face, and nothing came to her mind that could improve their situation. Naturally, if there was a way out of this situation, it would have been done long ago found. She doesn't know at all where to start if someone gave advice. Icarus flipped through the pages of the book, holding it in his hands, and said that the other goods are not so important. He smiled. The others looked back at the guy who was looking at the book, saying that it was possible to produce food inside the feud that could be provided to the inhabitants. Arno frowned at him and asked who he was. Troy looked at the man with gray hair, answering that he was the one who helped the lady leave the academy and get here safely. The gray-haired man frowned again, saying that nevertheless, isn't it rude to enter such a place so recklessly? Charla looked up at him, while Icarus put the book on the table behind her. The girl said that this man, Mr. Icarus, who received the highest score when graduating from the academy, he is her guest and the one who will help the funny round. Arno looked back at the girl, asking what the boy who had recently graduated from the academy might know. He said that he was an outsider who was only causing inconvenience by being at an important meeting where urgent matters of the family were discussed. The man frowned, lowering his gaze, saying that since the head was ill, they did not have time to worry about personal matters, so she had better leave them. This is not playing war. Charla looked at the man in shock, frowning, asking what. Cox stood in front of the girl, frowning and shouting at the man what nonsense he was talking about. A vein popped out on the man's face as he said irritably that while the head was worried about the internal state of their lands, the lady traveled half the country to find allies outside the duchy, which is why she almost never appeared at home. Doesn't he know about this, he asks, is he really unaware of their lady's efforts? Arno looked irritably at the man in front of him, shouting that efforts that did not yield results were just a waste of time. In the end she only got this child of unknown gender who has no military experience. Cox extended his hands, standing opposite him, shouting that it didn't matter now, they needed at least one ally. Arno pointed his finger at Icarus, shouting, does the man really think that this child will help change the state of affairs? Now that the collapse can happen at any second, what do they hope for? Offering to cooperate with him. The girl with red hair pursed her lips and lowered her gaze as Arno looked at her and the man next to her, saying as for the lady, she had never even shown up at a meeting before, so why was she confusing them by appearing in the absence of the head? A man with gray hair stood near the other end of the table where the map was, raising his hands and saying that he did not want to follow the orders of someone who still had no abilities. Icarus smiled, looking decisively to the side and thought, why is gender so important? He will personally teach you a lesson and force you to shut your mouth. The guy walked forward while the two men looked back at him and thought that his abilities would say everything for him. Icarus looked back at the man with glasses, asking, his name is Baron Arno, he understands everything. The guy with white hair smiled, saying that efforts that do not yield results are just a waste of time. These are the right words. But in the current wartime, they are not at all appropriate, since the result of defeat means that they will soon lose everything. Arno looked at him with a frown, saying that he seemed to be onto something. Icarus walked up to the man, looked at him and said that this is why Lady Charla deserves credit, because she brought an ally who is more capable than anyone here. The guy raised a gray figure in his hand, saying with a smile that it was him. Arno smiled, tilting his head, saying that he was thinking about what it would be about, and the guy decided to just stupidly boast that someone like him could do it at all. Icarus held the figurine in both hands with a smile, looked down at it and replied that food that could feed 70% of the entire population could be produced independently on the territory of the feud. The guy raised his gaze, looking to the side and said that then there would be no need to worry about the people, and if they supported the defense, focusing only on provisions for the army, they would be able to hold out longer. Charla looked at the guy in surprise, asking really. He raised his hand, walking around the table, saying that everything is correct. The Marquis of Cromwell will not be happy that the war has dragged on, because the financial losses will increase because of this. They expect that they will not be able to hold out for too long. Arno looked at the guy with white hair with a smile, asking if his tactic was to leave the people and just wait, sitting in the castle. Icarus looked back at him, saying no, the enemy's pattern of action is already clear, so even if they do nothing undertake, they will act first. The guy put one hand on the chair, and in the other hand he raised a gray figure, saying that they would probably offer them, isolated on all sides, not to waste time and end the war in one battle. Arno looked to the side, laughing and saying that this was just his guess, no matter how dominant Cromwell was, if a battle began. No one knew how it would end. What was the point of getting into trouble and doing something that could lead to even greater losses? Suddenly, the soldier opened the doors of the hall, causing everyone to turn to him. He shouted that things were bad. The soldier frowned, shouting that the Marquis of Cromwell's troops were gathering in front of Aden Gorge. The estimated number of warriors was 30,000. Charla, Cox and Arno looked at the soldier in shock, frowning, asking about 30,000. Troy looked to the side, thinking that Icarus was right. He told the guy that his words were confirmed. Would they really offer to fight? Icarus clasped his hands in front of his face, smilingly saying that it didn't matter to them whether they accepted the offer or not. The guy sat at the table, folded his hands in front of him and looked at the others and said that if they agree, they will immediately destroy their army with superior forces. For them this is a good outcome. And even if not, while there is a large-scale military movement, there will be nothing left for them. Other than forcibly raising an army, Troy asked what would be the benefit for them if they raised troops. The man with blonde hair frowned, saying that Aden Gorge is like a natural fortress optimized for defense. Just like he said, if they decide to focus on military supplies and bide their time, they won't find a better place than this. But didn't he say that they don't want it? Icarus tilted his head with a smile, his blue eyes glowing faintly as he said that of course, if it really was a head-to-head confrontation then yes, but they needed something else. The guy raised a gray figure in his hand. He placed her between two black figures, looking at them and said that their real target was right here. The gray figure stood next to the river opposite the black figure. Icarus said about the den is river, this is a diversionary maneuver. Icarus sat with a smile in front of the map at the table, folding his hands. Arno frowned, pursing his lips and lowering his violet eyes. Troy looked at the map in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Everyone gathered around the table at which a guy was sitting and one of the men in green clothes turned to him, saying that if you act as he says, there really is a chance of success. The man with wavy hair looked back at Troy, saying that this is not the time for this, every second is important, everyone needs to start preparing now. The blonde agreed, saying that he would go to his platoon and take care of it. Arno lowered his gaze, gritting his teeth in irritation, and Cox glanced at him. The man with brown hair told the man that if he had no other proposals, they would think that he agreed with Mr. Icarus's plan. The man with gray hair bit his lip, frowning and looking down at the floor. He put his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, bowed, saying that he would await Lady Charla's order. Troy walked to the door, opening it and looking over his shoulder, saying that then they would get together again after preparation. The black door closed behind the man. Cox and Charla looked back at the guy with white hair when only the three of them remained in the hall. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, exhaling and saying that this was truly amazing. She looked at Icarus with a smile, saying who would have thought that they would take the situation into their own hands and lead the stubborn aristocrats. The rumors did not lie, thanks to Master Icarus, things would go smoothly. The guy looked up at the girl with a smile, saying that he thought such gratitude should be expressed to his master. The girl looked at him in surprise and blushed slightly, agreeing. Icarus stood up from the table, asking if he could ask something, and the girl replied that of course, anything. The guy with white hair asked, if you believe the rumors, at the very beginning of the war the forces of the opponents were comparable. This is true. The girl frowned and looked away, saying that before the appearance of the mercenary king, anyone could say that the chances of the sides were equal. A man with long hair was holding a huge axe on his shoulder. The dead bodies of soldiers were lying around him, and the girl said that she knew that a man with exceptional abilities would have a huge impact on the war. Every time he appeared, the battle ended in a loss for them. The problem is that all the places where he appeared were strategically important points for their family, so the damage was even greater. Icarus tilted his head, frowning, saying that he was only capturing important places. The guy walked up to the girl, putting his hand to his chin, and said that according to the results of his research, if we take into account the mercenary king, the Fonty clan was in no way inferior to the Cromwell clan, rather, on the contrary, military potential, financial power, and even strong warriors capable of waging war were always on their side. Icarus moved his hand away from his face, thinking about the soldier who was standing at the wall, raising his sword and asking another soldier to come down from the wall. The guy said that besides, the walls of Fonty were carefully guarded from the very beginning. It's hard to believe that under siege, where the defender has more advantages than the attacker, everything was destroyed just because of one person with exceptional abilities. The guy lowered his gaze, frowning, and said that what is even more alarming is that the head of the duchy in the 5th generation, the man who leads the family, ate poisoned food and is dying. Charla frowned at him, asking what that meant. A guy with white hair stood opposite, raising his hand, and he said that this is impossible without help from within. Let the lady from now on remember only one thing. He said not to trust anyone but himself, under any circumstances. Charla lowered her gaze, folding her hands. A white tent with light coming from a lamp. Someone asked what it meant. Joshua stood opposite the blue-haired mage, asking about the mass destruction of the Marquis of Cromwell. The mage replied that everything was as he said. Island frowned, saying that due to Cromwell's unilateral declaration of war, Rev was burned and his father disappeared without a trace. Behind them, Aiden leaned his hands on the table, saying that it was unexpected that the person who was in the imperial palace did not know about it. The man with brown hair frowned, saying that the Marquis of Cromwell completely destroyed the county of Regressed, and after some time began a territorial war with the Duchy of Fonty. Knights with shields stood in front of the gate, behind which a bright flame flared up. The man said that this is a large-scale confrontation that could destroy an entire family. The Marquis of Cromwell is dealing with what is a huge loss for the entire country, as if there was nothing special about it. He does not think that these are all just his willful actions. Joshua tilted his head with a smile, saying that it means there is a possibility that Markers is standing above him. Aiden stood near the table, looking back at the guy, saying that judging by the fact that the Marquis of Cromwell is called the Emperor's dog, the highest probability is that he follows his orders. He expected that they, as a knight of the ruling family, already knows about this, but apparently this was only his delusion. Joshua looked at the man with displeasure, asking why he was telling him this, Had he really forgotten who he was, his words could be regarded as a betrayal from the point of view of the imperial family. The man with brown hair said with a smile that he was saying this because he came from the Agnosis family. If the house of Fawny falls, there is a high probability that the Agnosis dukedom will be next. He does not fully trust the guy yet, but he can conclude that they're not enemies. The man looked at the guy carefully, saying that he also wanted to ask him for a personal request that only he could fulfill. Joshua frowned at the man, asking about a personal request. The man called Islin, and the main character turned in surprise at the magician behind him. An abandoned building, there were bare tree branches all around, the moon was shining in the sky. The white horse stepped on the ground with its hoof. Christian rode his horse, approaching the two people, saying that everything had truly turned into terrible ruins. One of the cloaked men stood in front of the horse, telling him to stop, saying that this area was closed to entry, where he was going. A man in white armor with blonde hair looked down at him, saying that according to rumors, the remains of vicious creatures were discovered here. He came from the Hubald Empire as a special investigation team. The hooded man with blonde hair replied that these were just rumors with no basis. From now on, the area was under the control of the Avalon imperial family, so let him not interfere and return. Christian looked at them silently, frowning. Bare tree branches, among which the moon was visible. The horse stood on the ground, lowering its head to the branches. A blow struck the stone on the wall from within. Christian knocked out a stone, clenched his teeth, sitting under the wall, cursing at Avalon. He frowned, looking to the side, and asked what they were up to, watching the destroyed place. The man remembered the two hooded people, saying that it was also strange that the mages of the ruling family of Avalon acted together with the mages of the magic tower. The paladin knelt down on one knee near the wall, looking up and asking if the appearance of liches had anything to do with the Avalon Empire. He stood in front of a huge stone castle that was illuminated by a red light and asked what Emperor Marker's castle roar was after. The castle door opened slightly, letting in a beam of light. Christian walked inside the hall. Cracks were visible on the walls and floor. Moonlight illuminated the hall from the windows. A large chandelier on the ceiling is illuminated by moonlight, and cobwebs hang from the ceiling. Armors stood against the wall, with spears in their hands. The white-robed paladin walked forward into the hall. Christian stopped, clenched his hands into fists, and thought that everything here was so dilapidated, the floor would not fall under his feet. A sound was heard from the side, and the man looked back at him, frowning. He reached for his sword on his hip as sounds continued to come from somewhere. The man stood in front of an open door, behind which nothing was visible. An undead with red eyes jumped on Christian from behind and swung his hand at the man. The paladin rested his foot on the ground, raising dust from the floor, and thought it was a type of ghoul. He was so fast. Under the man's feet, the floor in the hall broke into stones. Christian stumbled in shock, falling as the floor beneath him gave way and the zombie swung its paw over the man. The man and the zombies flew down, along with the broken stones. They fell to the ground together, hitting it, causing Christian to cry out in pain. He rose from the floor, looking at the ghoul, who arched, trying to stand on his hands and feet, turning over onto his back. The man sharply swung his sword towards him, striking at the evil spirit, which emitted a golden glow. The fire was burning around the ghoul, and Christian exhaled, frowning, looking to the side, holding the sword in front of him. He looked the other way, surprised to notice something. The man stood in front of a passage in which many red glowing eyes could be seen. Many undead ran forward towards the man, opening their mouths, their red eyes glowing, and the man shouted that there was complete chaos here. Christian frowned, his eyes glowing brightly with a green glow. He swung his sword, running forward and striking at the undead that stood in front of him, leaving a bright golden glow behind the blows. One of the zombies swung his arm towards the man, leaving a bright red light from the impact. Raising the sword behind his back, Christian cried out a shining spear, and from it many arrows flew forward, and a bright golden glow appeared around him, which repelled the undead. Golden shocks rang through the undead's chests as they fell to the floor, their mouths wide open. Christian looked at them in surprise, noticing something. One of the ghouls rested his hands on the ground, lowering his head to the floor, red energy sparkling from his chest. A crowd of zombies ran towards Christian from both sides, opening their jaws. The man took the sword in both hands, lowering it to the floor. A bright golden glow began to emanate from it, and the man asked the holy sword Durandal to answer his call. A bright golden light emanated from the man, causing the zombies to recoil, screaming. The man raised his sword in his hands, frowning, and said that in the name given by Erms, he would personally pronounce judgment on them. The man slammed his sword into the ground. A golden cross appeared behind him. Beams of golden energy flew around as Christian summoned the golden cross. One of the zombies opened its mouth wide as the golden light scorched it. The crowd of zombies that had been standing around the man were thrown back as bright golden energy swirled around. Christian pursed his lips, looking to the side, wondering how many liches there are, since several varieties of ghouls roam so freely around the castle. The man put one of his hands on the blade of the sword, next to which a golden seal appeared. He thought that he was going to deal with everything quietly, but it seems that this is impossible. A golden seal appeared under the man's feet and he stood on the floor, swinging his sword. Christian looked down at his hand, raising it, and thought that even though it would be noisy here, he would have to use a way in which they could be punished quickly. He raised his hand, over which a golden glow appeared. A golden field appeared around, and the man mentally said that he was asking Mr. Erms to call upon the saints to get rid of evil. From a ray of golden light, a golden dome spread throughout the dungeon. The ball moved through the dungeon, illuminating everything with its light. He was approaching two people in black robes who were standing in the dungeon. One of the hooded men turned back, looking at the ball with his red eyes. Christian frowned and clenched his teeth, mentally asking where this man was from. A portal opened behind him, shimmering with black, purple, and red light. Black tendrils erupted from the portal and glowed with red light. They entwined the body of Christian, who turned at them in surprise. The tendrils wrapped around the waist, arms, and legs of the man, who frowned, cursing loudly. A creature in armor appeared in front of Christian, who emerged from a cloud of purple dark fog. The paladin looked at this in shock, frowning, and asked if they were planning a war between the continents. An undead knight with white hair and red eyes appeared in front of the man. He was holding a sword in his hands. Dressed in armor, there was a cloak behind his back. Christian asked how they could create a death knight. The man was holding in his hands a scroll with a red seal on it. The robed girl held the paper in her hands, nodding to the second mage in front of her. The magician stood in front of the rune, raising his hands and speaking in an unknown language. A little to the side was another blue seal. Two people were sitting on horses. Behind them stood a carriage. The magicians opened a blue portal in front of them, in which a castle could be seen. Aiden looked back at one of the mages, sitting on a horse, saying that they will briefly look into the Rev Castle and get married. It won't take much time. The group of undead that appeared the other day has already been reported to the guild headquarters, so soon Avalon must also take action. The girl in the dark robe looked at the man, answering that besides this, 3 days ago, after secretly infiltrating Rev Castle, the priest of Hubald disappeared without a trace. Soon the Hubald Empire will also begin to actively operate, so let them deal with the main affairs and quickly return before everyone will become more complicated. Aiden looked to the side, turned away, and said that his superiors would deal with the affairs of the state, and they, in turn, would try not to create difficulties for each other. The man thought that it was really worth leaving this country. The guild constantly has to bend over and monitor what is happening. The sorceress wished them luck, and the man said that they would then move out, 2 people on horses and a cart followed by people headed towards the portal. The wheels of the cart were driving along the road. The blue morning sky was visible. Islin and Joshua were sitting opposite each other in the carriage. The girl said that means he won't say anything, and the guy crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he had nothing to say. The girl frowned, lowered her gaze, and said that she was very curious why, as payment for her protection, he asked for an artifact that was in development. The main character frowned, looking up at the sorceress. Islin also raised her gaze to the guy, saying that Cromwell had set a huge ransom for her. So many people, including very dangerous ones, must be targeting her head. The guy looked out the window with a smile, saying that he saw the leader of Aiden using his artifact, and thought that if he had something like that, it would be quite convenient. That's just the point. The girl looked at the guy with concern, asking if it was really just because it was convenient. She put her hand to her face, smiling. Islin laughed, hugging her stomach and closing her eyes, saying that this is really amazing. This can be made as much as you want. If you find the time, as soon as they finish this task, she will do it for him. The guy looked back at the girl with a smile. She looked at the guy who asked her how it happened that Count Revrek went missing. The girl with blue hair sadly lowered her gaze, asking about her father. The main character looked at her with concern, apologizing that he had asked too much if it was difficult for her to talk about it. Islin turned away, lowering her gaze, answering that it happened in an instant, even without a declaration of war. She frowned, saying that their domain was on fire. The knights under her father's command, as well as family members, were in danger of being killed. 5 years ago, someone shouted that it was impossible to miss them, to kill them all, a large white castle under which tongues of flame were visible. The soldiers ran from the castle gates. The man with glasses turned to Islin and the man who was dragging her away, shouting that he would block the road. Let them run. The girl, who was being held by the hand, screamed that she could not leave him alone. They should go together. The man with gray hair and glasses frowned, shouting for them to leave quickly. Islin looked at him with tears in her eyes. The red-haired man pulled her back towards the other people, looking over his shoulder and saying that they didn't have time. If they caught them, they would kill everyone. The girl shook her head, looking to the side. She closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and tears streamed down the girl's face. She left with the red-haired man, saying that he must survive. The man with gray hair sat on one knee. A bright light shone under him, while the soldiers ran forward, shouting that they would not let anyone escape, no matter what happened. Let them catch up and they will all be killed. There was a bright, powerful fiery explosion on the ground, and people's screams were heard. Islam lowered her gaze, frowning, and said that her father sacrificed his life so that they could escape, leaving only the family's half-burnt mansion. She put her hands on her knees and, closing her eyes, said that time had passed when people forgot about what happened. She arrived to help the remaining inhabitants of the feud, but heard rumors that liches had appeared in the castle of Rev. She wants to see with her own eyes what kind of creatures are these. The main character silently looked away. He looked at the girl, saying that he did not know for sure, but everything was definitely not as she expected. Suddenly, Joshua's eyes widened and he opened his mouth in surprise. The girl watched as the guy looked to the side, calling him. The carriage door opened suddenly. The guy with blue hair jumped out of her, gritting his teeth. He frowned, looking ahead, and thought that he was sure this energy belonged to that guy, Kaisar's impenetrable dog. The guy clenched his hands into fists, standing in front of a large castle, above which was the silhouette of a hooded man with red glowing eyes, thinking about Berber. White doors with a gray pattern on them. Suddenly, someone knocked down the doors, causing dust to rise in the air and stones to fly to the sides. Joshua stood in the aisle, his hand clenched into a fist, his lips pursed. Aiden ran after him, to whom the guy looked back. The man loudly asked what happened, why he was acting alone. The guy with blue hair frowned and ran forward, saying that he needed to check something urgently. They would see each other later. Aiden asked him to wait. The main character ran forward along the destroyed corridor. He ran in the other direction. The guy's eyes noticed something and he frowned, looking forward. Joshua stopped abruptly, looking at his feet, where there was a blue seal emitting light from itself. The guy pursed his lips, frowning, and thought that this pattern seemed to have been left recently. He turned around behind himself, standing on the pattern, thinking that he definitely felt the Berber energy, as well as traces of battles with a level aura and above, but why everything except these runes was fine, it was somehow strange. The guy looked to the side at his earring, from which blue lightning was emanating, and thought, really? He waved his hand, which was followed by a blue beam of light, thinking that there was an anti-magic field. Christian closed his eyes. Next to his face there were cracks in the glass in front of him. The man was tied by the hands with red ropes above the floor. The glass around him was breaking as the main character stood in front of him. Christian began to tremble, letting out a low grunt, frowning. The guy with blue hair looked at him, saying that he thought so. It was illusion magic, asking if he was the owner of these runes, but the man only hummed again. Joshua frowned, looking up at him, asking what happened. The paladin opened his eyes slightly, looking down and muttering that there was something behind him. He needed to be careful. Joshua asked in surprise that there was a dark knight standing behind him, who swung his sword at the guy. The undead swung his sword sharply, leaving a red light from the blow, and the guy flew to the side, letting out a groan of pain. Joshua landed on one knee with a smile, resting his hand on the floor. He moved his hand back. A ball of blue energy was gathering next to it. When the guy said that it was impossible, he felt absolutely nothing until he got too close. The armored undead opened its mouth, holding a sword in two hands. There was a red glow around, and the guy said that this was the first time he had seen such a death knight. The guy looked down at the white spear that appeared in his hand. The voice said that it was his, and the guy looked at the spear in surprise, calling him by the name Ruiger. Joshua clenched his teeth, frowning, his eyes turning a shade of red. The guy covered his face with his hand as many beams of blue energy appeared around him, fluttering his cloak and hair. The Death Knight raised his sword in both hands, running towards the guy to strike. Joshua's red eyes looked at him and the guy frowned. The guy sharply thrust his spear in front of him, blocking the knight's blow, causing impulses to travel across the ground, breaking the floor. Christian looked down at it, frowning and wondering what kind of person this is, why he feels both holy and demonic power at the same time. The main character smiled madly, looking at the knight in front of him with wide red eyes, blocking the blow, and the paladin wondered if this was even possible. Joshua frowned, his face lighting up red as he said the knight was his. The guy struck with his spear at the knight, from whom blue lightning emanated, shouting that he was his food. The knight staggered back, missing an arm, his head hanging low. He raised his head angrily at the guy, red veins popping out on his face. Joshua approached him, holding a spear in his hands, and said that from this blow he already understood that he would never be able to defeat him, even if he did not resist and let him be absorbed. The knight narrowed his eyes, shouting with rage so that the guy would not make him laugh. Joshua smiled, looking at him with red eyes. The knight swung his sword furiously, beams of dark red energy sparkling around him. A sword blade that had red energy around it. The main character looked at this in surprise, opening his eyes wide, and asked really. He watched as the Death Knight held a jagged sword in front of him with red energy shining around it, and loudly said that it was the legacy sword, Wolf's Roar. The Imperial Palace of Svalu, a white castle with no doors, dust flying in the air. On the red carpet in the hall lay the bloody bodies of knights, next to which weapons and stones lay. A man in black boots walked along the red carpet, saying that the Emperor of Verona is crossing all boundaries. Lucifer walked between the knights with large swords, putting his hands behind his back with a smile, approaching the throne on which the man was sitting, saying that he has no right to be a ruler if he only shouts about peace for the sake of the people. This is even funny, the people too instead, to be locked up in such a small country. The man with red hair smiled widely, raising his gaze, saying that the people would want to go to a more spacious continent. Under the man there was a sign, one of the 9 great stars of the Svalu Empire, Duke Lucifer. Verona frowned, looking at the man, asking if he was really saying that war. This is a true matter for the sake of the people. Under him there was a sign, Emperor of the Svalu Empire, Verona Grace. The man with blonde hair put his hands on the armrests of the throne, saying that once the war begins, many fathers, mothers, and children of this land will die. Does he really just want to watch the world burn? Lucifer frowned, clenching his teeth with a smile, and said that as expected, they were not suitable for each other. His older brother, Demero Grace, should have sat in this place, then he would have agreed with him. The Emperor looked at the man silently, pursing his lips. He frowned, asking since when did he start plotting this. Right after Dukalsma was sent to the province. If this was found out, there would be a civil war and he wouldn't get what he wanted. Lucifer smiled widely, looking at the man with wide eyes, telling him not to worry. Chancellor Gandar had already taken care of it. Dukalsma would not hear the news because he was already dead. Verona looked at the man in shock. His mouth parted. A man with red hair came closer, putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, saying that Gandar deserves to be called a sage, because he can read everything that happens around him, and even after he disappears, he will still be the chancellor of this country. It's time to leave. The Emperor with blonde hair tilted his head, looking at the guy from under his brows, and said irritably that everything would not be the way he wanted. Lucifer stood over the man, smiling widely and madly, and laughed, drawing his sword and asking if it was so. Blood spatters were visible. A couple of drops of blood fell down. A large dark pool of blood formed on the floor. The Death Knight was on his knees, clutching the spear in his chest, groaning in pain. He lowered his red eyes, asking why he was like this. The spear in the knight's chest glowed blue, and Joshua said that he did not know what injustices he suffered on the way to becoming a Death Knight. The guy stood in front of the man, waving his hand, next to which a spear appeared, saying that the human soul, especially the soul of a master, which is superior to the ordinary one, cannot be changed by force. It is a path chosen by one's own will. One of the boy's eyes glowed red as he looked down at the knight, saying that he did not know what kind of regrets the knight had in this world, since he chose such a path, but could he walk along this path with him? The knight clutched his chest wound, clenching his teeth as the boy called him a Death Knight. Equus swung his sword, fire burning all around, and the man opened his mouth wide, frowning. The man with gray hair clenched his teeth and looked up at him. Equus stabbed him with his flaming sword, causing the man in front of him to close his eyes. He was crushed by him. His hand, bandaged, held a piece of paper. As payment for this, he was deprived of his position and sent to the provinces. A man with gray hair sat on the bed, looking at a piece of paper. His head was bandaged. Now, remembering, he understands that this was just an excuse to distance him from the Emperor. The armored man with gray hair fell to the ground, thinking that this was how he became a scapegoat, a pawn of the brother of the Emperor whom he once served. The man with white hair and blue eyes lowered his gaze. Demero Grace, brother of Emperor Verona. A man with gray hair and a goatee looked up, asking if he wanted the crown. Then wouldn't it be better to take it by force that day? For him, one of the 9 stars, it was quite doable. The man was lying on the floor when Demero turned to the man in a black robe, saying that he didn't really want to get the imperial throne, but the current world is too boring and monotonous, so Lucifer will take Verona's place. Demero's eyes narrowed as he thought about Duke Lucifer. The man closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, thinking that he was too stupid. He had to stay near the Emperor in any way. He is so angry, is he really going to meet his death? Demero looked back at the hooded man with a smile, telling Evergrant that if they plan to create a monster, now is their chance, because the soul of a knight, backed by evil, is surprisingly simple. A hooded man with green eyes turned to the guy, smilingly saying that he would show him how he would finish. Let him wait. Joshua lowered his gaze, pursing his lips. He stood in front of the Death Knight, clenching his hands into fists, and said that to create a Death Knight, his body and soul were necessary. A monster that could not be created without the desire of the soul itself. They arranged everything so that he himself followed this path. The knight lowered his gaze, clenching his teeth. There were black splashes of blood underneath as the guy called him the Wild King, Duke of Ulsma. The man sat in front of the guy who looked in surprise at the knight who asked to kill him. He made the wrong choice. Ulsma lowered his head, frowning, saying that if he did not free himself now, he would certainly again, regardless of his desire, carry out his orders, so let the guy kill him before he tarnished his honor even more. Joshua's cloak fluttered as he stood in front of the man, saying that he had a better offer. he would take away the ownership of the one who made him this way. The guy frowned, looking down at the knight, saying that in return, let him lend him his strength, then the path he was going to take, becoming a knight of the night, he would go through with him. The guy said that it was polite treatment and the best deal for a prominent man named Osme, who was once the commander-in-chief of the Svalu Empire. The gray-haired man looked up at the guy with his mouth open. He clenched his teeth and smiled. The man frowned, shouting with a wide smile that the rumors were true. This is really interesting, but anyone would say that he has no choice anymore. Isn't this his only chance? Osme extended his hand, with a wide smile, saying that walking along the road with the genius of the continent, instead of serving the black magician, isn't this a gift of fate? May he keep his word, the greatest Joshua. The guy with blue hair extended his hand, looking down at her, asking if he would accept the deal, then he would transfer ownership. The guy extended his hand towards the man. Many dark blue beams of energy appeared around him as he summoned Ruger. Osma's skin began to dissolve among the beams of energy, and the man closed his eyes, screaming loudly. Dark blue rays poured into his chest, flying around while the guy extended his hand towards him. Aiden stood at the entrance to the castle in front of other people, holding a sword in his hands, and said that everyone should be ready. Besides liches, there may be other monsters. Let them forget about the main goal and do everything in their power to save the mercenary Joshua. People shouted that they understood the order. The man with blonde hair clenched his teeth and looked to the side, thinking about what was happening. Very little time had passed since Baron Joshua entered the castle, but there was simply unimaginable demonic magic coming from there. He should be fine. Behind the mercenaries appeared many people in white armor who were holding crosses in their hands. The blonde in front of them shouted to the mercenaries to stop, saying that everyone was forbidden to enter Rev Castle. Let them disperse now. Aiden turned around, asking who they were. The blonde man with short hair and blue eyes frowned, saying that they are priests and knights sent from the Hubald Empire. They are going to surround the castle of Rev, so let them return. Under the man system window, Modrian, the holy knight of the holy Hubald Empire. Aiden looked back at them, frowning, and said that their colleague was already inside. They would not leave him. The man wondered why the people from Hubald arrived so quickly. Modrian stood between two knights in white armor who put their hands on their swords, saying that it seems that they do not know how serious the situation is in the castle of Roar. The more victims inside, the more monsters. They have come to stop this. They need to disperse in a good way. Aiden stood in front of the man, holding a sword in his hands, and said that they were threatening the mercenary guild, subordinate to Avalon, on the territory of its state. This was a clear military provocation. Modrian reached for his sword on his belt, saying that there is no point in continuing this dialogue. Even a continental war is not so terrible. If what is happening is not prevented, the world may be under threat. Suddenly, Modrian's eyes widened and he looked up in surprise. Aiden also turned over his shoulder in surprise, looking to the side. Behind the man were many beams of dark blue energy that flew next to him. He frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that something was coming here. It was dangerous. Modrian clenched his sword in both hands, frowning, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle. They need to kill all the oncoming monsters. May the blessing of Hermes be with them. The paladins and mercenaries stood in front of the passage from which the dark energy was coming out, holding their swords at the ready. The man with black energy swirling around his feet walked forward. Modrian clenched his teeth, frowning at this, and thought that this demonic magic did not come from an ordinary lick. Could it be the coming of the Demon King? Among the magicians, a girl in a beige hood with green eyes was watching this. The man stepped forward. The mercenaries looked at the guy in surprise, who asked if they had really been waiting for him all this time. Joshua was holding Christian on his shoulder, who lowered his head, and Aiden asked if it was really him. What happened inside? The guy replied that for a start, it seems that everything is settled to some extent. The people behind them are the priests of Hubald. Why are they on Avalon territory? A man in white armor ran forward towards the guy, clutching his sword in his hands, and shouted not to let this monster get away from here. Aiden stood in front of the guy, shouting to stop him. The man blocked the paladin's blow with his sword, stopping him. Aiden frowned, clutching the sword in both hands, shouting that the man in front of them is an aristocrat of the Avalon Empire. Baron Joshua, he is not a monster. Let the man put the sword away. Modrian frowned at the man, shouting, can't he feel this demonic force? He can't be human, or they are at the same time with him. Joshua smiled nervously, looking at them, and raised his hand, mentally saying that's why he asked to reduce the amount of outgoing demonic energy. Ruger replied, does he really think it's easy? He just absorbed the Death Knight. They can show these fanatics his strength. And the guy mentally asked if he was crazy, what he was going to do with the consequences. Someone asked the paladin to wait. A girl with blonde hair in a beige cloak took off her hood from her head, asking if it seemed strange to them. Modrian turned to her in surprise, asking what she was talking about. The girl with green eyes smiled, saying that with such enormous power, you can easily destroy everyone standing here. Besides, if he really is Baron Joshua from Avalon, the dispute between the countries will escalate. Next to the girl there is a sign, Siren, the saint of the Hubald Empire. Modrian turned to the girl, frowning, and shouted that it was unknown what this monster could do when he got out of here. It was necessary to stop him at the cost of even his own life. Siren raised a round ball in her hand, from which a bright blue light emanated, asking how about trusting his choice. She stood in front of the main character, saying that this is the divine item of the Temple of Hermes, the Tear of God. He will tell them whether this man and Baron Joshua are monsters. The blonde looked up at the guy and asked if he would give him his fate in order to prove his own innocence. Joshua frowned at the girl. She held the blue crystal in front of him, and mentally, the girl's voice told him not to worry. To some extent, she can control the Tear of God. She will help him get out of here safely. The guy frowned, mentally asking her what she wanted in return and why she was doing this. Siren's face turned red and she licked her lips with a smile, mentally answering that it was all for the sake of a deal. The rumors were true. He was an amazing beauty, just like her. The blue-haired guy sighed. Ruiger asked him if he had ever seen such depraved saints. He just couldn't ignore such ignorance. If he didn't do anything, then he would. The guy replied that he didn't need her help, and Siren looked at him in surprise, asking what. The guy threw Christian off his shoulder and someone loudly called the paladin by name. Modrian and another knight ran forward, raising their swords, and the blonde cursed, asking what he did. They must save the Christian knight. The main character extended his hand forward, releasing a bright golden light, shouting not to move. The knights screamed from the light, covering their faces with their hands. Siren clenched her teeth, looking back at the guy, and thought that demonic magic was replaced by holy power. Who is he? The blue crystal in her hand began to glow and the girl frowned at it. It flew out of the girl's hands and she, looking over her shoulder, screamed, "No, this is a divine object." Joshua with a smile caught the crystal in his hand, squeezing it, and said that she, who had forgotten about her duties and failed to overcome greed, had no right to use it. The girl screamed at him to return the Tear of God. This is not a thing that he can use. The crystal in the guy's hand glowed blue when Joshua said that he would show them something that is difficult to believe, even if you see it with your own eyes. An even brighter golden light began to emanate from the guy, causing the knights and mercenaries to cover their faces with their hands. The blue crystal shattered, breaking into many small pieces when the guy said that he would show them something that was impossible to believe. Modrian closed his eyes when a bright golden light illuminated him, shouting that he was an ugly devilish monster. After all, he committed outrages. How dare he steal the saint? Frowning, the man opened his eyes, looking to the side. Golden feathers flew in the air, and large golden wings appeared behind the main character's back. The knights and Siren looked at this in surprise. The knights clutched swords in their hands, and the girl asked in surprise where. Joshua closed his eyes, raising his hands, and someone shouted that the one who is neither a holy knight nor a priest of Hubald had the wings of God's archangel Michael. Bright golden rays flew over the heads of knights and mercenaries, emanating from the guy's golden wings. He opened his eyes, looking at everyone, and said that he is not a demon or a monster, as they think. He is only Joshua. Enough arguing. Modrian raised his gaze, looking at him displeasedly, and shouted at him to shut up, and whether he could imagine what he had just done, desecrated the temple shrine. They could not close their eyes to this. The protagonist frowned, answering that then he would ask him one question. Whether an object that could not resist his holy power, a power that did not belong to either a priest or a knight of the Hubald Empire, could be called a real shrine. The blonde knight looked away, trying to say something, and Siren behind him said that it is obvious that the tear of a god cannot be used like this. Joshua raised his hand and blue energy lifted Christian from the ground while the guy said that in any case, now they have no time to argue about this. The more time passes, the more danger their comrade's life is in. There was a black and purple fog around Christian. The man lowered his head low and one of the knights shouted that this was demonic magic. Modrian looked at this in shock, his mouth wide open, and thought, then the source of it was the Christian knight? Is this really that kind of magic? But then they felt the power of the level of a demon king. Siren ran forward, clenching her hands into fists, and shouted that they should not hesitate under any circumstances. For Knight Christian with his level of power, demonic magic is murderous. Delayed treatment will put his life in danger. She held the blonde by the head, turned over her shoulder, and shouted that they immediately need to move. If the Christian knight dies, will they be able to look into the eyes of the Chrysler knight and the high priest Harold? The other knights frowned at her, their faces painted on. They approached the girl who was holding Christian, shouting that they would help. There was a temple nearby and let her entrust it to them. Two priests carried Christian away. Siren stood in front of Modrian, saying that she also asks him to do everything as it is and help them. The man replied that they never found out what exactly happened here. The girl frowned, asking if he still did not understand, even after seeing the wings of Michael, who is called the head of the army among the 7 archangels. Modrian lowered his gaze, frowning, and replied that he saw everything with his own eyes. The girl spread her arms to the sides, shouting that then he must understand that if this is truly the will of God, then they will commit a sin by going against her. The man sheathed his sword at his belt. He closed his eyes as he walked away from the castle, saying that this time they would leave. Siren, Aiden, and Joshua watched her. The main character watched this with a smile. Siren turned with a smile at the guy, who looked at her in surprise and mentally said that she did not know why this happened to him. She winked at him, mentally saying that if it was God's will, she would look forward to their next meeting, and until then, let her take care of herself. Joshua covered his ears with his fingers, clenching his teeth as Ruger screamed that he had endured the dirty holy energy and even possessed the Death Knight. And is this really his reward? If they destroyed them with the acquired power, everything would be easily resolved. The guy mentally said that everything is not as simple as he thinks. Joshua smiled, thinking about the dark and golden energy, thinking more importantly, thanks to what happened with Dukel's he learned that it was possible to separately control only one demonic force. One force was able to completely suppress the other, although it was very dangerous. Aiden looked at the guy, asking what happened inside, what kind of wings they were. Is this really some kind of will of God, as the priests explained? The guy with blue hair looked back at him, answering with a smile that he would tell him everything in more detail about how to return, and at the same time they would pay for the completed task. Someone asked why their tower's wizards were sent to Avalon. Magic Tower, a tall white tower illuminated by the sun. The girl with blue hair frowned. Alicia, one of the 7 magicians. A place of ice. The girl said that undead appeared in the area where they were sent. Because of this, even the Hubald Empire is restless. Don't they understand that if something goes wrong? Not so. The Magic Tower will be involved in trouble. A man with green hair was sitting at the table, holding a teapot in his hand. Marcus, one of the 7 magicians. The place of Earth? The man said that he agreed. Moreover, how could they send Seth to participate in the Masters competition as their representative without any discussion? He has a lot of questions. The man with the gray beard sighed. He sat in front of the 2 magicians at the round table, putting his hand to his beard, and said that he spoke with complete confidence, putting his name on the con. His decision on the representative sent to the competition of masters was made ruled out based on their skills. Seth's ability cannot underestimate. The white-haired man bowed his head. Head of the Magic Tower, Ian Don Foray, first class 7 mage, head of the 7 magicians. The man said that he surpasses even him in talent. Alicia frowned at the man and said that since he said that, it seemed like he really believed in him. The 2 looked at Ian in surprise, who told them that the people in Avalon were sent at the request of Evergrant. The girl frowned, loudly asking if this was the same Evergrant traitor. She does not understand why he heeded his request. She believes that this is too serious a matter to make decisions based on personal preferences. The man looked at the girl, asking if she remembered Evergrant's last words before leaving. Alicia replied that no, it was so long ago that you can't even tell. Ian frowned, saying that he stated that he would follow in the footsteps of the guy who created the concept of the battle mage. The girl looked at the man in shock, asking really. Marcus slammed his palm onto the table next to the tray. He stood up from the table, leaning on it with his hands, saying that this could not be. 20 years had already passed since his disappearance. The strongest people from different countries went in search of him, but could not find a trace. The man frowned at the old man, asking if he wanted to say that this traitor managed to discover something, stumble upon the trail of Jira's Orbis. A man with brown hair and a beard and golden eyes, the battle mage Avalon, who was once eager to win over to his side even in the kingdom of the magicians of Terra, Jira's Orbis. He is the only one who knows the location of the elf forest. This information in itself is astronomical value, and, of course, his abilities and achievements alone are worth a lot. Ian smoothed his beard, saying that he doubts Evergrant, but given the relationship between them, he can't help but believe him. He wants to ask him something. The man crouched down, frowning, and with a serious face, he asked how many people would not take the chance to get information about Jira's Orbis. Would it really be right not to make a deal? Marcus pursed his lips, frowning silently at the old man. He stood at the table, leaning on his hands in front of him, and said that he would ask just one question, asking if he really thought this was the right decision. Ian resolutely raised his gaze and said that he was the head of the Magic Tower and the first 7th grade magician. He would not do anything that was disadvantageous for them. Marcus and Alicia frowned at the man in surprise. The room was lit only by candles on the walls. Someone's scream was heard from behind the wooden door. A loud cough was heard and drops of blood fell onto the pages of the open book. A man with white hair wiped his face with his hand, standing over a book, and frowningly asked what happened. The connection with Dukel's is now lost. Has someone really defeated him? The Death Knight himself. The book lay on the table in front of the man, who clenched his teeth while blood dripped from his mouth, saying, did that holy knight Hubal, who suddenly appeared in Rev Castle back then, should have dealt with him himself and not left to chance. He was too hasty. The man with green eyes looked back nervously, asking how he could lose the master-level body that was in his hands. He went to the coffin, which stood against the wall, saying that only he remained. He could not lose it because of a minor mistake. The man put his hand on the coffin lid. He remembered the door with many locks, saying that he had to please Emperor Marcus to get books on black magic from his vault. Clenching his teeth, the man trembled, trying to move the coffin, saying that he would not forgive himself for failure. The coffin lid fell to the floor. The man with white hair looked at the corpse in front of him with a smile, saying that again he would bring him to this world. He would be born again as a servant of Lichai, but there was nothing wrong with that. A man with brown hair and a beard was lying in a coffin. The man called him Jira's Orbis. A man with white hair spread his arms to the sides. The pentagram under the coffin began to glow, and rays of dark red energy shot from the ceiling. The man shouted that he should give him a new name, an ancient word that would best suit someone like him, someone who valued loyalty more than anyone else, the shining darkness, who willingly gave his soul to the devil for the sake of devotion. Jira's eyes opened wide, glowing with a bright red light. The man called him Berber. The man held out a silver badge, saying that he had discovered who was behind the Lichi and dealt with the monsters. Aiden stood in front of the main character, saying that for completing this task he was giving him a silver sign. He looked at the sign in his hand, thanking the man, saying that he could not understand something. The man secured the box by tying a ribbon on it. Islin stood by the horse, securing a suitcase to it, and Joshua looked at her, asking why his horse was being loaded with Islin's things. The girl turned over her shoulder at the guy with a smile, saying that he forgot his words, that Riifon wants as payment for the tasks. The materials for manufacturing are more valuable than they seem, so it's impossible to get them here. You need to go to Lionheart, and more importantly, one of conditions was her protection from Cromwell. Joshua smiled awkwardly, looking at her, and muttered that it seemed so. Aiden looked over his shoulder at the guy, saying that then they need to quickly move to Lionheart. The guy with blue hair asked why he was going with them. The man raised his hand with a smile. His clothes glowed blue, and he said that because he, like them, wants to prove something. Joshua looked at him in surprise, asking him to prove it. Aiden's body glowed with a bright blue light as he clenched his hands into fists, calling upon Rayfon. The main character looked at this in surprise. Rays of blue energy flew next to him. When he thought that Rayfon was able to change the appearance of his owner, he would finally see the real appearance of the leader of Aiden. Aiden clenched his hands into fists with a smile. His hair was slicked back and his muscles became larger. The guy thought that this was the mighty Axler. The man said, "Isn't this enough to participate in the Masters competition that will be held in Lionheart?" Aiden looked to the side with a wide smile, saying that he had reached the level of a master. Someone asked loudly if they were sure that the Duke of Fonte was taken ill. A large table at which people were sitting, a meeting room for the Cromwell clan. A man in the center of the table in a blue jacket stood up, shouting that such a state as the head of the clan was beneficial for their offensive. The man with brown hair frowned. Jehorodon Cromwell, the head of the Cromwell family. The man loudly asked why they were still holding on. The man with red hair looked at Jehoro, saying that they are sure that the head of Fonte is now in critical condition. However, the man with brown hair asked about however. The red-haired man frowned, remembering Icarus, who was sitting on the chair, saying that for some reason, Icarus, whose genius is glorified by rumor, helps them, so they are always one step ahead. Mountains and forests around, a fast-flowing river was visible. The man continued that, in particular, they were unable to cross the Denis River because they foresaw sabotage, and now, when the river level has risen and its flow has accelerated, they will even more so not be able to cross it. They no longer have the ability to invade Iden Gorge. The only thing they can do is block their supply route. Jehoro slammed his fist on the table, shouting at the man to shut up. He placed his palm on the table, looking at him and shouting that they are sitting here to solve problems like this. How can all their minds lose to the mind of one boy? In their opinion, is this really normal? Let them come up with countermeasures now. The man with gray hair frowned, looking down, asking how about calling the mercenary king this time? Jehoro turned to him, asking about the mercenary king. And the man continued that the more time passes, the less advantageous their position becomes. If this continues, they will be at a loss. Jehoro frowned, looking at the man, saying that the head of Fonte was ill. If in such a situation they resort to someone else's power, they will only expose themselves to ridicule. How much do they think they will have to pay him for his help this time? He has already demanded half of the Fonte fief. Emperor Markers with a smile put a sword on the shoulder of the mercenary king, who was standing in front of the man on one knee. Jehoro said that this is not all. The emperor, greedy for talented people, will not just look at the actions of the mercenary king. He can take him for himself service. If this happens, then they will only find a potential enemy. They can no longer resort to his help. Standing straight at the table, Jehoro put his hands behind his back, telling the others to find a vulnerability that would allow them to take Aiden Gorge. And before that, let them use the information given to them and block the supply route. If the resources run out, they will ever get out. Suddenly, a knight entered the hall, who excitedly shouted that he had a report. Jehoro looked at him, asking what was the matter. The soldier said loudly that the soldiers who were sent to attack the Fonte caravan were defeated. The man with brown hair frowned, looking at the soldier with his eyes wide open, asking if some caravanners had defeated the chosen warriors. The guy in the black mask and hood looked down with his golden eyes. He walked among the trees and bushes along a dark road while the wind blew his cloak. Soldiers in red clothes protected the carts, standing on both sides of them. One of the carts was overturned. People in blue clothes who were sitting on horses approached them. The soldiers shouted to keep the formation, to preserve the cargo at any cost, and are not afraid. Someone shouted to destroy all the funny soldiers. The soldier on the horse hit the funny knight with his sword, causing blood to flow from the knight's wound. Knights in blue armor on horses struck with their swords at the knights who were standing on the ground, flying back from the blows. One of the funny knights turned to the other, asking how Cromwell knew about this route. The second frowned. What difference does it make? They are all about to die. Suddenly, the knight noticed something. An orange light illuminated his face, and he looked to the side with a frown. A huge fireball flew into the crowd, illuminating the area, and the knights shouted to disperse, otherwise they would die. A fireball hit the ground, scattering stones. A man in a black mask ran next to it while the knights watched. The man stood in front of the red-armored knights, swinging his sword, leaving a bright blue light from the strike. Two funny knights looked at him in shock. One said that he threw a fireball without even using mana, and the second asked where it came from. A masked man stood next to them, clutching a sword in his hand, saying that they need not worry. He will protect them. One of the funny knights asked who he was and why he was helping them. The man took off the mask from his face with a smile. Cain looked to the side, removing his hood, saying that he was the first knight of Baron Joshua, the messenger of Cain Canyon. He only acts on the orders of his master. A drop of water flowed from the neck of the bottle. Icarus looked at her, raising the bottle. He stood on the balcony. The sky turned orange, and the guy muttered that they were late. A man approached him, saying that it seemed like the end of his boasting had come. Icarus turned to him, asking what he was talking about. Arno crossed his arms over his chest, frowning, and replied that judging by the fact that supplies were late, Cromwell's people had already guessed everything and blocked the path. Icarus looked up at the man, interrupting him, and said that he understood that no one knew about the supply except them, and if the enemies knew about it, there was only one reason. The man frowned, looking down at the young man, asking if he dared that there was a traitor among their people. He clenched his hand into a fist, coming closer, saying that some commoner might know about honor. For an aristocrat there is nothing more important. They all swore allegiance to the Fani family, and does he really think that they would discredit themselves? Arno stood in front of the young man, looking down at him, asking what goal he was achieving by helping and flattering Lady Charla. Had he really decided, using her, to take the place of the Duke? Icarus pursed his lips, looking up at the man with a dissatisfied look. Arno looked at the guy, also pursing his lips. Someone shouted to open the gate. Supplies arrived and the two turned to the side at the voice. Arno walked away from the guy, looking over his shoulder at him, saying that in the future he should watch his actions. There are eyes everywhere watching him. The guy with white hair watched the man closely as he walked away. Charla turned to the side, bowing her head, shouting to move the wounded first, and let them distribute medicine and blankets to those who needed them. The girl helped the soldier carry the wounded man while others were unloading the carts. The soldier said that he would help and let the girl rest a little. She thanked him. Icarus ran to the girl and the soldiers, asking what happened and why so many were wounded. The girl looked at him, saying that they were attacked by Cromwell. The guy with white hair raised his hand, frowning, and asked about the attack, saying that they knew they would be there, and yet, it was a true miracle that the people who were attacked returned alive. A man approached them, to whom the two looked back, saying that it was he who performed this miracle. Cain closed his eyes with a wide smile, putting his hand to his chest and head, saying that he bravely defeated the warriors of Cromwell, this source of evil, and let everyone return safely. Charla and Icarus ran towards the guy. The girl said that it was such happiness that he was alive, and the guy said that they were so worried all the time. The knight laughed, saying that he made the two ladies worry. This is contrary to the spirit of chivalry. Cain moved his hand away from his face, noticing something. Charla, with tears in her eyes, folded her hands and said that having lost him, she could not find a place for herself. Thank him for returning alive. The three of them were approached by Arno, who everyone looked at, asking who it was and if they could trust him. The girl looked at the man, saying that this was the knight Cain, whom she spoke about earlier. He helped her get here. The man frowned, saying that means this is another subordinate of Joshua. Fortunately, he managed to come this far and survive. The knight leaned towards Icarus, covering his face with his hand, asking why this man was so angry. The guy with white hair smiled awkwardly, answering that this is Baron Arno, the head of the knightly order of the Fonti Duchies. Let them get to know each other. A sound was heard and the four looked in his direction in surprise. A soldier ran through the open gate on a horse, shouting alarm. The Denis River froze. He shouted that the enemy army was advancing on it and the four looked at the knight in shock, frowning. A man with straps across his chest held a huge axe on his shoulder. He stepped on the ice, which cracked under his feet. A man with long brown hair and a beard, he smiled widely as he shouted forward, "Let them take away everything that belongs to Fonte, the mercenary king of Bavariant, one of the 12 superhumans." Many red-robed knights held guns in their hands as they ran alongside the mercenary king across the ice, heading towards the large castle in the distance. A large white cathedral illuminated by the sun, the Temple of Hermes in Lionheart. Christian was lying on the bed, covered with a red blanket. Modrian and a hooded man were standing next to the bed. The blonde asked what condition Christian was in, and the hooded man replied that they managed to get rid of most of the demonic magic. The blonde frowned and turned to the hooded man, who said that it seemed that the shock from the collision of two opposing forces had damaged his head, which was a very sensitive part of the body. A priest approached the two of them from behind with a large staff, at the end of which there was a cross, saying that it turns out that it will be difficult to bring him to consciousness in the near future. The man in the hood replied that it is so. The man with gray hair said worriedly that things are bad. He should wake up without risk to his health. Harold, the high priest of the Holy Hubald Empire. Modrian sighed, looked down with a frown and said that tomorrow the opponents in the competition of masters will be determined. Apparently he will have to refuse to participate. He doesn't even know how to look the emperor in the face. Harold walked to the bed, turning his back, and said that the masters competition is certainly important, but now the first priority is the restoration of the Christian knight. The man with gray hair looked over his shoulder at the blonde, saying that he had heard from Siren that they had seen the wings of the Archangel Michael. Modrian frowned, remembering the main character with golden wings, saying that yes, it's hard to believe, but he saw with his own eyes how they appeared behind Baron Joshua of Avalon, and also felt a huge holy power. The blonde extended his hand, saying that he could not understand how this could happen to a stranger who was neither a priest of the Hubald Empire nor a holy knight. And besides, he emanated the power that is inherent in demonic creatures. Harold walked forward, bypassing bed, and replied that such a thing is impossible. Demonic and holy forces cannot coexist in the same organism. Christian frowned, closing his eyes and turning his head away on the pillow when the man said that Christian's knight was a living example of this. Harold looked to the side, frowning, and said that if he really controlled both powers, then he was a being beyond human limits. Modrian looked at the priest in shock, frowned, and said, "Is Baron Joshua really a deity?" The man had his back turned to the knight, saying that this is impossible. He believes that the source of demonic power simply does not belong to him. The knight asked, "But what exactly did he feel then?" Harold lowered his gaze, bowing his head, answering that he did not know. But if the revelation he received was not about Lychee, but about the wings of the Archangel Michael, then this is an extremely important event for the temple. The man who raised the sword behind his back had 4 golden wings behind him. In the demonic world there is a demon king with 8 sins, and in the heavenly world there are 7 archangels with divine powers. One of them is Michael, the most revered and called the head of the holy army. Modrian thought that it was impossible to interpret what happened. One thing is clear, the world is changing quickly. The problem is not in the competition of masters, it concerns the entire continent. People in the city raised their heads with smiles at the bright fireworks that were in the night sky. Aiden walked along the road among the people who were in the city. He turned to Islin with a smile, saying that he finally felt like he was in Lionheart, a very lush festival. The girl looked down, probably muttering. The man raised his hand, looking at her, asking what was wrong with her. Was she upset because Baron Joshua left? Citing business, the girl replied that she was not at all. She raised her hands and frowned and said that it shouldn't be this way. He promised to protect her in exchange for making Reincarnated, and he took and left them. It seemed to her that they had become closer than they had been at the first meeting, but apparently she was mistaken. Aiden worriedly thought that she was worried so much. They were walking down the street when 2 people looked back at them in surprise, shouting that this was the mighty Axler, the second man in the world of mercenaries. Islin looked at the man with a smile, saying that he was popular. He replied that it seemed like he wouldn't be able to pass quietly. Someone shouted that it was Equis, and the man looked to the side, pursing his lips. A man walked across the square with guards behind him. People surrounded them, chanting "King." Equis frowned as he walked with his hands clenched into fists, and someone shouted that it was the Knight of the Sun Flame. Long live the King of Equis. Islin looked at Aiden with an awkward smile, saying this is popularity. The man smiled and replied that it was the king himself. He said that they say that the sword he wields is hotter than hellfire. It can be called her complete opposite. The girl spread her arms to the sides, saying that she is not a knight, but a magician, and she will not participate in the competition. Equis approached the 2 of them, saying that in reality, he is much more than the rumors convey. The man frowned at the mercenary and said that he was second in the world of mercenaries. Aiden looked at the man silently, frowning. Equis looked to the side, frowning, and hummed thoughtfully. He walked past a man who looked back at him and said that it was time for him to leave. Aiden looked at him in surprise, opening his eyes wide. He and Islin bowed to the king, leaving with the guards. The man said that he was asking for forgiveness. It would be an honor for him to meet him. Aiden looked forward from under his brows, saying that in person he looks more impressive than in rumors. Equis grinned, looking forward. He left, standing among the guards, while Aiden bowed and put his hand to his chest, saying that he looked forward to the day when he would be able to fight with him with swords. A two-story white building into which people entered, the site of the draw. Several glasses of champagne in a white room. Someone said that they say that in history there has never been a competition of masters of such a scale. Two men stood opposite each other, smiling. One of them raised his hand to his face, saying that he was in anticipation. Pavel stood in a red suit, frowning, looking out the window. The man with the mustache put his hand to his face and, clearing his throat, announced that the draw for the Masters competition would begin in 30 minutes. A man in a suit stood by the stairs while the crowd looked at him. He said that if the participant did not arrive in time, his authorized person should prepare for the performance. The girl with blonde hair and turquoise eyes smiled widely. Sona Moon Terrace, Princess of the Kingdom of Terra Magicians, Magician of Four Circles, Talent of the Continent. The girl said that they have finally started. She is burning with impatience. A guy with brown hair approached the girl from behind, saying that it looked like Princess Terra was at the Masters competition for the first time. The girl turned to him, calling the guy Slacks and saying that it was nice to meet him here. He was also new to such events. The guy put his hand to his chest and closed his eyes with a smile, bowing. Slacks, mercenary, talent of the Mercenary Guild. He said that he thinks that he is the only one among the talents of the continent who already has experience. Sona extended her hand, asking who he thinks will win. Probably the strongest contender is the King of Equiz, who has been showing amazing progress lately. The guy replied that he agrees, of course, only if it is not enough for him to be called just a master, and he aimed at winning. The girl smiled widely, remembering the smiling king and the man with bandages on his head, saying that you need to have some kind of advantage. And although masters of the highest class will compete, Mr. Equiz is on a completely different level. He even brought that great one to his knees. Two people approached the girl, saying that it was impossible to listen to, and she turned to them, asking what they were talking about. Two identical guys with brown hair, one was wearing blue and yellow clothes, and the other was wearing red and yellow. Test and EST Logan, talents of the continent. They crossed their arms over their chests, smiling. One said, "How can you be so ignorant of what is happening in the world? Apparently, Terra will forever remain only a small country." The second continued that it is stupid to support the rebels. Sona crossed her arms and looked at them with a frown, saying that their words were extremely unpleasant. She did not want to hear such things from those who were defeated by the King of Equiz. Test asked that one victory, which happened due to luck, makes this fool the best. The second said that they can console themselves as they please. People from small countries do nothing but live in their dreams. The first continued, so that they continue to dream in reality. The loser is left with only this. Sona screamed that she was not going to listen to these insults anymore. Let them immediately apologize. The two brothers looked at the girl with a smile, and EST asked why on earth did they really say something wrong. The girl clenched her hands into fists, cursed, and Slack stood in front of her, raising his hands and saying that this is enough. It is indecent to behave like this in front of representatives of all countries. They do not have to blush at all. Sona pursed her lips, frowning at the twins. They also pursed their lips, frowning at the girl. Slacks awkwardly scratched his cheek and smiled, asking what to do. He extended his hands to the twins, saying that from the Avalon Empire, which has the most talent, only one person is participating, asking how Joshua, about whom there are so many rumors, could not come, although, considering that Mr. Sanders' brother is here. Pavel pursed his lips, looking back at them with a frown. Slacks winced, looking ahead in surprise. The blonde walked towards them as the three boys looked at the man. Pavel frowned with an irritated face, asking who he called brothers. Slacks looked at him in confusion, apologizing, the twins, and he looked at the guy, thinking that he could kill with a look. Equiz and Aiden entered the hall. Opening the door, all the people looked at them as the butler bowed to the men, and the host announced that this was the representative of the Tran Kingdom, the Sunflame Knight Equiz, and the representative of 1,000,000 mercenaries, the mighty Axler. People looked at the two men walking forward with smiles, saying that this is the real Axler. At first glance it is clear that he is extremely strong. The power of the Equiz King is also amazing. They deserve their glory. The two twins frowned, crossing their arms over their chests, and Tess said, "Even if so, they are from disgraced countries." The second twin said, "How can one behave like this even before the start of the competition?" But in vain they boast of their titles. Slacks looked back at them, saying that they are citizens of disgraced states, but the mighty Axler is not someone to look down on. Tess smiled, looking at the guy, and replied that he does not recognize anyone until he meets him in personal combat, including the rebel Equiz or Joshua. Among those present here, at least someone can confirm the veracity of the rumors. In his opinion, this is typical Imperial tactics for creating heroes. The twins turned to Pavel, standing behind. One of them said that even with characters in novels they don't do this, and the second asked why only he is participating from Avalon. Pavel sighed, opening his mouth. His face contorted with anger, and he bit his lip, saying that he wished it were that way. The twins jumped, looking at him in surprise and asking what. The four guys looked away in surprise when the host announced the first talent of the Avalon Empire and its representative, Baron Joshua Sanders. The guy in white shoes walked into the hall. Equiz looked over his shoulder at him, pursing his lips. Sona looked at him in surprise, raising her gaze. Joshua raised his gaze, looking forward when the announcer announced him. The twins looked at the guy, asking if this was Joshua Sanders. Sona looked at him in surprise, raising her eyebrows and said that the rumors were true. He was young, but not inferior to Equiz or Axler. The main character noticed something in surprise. He stood opposite Pavel, who clenched his hand into a fist. The blonde frowned, pursing his lips as he looked at the guy. Joshua sighed, bowing his head. He walked past the blonde, walking forward. Pavel frowned irritably, standing with his back to the guy. The main character approached Aiden, who looked back at him, saying that he was late. The guy replied with a smile that he came almost immediately after him. The man with the mustache cleared his throat, put his hand to his face and asked for the attention of all participants and interested parties. Behind him, one of the employees rolled out a competition table. A girl stood next to her holding a box in her hands. The presenter extended his hand, saying that it was time to start. Before the draw, he would explain how the opponents would be determined. The red-haired girl was holding a box in her hands with a smile, and the presenter said that inside this box there were 21 numbered glass balls, which corresponded to the number of participants in the competition. He pointed to the table with a smile, saying that in front of them was a diagram of the competition, which was filled in during the drawing of lots. The format is as follows. The participant who drew the ball with number 1 fights with the participant who drew number 2, the participant with number 3 fights with the participant with number 4, and so on further. The man looked back at the crowd, raising his index finger, saying that since 21 people had entered the competition, one of the participants would have to wait to fight the winner in the first round. Many spectators looked at the man, who explained that, in addition, receiving the title of master does not depend on the outcome of the duel. The battle may be in full swing, but if a person's level is recognized by 3 or more active masters, he will also be awarded this title. The host raised his hands with a wide smile, saying that to ensure equal conditions, 3 Imperial Masters and 3 non-Empire Masters would help in this. The man asked if anyone had any questions. One of the people raised his hand. Aiden looked at the host, raising his hand, asking the reward for winning the entire competition was the same as in the previous Masters competition. The man replied that everything was correct. He looked at the man with a smile, saying that the winner would be given the right to challenge 12 superhumans and 9 stars. Pavel looked at the man in surprise, thinking about the right to challenge. The presenter's gaze became gloomy and he bowed his head and said that, in addition, the winner of the current competition would become the master of the Nagashan hammer. Many people opened their eyes in shock. Equiz pursed his lips as people said, "Is he serious? This is 100 times better than the title of master." The king frowned, thinking that if the winner received Nagashan's hammer, he would become the ruler of Lionheart. A huge hammer hung above the throne, from which a glare emanated. The neutral city of Lionheart does not belong to any country. Due to its favorable geographical location, financial power, and other advantages, many rulers are eager to get it for themselves. Equiz smiled, thinking that if he became the ruler of Lionheart, the Svalu Empire would no longer be able to look down on them. Very interesting. The presenter pointed to the girl who was holding the box and said that with this they will finish with the explanations and move on to the drawing of lots. Let them go out in turns and take the balls from the box and give them to them. The diagram will be presented when all the balls are taken out and the names are written down on the board and have them line up. Sona put her hand into the box with a smile, looking down at it, saying "I'm sorry." Aiden stuck his hand into the box while the girl holding it smiled with her eyes closed. Equiz pursed his lips, lowering his gaze to the box. Pavel also approached the girl, extending his hand to the box. Joshua looked at the ball in his hands with a smile when the host announced that they were finishing the draw on Mr. Joshua Sanders. The man pointed his hand at the table to everyone, shouting that the distribution was ready. The names of the participants were written on the board in blue symbols. The entire standings were filled. People looked at her in shock or with smiles, shouting that a serious confrontation was immediately beginning in the group. Axler crossed his arms over his chest, frowning. Equiz looked to the side, also frowning, and someone shouted that they were against each other. He must see this competition. Sona frowned and put her hand to her face, looking at the table, and said that Group B, of course, is amazing, but Group A, where magicians compete, is not easy. She stood next to the table, leaned towards it, and said that a magician from their kingdom was against one of the 7 magicians of the tower. A man in a hood was watching her. The guy with white hair in the hood smiled widely. Citarian Whitesax, the place of the storm, one of the 7 magicians. The guy said that he doesn't care about everything except the goal of Code Zero, and the competition of magicians is just an annoying necessity. On one of the stripes of the tournament table were the names Babylon and Joshua. Someone said that the competition would open the battle between the first talent Avalon Joshua and Babylon, the Iron Knight of the Heart Kingdom. ESD crossed his arms over his chest, smilingly asking why Avalon sent all the outstanding people to some youngsters. The opening match would be funny. Tess next to him also smiled, crossed his arms over his chest and said that the Iron Knight is one of the few truly strong participants not from the Empire. The chance of Joshua winning is close to zero. ESD said with a smile that if Avalon, which considers itself one of the 3 strongest empires, loses to some small country, it will expose itself to ridicule. Sona looked back at him, frowning, and said that they constantly talk about the Empire and supposedly weak countries. Aren't they tired of it yet? How do they know who will win if the competition hasn't even started yet? To find out the contents, you need to open the lid first. Tess narrowed his eyes with a wide smile, answering that this was not necessary. His brother did the same, saying that everyone knows that an apple is red. The girl frowned at them with an irritated smile. A man with white hair approached them, saying that this was a ridiculous comparison, and the twins asked what. A girl in white armor with long white hair put her hand on her hip. Lily's Aphrodite is a holy knight of the Holy Hubald Empire, a talent of the mainland. The girl said that there is no concept that it was originally like this. It is a prejudice based on people's ideas and stereotypes. The twins smiled smugly as they looked at her. One of them said that these were hackneyed words, and the other said that what was wrong with calling a red object red. The girl with white hair raised her eyebrow with a smile, answering that the apple they mentioned may be green. Naturally, a person will only see one color from the very beginning if he himself draws the boundaries in this way, cutting off the possibility of development, just like they are now. The girl bowed her head, saying that she was sure that there were no ones here whom they could defeat, and it would continue to be so. The twins looked at her irritably. One of them clenched his teeth, and the second opened his mouth, shouting that if they were going to let her get away with everything, since they were 3 citizens of the Empire, then this was too much. The host cleared his throat, and all 3 of them looked at the man, who said that the draw was completed. The first competition in each group would be in 2 days. They asked them to prepare. The man stood in front of the twins, Lilies, Sona and Slacks, saying that the authorized persons need to convey all the information to the participants who have not yet arrived. Let them note that participants who do not arrive on time will be disqualified. One of the twins clenched his teeth in irritation. They left the girls, turning to them, and Tess said that it was much wiser to ignore all nonsense, while the second shouted that they would see who was right. Lily's answered with a smile that she would only be glad, because she said everything correctly. Sona looked at the girl in front of her with a wide smile, thinking that she is so amazing. It's not for nothing that she was nicknamed the Silver-Eyed Demon. Her self-confidence is amazing. Someone tapped the white armor, saying that he envied them. The main character looked at Axler, asking what he was talking about, and the man extended his hand, saying that he had not done anything yet, but had already found an army of allies. Moreover, such beauties, it was simply amazing. The guy smiled awkwardly, looked away, and muttered that it was true. Pavel stood opposite the guy, clenching his hands into fists and frowning at him. He turned away from him and lowered his gaze. The blonde walked away from Joshua, who was watching him. Pavel thought that he would admit that no matter what he did now, he would not be able to surpass Joshua. The blonde smiled, looking forward with confidence, and thought that, however, in the end, he would have no choice but to become a puppet who would carry out his orders. He would definitely achieve this. Fireworks sparkled over the large competition field, and the host announced that the long-awaited match, opening the Masters competition, was starting right now. The people in the stands smiled widely, raising their fists into the sky, shouting that they had been waiting for this day, asking who would be the winner. The host with red glasses and brown hair held a microphone to his mouth, smilingly saying that they would start with the representative of the Heart Kingdom. A man in a green cloak with armor and black hair walked onto the field when the host told the audience to meet the knight, Mr. Babylon, Kingdom of Heart. The man smiled, sighing. Babylon, the representative of the Heart Kingdom, the Iron Knight of the Red Heart. Someone shouted for him to set an example for the Empire. The host frowned, saying with a wide smile that his opponent was a representative of the Avalon Empire. Joshua in white armor, holding a spear, the host told them to meet the greatest prodigy, Avalon's first talent, Joshua Sanders. With wide smiles, standing in the spectator seats, people shouted for him to show that the reputation of the knights is not just inflated words. To prove to everyone that age is not the main thing, the red-haired girl blushed, shouting that he was so handsome. A man with blonde hair put his hand to his face with a smile. Windmill, master of the Valentai Union, swordsman of the Storm, member of the commission at the competition of masters. The man asked if this guy is Joshua. He is quite popular. The man raised his index finger, looking around at the other panel members, saying that Babylon was twice his age, eager to see how Joshua would make up for the difference in experience, asking how they thought which one would win. A man with green hair and sideburns smiled broadly, Holding out his hand, Hayski, master of the Foldern Kingdom, an alchemist wielding a sword, a member of the committee at the competition of masters, the man said that of course Babylon would win. He has more experience and more stable basic skills, a man with blue with shoulder-length hair. He looked down. Ayad, master of the Kingdom of Drea, member of the commission for the competition of masters, the guy said that he agreed. No matter how great this guy is, he is still too young. Ayad looked away, frowning, and said that judging by the fact that this Joshua was holding a simple spear in his hands, perhaps he was hiding something, asking if they happened to know what his plan was. Arya, among the members of the commission, lowered his head, trembling with a wide crazy smile, and one of the men called out to him worriedly. The white-haired man narrowed his eyes, smiling madly. Arya, master of the Avalon Empire, rapier master, member of the Masters Competition Committee. The man thought that he couldn't help himself. He wanted to immediately enter the arena and fight Joshua. The host with a wide smile announced that the duel was beginning. Let them support both participants. The main character swung his spear towards Babylon, who stood far away from him on the field. A man with dark hair held a sword in front of him, saying with a wide smile that this is truly arrogant behavior. How could a member of the Night Empire choose a spear? Does he really want to attract attention? Although he understands, at his age you always want to rebel. Looking at the guy with confidence, the man frowned, saying that he would help him a little. He would give him the first blow, let him try to attract attention. Anyway, at the end of the fight, all eyes would be focused on him. Joshua jumped forward, extending his spear towards the man, who looked at him in surprise. Babylon blocked the guy's spear by holding his sword in front of him and rolled backwards on the ground on his feet. The man's leg rested on the ground, small stones scattered to the sides. The man clenched his teeth, his sword trembling as he blocked the spear. Babylon looked down, thinking about what it was. He just extended his hand. Where did such amazing power come from? The man held the sword to his face as Joshua calmly extended his hand forward. The man wondered if he was really 15 years old. The guy with blue hair smiled, saying that he only applied a little force and he couldn't even withstand that, then why give him the first blow? The man swung his sword, deflecting the guy's spear, and shouted at him to shut up and don't let him think he was superior to him. The spear flew straight into the man's face, who clenched his teeth and looked at him in shock. The man dodged the guy's blow, the spear flew next to him, blue rays of energy swirled around him. Babylon smiled, frowning, and thought that this was the same technique. How highly he thought of himself. The man ran next to the guy, holding a sword in both hands, and shouted to him not to turn up his nose. The guy looked at him in surprise. Joshua lowered his gaze and smiled. The man looked up at him in shock, frowning. Joshua swung his spear widely, leaving a trail of purple energy in the air and pushing the man back, causing him to scream loudly. Beams of purple energy flew through the air from the guy. Babylon raised his sword in front of him, rolling his feet on the ground. The man clenched his teeth, resting his feet on the ground, which was cracked. There was a cut on his cheek from which drops of blood flowed. He looked at the guy who stood opposite him and thought that it was far away, so much so that the difference in their abilities did not matter. Joshua said 10 and the man loudly asked him what this nonsense was. The guy smiled, looking to the side at him, saying that the Masters competition is the most suitable place to show the greatness of the spear. He will win in 10 hits, including the previous ones. The man clenched his teeth in anger and frowned. He clenched his sword in his hands, from which a blue light began to emanate. Many beams of blue energy appeared around Babylon as he shouted that he admits. He is stronger than anyone he meets, but he is not going to participate in his games. Let the guy have no doubt, he will give his best. The man's cloak behind him began to flutter, with the blue energy beneath his feet screaming blade aura. The host watched this as he brought the microphone to his face and shouted that a huge amount of mana was focusing on the blade of the sword. Mr. Babylon fights with all his might, which no one expected. They finally see his serious desire to win. Joshua smiled, thinking that the man at the top is doomed to loneliness. He raised his spear behind his back, stretching his other hand forward, and thought that before his rebirth he was called by different names. Dark blue lightning gathered around the spear, while the guy thought that he was called a cruel warrior killer, a murderer who went mad with blood, a loyal dog Caesar, and even an invincible warrior of the spear. Until on the mainland they began to perceive the spear as a serious weapon. Its bad reputation only growing up. In those days, what upset him more than loneliness was that the spear was not appreciated. Joshua threw his spear towards the enemy. The spear left behind a blue glow, and the guy thought that now everything is different. He will show everyone that in this world there is no more outstanding weapon than a spear. Babylon swung his sword, blue energy flying around as the man shouted that he was disappointed. He was so smart as to show him what happens when he throws down his weapon. The man struck the spear with his sword, causing a bright light to flash where they collided. Babylon opened his mouth wide and frowned, screaming loudly. The man knocked the spear away, causing it to fly upward, spinning. The leader shouted that the Iron Knight Babylon knocked off the spear of Mr. Joshua with one blow. The man leaned his foot on the ground, breaking it under his feet. The man ran towards the main character. He was surrounded by blue energy and the leader shouted that Babylon was moving forward fiercely. Mr. Joshua was unarmed, a dangerous moment. Would he really fall under the onslaught of Mr. Babylon? The man clenched his sword in both hands to strike and shouted that he was finished. A spear appeared in Joshua's hand, which he held behind his back, looking at the man. The guy smiled, looking decisively at the man and said that it wouldn't be easy. Babylon looked at the guy with fury, frowned and shouted. Did the guy really think that he would give up? He swung his sword towards the guy, shouting that he was better than him, and Joshua did the same, swinging his spear towards the man. In the center of the field there was a huge powerful blue explosion, around which the wind blew and stones bounced to the sides. The spectators covered their faces with their hands, the stones hitting the force field around the seats. Arya trembled and arched his back when an explosion occurred near the seats of the commission members. The presenter in a red suit recoiled, falling to the ground, shouting that a powerful explosion covered the entire stadium, who in the end emerged victorious. He sat in front of a dense gray cloud of smoke, asking whether Mr. Babylon, who struck a successful blow, or Mr. Joshua, who did not miss a single attack, was the winner. The blonde frowned, looking up when he noticed something. A man in a black glove held a white spear. The leader shouted that the dust was settling, and the figure of the winner appeared in front of them. There was smoke flying around Joshua as he aimed his spear at Babylon, who was lying on the ground. The blue-haired guy asked if he wanted to continue. The man looked at the guy in shock. Dark blue lightning sparkled next to his face, which came from the spear, and he said that he lost. The audience smiled widely, raising their hands into fists as the presenter shouted that Mr. Babylon had admitted defeat. Victory was Mr. Joshua's. The audience chanted the name of the main character, who looked to the side and smiled. The host looked to the side, saying with a wide smile that the fight was over, but one more question remained: whether the members of the Commission for the Competition of Masters would recognize the representative of the Avalon Empire, Mr. Joshua, as a master. Windmill smiled, raising his hand, and said that he would say without further ado that the Iron Knight Babylon himself lost, unable to even lay a finger on his opponent. He raised his hand, saying that he was in favor of Joshua receiving the title of master. Next to him, Hayski raised his hand with a wide smile, saying that he too could not help but recognize him. The other three members of the commission raised their hands, while Arya bent among them, clutching his stomach and trembling. The white-haired man smiled madly, thinking that he had been waiting for 5 whole years for the day when this guy would be on top. He couldn't stand it anymore. He would do it. There is no agnosis or markers here. The man raised his head, red glowing eyes looking forward. Red energy appeared around him as the man thought that now he was his. No one would dare take him away. Only he would see him. His desperate face as he died alone. Arya raised his hand, showing a heart with 2 fingers with a crazy smile, thinking that he wanted to see his screaming face as he begged for salvation. The man shouted that he was voting for Baron Joshua to receive the title of master. People surrounded the main character, who walked through the hall with a spear in his hands. They chanted his name, shouting that the rumors were true and they believed in him from the very beginning. The guy with blue hair looked back at his spear, which asked why they were so happy. The guy mentally answered that it was a festival after all. People need to have fun at least here. A dark blue energy appeared around the spear and Ruger said it would be something to enjoy. He only revealed the greatness of his superiority. These people are mistaken. A couple of people looked at the spear in the guy's hands with smiles, saying that this is the same spear that brought Babylon to its knees. What level is it? They would not refuse such a weapon. Suddenly, the spear shone with a bright blue light. Other people bowed to him on one knee, and Ruger said, finally the small people of this world realized his greatness. This is commendable. Joshua frowned and looked up at him, mentally asking what he was doing. Let him stop. Someone approached the guy from behind, saying that he congratulated him on winning the duel. Islin smiled, closed her eyes and put her hand to her chest, saying that it turns out that he can be like this. It's so unusual. He seems to be very happy about the victory. The guy with blue hair smiled, dissolving the spear into a black mist. When it began to say something, the guy asked how long she will continue to call him young master. He is no longer a man of the Duchy of Agnosis. The girl put her hand to her chest, saying that then Baron Sanders. The guy smiled at her, telling her to just call him Joshua. He placed his hand on her shoulder as Islin looked away worriedly. The guy looked down at her with a smile when the girl looked at him in surprise, saying that everything was fine, they were friends. Islin blushed, looked up at him and asked about his friends. The guy walked forward, looking over his shoulder at the girl, asking where Mr. Aiden had gone. The girl lowered her gaze and frowned, saying that his first opponent would be the King of Equus himself. He probably couldn't sleep. He left her early in the morning and went somewhere. The guy frowned, remembering King Equus, thinking that in his past life, Equus, soon after the Masters competition, surpassed 12 superhumans and became one of the 9 stars. Maybe none of them know the future, but the energy emitted by Equus makes even the mighty Aiden nervous. The main character and the King of Equus stood with their backs to each other, looking over their shoulders. There was a blue glow around the guy, and a red one around the king. The guy thought that the source crystal was also magma. The power of Bronto, sleeping inside him, vibrated madly as soon as he saw Equus. Joshua lowered his gaze, frowning, and thought that this was the first time this had happened to him, but a repeated meeting with the king could confirm this strange phenomenon. Islin looked at the guy from behind, asking if she could ask him a question, and the guy looked back at her, talking as much as he wanted. The girl folded her hands, frowned, lowered her gaze, and said that it was about the relationship between Aiden and Bavariant. The guy asked in surprise. She was talking about the king of mercenaries. Aiden approached them, smilingly saying, "This is where they are." Joshua smiled, looking at him, and said that they say that even a tiger appears. Having heard a conversation about himself, the man replied that his victory in the first round could lead to a quick fight with him, asking if Joshua is too relaxed. The main character looked at him to the side with a smile, asking if he was too self-confident. The King of Equus was unlikely to be pleased with his words. Aiden looked at the guy with a smile, asking what kind of person goes with the thought that he has already lost. Although in fact he has not even started to fight, he is determined to win. This is the only way to get what he wants. The man asked what they were talking about before his arrival. Was it really about Rayfon? Joshua looked back at the girl with a smile, asking if Rayfon was ready, and she looked up at him, saying yes, but something else needs to be clarified. Aiden raised his hands, squinting his eyes with a smile and wiggling his fingers, saying that such an unusual artifact requires taking measurements from its future owner. They should take a close look. Islin blushed deeply, asking what was wrong with it. Joshua walked away from the two of them, waving his hand, saying that then let her come to him tonight. He will wait, now he needs to rest a little. Aiden looked at him in surprise, saying that this guy is so open. The girl also looked at him in surprise, answering that they would see each other later. A 2-story white house with lights burning in the windows. Ayad frowned, saying that just think, such abilities at 15 years old, 10 or 5 years will pass, and no one in the world will be able to defeat Joshua. Hayski sat with a smile on the sofa opposite the man, looking to the side, saying that he should have turned out to be from Avalon, while Avalon's actions were holding back Svalu and Hubald. The man frowned, with a wide smile, remembering Emperor Markers and Joshua, saying that the appearance of Joshua changed everything. The warlike Emperor Markers, who received such a strong piece on the board, must surely be eager to play. It is likely that the balance between Avalon, Hubald, and Svalu will soon come to an end. The two men looked back at Windmill, who was sitting in the chair, saying that he agreed with them. Too many people want to see the world go down in flames. The man with brown hair frowned, saying that the worst thing is that they are not limited to idle thoughts. If someone wants to disturb the peaceful life of the current generation, called the second, then they must stop him at any cost. Wouldn't it be better to get rid of Joshua, if he is the reason for everything? The main character opened the door, looking at Islin, saying with a smile that she was earlier than he thought. Let him come in. The girl covered the door with her hand. Joshua walked into the room, looking back at the girl, saying that she can put the cloak anywhere, let her feel at home. The girl took off the hood from her head, thanking the guy. Islin looked away with a smile, saying that she would never have thought that she would be left alone with him. It was so unusual. The guy looked back at her, standing next to the girl, and said that first of all, he would like to end their conversation. Islin frowned at him as he asked about Aiden and the mercenary king. Joshua also looked away at her, answering in the affirmative and saying that he did not understand why he and the mercenary Aiden were working together. He turned away, looking over his shoulder at the girl, saying that many people believe that mercenaries are on their own and do not follow any rules. But in reality there is no such strong vertical organization as theirs. The guy placed a silver badge on the table, saying that if this badge only indicated membership in their guild, there would be no need for gold and silver emblems. This is their own system of classification and evaluation of skills. The main character looked back at the girl who stood behind him, saying that Bavariant is the leader of the mercenaries in both words and deeds. He is their king, which means Mr. Aiden is acting against his master. Islin pursed her lips, looking at the guy who said that he helped her, the only one left from the Regressed clan that Cromwell and Bavariant wanted to destroy. He doesn't know what connects her and Mr. Aiden, but he's sure that he wouldn't help. It is so open to her that if there were good relations between him and the king of mercenaries. Islin walked around the room, turning to the guy, saying that he was right. Aiden hates Bavariant with disgust. He believes that the king of mercenaries caused great damage to the rest of the guild. The girl frowned, looking to the side, saying that rumors that Bavariant had been cleaning up the Marquis of Cromwell for years had already spread throughout the continent, and there were rumors that the mercenary king was involved in business with the emperor, because the Marquis of Cromwell was known as a loyal dog of the sovereign. Islin stood with her back to the guy, turning to him, saying that this cannot be covered up with words, a request. Without arousing suspicion, the guy answered clearly. Joshua put his hand to his chin, looking away, saying that mercenaries must remain neutral in order to receive money, but at the same time, the behavior of their king can be considered the position of the entire guild, so Mr. Aiden is dissatisfied with him. The guy smiled, looking at the girl, and asked how he could help. She asked in surprise what, and the guy asked if this wasn't what she was leading to. He closed his eyes with a smile and replied that he would help. They were friends. Islin blushed, looking at the guy in surprise. She pursed her lips, smiling. The girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking away, saying that Aiden is thinking about winning the competition of masters and officially challenging the mercenary king, one of the 12 superhumans, but he is so worried that she thinks this victory will not be easy for him. The protagonist looked to the side with a smile, asking if she really wanted him to win and challenge Bavariant instead of him. Islin raised her hands with a frown and said no. On the contrary, even if Aiden loses and he wins, she strongly advises them to avoid the mercenary king. The girl looked at the guy with tears in her eyes, saying that she was asking him. She didn't want to lose anyone anymore. She wanted to forget everything and move forward. The guy leaned over, hugging the girl. He put his hand on her back, saying that all this time she was very afraid he would listen to her sincere words. Islin clutched the guy's sleeve, lowered her head and cried, clenching her teeth when he said that he would make sure that she would not lose anyone again. The guy closed his eyes, hugging the girl while she trembled. They stood there until the girl stopped shaking from tears. Joshua smiled, looking back at her, and asked, "Now she will let go?" Islin looked in surprise at her hand, which was holding the guy by the clothes. She stepped back, blushing, saying that he promised. The guy said that winning the Masters competition was still a long way off, asking if they would get down to business. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, asking about the matter. She blushed deeply, opening her eyes wide in surprise, screaming and asking what he was doing and why he was undressing. Joshua looked at the girl in surprise, taking off his jacket, remaining in a black t-shirt, saying that she herself said that to create Reiphon, you need to take measurements. White house with a blue roof, night. The girl frowned and told him to just stand still. She would do the rest. The guy agreed, saying that he relied on her. The long night of the first day of the competition of masters was coming to an end. The host raised his microphone to his mouth, saying with a wide smile that this was the world's first competition of masters, magician against magician. The fourth day of the master competition, the guy raised his index finger, raised his hand, and shouted that the magnificent duel between two great wizards could only be seen here in Lionheart. At the Continental Master Competition, the presenter stood in the arena, which also had 2 participants, with people sitting around in the stands. Cetarian yawned, covered his mouth with his hand, and said how lazy he was. He walked forward, putting his other hand in his pocket. Cetarian, one of the 7 magicians. The place of the storm, the guy said that they should not waste their strength and solve everything with a game. A man with brown hair jumped over him. There were fireballs above his hands, blue lightning was striking all around, shards of ice were flying and dust rose from the ground. Astello, the main royal magician, a magician of strength, the man shouted that he had no honor or shame, let him give up before he loses. Cetarian smiled nervously, looking at him, and thought, is this really possible? He uses 4 spells at the same time, this is dangerous. Joshua stood in front of the purple pentagram from which light emanated, raising his hands, saying, he who sold his soul to the darkness, Lord of the Sword Fang of the Wolf, King of the Earth, let him reveal himself. A death knight began to emerge from the pentagram, surrounded by dark purple energy. He stood in front of the guy, asking what was required, and he replied that he needed him to do something for him. The Knight of Darkness looked down, frowning, and replied that he had sworn allegiance to him. He could speak, he would follow his orders. Joshua looked at him with a smile, saying that then he would get straight to the point. He sent his allies to the Aden Gorge, which is in the Duchy of Fonti. They should have already arrived. He wants the knight to help them. Cetarian knelt down on one knee, placing his hand on the ground, summoning a stone wall. A large stone wall appeared in front of him, covering the guy. She was immediately struck by a powerful blue explosion, which threw the guy to the side, causing him to scream. Cetarian looked at this in shock, raised his hand, and asked if this man really decided to finish him off. It's just a competition. Astello in front of him held a fireball with flames burning around it, telling him to shut up, and he saw how someone did not take him seriously, and because of this he dropped out of the tournament. The man raised his hands, holding 2 fireballs in front of him, and frowned and said that he would not lose that easily. The man raised his hands, summoning a burst of flame, many huge fireballs flying towards Cetarian. The guy with white hair raised his hand, above which was a blue seal, and frowned and asked if he really thought he was here for fun. The guy put up a shield in front of him from the seal, which the fireball crashed into, thinking that everything was because of this damned code 0. A powerful flame beat on the blue shield, sparkling brightly. The presenter covered the flames with his hand, saying with a wide smile that the incredible spell of Mr. Estello, the magician of the kingdom of Thura, covers the entire arena. Can one of the 7 magicians, Mr. Satarian, survive this time? The spectators watched this with wide smiles, shouting to show the contestant what the magic tower was capable of. Among them, Islin folded her hands, watching the battle with concern. She frowned, saying that these are excellent skills, she cannot compare with this. The main character approached her, who looked back at the battle, telling her not to worry, he is sure that she will easily surpass them. The girl looked at the guy with a smile, saying what he said, he has some business. The guy replied that he was finished. Joshua looked to the side, smiling and saying that she was right, this is an amazing destructive force. After the end of the civil war, Caesar ascended the throne. He ordered the destruction of the state of magicians in order to stabilize the situation on the continent. He believed that he wanted to unite the countries, and therefore, following the order, he burned everything on Terra. Estello stood with a smile, raising his hands, lightning sparkled around and fire burned, and the main magician of the kingdom, the magician of power Estello, disappeared along with his state. The man sat in the center of the blue pentagram with his head bowed. Joshua thought that it was the spell created by the name that killed him in the end. How ironic. Islin looked at the battle with concern, saying that it was very strange that Satarian's mana did not change at all under such blows. The guy who was surrounded by the flames said that he didn't think he would take it so seriously, and Estello annoyedly asked if he was still fooling around. Satarian waved his hand with a smile, dispersing the flames around him, and said that it would be more correct to say that he has a sense of taste. The man with brown hair frowned at him, asking why he was still on his feet, if the attacks hadn't done him any harm. The guy with white hair raised his finger, pointing at the translucent shield around him, asking if he could see it. He improved it in his own way, as he called the wall of wind. Estello asked displeasedly if he really wanted to say that he deflected his blows with the help of air. How is that even possible? Satarian spread his arms to the sides, gusts of wind flew around him, and he said that wind magic is ineffective in defense. But what to do if he is a master of it? The guy with white hair smiled widely. There was a blue field around him. When he said that all that was left was to transform her to suit himself, now it was his turn. Let him get ready. Estello waved his hand to the side, flames swirling around him as he shouted that with such skills, he would not be able to block all of his attacks. Estello waved his hand forward, releasing fire, shouting that he would break this wall. Satarian ran towards him, surrounded by the wind, asking if he could. Joshua looked at it in surprise, his mouth open, and he thought it was a wall of wind, he realized. The white-haired magician walked through the fire while Joshua thought that the man, shrouded in the wind, he himself became the wind, giving rise to countless legends on the continent. Estello looked at this in shock, frowned, and shouted that this couldn't be happening. He was pushed aside by the wind that came from Satarian, and the main character thought that the first 8th grade magician from the 3rd generation, the traitor of the magic tower, Satarian. The white-haired mage smiled widely as he was surrounded by currents of wind. Estello was kneeling at the broken wall, clenching his teeth and holding his stomach. The host screamed, losing, having failed to block Mr. Satarian's attack. Mr. Estello was pushed out of the arena. The result was a loss. A magician with white hair stood on the field, the stones on which were broken. The leader shouted that the winner, the place of the storm, was one of the 7 Satarian magicians. Iod, Windmill, and Hasky raised their hands when the host asked what the committee members would say if Mr. Satarian could become the first master of magic this year. 2 judges did not raise their hands. In their center, only a man with black hair raised his hand, and the presenter said that by decision of the majority vote, Mr. Satarian becomes a master of magic. The white-haired mage wiped his forehead with a smile, thinking that the enemy was stronger than he thought. The guy looked to the side, thinking about Code 0 and the first star Joshua. Joshua noticed the magician's gaze and looked down at him in surprise. Islin next to him also lowered her gaze, saying that this is incredible. The magic of the great Mr. Estello did not work at all. What kind of protection is this? The guy looked back at her, saying that she seemed very surprised. The girl replied that yes, this is the first time she has seen such a thing. Miracle. She realized that there is no limit to the power that a person can have. The main character smiled, looking in her direction, saying that there is no limit, and thinking that if he had lived a little longer in the past, he would have recognized Islin as the 3rd 8th grade magician from the 3rd generation. The girl looked at the guy, telling him to be careful. The last battle suggests that Estello's powers are close to the 6th grade. She lowered her gaze again and said that many had suspected this before, which means Satarian, one of the 7 magicians. The guy with white hair left the field with a smile, lowering his gaze, and the girl said that he must be at least 6th grade. Joshua crossed his arms over his chest, answering with a smile. At such moments it seems to him that he should be a heavenly warrior. He is looking forward to a duel with a 6th grade master. The girl looked at him in surprise. Joshua smiled, looking decisively forward, and thought that it was curious that Cetarian, called the Storm Mage, was here. He did not show all his skills. I wish I could meet him as soon as possible. The experience of a duel with such a mage would be incredibly valuable. The presenter asked for attention, saying that they were continuing, and the two raised their gazes in surprise. The presenter stood on a broken field. A blue light was visible on the ground. He said that the next meeting was beginning. Small stones flew above the ground, engulfed in a blue glow. The ground began to tighten. The leader waved his hand towards the man, shouting that the whole continent was waiting for this, the most intriguing duel. Equus came onto the field, holding a sword in his hands, his other hand clenched into a fist. The presenter introduced him as the Knight of the Sun Flame, the King of Equus. Turning in the other direction, the prophet with a wide smile said that he was going against him in the world of mercenaries. Aiden walked with his hands clenched into fists across the field. The presenter introduced him as the mighty Aiden. The two men stood in front of each other, and the leader said, "Let the battle begin." The people around Joshua and Islan smiled widely, raising their fists and chanting, "King, go Equus." Others said that Aiden should show that the reputation of the second among mercenaries is not an empty phrase. The blue-haired girl clenched her hands into fists, saying that she hoped he wasn't too worried. He needed to do what he knew how to do. Joshua looked back at her with a smile, saying that everything will be fine. He knows Aiden. He won't give up easily. The girl looked at him, saying that she agrees, but cannot do anything about the anxiety. The guy looked at the arena, smiling, thinking that in fact he is also worried. He knows who will be the winner, because in the past this duel was widely discussed. No major changes have happened, so he will still win. But if the future changes. Equus smiled, flames lit up around his sword, and he wished his opponent good luck. Aiden stood in a fighting stance, putting his fists in front of him, and said that he also wished him luck, although, since they were now on equal terms. The man jumped at the king, raising his fist to strike, and said that they would drop their cheers. Equus smiled broadly, looking to the side, and said that he should not think that they are equal if they are in the same arena. He is simply second. The king blocked the man's blow with his sword, holding it out in front of him. Equus clenched his teeth, his hands on the sword trembled, and he said that it was stronger than he expected. The man swung his sword in front of the mercenary, leaving a trail of fire, saying that, however, there was a limit to what he could do with his bare hands. Equus's eyes widened and he frowned, shouting no. Blue energy appeared next to Aiden's hand, blocking the fire around him. The king frowned, shouting in shock as he was able to dispel the energy of his sword. The mercenary smiled, clenched his teeth, and said that it was nothing. Aiden punched forward with his fist, asking if he was surprised. The blow struck Equus in the face, who closed his eyes. The mercenary swung his fist, knocking the king back away from him. Equus cried out, frowning and gritting his teeth. He leaned his feet on the ground, broke it, and shouted that you couldn't tell from him that he could be cunning. Aiden ran forward with a wide smile, asking what was wrong with the cunning, although how do the knights know? Mercenaries do not crave fame like them. Money is more important to them. The king's sword stuck into the ground, magma flowed from it, and he said that he would not stand aside either. Aiden covered his face with his hand as fiery magma spread across the ground. Equus summoned the spirit of the sun, wolves. The ground under the mercenary's feet split and he staggered, lowering his head and asking about the earth. Equus swung his sword, leaving a trail of fire, and shouted for him to try to survive. There was a bright, strong explosion on the ground near the king. The host watched this, shouting into the microphone that the flames of the Equus king filled the entire stadium with heat. Could Mr. Aiden withstand this attack? Ruiger said that this is an incredible heat, and the main character looked up, frowning and thinking that this is true. King Equus used it during the battle with Dukel's map. He saw it in the Duke's memory when he took ownership of the Death Knight. A man with a jagged sword stood on the field. Under his feet there were cracks on the ground, from which flames were coming out, and the guy thought that then he was trapped in magma and could not do anything. Ruiger smiled widely, asking why he sent the Death Knight to his comrades, even if he existed due to his own magic. A white silhouette with a wide smile spoke into the ear of the guy who clenched his teeth that he should know that if the distance increases, the consequences will be fatal. Apparently their owner is much stupider than he looks. Stupid is very stupid. The guy waved his hand, irritably telling him to shut up, while Islan looked at him in surprise. She smiled, looking at the guy, and said that he was probably cold. She thought that he was hot and therefore used cold magic. The guy looked at her in confusion and answered no. Blue energy appeared next to him, and Ruiger said that he was fighting, putting his life on the line, and at the same time giving the green light. Joshua mentally called on subspace, smiling awkwardly and raising his hand, saying that it suddenly became hot and he overreacted. Aiden, frowning, opened his mouth wide, screaming, fiery sparks flying nearby. The man raised his fist upward, exposing a force field above him that contained the fire. Equus swung his fire sword with a smile, saying that he will not give him rest, they will see how long he can stand. The mercenary raised his 2 hands, threw back his head and shouted that he had decided so, but he would not play with him for long. The man hit the ground with his 2 fists, causing a blue glow to pass through it and screamed, a great crushing earthquake. The rocks beneath Equus' feet began to splinter as the man slammed his fists into the ground. The king swung his sword, cutting through a couple of stones, and with a wide smile asked if he really thought he could defeat him with such a primitive technique. The mercenary ran towards the king along the destroyed stones, shouting that no matter how, he just needed a springboard, now rapprochement. The leader sat trembling on one of the stones, surrounded by magma, and nervously shouted that Mr. Aiden turned the earth over, creating a new path, and took off again, overcoming the heat that could melt the body. He closes the distance. Aiden raised his fist with blue energy flying around it and shouted that they would end this useless battle of attrition and fight properly, like men should. He slammed his fist at the king, who clenched his teeth and blocked the blow with his sword. Equus swung his fiery sword, leaving a trail in the air, and the mercenary stood on his hands, dodging. Aiden got on his hand and knee, swinging his leg, striking the king in the neck with his other leg. He rose to his feet, clenched his teeth, and slammed Equus' head into the ground, sending rocks flying. Equus clenched his teeth and frowned, crying out as his head hit the rocks. The mercenary raised his fist over him, from which translucent fog emanated, and shouted that this was the end, the Fist of Aura. He struck sharply, leaving a bright, powerful blast of blue energy. Aiden looked ahead, frowning, dust flying nearby. He looked at the king, who was leaning on his sword, on one knee, with magma on his cheek and hand. Equus smiled, frowning, asking if this was all he could do. He swung his sword, which the mercenary blocked, shouting that he was even disappointed. Aiden clenched his teeth, his hand trembled as he blocked the sword, thinking that it hit the target. One of the blows was stronger than the aura blade wielded by a tier knights. But why is he okay? The king smiled widely with a crazy look. There was a fiery heart in his chest. Sparks of black energy were visible around him. Islam looked to the side, saying that she is a magician. It is difficult for her to guess the winner, asking what the main character thinks as a participant in the competition. Joshua clenched his teeth and frowned, raising his hand, humming. The girl raised her hands in concern, asking him if everything was okay. He turned pale, and the guy replied that everything was fine. He pressed his hand to his chest. There was white energy around, and the guy thought that Bronto was shaking. Ruger asked it started, and the guy thought what that sound was. A white silhouette appeared behind the guy, who said with a smile that he knew very well that this Ulsmat was hiding his powers. The guy looked away, mentally answering that he knew. He looked at the king with a sword in his hands, around which there was fire, and thought that Equus owns not a simple flame, but a hellish flame capable of consuming everything in the world. He is a fiery devil, which even such a master as Duke Ulsmat found difficult to approach. The white silhouette of Ruger smiled broadly, saying that everything is right. This destructive power inherent in magma is the power that Equus possesses, and he noticed the guy because he owns another source crystal. Joshua's eyes widened as he asked what in surprise. Aiden and Equus stood opposite each other, throwing punches, flames flying around. The king frowned, pursed his lips, and looked away. He looked at Joshua, who was holding his chest in surprise, thinking that he was looking at him. Ruger crossed his arms behind his back, saying that more precisely, the magma responded to Bronto's energy. The guy looked back at the silhouette, mentally asking if it means the crystals of the source react to each other. How is this possible? And Ruger replied that they are called crystals of God in another way. He said that originally there was only one stone. Joshua looked to the side in surprise, frowning, thinking about one. A bright, powerful pillar of fire appeared in front of Aiden, illuminating the arena. The man clenched his teeth, looking at this in shock, and wondered if this power really belonged to one person. He was like an evil spirit controlling a volcano. The man stood in front of the pillar of fire, the rocks on the ground cracking as Equus leapt into the air, raising his sword high to strike. The king frowned, looked down, and shouted, "Burn everything and turn it into ashes." He swung his sword, releasing a huge fire strike at the mercenary, shouting flames of doom. Aiden spread his hands to the sides. There was blue energy next to them, and he frowned and shouted that he would take this blow. The man put his hands in front of him, blocking the fire that fell on him. Islin closed her eyes, frowning, shouting at him to hold out. There was a bright fiery explosion on the field. Smoke from the explosion was flying around. Stones were flying to the sides. The leader shouted that the flame of the Equus King exploded. A protective field was formed in front of the spectator seats, which blocked the fireball flying in the air. The spectators said that the fragments were flying here, but there was a protective screen. Even the best magicians of the continent would not be able to break through it. Two fiery explosions crashed into the force field. The force field began to melt from the fire, and a couple of guys turned to him, saying that it was melting and he needed to leave. Aiden smiled, laughing. He lay on the cracked ground, in front of the king, saying that he was entangling the audience. For a king whom everyone praises, he has no mercy at all. Equus replied not to worry, he controls the power, no one will get hurt. The man frowned, looking at the king, and asked if this is really called controlling, how strong he is. He said that Equus is funny, the title of master is already his, so apparently he intends to win the competition. Equus looked down at the man with a smile, saying that he himself was not sure. The king looked away, saying that of course he must surpass everyone for the sake of the renewed Tran. The main character was looking down at the arena when the king thought of him. Equus turned away with a smile, looking to the side and holding his sword in his hands, thinking that he had a new goal. Aiden lay on the bed while two mages in white robes extended their hands towards him with golden healing magic, saying restoration. The man clenched his teeth, sweat running down his face as he frowned. Someone said that the wounds were not healing at all. They needed to call more priests. Islin frowned, shouting that the competition was over. Why can't you come to him? She is his friend. Two people stood at the back door. One of them raised his hands in front of the girl, apologizing and saying that in order to avoid trouble, anyone whose identity has not been confirmed is prohibited from entering. Let her return to her place. The girl asked how this could be. Joshua approached them, to whom everyone turned. The guy said that she was his colleague. Do they need any more confirmation? Let him pass. The man in the suit turned to him, saying that even if so, they insist. Another man appeared behind the group, telling them to let them through. The guy in the suit looked at him, asking how he ended up there. A man with long blonde hair crossed his arms over his chest. A scar was visible on his face. The Lion King, Rain Jiger, the current ruler of Lionheart, one of the 12 superhumans. The man said that he had business in the temple. Mr. Joshua Sanders of Lionheart was recognized as a master. Let them not worry in vain. Islin suddenly opened the doors, calling Aiden. The man lay on the bed while two priests held their hands over him with golden magic, looking back at her. The girl put her hand on her chest, came closer and worriedly asked how he was and if he recognized her. Aiden looked back at the girl with a smile, apologizing to her for showing weakness. The girl said that it was nothing like that, he fought great. Joshua lowered his gaze to the man, frowning, and thought that he had received a direct hit from the death flames. So treating with ordinary sacred magic did not really help. He had not tried to use his sacred power before, but he had to take a chance. Islin looked back in surprise at the guy who extended his hand forward to the man, thinking that they were saying that this type of magic directly depends on the caster, and with his power. A bright golden glow began to emanate from the guy's hand and he shouted recovery. Green healing magic appeared around Aiden's hands. Islin and one of the priests looked at this in shock, their mouths open. Aiden stood up, looking down at his hands in surprise, saying that his body recovered in a moment. The girl with blue hair turned to the main character, raising her hands clenched into fists, and asked how could he really use sacred power. The guy replied that he could only imitate. He smiled, looked away and said that it was his first time doing this, but it turned out quite successfully. The three knights put their hands to their chests, bowing their heads slightly, and congratulated His Majesty on the victory. Equus sat on a chair, looking at them, and the knight said that he had received the title of master and even made it to the finals. All that remained was to win and become the new ruler of Lionheart. The king smiled, looking at them, and said that he expected to be awarded the title of master, and getting into the finals after one victory was a great success. Who knew that the pride of Hubald, Mr. Christian, who got into the competition without a preliminary fight, would refuse to participate? I wanted to fight him, what a pity. The king with a smile remembered Aiden, who had energy around his fist. The man said that the last duel was nothing. He was satisfied with this. Thinking that the battle with Aiden showed that the enemy's reputation cannot be ignored, he became the first loser in history to receive the title masters. This is worth a lot. The man remembered the main character who held the spear in Cetarian, thinking what it means if the rumors about Joshua turning the continent upside down are true. In the end he will be a stronger opponent than the man called Cetarian. The king leaned on the armrest, rising from his chair, thinking that he was extremely curious to find out about Joshua. He needed to conduct a preliminary investigation. The man said that he would walk alone. He walked past the knights while one of them spread his arms to the sides, saying that it was too late for such walks. They would accompany him. The man replied not to worry, let them rest in his absence. A white building with a sign on it, the moon shining in the sky, Lionheart, the head office of the Lunar Gate. Equus took off his hood with a smile, saying with a smile that he didn't even think that the meeting would be so brazenly organized right next to the road. He looked at the man who was sitting at the table. His face was hidden by a shadow. The man said that this shows that they are confident in their product. He had to take him to the top floor. The guy with black hair leaned on the table with a smile. Zero, the former head of the Lunar Gate branch at the academy. The guy said that now their head is absent. He hopes for understanding. The king sat down at the table opposite the guy, looking at him and saying that this is only a plus. He needs the information that he has. Zero asked to himself. Equus looked at the guy with a smile, frowned, and replied that he heard that for information about Joshua he asked for 1,000,000 gold. He will receive it right now if he tells everything he knows about him. Zero smiled, saying that he respected him immensely. He looked at the king, saying that Mr. Joshua Sanders was the only one on the entire continent who had the information their organization needed. He did not want to do anything that could harm him. Equus clenched his teeth, frowning, asking for the sake of this information, can he refuse 1,000,000 gold? Zero replied that the price was initially set incorrectly. The current circumstances and the circumstances of 5 years ago are strikingly different. The king looked at the guy carefully, displeasedly asking how much he wanted now. Zero looked up at the king with a smile, answering that information about Joshua Sanders is now worth 100 million gold. Equus looked over his shoulder, pursing his lips, and thought that 100 million is a ridiculous amount. Wasn't he going to tell anything from the very beginning? The man walked away from the building, putting a hood on his head, and thought that if the lunar gate so protects information about Joshua, then how valuable is the information that he possesses? But nothing can be done. He will have to find out everything himself. Zero watched the man walking down the street through the window. He looked to the side when a man in a robe with a mask on his face appeared from behind. The man asked if he was curious why he was told to name such a high price. The guy with black hair put his hand to his chest, bowed and closed his eyes, saying that he was only following his order. The man replied that everything was fine. If he were in his place, he would also be interested. He knows that their organization needs funds. Zero opened his eyes, looking at the floor, pursing his lips, thinking that this is true. It's a pity to miss such a chance to get 1,000,000 gold. Over 5 years, a lot of money has been spent on eliminating the rotten part of the organization and further stabilizing it. An elf with white hair stood in front of a red chair on which a man was sitting. She was holding a knife in her hands. The man next to him fell from the chair. The guy thought that tens of millions of gold were spent just on the contract killing of 3 elders. After eliminating them, it was possible to prepare the basis for qualitative changes, but in a situation of budget deficit. The man in the robe turned away from the guy, asking if he knew about that special rank mercenary who removed the elders. Zero looked at him in surprise, saying that he had heard something, but not in detail. The man turned to him, saying that there was information that she was going to unite all the mercenary organizations on the continent. Zero looked at the master in shock, frowning, asking if it was possible to gather all the mercenaries who trust only themselves. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. The masked man looked at the guy with folded hands, saying that he also couldn't believe it. But they say that she has already earned the trust of many of her colleagues. Perhaps the unification of mercenary organizations is just around the corner. Zero asked who this person is, and the master answered, it's hard to say. Few people know her, but some call her the Queen of Assassins. A girl with white hair and yellow eyes. There were drops of blood on her mask and scarf. The masked man narrowed his eyes to the side and said that what was important was that she personally mentioned the name Joshua Sanders. Zero frowned, looking at the master in shock, asking if all the organizations were uniting to take down Joshua. The masked man turned to the guy, saying that he doesn't know for sure, but if this is so, then perhaps the red coin, the location of which only he knows, will never be found. The man looked to the side, saying that this is why information about Joshua should not be passed on to anyone so that it does not reach the Queen of Assassins. The man clenched his hand into a fist. Aiden swung his fist sharply, the air swirled around him, and a blue blow passed ahead. The man clenched his teeth, frowning at this. The man raised his fist with a smile, turning to Islan, saying that it was incredible, the healing was perfect. How did it happen that the sacred power used for the first time turned out to be more effective than the skills of the highest ranking priests? The man asked if the girl should teach Baron Joshua magic. She looked away, putting her finger to her chin, thinking about something. The man approached her, leaned over and asked if something was bothering her, if she had already missed Joshua. The girl frowned, screaming in surprise. She ran to the side, blushing heavily, and asked what he was doing. He scared her. Aiden leaned to the side, saying that she just drooped as soon as Baron Joshua disappeared. Islan looked at the man in confusion, saying that it was not because of him, but because of the man she saw yesterday in the temple. The mercenary asked who she saw in the temple if she was so worried. The girl lowered her gaze, holding a blue image of a man with long hair above her hands, saying that he looked like a lion. People addressed him with respect. It seems they called him Mr. Rain. Aiden lowered his gaze in surprise, asking if this was one of the 12 superhumans, the Lion King of Rain. The girl smiled, the image lighting up her face as she said that she knew she had heard that name, asking why she couldn't remember. Now everything was clear. The man raised his hands, saying that it was strange, it was difficult to see him, and then a chance meeting, the projection between Islan's hands dissolved, and she asked if he had come specifically to see Joshua. The man replied that it was possible. He probably thinks that if Baron Joshua wins the Masters competition, he will challenge him to a duel. The girl looked at the man, asking why he thought that Joshua would choose him out of all 12 superhumans. Aiden raised his index finger, saying that the reason was simple. Although the winners of the master competition from time to time became the rulers of Lionheart, to gain the recognition of people at the same time was a completely different matter. The main character stood in the arena, raising his spear high with a smile. The defeated Rain lay in front of him. People were chanting the guy's name, and Aiden said that if you show your abilities by defeating the current Lion King, you will definitely be able to touch the hearts of people. The man said that there is the most important thing, and Islan looked up at him in surprise. He looked at the girl seriously, frowned, and said that he was one of the most convenient opponents for receiving the title of Superman. A huge hurricane swirled through the forest, causing leaves from the trees to fly through the air. Citarian smiled, his hair blowing in the wind, as he said that it was too much to show up unannounced like that and voice his displeasure. He stood opposite the main character. The ground was broken under their feet. Joshua frowned, looking up at the man, and said that he only came to warn him. He repeats, "The current Lord of the Magical Tower, Ian Don Foray, will soon die." The guy frowned, saying that soon Evergrande Khan Eshbolt will kill the current Lord of the Magic Tower, Ian Don Foray, and take his place. Citarian waved his hand at the guy, releasing a blast of air, yelling at him to shut up, saying that he wanted to knock him out before the competition, asking if he really thought he would fall for it. The main character stood calmly while the blow of the wind approached him. He was looking forward when the blow came very close to his face. Citarian clenched his teeth, frowning at the guy. A powerful stream of air passed through the forest, blowing away leaves, and a white fog was visible. The guy with white hair lowered his gaze, asking if he really thinks he will believe such nonsense. The first magician of the 7th class of skill will be killed by a wizard who is babysitting children in the palace. Joshua stood among the destroyed trees, saying that he recently learned that 5 years ago Citarian was looking for him, following Bronto and the lightning magician. Asking if it was true, the magician answered, who knew that he killed the lightning place. He followed him, barely found out, but by that time he had already become a court knight. The magician frowned, saying that he could only wait until he began to act alone outside of Avalon, asking what the connection was. The main character remembered a man in a black robe, with green eyes and an evil smile, saying that these 5 years in the palace he was collecting information about Evergrande Khan Eshbolt. He accidentally heard that he was planning a coup d'etat to take charge of the magic tower. He knows those behind him. The guy thought that he actually learned this from Kesar before his rebirth. Citarian smiled, tilted his head, and asked, accidentally heard, about the traitor of the magic tower himself. He turned around, telling the guy to leave. He was already too attentive to his nonsense. Stop worrying about the magic tower. Let him worry about himself better. He will definitely give an official move to the investigation of his crimes. The magician turned to the guy who was looking at his back with a smile, saying that it was his right to believe it or not, but in case something goes wrong, as he said, he has something to offer him. The magician asked what. Joshua looked at him seriously, frowning, and replied that he would stop Evergrande, and in return, he would help him become emperor. Someone shouted, "Urgent information, White House, the seat of the King of Equis." The king held a sword in his hands, standing in front of one of the knights. The other bowed to the man, and he turned around and asked if they had already learned about Baron Joshua. The knight replied that yes, but that's not quite right. He said that Citarian, one of the 7 magicians, refused to participate in the semi-finals. The king frowned, looking at the knight in surprise. Ian frowned in rage, looked down, and shouted whether he was in his right mind. How could he refuse the semi-final, also against Code Zero? The old man's face was visible in the sphere flying next to Citarian, who clenched his teeth and covered his ears with his fingers. The old man asked what to do with the Bronto, and what about universal recognition, and the guy replied that he understood his anger, but could he at least listen to him? Citarian frowned, remembering the main character, around whom white energy was shining, saying that Bronto 5 years ago became one with Baron Joshua. They say that the place of lightning wanted to take the crystal by force, but Joshua resisted, and it all ended like that. The guy turned to the sphere behind, saying, "What does it mean? The murder happened in an attempt to defend himself, self-defense, to do nothing." Ian asked in surprise what, saying that 5 years ago Baron Joshua was 10 years old. How was he able to defeat lightning? Is he really offering to believe in this? Citarian spread his hands to the sides, smilingly saying that this is true, thinking that although he also does not fully believe it. The guy remembered how he stood in front of a man in a hood, thinking that the place of Earth had come to warn that Evergrande was planning to capture the magic tower. Something was clearly wrong. Now it is much more important to go to Avalon and find out where the truth is and where the lies are. Ian narrowed his eyes, seriously saying that it was unlikely that he would find out more. It was not like him. Let him forget. Ian stroked his beard, looking down at the ball where the guy's face was, and said that if so, let him go to the magic tower. He intends to collect them all. Citarian frowned, saying that he would like to see the world he will come to next time. The old man screamed at him to do what he was told. This is important. An assistant to the Lord of the Tower will be chosen. The guy from the ball asked about the assistant, saying that the lightning place is empty. How will they choose? The old man said that he was thinking of giving Evergrande Constable a chance. Satarian's eyes widened as he lowered his gaze in shock, frowning. Joshua sat on the floor with his legs crossed. Someone congratulated him, saying that only the final remained. The guy replied that the master of the Lunar Gate himself was meeting with him. This was amazing. Lunar Gate, 5th floor, special guest room. A man in black clothes with a mask on his face was sitting on the sofa, saying that he was sorry that only now was his acquaintance with a special member of their organization. The masked man looked at the guy, saying that he would get straight to the point and talk about what interests him, not only about what is happening in the Funny family, but also in the Avalon Imperial family. The man said that also about the situation on the continent, which he must be aware of. Joshua smiled, saying that they already know what he needs, as expected. The man leaned on the armrest of the sofa, put his hand to his face and said that first he must pay for all previous services. Has he really forgotten the promise made 5 years ago? Let him finally tell where the red coin is. Joshua frowned, tilted his head and said that even if he spoke, the Moon Gate would not be able to do anything. And is this item really that important now? The masked man's eyes widened when the guy called her the silver-eyed demon Lily's Aphrodite. The girl in the mask straightened up, looking at the guy and said that this was truly amazing. She kept wondering why Baron Joshua was called the best, but now understanding comes. The girl put her hand on the edge of her mask, saying that however, he had not thought through everything. She took off her mask, under which there was a girl with white hair, saying that the situation has changed. In the current circumstances, the coin has become a vital item. Lily's Aphrodite, the Holy Knight of the Hubald Empire, the party of the true supporters of the Pope, the master of the continent's Lunar Gate. In the White Hall there was a white cup from which a glare of light emanated, a red coin. This is an attribute of the main god Hermes. In Hubald, where Hermes is worshipped, the red coin is also called the Grail. The king and the priest stood opposite each other, raising their hands. Between them there was a red throne. In this state there is a party of supporters of the emperor and a party of supporters of the pope. The possession of the Lunar Gate, which controls all the information of the continent, gives power. Lily's frowned, saying that the supporters of the Pope won in the party struggle, so she was able to save this place, but the sacred artifact, called the Tear of God, disappeared forever, although the word destroyed is more suitable here. She said that the criminal who destroyed the artifact is the main character. Joshua looked at the girl in shock, asking really. He remembered how Siren was holding an orb from which a glow emanated, and which said that the tear of a god, a sacred artifact from the Temple of Hermes, would accurately determine who he was, a magical creature or a man named Joshua Sanders. The ball broke into many small fragments when the guy said that he would show them what it means to see with your own eyes and not believe. He spread his arms to the sides, closing his eyes. When golden wings appeared behind his back, someone shouted that they were not the Holy Knight Hubald, not even the priest. The wings of the Archangel Michael appeared. Joshua asked if it was that crystal bead. He looked nervously at Lily's, who was sitting cross-legged, saying that now the Pope's supporters are looking for a red coin that can replace the Tear of God, so let him tell where the Grail is. The guy replied that he was kept by the Avalon Imperial family, and the girl looked at him in shock, frowning and asking what. Joshua smiled nervously, scratched the back of his head and told her not to worry. He promised that he would find a way to take him. The girl tilted her head, smiling nervously, and said that she had no choice but to entrust this matter to him. The guy said that now she should share the promised information. The girl frowned at the guy, agreeing and saying that he understands that the Grail is a payment for previous information. In order to get new information, he will have to make a deal with her. The main character looked at her with a smile, saying that this is great. If we are talking about money, he will pay as much as she wants. The girl replied that she did not need money, but something more valuable. Joshua looked at her in surprise, asking what. If he can give it, then no problem. Lily's face turned red and she replied to marry her. This is her condition. The white-haired girl opened her mouth and sighed. Lily's put a mask on her face, looked away and said that he did not give a definite answer. Maybe she was not attractive enough. Behind the curtain in the aisle, someone said that he had made sure that Mr. Joshua had left. Could he come in? Lily's turned over her shoulder, looking at the aisle, and replied that he had done well. Let him come in, asking if he had received news about situation in the Fawny family. Zero pulled back the curtain with his hand with a smile, saying that yes, in order to pass through the only entrance to the valley. After the freezing of the Denise River by the Cromwell family, the mercenary king led the army to the Aden Gorge. The soldiers ran across the frozen lake towards a large castle in the distance. The guy continued that the most amazing thing was that to freeze the river they used ice magic of the 7th level from the Blizzard Scroll. This is the highest rank. Lily's eyes widened in surprise as she asked how a 7th level magic scroll could exist. A magician in a dark robe stood over a scroll from which rays of energy came out, illuminating the person with a purple glow. The girl said that in order to imprint magic, it is necessary for the magician to be a class higher than the class of the spell, which means that the scroll was created by someone of at least the 8th level. Zero lowered his gaze, frowning, answering yes. Now the most powerful magician of the continent is the Lord of the Magic Tower Ian Donfoy, but his strength is equal to the 7th level. He thinks that one of the ancient magic scrolls was then used. The girl looked at the guy over her shoulder, saying that it was surprising that the family of the Marquis of Cromwell had decided to take such a step. The guy replied that it looked like they intended to break the Funny family with one blow. It was only a matter of time. Lilies raised her gaze, saying that it was a matter of time, but only for whom exactly. There were several multicolored rays in the dark sky, and confetti flew in the air. Bright fireworks were visible above the large battle arena. The presenter said that this moment had come. The final competition was being announced, in which the main character of the Masters competition would be determined, the one who would become the new ruler of Lionheart. Joshua stood in the arena holding a white spear, and the announcer said that the battle was about to begin between Baron Joshua Sanders, Avalon's youngest mana wielder. Equus held his sword in his hand with a smile, standing in the arena. The host said that his opponent was the embodiment of Magmas, the Knight of the Solar Flame, the King of Equus. The man put his sword in front of him with a smile. A bright fire flared up around him and he shouted that he would do his best from the very beginning. Joshua looked at him with a wide smile, shouting that this was what he needed. He and the king ran towards each other with wide smiles. There were dark blue sparks around the guy, and flames were burning around the king. Equus sat on one knee with a smile, raising his sword hand back, flames burning around him. King Equus, ruler of Tran, one of the great stars, a celestial warrior, he is known for using the magma source crystal and unusual weapons. The steel parts were attached to the wire. There were sparks around. The parts of the Equus sword were connected by steel wire. In the eastern continent, such a weapon is called a snake or folding sword. It is a whip sword. Equus swung his sword, which stretched out to surround the protagonist. Joshua frowned as he held his spear out in front of him, looking to the side with a frown. With a wide, crazed smile and crazed eyes, Equus screamed that his spear was no match for their battle, his blow covering the entire arena. A lot of blows fell around the main character, who clenched his teeth, thinking that this was not in Ducal's Maz memories. He didn't think that Equus would show here what he hid even in the battle with the Duke. He is so serious, it's a great honor. A blow struck Joshua's head and he bent over, screaming. Another blow struck the guy from the side, and he clenched his teeth and looked back at him. He swung his spear downwards, dodging another blow. A cut ran across Joshua's cheek and he frowned and looked at him, thinking that the Equus fighting technique was based on an unpredictable trajectory. And this speed, inherent only to masters, neither in his past nor in this life did he want to fight such an opponent. Aiden clenched his teeth as he watched the battle and said that Baron Joshua must win this battle. The man bit his finger, frowning, saying that he bet everything. He must win. Islam looked back at the man in surprise, asking to bet everything. The man replied that betting on the King of Equus would bring double winnings. Aiden looked ahead, saying that the organizers had artificially equalized the number of bets on each side, and yet a victory for Baron Joshua Sanders would yield an amount of 12 times that amount. Islam looked at him in shock, her eyes wide open, asking what. She rose from her seat and the man looked back at her, asking where she was. The girl looked over her shoulder and replied that those gathered here did not understand people at all. She frowned, telling the man to accompany her. She would also make a bet and bet everything on Joshua. Joshua struck many times with his spear, fighting off the sword, thinking that now Equus should be much weaker than in his previous life, but it is still difficult to deal with, so there is only one way left. The king raised his hand. A heart of magma was burning in his chest, and with a wide smile he asked if he really couldn't even respond to such an attack. Let him amuse him and become worthy of rumors about his superiority. The man's hand clenched his sword. His veins were on fire as he screamed that this was such a disappointment. This was the end. Equus swung his sword wide, releasing fire in Joshua's direction, shouting that it would destroy everything. Hellfire, it would consume everything it touched, including his spear. Joshua pursed his lips as he waved his spear, causing the blue energy to dissolve the king's flames. The king frowned at this, wondering if he had reflected it. His hellfire, which evaporates even mana, cannot be unless he possesses the source crystal. The man put his hand to his heart, which was shining brightly, thinking this is it, this trembling. Equus smiled, lowering his gaze to the fiery heart, remembering how he fought with Aiden, and then looked at Joshua, who was holding his chest. The man thought that the trembling arose in the first meeting with this guy. He attributed everything to the thrill of colliding with someone strong, but no. The guy with blue hair smiled. There was a blue light in his chest and the king screamed, "It means he is the same as him." His magma was agitated, sensing his source crystal. Equus raised his hand with a wide smile. Flames were burning around him. When he said that he had never fought with such an opponent before, you can't end everything with a child's fuss with swords. He's been interested in it for a long time. A large fire hurricane appeared around the king, in front of which the main character stood. Equus screamed. He was wondering how magma, brought to its limit, would manifest itself in a battle against another source crystal. The man threw back his head, a rune glowed in his chest, from which fire emanated, and he said that rising to the ultimate level and overcoming it, awakening magma, he is unlikely to realize the true power of the source crystal, called divine, he will show him. The host put on a white suit, while fiery sparks flew around him. He shouted that the king of Equus was making an even stronger impression than in the last duel. He was covered in flames and appeared in a new image. The king stepped on the ground, which was burning with flames. The leader said that he was like a devil, came out of the hell of solar flames. Large horns appeared on the man's head, with flames around them. There were also flames swirling around the sword the man was holding. Equus's hair became longer, his eyes glowed red, and large horns appeared on his head. A red mark was visible in his chest, and he said with a smile that the guy should be careful, he is not so good at wielding this power yet. Joshua smiled, saying that this is arrogant, then he will adjust too. The guy stood in front of the king, saying what he says, he does not realize divine power, and the man asked him what. Joshua raised his spear high, blue energy fell on him, and the guy said that he would show that he was not the only one. The king looked at him, asking really. The main character's body glowed with blue light, and he smiled, saying that he, too, should be careful. Like him, Joshua still has poor control of power. Beams of blue energy passed across the field. Towards the king, who waved his sword, the guy said that his blood was boiling with excitement. Equus smiled broadly. Looking at him, red lightning sparkled nearby as he said that maybe he had become faster, but he couldn't be taken that easily, and in the end he would become the winner. The protagonist jumped over the king, swinging his spear as the king swung his sword. Joshua raised his spear to strike with a smile, blue lightning sparkling around him as he said that Equus' arrogance had reached the skies. The guy flew towards the king, pointing his spear forward, surrounded by blue energy, and shouted that he had already played enough with him. It was time to show which of them was really strong. A cut ran across Equus's shoulder, blood gushed out, and he frowned and cursed. The man put his foot on the ground, causing stones to fly into the air. Equus waved his hand, fire swirling around him as he summoned sun spirits, wolves, and a wall of fire. Blue lightning struck the dome of fire that surrounded the king. Equus swung his sword, raising his arm while Joshua stood in front of him, swinging his spear. The king struck with his sword at the place where the guy was standing, but he had already disappeared from the place. The host, dressed in a white suit and helmet, looked on in shock, shouting that this is a battle of gods that have surpassed humans. The tense confrontation between flame and lightning continues. Equus, with a wide smile, raised one of his hands, the other clutching his sword and tilting his head, asked if he felt it. The magma inside him yearns to absorb his crystal and become stronger. Joshua looked at the king with a smile, holding a spear in front of him, surrounded by blue energy, and said that he, too, was burning with the desire to take away his energy, asking how about a bet. The guy frowned, smiling widely, and said that the loser gives up his source crystal and becomes the winner's servant. Equus looked at the guy with a smug smile, answering fine, so be it. He swung his sword, holding his hand behind his back, frowning, saying that if he got it in another crystal, then turning Tran into a true kingdom would no longer be just his dream. Equus swung his sword widely, releasing a bright beam of fire towards the guy in front of him, shouting that he hoped Joshua could keep his promise, a skill, Equus's first weapon, the breath of the spirit. The main character pointed his spear forward with a smile, while many blue lightning sparkled around him. The guy thought that in a past life people called Equus the small sun. Enemies, not having a chance to get closer to him, were torn into pieces and became a handful of ashes. With this messenger of hell he didn't want to meet again. The guy bent down, resting his feet on the ground, and thought that he had pierced such an Equus with his spear, a spear that made him invincible. Joshua looked forward resolutely, smiling, and thought, the fifth level of the magical spear technique, the fourth type, the last type of the first type of lightning, striking a fatal blow. A huge stream of blue energy rushed to the ground. Joshua ran behind him while blue lightning sparkled behind him. Skill, deadly speed, superior strength. The guy flew through the fire and the king, dispersing the flames, mentally shouting, true lightning. Equus threw back his head, frowning and screaming. His orange eyes rolled back as he thought that nothing was seen or heard, only a brief flash, the full energy of blood and death. The man remembered another man with red hair, who was grinning, looking over his shoulder, and thought that this was a fast attack. Like one of the 9 stars, the bloody Duke Lucifer, about his attacks they also said that first you feel the pain, and only then hear the sound blow. A huge explosion ripped through the arena, breaking rocks and throwing Equus aside as the protagonist watched. A powerful blow struck the wall, leaving cracks and throwing away stones. Islin and Aiden were holding a stack of papers in their hands, looking at it in shock. The host also looked on nervously, raising his eyebrows and loudly asking what happened. Joshua looked at the wall that the king was slammed into. The leader shouted that the flash threw the Equus king out of the arena. The guy with blue hair smiled when the host said that the winner of this year's Masters competition was Avalon's Mr. Joshua Sanders. Equus flew in the dark space, mentally asking what kind of place this was, and he had participated in the duel. The man opened his eyes slightly, thinking that he must have lost consciousness, which means he lost. He remembered the main character's blow that went through his fire, thinking that he could only envy the power of Joshua's last attack. He admits that he lost. Someone said, "What a disappointment," and the man looked forward in surprise, mentally asking who it was. A heart of fire burned in the king's chest, and he thought that the magma was acting without his will. Equus clenched his teeth, looking down at his heart, thinking that he cannot stop it, the strength is leaving him. The king's body arched, he clenched his hands into fists and trembled as fiery energy flowed out from his fiery heart, gathering into a bright ball above the king. Equus looked up at the bright fireball above him, wondering what it was. A voice was heard from the fireball, which said that source crystals do not accept defeat. He admitted losing, and therefore has no right to own it. Equus looked at him in shock, frowning, wondering if this was magma and what it was about. The king flew in front of a huge mouth, which opened, saying that now she is his. The creature's mouth snapped shut as it clenched its teeth. Equus abruptly stood up from the bed, his body was bandaged and he screamed loudly. The man put his hand to his chest, breathing heavily, and asked if this was a dream. He looked at his hand while sitting on the bed and said that it was so real, he couldn't feel the magma. What happened? The man looked to the side, looking at the white envelope next to him that was lying on the table. He opened the letter, holding it in his hands. In the letter it was written that, as agreed, he took the magma, and as for the second condition, it is too burdensome for the king to become someone's servant, so in return he will ask for one of his any requests to be fulfilled. He wishes speedy recovery. The letter was signed Joshua Sanders. Equus smiled irritably, looking down at the letter, his body trembling. He threw his head back and screamed that this guy was giving him a hard time. The throne with the hammer behind it stood above the blue sky, which illuminated it in the huge hammer. The two men pursed their lips. The man with green hair was holding a crown on a red pillow. Rain looked to the side with a smile. Lion King Rain, the current ruler of Lionheart, one of the 12 superhumans. Someone shouted, "The new king of Lionheart." Aiden crossed his arms over his chest with a smile. Islin also watched everything with a smile. Someone shouted that this is the king of a new era, a new history. Joshua was approaching the red carpet that led to the throne. People were standing on both sides of him. Someone was chanting the guy's name. The guy with blue hair looked forward, clenching his hands into fists. 5 people in light robes and Rain sat on one knee, closing their eyes and placing their hands on their chest. The blonde said that they were welcoming Joshua Sanders, the winner of the competition of masters and the new ruler of Lionheart. The man who held the crown said that the ceremony of transferring the throne, according to traditions, will begin. Joshua looked down at them seriously, apologizing and saying that he was busy. They could skip all the unnecessary things and carry out only the necessary procedures. The man with green hair opened his eyes, looking in shock at the guy, Kinetu, the king's treasurer and assistant. Rain smiled, also looking at the guy, and said that he liked it. It was for the best. It would be too boring. The man rose from his knees, telling everyone to get up quickly. The king said that he was busy, so they would skip the formalities and move on to the main procedure. Kinetu looked back at him, shouting that this could not be done. The man with green hair frowned, saying that the people of the continent were already reproaching them, that King Lionheart was only called that, and if they did not perform the ceremony according to the rules, they would simply be laughed at. Rain smiled awkwardly, asking why he needed to explain this. The main character looked at Kinetu, saying that this was disappointing, and he asked in surprise what. The guy waved his hand in front of the two men, asking since when did Lionheart care about the opinion of the inhabitants of the continent. Here everyone worthy, regardless of their origin, has a chance to become king. The large golden hammer that was illuminated by the sun. The guy asked, aren't they all immensely proud of Nagashin's radiant will? He stands here because he defeated all the strongest opponents only thanks to his skills. Joshua turned around, frowning, and said that if Lionheart had to worry about anyone's opinion, he would give up the title. Rain crossed his arms over his chest, watching the guy, and Kinetu ran after him, asking him to wait and asking if he would really give up the throne. The man with green hair frowned, nervously asking him to return. He swore loyalty to the will of Nagashin. He lives only to bring it to life. The main character stopped when the man behind him shouted that he was sorry. If his words offended him, he asked the guy to think again. Joshua looked back at the man, saying that even after becoming king, he could not cope with affairs alone, and since they, his support, were mired in unnecessary formalities and only cared about the opinions of others, he was not sure that he could lead them. The guy's eyes glowed faintly blue when he said that anyone can sit on the throne in royal robes. It doesn't have to be him. Kinetu gritted his teeth, looking at the guy in shock, thinking about the guy's look. He seriously intends to lead Lionheart to greatness. He showed himself not at his best in front of a great hero who sincerely cares about the city. The man fell abruptly to his knees, screaming that he was wrong. The 5 men bowed. In front of Kinetu lay a crown on a pillow as he shouted that he was asking, "Let the guy help their Lionheart change." They were asking, they were wrong. Joshua frowned, looking down at them, telling them not to be hostages of empty formalities. Kinetu closed his eyes, frowning, and said that he would not be a hostage to formalities. He would not worry about other people's opinions. The guy with blue hair turned to them, waving his hand, and said, "Great, let them only be true to their beliefs. He will help them." The guy stood in front of the men, who were kneeling with their heads down, saying that he was Joshua Sanders, their new king. People with wide smiles raised their fists in the air, shouting that the people of Lionheart were waiting for a real king. They believe in him and that things will get better with him. Rain smiled, looking at the guy, thinking that this is incredible. He very skillfully controls these snakes. This is not just art, but an unsurpassed masterpiece. The man frowned, tilted his head, and thought that enough admiration. We need to get to the main thing. He looked at the guy with blue hair, saying that he wanted to ask a question to the new ruler of Lionheart. This is an old tradition of a competition of masters. Those gathered here want to know only one thing. Joshua looked at the man with a smile, saying that he did not know what he wanted to ask, but the man had better be prepared for an unexpected answer. He looked at the guy with a smile, saying that it doesn't matter anymore, he must already know. Rain thought about the many aristocrats with a wide smile, saying that as the winner of the Masters competition, he could challenge the 9 stars and 12 superhumans. Let him choose an opponent. Joshua said with a smile that the man would probably be upset. He looked decisively at Rain, saying that as his opponent he was choosing one of the 12 superhumans, the head of 1,000,000 mercenaries, the king of the mercenaries, Bavariant. Islin looked at the guy in shock and trembled when she heard this. Aiden also looked at him in shock, frowning. In the dark sky above Bavariant, blue lightning struck. The man smiled widely, saying that this was unexpected. Bavariant, the king of mercenaries, one of the 12 superhumans. The man stood in front of the guy with yellow eyes. He was holding a broken sword, holding his side, and behind him there were a couple of soldiers lying on the ground. The man said that he didn't think that an ordinary knight could have such skills. Let him say his name. Kane clenched his teeth, frowning, saying his name and saying that he is a proud knight of the Sanders family. Bavariant looked down at him with red eyes, saying that he would remember this name. The man with a crazy face swung his huge axe, with red energy shining around it, saying that he, Bavariant, would recognize him. The man with a wide smile swung his axe, leaving a light of red energy, saying that he should remember this name in the next world. Kane clenched his teeth as he looked at the approaching axe, thinking that he knew that his strength was not enough to resist the Superman. Could this be the end of him? A bright red explosion passed across the ground, throwing many stones to the sides. The mercenary tilted his head with a crazed smile, his red eyes glowing brightly. Kane clenched his teeth, looking down in horror. Blood spattered across his face. A Death Knight stood in front of them and blocked the blow, causing his sword to break. Bavariant looked at him irritably, gritting his teeth, asking who it was. Dark energy appeared in the knight's hand and he frowned, saying that he was taking this guy. The mercenary asked what. Bavariant covered his face with his hand as dark energy exploded in front of him. The knight shouted at the veil of darkness. The mercenary swung his axe widely, dispersing the dark energy, shouting that these were 2 interesting characters and one day, he did not know that such talents were hidden in the Fani Duchy. All that was left in front of the man was broken ground when the curtain disappeared and he said that they had escaped. He smiled broadly, looking ahead, and said that it would only be more interesting to hunt them. The Fani family would disappear without his intervention, so we could play. A sound was heard and Bavariant turned irritably over his shoulder, asking what and who dared to give the signal to retreat without his order. A red flag with an image of a hammer was visible. The man holding the flag sat on a horse, shouting that a letter had arrived from Lionheart, one of the 12 superhumans. The mercenary king Bavariant must accept a challenge to a fight from the winner of the Masters competition. The mercenary smiled menacingly, looking at the man, asking him to call him a competition of masters, which means Aiden. In the end he raised his protest. Great, he'll just kill him. The man was holding a page of a book in his hand. Trembling, Icarus sat in front of an open book at the table, frowning and thinking that Mr. Kane should have already arrived at the place. But why is there no news? Has this information been leaked? Someone took the guy by the hand. Charla sat next to him, smiling at him and said that he looked tired. Let him rest. When the meeting was over, the guy replied that everything was fine. But the girl interrupted him, saying that she was worried. If he got sick, they would not survive. She asked his. Icarus lowered his gaze with a smile, agreeing. The red-haired girl sat at the large table, everyone looking at her as she said that they would then begin the 11th meeting, asking Count Verdo if he had found the communication port in his father's secret vault. The man with brown hair smiled and replied that yes, in a completely unexpected place. If the Duke of Fani had not woken up for a while and said where exactly to look, no one would have guessed. The girl lowered her gaze with a sad smile, agreeing, saying that they were very lucky. She looked at Cox, who told her that it was good that they had the opportunity to contact the outside world, and don't worry, the Duke's condition was improving, he would wake up soon. The man smiled at the girl, saying that if he saw her now, he would be proud of her. Charla looked at the man gratefully, smiling. Verdo looked at them with a smile, continuing with a smile that the good news did not end there. There was information that the mercenary king had disappeared. The girl frowned, asking what, saying that he had almost reached their gate and retreated. Maybe he was planning something. Then again, the man replied that they say that the winner of the competition of masters challenged him to a duel, so Bavariant left them. Charla and Icarus looked at the man in surprise, and the girl asked who it was who created such a miracle for them. Verdo frowned, saying that they know him well. This is Baron Joshua Sanders. Blushing, the girl with red hair put her hands to her face, calling out the guy's name with tears in her eyes. Icarus smiled, laughing. He lowered his gaze with a sad smile, thinking that this was amazing. It seemed to him that he forgot about them. He will help people hold out until his arrival. He believes Joshua will sort out the rest. The door opened sharply and a man ran in, shouting that this was no longer possible. One of the men frowned at the newcomer, asking what the noise was all about. Let him calm down. Arno was holding a white bundle in his hands, shouting that they would change their minds when they saw everything with their own eyes. The blonde asked what he was talking about. The man opened the package containing the broken fragments of the sword, shouting that early in the morning the scout found the fragments of the sword of the Night Cane. This is because of Icarus's stupid plan. Charla stood up from her chair, looking at the shards in shock, asking what he wanted to say, where was Mr. Kane and why the sword was broken. Arno pulled out his sword in irritation, frowning and shouting that people should find out the truth about this couple. He tried to dissuade Icarus from carrying out his reckless plan, but in the end the Night Cane ended up in the heart of the enemy camp and a tragedy occurred. There is only one explanation for this. He wants by any means to undermine their strength and lead to defeat. Troy stood in front of a man with glasses who shouted that he knew he was a spy for Cromwell. He needed to be punished immediately. The blonde told him to calm down. He had it all wrong. Arno and Troy turned to Icarus. The blonde said that it was impossible. Mr. Icarus personally discussed this appointment with him. There seemed to be a misunderstanding. Icarus replied that they were both right, and the blonde asked what. Everyone in the hall looked at Icarus, who sat on a chair without turning around, saying that he gave everyone present here different information about which path Mr. Kane should take. The girl leaned her hands on the table, frowned and asked why. The guy also frowned, looking at her, and replied that he had once said that you can only trust yourself. A series of events prompted him to think that there was a spy among them, so he set up nets to catch him. Arno and Troy looked in shock at the guy who said that in fact Mr. Kane went along the 5th food route. There is only one reason for his disappearance without a trace. Cox stopped at the door as everyone looked at him, and Icarus told him to stop, asking if it was time to drop the pretense. The man looked forward silently, frowning when the guy called him the Spirit of Gold, Count Cox Lonbajan. The man turned to the side, saying that even Mr. Icarus knew about this. He raises more suspicions, whether he himself handed the Night Cane into the hands of the enemy. The guy with white hair lowered his gaze, saying that he would ask only one question. He was told that he had gone somewhere at night. The guy asked where the man had been. Cox frowned without turning around and replied that yesterday he could not sleep and decided to take a walk. Apparently someone noticed. He asked if his suspicions were really based on this. Icarus smiled, looking away at him, saying that he did not say that he was seen yesterday. The man's eyes widened and he turned to look at the guy. Everyone in the hall looked at Cox, and Icarus said that he lied about the witness of his walk, whether he really just went out to breathe. Arno frowned, shouting in irritation that Count Cox and Lady Charla had no need to listen to this nonsense. Icarus wanted to drive them into a dead end, confuse them and create chaos. He frowned, looking at the guy on the chair, saying that they all know perfectly well how much Count Cox has done for the funny house. Lady Charla knows better than anyone that he does not deserve such vile accusations against him. The girl pursed her lips and lowered her gaze, thinking, of course, why should he suddenly? There is no reason to betray them. She remembered how she was little, and Cox held her on his shoulders with a wide smile. The girl thought that from her childhood to this day he had been there. She remembered holding the book in front of her while the man pointed at something, thinking that he was her only best friend and teacher. He couldn't be a traitor. Cox said that in the eyes of the lady he wanted to remain a good person to the end, and Charla looked up in surprise. A man with brown hair stood in front of everyone, saying that it looks like this isn't meant to happen. He's had enough. Icarus is right. He's a spy. He's the one who tried to poison Duke Fonte, and he's the one who was passing the information on to Cromwell. Tears flowed down Charla's cheeks and she clenched her teeth, saying that this couldn't be true. It wasn't true. She frowned at the man, asking why. Cox smiled broadly villainously, narrowing his eyes, and asked if she had really forgotten his nickname, the Spirit of Gold. He is a monster who feeds on wealth. It turned out to be on the verge of starvation. The man asked what other reason was needed. Icarus leaned his hands on the table, standing up, and said that everything is not so simple. His relationship to the house of the Marquis of Cromwell, although a traitor does not have to be one of his own. The guy with white hair frowned and looked to the side, saying that he was extremely interested in how influential the man was behind Count Cox. He doubted that it was the Marquis of Cromwell. The man looked at the guy with a wide smile. Frowning, he looked in the other direction. Cox looked out the window, saying that the funny house for him is like the creation on which he invested his youth. It is a dear place for him. Arno looked at the man irritably, then loudly asking why he betrayed the Duke. Did he really have no honor? He lost his sense of duty? This is a shame for an aristocrat. A man with brown hair looked at him with a smile, saying that honor, duty, and even a name go to the winner. Arno asked what, and the man continued that the Avalon Empire, this is the country of the winners. Cox looked forward with a smile, looked up and said that today the funny house will disappear and nothing will remain, both honor and duty, everything will disappear. Arno frowned, asking what he was up to. He thinks he can survive like this. Behind him Troy looked up at the falling stones. Icarus and Charla also looked back at the stones. The girl said that there was something outside the window. The two of them were standing in front of the window when a strong, bright explosion passed behind it. In front of the castle, there were many explosions on the ground that threw away stones. A bright fire flared up in the castle, where another huge explosion occurred. A crown was put on the main character's head, saying that he was officially proclaimed the ruler of Lionheart. The guy said with a smile that he would work hard to turn Lionheart into a better city. Rain stood in front of the throne, spreading his arms to the sides with a smile and said that to be honest, he was a little sorry. He wanted to fight him, but he unexpectedly chose the king of mercenaries. Joshua sat in front of the man on his knees. The guy with blue hair smiled, looking up at the man, saying that there was no need for special reasons for fighting. He rose to his feet, saying that if both sides do not object, then the duel can be arranged at any time, so don't let him be upset, the blonde asked, at any time. He smiled decisively at the guy, saying that he liked the audacity inherent in youth. He recognized himself in his youth. The man held out a golden sign, saying great, as a sign of promise he wants to give him something. The guy asked in surprise what, and the man replied that let him accept, there is nothing wrong with that. Joshua held in his hand a sign of a lion with a sword in its mouth. Rain told the guy with a smile that at the moment he had a defeat and a draw on his account. They fought with one of their opponents for 2 days without rest, but were unable to determine the winner. He frowned, remembering the man with gray hair and an evil smile, saying that he is not one of the stars or superhumans, just a master of Avalon. He means that appearance is not everything, so you should not focus your gaze exclusively upward. The man said that sometimes it is useful to look back or look around. Let him not overload himself. Joshua looked at the man in surprise. He lowered his gaze, muttering, it means around. The guy looked at the lion sign in his hand. He looked to the side and smiled. Joshua turned around, leaving the throne and the man, saying that he forgot to say hello to his colleagues. He would go away for a while. He did not fully understand what the man was talking about, but thanked him for the advice. Rain looked after him with a smile, saying that there was one more thing. Let him not forget to carve his name on the tombstone of Nagashim, the royal grave on the outskirts of Lionheart. He would easily find. The main character looked back at the man, agreeing. Hayski, Windmill, and Iod stood in front of the slab standing in the forest. One of the men said that he would be here soon. Iod said that this would be the only opportunity to deal with Joshua Sanders. Let them get together. Hayski smiled widely, looking to the side. The master of the Foldrin Kingdom, the man said that he understands. But isn't the Svalu Empire a much bigger problem than Joshua? Windmill looked back at the man, the master of the Valentine Union. The man asked what he was talking about. Iod lowered his gaze, frowning. The master of the kingdom of Drea, the man remembered Markers and Lucifer, who smiled evilly, asking if they really didn't realize. Emperor Verona suddenly fell ill, which is why Duke Lucifer is now sitting on the throne of Svalu. When the incendiaries are on the throne's wars, a large-scale clash is just around the corner. Windmill clenched his teeth. Blue energy appeared around him and crossing his arms over his chest. The man said that the further you go, the worse the situation is. At such moments you need to calmly do what you can. The brown-haired man's eyes widened as he noticed something. A man with gray hair, holding a sword, approached them, saying that he would not leave this so easily. Windmill asked what he was doing here, where Joshua was, and Hayski reached for his sword, saying that everything was clear. Avalon had already found out where they were going. He was hidden. Arya smiled widely, narrowing his red glowing eyes, and asked who hid it. He was just waiting for this day. His time with Joshua. Islin clenched her hands into fists, saying that this was such a disappointment. She was dissuading him. How could he challenge the mercenary king? Aiden leaned on the bench, looking back at the girl, telling her to calm down. He probably did this for a reason. The girl frowned, answering that of course, the king of mercenaries is now at war with the Fani house, and this call allows him to gain time. She bit her lip, looked down and thought how reckless this was. The girl remembered Bavariant with a wide, crazy smile, thinking that the king of mercenaries is a bigger monster than he seems. It's so annoying that the person dear to her, taking risks, goes forward, and she can't help. Aiden looked at the girl with a smile, saying that everything had already happened, let her stop worrying and they would enjoy the moment, not only bad things had happened. The man narrowed his eyes, looked to the side and said that the bet on the dark horse worked. If he had known, he would have bet his entire stash. Aiden stood in front of the guy who put a bunch of bags of money on the counter. The man shouted that it was 36,000 gold, all of it. He can already leave the mercenaries. The man took all the bags of money in his hands, saying with a wide smile that this was so exciting. The two in front of the shop looked back at the man who was standing behind, calling Aiden, and saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. She congratulated him on receiving the title of master. The mercenary asked what the best female prosecutor on the mainland was doing in such a place. Lilies put her hand on her hip, asking if there was a special reason. She also came to collect her winnings. The man looked at the girl with a smile, asking the truth, saying that he thought she was too religious for betting. It seems he was mistaken. Lilies raised her hand to her face with a smile, looking at the man and said that she decided that religiosity should not prevent her from supporting her young man. The man asked who this lucky man was. Islin and Aiden frowned, looking at the girl in shock when the man asked if it was Joshua. The girl with blue hair pursed her lips and frowned. She smiled looking at Islin and said that it's interesting. Who is she to call Joshua her boyfriend? They actually know him. She thinks Islin is wrong. The girl with white hair looked at her with a smile, asking what she was talking about. There is no one on the continent who knows Joshua better than her. She should be the one to name herself. Smiling irritably, Islin closed her eyes and called Selen's name, saying that she is Joshua's dearest friend. Lilies asked about her friend, saying that apparently she is from the common people, since she does not give her last name. The girl with blue hair crossed her arms over her chest, standing behind the other girl, saying that this means that she doesn't mean anything. Joshua always protected her. She always supported him. Islin narrowed her eyes at the other and said that she did it the strongest. Lilies smiled irritably, looking at her and reached for her inner pocket, asking who was stronger. She pulled out a silver ticket, asking stronger than her. Aiden looked at the ticket in shock, frowned and said that it was a silver ticket. It was issued for a bet above 10,000 gold, which means she bet that much on Baron Joshua. Lilies held the ticket with 2 fingers with a smug smile, looking at the trembling girl behind, saying that she bet 50,000. How can you date him and not be as determined? She did not doubt Joshua at all, if they didn't know this better than anyone. Islin lowered her head, grinning, causing the second girl to look at her in surprise. The girl with blue hair reached into the inner pocket from which a golden glow was emanating, frowning and asking if she was really trying to evaluate her like that. Lilies frowned as the light illuminated her face, asking how. Aiden lowered his gaze in shock, opening his mouth wide and screaming loudly. Islin put a golden ticket on the counter, and the man said that this is a legendary ticket that is given out for a bet of 100,000 gold. How is that possible? Islin looked back at the second girl with a smile, saying that she bet 500,000. But even that kind of money is funny to bet on your dearest friend. Lilies looked at the ticket with a nervous smile, saying that the golden ticket really exists. It's the first time she's seen it. The white-haired girl raised an eyebrow, saying that now she was interested in her. It's surprising where she got such a large amount. Islin lowered her gaze with a sad smile, saying that she might be consumed by curiosity, but she couldn't tell anything. The girl thought that she got this money by pawning a family heirloom. Between the hands of a man with white hair and golden eyes there was a round crystal from which a blue glow emanated. The girl thought that this was a treasure that was protected even during the destruction of the house. A blue wing, the legacy of the most powerful wizard in the history of the empire, Jira's Orbis, created by him personally. The artifact gives clarity of mind, increases concentration, and increases the speed of using magic. Islin clenched her hand into a fist, thinking that if she had not been confident in Joshua's victory, she would not have pledged the blue wing. As a result, her faith was justified. She had 6 million gold. She blushed, with a wide smile, imagining herself and Joshua, who were holding hands, looking at each other, thinking that with this money she would buy the blue wing and restore the estate. The girl said that when it was all over, she and the guy would be just the two of them. Aiden looked at the girl terribly, lowered his gaze and asked how he was. She frowned in fear, asking again. Aiden hugged bags of money with tears in his eyes, turning from side to side, shouting that they had completely forgotten about him. He was also their dear friend. Lilies looked at the girl with blue hair with a smile and said that it was funny. She thought that she had known the main character for a long time, but she looked at her and realized that much was still hidden from her. The girl said that she wanted to get to know him better, and Islin's face twisted as she looked at her. The girl with white hair turned to the mercenary, approaching, saying that there was something else, and Aiden asked what it was. Lilies mentally said that she would like to return to their agreement, which was suspended. The man frowned, wondering if this was the magic of the message. Lily's bowed her head with a smile, while Islin frowned at her behind her. Lily's mentally said that this was probably a big surprise for him. The terms of the deal were beneficial for him too, so don't let him worry. Aiden stood opposite the girl, asking about benefits for him. The girl mentally answered that she knew that he did not really hold on to titles. She looked at the man carefully, saying that even if Bavariant is removed, he would rather put someone else in his place. She cannot agree to this. When Joshua kills Bavariant, let Aiden take the place of the king of mercenaries. The man nervously looked at the girl, pursing his lips, and she said that then she would accept the terms of the deal. The man's hand trembled, reaching for the sword. Windmill's hand was stepped on and he screamed, gritting his teeth. Arya looked down at him with a wide smile, finally speaking. He spread his arms to the sides, turning back to the main character. 3 dead people lay in front of Arya's feet and the man shouted that they could do without further ado and have a good time. They would experience the climax together. Joshua frowned and looked menacingly at the man as he shouted for the guy to please him, let him live up to his expectations. Dead people lie on the ground. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that the man was able to deal with 3 masters single-handedly, and his skills are at least at the superhuman level. The man holds out a saber. He tells the boy that he shouldn't hesitate and ruin his anxious mood. The guy gets into a fighting stance. He looks around. The main character thinks that the enemy is disappearing very quickly, and he must be caught. Cuts appear on the guy's body. The enemy smiles ominously broadly. He says that he uses butterfly dance and therefore should be attacked instinctively. The man smiles sarcastically. The main character tells him that the man is out of his mind because he has done away with the masters of other countries, and the current situation can lead to an international conflict. The Count looks at him in surprise. He replies that there is no need to worry about those who are destined to become a pile of ashes. The man leaves the guy with lightning speed. He shouts that they don't have much time alone, so the guy needs to concentrate. The main character smiles maliciously. He repels the attack with a saber. The guy thinks that he was excited about meeting an unexpectedly strong opponent. The man smiles widely. He laughs and says that the boy is doing well. Opponents fight off each other's attacks. The man shouts that he has a great opponent and promises to tell him the truth about his mother and father if he wins. The guy frowns. The man, running, makes a blow, ending up behind him. The young man turns to face the enemy. Their powers touch. The main character opens his mouth slightly. He wonders what the man's words meant and whether they meant a continental war. The enemy frowns furiously. He asks to focus on him in battle since he has been waiting for him for 5 years. The guy swings his spear. The man disappears in front of the guy's face. He appears behind the young man. The enemy moves in a circle with lightning speed. The man smiles widely. He says that the main character hasn't tried many of the dishes on his menu, so he uses a secret technique. Multiple weapons appear above the young man's head. His heart fills with magma. The young man holds out a spear. He gives it a few swings. The guy uses the fire dragon ascending method. Fiery energy is directed at the enemy. The dragon catches the man in its mouth. He opens his mouth wide in madness. Thrown with a hammer, the blonde man raises his head. He says that he is unemployed and does not know what to do. The man looks at him. The first knight guarding the king invites him to stay in their area. The warrior looks at the ground in surprise. He says he doesn't understand where the earthquake is coming from. A man with green hair points with his finger. The ruler's assistant and treasurer ask them to pay attention to what is happening ahead. Fire burning over the forest. The opponent blushes with pleasure. He says that he sincerely loves the young man. A man lies on the incinerated ground. He says that he is sorry because he wanted to slowly taste the young man, but in the end he overpowered him very quickly. The main character looks at him in surprise. He says that he should stop seeing people as food, and besides, he is interested in the truth. The man rises from the ground. He says that if he promised, he will tell. The man looks at the young man. He says that the guy's family does not have a legal heir because they have a rich history with the emperor. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. The enemy says that his father knew everything from the very beginning, but did nothing after 20 years. He deliberately turned a blind eye since the emperor had a plan. The count smiles widely. He says that the look on the boy's face is priceless, and so he reveals the interesting information that there are at least 3 people in the empire that are superior to him in strength, not counting the protagonist's father. The young man opens his eyes in surprise. Soldiers appear behind the opponents. They shout that they must protect the king. The man gets up from the ground. He says that they were interrupted, and therefore the story about the protagonist's parents is postponed until next time. The man makes a terrifying smile. He tells the guy to remember that he should beware of his father, who is called the Black Spirit, since he is more dangerous than the emperor. The man instantly disappears. He finally says that he will deal with the masters. Bodies scatter from the ground. The young man, gritting his teeth, imagines his father with the emperor. He thinks that perhaps a continental war has begun. The young man hits himself in the chest. He is sure that because of him the course of events has changed and a big change will occur. The knight makes a blow to the chest. The soldiers bow to him. The man introduces himself as the first knight guarding the king. A warrior with green hair runs forward. He shouts that they should have thought about the king's safety. The man falls at the feet of the young man. He apologizes for the mistake he made. The soldiers open their mouths in surprise. They do not understand why a person who cares exclusively about the state worries about the king. The knight glances at the man in surprise. He says that the king's rival was at least at the master level, and the essence of the matter has changed. Since he is the face of the country, they must find out the truth. The man is holding on to the chain around his neck. He says that on the continent, the people of their country are called actors who are busy portraying what is pleasing to the people of the continent, and hypocrites who only care about other people's opinions. The man breaks the chain. He goes on to say that they are no longer going to tolerate ridicule, that they are actors without pedigree. The treasurer frowns furiously. He says that they dreamed of making their state independent, and they are going to answer the king who set their hearts on fire. The knight looks at him in surprise. The man continues to say that he wants to take a bold step towards change, and not live his whole life looking at other people's opinions. The main character makes a slight smile. A man in armor hits his chest. Zero Knight of the Order says that their state will take the path of change. The man opens his mouth in surprise. He says that Zero Knight revealed his true power for the first time in 20 years because the king touched his heart. The knight looks at the main character. He asks if he can accompany him on his journey. The young man smiles slightly. He replies that he can if he wants to. The knight smiles widely. He turns to the soldiers. The man says that he is the true founder of the order and the Zero Knight, ordering them to follow the king. A man holds a sword in its sheath. He lifts it above his head. The soldier shouts that he will follow the king. The men raise their hands one by one. The king smiles slightly as he watches them. The boy smiles widely. As a child, he heard stories about knights who made a pact with the devil. The magician shows the children the aura. Pact knights never part with their swords and are the closest creatures to death. Knightly aura in armor. These warriors are immortal and are instantly restored even if their limbs are cut off, but they cannot live in a human body. The soldier follows the Dark Knight. He thinks about how their clan is the legendary Death Knights. The warrior turns to the knight. He says he doesn't understand why he helped him. The knight glances back. He replies that he acted on behalf of the king. The man hits himself on the forehead in surprise. He says that his master should not have made a contract with the devil for their salvation and given his soul. The knight grins at the soldier. He says that he should not make noise since there was an explosion near the gorge, but because of the scream, he did not understand what happened there. The knight sets his image in his youth. He says that he uses the method of storing mana and hardening the body to read the movement of air, but at a great distance it is difficult for even him to perceive anything, which means that the explosion was incredibly strong. The warrior with the broken arm looks away. He says he hopes Icarus and Lady Charla are okay. The soldier holds his head in pain. He explains that the main problem is that there is no way to stop the mercenary king in his condition. Frowning, the man opens his eyes. He looks at the knight. He says he would like to learn how to read air movement from him. A few days later, Dark Ruins. The carriage is driving along the road. The Duke lies in it. The man in the suit smiles widely. He says that through the gorge they will come out to a place where horses are waiting for them. The man turns to the girl. She thanks him for his decisive actions and help in escaping. The genius looks at the man in surprise. He thinks that the man quickly took action, as if he knew about the explosion in advance. Two mountains standing next to each other. The genius is sure that if enemies are hiding behind them, they will inevitably lose. The genius clenches his teeth. He is sure that the man is also a traitor. The girl, wary, turns to look at him. The genius asks the Baron about his confidence that the scouts discovered the knight's sword. He imagines a split sword. The genius explains that no matter how fierce the duel was, they could not so quickly head down a path that only a couple of people knew about, much less find the fragments of the knight's sword and bring them back. The man reaches for a weapon. He shouts that the young man suspects him, so he is going to cut off his head. The genius approaches the Baron. He replies that the situation seems suspicious to him, since the Count was allowed to meet with the Duke alone, but no one in the house found a trace of the crime. The genius opens his mouth wide. He continues to say that, although this was a mistake by the guards, he, being the head of the knightly order, did not receive a word of reproach. The man looks at him in surprise. He says the guy is eager to die. The charioteer looks at the young man. He says that they don't have time to find out who is right and who is wrong, since they first need to get away from dangerous places. The genius turns to the man. He replies that no one will pursue them, since they came all the way without suffering a single loss, despite the fact that the gorge was captured by the enemy. The man furrows his brows in rage. He shouts that he knows the land like the back of his hand, which is why he leads along roads that the enemy is unaware of. The Baron looks at the girl in surprise. She says that Mr. S words make sense because enough time has passed, but no one is around. The girl remembers the mercenary. She explains that the mercenaries are not visible in the shadows, and it's time to show up. The man smiles widely. He replies that they are going down a path that no one knows about, so she should stop worrying and follow him. The guy frowns. The genius thinks that the Baron is lying, but they do not have the opportunity to move away from him, and they will have to face the enemy in order to stall for time while waiting for a miracle. The genius throws up his hands. He shouts that the soldiers can leave the ambush since they will not be able to escape anyway. The Baron makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the young man is a pathetic worm who ruined his performance. The man smiles and makes a terrifying face. He replies that he endured a lot in order to see the lady's face full of despair in the end, so he will show them the face of the angels of death as they ask. The lady opens her mouth in surprise. Horde of knights with the coat of arms of an owl. The girl understands that in front of them is the third and fourth of their knightly detachments. The man frowns in surprise. He shouts that for the sake of their own skin they betrayed the Duke and turned their backs on their home, losing their knightly honor. The Baron opens his mouth wide. He replies that there is no honor in going down with the sinking ship, so they should surrender, and then they will retain the title and receive the money. The men draw their swords from their scabbards. The leader demands that he shut up, as he is about to say goodbye to his life and choose the path of honor, fighting for their lady. A man with an order runs on his own. He shouts that they had a chance and they will forever disappear from the face of the continent along with their family. The girl blocks the path, covering it with her hands. She demands to stop the bloodshed and says that she herself will go with them along with her father. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts that he prefers not to leave sprouts that could cause trouble, and besides, the death of the young genius will bring him pleasure. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She replies that she will agree to all the conditions that he proposes if he does not harm the others. The genius makes a calm expression on his face. The men look at the lady in surprise. They shout that they would rather die in battle than give up their mistress to a dirty traitor. The girl makes a calm expression on her face. She replies that she is fine, and it's already over. Her guys did a great job protecting the foolish deputy head of the family, and therefore she wants to show her best side one last time. The Baron approaches the lady. He says he respects her courage and will keep his promise for the honor of being with her. The man extends his hand. He asks her to come with him. The girl lowers her head. She reaches out to the Baron. Their fingers are close. The knights close their eyes in horror. Those present open their mouths in surprise. Behind them, a male voice demands that they take their hands off the girl. A knight jumps from behind a rock. The young man smiles widely. The knight reaches for the sword in its sheath. He says that a just knight is coming out to save the princesses. The Baron raises his sword in surprise. He shouts that the warrior should have been killed. The knight strikes the Baron. The man fights him off with a sword. The warrior kneels before the lady. He says that she shouldn't worry because he will save her from the shameless Baron. The girl, sobbing, looks at him. She replies that she thought about asking him for forgiveness in the next world. The man turns to the traitors. He says that crying does not suit beauties, and it is important for him to focus on tearing out the roots of evil. The traitor holds a loaded sword. He shouts that the knight alone cannot defeat them. A man stands next to the order. He says he will kill everyone except the lady and the duke. The genius makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that a knight alone cannot cope with the order. He replies that the crybaby advisor doesn't trust him. A dark warrior emerges from the ground. The soldier says that he will not fight alone. The devil knight holds a weapon. The man explains that he brought reliable reinforcements with him. The Baron and the knight cross swords. The man says that their strength is not enough to escape with all the people. The knight swings his sword. The Baron flies to the side. The knight replies that they are going to destroy him and the entire army. The Baron rises to his feet. He says that the descendant of the northern lands, whom the entire empire has forgotten, should not become arrogant. The warrior furrows his brows in rage. The Baron holds a sword in front of him. He says that he will show him the method of storing mana passed down to his ancestors, who was one of the masters of the empire, showing the difference between him and a person who received an elite education. The knight clenches his teeth in surprise. He thinks that the man's mana has increased dramatically, and he doesn't know his method. The dark warrior demolishes the entire army with a blow. The demonic knight looks at his opponents. He says he's finished, and that's why the guy should too. The Baron opens his mouth in surprise. He says that he does not understand who could cope with the entire order alone. The warrior replies that this is his master's second knight. A man with a sword runs towards the enemy. Their weapons touch. The Baron frowns. He shouts that it doesn't matter to him who killed his order because he will kill the knight himself. The knight smiles sarcastically. He says that although the Baron made inquiries about him, he did not take into account the one who taught him to wield a sword. The soldier's weapon has changed. The man clenches his teeth in horror. The knight strikes the Baron. He shouts that he is using the Duke's greatsword swing. The defeated man falls to the ground. Holding the sword, the knight looks at it. He says that it is now clear who is stronger. The soldiers open their mouths in surprise. The lady's subordinate says that the secret power of the Baron and the youngest master of all time lies in the spirit of skilled knights. The men turn to the young man. He says that they should not relax as they need to leave quickly before their pursuers follow. The lady turns to the young man. She says he's right and they should head to the nearest fortress. The girl smiles slightly. She replies that she is ruled by her uncle, who will receive them. Warriors ride on horses behind the king. The blonde man smiles slightly. He thinks that the king on his own 2 feet runs faster than the horses, carefully adjusting to their speed, which speaks of his attentiveness and outstanding talent. The knight glances at his friend. He says he should have stayed in the state. The man replies that he doesn't care how they cross the border because they are foreigners, unlike the king. The warrior says that he did not think about the question as he followed the king. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. The main character looks at the knights. They say that they congratulate the Baron on his triumphant return to his homeland, and the Emperor has also ordered that his arrival be made without difficulty. The man frowns. The head of the border service says that they did not know about the Baron being accompanied by a large number of knights, so he asks to send away those whose identities are unknown to them. The founder of the order makes a calm expression on his face. He thinks that they will be forced to return and assemble a diplomatic delegation, and nothing can be done about his desire to be with the king. The warriors turn their horses. The king shouts that these are his knights. The young man looks arrogantly at the head of the border guards. The man makes a frightened expression on his face. He replies that the knights who obey him can pass through the border. The founder of the order blushes at what he hears. He thinks that even in words thrown indifferently, the enormous power of their king is felt. The soldiers stand behind the main character. They think that he is the real king they have been waiting for. The headquarters building of the mercenary guild on the border. The mercenary opens the door. He says he doesn't understand why the mercenary king called the guild members to his place. The man behind the counter turns to look at him. He replies that the gathering place is the Empire, and thousands of mercenaries have already gone to him. The mercenary hits himself in the chest. He says he should have reported earlier so he could have spoken out. The man raises his hand. He replies that everyone knows that the capital promised to grant titles and lands, and on this a clan can already be founded. The man approaches the soldier. He explains that most mercenaries are commoners who do not often get the chance to raise their social status, and while the master does not have close associates ready to serve him, the mercenaries should show their abilities to him, and this will guarantee not only a stable income, but also a chance to make his way into the aristocrats because no one wants to miss him. The mercenary, frowning, lowers his eyes. The man says that the truth is that many people responded to the optional call because not everyone is like him. The mercenary turns around. A woman's voice says that now they know what they need to do. The count's daughter frowns. She says that they must stop the mercenary king on their own and go to the duchy. Building of the Cromwell fortress. The man furrows his eyebrows. The head of the house shouts that the man missed the duke's daughter. He hits the Baron in the face. The man says that he believed him and brought everything on a platter, but he failed the task. The Baron clenches his teeth in pain. He falls at the feet of the head of the house. The Baron asks for a chance and says that the Duke's daughter must have taken refuge in the fortress. The man puts his hands together. He says that castle will be considered an ideal refuge, but in fact it is a trap because if he gives him a chance, he will bring the Duke and his daughter to him. The owner of the house frowns in rage. He shouts that the Baron is a pathetic worm who missed the girl when she was under his nose because his son has already gone there, so he is of no use. The owner of the house turns around. He looks at the man in the chair. The mercenary says that he ordered his troops to gather, but they need time to arrive. The mercenary looks at the owner. The man is confident that his son and mercenaries will be enough to take the fortress. The subordinate replies that the master underestimates the enemy. The mercenary smiles widely. He explains that their opponent is a genius called the Fox of the House, and 2 ranked knights. The master of the house waves his hand. He says that even strong knights are not a reason to give a useless worm a chance. The owner of the house looks at the Baron. He tells him that the man may consider the Baron stupid and useless, but he is a rank knight, considered a valuable resource. The man clenches his teeth in surprise. He thinks that the mercenary was able to reveal his abilities just by looking at him, and it's not for nothing that he is considered a Superman, because even a short stay next to him is enough to understand how different worlds they live. The mercenary pats the Baron on the head. With his hand on it, he turns around. The warrior explains that in any case, with Knights of Ranka and the Order of Chivalry, as well as 100 of the best mercenaries, it will not be difficult to capture the fortress. They only need bait that will help delay the time until his people arrive. The mercenary frowns furiously. He explains that the Baron is perfect for the role of bait. The man smiles slightly. He replies that it's good to have a backup plan. Soldiers attack a burning building. The burning fortress in which the lady took refuge. The warrior smiles widely. The Marquis's son says that he does not want to share the glory of conquering a small fortress with someone else, so he is going to sort it out before the main forces arrive. Burning castle building. The girl opens her mouth wide. She screams for the soldiers to cut the ropes. Knights cut the ropes. An arrow shoots through a crack in the castle. She quickly flies forward. Opponents fall from the fences. The warriors are watching the arrow thrower. When it lands, it creates an explosion. The soldiers are pulling the ram. The commander shouts at them to take the gate by force. The warrior, frowning, watches his opponents. He shouts that they need to stop the ram, which is being dragged towards the fortress. The lady says to entrust this to the knight and the genius, as they must focus on guarding the walls. The ram flies forward. The door moves from the blows. The genius looks at the knight. He says that the master must tell where the Black Knight is because he is not visible. The man replies that he does not know his whereabouts since the knight has disappeared. The genius makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand where the knight disappeared to. The wall is broken through with a battering ram. Opponents enter the castle territory. The genius opens his mouth wide. He says they need to drop the trap immediately. The warriors open their mouths in surprise. They scream that the ceiling is falling on them. The trap falls on the soldiers. The knight, smiling widely, looks at the advisor. He says that his idea worked, and therefore it will be difficult to break through. The young man replies that they only gain time, so before the next attack they need to build a fortification. The rope is cut. The girl opens her mouth wide in surprise. A warrior with a sword jumps towards her. The soldiers shout that the invader has penetrated the wall. The shockwave throws the soldier aside. A warrior holds a charged sword. The knight makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks about the soldier holding the aura blade. The explosion lifts pieces of the building. The knight reflects the enemy's blow. He looks at his opponent in the shadows. The unknown person says that they have prepared a lot of funny toys for them. The lady and the commander-in-chief look at the stranger. He says the castle will become their grave. The blue-haired knight breaks through the ground beneath him. He demands that they surrender the fortress and become slaves of the marquis. His brother is a loaded sword. The rank knight continues his speech, saying that they will spare their lives, otherwise only death awaits them. The knight runs forward with the army. He shouts that they will never give up. The warrior holds out his sword. He shouts that they will die. Knights fight each other. The warrior runs to the king's knight. He says that he has found the one about whom there are rumors. The knight reflects the enemy's blow. Their swords cross. The rival says he wants to check the rumors about his abilities. A man holds a glass of alcohol. He sits on the throne with a smile. The young man says that the gates have been broken, so the capture of the fortress is only a matter of time, and he would like to see the despair on the lady's face. The warrior runs to the marquis's son. He shouts that the 3rd Reserve Division has entered into battle with an unknown knightly detachment of 100 people, so they are asking for reinforcements. The young man smiles sarcastically. He replies that there are more than 1,000 soldiers in his division, so they don't need help. The enemy smiles widely. He shouts that the warriors are unable to stop him. The count pulls the lady along with him. He shouts for her to leave and hide in the duke's rooms. The girl replies that they must unite and stop their opponents. The invader kills the opponents. He shouts that the lady is right, because in the whole wide world they cannot hide from them. The enemy runs after the fleeing girl. He shouts that they must fight him. The man swings his weapon. The girl loses the count's hand. The impact causes her to fall to the ground. The lady is on her knees. The opponent looks at her with fury. He says that she should not despair since his master ordered the girl to be brought alive. The lady glances at the ground. The warrior turns around at the flying arrow. He breaks it and catches it as he goes. The genius of the empire screams for the lady to rise. He holds the bow in front of him. The advisor says that they will not lose since they will definitely hold out until the king arrives. The soldier turns to the advisor with a smile. He says that no one can change the situation, so they should accept death. The girl hits him with a sword. She shouts that her squad will stand at any cost and win. The man hits the girl and turns around. He says that he mercifully decided to save her life, but she herself does not want this. The warrior smiles maliciously. He says he will tell the others that the lady died in the heat of battle. The man charges the sword with a dark aura. He says that he doesn't care about the order because the girl dared to attack him. The warrior swings his sword. He shouts that the lady forced him, and then she must accept the punishment she deserves. The lady closes her eyes in horror. Lightning strikes near the warrior. The man clenches his teeth in surprise. The main character stands in front of the lady. She looks at him, crying. The warrior runs towards the main character. He shouts that he will kill everyone who stands in his way without hesitation. The duke's son raises his fist. He makes a blow to the opponent's face. The king leaves a mark on his cheek and looks at his opponent with seriousness. The genius looks at the master from the ground. He stands with a spear, protecting the lady. The main character smiles slightly. He tells the couple that they held up well. The duke's son disappears. The swords touch. The king's knight smiles widely. The enemy looks at him. He says that his group has been resisting for a long time, But the more time passes, the worse it is for them because they have reserve troops. The king's knight clenches his teeth. He thinks that he cannot resist them alone, but he cannot retreat. The main character appears in front of the military. He tells the knight that he has been hesitating for a long time. The duke's son smiles slightly. He demands that the knight deal with the warrior and follow him. The man opens his mouth in surprise. He says that he did not expect to see the owner. The opponent looks at the departing king. He smiles maliciously and swings at him. The rival shouts that he will kill the boy for his words. The king's knight runs towards the enemy. He shouts that the man does not dare speak with his dirty mouth to his master, because even 1,000 deaths and resurrections will not help him reach his level. The knight strikes his opponent with his sword. The warrior clenches his teeth in defense. He is surprised by the sudden strength of the king's knight. The explosion sends the soldiers flying away. They rise from the ground. The warriors do not understand where the explosion comes from and what kind of trap awaits them. The main character approaches them. He says he's giving them a chance. The king stands holding a spear. Addressing the soldiers, he says that he is releasing everyone who feels at least a little guilty for the brutal murders committed under orders. The men furrow their brows in fury. They shout that the guy is talking nonsense and shouldn't listen to him. The knights move towards the main character. He furrows his brow furiously. The young man says that they have made their choice. He swings his loaded spear. The power of magma fills him. The young man thinks that he has reached the 5th level of spear proficiency, and therefore no one can resist him, but without development he can be written off. The main character swings his spear. He thinks about how at first he only had one source crystal. His power destroys enemy strongholds. Lightning strikes in the sky. The king thinks that after receiving one crystal, he combined its power with magma and then combined fire and lightning, thereby increasing the level. Angry opponents. The duke's son is thinking about using the 5th level magic technique of the master of lightning and fire. A huge lightning strikes the soldiers on the tower. The king is thinking about using the great heavenly fire. The warriors are illuminated by lightning. They turn to ashes. The enemy's son looks at the burning building. He says several lightning strikes reduced his vanguard to ashes. The young man opens his mouth in rage. He shouts that the enemy's house used some kind of trick, but their military strength is great, so it is necessary to send all the troops from the reserve to the attack. The soldier points forward in horror. He says someone is approaching them. The commander says that this cannot happen since they have cordoned off the area. Gritting his teeth, he remembers the soldier's news. Zero Knight rides with the order. He shouts that they must destroy the enemies who stand in the way of their king. A man on a horse kills opponents. Zero Warrior clenches his teeth furiously. Swinging, he collapses the tower in front of him. The building collapses before the eyes of the enemy commander. He clenches his teeth in rage. The advisor and the lady open their mouths wide. He says their master has brought soldiers to help. The king's knight opens his mouth wide. He shouts that his place is next to the master. The man runs away from the advisor and the lady. He shouts that he will not give up the king to unknown upstarts. The advisor opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the knight is completely stupid and ran away without dealing with everyone. The warrior lies on the ground. He was defeated by the duke's knight. The commander points his finger forward. He shouts for his warriors to kill everyone. The soldier, objecting, says that they can destroy their own. The commander turns to the soldier. He shouts that they must reduce the number of opponents, and they will recruit new soldiers, and if they do not carry out his order, they will die. The commander opens his mouth in surprise. The main character stands holding a spear. He says that his former bully's character hasn't changed a bit and he's already dealt with his friend, which is ironic since 2 of the 12 noble families' science turned into a bloody mess in his hands. The commander frowns in fear. He says that the young man should have been in his own state. The young man approaches the enemy commander. He replies that his family has crossed the line and that is why he has come to correct it. The warrior says that he is the only heir of the family and therefore, if he kills him, he will not be able to cope with the consequences since he no longer belongs to the duke's family. The main character makes a sinister smile. He says that he is not going to kill him and will save his life, taking away everything else. The commander clenches his fists in rage. He says that the young man cannot cope with all the warriors alone. Behind the king runs his knight. He shouts that the young man will not cope alone since his first knight is always with him. The warrior opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that he does not forgive those who stand in the way of his master. The soldiers make surprised faces in horror. They shout that they heard of him as the only knight of the Baron, and he became famous throughout the continent. The commander opens his mouth wide, frowning. He shouts that the soldiers decided to leave the fortress and regret what happened. A squad on horseback appears behind them. The commander shouts that they will have to regret opposing their king. The man swings, killing the soldiers. The king's knight, killing the warriors, runs forward. He shouts that he will sort it out without an unknown knightly order. The enemy commander opens his mouth wide. He shouts that he is in a dream since 5,000 warriors could not be destroyed so easily. The main character approaches his opponent. He replies that he should accept reality. The king holds out his spear. The opponent clenches his teeth in rage. The main character says that a real nightmare will soon begin for him since the war is over and he is his prisoner. The duke's son smiles widely. He says that the man will be in prison where the strength of his family, of which he is proud, will not reach. Forest of dark magical creatures. A cave deep in the forest. People have forgotten the times when they knelt before real power. The dragon opens its mouth wide. He breaks through the cave, flying to the surface. People then made her a promise that could not be broken. The hammer hits the wall. Warriors are repairing the castle. They say they don't have enough materials and need to carry the wounded. The genius turns to the lady. He says that he will deal with the restoration himself and she should check on her father. The girl replies that everything is fine with him since his uncle is looking after him. The lady looks up warily. The main character approaches the building. Nearby is a zero and personal knight. The warriors turn at them in surprise. The king and his knights drive past the soldiers. He approaches the lady and the genius. The duke's son smiles slightly. He says that he and the lady did not greet each other properly and it was hard for her. The girl looks at the guy with love. The warrior reaches for his scabbard. He takes out a sword from them. Soldier raising his sword, holding his hand on his chest. His companions also raise their swords. They shout that the Baron is the best master on the entire continent and therefore they welcome him to the fortress. The main character smiles slightly. The warrior watches him with a smile. He says that he understands people well and they can't do without the king. Imperial Palace building. The advisor reports that an army of 5,000 quickly captured the fortress, but ultimately suffered a crushing defeat and 1,500 soldiers died in the battle. The emperor, sitting on the throne, looks at the courtiers. The informant reports that the heir to the house is imprisoned in the dungeon of the fortress. In addition, knights of rank A, who are aristocrats, have died. The emperor makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the winning house cannot have that much power. The advisor looks at the piece of paper. He says that the baron and the knights under his leadership came to their aid and managed to repel the attack of the army. The marquis opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the boy brought a foreign knightly order and killed their warriors, challenging them, so he must be punished immediately. The emperor rests his head on his hand. He turns to the duke. The emperor asks the king's father for his opinion. He looks arrogantly at the duke. The man says that his son harmed the masters of the empire and began to destroy existing foundations, so he does not know what to do with his son. The duke lowers his head. The second duke turns on the protagonist's father. He says that violating the laws of the empire should be strictly punished, so first you should invite him to the palace and find out the truth. The emperor smiles maliciously. He holds onto the armrest. The man says it would be right to punish him to the fullest extent of the law. The ruler smiles widely. He explains that the punishment is the right decision, but he does not hate it, and besides, the emperor allowed his people too much from the very beginning. The man goes to the window. He explains that he also cannot punish the boy because of his victory, which brought glory to his capital. Therefore, in gratitude, he intends to grant him the title of marquis and large fiefs in the south. The duke frowns in surprise. The marquis raises his hands in displeasure. He shouts that such gratitude would be too generous for the young man, even though he deserves praise, since there are families who have contributed much more than him to the development of the country. The emperor emits an aggressive aura. He shouts that he is free to manage his own resources, so the meeting is over. The man turns to the duke. He makes a serious expression on his face. The emperor says they should talk frankly. The duke looks away. The warrior eats meat. He holds the chicken with a smile. The man says that the traders turned out to be warm-hearted people and organized a real feast in difficult times. The butler smiles widely. He says that, being one of the superhumans, the warrior helps the baron, which is why he is the light in their window. The main character approaches the man. He says that there is a misunderstanding, since the warrior does not help, but only eats and has fun. The young man smiles widely. He says that it is time to pay for the war since he is shamelessly spending his money. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says this money belongs to the lady. The duke's son points to the palace. He says that then he should at least pay for inspecting the fortress because thanks to him the army got there. The king fingers his fingers with a smile. The warrior says that he is amazed at the master's skill and asks how much he owes him. The young man replies that he is not talking about money. The warrior is confident that he would rather give money. The main character smiles widely. He says that he wants to ask the warrior to become his notary, who can officially attest to the progress and result of the duel. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. The guy imagines the image of a mercenary. He says that he will fight with him in the fortress since the actors are already ready, but he just needs to move the stage and find the most important spectator, or rather those who could pay for the tickets. The Superman makes a surprised expression on his face. He shows 2 fingers. The man says they can handle it, but he has two conditions. The Lion King smiles widely. He says that the first thing is that he will have to fulfill one of his requests, which he can refuse. The main character makes a distant expression on his face. The man continues to say that the second request is to become his successor, and then he will agree to be a notary. Fortress building. The man shouts that he is not going to hand over command. The mercenary is standing at the window. He explains that 2,000 mercenaries will arrive to them, and the whole continent knows that he is helping the Marquis, so losing the war will be fatal for him. The man glances at the Marquis. He says that a loss will not only be a stain on his biography, but will also be a big hindrance in the upcoming case. The mercenary makes a serious expression on his face. He is sure that his fate is being decided, so he asks to give command to him. The Marquis clenches his teeth in defeat. The warrior turns to him. He says that the man is not capable of anything, and he should care about his own son. The Marquis clenches his hands in rage. He says he doesn't care about the fool's fate, but he's not happy that things have gone too far. The man furrows his brows in rage. He looks up at the mercenary. The Marquis says that he is ready to completely transfer command to the mercenary. The man turns red with rage. He explains that they must certainly win the war, and he needs the head of the Duke's son with which he will decorate the gate. The mercenary smiles widely, showing his teeth. He replies that everything will be done, and he will make the boy feel despair that is deeper than the abyss. The man clenches his hand into a fist in rage. The mercenary shouts that with his own hands he will drag the boy and his warriors to hell, since he dared, not fearing the wrath of heaven, to challenge him to a duel. The genius makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he does not understand the master's ultimate goal. The advisor and the knight look at the young man. He replies that he is going to become emperor. The knight makes a surprised expression on his face. The man runs to the door, closing it. He says that if anyone overhears their conversation, everyone will think that they are conspiring. The genius turns to his friend. He says that there are very few ways for people outside the clan to take the throne, and then he will have to kill the rest to protect his own. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that he is not going to cling to the line of the emperor. The advisor smiles widely. He replies that he has a dream of becoming a warrior of the imperial family. The knight boarded up the windows. He shouts that he does not understand how his friends are going to take the imperial throne. The young man holds out some currency. He asks the advisor to manage the money correctly. Friends open their mouths wide in surprise. The advisor asks where his master got the large sum. The knight supports him, saying that he has never seen the checks of the continent, and this is a lot of money. The main character smiles widely. He replies that in his country there were legal bets, the result of which was obvious, so he did not stand aside, and his girlfriend's house is going through hard times, so he needs to consult with her. The advisor takes the money. He replies that there is no point in investing in someone else's war because his friend's house already has a lot of money. The advisor makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that it would be more correct to use the funds to found his own home after the end of the war. The advisor slams his hands on the table. He shouts that his master lives like a man who only has a title, since in the entire empire he is the only one who does not have not only a family, but not even a home. A friend imagines a mansion. He says that you need to find a good building, hire people, buy furniture and other household items. The main character imagines a dinner table. He explains that all this requires a lot of money. The advisor throws the diary on the table. He says that if his owner wants to invest in the war, he must write a specific reason and indicate in detail all the expenses. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. The advisor says that he will carefully study his project and decide whether it is worth spending money on it or not. The young man replies that the list is very detailed, and there are more than 100 points in it. The knight boarded up the windows with iron. He shouts that he knows a way by which his master can become emperor. A man imagines a friend's wedding. He says it will be a marriage of convenience. Those in the room are wary. Warriors are running through the castle building. They shout that general alarm has begun, so they should prepare for battle. The knight hits himself in the chest. He says they are all ready for battle. The girl looks forward. The warrior says that after the previous assault they do not have many warriors left capable of holding the defense, so it would be better to leave the fortress. The girl replies that they should not worry, since the Baron is with them. The lady makes a surprised expression on her face. They shout to her that the Baron recently left their fortress. The advisor opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the difference in strength is too great, so he should not leave the castle, as the morale of the warriors will drop. The main character smiles widely. He replies that they cannot win with defense alone, so it is worth fighting face to face and demoralizing the enemy, inspiring their army. The advisor makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that this move is good when the forces of their army exceed those of the enemy, but an advanced detachment of special troops is moving towards them. The main character smiles maliciously. He replies that his military strength is superior to all others. The advisor makes a surprised expression on his face. They look up. Blue flag with coat of arms. Opponents gallop into battle. They shout that they are going to surround the fortress on the orders of the Marquis. The knight looks at the owner. He says that he is not sure that everything will be alright, since a knightly detachment specializing in battles with masters has come to them, so it is better to stay behind the fortress walls. The knight makes a surprised expression on his face. The main character looks away. He explains to his friend that if the user of the aura blade increases the level of mana control, then he will be able to gain absolute power. Lightning strikes near the young man's friends. The main character says that he will show his knight how to do it. Soldiers look at lightning in the sky. The main character strikes the center of the squad with lightning. He emerges from it with a spear. The young man looks away. The soldier swings his weapon at him. The young man repels the blow. Behind him, 2 soldiers swing their swords. The squad hits the guy in a circle. He makes a circular swing with his spear, reflecting the blows. The man smiles sarcastically. He says the squad isn't strong enough to stop him and he's going to show them the difference. The main character creates a magical weapon. It hits the squad. The young man says that the spear pierces the battlefield, and for those who follow it, it will become a reliable spear of glory. The lady opens her eyes wide in surprise. The enemy soldier is pierced by light. The guy continues to sing that for those who resist the spear, it will become a fierce weapon of death. The young man's friends open their mouths in surprise. They are surprised by his singing. The young man stands next to the split earth. He sings a war song about a lonely knight who chose a simple spear as his favorite weapon. The soldiers frown furiously. They shout that they shouldn't give in to the pathetic rhymes as they continue their attack. He throws back the warriors with his spear. The knight opens his eyes wide in surprise. He says that when he heard his master's voice, he was filled with energy, which means that he is a real god. The warrior smiles widely. He says that the young man is his king. The knight furiously clenches his hand into a fist. He shouts that he was the first to serve his master. The man replies that, although he only recently began serving, he still considers him a worthy king of their country. The warriors run forward. They shout that they are following the baron. The knight approaches the advisor. He tells him that the main force of the enemy will soon arrive, so it is unwise to leave the walls. The genius replies that the lady will supervise them. With her mouth open, the girl raises her sword. She shouts to her people to attack. The genius asks her to stop and not run into battle. At the same time, a new enemy detachment is galloping on horses. The main army of the Marquis and 1,000 mercenaries. The Marquis says he had doubts about the plan, but realizes that there is no cover in their path to set up an ambush or a magical trap. The mercenary king looks at the Marquis. He says that they should prepare for triumph, since the name of the main character and his girlfriend will disappear forever. The warrior gallops towards the main squad. He shouts that he has bad news, since all their soldiers fell at the hands of the Baron due to the fact that he gathered his forces and went on the offensive. The soldiers fly away from the young man. The main character smiles widely. He says that he has finally met the king of mercenaries, while being the greatest lancer rumored about. The mercenary looks at him in surprise. The Marquis clenches his teeth in irritation. The main character stands, imbued with energy. He says that now they will be familiar. The main character looks at the enemy squad. He says that they are so self-confident that they themselves came to him and are clearly not going to ask for negotiations. The guy smiles sarcastically. He challenges the mercenary king to a superhuman competition. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He says that he refuses because he is busy, but when everything is over, he will find it himself. A man jumps from the ground. He flies to the mercenary. Lev shouts that they haven't seen the mercenary king for a long time. The man, landing, destroys the ground. The mercenary smiles widely. He says that he heard about him following the Baron and supporting the opposite family, and such interference can be considered as the position of the Union of Free Knights. Shield with a lion holding a sword in its mouth. The League of Free Knights is an organization that unites knights who do not consider themselves loyal to any state, while they comply with the rules underlying knighthood, and it also happens that one of the members of the Union joins a specific country. The Lion King folds his arms across his chest. The head of the Union of Free Knights is the former ruler, the Lion King. The man points his hand at the young man. He says that he does not intend to interfere in the battle and is there only to act as a notary and personally witness the progress of the competition. The man holds his hands at his sides. He says that the mercenary king must not ignore the challenge of the winner of the competition of masters, otherwise he will cease to be considered one of the 12 superhumans, since he does not follow traditions. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that he doesn't understand why the Lion King is stopping him, since there's no point in it. The mercenary smiles sarcastically. He replies that he will then use their traditions to his advantage. The man looks crazy. He replies that he is going to hold a competition according to their wishes, but on the condition that the one who wins will determine the fate of the feud, and he will also receive ownership of both the duchy and the marquisate. The Marquis looks at the mercenary in surprise. He says that a man cannot throw around huge promises. He replies that his master himself left the right to him to make decisions in the war. The Marquis says that the protagonist has no right of ownership to their opponent's dukedom. The young man holds out a thing with the coat of arms of the house. He says he has the authority to make decisions. The Marquis clenches his teeth in rage. The soldiers say that at the first prince's birthday, the lady refused to dance with him and gave preference to the baron, and it turns out that they are on close terms. The mercenary smiles widely. He says that all conditions have been met, so it is worth immediately sending a carrier pigeon with a message about the competition of superhumans. Marquis warriors and mercenaries holding flags. Ladies side with her army. The knight glances at the advisor. He says that he understands what his master was talking about, and they originally intended to create such a situation because if the mercenary king retreats, then the war will end. The mercenary stands opposite the main character. The Lion King looks at the mercenary. He says that before the superhuman battle officially begins, he wants to explain a few simple rules. The man turns to the young man. He continues to say that everyone is responsible for everything that happens in battle, and the competition lasts until one of the participants admits defeat or can no longer continue the fight. The young man smiles sarcastically. He replies that he understood everything. The man smiles widely. He says he knows the rules well. The king opens his mouth wide. He shouts that they can start fighting. The young man imbues his body with energy. The knight looks at him admiringly. He says his master is incredible as he releases a lot of aura right from the start. The mercenary, smiling widely, looks at the guy. He says that he understands why the advance party suffered, but his forces will still not be enough. The man raises his weapon in front of him. He explains that the level of mana is predetermined from birth. The same applies to the aura that uses mana, so its power is more aimed at maintaining rather than suppressing. The mercenary raises an axe. He says that his aura is enhanced so it can suppress the enemy, and it is a purely offensive type raised to the maximum level. Opponents create force fields around themselves. The mercenary shouts that the enemy's applied aura will never cope with his. The young man's friends are hiding from the negative aura. The knight says that the enemy's strength ideally suppresses the owner's aura, so he will not be able to defeat him. The enemy swings an axe. He shouts that the young man will not even be able to react to his attack. The man opens his mouth in rage. The guy looks at him in surprise. He holds out a spear in defense. An explosion occurs. People fly away. The warriors create a defense in front of the Marquis. The man opens his eyes in surprise. An axe flies towards him. He lands nearby. The man sees a split in the axe. The beheaded mercenary king. The main character looks at him. The girl is crying. The Marquis makes a surprised expression on his face. The lady warriors smile widely. They shout that they were victorious and returned their land, and also took possession of the Marquis's fief. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the war will not end, since the struggle for the feud has nothing to do with the competition of all people. The main character makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. It stands in ruins. The Marquis shouts that the war is being waged between the houses of the empire, and the Duke's son does not have the authority to dispose of the ownership of the fief, therefore this is a violation of the laws of the empire. The main character turns around. The Marquis looks at his warriors. He shouts that they must prepare for the attack and all the soldiers take out their swords, since there are no more than 100 opponents, and they outnumber them. The soldiers clench their teeth furiously. The mercenaries look at each other. They say that the mercenary king is no longer with them, which means there is no point for them to engage in battle. The Marquis looks at them. He shouts that the reward has not disappeared, and if they help them, it will become even higher, and they will also get rid of the low status by getting a position and a stable life. Men reach for swords. They run, lifting them up. The protagonist's knights stand nearby. The warrior, the founder of the order, demands his soldiers to prepare for battle and bring immediate punishment on all who threaten their king. The main character is wary. He says that the Marquis is acting dirty, so he will have to deal with the mercenaries too. An ice wall appears in front of the mercenaries. They turn away and see the new king. He says that the contract between the mercenary king and the Marquis is no longer valid. A man stands next to an icy girl. He shouts to his mercenaries that they must retreat. The man is holding a token in his hands. He picks it up to show the mercenaries. The new mercenary king says that the era of their former king is over because, according to the rules of the guild, he is the only owner of the diamond token and will become their leader. The mercenaries grit their teeth in frustration. The man says that he will create new orders among the mercenaries and restore lost moral principles, so they must abandon the war and return to the guild. The Marquis points his finger at him. He shouts that the man appeared out of nowhere and demands to terminate the contract, despite the fact that the penalty will be 10 times the amount of the contract. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the signing of the agreement was not agreed upon with the guild, therefore claims must be made against the deceased mercenary king who single-handedly signed the documents. The Marquis frowns furiously. He shouts that the knights must kill him immediately and make sure that he will never be able to open his mouth again. The girl comes forward. She shouts that they should stop. The lady makes an icy defense in front of the mercenary. She says that the war is over and they need to point swords at each other more. The Marquis throws up his hands furiously. He shouts that the mercenary will not make a powerful king since he is hiding behind the back of an unknown magician. The girl clenches her teeth furiously. She thinks that he didn't even recognize her, despite the fact that he took away everything she had and issued a decree for her capture, forcing her to go into hiding. The girl creates a magic circle. She thinks that she herself will deal with the Marquis with her own hands. The main character stands in front of her. He looks at the girl with a smile. The young man thanks her for stopping the mercenaries, but he plans to do the rest himself. The main character approaches the Marquis. He says he advises him to give up. The man replies that even without the king of mercenaries he can handle him. The guy gives off an intimidating aura. The soldiers grit their teeth in horror. The guy tells them that each of them feels that there is no chance of success, so there is no point in sacrificing their lives just for the sake of the Marquis's pride. The warriors throw their swords to the ground. The man shouts that they must immediately raise their swords or they will be punished to the fullest extent of military law. The main character looks at the Marquis. He says that since the man cannot find an excuse that would allow him to give up, he wants to make a deal with him and return his son since a father's love will be enough reason to retreat and save face. The man replies that his family will become a laughing stock in any case. The main character frowns furiously. He replies that it will still be better than death and he can take him to his son right now. The man opens his eyes wide in horror. Gritting his teeth, he looks away. The Marquis asks what the young man wants. The king smiles widely. He replies that the Marquis must return all the captured territories and pay 100 million gold pieces as compensation, and also swear in the name of the emperor that he will fulfill all the conditions. The man clenches his teeth in rage. He thinks that he will have to live like a slave and give away all his money, but in any case, life is worth it. The Marquis turns to the main character. He says that I am the 17th head of the house and swears in the name of the Imperial Majesty that he accepts the conditions and will fulfill them. The mercenary king and lady smile. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts to his people to retreat and leave. The advisor opens his mouth in surprise. He understands that the enemy's horn is sounding a retreat. The soldiers smile happily. They shout that their war is over. The Marquis clenches his hand into a fist furiously. He thinks that he will not fulfill his oath, but with his capital and power he will make sure that no one will remember the events. The man makes a furious expression on his face. He thinks about what will make the guy regret letting him go and will soon gather new forces and burn everyone to the ground. The main character holds a magic ball. He says that he forgot to show the Marquis that their conversation was transmitted straight to the Imperial Palace because the upper layer of the aristocracy was watching him, so the man must remain true to his word. The Emperor observes the hologram of the Marquis. He holds his chin with a smile. The man says that the young man met his expectations because when he returns he will need to be rewarded. Fireworks over the fortress. The girl dances using magic. The warriors watch her with a smile. They say that the girl has 4th level magic, so the mercenaries could not resist her power, and besides, she is very beautiful. A lady approaches the girl. She looks at her friend with a smile. The lady says she's glad to see her. The girl bows. She thanks for the invitation to the fortress. The warrior folds his hands to imitate a sword. He shouts that he saw his master's sword cut through the battlefield. A man is standing at the dining table. He says that one day he will also create a good war song so that the continent will ask for it to be performed. The knight is holding a mug. He replies that the goal of the protagonist's friend is worthy of a real man, although it sounds ridiculous. The warrior hits himself in the chest. He replies that he served his master for many years and his father recognized him as a genius. The warriors open their mouths in surprise. They understand that the Duke himself, who is a black spirit, recognized him, and this is worth appreciating. The warrior proudly places his hands on his hips. He says that now they must feel respect for him and then he will allow them to join. The man sarcastically shows 7 fingers. He replies that they will be called the Knights of the Golden Spirit and will become the Master's knightly order capable of surpassing even the 7 legendary knights. Men hit each other with mugs. They shout that they agree if they become the most powerful order on the continent. The genius smiles slightly. He thinks that the knights recently argued and finally got along. The main character approaches the table. He tells his personal knight that he must march to the fortress in the gorge. The genius looks at the knight. He says that despite the fact that everything there burned down, Their owner wants to deal with the traders led by the Count, since they also know that there is a fire there and therefore will decide that this is an ideal shelter. The warrior hits himself in the chest. The young man orders them to take the knights and return immediately. The genius turns on the founder. He explains that the owner is doing this because the news that the knights have left the city and are in the capital has already spread throughout the continent. So there will certainly be those who decide to take advantage of the situation and seize the defenseless territory. The man frowns in surprise. He says that the emperor knows about everything but does not take any action, which means that he is behind the king of mercenaries and the marquis. The advisor replies that perhaps the emperor will decide to take advantage of the situation and appropriate the city for himself. The emperor looks sarcastically at the hammer throne. The genius explains that the heroes of the empire's country won the competition of masters and therefore this is the right moment to take the city. The man sadly holds his head. He says that if something happens to his city, it will be his fault. The advisor smiles slightly. He replies that perhaps what he described will never happen. The main character keeps his hands in his pockets. The advisor explains that depending on the decision of their master, the geography of the continent can completely change and they are in the very center of a huge whirlpool of change. The advisor looks at the owner. He says that the fate of the continent is in his hands, so he would like to know what choice the young man will make. The guy smiles sarcastically. He replies that he will tell the chosen fate. The knight and the advisor make surprised faces. The two warriors answer him in kind. They all don't understand what he's talking about. A warrior and an advisor approach the door. The knight says that he does not understand why his master made such a choice. The advisor replies that in any case he will follow his will. The guy hits the door. He says that the knight should focus on his task. The door opens slightly. The couple bows to the lady. She asks what happened. The advisor hits himself in the chest. He replies that he is grateful that she was able to devote time to them despite her busy schedule. The knight also strikes his chest. He says that the owner ordered them to deal with the trader and the others, but first he ordered to find out her opinion because the matter primarily concerns her home. The girl closes her eyes. She replies that she would like to think about it. The lady gets up from the table. She says that she has no mercy in her to forgive traitors. The girl bows to the knight and advisor. She says that for the sake of the inhabitants of the feud, who received a knife in the back, and her home, forgetting about shame, she would like to ask them to deal with the traitor. The couple hits their chests with a smile. Together they ask to be entrusted with the matter. The knight looks at the lady. He says that he would like to know if the girl really wants their master to become her husband. The advisor looks at the knight. He says he shouldn't ask such questions. The knight replies that the advisor is also curious to know the answer. The lady laughs, covering her mouth with her hand. She says that the knight and the advisor are perfect for each other. The girl looks at the genius. She replies that she then gave a sign to the young man out of pure stubbornness in order to attract his attention since he did not look in her direction at all. The girl looks down. She says that she is not sure of her feelings and perhaps feels attracted by the uniqueness of the young man since he is something of a divine creature who is not easy to approach. The knight smiles widely. He replies that it is not for nothing that his master is praised as the god of battles. The advisor hits the man in the side. He demands that the knight stop. The girl steps aside. She says it's not the right time for them to love and date anyway, as she has a lot to take care of. The girl turns towards the couple. She says that they should go and deal with the traitors, as she wants to see their end with her own eyes. The tombstone of the mercenary king's grave. The main character stands opposite her. He looks at the tombstone. Dark energy orders him to begin. The guy imbues his hand with aura. He closes his eyes. The main character transfers the aura to the grave. The spell says that the King of Knights, who lost his life, and the ghost of the other world, harbors a grudge in the depths of darkness. The grave rises up. A mercenary king rises from the earth. The spear continues the spell, saying that in the name of demonic power he orders the dead man to breathe out an icy insult. The guy sends his energy to the dead man. Spear says he will let the dead man roam the world freely if he obeys him. The dead man's body is covered in energy. He clenches his fist furiously. The headless knight stands up. It emits tiered energy. The man shouts that the guy subdued him, brought him to his knees and surpassed him with force. The main character makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that incredible demonic energy emanates from the rebel. Spear replies that the dead man was created from a body stronger than 12 superhumans. A headless man runs towards the main character. Spear explains that, unlike the Death Knight, he does not have the will of the dead guy, so he will not have hatred for the main character. The dead man's aura creates a weapon in his hand. He makes a blow to the young man's spear. The warrior shouts that the one who submitted, brought to his knees and surpassed must prove his strength. As he parries the blow, the young man smiles widely. He replies that if proving his strength is the only condition, then it will be quite easy for him. The young man makes a blow to the body of the dead man. There is a small scratch left on it. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that they will have to fight seriously and use either auras or sacred power. The guy glances at the spear. It says that its owner is stupid, since an origin crystal or sacred power cannot be used against a demon, since it will not recognize it unless it shows strong demonic energy. The dead man swings an axe. He says that if the boy cannot defeat him, then death awaits him. The main character reflects the blow. He clenches his teeth from tension. The spear says that 300 years ago the devil failed in taming a demon. The guy hits the demon with a spear. It tells him that the guy should use more demonic energy. The young man opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the spear should be silent, since it is difficult for him to pull out only dark energy without admixtures of sacred power and mana. Dark energy emanates from his chest. The young man has horns. His eyes turn red. An explosion occurs. An image in armor appears before the demon. The evil spirit hits itself in the chest. She kneels down. The demon says that he will serve his master. The guy with the horns smiles sarcastically. He reaches out, drawing in the demon's energy. The warrior kneels before him. The guy squeezes his hand. He looks at himself in surprise. The spear says that the power of domination originally belonged to the devil. The sign of a spear piercing the crescent. It explains that the mark on his chest means the underworld and the angel, a sacred creature with many wings. Spear goes on to say that the angel was a supreme archangel with 6 pairs of wings and then became fallen and left heaven. And then the devil took him to the underworld, but he stole the power of domination and escaped. The man holds his hands over the energy. Spear explains that the fallen angel was branded a traitor in both heaven and hell. The young man looks at the image. Spear says that the fallen angel was too strong to deal with because he alone could deal with 2 devils at once. For this reason, his symbol and pattern of dominance appeared on the guy. The spear is imbued with dark energy. It has 5 red teeth. The second awakening of the spear suggests that the fallen angel was called Lucifer, who stole the light. The army is led by a lady. The girl frowns furiously. The army approaches the destroyed building, gorged with a ruined fortress. A squad of archers on a tower. They are given the order to lock the gate. The baron opens his mouth wide. He swears at what is happening. The man imagines the image of a mercenary. He realizes that their assumptions were correct and the Marquis was defeated. The man turns to his former vassal. He says that the Black Knight of the River has blocked all escape routes, which is why they are locked. The traitor makes an angry expression on his face. He replies that since the man knows everything, it is better for him to remain silent and think about how to stay alive. The knight holds his hand to his eyebrows. He says the traitors are not going to come out. The advisor throws up his hands. He replies that the defenders of the fortress have an advantage in battle, and as soon as the attack weapons are ready, they will begin, but for now they will just watch. The knight takes a fighting stance. He replies that he will not be able to follow the owner, but will make another practical use of the aura in his own way. The man runs forward. He shouts that he is putting aura on top of the aura. The traitor stands against the backdrop of flying arrows. He gives the order to shoot. The knight runs with a malicious smile. He thinks that he can, by superimposing aura on aura, cover his entire body with it. A magical barrier is created. The arrows bounce off him. The traitors make surprised expressions on their faces. They don't understand how the man was able to turn his aura into a protective sphere. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts that traitors should not hide behind the fortress walls, but go beyond them. An explosion occurs. Warriors watch the destruction of the gate. The traitors lower their eyes in doom. Ruined castle building. The men are tied to posts. The girl approaches them. She says that the count and baron have something to say in the end. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He replies that the girl has no privileges since he is a baron of a great empire, and therefore she does not have the authority to arrest him, and she must also remove the handcuffs that suppress his mana, observing etiquette. The lady makes an angry expression on her face. She looks away. The girl looks at the traitor. He smiles widely. The man stands with his head down. He replies that a traitor like him cannot tell her anything, but only regret that he could not carry out everything he planned. The lady turns away from her former vassal. She raises her hand. Archers aim their arrows at the traitors. The baron opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the girl is going against the will of the emperor since the war was approved by him, and therefore the losers must be dealt with according to the laws of the empire, and lynching and the death penalty are their violations, so she must let go. The former vassal closes his eyes. He thinks about how he wants his lady to be healthy. The girl lowers her hand. Arrows fly towards traitors. They infect their bodies. The lady makes a calm expression on her face. The immediate execution of the traitors who raised her instead of her parents was the girl's first step towards her future nickname of the Steel Empress, and this ended the war between the Marquis and the Duchy. However, in order to counter the retaliatory actions of the Marquis, who would not give up so easily, the protagonist's companions decided to stay in the lady's duchy for a while. The knight is crying. His squad looks at the main character. They, along with the Lion King, return to their hometown to prevent possible threats. The king smiles widely. The main character smiles back. In exchange for the service of the king, who acted as a notary in the duel, the young man agreed to replace him as head of the Union of Free Knights. The new head of the mercenaries recognized the relationship between the Marquis and the guild. Text written on paper, the guild acknowledges that the mercenaries have received an assignment from the Marquis and recalls all mercenaries from the Empire. In addition, they promise to take only half of the fee for all assignments that their guild receives. The mercenary king personally wrote and sent apologies to all countries and major organizations to regain the trust lost as a result of the battles, and he also reduced the cost of all assignments by half, showing an exceptional example of working not for the sake of getting rich. The mercenary king looks away. 2 years later, in order to change the attitude towards mercenaries, he decided to change the cost of their services. The man turns around. His servants smile widely. They say that they have received many proposals and would like to carry them out together with the master. The man smiles widely. Thanks to his knowledge of his business and promptly taken measures, the man strengthened his authority, and at the same time his popularity among the guild's mercenaries increased. But the end of the war did not mean a quiet life. Peasants work in the field. A small village in the Trifier region. A dragon flies over the heads of the peasants. He opens his mouth, exposing his teeth. With his roar he splits the mountain. There's a huge explosion going on there. Fortress building. The knight grabs the owner's leg. He shouts that the guy will not be able to get rid of all his subordinates and evaporate. The main character holds the knight by the head. The subordinate shouts that he shouldn't go after the dragon alone. The young man makes an angry expression on his face. He replies that he has nothing to do with the dragon, and he has personal business there, and they, in turn, must look after the lady. The girl and the advisor close the door with their hands. They say that their master is not a lady, but a baron, so he should not forget about the Marquis, and therefore he should put everything off until later. The knight approaches the owner. He asks in a whisper how the guy knows the beauty. The young man remembers their meeting in a restaurant. He thinks that it is not surprising that the knight does not remember her, but there is no reason to talk about her. The young man turns to the knight. He replies that he promised the girl protection because she is next to them and he will have to take care of her. The advisor opens his mouth slightly. He thinks that he does not understand what kind of relationship the girl has with her owner if he promised her protection. The main character goes forward. He replies that he doesn't care whether he meets the dragon or not since he can't put it off any longer. The young man stops. The knight shouts to him that the dragon can send the imperial castle flying with one movement of its paw, and decides there is an evacuation order there and you can't get there without permission from the palace. The girl holds a book in front of her. She says that dragons don't just show up, which is why they are called the guardians of the middle world, since their emergence to the surface destroys the balance. Therefore, it appeared during the war, when people entered the territory of magical creatures. The girl created an ice dragon with magic. She says that he will calm down soon, so we need to wait with actions. The owner clenches his hands into fists. He says he doesn't care about the dragon, but he's not sure if this is a warning. The king frowns. He replies that the dragon is not a warning, but the threshold of a hurricane. The dragon opens its mouth wide. The young man thinks that the first act of the era of chaos may soon begin. The capital of the empire, the building of the palace of shining flowers, sick girl with white hair. She is a pureblood princess of the empire. The maids weep in front of her. They say that their efforts are not enough to cope with the lady's incurable disease, so she will not last long. The girl lies with her eyes closed. She says the name of the duke's son. In a dream, the lady sees him among her subordinates. The baron says that the medicine that will cure her is almost ready, and this will be his gratitude for their relationship in a past life. The man knocks on the door. The prince opens the doors. The second prince of the empire asks if his sister is okay. A man comes in with security. He asks helpfully how his sister is feeling. The girl lowers her eyes doomedly. She replies that no medicine works, and she is getting worse every day. The girl gets up. She understands that her brother has come. The guy clenches his teeth. He says his father used her all his life. Girl with closed eyes. She tells him that she is glad to help the country in some way. The prince stoops to her level. He says that she can no longer pretend, since everyone knows that she did not want to own the eye of consciousness, cursing herself. The prince picks up the girl in his arms. He says that if he were her, he would have run away long ago, but there is little time left. The emperor's son makes a horrified expression. He says that while there is time left, he is going to use her eye of consciousness. The princess tries to escape from the prince's hands. She begs her brother to let her go. The maids close the doors. They demand that he release the princess. The soldiers draw their swords to protect the prince. They ask the women to leave. The maids lower their eyes in resignation. One of the dense forests, a child picks the ground with a stick. He becomes wary of the sounds. The main character comes out of the forest. He smiles slightly. The young man introduces himself and says that he will save the child. The boy frowns furiously. He replies that he doesn't know how the man got there, but he was mistaken. The young man extends his hand. He explains that in a past life he gave a name to a boy and he liked it. The child replies that the man is talking nonsense and therefore must leave immediately. The king breaks the anti-magic field. The child covers his face with his hands in surprise. There are ogres behind the barrier. Monsters protect the boy. The main character smiles slightly. He says that he knows that the boy is the fifth and last of the high elves, so he wants to talk to him. The elf clenches his teeth furiously. He says that the main character is an immeasurably arrogant and greedy person as he attacks him knowing who he is. A child sends ogres into battle. He shouts to the guy that they will not talk, and therefore he may not dream of getting out of there alive. The young man absorbs his body with energy. He says that his methods may seem crude, but he is doing it to free the child from the black dragon. The elf opens his mouth in surprise. The king uses the power of the dragon. The ogres open their mouths in horror. The child clenches his teeth in surprise. He shouts that the young man is using the dragon's fear. The ogres run away. The young man approaches the elf. He says he just wants to talk to him. The boy remembers the image of a dragon. He says he doesn't understand how a person can use his fear. The king leans towards the boy. He says creating illusions is easy. The elf replies that he is not stupid and understands that the guy used the real fear of the dragon. The gentleman holds his hands at his sides. He says that if the elf is interested, then he can make a deal with him and then he will tell. The king smiles slightly. He says that the boy should not be stubborn since there is someone who knows about the fate of the elf's only friend. The child remembers the image of their only friend. He thinks that his old friend, who sacrificed his life for the elves, may be alive. The child looks up at the main character. He says he's wondering what he needs. The young man imagines the image of a three-eyed princess. He says that the elf will quickly complete the task because he knows that the life of children born with the eye of God is short, and since he is called the genius of alchemy, he will easily create a cure for this curse. The elf holds his chin with his hand. He thinks that the medicine will require the Sanders flower. The boy agrees to help the main character if he tells how he was able to use the fear of the dragon. The young man extends his hand to the elf. He asks to swear on mana since trust is important in such a matter. The boy looks at him in surprise. He says he will prepare the medicine, but he will get the ingredients himself. The child makes a malicious smile. He thinks that it's not easy to create a cure for the curse and his whole life won't even be enough to find the ingredients. The partners shake hands. The boy clenches his teeth angrily. He says that he is going to name the ingredients and warns that the search will take a lot of time. The young man reaches into his bag. He says that he has already brought all the ingredients except the flour. The child opens his eyes wide in surprise. He doesn't understand how the young man was able to get everything. The elf spreads his hands. He says that it was easy to get the rest of the ingredients, but the important component cannot be obtained by human effort. The guy reaches for the earring. He takes it off. The young man hands the earring to the elf. He says that the dragon's heart shard was in his ear, and he also gives the answer to the elf's question. The elf says that he realized that the guy has an unusual earring made of obsidian stone, and the one that will create real fear of the dragon is the fiery heart of the dragon. The elf says that there is a curse in it, and if the earring is made from the heart of a dragon, and it is used by a creature lower than the dragon class, it will go crazy if it cannot cope with the demonic energy, because on this continent no one can cope with such power only if he is not a demon king. The child opens his eyes wide in horror. He says that one obsidian earring is not enough to break the barrier, which means that the young man is not human. The guy makes a malicious smile. He replies that he is surprised that the elf still considers him human. The young man shows red eyes. He says he is God. The boy covers himself with his hands in horror. He falls to the ground, losing consciousness. The prince smiles maliciously. He says that it's funny to deceive the assassin queen and the elf, since he did well anyway, because now he can take the boy with him. The elf lies on the ground unconscious. This is how the main character got his first obedient pet. The building of the great palace of the empire. The emperor sits on the throne. The subordinate says that in the name of the Continental War and by order of the emperor, the Black Spirit acts in the vanguard. The man smiles widely. He says that everything is as it should be, and the duke can only follow his order. The subordinate is on his knees. He, turning to the emperor, says that the man destroyed the duchy, which was the source of money for their house and the allied county. The subordinate frowns. He says that he finds it suspicious that the duke did not resist in any way and still continues to follow their orders. The emperor looks at his subordinate. He replies that the duke will never betray him since his son has done great things. The man represents the death of the traitor. He explains that the duke's son brought knights to his land and also killed his people, such as the count, whom he treasured. The Emperor smiles ominously. He continues to say that the Duke understands perfectly well that his son's life is in danger, so he made a deal with him in exchange for him turning a blind eye to what happened. The courtier makes a surprised expression on his face. The man stands up abruptly from the throne. He shouts that the courtier understood everything correctly, and therefore the heart of the continent and one of the 12 supermen, the son of the Duke, are now in his hands. The man makes a horrifying expression on his face. He demands that the courtier convene all the aristocrats in the capital for a general council and call the Duke and his son. An ivory tower building dedicated to the needs of the imperial court magicians. Men are sitting at the table. The prince says that he brought his sister to his palace, and his father did not even pay attention to it. The guy frowns in surprise. He says he doesn't understand why the man suddenly decided to help him. The prince looks at his assistant. The man replies that it is because of the situation in which the empire finds itself, because his father wants to unite the continents militarily and does not pay attention to everything else. The court magician smiles widely. He continues to say that if the Duke invades the empire, the war will end very quickly, and then, after it, the throne will pass to the second prince and he can lead the country to stability. The young man smiles sarcastically. He replies that everyone is talking about the fact that he is a tyrant, like his father, so it would be more correct to transfer the throne to the first brother. The guy gets up from the table. He says that he doesn't want to listen and there's no point in probing him. The man hits the table with his hands. He asks the second prince to wait. The guy glances at him. The man says that he wants to become the Lord of the Magic Tower. The young man makes an angry expression on his face. He says that a man should not betray them and go to the magicians. The court magician approaches the prince. He replies that he is going to keep his place at the imperial palace because he strives to become the best magician of the empire and the idol of all wizards, as well as the lord of their tower. The prince smiles fiercely. He replies that the man says ungrateful things and therefore should be glad that his head was not cut off on the spot. The prince spreads his hands with a smile. He explains that the magician's goal is laudable, which suggests that he is ready to go through fire and water for the sake of power. The emperor's second son makes a malicious smile. He asks the magician to explain how he can get on the throne. The man spreads his hands. He says that he has an unknown recipe for a medicine that can even give a terminally ill person 1 day of normal life, but it burns up all the time remaining for a person, and the disease temporarily recedes, so it can heal the princess for 1 day and restore her sight. The magician imagines a girl lying on the ground. He explains that after the effect of the drug, the person who drinks it will die. The prince holds his hand to his chin. He says that his sister will like it since she won't have long left, and at least for a day she will be able to see and fully use her ability. The guy smiles sarcastically. He says that his sister would be happy to use the elixir for him and die, so he is curious about what his sister's power can be used for. The magician smiles maliciously. He tells the plan to the prince. The guy opens the door. He goes outside the room. The prince says that he will leave the plan to the magician. The man, bowing, says that he hopes for fruitful cooperation with him. The man looks at the slammed door. He exhales calmly. The magician uses magic with his hand. He says everything went well. The fourth prince sits behind a magical curtain. He explains that his brother thinks better than others and therefore is not easy to deceive. The man approaches the prince. He replies that one who is good at intrigue and slander may ascend to the throne by deceit, but he will never be the one who unites people. A man with a bloody sword. The first king of a country similar to the country of heroes was a man who ascended to the throne through tricks and slander, but ultimately lost it due to the same intrigues. The king smiles widely. He was the second king, completely different from the first, as he stood out for his merciful character and was able to rally people around him. The wizard pushes his chair back. He says that they have nothing to earn the trust of the second prince, but he has no other options. An old man and a young prince. The wizard explains that the first prince is supported by duchies of equal strength, and the second cannot win the battle for power. The man represents the dark magician. He thinks that everything is so, but if the rich and the hillbilly, who sold his soul to the devil, enters the game, then the situation will change significantly. A man makes a magic ball. He says that they should help the second prince within reason, and then he will have no one left to rely on except them. The wizard makes a hologram of the second prince. He says that under their leadership his influence will grow, and then the first prince will feel threatened. The man clutches the hologram in his hand. He continues to say that after that they will destroy the second prince and gain the full trust of the first. The fourth son of the emperor smiles slightly. He replies that he supports the magician's plan, but would like it to be done without significant variables. The main character's team is under his leadership. The prince explains that there is a son of a duke who is respected by the knights who treated their previous king like nothing. The young man puts his hand on the book. He says that the duke's son has a secret in addition to his abilities that are inappropriate for his young age, and before he binds them hand and foot, the guy needs to be eliminated. The prince smiles slightly. He explains that it is worth turning the duke's son into a person dangerous to their empire. The guy gets up from the table. He says that the young man will not be able to use his influence within the country. The magician replies that everything will work out if the guy appears in the palace at the right time. The young man leaves the room. Finally, he says that he trusts the magician more than anyone else, and therefore hopes that he will do everything right. The man smiles. The prince stops. The magician says that he would like to know whether the young man is closer to a merciful ruler or a cunning one. The guy smiles widely. He replies that he has never thought about this question, but if he chooses a role model, he will name the god who calls for the end of the last battle. Purple flower. The elf says that the Sanders flower is called the flower of oblivion. Buds on a rock. The elf explains that it will not be easy to get it. The elf spreads his hands. He says that it is better to return since it is dangerous for them to be in those places, having an obsidian earring with them. The king puts his finger to his mouth. He says that the elf should shut up, as he may incur heavenly punishment. The elf is shaking in horror. He says he doesn't believe the guy. The young man smiles sarcastically. He replies that the elf is suspiciously obedient. He says that he is helping the young man only because he wants to see his old friend. The elf makes a surprised expression on his face. The guy says that he knows that if you gain something new, you lose something else. The young man looks away. He thinks that after using the flower, the girl will gain sight and life, but will lose her memories, and this may be for the better since the painful past will leave her head. The ground shakes under the hero's feet. The elf sobs in horror. He shouts that they are corpses. The dragon flies towards the elf. He runs away in tears. The dragon opens its mouth wide. He says that a simple man does not dare to enter his territory, and then he will pay. The guy imbues his hand with energy. He hits the dragon with his spear. The dragon attacks the main character. The guy jumps on him. He hits the monster in the head. The guy turns around in horror. The dragon puts it on his hand. He swings and throws the guy into the wall. The duke's son opens his eyes. He says the beast is stronger than he thought. The dragon rises above the ground. He furrows his brow furiously. The monster does not understand who the young man is. The main character smiles maliciously. He thinks that if he pretends to be a god, the monster will only become more enraged, considering this a disgrace to the divine idea. The dragon turns on the elf. He frowns. He says that the guy is very suspicious because he calls himself a god and has an obsidian earring in his right ear. The young man stands with his hands clenched into fists. The dragon says that the guy attacked using demonic energy, but at the same time he heals himself with sacred power, and therefore it is simply impossible to control two flows at the same time. The young man frowns. He thinks that even after the elf's words, the dragon did not attack, and he is not as impatient as the guy thought, so he can come to an agreement with him. The dragon creates an energy ball. He shouts that he will bring down heavenly punishment on the intruder into his lands. The dragon hits the guy. The young man defends himself with a spear. He shouts that he was in vain hoping for negotiations. The main character with horns on his head. Spear invites the huge lizard to show him his newfound strength. The young man says that he was going to do this because he is ideal for the experience. Because if he can destroy with one blow the black dragon, whose demonic energy is woven into mana, then no one on earth will be able to fight him. The guy's eyes turn red. He shouts that in his previous life he could not reach the 6th level of spear proficiency. A fiery attack hits the dragon. The guy becomes a floating ghost. He looks around. The young man says that he does not understand where he is, since a second ago he fought with a dragon. Gargoyles fly behind him. The animals bare their teeth. They scream that they want to tear the person to pieces. The guy covers his face with his hand. He doesn't understand how he ended up in the demon world. Monsters fly through it. Angel with 6 wings. He defends himself with a spear from gargoyles. The young man was moved to another place. He turns around and sees angels. One of them tells the second that he does not blame him, but in payment for the betrayed trust he will take his wings. Angel with white hair. The young man opens his mouth. He shouts that he sees the spear's past memories. A warrior cuts off the wings of a fellow warrior. He asks not to blame him for what happened. The duke's son against the backdrop of the red moon. He turns his head. The landscape is changing. The guy frowns furiously. The elf hides from the blow. He says that the arrogant guy disappeared without a trace into the dragon's breath, so he is not a god. The elf opens his eyes wide. A young man in black armor with wings. He thinks that he does not know what the visions mean, but they are useless. The king runs towards the dragon. He is confident that if the past is revealed depending on the level, then upon reaching the 8th, which is called the power of God, he will learn the whole truth. The dragon emits energy from its mouth. He shouts that he does not care whether he is good or evil. He is too dangerous for the middle world, which is under his protection, so he will destroy it. The dragon releases a wave at the young man. The guy makes a protective barrier with a spear. The dragon's power rests on him. The young man hides under a protective dome. He flies towards the dragon. The beast says the guy ruined his breath. The young man breaks through the dragon's wing. The elf opens his mouth wide in horror. He shouts that the guy managed to pierce the body of the black dragon, and it's not even every day that he's capable of this. The beast falls to the ground. He breaks through the ground beneath him. The dragon opens his eye. He asks who the guy is. The main character smiles widely. He replies that it doesn't matter, and he says that he knows why the dragon is angry. The guy imagines a destroyed castle. He says it's all because of the fight. The beast rises. He replies that the guy knows everything. The monster imagines dark evil spirits. He says that creating ghouls using demonic power is unforgivable, so the country's emperor will personally answer to him. The young man smiles sarcastically. He stands opposite the dragon. The guy thinks that everything has become clear to him, because even in a past life he wanted to find out when the imperial family managed to make a deal with the dragon and how they managed to come to an agreement with the guardian of the middle world. The court magician smiles. The duke's son says that only a court magician could pull off such a deal. The main character smiles widely. He thinks that he is going to steal the deal. The warrior raises his sword. He makes a swing. The soldier says he made 273,260 swings. The warrior lowers and raises his sword. The soldier is wary. The advisor says that the warrior has been training for the 4th night. The genius smiles slightly. He says he should rest. The warrior holds a sword. He replies that he is going to become useful to the owner and surpass the level. The advisor shows the letter. He says that a message from the Imperial Majesty addressed to their master was delivered to them at the palace. The military man asks in surprise how the advisor knows what is in the letter if the envelope is not opened. The genius lowers his eyes. He replies that it says that no one other than the recipient should open the letter, but this is understandable since their master intervened in the war between two houses and brought knights from another country. The warrior frowns. He replies that they should open the letter and find out for sure. The advisor looks at the soldier. They say in unison that they are going to break the seal and see what is in the letter. The advisor smiles slightly. He replies that they understand each other very well. The young man picks at the envelope with his finger. He says he wants to open it. The soldier holds his hand. He takes the letter. The warrior says that since this can only be revealed to the owner, it means that the threat of death hangs over the family of the offender, so he will do it himself. The advisor steps aside in surprise. The soldier says that knights have a duty to protect little girls. He smiles widely. The soldier says that the advisor should not pretend to be a man, because everyone knows that he is actually a girl, so the soldier is going to take responsibility. The girl looks down doomedly. She says she didn't know that everyone was guessing. The warrior opens the letter. He replies that they should focus on a more important topic. Text of the letter: His Imperial Majesty orders his subject Baron, commander of the 11th and 12th Divisions, to report to the capital with the knights and his father before the 25th of February, 457, and disobedience will be severely punished. The warrior clenches his teeth furiously. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She asks what is written in the letter. The soldier replies that their master has been ordered to arrive in the capital within 5 days. The warrior represents the route of the owner's movement. He says that there are no portals in the cities, so the owner will only be able to get into the palace in 2 weeks. The girl smiles widely. She says that the soldier should not worry as their master has already finished his business and is already heading to the capital. The advisor smiles sarcastically. She says that at dawn they will hasten to the capital to carry out their master's orders. The warrior lowers his eyes. He replies that they cannot leave the fortress as they must protect the family at home. The advisor steps aside. She replies that she called professionals who can be trusted, so he should calmly prepare for departure. Mercenary flag. Warriors ride horses. One of them turns to the main thing. He asks if it was right for them to take on the assignment. The mercenary king smiles widely. He replies that they need to correct the mistakes they have made. Rock with a flower. The elf holds out the elixir. He says he has prepared medicine. The young man reaches for the bottle. He replies that the elf did a good job. The slave looks away. He says that since the young man has received the necessary medicine, he does not have to take it with him since he just wants freedom. The dragon looks at the guy. He says that he is ready to make a deal for the information received. The duke's son smiles widely. He says he wants to take the elf and the flower. The main character smiles maliciously. He says that he is a knight, but he never has a slave under him because he feels inferior, and for this reason the elf will serve him for 10 years. The elf, sobbing, clenches his hands into fists. He replies that he is a descendant of high elves and therefore does not want to be a slave. The main character frowns furiously. He replies that the elf obediently served the black dragon and told everyone to kill the guy, so he will serve for 15 years. The elf spreads his hands. He replies that he didn't say anything bad and also wants an agreement, since he knows where to find another source crystal. The elf, sobbing, clenches his hands into fists. He says that he has recently been freed and therefore he does not want to become a slave again and would like to reduce this time to at least 5 years. The king smiles maliciously. He replies that he is ready to make a deal but would like to hear which crystal the child is talking about. The elf smiles widely. He says that the crystal contains the power to control the wind. The dragon looks at the couple. He says that he has recovered and therefore it is worth going. The young man smiles widely. He replies that they should not hesitate and therefore he asks to fulfill his conditions. The building of the great palace of the empire. The courtier hits himself in the chest. He says that the aristocrats of the central region have arrived, except for the duke. The emperor turns away from the window. He says he's surprised he's not there. The emperor frowns furiously. He says that if the father and son do not arrive on time, then he is going to kill their people one by one. A couple of knights and 2 girls. The emperor says that he will pay special attention to the houses allied with the baron. He imagines a throne with a hammer. The man says that he will kill everyone except the knights who will become his. The emperor against the background of red eyes. The man turns to the window. A dragon flies near the tower. The knight opens his mouth wide in horror. The master, the commander of the Imperial Order of Knighthood, shouts for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions to guard the main palace where the emperor is located. A man stands opposite the army. He says that the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions must go forward. The master moves his hand to the side. He orders that the 4th, 5th, and 6th divisions should go inside the castle, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th should guard the gates. The soldiers are running behind. They apologize for being late and say they have received orders to arrive. The 2 men look at the commander. One of them says that they have to do everything with an eye on others since their commander is not there. The master looks at them with skepticism. He replies that the 11th and 12th divisions will have to remain in reserve since their commander is not there. The men open their mouths in surprise. The soldiers bump their shoulders. The bully says that the 12th squad cannot do anything without a commander, so they must sit in reserve. The main character jumps off the dragon. The master shouts that the magicians should activate protection, and the knights should act according to the situation. The man takes out a weapon. They shout that the dragon is a natural disaster and must be stopped at all costs. A man points his finger to the sky. He says that the person jumping seems familiar to them. The king flies with the elf to the ground. The soldiers shout that their commander is in the sky. The young man smiles widely. His squad doesn't understand where he came from. The elf covers his face in horror. The main character shows him down. He says that his former master made him fly, so he should jump. The elf replies that he is very afraid of heights. The main character turns to him. He says he needs to go down and consider it training. The young man smiles slightly. He goes on to say that training will help him conquer the fear inside as he will have to rise to heights one day. The elf opens his eyes in surprise. He does not understand how the young man knows this information. The main character replies that he doesn't know everything, but he is sure that if you ignore and avoid, you will never achieve the desired answer, so you should overcome your fear and jump. The elf looks at his owner with enthusiasm. The main character tells him that he should have courage and start the fight by taking the first step. The dragon pushes the couple off of itself. They fly towards the ground. The count takes a step. He says he is looking for a magician. The duke looks at the count. He replies that he should calm down since the main thing is the safety of the emperor. The man is sure that the emperor has a much better chance of survival than everyone else. The men are wary. The count says that the court magician disappeared as soon as the dragon appeared, and this is just a disgrace. The duke looks at the nobles. The magician hits himself in the chest. He says things are moving much faster, but in the way they expected. Small meeting room. The emperor is standing at the window. The magician says that all they have to do is set conditions that the black dragon cannot refuse. The man frowns and looks out the window. He asks if the court magician is sure of his words, because otherwise they will all end. The wizard smiles maliciously. He explains that the dragon awoke not only because humans invaded its territory, but because they experimented there with reviving the dead, creating ghouls. The dragon looks at the light. The magician realizes that he smelled demonic energy and therefore curiosity awoke in him. Saliva flows from the dragon's mouth. The magician explains that the dragon just wanted to check where the energy came from because he wants to study a living demon since he has been waiting for this all his life. The dragon opens its mouth. The magician says that otherwise he will no longer have a chance and he is just a big lizard driven by his own lower desire and not by his destiny as the guardian of the middle world. The man takes out a demon horn from the portal. He explains that it won't be difficult to lure the dragon to his side because the horns of demons concentrate their energy, and with the help of the horns of a mid-level demon, the dragon's desire will be satisfied to some extent and he will ask exactly where they got the horn. The wizard is holding a horn. He says that they should have the right conversation and then they can send the black dragon to the right place. The emperor glances at the magician. He asks if he has a mid-level demon horn that will satisfy the lizard. The man replies that it is. He furrows his eyebrows in alarm. The magician thinks that he almost accidentally violated the terms of the contract with the demon. The man turns around furiously. He asks why his courtier suddenly fell silent. The emperor and the magician are wary. Screams are heard from the street that the dragon is flying away. The magician clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that his plan is falling apart. The man hits himself in the chest. He says that he asks the emperor to go and carry out his will. The emperor smiles widely. He allows the magician to go. The man leaves for the door. A courtier appears before the emperor. He mentally asks him to follow the magician. The emperor smiles maliciously. He mentally demands the courtier to remove the magician in his place if he is planning a conspiracy. Aristocrats look out the window. They are surprised that the dragon suddenly appeared and immediately disappeared. Two men are standing next to each other. The Marquis says that the dragon's breath can destroy an entire city in an instant, and as long as he lives, they will be in danger. The Baron replies that they should develop countermeasures before the beast appears again. The Marquis looks at the second Marquis. He says that it will be enough to sacrifice the person who brought everything to the point that he woke up, the culprit who sent the army into the territory of the Black Dragon. The Marquis frowns furiously. He replies that the man specifically speaks so that he can hear, and he himself urged him with his words to end the war as quickly as possible. The man reaches out his hand furiously. He shouts that they should find it suspicious that the dragon appeared on the day of the general meeting of aristocrats simultaneously with the Baron's arrival at the palace, and he is involved in all this, therefore it will be he who is responsible for the death of the empire. The elf raises his leg. He screams that people are just disgusting. The aristocrats turn on him. The elf shows his finger with a smile. He says that now all eyes are on them because he was very charismatic. The young man smiles widely. He says it was enough that he made his presence known. The aristocrats furrow their brows. The Marquis says that the Baron is rude and, after receiving the title of master, forgot about the chain of command. The Marquis opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that the young man does not fully understand the situation, since, having returned to the palace, he must begin his duties as a court knight and not forget about them. The elf smiles maliciously. He says in a whisper that he can shut the mouths of insolent people since he knows the appropriate witchcraft. The emperor enters the hall with his army. The men politely hit their chests. They greet their imperial majesty. The main character looks at the elf. He says he should repeat his greetings. The emperor looks at the child. He furrows his eyebrows in surprise. The elf bites his lip furiously. He thinks that he has lived for several thousand years, but for the first time he smells the pungent smell of blood from a person, which speaks of his madness. The emperor looks at the young man. He says that the duke's son continues to amaze since he was able to quickly get to the palace, despite the fact that a couple of days ago he was in the very south of the empire. The guy frowns. He replies that he has arrived, having received his message, and is going to fulfill the important mission that he has entrusted to him. The young man clenches his hand into a fist. He says that the Marquis told him that he must fulfill the duties of a court knight and therefore will punish the criminal who caused the dragon to appear. The men look at the Marquis in surprise. The main character says that he is going to punish him since the man, under the pretext of a war for territory, entered the forbidden lands of the Black Dragon and aroused his anger. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says that if His Majesty allows, he will immediately arrest the state criminal with his own hands. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the boy is very arrogant and wants to completely figure it out right away so he can end the game on the spot. The emperor smiles widely. It represents the image of the duke. The man thinks that thanks to the young man his father is acting according to his plan, and that is enough for him. The emperor moves forward. He says the guy should do as he wants. The Marquis and the Baron open their mouths furiously. They think that the emperor deliberately abandoned them, so the situation has changed. The man comes forward. He shouts that the division commander is lying, and he led the troops in order to carry out the order of the emperor and crush the county. The emperor frowns furiously. He says he didn't give any order. The man turns to the duke. He asks his opinion and whether he considers him to blame for everything. The Marquis clenches his teeth in horror. He tries to convince the duke of his innocence. The man lowers his devastated gaze. He replies that he is following the emperor's orders. The man goes to the throne. He says the courtier gave him a boring answer. The Marquis clenches his teeth in rage. The young man, smiling, grabs him by the shoulder. He says that he wants to accompany the Marquis to the place of his imprisonment. The aristocrats look away tensely. The courtier says that the Baron is entering the hall, escorting the traitor Marquis to prison. The duke looks at his son. The young man and the elf walk forward. The guy hits himself in the chest. He says that he has returned having successfully carried out the emperor's orders. The man on the throne looks at the guy. He smiles widely. The emperor says that he is surprised every time he sees him, since the guy is his only joy on the continent, because even though he brought an alien order to their land, and it would be right to punish him, he will not do this because the emperor it's a pity to lose a worthy young man. The man smiles ominously. He says that he will not ask the young man for the knights, but in return he wants him to become his sword. The young man opens his eyes in surprise. A man asks a guy to become a husband for his daughter. The courtier looks at the emperor. He says his daughter is very unwell. The man makes a malicious smile. He says that this has made her even more valuable since she will not have to become attached to the dying person and the position of the spouse will remain unchanged. The man looks at the young man. He says that he will have the opportunity to claim the imperial throne and he will get a chance that even his father did not get. The emperor extends his hand with a smile. He explains that the guy has a great chance to become the ruler of the most powerful empire, despite the fact that he was originally a humiliated child, and for this he just needs to swear to become his sword. The main character frowns furiously. He thinks that he is not going to use the girl and become an emperor in this way. The young man holds his hand to his chest. He says that he cannot carry out the imperial order. The man smiles sarcastically. He says that if the guy rejects his proposal, he will receive punishment for a serious crime, which can be equated to treason. The emperor points his finger at the young man. He says that he will give him another chance and no longer offers, but orders. The man clenches his teeth furiously. The young man looks at him calmly. He says that since he will be a thing, he will have to have his own price depending on the use. The emperor smiles widely. He replies that if the young man wants to bargain, then all the lands of the country belong to him. The guy replies that he is not a finished product, since he will soon be able to become an outstanding and one-of-a-kind sword that everyone will want to possess. So he asks to wait for the emperor until the time when he will be allowed to choose the owner whom he will serve, and that is until his 18th birthday. The man frowns in surprise. He replies that the boy is right and is still too young, so it would be more correct to get him, following traditions. The emperor smiles widely. He says that he knows the young man's desire and therefore he can ask him for what he wants, since he is going to get some points in the competition for the title of his master. The young man smiles slightly. He replies that he wants the 11th and 12th divisions under his command to separate into his own order of knighthood. The aristocrats open their eyes in surprise. The marquis throws up his hands furiously. He says that he cannot fulfill the baron's wish, since another order besides the imperial knights cannot appear in the palace, so he may have some ulterior motives. The emperor raises his hand. He turns his head towards the young man. The man says that he should have realized from the reaction of the aristocrats that his request was very absurd. The young man introduces his mother. He explains that he received a lot of contempt as a child due to the fact that he was an illegitimate child, and therefore he well understands the feelings of the knights of the 11th and 12th divisions. The division heads look at each other. The duke's son explains that his new order, more than others, dreams of becoming the strongest warriors of the empire, and therefore he would like to achieve this with them, becoming the best order of knighthood not only of the empire, but of the entire continent. The emperor approaches the young man. He replies that he likes the sense of community that the boy talks about, so he has no reason to refuse to create the best order of knighthood on the continent. The man smiles widely. He says that he allows the guy to create an order and listens to other requests. The young man hits himself in the chest. He says he doesn't need anything else. The emperor walks through the hall. He says that due to the fact that the duke's son resolved the issue with the knights, he will be given the title of Count of the Empire. The aristocrats open their mouths in surprise. The emperor says that the criminal's fief will be confiscated and transferred to the possession of the count. The man walks forward with a smile. He informs that the council of aristocrats of the central region is closed and the count should think about his middle name. The young man looks at his father with a smile. He tells him that the guy got to the essence of power in one move. The aristocrats look at the young man with displeasure. The marquis says that their empire is in decline, since a new knightly order will appear in the palace and a brat will take over the management. The baron frowns furiously. He answers the marquis that the more the boy interferes, the more hostile the aristocrats will be towards him, and one county will not influence the palace. The elf approaches the aristocrats. He smiles widely and spreads his arms. The child says that they did not hear well what the emperor said, since he is going to take the count himself, which means that the emperor is openly giving them a chance. The elf smiles widely. He says that those who join the youth first will receive privileges, and the later they join, the more likely they will receive the least. The elf gives a thumbs up. He says that everyone who wants to be on the count's side will have to come forward. The aristocrats look at each other in surprise. They run forward, pushing each other. The marquis frowns in rage. He thinks that if families of aristocrats are added to the knightly order, which can act separately, then the influence of the young man will be greater than that of the emperor. The man holds the door with his hand. He says everything went wrong and the dragon didn't take the bait. The magician looks at the stranger. He replies that he shouldn't worry because he would have to face him one day anyway. A man holds a sword next to a demon. He explains that the whole problem is the duke's son, and he does not know how he managed to lure the dragon, and he can no longer be allowed to interfere with their plans, so he should be entrusted to another person who has entered into an agreement. The magician replies that their time is not right since the emperor is watching the young man, so they should wait until the influence of the second prince increases. The men look at each other. The magician continues, saying that it is better to deal with the emperor from the Tower of Magicians. The emperor's courtier smiles widely. He says that, as agreed, they spread the information, and therefore it will soon reach the emperor. The stranger squeezes his hand. He replies that he is first going to deal with the emperor and his greed, which will remain after his death. The stranger imbues his hand with energy. He says he wants to get the emperor, the Death Knight. He turns and leans against the wall. The man makes a split in her. The magician opens his mouth wide. He shouts that there was a subspace shadow on the wall. A stranger holds a man by the neck. He asks how the magician recognized him. The stranger threatens him with a knife. The magician says that it was difficult even for a Superman to notice. The man bares his teeth in rage. The demon with horns smiles slightly. The demon, ranked 32nd in the highest ranking, replies that the human mind cannot understand him. The warriors are sitting at the table, 11th and 12th divisions of court knights. The men smile widely. One of them says that he could not even imagine such an outcome of the meeting of aristocrats of the central region. The warrior looks at the young man with a smile. He asks which guy is going to start an order. The young man smiles slightly. He replies that he cannot reveal all the details, but they will have to surpass even the legendary knights. The men open their mouths in surprise. They represent a commander on a dragon. The Duke's son says that their squad will take the name of the continent's strongest predator, the dragon. The soldiers smile widely. They shout that they will fly on dragons, and even after 1,000 years it will remain in history. The elf smiles widely. He thinks that dreaming is not harmful, and not everyone can ride a dragon. The soldier opens the door. He says they have a visitor on urgent business. The commander of the Order of the Duchy smiles widely. He apologizes for the sudden visit. A man is holding a cup. The young man looks at him. She asks why the man went through a long and difficult journey. The warrior smiles slightly. He replies that his father is calling him. The man makes a wide smile. He continues, saying that in the entire history of the duchy, such a successful person has never been born on his land, so his master wants to personally congratulate his son at home, and his mother is also waiting for his arrival. The count looks at the soldier. He replies that he also misses his mother, but he still has work to do, and therefore, as soon as he finishes, he will come to the duchy. Smiling, the man holds the back of his head. He says that he wants to know what he is going to do since he has something to convey to the owner. The young man is sitting at the table. He replies that he wants to look into the Palace of Shining Flowers. The soldier spreads his hands. He says that he would like to see the sword technique of the Count, who has become a master. The main character makes a frightened expression on his face. The soldier says that the emperor wants to find a husband for the princess through a mortal battle, and any resident of the empire can take part in it. The warrior smiles widely. He says that the emperor is giving everyone a chance because the court magician will cure the princess's illness. The count breaks the table. The soldier opens his eyes in surprise. The young man gets up from the table. He says that since the magician succeeded in creating a medicine, it means the princess is next to him. The trio smiles widely. The advisor says that she does not understand why they came there with Miss. The knight replies that she wanted to go with them, but they need to hurry, and so he brought them there. The knight stands next to the advisor. The girl shouts that the knight is saying irresponsible things, as if he doesn't know how expensive it is to use the gate. The warrior replies that they must get to the right place as quickly as possible. The girl says that they should not forget about the budget. Miss approaches the old man. She says that she would like to use the gate with her friends. The man looks up. The knight, smiling, waves to the man. The group greets the old man. He realizes that in front of him is a young girl and a knight-errant with a magician. The old man, smiling widely, bares his teeth. He says they are not aristocrats and then he must check their identity. He thinks that it is worth shaking out everything that is from them. The knight frowns furiously. He says he feels bad. The advisor replies that this is natural, since the gates can be used by criminals who will not be caught later. Ness reaches into the sleeve. The knight says he is angry because he is not a criminal. The girl takes out a glowing object. She is holding a golden sign with a fist. Miss says that the mercenary mage is just as rare as the elementalist, so that should be enough. The girl thinks that she made the sign when she was on the run, and did not think that she would ever need it again. The man smiles sarcastically. The smile disappears from his face. The old man says that she has very poor abilities. Since being a young magician, she became a mercenary. The advisor makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She says that they are courtiers of the Duke's son, and this should be enough to confirm their identity, so the old man should stop talking. The man turns to the strangers. He replies that he is not chatting, but is conducting an official procedure. The man approaches the portal. He says that he has realized who they are, so they can finish with the performances. The old man clenches his teeth, smiling. He says he wants 1,000 gold pieces from each and they only need 3,000 gold pieces to move. The couple makes a surprised expression. They say that 3,000 is enough to travel around the entire continent, and therefore the old man is a deceiver. A man charges a cane with fiery energy. The old man says that the head of his house is known, but his subordinates have stooped to the point of walking around with a mercenary, so he will not let them through, and if they make a fuss, he will report to the capital. The girl hugs the knight, stopping him. He shouts that he is going to fight with the old man. The advisor asks him to come back and not get involved with the older man. The man uses a fireball. He shouts that he will turn the guy into a pile of ash. The advisor makes a surprised expression on her face. She thinks that the old man uses fourth-class magic and, moreover, controls a moving gate in the wilderness. Miss reaches for her sleeve. Bags fall out of the portal in it. The girl says that she got as much as the old man needed. The man smiles sarcastically. He thinks that they still have money. The old man concentrates his fire magic. He shouts that he has already changed the price since they took away his precious time, therefore they owe him 1,500 gold coins, and the price includes compensation for the insults inflicted on him. The knight reaches for his weapon. He shouts that he can't stand it anymore, and therefore he will teach the old man a lesson. His weapon is covered in frost. Miss creates coldness by spreading her arms. She uses spells to moisten the earth with cold breath. The girl makes a cold blow to a hot one. The old man's cane freezes. He shouts that an ordinary mercenary cannot have so much strength. His hot ball freezes. The old man doesn't understand how a girl can use 5th grade magic. Miss approaches the old man. She says that the man insults her profession, so she is also entitled to compensation. The girl holds her chin. She says that she will report the incident to the magic tower since she is the deputy head of the mercenary guild. The old man opens his eyes in surprise. The head of the magic tower and the imperial magician. The old man thinks that he shouldn't have touched the guys since the head of the tower is already doing everything to please the emperor. Even hired a traitor, so he doesn't care that other countries are protesting because the magic tower does not remain neutral. The old man clenches his teeth in horror. He is confident that because of him, the deputy head of the mercenary guild will turn to the tower, and the head will kick him out. The man hits the ground with his cane. He bows to the girl. The old man says that he was wrong, and therefore sincerely asks for forgiveness. Miss smiles widely. She says the old man should compensate them. The girl looks angrily against the background of the young man. She tells the old man that she will forgive him for 100 gold pieces each and free passage through the gate. A young man in armor. The second prince of the empire looks at him, smiling. The boys look at each other. The prince says that he is honored that the famous count visited him personally, and therefore he would like to know the reason for his coming. The main character is furious and frowns. He thinks that because of his actions, the future he knew is changing, so new variables gradually arise. The young man clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks that he will follow a path that will not change, and therefore in his new life he will control his destiny. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he wants to see the princess, so he asks permission to meet her alone. The knights open their mouths wide. They shout that the young man is very impudent and must keep up appearances in front of the second prince. The emperor's son smiles slightly. He asks his guards not to get involved in the conversation. The prince makes a malicious smile. He says that he is not obliged to let him meet his sister since he has no rights to do so. The main character replies that soon the princess's husband will be determined through a mortal battle. The main character smiles widely. He continues to say that he is going to be the winner in the fight. But if she gets worse in the process, then they won't be able to have the wedding and all the carnage will be pointless, so it is imperative to check on the bride's condition. The knights clench their teeth furiously. They say that the young man entered the palace without permission, for a stupid reason, showing unprecedented impudence. The prince represents the image of a commander. He says that the guy is trying to single-handedly cope with an entire division of imperial knights, including their commander. The young man smiles widely. He replies that he can quite do it. The prince says that he likes the guy's attitude, and then he would like to make a deal. The prince smiles maliciously. He offers, if he wins the battle, to give up the princess from his palace, but otherwise the young man will become the sword of the prince, not his father, and will take the oath of a knight. The main character throws up his hands. He says that he agrees with his terms, but would like to see the princess alone, even without the prince. The knights open their mouths in surprise. They shout that the division commander is abusing his rights, so he cannot stay with the princess. The young man imbues his eyes with energy. He yells that they shouldn't keep calling him division commander. The knights are hit by a dark aura. Unable to defend themselves, they fall to their knees. The big young man looks at the little knights. They think that he forced them to their knees with sheer energy because he went far beyond human capabilities and became a Superman. The young man casts an evil glance at the knights. He says that if they interfere in his conversation with the prince again, he will kill them. The men clench their teeth in horror. The prince smiles maliciously. He says that he asked them not to interfere and will allow the count to meet with the princess alone. The prince, leaving, looks at the young man. He says he is looking forward to the battle because he wants to see if he will slay all the knights or become his famous sword. Garden at the palace of the first prince. A man takes care of flowers. He says that the princess is still unwell, but their father suddenly decided to find her a husband. The man looks away from the knight. The empire's first prince says his father's actions are difficult to predict. The knight looks back. The commander of the imperial court knights replies that he was also stunned by this news. The prince makes a calm expression on his face. He says that according to rumors, the first participants in the battle will be the division commander, and this is very strange. The knight looks at the prince. He says that now the count is not the commander of the division and not his subordinate. The prince replies that this is for the best, because he would like the knight to take part and his uncle to become the winner. 4 brothers of princes. The knight thinks that since the duke's son arrived at the palace, the first prince has been especially tense, since, having united, the second and other princes could not compete with him. The main character with the princess. The prince knows that through his sister the count will have the right to claim the throne and will become the strongest competitor, so it is better to make him an ally. The knight spreads his hands. He invites the prince to lure the count to their side. The man makes a thoughtful expression on his face. He remembers the smiling red-haired miss. The prince imagines her dancing with the count. A man breaks a rose in his hands. He looks at the ruined flower. The prince says that he is not suitable for him. The knight smiles slightly. He replies that he cannot influence his decision, but there is another person who can stop the count instead of him. The man smiles widely. He replies that Galahad has returned. The prince opens his mouth wide. The knight represents the image of a warrior. He explains that the man will lead the court knights and will help the first prince, and will also become the winner of the mortal battle. The second prince's palace building. The girl clenches her teeth in pain. The young man reads a spell about the power that unites people in heaven, giving a dead person peace, and a living person energy shining with the bright light of healing. Magic circle under the princess's bed. The main character continues the spell, saying that there is no place in the world where warm light can reach. The young man looks at the princess. He thinks that he was worried because he heard that you need to have bishop-level strength to use even a semblance of divine magic. But he succeeded, so this is enough to make the girl feel better for a while. The princess turns to the guy. The young man asks if she can hear him. He hands her the bottle. The guy says that he finally brought the medicine that will heal her and thanks her for the long wait. The girl replies that the court magician has already prepared medicine for her. The young man holds a bottle with yellow liquid. He replies that the medicine was created incorrectly, and therefore it will only make her worse. She must trust him and drink the necessary elixir, since it will completely cure her illness, but will leave only one side effect, which is the loss of part of her memories, perhaps associated with it. The young man looks at the girl. He thinks that in a past life he knew about the medicine, but was unable to give it to the princess since he did not have the right to take away her memories. The young man sobs over the grave. He recalls that after the death of his friend many times he regretted what happened in front of her grave. Princess in a birdcage. The main character understands that even after being healed, the girl can become an instrument in the struggle for power in the hands of her family. The princess reaches for the bottle. She takes it in her hands with a smile. This asks the young man not to carry the entire load alone, as she will be saddened to learn that the young master is tormented because of her. The young man looks away. The girl holds out her little finger to him. She says that if a guy is worried about the future, he can come to her again, as she is making a promise to a friend. The count holds her little finger in response. He says that he makes her a promise to come. The girl lies holding the boy's finger. She says that when they first met, she said his name was like the name of her favorite flower. The young man smiles slightly. He replies that the princess then said that it was sad, like the meaning of a flower in the language of flowers. The girl asks if the boy knows what it means. The count smiles slightly. He says that translation means remembering him. The princess smiles back. She says that at least she won't forget him. The girl returns the bottle to the guy. She says she needs help taking her medicine. The young man takes the bottle in his hand. He replies that he will help her. Holding the bottle, the guy looks at the princess. He thinks that in a past life the girl helped him a lot. The princess thanks him for his help. Magic Tower branch building in the capital. The trio exits the portal. The knight says that he has not been in the capital for a long time and has finally returned. The advisor says that first they need to find the owner. The couple turns to look at the magician. She says she's going to join them later. The girl adjusts her hood. She explains that she wants to take care of personal matters in the magic tower and will return as soon as she is finished with them. The advisor waves to the girl. She says she's really sorry, but she's willing to see her friend later. The knight makes a farewell gesture. He tells the advisor that he will also go to solve his own affairs. The girl grabs him by the ear. She screams that she doesn't understand where he's going. The knight replies that the girl has stopped holding back. The advisor makes a terrifying expression on her face. She says that she can show him real intemperance. The man breaks away from the girl's hands. He replies that he meant to say that he was just going to visit the Duke's knights. The knight smiles slightly. He explains that he is the commander of the Count's knightly order and therefore would like to begin recruiting capable warriors. The warrior stands in a proud pose. He says that he is going to help assemble a knightly detachment, subordinate exclusively to his master, which will be more distinguished than the Knights of the Capital and will be called the Order of the Knights of the Golden Spirit. The advisor holds her chin. She says that they had knights from another country, but it was difficult to classify them as part of their house, and now they can become more like a family of aristocrats. The girl extends her fist forward. She says she is looking forward to meeting the Golden Spirit Knights. The knight hits her with his fist. He replies that he will definitely meet her expectations. Text in the letter: a mercenary magician about 16 years old, presumably 5th class, appeared on the territory of the destroyed house. So when the girl arrives in the capital, you should refrain from actions that could irritate her or harm the magic tower. A mustachioed man reads a note. The head of the Magic Tower department in the capital says that he is surprised that a 16-year-old girl is on the same level as him. The magician resorts to the head. He shouts that he better come down because a girl has come who wants to register as a 5th-level magician. Miss smiles widely. 2 men run towards her. The girl looks at the head of the tower. He says there are special procedures, but her case is unique, so he wanted to meet in person. The man smiles widely. He explains that the girl will not be able to register as a 5th-class mage, since she is already a member of the mercenary guild, and therefore cannot become a member of their tower. The girl raises her palms. She replies that she wanted to testify for her class, not join their organization. The men open their mouths in surprise. They say that if a girl has independently risen to the 5th level, then she can go under the command of the Magic Tower and accept their knowledge. The head smiles widely. He explains that this does not require special training, so mages like her receive many advantages in the tower. The girl holds her chin. She says that she came simply to witness the class and not to gain knowledge of the tower, of course, unless she needs it as an organization, but for now she does not intend to change her affiliation. The girl makes a malicious smile. She represents the image of a thunder mage. Nis says that according to the official statement of their head, he acknowledged the death of one of the 7 magicians and stated that he would choose a new one among those who witnessed their 5th class in the tower. The head makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He explains that it will be difficult for someone who has just reached the 5th level to qualify, so she should join the tower for her development. The girl extends her magic hand. She asks to see her talent. A magic circle appears in front of the men. The man is afraid of the girl's strength. She uses several elements, breaking the circle. The man opens his mouth in surprise. He thinks that the girl, without protective spells, used different types of magic, therefore she has the 6th class, capable of controlling all 4 elements. The girl uses magic with her hand. The head of the tower is confident that it is at least on the same level as the storm site. The knight makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He looks at the squad passing by. The man thinks that his master will have to get the princess by fighting all the knights of the empire, including members of the court order. The warrior holds his head. He is sure that his home has just become a county, but is already close to disappearing, and therefore he does not know what to do. The young knight turns to look at the 3 warriors. Their leader says that he has come to bring the count to his knees and will give his colleagues a chance to do the same by bringing them down first. The knight clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the warrior will not be able to bring his master to his knees, and therefore he has no forgiveness. The hand behind holds the knight by the shoulder. His body shakes with unexpected horror. The man glances behind him. He thinks that he didn't even feel someone behind him until his hand touched his shoulder, and he had never felt such a master before. The knight looks at the owner with displeasure. He says he can't watch losers make fun of him. The main character makes an angry expression on his face. He replies that with his abilities, the commander of the court knights cannot be defeated. The commander approaches the young man. He says he recognized him at first sight. The man hits himself in the chest. The knight says that it is an honor for him to meet the great count, and he would already like to fight with the young man's spear with his sword. The guy frowns furiously. He says that the knight was supposed to guard his master, the 3rd prince. The man frowns furiously. He spreads his arms, smiling. The knight says that if he tells, he will have problems, since the young man left the order of court knights and created a separate association. He goes forward. Finally, the man says that he has a lot to prepare, so he will limit himself to greetings and will wait for them in the evening. The knight turns to his master. He says that the warrior acted arrogantly and then pretended to be friendly. He makes a scared expression on his face. The young man frowns furiously. He thinks that the man is one of the 5 dirty traitors who killed him. The main character remembers his death. He thinks that he has met his enemy at the right time. The count furiously clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks about tearing his opponent to pieces in front of the stage, just like he wants, and this will be his first accomplished retribution. The knight looks at the owner. He says they need to go quickly. The man hits himself in the chest. He explains that he will go so that fools do not approach his master, since he will deal with everyone. The count smiles widely. He says he will be more comfortable with his knight. Large training ground of the palace. The emperor opens his mouth wide. He shouts that he is the master of the country and gives the knights a chance to become the consorts of his daughter. The man spreads his hands. He explains the rules, saying that the battle lasts to the death until the last participant in the war, no matter how many days it takes. The warrior takes out his sword, looking at the young man. He says that he is a knight of the 4th Division and would like to fight the great master first. The soldiers hit their chests. They say they want to be second and third. The count is holding a spear. He replies that there is no point in queuing, and they should approach immediately, forgetting about their pride, and attack at the same time. The men clench their teeth furiously. They shout that they will do as he wants, but the guy shouldn't blame them for losing. Men surround the young man. He nourishes his body with energy. The main character thinks that he is using the 6th level spear technique, the Great Peak Pressure method. The soldiers open their mouths in horror. They fall to the ground in fear. The main character stands in a circle of corpses. He makes an angry expression on his face. The young man says that he wants to see the 3rd prince's knight next. The man comes forward. He smiles broadly and reaches for the sword. The knight says that thanks to the count he has fewer competitors, and he also asks to give him a head start. Warrior with red hair. He was born into a count's family, famous for its fencing techniques, and in his childhood, as befits a member of such a family, he showed aptitude for fencing. The man is standing on one knee. At the age of 12, he had already become commander of the 9th Division of the Court Knights, and from that time on, the interest in his family, which previously could be called attention, turned into an obsession. The man hands the guy a piece of paper. He says that the young man's merits are not enough to sit at the same table with him, since, according to rumors, the Duke's eldest son already controls Mana, and he is only 14 years old. The young man frowns furiously. The father says that he must surpass the boy's skill and must always be the best. This attitude instilled in the young man a disgust for what he was doing, and he stopped making efforts, doing nothing. The guy puts his feet on the table. He stretches, yawning. The knight says that he has become second in command, and therefore no one will say anything, even if he does not train. A knight enters the office. He says that the deputy is idle, although he could become the best warrior in the world, and not just bury his talent. The young man lowers his eyes. He wonders what happened, since the knight obviously didn't come to just scold him. The man hands the paper to his subordinate. He says that the emperor personally ordered him to immediately go to the duchy and conduct a mana assessment test. That day changed the guy's life as he met the young master. The winning boy holds a sword in his hand. The man looks at the young man, gritting his teeth. Being an illegitimate child, he sewed the whole world and made the knight's stopped heart beat again, since once he, too, was a sparkling star on which everyone pinned their hopes, so he wanted to revive his light and shine brighter than the count. The warrior can barely hold on, looking at the young man. For many years he worked hard, because he thought that if he made an effort, anyone could happen. But, apparently, this was an arrogant mistake, since the Duke's son is not the kind of person who can happen by effort alone, since he is truly great. The enemy smiles widely. He would like to get a head start by striking the guy first. The emperor holds his chin. He says that the young man puts mana into his voice and instantly suppresses the enemy, which is why it is very funny. The emperor turns to the Duke. He says that at the hands of the count, who had just become a Superman, the entire order of court knights perished. The commander looks away. He asks the emperor for forgiveness. The men look up. The red-haired knight holds a sword. He shouts that he would like to fight the great master in a duel, and therefore asks to be allowed to fight him first. The young man glances at the knight. He replies that with his current level he cannot win, so he should admit defeat and retreat. The warrior shakes in fear from the guy's gaze. He looks away. The knight thinks that he feels incredible pressure, and his consciousness floats. The man is trying to get up from the ground. He thinks that he should wrap his body in mana and protect it from the energy that the count emits. The man spreads his arms, using energy. He opens his mouth furiously. The knight says that he will only accept defeat if he at least tries to cross the blades, and he would like to fight to feel the difference between them. The young man, smiling maliciously, swings his spear. He replies that he will show the man what chivalry is. The young man swings, directing the force at the enemy. The man raises his sword in defense. He clenches his teeth from tension. The warrior thinks that he cannot use the aura blades, therefore he cannot parry the count's blow, and the only option is not to cut the aura and not reflect it. An aura emanates from the man's chest. He thinks that, following the example of the count, he should take out the maximum amount of mana from his storage, and then carefully control and convert it. Mana molecules are transformed. The knight is confident that he can mix a large amount of mana and cover his aura with it. The man raises his loaded sword. The young man smiles widely. He thinks that the man independently came up with the idea of imposing an aura, which he had never seen, although in the past he was a genius among geniuses. The young man looks at the aura that the knight gave off. He thinks that he saw this secret technique of the knight's family in a past life. The enemy's aura above the main character's head. The man swings his weapon. He shouts that he is using his family's secret technique, the Swift Star method. The young man repels a blow with a spear. He uses the 4th level of his mastery of the destruction method. 2 forces touch. The enemy's aura is dispelled. The man clenches his teeth in pain. He falls to his knees. The knight thinks that his body is not ready to use the aura overlay, and therefore all his strength has left him. The count approaches the knight. He says that the man momentarily used powers beyond his level, and therefore with such abilities he can rise even higher. The knight smiles widely. He replies that if the count says such words, then he has reached his limit, and therefore he admits defeat. The duke's son smiles slightly. He replies that to go beyond one's limits one needs a motive and a goal setting, so he may well lay claim to the position of commander of a detachment of court knights. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. The count says that the knight's abilities are enough to receive the highest title. The traitor smiles widely. He says that you shouldn't make a commander a person who has neither aspiration nor effort, as everything will collapse, because the commander should be an example to follow. The loser looks away sadly. The young man looks at his opponent. He thinks that, even having excellent abilities in a past life, the knight could not achieve success, but the problem was not in his character, but in the depths that betrayed the main character. The count looks at the traitor with a smile. He says that his soul is still selfish, narrow-minded, and black. The men smile sarcastically. He replies that he did not know the count, so he cannot give him an assessment, and he sacrificed a lot for the sake of the capital. The young man looks at his opponent. He replies that the knight is simply afraid of the loser to the count. The duke's son looks crazy. He says that one day the warrior will surpass him, and he was worried that a lot has changed, but he is sincerely glad that the enemy remained the same as he knew him. Opponents move towards each other. The commander opens his mouth wide. He shouts that all knights should immediately leave the training ground. Since the battle of superhumans has begun, then they must be careful. Knights rise from the ground. They open their eyes wide in horror. Opponents fight while running around the arena. The loser opens his mouth in surprise. He says that he cannot follow the battle of supermen with his eyes. The commander smiles sarcastically. He thinks that the count's method of using mana is amazing, but his subordinate is stronger in battle, since in the battle of superhumans, victory is often determined by the direction in which mana is used. The enemy smiles maliciously. His commander thinks that his subordinate will tear the enemy to shreds, sharply activating all his muscles. A man breaks the ground with his feet. He strikes the duke's son. The commander is confident that the body of his subordinate, enhanced by mana, cannot even be scratched, since he has incredible speed. And if the count does not understand the secret technique of his subordinate, then, no matter how skilled a master he is, he will not be able to survive. The man opens his eyes in surprise. The count hits the enemy in the back. The knight frowns in horror. He screams for the count not to kill him. The young man swings his spear, piercing the body. He makes a crazy expression on his face. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He sings that the war is over and blood and flesh have become guests of the earth. The count breaks through the enemy's body. He continues the song about not being angry about premature death and sad about being forgotten. The commander frowns in surprise. The young man sings that thanks to people who shine brighter than others, the earth is still protected. The duke and the emperor watch the battle. The count says that he will remember the noble human sacrifice. A defeated opponent falls face down on the ground. The duke's son says he wants to express his grievances through the spear. He approaches the attorney. The young man continues to sing about the sacred souls of the dead who were able to sleep deep underground, and the spear technique of the rhapsody of a man who died in the war. The count makes a calm expression on his face. The soldiers look at the young man. They say he didn't need to kill him since they were just having a competition. The count glances behind him. The commander imbues the body with energy. He says that the young man did not dare to harm the court knight, and he will not leave it like that. The man runs with a sword towards the count. He shouts that, being the commander of the court knights, he will immediately punish the guy. The duke's son swings his spear. He thinks that he did not expect such a reaction from the commander, and in this state he will not listen to him, so he should calm him down. 2 forces touch. The young man looks in surprise at the enemy's attack. He thinks about what is inferior to him in strength. A huge explosion occurs. The duke looks calmly at what is happening. The emperor smiles widely. He says that the duke is afraid for his son since the old man, who is at the top of the 12 supermen, will be able to harm him. The lord looks at the battle with a smile. He says he wonders if the strongest court sword could make his son have some respect for the order of court knights. The man frowns in surprise. A huge gap appeared between the opponents. The young man holds a loaded spear. He says he would like to explain himself. The man, jumping, flies towards the Count with a sword. He says that the boy dared to kill the court knight in front of many people, and therefore he cannot justify himself. Two forces touch. The man shouts that the boy must pay for his sins. The guy's foot breaks the ground. He extends his spear towards the enemy. The man steps on him. Jumping back, he hits the young man with his sword. The man clenches his teeth in rage. A mark remains on the young man's face. He thinks that he should not threaten, but defend himself. The Count raises his spear. He uses a level 6 spear technique. Lightning strikes the center of the arena. The knight covers himself from his blow. He holds a loaded sword in front of him. The commander thinks that the boy has exceeded his expectations, being seriously strong. A man imbues his entire body with energy. He thinks that he will have to use the technique he has been hiding to challenge the 9 stars. The young man approaches the knight. He says that the dead man killed the third prince. The commander frowns in surprise. He says that he will never believe that the prince suffered at the hands of his bodyguard, since this is nonsense. The young man looks down. He replies that he told the pure truth, and for this he executed the traitor according to the laws of the empire. The commander clenches his teeth furiously. He replies that the guy is talking everything just to get out of the situation, and he only says this because he does not know what kind of person the third prince is. The young man with white hair turns around. The knight explains that since childhood, the third prince showed outstanding abilities in the art of fencing, and he was called the Young Star, because now he is far superior to his guard, so he would never have dealt with the prince alone, and only if there was someone behind him. It's worth it. The young man was not interested in power, so no one had any reason to harm him. The commander makes a surprised expression on his face. Lancer replies that he thinks correctly. The man regards this as bullying. The Count looks at the commander. He explains that if the third prince has a reason to set his sights on the throne, the skilled swordsman will not be left alone. The knight frowns furiously. He says this is nothing more than speculation. The Count makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that if this were not true, then the third prince would have returned along with the guard, so his absence is a very convincing argument. The man replies that his words are not enough, since physical evidence is needed, and the knight also wonders how the guy knows everything. The young man lowers his eyes. He says he accidentally overheard the conversation. The commander furrows his brows in rage. He says the kid, without evidence, started the mess. The warriors take out their swords. They direct them at the main character. The soldiers say that they no longer want to listen to the Count's lies, since their commander devoted his entire life to the empire, and therefore the young man should not insult him, but should admit his sin and surrender. The Count's knight jumps into the center of the arena. He shouts that the soldiers do not dare threaten his master, so they must retreat immediately. A sword in an aura shell. The man shouts that he is a knight of the great family of the Count. He covers his owner. The soldier says that he is the young man's first sword. The warriors open their eyes wide in surprise. They say that the Count is not 20 years old, but at the same time he has a great man under his command. The soldier, smiling broadly, hits his chest. The owner thanks him for interceding despite the danger. The knight replies that his mission is to protect his master with his own strength. The men are wary. Behind them, a man's voice says that they cannot stand by, and therefore must protect their commander. The order runs towards the soldiers. They apologize for being late. Men push aside the court warriors. The knight looks at his owner with a smile. He says that soldiers from the 11th and 12th divisions have arrived. The warriors smile broadly as they stand with their commander. The Count says that they are no longer a division, but his personal knightly detachment. The commander frowns furiously. He demands the soldiers to leave and says that he will hit them, despite the fact that they were once in the same order. The Count goes forward. He says the commander missed one important point. The Duke's son dispels his weapon. He explains that while they are simply wasting time fighting each other, the loser's comrades are getting rid of the evidence, so they need to act quickly. Since the man could not foresee that the person behind him, or himself, would die, so to find the evidence, it is worth searching the places where he stayed and not just the housing provided by the order. The traitor's body is placed on the couch. The young man says that his body must also be searched. The commander clenches his teeth furiously. The Count says that it is difficult for him to believe his words, but the longer he doubts, the more difficult it will be to find evidence leading to the killer. The warriors look at each other. The man looks down. The Count says that he is simply afraid to find out the truth that the subordinate, whom he trusted more than anyone else, turned out to be a traitor who harmed the third prince and betrayed the empire. The man replies that if there is no evidence on his friend's body, then the young man will take responsibility for the incident and he will force him to do it. The man looks away. He demands that military doctors immediately attend to his friend's body. An unknown person runs up to them, killing the doctors. An explosion occurs. The stranger grabs the body while running away from pursuit. The knights shout that they must catch him immediately and not lose sight of him. The man carries away the knight's body. The emperor shouts that he cannot be allowed to leave the capital. The knights run after the stranger. The young man frowns at him. He thinks that the stranger was always next to the knight, even on the day of the death of the main character. The knight points his sword at the count. He demands that he stop, since the young man is still under suspicion. The men turn to the emperor. He says that the commander should let the count go. The emperor makes a calm expression on his face. He explains that they need to establish what kind of suspicious person visited them, and what happened added credibility to the count's words, so he will give him the opportunity to justify himself. The knight turns to the duke's son. He says that the emperor should not be sure because there is a possibility that, having released the count, he will run away. The man turns to the duke. He replies that in such a case he will ask his father, since the parents are solely to blame for the lack of upbringing. The duke looks down. He replies that his majesty is right. The young man hits himself in the chest. The emperor demands that he catch the suspicious person, and then they will decide what to do with him. The young man frowns furiously. His father looks at him seriously. The count disappears in a flash of lightning. The knight runs after him. He shouts that his master should not leave alone, as he will go with him. Magic ball. The imperial magician hits himself in the chest. He asks how the prince is feeling since he called him unexpectedly. The young man makes a serious expression on his face. He replies that they have a serious problem and he would like to know how long it will take to capture the magic tower. The magician makes a serious expression on his face. He replies that the ruler has many more supporters than he thought, so the process took a long time. But there are enough people among high-ranking magicians, so there will be few difficulties. The young man looks at the hologram. He says that he hopes that the next time they meet, the magician will be the lord of the tower. The magician thanks the man and says that he would like to know what problem he wanted to talk about. The prince makes a serious expression on his face. He replies that the assistant of the deceased reported him to the count and he killed him and is now collecting information about him. The man throws up his hands in surprise. He says there was a variable they didn't anticipate, but his assistant couldn't betray his own. The magician represents the image of a man in a mask. He says that the man is connected to one of the 9 stars and therefore must get rid of evidence, so for now he should observe the situation. The young man frowns. He thinks that the duke's son acted harshly, even if there was no informant, and therefore something is wrong with him, which means that he will certainly find evidence that the prince was killed, and if so, then the whole plan to turn to foam even before the war begins, so he must act himself. The young man leaves the room. He says that he is waiting for the magician when the magic tower is finished. The stranger with the body stops. He glances behind him. The unknown man is on his knees holding a corpse. He turns and runs on. The count teleports to the forest. A knight runs behind him. He shouts that the young man should not go into the forest, as the place looks suspicious and like a trap. The count replies that he must finish his business. He goes into the foggy forest. The knight opens his mouth wide. He asks him to wait. Friends are walking through the forest. The knight says that the owner has become too distant from him. The man hits himself in the chest. He says he risked his life to train to show his abilities, but the opportunities don't come often. The count turns to his subordinate. He asks why his knight trained diligently in fencing, since there must be other reasons than to protect him. The warrior smiles widely. He replies that he wanted to realize himself in the knightly field, but serving the count changed his mind. The man raises his hand. He explains that much of what his master showed him was perfect, so he wanted his sword to become at least a little like him, so he decided to put his weapon in his master's service, and that was that. The count replies that the knight must go his own way. The young man holds a spear. He says that he used to want to be just like his knight, wanted to be useful and was sure that with one spear he had nothing to be afraid of. But it turned out to be truly scary where he had not even imagined. The emperor assigns a title in a past life. He says that, being the ruler of the country, he recognizes his friend's contribution to it and bestows on him the title of Archduke. The fourth prince smiles widely. He says he congratulates his friend from the bottom of his heart. The man smiles back. He says that he will stay with the emperor until the end of his days. The soldier approaches the warrior. He says that he congratulates him with all his heart, because the successes that he achieved in the kingdom will forever remain in the history of the empire, and for this he is sincerely proud of him and would like to become his true friend. The main character smiles widely. He replies that he and the commander have known each other for 20 years, and then he is already his friend. The man opens his mouth wide in rage. The traitors look at him. He shouts that he will definitely take revenge on his friend. The commander smiles sarcastically. He thinks that the invincible lancer met a miserable death. The young man looks at the spear. He tells the knight that he should not live for the sake of someone, since it does not bring happiness, so he should live only for himself if he does not want to reproach himself in the future. The knight spreads his hands. He says that he will not regret the chosen path, since there was no brighter moment in his life than meeting the owner. An arrow flies at the knight's head. The young man repels the blow. He furrows his brow furiously. The Count says that his friend should be more careful since the one they are pursuing is not simple, so he will immediately suffer as soon as he relaxes. Lancer furrows his brows. He thinks that about 100 people are waiting for him in battle, but their task is to stall for time. The Count smiles widely. He thinks that the enemy's strategy is not easy to predict, so he must die. Lancer throws a spear. Opponents dodge it. The spear flies towards the man in the robe. He turns around, wary. The stranger with the body flies off to the side. As he falls, he clenches his teeth. The Count thinks about killing his opponent's lover. He charges his hand with dark energy. Lancer puts it to the ground. He demands that the Dark Warriors catch and bring the girl, and also cut down everyone who interferes with his will. The Dark Knight and the Headless Warrior. Mercenaries descend from the trees. A Headless Warrior holds an axe. He says that the mercenaries cannot escape him. The bandits open their eyes in horror. They run forward. The men shout that their retreat is being blocked, so they need to run away. They frown in horror. The mercenaries do not understand why the space has changed. Bandits are standing in a burning forest. 8 hells, a never-ending world of hellish beings who atone for their karmic deeds. The warriors approach the bandits. They take their swords out of their sheaths. A horde of hellish soldiers. The young man smiles widely, showing his teeth. He stands next to his subordinate. He thinks about creating an army of one. The Count looks at the knight. He tells him that he is surprised that his master was able to single-handedly summon an army of the dead. The young man smiles widely. He says that he is going to summon the devil and flood the continent with blood, so his friend should live his life. Warriors kill mercenaries. The knight bites his lip in horror. The mercenaries stand nearby. They shout that they want to use the grim death technique, then charge their hands with energy. They put them to the ground. The soil under the warriors' feet is cracking. The earth emits green gas. The Count turns to the knight. He says that the mercenaries' palms release poison that should not be inhaled. The bandit swings his clawed glove. Lancer realizes that they are using the claws of a war dragon. Bandits attack the Count and the knight. The young man smiles sarcastically. He thinks that he is using the 5th level of spear proficiency. A colossal explosion occurs. The bandits are on fire. Their bodies are incinerated. The Count and the knight look at the fire. The men are wary. The Dark Knight carries a girl. He places it in front of the young man. The girl makes an angry expression on her face. He asks who the monster that captured her is. The Count approaches the girl. He says that she is the real monster. Lancer looks at the girl angrily. He asks if she knows the feeling when, being in the forest all alone, you are preparing for death, without understanding its cause. The guy looks at the spear. It says that he should not talk, but should immediately end things with the girl. The image of a smiling spear. It explains that he needed time to recover his memories and focus on revenge, since revenge itself has meaning, so he must raise his spear and pierce the girl's heart, making sure that even her soul will writhe in pain forever. The young man swings his spear. A voice in his head demands to kill the girl. The guy clenches his teeth furiously. The girl looks at him in horror. The knight repels his master's blow. He holds a spear with his sword. The warrior thinks that the spear is too heavy and therefore he cannot stop it. A girl in a suit comes out of the forest. The young man shouts that he doesn't understand where she came from. The girl hits herself in the chest. She kneels in front of the young man. A friend says that the girl has important information known only to her. The Count makes an angry expression on his face. He shouts that he doesn't care what the girl has, and if a friend blocks his path again, he won't leave it like that. The knight throws his sword to the ground. He covers the girl with himself. The warrior says that the owner will have to hit him too. The Count makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that he understood which path his knight chose. The warrior makes a calm expression on his face. He says that he does not know the background, but he can judge what is right, so he is obliged to prevent the massacre that his master is going to carry out. Lancer extends his spear towards his subordinate. He says that in the forest they will have to separate forever. The knight spreads his hands. He replies that he plans to stay with the young man forever, even when he becomes a devil who has lost his memories. The subordinate frowns. He explains that his first and only owner will forever remain only one person. The Count makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The knight says that he will stop him from making wrong choices, since this is also his responsibility. The girl extends her hand to the guy. She says that she agrees with the knight, because the traitor cannot be killed, since she is the only one who knows where the body of the third prince is. The second prince's palace building. The young man is sitting at the table. He says that he imagined the possibility of the imperial magician suddenly declaring that he would side with him, but he is really interested in the intentions of his younger brother, since he is the only one in the palace who hides his evil thoughts. The fourth prince smiles widely. He replies that everyone knows his intentions. The second prince smiles slightly. He replies that he knows the reason why his younger brother came to him, since his goal is obviously to take his sister, so he will not interfere, because his brother uses her powers better than he does. The second prince smiles widely. He thanks his brother and says that he will definitely repay him. The young men are wary. The main character demands the fourth prince to come out and quietly receive retribution since he harmed a member of the imperial family. The prince clenches his teeth furiously. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He shouts to his former friend that he is a traitor who is preparing a conspiracy and also killed his brother, therefore he must immediately come out and appear before the great court. The main entrance to the palace of the second prince. The count looks at the detachment surrounding the door. The young man's mother is standing at the window. The duke approaches her from behind. He asks why the woman is worried. She politely lifts her dress. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He says that she should not leave the estate without permission, but should be patient a little since she needs to act, thinking about her situation. The man imagines the image of a stranger. He thinks that the organization is watching him, and he cannot worry about the safety of his son's mother. So the only way out is to protect her in a house that is not particularly different from a fortress, and also the emperor is planning something, so he should be careful. The warrior runs into the room. He shouts that something is wrong. The man opens his mouth wide. He shouts that the emperor has declared an emergency gathering and for the first time in 20 years will resort to the judicial seat of the sun. The woman and the duke make surprised expressions on their faces. Great judgment of the sun. The emperor stands against the background of the sun sign. This trial is used only on members of the imperial family, which was resorted to only a few times throughout the history of the empire, since members of the imperial family are not responsible for their crimes unless it is a matter of treason or something more serious. Emperor with 3 princes. Only he himself can punish the members of his family. Therefore, when the inhabitants of the empire witness high treason committed by members of the ruling family, they are obliged to report it to the palace. The young man brought the traitor. The commander and the knights approach them. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says that he is not a criminal, so they should not show hostility towards him. The emperor smiles slightly. He says that the count should not pay attention to the little things, but go straight to the point. The fourth prince is next to his father. The emperor says that judging by the count's words, the fourth prince killed his elder brother, but hard evidence is needed to confirm his words. Lancer turns to the girl. He replies that he captured and brought one of his subordinates who helped him, because she knows where the body of the third prince and the rest of the evidence is. The count makes an angry expression on his face. He demands that the girl tell where the body of the third prince is for the sake of his child. The girl lowers her eyes. She thinks that she must protect her son. The bandit says that the fourth prince instructed them to kill the third prince and admitted that he would create a living dead man from his body. The emperor makes a surprised expression on his face. The girl continues to say that the prince was going to revive his brother in a secret room in the basement of his palace, and therefore his body should be there, becoming a living dead. The father turns to his son. He says that if the prince killed his brother and created a living dead man, then this will be considered the most terrible crime, but it is hard for him to believe that his son could do such a thing. But since the prince will still deny everything, there is nothing left but how to search for the secret room in the basement of the fourth prince's palace. The young man looks at the emperor. He says that dynamic energy did not leave the prince's palace, so either he is helped by a great master who hides the energy, or the room simply does not exist, and then to search for demonic energy, he will need servants who are familiar with it. The emperor imagines the bishops. He explains that he does not want to let the priests of the empire in and entrust them with the investigation, since everything is based only on the words of the criminal. The graph represents the secret repository. He replies that he will help solve the issue without the intervention of another country, since there is a key in the secret vault that will solve this problem, so it will be enough to just use it. The Lord makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the boy knows about the existence of an object that he himself does not know about, and besides, he has already used his privilege as a division commander, which means he should be allowed to use it again. The first prince rises from the throne. He says that the count's actions are unacceptable because even if there is the necessary object in the palace, opening the door of the secret storage for the count will help him, because then the whole point of the trial, which is designed to find the truth, will disappear. Lancer makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The prince says that the count himself must find the place where the living dead are created. The knights look at each other. They say that they agree with the first prince, since the trial must be fair and witnesses can always be persuaded. The girl makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. The emperor looks at his subordinate. He says that everyone except him is unanimous in their opinion, and he will not allow him to use the palace's secret vault. The young man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He does not understand why the first prince is helping his brother, and for an unknown reason his plan failed, so he can only take risks. The Lord frowns with displeasure. He does not understand why the young man is silent, because without providing other evidence, he doomed himself to disrespect for the imperial family, which is a crime. The Count imbues his hand with aura. He shouts that he will find the secret room himself and asks only for permission to search the palace of the fourth prince. The commander takes out his sword. He shouts that the guy should remove his aura immediately since he is in front of the emperor. The man opens his mouth wide in surprise. The guy makes a cut on his hand. It begins to glow yellow. The young man says that he has strong abilities to use divine power, so he can sense demonic energy even without priests. The Graf imbues the body with energy. He says that the emperor should let him search the prince's palace, otherwise he will do everything he can to protect himself. The knight swings his sword. He says that if a guy raises a sword against the emperor, it will be considered rebellion. The young man hits himself in the chest. He says that he understands the impudence of his actions, but any sword has a double-edged blade. The emperor makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that he cannot just look at the demons, but if he loses the boy, then the thread with which he could rule the country will disappear, so he will have to abandon the army of the living dead and get rid of the young man. The emperor smiles widely. He says that he allows the count to conduct a thorough investigation and remove the false accusation from his son. So he appoints a guy as an inspector of the palace of the fourth prince and gives him 2 days, and he must also prepare for retribution if he finds nothing. The fourth prince smiles maliciously. The first prince makes a calm expression on his face. He does not understand why his brother decided to enter into an alliance with him. Palace of the first prince. The second son of the emperor says that he would like to conclude a truce for a while until he gets rid of the count, since it is impossible to win him over to his side, because he has become a complete headache, so it would be better for everyone to get rid of him. The princes look at each other. The older brother says that from the very beginning he did not intend to lure the young man away, but simply waited for him to begin to show his worst side. The third prince represents the image of a girl. He thinks that his brother, who is very actively strengthening his influence, did not even think about making the count an ally, and it turns out that the information about his love interest is correct. The guys are wary. The elder brother says that they should pay attention to one thing before calling a truce. The prince looks at his younger brother. He asks if he really killed one of the elders. The young man smiles sarcastically. He replies that it is true, and he has become a living dead man, located in the basements of his palace, but he could not carry out such a big job alone. The princes look at their brother. They understand that his father told him to take the throne by killing the eldest, and he did so. The young man makes a malicious smile. He replies that although his father is behind him, in fact he is just an indifferent observer, since he said that you need to get what you want by any means. The prince looks at the brothers. He explains that he is only the fourth in the family and therefore he has no power and supporters, so they can only do as their father taught them. The younger prince smiles maliciously. He replies that he does not strive to become an emperor, but simply wants to be at least the second person who no one will ignore, since excessive greed eventually squeezes his own throat. The older brother hits the table furiously. He shouts that if he and the first prince fail to ascend to the throne, then their fate will be that of their younger brother. The first prince looks away. He says he would do the same if he were last in line. The boys look at each other. The first prince says that if the count finds a secret room in his brother's palace, then on the same day he will lose his place as prince, and therefore the alliance makes no sense. The emperor's son smiles sarcastically. He replies that the brothers should not worry, since the count will never find the room, because it is hidden by the most powerful magician in the entire history of the industry. The next day at the fourth prince's palace, a huge dark portal. The knights shout that the prince's secret room exists. The young man clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the guy couldn't find her, since the stones were created by a magician, moreover, with 6th level magic, which not everyone can feel. The count smiles sarcastically. He says that the prince should not make a surprised face, since he has not even begun to reveal his secrets. The knights follow the lead. He demands that the commander keep an eye on the prince, as he might escape. The commander turns to the prince. He frowns furiously. The emperor's son says that the commander must kill everyone. Dark energy emanates from the portal, the building of the neutral city, which is the main office of the Lunar Gate. A man bows to a woman. He says that he brought word from the team monitoring the capital that the Duke has begun to move. The girl holds onto the hood. She says that there will still be a war on the continent, since this is obvious, because they are carrying out wanton attacks in an era of peace. The girl takes off her hood. The Moongate Master and Holy Knight says that the Empire is well prepared for war. The guy hits himself in the chest. He replies that the Emperor intends to create an army of the living dead that can be used in the war, so they should find the Holy Grail to stop them. The girl turns to her subordinate. She replies that the Holy Grail is in the secret vault of the Imperial family, so they cannot do anything. The woman is wary. The head of one of the branches says that they cannot just wait, blindly trusting the count, since he is participating in a great trial against a member of the Imperial family, and if he loses, then they will move even further away from the Holy Grail. The girl smiles widely. She says that her subordinate still does not understand what kind of person the count is because he has never lost. The warriors feel the tension of the portal. They are drawn into it. The commander makes a surprised expression on his face. He shouts that they are being pulled into a secret room and therefore they should not relax. The prince looks at the portal. He smiles maliciously. The guy shouts that he has more material that can be turned into the living dead, and he hopes that the count will be reborn into an obedient dog. The main character in the secret room. He looks at the spear. It says there is someone extraordinary in the building. Behind the count is a crowd of living dead. They are advancing with weapons in their hands. Lancer realizes that his traitor was able to create a huge army of the dead. A crowd of monsters runs towards the count. Spear says that the energy of the undead can also be felt on the other floors, and there are at least 10,000 of them there. The guy looks at the spear in surprise. It says that soon the zombie army will be theirs. The young man raises his spear in surprise. It explains that it offers to take away and eat the food that the prince diligently prepared, since he cannot use what he himself created, and besides, revenge simply cannot be more ideal. The spear begins to glow. It illuminates all the zombies. Spear asks the guy to trust him with his body. The zombies open their mouths in horror. They fall to their knees. The count smiles sarcastically. The spear says that the one they have always worshipped and served is nothing to him, therefore he is their master. A crest appears on the zombie's shoulder, a spear against the background of a red crescent. Subordinate zombies surround the young man. He smiles maliciously. Spear invites him to capture all the undead on the floors. The dark wizard creates magic circles. The commander clenches his teeth furiously. He doesn't understand who the wizard is. A man floats above the ground. He smiles widely. The Necromancer says that he knows that the commander is one of the 12 superhumans and will soon become his subordinate. The man swings his sword. He shouts that he cannot stand it when he hears nonsense. The commander swings his sword. He shouts for the undead to disappear already. The soldiers look at the commander in surprise. They say that he has incredible strength, so the Necromancer should not have been able to withstand such a blow. The man frowns in surprise. The wizard absorbs energy. He makes magic circles, smiling widely. The Necromancer appears behind the commander. He shouts that he will answer the warrior with his own skill. A man accumulates energy in a magic circle. He says that even if the commander survives, the others will die. The warrior clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he won't have time to change position and parry the blow. The second in command hits the magician with his sword. The man, swinging, aims at the enemy's neck. He thinks that he is going to cut off the head with one blow so that his friend does not get hurt. The Necromancer frowns furiously. Using dark power, he knocks back opponents. The red-haired warrior furrows his brows furiously. He shouts that the man was able to deflect the commander's blow from a great distance, and this is simply incredible magic. The commander smiles slightly. He says that his deputy knows how to use the aura blade, which is why he is proud of him. Necromancer in a magic circle. He says that the knights, as before, do not develop at all, and even during his lifetime they were no longer capable of anything. The Lick smiles maliciously. He goes on to say that he doesn't care about other insects at all, because even to him at that time, his commander was just a baby. The man opens his mouth in surprise. He says that he remembered who the Necromancer is, since in a past life he was the only battle mage on the continent who was not inferior to knights even in close combat. The warrior levitates next to the knight. The commander says that they were sure of his disappearance and even death. The man clenches his teeth, smiling. He says he spent too much time on someone who will soon be dead. The knight runs forward. The Necromancer demands the commander to be reborn and become his devoted slave. The commander shouts to the soldiers that they must increase their aura as much as possible and hold out until reinforcements arrive. The knight jumps. The men squint from the bright light. The commander fights with the dark knight. Their swords touch, creating a stream of light. The man frowns from tension. He shouts that the enemy in front of him is using the solar technique, which can only be mastered by a member of the imperial family. A Necromancer appears behind the blinded commander. He says the man will find out everything. The Lick pierces the knights, hitting the commander as well. He squeezes his hand. The man says that he will tell the commander everything when he takes him as a slave. He raises the commander in the magic circle. The Necromancer opens his mouth wide in rage. He shouts that hatred will be the commander's goal. The man's body becomes dark. The Necromancer says that all the grievances accumulated in him will become his fetters. The deputy commander is watching what is happening. The Lick shouts that past grievances will bind the commander to death. The man clenches his teeth in rage. He thinks that he is incredibly weak, but at the same time he cannot allow the commander to die. The warrior looks away warily. The main character emerges from the portal. The Necromancer turns on him. Spear says that they are lucky, because if they manage to cope, then they will have another master of the petty underworld under their command. The Lick asks in surprise how many subordinates the guy has. Spear replies that he is very pleased that the Necromancer hears his voice because he is clearly worth his name. The man looks at the young man in surprise. He doesn't understand where he got his demonic energy from or how he was able to open the door. The Count smiles sarcastically. He is glad that he was finally able to meet the Necromancer. The spear says that it will take away his body and the Death Knight. The Necromancer turns to the main character. The knight on the ground clenches his teeth. He thinks that he does not understand what is happening. The Necromancer opens his mouth wide. He points his finger at the spear. The man says that the guy's weapon is a sealed demon of the deepest, 8th circle of hell. The young man smiles sarcastically. He replies that he doesn't know what a sealed demon is. The man imagines the image of a demon in a weapon. He explains that this is the name given to demons who have lost most of their strength and were sealed in a special medium, since in the world of demons the strong devour the weak. There are many who lock the loser in their weapon and thereby increase their own strength, since the sealed demon does not lose all of its abilities, and to some extent they can be used. The Lick spreads his hands. He says that many seal opponents to signify their victory, since the demon in question will be disgraced, and its very existence will be the mark of a loser. The Necromancer looks at the spear. He says that his demon's ability is to create space, so he was able to open the door with ease, although such an ability cannot be called combat. The young man holds out a spear. Spear says he wants to give out his punishment. The Lick laughs, showing his teeth. He says that they are using too long an introduction and should try to do what they were going to do. The Dark Knight hits himself in the chest. He says that he would like to take on the Death Knight himself, since he has long wanted to test the Solar Sword technique in battle. The Count makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that this is a technique that can only be used by members of the Imperial family, which suggests that the third prince is wearing the armor. The Necromancer levitates. He says that the knight betrayed him after he gave him the opportunity to rise to a level he would not have reached in life. The man, smiling, spreads his hands. He says that he is going to show why he was named the best battle mage on the continent. The Count extends his spear to his opponent. He replies that he is going to show why he is called the Invincible Lancer. The demonic knight runs towards the enemy. Their swords touch. The Necromancer creates magic circles. His illusions attack the young man. The guy fights off the monsters with a spear. They wrap chains around the spear. The young man's body is held in chains. The Necromancer runs towards him. He says that, as an exception, he will show the guy the dark magic that he created himself. The Count lets go of the tied spear. He charges his fist with energy. The young man shouts that he knows his magic, and he will not be able to defeat him, even by sealing the spear. Lancer runs to the dark portal. The Necromancer holds the defense in front of him. He says that the guy has immoderate pride, and he will not be able to stop his magic with his bare hands, so he will destroy him forever. The young man smiles sarcastically. He shouts that the Necromancer himself will be killed. The Count holds magic with his hands. He uses the 6th level of the Vanishing Spear method spear technique. The Lick clenches his teeth from tension. He thinks that the black hole is spinning in the opposite direction and sucking him in, not his opponent. The Duke's son opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that the man will disappear in a torn black circle. The Necromancer's body is sucked into the hole. The young man frowns furiously. He thinks that the man was insignificant, since he managed to suffer from his own equipment, and this does not suit the best battle mage of the continent. The enemy repels the Dark Knight's attacks. He runs towards the warrior. The Dark Knight's body is pierced by a sword. He pulls it from his shoulder. The Dark Knight says that the enemy is using obvious tricks. He hits his opponent in the side. The Dark Knight says that he will not be able to win easily. The opponent falls to the ground. The winner looks at the loser. He says he doesn't understand why he doesn't show his true abilities. The knight lies on the ground. He replies that he was happy to learn martial arts, not wanting the throne, and he was not interested in power either. He left the palace trying to find his mother, whose disappearance is shrouded in mystery. The Count approaches the loser. He looks at him in surprise. Spear says it's worth making the prince their supporter before he disappears. The prince's body dissipates. Spear explains that the third prince became a Death Knight because he wanted to, so he shouldn't just disappear. The Count frowns. He looks down on the loser. The young man says that he cannot promise the absolute fulfillment of what the prince wants, since it is impossible to reveal the truth by simply destroying it. So he can enter into an agreement with him, and then he will promise that he will help the prince, putting everything that he has on the line. It is, and having done everything possible. The prince looks at the proud young man. He thinks that words have different power depending on who says them, but the guy standing in front of him looks very convincing. The prince smiles slightly. He says that he believes that the impossible will become possible with the guy, so he agrees to enter into an agreement, and he only needs the guy's name. The Count smiles slightly. He introduces himself by his full name and says that he is going to sign a contract right now. The young man extends his hand to the knight's body. He kneels before the Count. The prince smiles slightly. He says that he is the third prince and will serve his master forever. The young men are wary. The devilish voice says that the Count is disturbing them so much that he is starting to enrage them. A portal appears behind the men. The demon says that while imprisoned, he understood why the one who shone the brightest in both worlds ended up in the middle world, and even as a demon, imprisoned in ordinary weapons. The young man makes a thoughtful expression on his face. Spear tells him that it is not the Necromancer who is speaking to him, but the being who has made a contract with him. A demon against the backdrop of a magical portal. The weapon explains that the demon who is in 32nd place in their ranking is communicating with the young man. Lancer looks at the open portal. The demon watches the people. He once had terrifying power and was one of the 7 great demon kings. Demonic hand above the ground. In ancient times, he bred monsters not only in the world of demons, but also in the middle world, where people, elves, and other races live, and then it seemed that he would take over everything that exists. The building of the heavenly world. The demon's greed did not stop there, but one of the 7 archangels blocked his path. The red-haired angel swings his sword. The demon opens his mouth wide. Dark and light forces come into contact. During the battle, the angel and the demon inflicted mortal wounds on each other, and only after a long time the demon showed itself again. The warriors look at the portal. The young man demands to show himself to the demon. He replies that he cannot do this, and the guy should not rush, since one day they will definitely see each other. A man falls out of the portal. The Necromancer lies on the ground. The demon says that in honor of the day they met, he is going to give him his hard-won body. The Count opens his mouth in surprise. The demon says goodbye to him. The portal collapses. Light energy comes out of it. The young man understands that divine power is closing the barrier. The knight covers his face with his hand. He says that the force releases the energy that supports their bodies, and the summoning itself is cancelled. Aristocrats appear on the other side of the portal. The Duke and Count smile widely. They say they were finally able to find the guy and the item was effective. The young man makes a surprised expression on his face. He does not understand what brought them to him, and would like to know where the commander and his squad are. The Duke holds out his glass. He replies that the subordinates were taken away by doctors. The man represents the image of the 4th prince. He says that, according to the Count, in the secret vault of the palace there is a key that can solve the matter with the prince, but little did they know that the Holy Grail of the Empire is in the secret vault of the imperial family. The Count looks at the red glass. The man says that the artifact reacts to demonic energy, and previously it was white, but in front of the young man it turned red. Lancer makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that the power of the Grail is incredible, since even in the hands of people who do not have the ability to use divine power, he cancelled its summons. The men take out their weapons. The Count says that dark and demonic energy cannot be used in their empire. The man smiles widely. He says that the guy himself knows what to do. The young man holds out a spear. The Count runs towards him. He says his boy is doing everything right. A man makes multiple strikes with a rapier. He says he's going to make their meeting more intense. The young man makes a furious expression on his face. The Count looks at him in surprise. He dodges a spear strike. The man smiles sarcastically. He says that the young man tried to kill him in earnest, and it is great that his blood is boiling in his veins. The spear hits the sword. The Duke looks at the young man. He makes a serious expression on his face. The man says that if the Count continues in his spirit, they will only add problems to each other, since the Emperor's order was to bring him. The young man looks at the man in surprise. He thinks that the warrior was able to achieve the rank of star with just the skill of the sword, and they are superior to Superman, because the difference between them is like between heaven and earth, and therefore he will be an even more difficult opponent than the Count. The Sword Emperor looks at the young man. The young man frowns. He thinks that the 4th prince has successfully drawn the Duke into his plan, and he will not fall into the prepared trap. The young man, disappearing, uses thunder magic. The Count opens his mouth wide. He shouts that he waited a long time to meet the guy, but he ran away. At the same time in the magic tower, the building is on fire. Drops of blood fall to the ground. The man holds his chest. One of the 7 magicians, who takes the place of the storm, says that he does not feel his mana and does not understand what the imperial magician has done. A man holds the head of the tower in chains. He replies that if a low-grade wizard uses magic in an environment devoid of mana, it will poison him. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that the imperial magician can use magic without any restrictions, and it turns out that he has already reached the highest level at which the use of magic is only possible at the expense of his mana. The court magician smiles widely. The man occupying the storm's place realizes that the courtier has reached the 8th grade. A man creates a magic circle. He says that he will forcibly teleport the magician and say that everything that happened in the magic tower was his doing, but first he will destroy the magic circle so that he can no longer use magic. The man makes a furious expression on his face. He replies that the courtier plunged a knife into the back of the head of the tower, who gave him a chance, and even if he blames everything on him, he will never get rid of the traitor's mark that he will receive and hide what he has done. A man holds an old man in a magic circle. He says that the old man was able to hide how he became the head of the tower. The courtier smiles evilly. He says that it was the head of the tower who taught him that the world is cruel, and also that it is the winners, not the losers, who write history. The man turns to the door. A woman's voice says that he will be remembered as a traitor and a criminal. The girl creates a magical field. She used a ban on return. The magic circle under the wizard changes. Storm watches the girl in surprise. He says he doesn't understand how she can use magic in space. The girl turns to the door. The men behind her shout that they need to find the mercenary because the plan to capture the magic tower must be successful. The girl opens her mouth wide. She shouts that she doesn't have time to explain and has already prepared the way to escape. The traitor stands on the magic circle. He doesn't understand how the magicians could teleport. The man collects energy in his hands. He says that they almost ruined the whole case because of one slippery eel, and therefore he will be in trouble. The knight runs up to the courtier. He says that he received a message from the fourth prince. The man looks away in surprise. Magic ball. Hologram of the court magician. The secret room of the fourth prince. The magician asks why the young man called him. The prince replies that he would like to know the situation in the magic tower. The courtier smiles widely. He replies that it is almost captured, and the next day there will be news about its new ruler. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that they should not return to the capital, and communication with him will be difficult. The prince looks at the courtier. He explains that the place where he hid the third prince was found, and a shrine was also discovered there, so his father will spread this information one way or another. The young man represents the king and the cleric. He says that there will soon be a civil war, and whoever receives the grail will seize power, because if the emperor takes advantage of the situation, a continental war will soon begin, which could drag on for 10 years. The court magician makes a surprised expression on his face. The young man says that when his father opens the great court of the sun and begins to look for who is responsible for what happened to his third son, the fourth will not be able to act until the war is over, so he is going to leave the empire, as this will simplify the implementation of plans. The courtier makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that if he leaves, the prince will not be able to restrain the count. The prince represents the images of the brothers. He says that the magician should not worry, because after seeing the count's actions, the first and second princes will begin to be wary of him, and removing the enemy with the hands of enemies is the most reasonable way. The prince makes an angry expression on his face. He says that the magician should continue to act according to the plan in order to prevent failure, and he will personally receive permission from the master. Portal in the wall. Using force, the young man gets out of it. The count makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand why his knight is there. A man scratches his temple. He does not understand what happened to the soldiers. The knight imagines the image of a commander. He says the man was taken to the infirmary and he was worried that something had happened to his master, so he followed the duke. The guy smiles sarcastically. The knight says that the court knights blocked his way and he had no choice but to beat them all. The young man goes forward. He tells the knight that they need to get out of there. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. He says that the owner should not have dealt with the duke and count since there are big problems for causing harm to aristocrats. The young man replies that he did not want to follow their plan and therefore simply ran away. The knight says in surprise that his master has fallen into a trap. The warriors are walking along the corridor. Lancer says that the fourth prince used the emperor and forced the duke and count to act, so they had a reason to capture him. The knight replies that the young man will not be able to run away all the time. The count makes a surprised expression on his face. He replies that his knight is right. Besides, he will become a state traitor if he harms the envoy who came on the orders of the emperor, but he did not want to be caught and make excuses. The young man represents the image of a demon. He thinks about what he is constantly thinking about his words. The count looks at the spear. He is sure that the devil is the ruler of the demon world, and the devil's weapon is literally what he fights with, because if the demon's words are true, then everything can go beyond the continent and develop into the worst-case scenario. Because the essence of the spear is unknown, escape is not the best choice. The knight pulls the door handle. He says that the fourth prince was an enemy in his master's past life. There are several thousand warriors outside the doors. They say that by order of the emperor he is forbidden to leave the building, and if he disobeys he will be considered a traitor. The young man smiles sarcastically. The knight says that they cannot defeat such a huge number of warriors. The count frowns furiously. He thinks that it is unpleasant for the emperor to watch him unearth the truth about his family, and he does not seem to know that such actions harm their reputation. The warriors turn around. The duke holds a sword in front of him. He demands that the young man surrender as the emperor ordered, or put his neck under his sword. The knight clenches his teeth furiously. The count smiles sarcastically. The knight says that he feels the pressure of energy alone and does not understand how his master managed to escape from the incredible strength of the duke. Lancer imbues the body with energy. The Duke smiles maliciously. He says that since the guy chose disobedience, he is going to express his regret to the Duke since he will lose his son. The young man frowns furiously. He thinks that everything is going in the direction he was going to avoid, and he will have to break his promise to the advisor and turn into a tyrant. The knights open their mouths in horror. They scream that they feel incredibly evil energy. A man breaks the ground under his feet. The Duke walks forward among the lying knights. The enemy makes a surprised expression on his face. He says he didn't expect to see the Duke because he wasn't sure he was worried about his blood either. A man walks up the steps. The enemy says that he came to arrest his son at the behest of the Emperor, so he should not go against her. The man stands in front of his son. He makes an angry expression on his face. The Duke says that he has the right to interfere in the affairs of his own son. The warriors make surprised expressions on their faces. They ask the Duke to think about his family and not go against the Emperor. The enemy looks at the Duke. He says that the actions of the protagonist's father are only his personal business, then he must get out of the way. The young man looks at his father. The man says that he will not change his decision, so the enemy should put away his sword. The Count frowns in surprise. He doesn't understand why his father does this if he is just the child of a mistress, expelled from the family, because in a past life he never looked for him. The young man looks at his father's back. He is sure that his feelings awakened in him due to the fact that he saw him growing up. The Count claps his hands. He approaches his opponents. The man says that the Duke is a charming father and has a wonderful son. The Count makes a terrifying expression on his face. He says that they are convinced of the intentions of the Duke and his son, so they must do their job and punish the traitors. The building of the paramedic station in the palace. The commander is sitting on the bed. He says that he is ashamed to look the prince in the face. The man furrows his eyebrows. He explains that in the palace he guarded, terrible things happened that he did not notice and could not prevent. The prince looks at his subordinate. He says that he shouldn't blame himself too much since no one could know about what happened to his younger brother. The emperor's son makes a calm expression on his face. He says that the commander should not blame himself, then how best to focus on restoration because the country needs a man. The commander looks away thoughtfully. The prince gets up from his chair. He says that he has work to do and it's better for the commander not to get up again. The red-haired knight hits himself in the chest. He tells his highness to take care of himself. The prince turns to the knight. He asks him what they will do with the count. The emperor's son makes a serious expression on his face. He replies that the young man is considered a state traitor who went against the order of the emperor. Therefore he is deprived of the status of an aristocrat and is an ordinary fugitive criminal for whose capture a reward has been assigned. The knight looks down. The prince opens the door. He asks the deputy to observe the commander. The doors are closing. The commander smiles slightly. He tells his subordinate that the boy, who is not 20 years old, made the best knightly empire on the continent tremble. The man imagines how the young man leaves the defeated man. The man says that he was surprised that the young man surpassed him and did not retreat even in front of the Duke and Count, and also went out through the main gate, as if he wanted everyone to see it. The young man holds a spear. The commander is confident that the Duke's son will be the first on the continent to become a star before reaching the age of 20. The commander smiles sarcastically. He says the former count inspires many to take action. The man looks down. He says that it is a great success for the empire that there are so many young talents in it. The commander looks at his subordinate. He says he is going to leave his position as commander. The deputy makes a surprised expression on his face. The man explains that for the sake of the empire's young talents, he should retire, and he is going to hand over command to his deputy. The subordinate looks at the commander. The man says that he will not judge the guy if he refuses, since he is not ready enough yet. The guy makes a thoughtful expression on his face. He clenches his hand into a fist. The deputy remembers the young count. He said that to overcome the limit you need motivation, and the position of commander of the Imperial Order of Knighthood is worth it. The deputy frowns. He keeps his hands clenched into fists. The guy says that he accepts the commander's offer and therefore agrees to completely take on all responsibilities. The emperor makes an angry expression on his face. The Duke stands in magical shackles. The emperor looks at him sarcastically. He says that he is surprised that his subordinate has awakened fatherly feelings and that he created a big problem, which is very unlike him. The Duke frowns. He says that the emperor went too far. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he had previously turned a blind eye to the actions of the Duke's son. The man looks at the emperor angrily. He replies that the ruler turned a blind eye to the actions of his youngest son, who turned his brother into a living dead. The second Duke glares at the first. He says that he should observe etiquette when dealing with the emperor. The young man's father frowns with displeasure. He replies that the man himself is not far removed and from the very beginning he did not care about the continent's prohibitions on the use of demons and their energy. The man silently looks at his opponent. The Duke opens his mouth furiously. He shouts that the emperor used the living dead and brought the empire into war, and also secretly entered into an alliance with another empire and captured the nearest countries in a situation where there is already a tense confrontation between the supporters of the emperor and the supporters of the pope. Plus to all this the Grail appeared, which will add fuel to the fire. The second duke looks at the emperor. The first says that in the current situation one should think about whether the child will bring benefit or loss. The man represents the image of his son. He continues to say that his child discovered the great judgment of the sun, and therefore the emperor decided to get rid of the ambiguous variable. The overlord emits negative energy. The duke says that the emperor simply wants to satisfy his greed. The lord makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says the duke is crossing the line. The man, rising, emits dark energy. He says that the subordinate is baring his teeth at him and turning his back on the empire, which suggests that he wants to abandon his home and family. The duke glares at the emperor. The overlord looks crazy. He says that he is going to simplify everything and will let his son go if everything works out for him. The emperor moves his hand to the side. He explains that since his son is one of those who shines even brighter in moments of danger, he will be able to achieve success outside the empire, and then he will personally invite him back. The duke makes a displeased expression on his face. He says his boy can be the sword to take aim at the empire. The lord looks away. In some forest of the empire, Horus carriage, the elf crossed his legs. He says that the young man told him to obediently follow him as the best slave on the continent, but did not tell him where to go and sent him out of the palace. The elf makes a surprised expression on his face. The driver of the cart runs away. The elf is surprised and asks what is happening and why they stopped. The stranger emits dark energy. He says the elf looks good. The child makes a surprised expression on his face. The black dragon calmly looks forward. He tells the elf that he should not be idle and asks if he knows where his new master has gone. The elf is shaking in horror. He replies that he does not know where the owner went. The dragon in the form of a man replies that he is behind an old elven friend, who is in fact a traitor, and it was he who made the elves slaves. The child opens his eyes wide in surprise. He says he considered the man to be the protector of their secret and the one who sacrificed his own life. The dragon holds the child by the shoulder. He says that he is sorry, but the elf must understand that people are selfish and greedy from birth, which is why their friend betrayed them by taking away the source of the world tree. The dragon looks away. He demands the elf to stop searching for his former friend, since the source crystal replaces the source of the world tree, but it will not last long. The elf makes an angry expression on his face. He demands to tell him where the traitor is. The dragon in the image closes its eyes. He looks away. Raging river. The man says that the traitor is in the Great Valley. Magic Tower building. The dragon explains that after stealing their artifact, people erected a magic tower in that place. Storm looks at the magician. He says that the flow of water is too strong and therefore she cannot pick him up and must go alone. The girl replies that she cannot do as he says, and therefore suggests taking a detour. The traders are running behind. They shout that they must not miss the storm under any circumstances. The magicians raise their staffs. They shout that the new lord of the tower demanded to catch the storm, so they are going to defeat them with one attack. Steamed stones fly from the sky. The magicians say they use a combined stone rain spell. Palace of shining flowers. The princess is sitting at the table. The maid brings her a cup. She looks at the princess in surprise. The woman says that she is surprised that the princess was on the verge of life and death, but was not only able to get out of bed, but also regained her sight. The girl smiles slightly. She says that she experienced a real miracle, but she does not remember at all what happened to her. The princess looks at the maid. She says she only remembers what happened to her before she was 10. The girl represents the image of a young man. She continues to say that every time she hears his name in the palace, her chest always hurts. The princess opens her mouth in surprise. She asks the maid if it is true that the division commander is the son of the duke. Capital of the empire. City buildings. Advisor in a hood. The knights shout that they need to use a flare when they meet the enemy. The order is moving forward. They shout that they should not follow alone. The advisor runs forward. He thinks that the situation has become worse than expected, so she needs to go to the owner as soon as possible. The knight looks at the running girl. The main character makes a calm expression on his face. He says the emperor doesn't want their family's strength to weaken. The subordinate looks at the young man. The count continues to say that he was exiled because of the emperor's opinion. The knight replies that the strengthening of the position worked against them. The subordinate frowns in surprise. He says it will be even harder for them in the future. The advisor breaks into the building. She screams that her two friends are crazy. The girl frowns in surprise. She shouts that they stayed only a couple of days in the capital, but during this time they somehow managed to become state traitors, for whose capture a huge reward was assigned for each individual. The advisor grabs the knight by the ear. She shouts that the man, the owner's protector, should have led him on the right path, and he should not have gotten into such a situation with him. The knight responds by apologizing to the girl. The advisor looks at the owner. She says she doesn't understand how he's going to get out of the situation. The young man replies that he needs to leave the capital. The knight turns to his master. He says that they should go to where the young man is king, because there they will have festivities and celebrations, and not persecution and punishment. The advisor makes a dissatisfied expression on her face. She replies that under no circumstances should they move there. The king looks at the throne with a hammer. She says that the emperor definitely thought about that place when he started everything, so they cannot go to their kingdom, otherwise the emperor will have a reason for an immediate attack, because his traitor is on the throne there. The young man holds his chin. He thinks that the advisor is right, so he doesn't need to harm the kingdom, and if word of what happened reaches the villagers, who chatter their teeth at the mere mention of demonic energy as soon as he enters the kingdom, his reputation will be seriously damaged. The girl looks at the boy. She says that the situation is very serious, as soldiers are gathering in huge numbers on the borders of countries, which suggests that there may soon be a war. The knight throws up his hands in surprise. He shouts that a continental war may soon begin. The girl looks at the man. She replies that in addition to the actions of the three strongest empires, the politics of two more countries are causing concern, one of which their owner is well aware of. The young man looks at the table. He replies that he understood that the advisor was talking about the kingdom of magicians. The count looks away. He says that even going back in time will not allow him to escape his fate. The knight makes a surprised expression on his face. The young man gets up from the table. He says that he has decided where they will go, but first they need to deal with one thing. The owner smiles widely. He says that a valley with a magic tower awaits them. The door opens slightly. In it, a knight appears in the rain. The man reaches for a weapon. The knight says that, surprisingly, they were found quickly. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says that the subordinate should put away the sword, since the stranger, like them, is his comrade. The knight makes a calm expression on his face. He kneels before the young man. The assistant commander of the 12th division says that the two divisions would like to follow him, but, unfortunately, they cannot leave the capital, leaving their families behind. The young man smiles slightly. He spreads his hands. The guy says that he has nothing to forgive the division for because he understands everything. The man reaches into his pocket. He says he wanted to give him a message. The man makes a malicious smile. He says that a woman who called herself the Queen of Assassins came to them and asked them to tell him that she would go to his kingdom and deal with matters there. The young man takes the letter. He says that a woman's help will be very helpful. The count makes a surprised expression on his face. He asks whose letter he is holding. The knight replies that the princess gave him the letter. The young man's personal warrior smiles widely. He says that the princess sent his master a love letter and perhaps wants to leave with him. The advisor hits the knight in the stomach. She says he needs to think about what he says. The girl smiles widely. She is sure that they should leave the capital. The young man glances at her. He replies that they will leave immediately. The count stands with the knight. He says that even though his group cannot go with him, he will pray that all is well with his division members. The man hits himself in the chest. He says that the blessing of God will come with them. The young man leaves with his friends. The knight wishes him to return alive. Magic Tower building. The magician looks down at the floor. He says he is surprised that someone could do great harm to a fake body. The dark magician stands near the window. He asks what happened in the secret room in the fourth prince's cellars. The man turns. The lick says he didn't expect the count's spear. The magician represents the image of a spear. The lick says that the guy had a devilish weapon in his hands. The necromancer makes a calm expression on his face. He explains that the weapon is only devilish on the outside, and there is no special person sealed inside it. The magician looks at the necromancer. He says that the dragon is heading to the magic tower with the elf. A man looks out the window. He says there are too many variables at the moment when military forces are almost assembled. The magician frowns in surprise. He says the man shouldn't worry as they have found a clue. Green crystal. The man continues to say that the clue was able to lead them to the storm wind that they had been looking for a very long time. The man turns to his subordinate. He says that there is no need for them to delay, because as soon as the ceremony of appointing the magician as Lord of the Tower is completed, he should create a lick who will control the army of the dead. The courtier hits himself in the chest. He says he has more news. The man's eyes glow. He says information about one of the Empire's family members has finally started to spread. Stranger with long hair. The magician is sure that a bloody wind will blow in the house of the Duke and the Emperor. The necromancer makes a malicious smile. He says that he is curious to see the Emperor's face when it turns out that the princess, whom everyone thought was dead, is in the Duke's house. The main character's mother is at the window. She folds her hands and looks at him. Red waving flag. A carriage guarded by knights in the forest. A blue-haired girl looks out the window. She thinks that she doesn't want to have an arranged marriage and be someone else's tool. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. The stranger cuts the knight. 3 courtiers attack a man. They shout that they must protect the princess. The man swings a huge sword. The knight opens the door of the carriage. He says the princess needs to get out immediately. The stranger kills the knight. The girl falls to the ground. Rising up, she opens her eyes. The blue-haired man looks at the princess with contempt. The young man's mother opens her eyes. She holds her head. The woman says that she has the same dream over and over again, but she is still not used to it. The mistress gets out of bed. She doesn't understand what her dream means. The girl is alerted by knocks on the door. She thinks that she doesn't understand who came to her. The woman opens the door. She hopes to see her son there. Mother makes a surprised expression on her face. She says that she does not understand why the Duke's advisor came to her. A man with blue hair in uniform. The commander of the Knights of the Duke's house says that the Duchess would like to see her. The advisor makes a malicious smile. He asks if he should call the woman a princess rather than a servant. Magic Tower Building. The magicians in the stands smile widely. They shout that they congratulate the court magician on his appointment as Lord of the Tower and therefore want the light of truth to shine brightly on the new Lord. A man stands with his subordinates. The magician makes a crazy expression on his face. He says that he sincerely thanks the magicians for their warm welcome, despite the fact that he turned away from the magic tower for a long time, but he is going to shake up the stagnation that has existed for many years and leave the endless plain. The man levitates. He continues to say that they will turn the continent into a world meant only for magicians, and it will become even greater and more radiant than the other magical country that has become just a shell. The man dispels the aura around himself. He shouts that they will announce the creation of a country of magicians throughout the continent. The wizards raise their hands, opening their mouths. They shout the name of the new magician, calling him the Star of Nine. The man makes a malicious smile. He thinks that he can choose a lick from among the magicians who will lead the army of the living dead, and then the creation of the most powerful army will be completed. The wizard holds a magic ball. He says that the storm and the mercenary magician were missed. 2 wizards are standing next to each other. One of the 7 magicians, who occupies the place of the void, says that he would like to work with his friend to catch them. Guarded gate in the valley. The guards look at the travelers. One of them says that they must show a badge that can prove their identity. The knight hits his pockets. He says that he put it somewhere and forgot. The guard furrows his brow furiously. He points his finger at the man. The employee says that it is forbidden for knights to move in the magic tower, so they must return. The advisor looks at the employee. He says that abuse of power must be done in moderation, and magicians always treat others with disdain. The man clenches his teeth furiously. He says that since they are talking about neglect, they can leave because their personality is no longer important. The young man comes forward. He looks at the guard angrily. The count says that they came to become magicians. The man opens his mouth in surprise. He says that you need to lie in such a way that you can believe it, since the young man is very physically developed and does not look like a magician. The count smiles sarcastically. He says he is ready to prove his strength. Lancer extends his charged hand. He fires a shot at goal. The guard demands to stop, as the forest could catch fire. The knight smiles sarcastically. He says his master is using fraud. The employees open their mouths in surprise. They say that only magicians of the 4th class can cause a wall of fire, and this is only possible with the help of a spell, so he is at least 5th. The second guard frowns in surprise. He says that the mana reservoir used by the knights goes through a purification process with the mana cultivation technology that each family owns, and during this purification, the reservoir sometimes acquires some kind of peculiarity. A man who uses fire magic. The clerk explains that there was a precedent for the king to use fire. Lancer holds his hands at his sides. He says he is ready to show the use of another attribute. The count smiles sarcastically. He says he's going to show a lightning wave. The group looks up in surprise. Information reaches them that a storm shelter has been found, so all wizards immediately need to gather in the Tower of Trials. The young man frowns in surprise. The published information says that you need to catch the storm and the mercenary magician helping him. The count understands that they are talking about his girlfriend. The guards smile widely. They say that those who can catch the traitors will not only be given a reward, but will also take a magic tower, so the young man better do it. Lancer makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that if the men do not open the door for him, he will open it himself and enter. Using magic, the young man runs forward. He breaks through the gate with his spear. The count, breaking, passes through them. Test Tower Building. A portal surrounded by magic circles. The magicians stand on them. The leader shouts that they must go on the attack and punish the traitor and his accomplice. The men run to the gate. They go through them. The wizard opens his mouth in surprise. Tall monsters with several eyes. The leader enters the building. He shouts to his subordinates that they should not stop, since they are in the testing tower where magicians come to train, because everything they see is just an illusion and they cannot harm them. The giant crushes the magician with his huge foot. The leader smiles sarcastically. He thinks that the storm was able to change the trial tower, despite the fact that it is in a huge magic circle, but even so, they will easily catch him. The giants are burning in a fire. A drop falls on the girl's forehead. She opens her eyes in surprise. A man meditates in a circle. He says they are on the 17th floor of the test tower. A magician with a scar on his eye. He says that they were pursued for 4 days, and the mana was depleted, so they had to escape to the Tower of Trials. A man creates a magic circle. The girl asks what happened to his eye. The magician replies that he is fine, and the main problem is the destroyed circle, which he is slowly restoring, but does not know when he will be able to completely restore it. So the girl should also start recovering, because the tower magicians have erected a barrier, due to which teleportation and the communication port is down, leaving them trapped on the upper floors. The girl looks down doomedly. She replies that they have no way to escape, so they will have to hold out until reinforcements arrive. The magician smiles slightly. He says that the girl should not worry, since the tower is not easy to climb, because it was not called the testing tower for nothing. Cobblestone with a rune. The wizard explains that the tower was created using an ancient magic circle that magicians use for training, and when it is activated, a variety of challenges await visitors on each floor. The image of a giant, an ogre, and a dragon. The man explains that the higher a person rises, the stronger the traps and the more difficult the challenges can become, but they can avoid battles, so they will rise from floor to floor until the tower's magicians give up. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She says that all monsters are just illusions. The man replies that he arranged it so that they become like real ones. Storm holds a magic circle. He explains that he learned a lot while he was a manager. The magician smiles widely. He recalls that the magic circle went out of control every time it was activated, causing headaches. The girl and the man are wary. She says that she feels a vibration, which could mean that there are already magicians on the floor below. The storm is rising. He says that the traders are advancing faster than he thought, and therefore they can only rely on help, which should consist of an army that has the ability to resist the wizards of the magic tower. The man opens his mouth in surprise. The girl replies that she is waiting for just one person. The wizard does not understand how one person can resist a huge number of magicians. Misrepresents the image of a young man. She says that her friend is the strongest of the strongest on the continent. The man opens his mouth in surprise. He thinks that the girl is a member of the Count's fan club, created by female magicians. Lizard monsters swing their weapons. They explode. 2 magicians use force. They say that they use the power of the 7 magicians, which even real monsters cannot stop. The subordinates smile widely. They shout that the dream of the magic tower will come true, and they will be able to create a true empire of magicians. The men smile widely. They say that the storm can set traps, and despite the fact that he has reached the 7th grade, he is nothing of the sort. The magicians are scattered by the explosion. The men try to hide from the explosion. They shout to be careful because a lancer has come for them. The magicians open their mouths in surprise. They don't understand how one warrior from the capital could cause enormous damage. The young man appears in front of the men. He puts on a calm expression. The Count says that he will give them a chance to escape alive if they stop chasing his girlfriend and the storms. The wizard creates a fireball. He shouts that the young man should not interfere in the affairs of the magic tower. The man releases energy. He says he uses a fire cannon. The young man catches the ball and throws it aside with his spear. The man is attacked by his own attack. The leader looks at what is happening in surprise. He thinks that he has never seen a spear with built-in magic, and such an artifact suggests that it is very ancient. The wizards extend their hand. They shout that they want to activate a large joint magic circle to seal the youth's movements. A man is standing with his clothes on fire. He says that he wants to get rid of the Count in one blow. The wizard holds his hands in front of him. He talks about the dawn illuminating the morning and the moon illuminating the night. Friends create a common magic circle. The second wizard continues the spell, saying that the month in the night sky is responsible for half, so it should become a hellish window that turns everything in the world to ashes. The Count stands between them. He laughs, covering himself with his hand. The young man says that he will not wait until they finish the spells. The wizards look at the guy in surprise. They don't understand when he managed to approach them and why he decided that magicians were still weak in close combat. The young man makes a thrust with a spear. He smiles widely. Lancer says he uses the 6th level spear technique of the martial wind method. The magicians are sucked into a hurricane. The person being pursued leaves the building. He holds a girl near him. The man says that they don't understand who the magicians are fighting with, that the whole tower is shaking. The girl makes an upset expression on her face. She says that they will quickly catch up, and therefore they may not hold out until her friend arrives. The man extends his hand to the girl. He says that all the magicians, except him, were focused on increasing the magic circles, so they didn't even come close to the Tower of Tests, which makes it so easy for them to capture them. The wizard turns to the mercenary. She says that other magicians will not be able to unravel the magic of ancient people. The man replies that the tower was not actually created by humans. White dragon with horns. The wizard climbs the stairs. He says that the dragon was the creator of the tower and its rules, and by completing each floor of the tower you can get a special reward. The girl opens her mouth in surprise. She says that they went through a lot of tests but did not receive any reward. The man replies that this is because the tower recognizes candidates, and if it were alone, it would receive a reward. The man spreads his hands. He says that those who already have experience completing floors are not given the reward again, and his best entry was 37, so there will be no reward on floors before him. The man looks at the girl warily. She asks him what the reward will be on the top floor. The magician makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says he doesn't know it himself. The wizard stands in front of the door. He explains that he heard from the previous lord of the tower that the entire truth is hidden on the top floor, including the secret of the tower itself. The girl thinks about what truth we are talking about. The man opens the door. He says that he does not believe in the old man's story since it is a very ancient legend, and also after the 30th floor, the level increases sharply, so she should not relax. A door leading to the wasteland. Bare trees without leaves. The door slams shut. A girl and a man walk forward. She looks around. The mercenary says that they are in hell, and that's why she is scared. The wizard clenches his teeth furiously. He says the 30th floor looked different before and he didn't touch the system that changes the environment. The magician and the mercenary are wary. The elf stands opposite the traitor. He asks if he really did what he did to eradicate his people. The elf frowns furiously. He demands an answer from the man. The necromancer smiles sarcastically. He says that even if he tells everything as it happened, the elf will not be able to do anything, so he should get out while he is alive. About 100 years ago, people and elves lived together. A man communicates with an elf. Over time, the elves lost their position in human society. The elves escaped from the burning forest. To protect their people and the place where they lived, they hid from people, escaping to the edge of the continent, and only the elves knew about this place. An elf with curly hair. The elves came to the source of their life, the huge world tree, and settled there. Huge oak tree. The elves created a barrier to prevent humans from finding them and desperately survived to rebuild their people. A huge shiny stone. One day, someone escaped, stealing the source of life, and since then the world tree began to fade little by little. The elf is raking the ground with his hand. He thinks about how their tree is barely kept alive by the storm's origin crystal. The child clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that the crystal was not enough, so in exchange for the power of the black dragon, he was his servant for a long time, supporting the life of the world tree. The elf is kneeling before the necromancer. He says that he could not even imagine that he was the one who stole the source of life. The child frowns furiously. He does not understand why his family friend betrayed them and where the source of life went. The lick, smiling widely, bares his teeth. He replies that there is no interest in simply giving an answer. The elf charges his body with energy. He says that because of the man, many elves died, so he will kill him with his own hands. The child dodges dark forces. The man smiles widely. He says that if you compare an elf with a magician, a person, then he surpasses the 7th circle, so he cannot cope with them. The man places the elf in the magic circle. He says that he should have run away when he gave him the chance, because now he will die and the rest of the elves will lose their leader. The elf lies motionless on the ground. The necromancer says that he should not worry, since he will penetrate the world tree and kill all the other elves. A man holds out his hand with a magic circle. He says he is going to turn them into the living dead and become the leader of an army of zombie elves. Magical protection appears in the face of the necromancer. The girl uses an ice spear. The child looks at the ice in surprise. He does not understand who besides them is in the Tower of Trials. The mercenary looks at the elf. She asks him to run faster. The magician looks away. He says that they should worry about their own lives since the lick's mana energy has changed. The necromancer breaks the ice. He says that the court magician did not deal with the small fish and forces him to deal with them. The man extends his magical hand. He says that this is even better since he is going to show them the power of the strongest being of the middle world. The necromancer creates a magic circle. A huge fanged mouth emerges from it. The black dragon uses dark magic. The man shouts that he has summoned the legendary undead, namely the black-boned dragon. The fugitives open their mouths in surprise. The girl shouts that they should run faster, because if they get caught, there will be no way out. The dragon opens its mouth wide. The wizard holds his hands in front of him. He says that there is no escape from the powerful creature, so he will delay it while the others continue to run. The man hits the dragon with a magical whirlwind. The beast opens its mouth. He absorbs the entire vortex into himself. The wizard does not understand how the dragon could easily break through the 7th level magic. The magician makes a magic dome. It uses the wind curtain method. An explosion occurs. The traitor lies on the ground. The young man looks at him with fury. He says that the magician must return to the magic tower and give the courtier a paper that he will come there soon, then he must wait for him. The wizard takes a magic ball from his pocket. He says that he recognizes the young man's abilities, but will still repay him for the insult. A man holds a magic ball. He says that the young man is not the only one who is capable in the world, and in the end he will die from this. The magicians disappear one by one. The young man frowns. He says that it is the traitor's turn to die, not his. A door leading out to the desert. Next door. The count goes to her. He understands that in front of him is the door to the next floor, and therefore he will soon meet his girlfriend. The door slams shut. The guy makes a surprised expression on his face. He stands in front of the hologram. His replica is holding a spear. The young man understands that he will have to fight with himself. The count tilts his head in surprise. He asks the spear if he knows what the hologram is in front of him. It replies that the guy sees a double, an ideal craft created by God himself. The hologram repeats the movements of the Lancer. Spear explains that she is a creature that went extinct thousands of years ago and has been elevated to the rank of legend. It has king-level energy and is the king of doppelgangers. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says that the double itself is unusual, especially if he is a king. Spear says that he should be careful since the creature should not be there and it is unclear what danger it could pose. The hologram holds out a spear. The double uses the first type of spear technique, the lightning flash technique. The young man parries the blow. He says that the double is copying the spear technique. Spear explains that the strength of the double corresponds to his level, and one day one meaningless lizard died at his hands 2,000 years ago. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. He understands that the spear speaks about the dragon and that the double is able to defeat him. Spear explains that the double's abilities are unique and his stamina is almost endless. The count makes a distant expression on his face. Spear says that the double is capable of copying his opponent to the smallest detail. The opponent swings his spear. It imbues him with energy. The young man looks at him with a grin. He says that no matter how much the double repeats after him, he will not be able to win since he is a fake, not the original. The young man defends himself from a blow. He holds a spear in front of him. The guy sings about the body creating the earth. Cold and hot forces touch. The count continues to sing about the soul created by heaven. The guy is holding a spear. He uses a level 6 technique. The enemy breaks the curtain. He smiles maliciously. The young man sings about the tip pointing to the heavens and the shaft pointing to the ground. The double opens his mouth in surprise. The count frowns furiously. He thinks that using the 7th level spear technique, the method of the deep meaning of the infinity of the creation of the world. The elf crosses his arms. He uses stone rain. The girl holds her hands in front of her. She uses an ice wall. Attacks fall on the dragon. The magician extends his hand with a magic circle. He uses the fire player method. Energy flies towards the dragon. A necromancer appears behind the man. He hits him with his power. The dragon opens its mouth. It absorbs attacks used against it. The elf flies off to the side. He says that magic does not work on the beast. The lick lifts the elf off the ground. The necromancer holds the elf in a circle. He says that there are more people who will go with him to the next world. The man, smiling, squeezes his hand. The noose on the elf's neck tightens. The girl crosses her arms. She uses the frost star method. The necromancer turns to the mercenary. The girl freezes him. She raises her charged hands. The girl uses the ice spear method. The mercenary lowers her hands, hitting the ice. The lick, freeing himself, breaks the ice. He smiles maliciously. The man says that the girl's magic is weak. He breaks the ground around him. Leech says he doesn't understand how the girl was lucky to get to the high floor. The mercenary flies to the side. The necromancer squeezes his hand. He makes a surprised expression on his face. The mercenary rises above the ground. The magician is freed from her shackles. She says that she uses the breath of the cold northern wind, which freezes even fire. The girl frowns furiously. The necromancer smiles widely. He says that the girl withstood his attack, so he will leave her next to him as a lick. A man turns a girl in a magic circle. He turns back. The elf demands to stop everything. He furrows his brow furiously. The child demands that the magicians be left alive, since this is only their business. The elf is terrified from the dragon's feet. She descends, pinning him to the ground. The necromancer smiles widely, showing his teeth. He says that if someone doesn't have power, then all they have to do is obey, and he should have learned that by now after being a slave for a few years. The man is holding the girl. He explains that if someone wants to achieve what they want and gain power, they must use all possible methods, even if they have to sell their soul to the devil. The dragon stands with the necromancer, holding the elf. There is an explosion, from which the dragon flies away. The necromancer turns around in surprise and frowns. The elf looks at the floating hologram of the young man. He demands that his master come to his senses. The wizard opens his mouth in surprise. He says that the longer he looks at the Count, the more incredible he seems to him, since he overcame so many floors at a time to get in front of them and help. The dragon flies towards the hologram with its mouth open. He hits the body double. He quickly flies to the ground. The young man, hitting the ground, splits it. The double lies on the broken ground. The girl is crying in the magic circle. The necromancer looks at her with a smile. He says that the guy escaped from the knights, and after that he decided to get the last reward in the Tower of Trials. The Lick extends his charged hand. He says that whatever the circumstances, he rather wanted to go up to the top floor and ended up in such a state that he can only be called pathetic, and there is nothing more to say. A guy holding an elf appears from the rift. He says he's not pathetic at all. The Count runs up to his men with lightning speed. He puts his arm around the elf's shoulders. Lancer says that he assumed that the lynching in the basement of the fourth prince's palace was not real. The mercenary looks at the guy in surprise. She doesn't understand why there are two main characters in front of her. The necromancer smiles sarcastically, holding a magic ball. He says that he will very successfully kill at once everyone who prevents him from getting his target. A man creates a magic circle with pentagrams. He uses a dark cannon. The young man furrows his eyebrows, opening his mouth slightly. He uses a level 7 spear technique. The guy holds out a spear to his opponent. It is illuminated with magical light. The young man thinks that he uses the creation of the world. A white light emanates from his spear. The necromancer opens his mouth wide. He says that his dark cannon belongs to the highest level of dark magic, so he cannot defeat it. And even by concluding a contract with a sealed demon, any demonic energy cannot be stopped. The Lick is permeated by light. He opens his mouth wide in horror. The man realizes that his highest level dark magic has disappeared. The veil in front of the man cracked. The magician does not understand what is happening. The guy stands on the grass with cracked earth. The heroes find themselves in a clearing together. The necromancer watches them in surprise. He says that the guy did not break the dome, but changed the environment, breathing life into the dying land, but only God himself could do this. The necromancer throws up his hands in rage. A horseman in armor and without a head. A man demands that his dark army do his bidding. The Lick levitates above the soldiers. He says he will fight the guy using all his power. The necromancer opens his mouth wide. He demands that the young man show all his strength and fight him. The Count smiles sarcastically. He says that he is ready to do it if the man wants it. Lancer summons the Dark Knights. Lynch, straining his face, opens his mouth wide. He demands that his army already attack. The dragon with military zombies runs forward. Army of headless warriors. They hit their opponents. The fourth prince runs forward. He makes an angry expression on his face. The guy demands that everyone kneel before his master. The necromancer makes a surprised expression on his face. He attacks the guy with a dark dragon. Two forces touch. The young man says that he uses the 6th level spear technique of the heaven-destroying chaos dance method. The dragon's power rests on the guy's veil. The young man with an outstretched spear smiles sarcastically. The dragon is thrown aside by a sound wave. He falls to the ground in front of the army. The young man's friends open their mouths in surprise. The girl says that the guy was able to defeat the bone dragon. The elf is surprised that the guy succeeded, since the dragon was able to wound his former owner. Storm makes a displeased expression on her face. He says that the inhabitants of the continent would not like what is happening, since on the mainland it is forbidden to use demonic energy and dark magic that turns people into undead. An army of the dead are fighting each other. He says that people would be surprised by an entire army of the living dead, and therefore they would not like to hear that the one they called the greatest Lancer did this. The wizard makes a surprised expression on his face. He explains that people will feel fear and betrayal, and then in an instant he will become the enemy of the entire continent. The girl turns to the magician. She says that there is no need to worry about it, since the people of the continent will just have to talk to him. The mercenary smiles widely. She explains that people will understand how amazing the young man is, and that everyone will definitely like him. Storm replies that the girl is simply head over heels in love. The elf makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says he doesn't understand what kind of magic the necromancer uses. The young man swings his spear at his opponent. The Lick heals the wounds on his body. The elf explains that his master inflicted many critical blows on the necromancer, but he quickly recovered and did not die. The dead heal their wounds. The prince makes a surprised expression on his face. He thinks that all the dead are death knights and therefore recover very quickly and do not get tired. The dead man is holding a sword. An army of zombies rises, creating a barrier. Opponents make a magical strike. The prince parries the blow with his sword. He furrows his brow furiously. The guy thinks that the army of the undead, which was madly attacking, lined up in ranks, which suggests that it is controlled by someone, and not the one who is fighting with his master. Therefore, if they continue to defend themselves, then for sure will lose. An ice wall appears in front of the prince. Storm looks at him. He says that the Lick's weakness is the vessel of life, which is considered the source of his existence, so it is probably hidden in a safe place that only he knows about. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. The wizard explains that if the vessel is not destroyed, the Lick and the army of the dead will endlessly be reborn. The girl replies that despite the fact that the army is invulnerable, they still cannot defeat them as long as they have a young man with them. Storm clenches her teeth furiously. He thinks that demonic energy and physical energy are not infinite, because someday the young man will exhaust his supply, so they should find a vessel of life. The Necromancer holds a spear in his hands. He smiles maliciously. The man says that even if the guy has the abilities of a god, his body will remain only a human body, so when his mana and demonic energy begin to decrease, he will not be able to win. The young man pulls out the spear. He makes a malicious smile. The guy says that the Necromancer is mistaken and he clearly knows where the vessel of his life is. The young man remembers how he killed his double. He says that he wanted to seal the Necromancer in the basements of the fourth prince's palace because he did not know where exactly his vessel was, but he recklessly released his power and he understood everything. The Necromancer opens his mouth in surprise. He understands that the young man attacked him to gain time to search for the hidden vessel of life. The young man represents the image of a Lick. He says that he distracted him in order to find his hiding place, a ghost with a life vessel. The Necromancer opens his mouth wide. He demands his guardian Lick to escape. The elf frowns in surprise. The Dark Knight takes a swing at the Lick. He says that she cannot hide behind the veil and therefore he will cut the guardian Lick with one blow. The Necromancer appears in front of the knight. He says he is a loser. The man extends his hand, striking the knight. He says they must disappear. The Necromancer is wary. Energy lightning appears in front of him. The young man shouts that he is using a level 5 spear technique. The guy pierces the vessel with a spear. It breaks into small pieces. The man frowns in pain. The Necromancer falls to the ground. The young man looks at him angrily. The dark magician lies on the ground. He says that he had the power in his hands to destroy an entire empire, but he was defeated single-handedly by the Duke's son. The Count looks at the enemy. He says that the Tree of Infinity gives its gifts to people. Deforested forest. The young man explains that humanity, due to its greed, cuts down many trees and burns forests. But still the trees continue to provide shade in which to rest, fruits and even clean air, and not to someone else, but to people who harm them. The Count smiles widely. He explains that he sees the Necromancer as precisely the person who, with difficulty, assembled an army of the undead, but will still give it to him. The elf holds the girl in his arms. He doesn't understand why his former friend went this far. The child is crying, holding his exhausted friend. He says that the girl was the only daughter of a magician, and he made her a Lick. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. The Elf King holds her hand. He says he is an old friend of her father. The elf is crying while holding the girl's hands. He says he is very sorry for his friend. The young elf makes an angry expression on his face. He shouts that no one can do this to their child, killing her twice. The Necromancer dissipates. He says that the elf is talking naive nonsense, since they were in the same position, because people expelled them because of their dirty desires. The man remembers how he was executed. He explains that he was also betrayed by people, which is why he died, while they, people who were not guilty, had to experience enormous pain and despair. The elf looks at the ground. The Necromancer says that he only lacked strength, and talent, position, and power were only mediocre variables, so he longed to gain absolute strength that could not be surpassed and create an army so strong that it could destroy the empire. The Lick smiles widely, representing the undead. He says that he wanted a military force that would only carry out his orders, and his daughter understood him and wanted the same, so she herself decided to become part of his army. The elf looks at his hands. He says that he understood why the traitor needed a source of power. The man furrows his eyebrows. He says that he simply wanted to gain powerful power in an easy way and therefore entered into a contract with a higher demon. A Necromancer worships a demon. He says that he was not sure that a demon of the required level would appear in exchange for his soul to conclude the contract, so he needed a treasure that he would want to receive. The elf clenches his teeth furiously. He says that his friend was blinded by revenge and betrayed those who cared about him, and even brought his child the same pain that he himself experienced. The young man looks at his opponent in surprise. The child turns to the traitor. He tells him that he remembers that the child wants to create an alliance of the elven people, but as long as people exist, this simply will not work. The elf frowns. The young man looks at him. He says that an alliance is possible, since among the people there are those who realize their mistakes and are now reviving the crippled forests. Necromancer part without eyes. He says that people do not change and remain obsessed with greed, because they passionately desire everything and only destroy. The Count makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The Lick says his last words that there will be many more people obsessed with the same desire as him. The guy looks at the flying remains of the Necromancer. He became dust even before he finished speaking and finally ended his long life, but because of his words, instead of the pleasure of perfect revenge, an unpleasant aftertaste remained in the Count's soul. Lancer frowns in displeasure. Sweat runs down the magician's face. He says he is very tired. Knights fight a dragon. The girl shouts to the wizard that he should not give up, as he must fight to the end. The man looks down with displeasure. He says that the dragon is constantly reborn, and therefore the vessel of life must be destroyed in order to defeat it. The young man goes forward. He mentally demands the army to stop the battle. The evil spirit clenches its teeth in surprise. The Count goes to them. He thinks as he orders the undead army to obey him. The youth's mark appears on the zombie's neck. The guy frowns furiously. He orders the army to kneel. The living dead bow to the guy. The young man makes a calm expression on his face. He raises his head, looking at the dragon. The guy mentally orders him to fly up. Storm opens his mouth in surprise. He thinks that the guy was able to subjugate the dragon to himself. The beast lands next to the Count. The guy strokes his head. The zombies vaporize by hitting themselves in the chest. Lancer absorbs them into himself. His body is surrounded by dark energy. The young man's friends open their mouths in surprise. The guy is wary. The demon says that his subordinate had an insignificant end, and he put a lot of effort into him in vain. The mercenary opens her eyes wide in surprise. She says she feels the magic of the messages, indicating the presence of someone else. The young man frowns furiously. He says that Asmodeus has joined them. Storm opens his mouth in surprise. He understands that the guy is talking about a higher demon with whom the Lick entered into a contract. The evil spirit smiles widely. He says that he was glad to see the young man again and was ready to start dancing when he appeared. The magician frowns in surprise. He thinks that he saw the form of the devil, which he had previously heard about, but at the same time he does not understand why he ended up in the middle world. The evil spirits hold the image of a flower in front of them. He says that after the sudden disappearance of the devil, the 8 demon kings, who have the most terrifying power, are constantly fighting for his place and maintaining the balance. Flower with 8 petals. The demon says that he dreams of someone breaking the fragile balance, but this is very difficult since it requires being at least on the same level as them. Evil spirits, splitting, squeeze the flower in their hands. He says he hoped to be the one to upset the balance to restore its lost glory. The demon looks at the Count. He explains that, despite the risks, to achieve his goal he had to appear in the middle world, and just at that time the guy miraculously appeared before his eyes. The evil spirit smiles widely. He says that with the power that the guy possesses, it is possible to destroy the balance of the demon world and even cause a new tectonic movement. The elf frowns with displeasure. He thinks that his master is at least on the same level as the 8 demon kings, and only an archangel reborn as a human can do this. The Count makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that he does not want to believe his words, since he is the most greedy among all demons and therefore must name the true reason for appearing in the middle world. The demon makes a crazy expression on his face. He says that if the guy wants to know the information, then he must find him on the hill where the black moon rises. Lancer looks at the demon with displeasure. He tells him that the only darkness is the creature that was once the brightest light. The evil spirits create a magic circle. As he leaves, he says that he is leaving one last gift and will look forward to their next meeting with the guy. Red pentagram on the ground. The elf looks at her in surprise. He says there is nothing good in a deal with a demon. The young man goes forward. The elf asks him to stop. The guy is standing near the pentagram. His slave says that no one knows which demon will appear and offer to conclude a contract because it is very dangerous. The Count, smiling, stands in the center of the circle. He says that no matter which demon appears, he will end up being eaten, and even if one of the 8 demon kings appears, he will make a contract. The elf covers himself with a mantle from dark energy. He shouts that if the demon king appears, the entire mid-world will turn into hell. The young man smiles slightly. Magical energy in front of him. The demon's eyes open. The guy's friends are hiding from demonic energy. The mercenary is sure that one of the demon kings has come to them. The slave is shaking in horror. He says that judging by the power of dark energy, the demon is at least on par with Asmodeus, a small pink demon with wings. He growls at the guy. The young man looks at the demon with a smile. The girl blushes with emotion. Storm says that an empty cart rattles louder, and it's even funny. The mercenary blushes with love. She walks in the middle of the youth and the double. The girl thinks that she feels excitement from 2 handsome men. Storm frowns thoughtfully. He doesn't understand why the double is in the testing tower. The man looks away. The elf grabs his hand. The wizard asks him to let him go and stop clinging to him. Demon on the shoulder of a young man. The elf replies that he feels a strange energy from the small creature on his master's shoulder, which is not a simple demon. The man replies that they should learn about everything gradually and only after they have done what is necessary. The magician frowns furiously. He thinks that he should deal with the traitor. The young man glances at Storm. He tells him that they need to get out and not rise higher. The guy replies that he is wondering what the final reward in the challenge tower is. Dragon in human form. He says that what is on the top floor is not yet allowed to be owned by anyone. The elf spreads his hands. The magician says that he does not understand how the dragon suddenly appeared in front of them. The elf replies that the man should keep up appearances if he doesn't want to get into trouble, since there is a black dragon standing in front of him. Storm looks down in horror. He thinks that first a high-level demon appeared in front of him, and then a black dragon in a different form. The Count smiles sarcastically. He says he doesn't understand why he isn't allowed. The dragon makes a calm expression on its face. He replies that the guy shouldn't start arguments, since soon the entire continent will drown in blood. The young man's friends open their mouths in surprise. The dragon says that everyone will suffer, including the villages of people and the forest of elves. The young man looks at the dragon. He tells him that the guy is the only master of darkness, so in the future they will have a lot to discuss. The dragon makes a frightening expression on its face. He says that if the young man ignores his warning and continues to climb the floors, their relationship will be difficult to maintain, so he better return. The demon is holding the Count's head. The young man does not answer. The woman raises her glass. She says it's amazing how they could live in the same palace but never see each other. On an estate on the outskirts, the women sit opposite each other. The Duchess says that she and the young man's mother have different mothers, and therefore she was not in the palace at that time, and they could not see each other. The Emperor's sister holds a glass. The Duke's wife says that she was glad to see her sister and is going to live amicably with her. The Emperor's younger sister lowers her gaze. The young man's mother does not look up. She says that she is just a servant, not the Emperor's sister. The Duchess smiles maliciously. She replies that she found out everything, so the woman does not have to pretend that she has lost her memory out of fear that something might happen to her only child. But, despite what happened between them, the Duchess is ready to help her sister, but for this she only needs to persuade the Duke to declare his eldest son the official heir. The woman straightens her dress. She explains that for her sister's help she is ready to talk to the Emperor and have mercy on her son. The Duke's second wife silently lowers her gaze. The Duchess says that she cannot live her whole life without seeing her only son. The women turn towards the door. The courtier says that an event has occurred. The Duchess, smiling maliciously, looks at the woman. The young man's mother looks at the table. The door to the room opens slightly. The knight hits himself in the chest. He looks at women. The man says that the Emperor has just announced that he will reduce the number of Grand Ducal families from 5 to 3. The Duchess frowns in surprise. The knight looks down. He says that their house was also included in the number of families demoted. The woman blushes in rage. She screams that she doesn't understand how this could happen. The Duchess gets up from the table furiously. She shouts that her husband is sitting idly by while the Emperor does such things. The knight replies that the Duke is very depressed because his youngest son was expelled from the Empire, so he is hiding from human eyes. Strangers break the windows of the Duchess's room. The knight reaches for his sword. He shouts that he does not understand who dared to attack his mistress. The strangers respond that they are not interested in a third-rate knight. A masked man looks at the women. A member of the news agency run by the Emperor says that they need the Emperor's younger sister. The princess opens her eyes wide in surprise. The magic lock is opened with a key. The shackles fall off my hands. The Duke stands guarded by knights. The Emperor sits on the throne opposite him. He says that his heart bleeds because the father has to take upon himself the sins of his poorly brought-up son. The Emperor smiles widely. He says that the pride of the Empire has lost its reputation, but at the same time this can be considered as a direct heredity. The Emperor holds the armrest with his hand. He asks the Duke not to worry. The man walks towards him. He says that the young man's father is a knight, renowned by all, so he will give him the opportunity to earn forgiveness. The Lord, smiling, looks at his subordinate. He explains that to get a pardon he needs to show loyalty to him, and at the same time he will forgive him for what he did to his younger sister. The Duke looks down in horror. The Emperor uses a dark aura on him. He says that the Duke kidnapped a daughter from the imperial family and also forced her to give birth to a son, and for this there is punishment due to harm to members of the imperial family. The Lord makes a crazy expression on his face. He says that the Duke protects his family with zeal. The Emperor stands next to the man. He suggests that he end his resistance and show his devotion, then his house will be in order because it is worth protecting for the sake of his parents. About 40 years ago, girl with purple hair. The blonde knight walks towards her. He asks what family the girl is from. She replies that she is the Baron's second daughter and welcomes the prince. The young man smiles widely. The crown prince of the empire and the father of the current emperor says that her lands lie on the western border of the empire, and he did not think that such a lovely beauty lived in those places. The guy holds the girl by the chin. He makes a malicious smile. The prince says that if she becomes his wife, he will give her a chance to live in a luxurious house and do everything she wants. The girl looks up. The emperor's wives look at her. They say that she is lucky that the heir to the throne has his eye on her, so she can become one of 4 wives, and since her father is a powerless baron, she should not miss such a chance to revive a fallen house. The girl is holding a dress. She thinks that it doesn't matter whether she refuses or not. The baron's daughter lowers her gaze. She understands that if she marries the prince and he grows cold towards her, then his other wives will not leave her so easily, and if she refuses, the young man will simply destroy her family. The girl bites her lip. She thinks that she doesn't understand what to do. The blue-haired knight approaches the prince. He smiles widely. The duke's eldest son says that the girl is already engaged to him. The prince makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The young man looks at the girl. He says that he and she grew up together, so she understands him better than anyone, and he would not want to let her go after proposing, so the prince must withdraw his. The girl blushes in surprise. The prince frowns furiously. A flower grows from the ground. Time passed, new shoots appeared, leaves fell, and warm spring returned to the capital. The guy is standing by his wife's bed. He says it hasn't been easy for her, but he's very grateful. The man smiles and looks at the child. He says their son is absolutely healthy. The woman looks at her husband. She says that their son is very similar to him, and when he grows up, he will make many girls cry, but so that he can live confidently, not depending on the surrounding reality, she would like to call him an ancient name with the meaning of God. A blue-haired baby is crying in a diaper. His mother says she wants to name the boy Aiden. Swords cross. Boys of 13 years old fight with swords. 30 years later, the court academy. The blonde guy smiles sarcastically. The emperor's eldest son says that he did not think of crossing swords with the young duke. The young man looks at his opponent. The duke's eldest son says he is honored to compete with the prince. The boy closes his eyes. He says he can learn a lot from the prince. The child remembers the image of his father. He tells him that the boy should fight the prince not at full strength and lose, since nothing good will come from defeating the prince, and there is no point in it. The boy makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He thinks that he needs to fight not at full strength and lose. The prince makes a blow with his sword. He tells his opponent not to be distracted. The boy hits back. The prince clenches his teeth furiously. He says that the son of a low woman dare not use tricks. The boy frowns furiously. He asks the enemy to repeat his words again. The prince looks at him sarcastically. He says that the boy's mother is a dirty piece of meat who, hiding behind her family, gave her body to the head of the great house. The prince swings his sword furiously. He says that earlier the enemy's mother, having forgotten her place, rejected his father, and therefore she is ungrateful and dirty. The boy violently hits his opponent's hand. The prince looks at the broken arm in horror. The duke's eldest son frowns furiously. He shouts that no one is allowed to insult his mother, and he will not forgive anyone for this. The knight reaches for his sword. He yells at the boy to stop immediately. The youth swings his sword at the prince. Swords cross. The prince's brother stops the duke's son. The guys hold swords over the fool's head. The boy smiles widely. The second prince of the empire says that whoever harms a member of the imperial family ends badly, so he may not make it through. The boy frowns furiously. The second prince smiles evilly. He says that the boy should stop being angry and kneel down, begging for forgiveness. The man opens his mouth wide. The current duke's father says he has no excuse. A tied-up boy stands next to his mother. The duke asks the emperor to punish him instead of his son, whom he raised incorrectly, by showing mercy. The emperor sits on the throne. He says that the duke thinks too highly of himself, and even if the prince said something bad, he has suffered great harm that will never allow him to use his hands again. The lord smiles widely. The current emperor's father says the boy is part of his offspring, and the crime of deliberately injuring a member of the imperial family can be regarded as treason. The duke lowers his eyes in horror. The emperor looks arrogantly at the courtier. He says that the duke's house is a pillar of the capital and has contributed to it. The lord makes a crazy expression on his face. He continues to say that although the duke's family helped the empire a lot, it would be right to end the incident with the punishment of the parents who raised their son badly, so the duke's wife will remain a servant in his palace. The woman submissively lowers her eyes. A man looks out the window. The son asks him for forgiveness, saying that he could not allow his mother to be punished instead of him, then he is ready to return her in any way, even if he is told not to do this. The boy looks up. His father tells him that he is unable to do anything, since they are capable of nothing, and they do not have such strength. The child sadly lowers his eyes. His father's words were deeply imprinted in the boy's heart, as was his intention to increase his strength and break into the palace where his mother was being held. The duke's grown-up son. He received the title of master, which was the dream of many knights, becoming the youngest master in the entire continent. The young man looks at his mother's coffin. She returned home, leaving the palace only after her death. The knight goes to the owner. He says that due to illness, the emperor's health has deteriorated, so a bloody civil strife will begin between the princes for the right to ascend to the imperial throne. a blonde knight of the ducal house. He says that the atmosphere of chaos is a great opportunity for his master. The guy makes an angry expression on his face. He says that the time has come for his revenge, then he will personally destroy the imperial family. The princess is on her knees. The guy in front of his mother's grave promised to take revenge on the imperial family, and his first target was the princess. The girl looks up. She was a maid and his future wife. The young man looks at her angrily. He makes a furious expression on his face. Burning forest and the remains of a carriage. The knight enters the field. Two military men inspect the remains of the princess's carriage. The knight says that, despite the burnt parts of the carriage, it is clear from them that a professional worked there. The knights look at each other. They say they need to find a girl at any cost. House in the forest. The girl wakes up in horror. She opens her eyes wide in surprise. The young duke is standing at the window. He says that he did not recognize the girl because of her hair, since she is not like the rest of the imperial family, although this will not change the blood that flows in her veins. The guy frowns. The girl replies that she doesn't know any family and doesn't understand where she is. She opens her mouth in horror. The princess remembers the murder of the knight. She looks up at the young man at the window. The girl smiles widely. She says that the guy saved her from the monster. The young man frowns in surprise. A finger lowers her lower eyelid. The doctor is sitting next to the girl. He says that she suffered a strong psychological shock, witnessing a murder for the first time in her life and then completely lost her memory. The duke folds his arms across his chest. He says that her affiliation with the imperial family will not change, so she will pay her due. The young man turns to the knight. He demands that he go to the palace and monitor the situation, since due to the cancellation of the marriage of convenience, the prince was unable to receive the promised army and strengthen his forces, so it is worth keeping an eye on the other princes. The knight hits himself in the chest. He says that the order will be carried out. A man rides a horse through the forest. The emperor's knights are watching him. House building in the forest. The girl holds her head. She says that she doesn't remember anything at all and doesn't even know her name. She turns to the door. The door opens slightly. A knight enters it. He says that he has been looking for a girl for a long time and is going to take care of her. Raising his hands, the man approaches the princess. He says she shouldn't be afraid as he wants to help. The girl remembers the bodies of the knights. She holds her head in horror. The princess screams that she doesn't want to die. The knight covers her mouth. He swings a knife at the girl. The man shouts that she shouldn't make noise and wake people up. The knife flies at the princess's head. She sobs in horror. The duke stops the knight's hand with a knife. The warrior does not understand why a famous person is interfering in the confrontation between the princes. The young man turns to the enemy behind. He shouts that the princess was abandoned and everyone wants her dead, since she chose the wrong side when she decided to help the first prince. The duke swings at his opponent. He pulls his weapon back to strike the second one. An explosion occurs. The guy looks at the hole in the floor. He looks away from the girl. The duke thinks that there were only two pursuers, and in order to remove the first prince, the remaining brothers join forces. The princess is lying on the ground. The young man is sure that if the first prince dies, then all his relatives and associates will be subject to constant attempts on their lives, so he simply cannot keep a source of danger close to him. The duke raises his sword over the girl's head. He thinks that the first prince will soon disappear, so he should target another. The young man frowns in surprise. The princess is sobbing on the floor. She says that she would like to just live in peace. The duke remembers himself as a child. He tells his mother that he will become a knight and protect the weak. The woman hugs the boy, looking at him. She says that her son will definitely become a good knight with principles who will not obey the environment. The guy lowers his sword next to the girl. He frowns. The young man thinks that now he will not be able to become a noble knight, and therefore asks his late mother for forgiveness. The emperor lies on the ground. The first prince was killed, falling at the hands of one who supported him and was nearby, as well as from the last in the list of contenders for the throne. The prince wipes off the blood, smiling sarcastically. The future emperor began his bloody reign with the murder of his first brother, the lord on the throne wearing a bloody crown. He eliminated all rivals and not only brothers. The young man found and destroyed all the men in whose veins the blood of his family flowed, and only after a long and bloody reckoning did he finally take the place of emperor. The maid looks down. The emperor forever forgot about the disappearance of his sister. The duke walks through the house. The servants say that they congratulate him on the title of the youngest Superman. The young man hits himself in the chest. He tells his father that he is back. A man sits on a chair, coughing. He is grateful that his son is back. The duke falls from his chair. He says that thanks to his son's efforts, the glory of their house is growing brighter. The young man looks at his sick father. The doctor tells him that the duke was having a hard time holding on while waiting for his son to return. The old man holds out a letter. The young man takes it in his hands. The man says that the coronation ceremony of the new emperor will take place in the palace. The guy furrows his eyebrows. His father tells him that the emperor is going to arrange a marriage of convenience between their families. The old man lies on the bed, sobbing. He tells his son that although the imperial house is weak, their house still does not have enough strength to defeat them. A bloody throne with a crown lying on it. The father knew very well that his son was planning to take revenge on the imperial family, but the duke's house could not resist even the imperial power that had weakened due to the struggle of the princes. A man's hand holds a crown. The young duke understood that he would not be able to take revenge on the imperial family, so he stubbornly increased his strength. The emperor in the crown smiles sarcastically. His power was so great that the duke could not achieve it. He believed that he had a chance to take revenge, but it was too early. The father looks at his son. He says that the guy should humble himself by increasing his power and influence at home, since he must achieve much more in order for the people to consider him a hero. The man closed his eyes. The young man sobs, looking at his father. The guy is kneeling before the emperor. The lord knew that the duke was waiting for the moment to raise a rebellion against him and could completely destroy his house. But over time the duke's successes became a model for all knights, and among the people many began to praise him as a hero in a situation with weakened imperial power. The ruler in the crown smiles sarcastically. It was obvious to him that, having gotten rid of the hero of the empire, he would also receive the hatred of the people, so he decided to absorb the duke's house in a safer way, that is, through a marriage of convenience. The young man looks down. There was no way he could stop the emperor. The guy frowns furiously. He could only wait for the day when he could destroy the entire imperial family. A little fair-haired boy. Time passed, and the duke and his wife had a child, but anyone could tell that he was not his son. The boy holds onto his mother. A relative says that as soon as he saw the boy, he realized that he would become the same gallant knight as his father, so the future of the duke's house looks bright. The duchess smiles maliciously. She says that her relative speaks very well, and when their son inherits the dukedom, the palace will recognize their house as even better. The man furrows his eyebrows. The girl laughs in the crowd. The princess, using the power of the emperor, brought his people with her, which is why the man had fewer and fewer supporters in his own house. The maid brings tea to the duke. She pours it into a cup. The man looks at the girl in surprise. He says that he does not understand why the girl remained to serve him, despite the fact that he allowed her to leave. The maid looks down. She replies that she cannot leave the place, leaving alone the one who saved her twice, since she also wants to save him. The girl smiles widely. She says she really likes her name. The man makes a slight answering smile. He replies that he was glad to come up with a good name for her. The duke raises his cup. He drinks tea at the festive table. The courtiers communicate while the man drinks tea. The only person who consoled him was the blue-haired princess, and no one even thought that she was actually a member of the imperial family, so the girl became the man's only support in his lonely struggle with the imperial family. The maid is lying in bed with the duke. The duke's feelings were not caused by love, but rather by loneliness and anxiety due to the lack of supporters. The knight runs to the duke in surprise. He says that the princess is expecting a child. The knight looks at the duke. He says that he guarded the girl very carefully and does not understand who dared to decide on such an act. The man tells the courtier that this is his child. The duke frowns. He says that he knows about the child, but he is more concerned about the answers from the houses in which he sent the message. The courtier lowers his gaze. He replies that the houses agree, but he is not sure that they will cooperate with them to the end. The duke puts the pen on the table. He says that this is enough for him, since trust between them is weak. A man comes to the window. He explains that over time they will become irreplaceable partners, and then his life, which is tightly held by the emperor, will be freed and the balance of power will change. The duke is standing at the window. He thinks that he should be patient a little, and then he will be able to avenge his mother, protect his father's house and his child, who will soon be born. Present tense. The emperor makes a malicious smile. He says the duke must pay for the crime committed against his sister or submit to him. The man looks down. He says that he will follow the will of the great son of the empire. The emperor replies that the man must prove his words. The man opens his eyes wide in horror. The lord says that he must lead a detachment of 200,000 soldiers and conquer the country ruled by his son, because only then will he trust him. The duke is on his knees. He replies that he will carry out the order of the emperor and present him with the country. The lord smiles widely, showing his teeth. He thinks that the man is becoming more and more bold over time, but his role is only to carry out the attack, and the rest does not matter. The emperor looks at the second duke. He says that while the first will conquer his son's country, the second will go to conquer the kingdom of the magicians, and after their capture, all the military forces of the empire will concentrate in one place, so the duke must withdraw his troops there after the capture. The man does not look up from the floor. He replies that he is ready to carry out the order. The duke looks forward. He thinks that the emperor released him because he took his wife hostage. Broken window in front of the duke. He is sure that if they attack his son's country, his wife will be in danger, and if she attacks, it will be the beginning of a continental war. A knight runs into the room. He shouts that he was about to go to the palace, but his squad was attacked. The knight frowns in surprise. He realizes that there has been an attack in the building. The Duke turns to the courtier. He says that his wife was found out and kidnapped, but he does not have time to find out who knows that she is a princess. The Duke frowns furiously. He demands the prince to inform all his comrades that they are gathering on the plain. The men make a surprised expression on their faces. The princess looks at them. She demands the Duke to stop, since his rebellion will fail. The Duke frowns. He asks the girl how far her eye of consciousness can see. The princess replies that she cannot say for sure, but if he goes to the plain, he will die. The knight opens his mouth in surprise. The princess looks at the Duke. She says that she wants him to be a shield for her son for a little longer until she fully restores her memories, so it is better to stop the rebellion because otherwise death will await him. The man closes his eyes. He replies that the girl knows her father too poorly. The Duke makes a calm expression on his face. He explains that he cannot turn back because it is the only way for them to survive. The Emperor makes a calm expression on his face. He says that his advisor must visit the magic tower and behead the magician who betrayed the empire and took the place of the Lord of the Tower. The second Duke looks at the Emperor. The man says that he allowed the magician to conduct experiments with the undead, and he stabbed him in the back, so the Duke must show everyone what will happen to the traitors. The Duke hits himself in the chest. He says that the magician became the first who was able to reach the 8th grade on the continent. Then it will take much longer to conquer the magic tower than to conquer the land of wizards, and the unification of forces on the plain will be delayed. The Emperor smiles widely. He replies that the plain was only a ruse to lure the second Duke and give him a chance to act decisively. The man turns to the courtier. He explains that once the Duke gathers all his troops on the plain, he will be faced with a completely unexpected situation. The Duke replies that he is not smart enough to understand the Emperor's plan. The Lord looks at the statue. He says that the man has been involved in politics for many years, but at the same time he says that he is not smart enough. Two statues reach out to each other. Statue of a man with short hair. Nearby is a statue of a man with a tail. The Emperor explains that before the founding of their country, there was another prosperous kingdom, and its last king was a renowned and powerful swordsman who was his friend. A man with long hair. The Emperor says that the swordsman, like the Duke, was the most feared of the enemy troops and a hero to the allies, but one day he suddenly turned his troops around. The swordsman stands over the king's corpse. The ruler says that his friend destroyed the kingdom and its king with his own hands, which is why the coup happened. The Emperor looks at the statues of his former friends. He says that the Duke is a terrible man who seeks revenge for his mother, which is why he hid his dark insides for decades. The second Duke looks down. The Overlord says that if the Duke carries out his revenge by starting a revolution, he will be praised as a hero and can ascend to the imperial throne like the swordsman of old. The Emperor smiles widely. He says that the past will not repeat itself since the era has already passed, so he is going to show the Duke that he cannot surpass their family. Magic Tower Building. The court magician communicates with wizards. He says that soon a new world will open its doors, and in it the entire continent will be on its knees in front of a magic tower. The wizard appeared behind the magician. He lowered his eyes in horror. One of the 7 magicians, who occupies the place of the void, says that due to the unexpected appearance of the Lancer, they were unable to remove the storm. The court magician opens his mouth in surprise. He passes by his subordinate. The man says that the young man defeated one of the 7 magicians at the age of 10, so his subordinate's strength is not enough. The man extends his hand, creating a magic circle. He says that there is a person in the Tower of Trials who can be trusted, so he will deal with him. The Lord of the Tower opens a portal. The wizards look into it. The chief magician says that he has found a forest of elves, and 3,000 magicians must go there with him. The man turns to his subordinates. He says that he is going to get the source crystal, which supports the world tree. The ruler turns to his subordinates. He shouts that the gate has opened, which means they must capture the world tree, which was previously considered only a legend, and for this they will receive the blessing of mana and open a new era in the history of magic. Forest of elves, world tree, green crystal with a crack. The elves look at him in surprise. They don't understand why the storm is in an unstable state and what it is reacting to. The elf runs to the woman. He says that a great disaster has occurred and a gate of an unknown nature is opening high in the sky. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. The deputy king of the elves says that if someone is going to attack them, then they need to arm all the elves who can fight. A magical portal opens. The magic from it hits the barrier. It splits, exposing the forest of elves. The landscape below the barrier appears. The elves open their mouths in surprise. They shout that the barrier has been destroyed, so everyone needs to go to the village and protect their families. The elves run away in horror. The wizards are led by a court magician. He tells them that they must destroy the forest completely not leaving a blade of grass. The knight smiles widely. He says he's riding a black dragon. The young man's companions are sitting on a dragon. The knight says that he feels like a member of the legendary Order of the Dragon. The mercenary looks at the knight. She replies that there already existed a dragon knightly order among magicians. The advisor smiles slightly. She says that the knight's face is full of regrets, although their owner cannot be described in one word. The knight looks at the owner. He says that he does not know what to call him, since the young man calmly uses knightly skills and black magic. The young man looks at the piece of paper, an image of a spear in front of him. It says that the guy is reading the princess's letter, and thanks to the eye, she is well aware of his origin. The young man remembers the image of the count. He thinks that he understood the count's words that his father is more dangerous than the emperor, and now he knows what happened to them. Spear smiles widely. It says that his father will be in danger and therefore does not understand what the young man will do. The guy looks down. He thinks that his father's death will still happen, just a little earlier. The count looks up at the magician. He says that the young man is thinking very hard, and this is not like him. The man looks at the guy. He says that he would like to discuss the deal that the count offered him before the master's competition, that the Lancer would stop the court magician in exchange for helping him become emperor. The magician looks calmly at the guy. He says that he would like to change the conditions since he is going to finish the magician with his own hands. The young man smiles widely. He replies that he agrees to his changes, but he has a condition in which the magician must join the knightly order created under his subordination, provided that he will pay him for it. The man makes a surprised expression on his face. His facial expression changes to a malicious smile. The magician says that this is an unexpected offer for him, but he agrees to the deal. He spreads his hands. The man says that there is no guarantee that after the collapse the magic tower will remain the same, so getting another job as a backup would be nice. The young man rises from the dragon. He turns to his knight. The guy points his finger at the wizard. He says the man is a new member of his knightly order. The knight hits himself in the chest. He says that he congratulates him on joining the ranks of their knightly order of a 7th-class magician. The girls look at the forest. The dragon says that they must prepare themselves, as they will soon arrive in the land of the elves. The dragon flies near the tree of life. The elf makes a surprised expression on his face. He says he doesn't understand why his country became visible. The dragon replies that someone has broken through the high elves' protective barrier, and it is incredible that humans were able to develop magic to such power. The baby is holding his chest. He thinks that the elves always knew more about mana than others, but he was so lazy that he retreated before the people who stole their knowledge, so he lost the right to be the ruler of his people. The hand holds the boy by the shoulder. The young man says that his slave had nothing to do with it, so he should not blame himself. The count smiles widely. He says that he would like to find out information from the dragon about what the reward was for passing the last floor of the tower, because he cannot contain his curiosity and definitely wants to know. The dragon glances at the guy. He says that the devil was one of the rewards, but the main reward will be at least the same level. The area is the truth of the world, and for now it is not available to people. The magician makes a surprised expression on his face. He doesn't understand what unavailable means. The dragon replies that an ordinary person cannot do this, but perhaps the young man will become an exception. The wizard opens his mouth in surprise. He says he doesn't understand why he can't, but the guy can. Lancer goes forward. He says that he tried to find out everything from the dragon, but he did not say anything and will not say anything, because when he has time, he will simply climb the Tower of Trials. The young man jumps off the dragon. He says he will go first. The young man flies to the ground. The knight runs after him. He shouts that his master will not be able to abandon his subordinates again. The advisor shouts that the knight should stop. The mercenary, the mage, and the elf run forward. The elf asks the dragon to take care of everything. The team jumps off the flying lizard. The advisor stands on the dragon's neck. He asks why she is not coming. The girl, blushing, holds the back of her head. She replies that she is an ordinary person. Tree of life. The elves fly away from the explosion. The magicians smile widely. They say they are going to completely exterminate the elves. Wizards create a magical sphere. They ask where the storm wind is. The elf runs towards them. She says that they should not touch their forest. The magicians, smiling broadly, look at the sphere. They answer that one elf will not interfere with them, since the endless energy of the sun will turn everything into ashes. The fire sphere emits fire. Magicians use the solar flare method. The elf dodges fiery blows. She clenches her teeth furiously. In defense, the girl creates a magical barrier. She reaches for the arrows. The elf shoots at the magicians. They die while an explosion occurs nearby. The magicians make surprised expressions on their faces. They say that there is no need to panic, because the energy of the sun is with them, so they must use all the power. The magic of the sun presses on the girl. She loads her bow. The elf charges energy on the arrowhead. The girl releases it into the sphere. It explodes and leaves smoke. The elves raise their weapons. They shout that their lady is doing well, and they will be able to drive out the invaders. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. The image of a man appears in the shadows. He says that the girl easily defeated 4th and 5th class magicians, which means that by human standards she is at least a master. The court magician smiles widely. He says that the elf's strength will not be enough to drive them out, so he gives her one last chance to surrender and give up the storm wind. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. She replies that people are still so pathetic that they judge each other with all their might and divide them into groups. But if the class shows her abilities, then she effectively uses force to destroy their fighting spirit. The girl is holding a bow. She says that her abilities, by their standards, are at the level of a Superman, so they should get out if they don't want to die. The magician smiles widely. He says that he thought elves were kind and innocent, but he was wrong. A man charges his body with energy. He says that he has mastered the blessing of the high elves. Warriors are chained in a magic circle. The girl finds herself behind the magician. He charges his hand in circles. The man says that his magic for strengthening the body is much higher. The elf hits his hand with her foot. She dodges the man, getting behind him. The wizard dodges a magic arrow. She returns to him. The magician creates a barrier in front of himself. The man says that there is a lot of interesting magic in the runic language. The arrow cracks the barrier. She breaks through it, hitting the ground. The wizard smiles maliciously. He says that the girl broke through simple protective magic, which suggests that she really is a superhuman. The elf frowns furiously. She replies that the man will no longer have any concessions. Doubles of the deputy surround the magician. Several arrows fly towards him. The man snaps his fingers. All arrows break. The elf makes a distant expression on her face. She says there can be no such power. The magician makes a malicious smile. He says 8th grade magic transcends reality. The man paralyzes the elf. He says the difference between a Superman and a star is palpable. The wizard smiles widely. The elf falls to the ground. A man creates a pentagram on his fingertips. He says it's better for the girl to just tell her where the storm is. She replies that she would rather choose death. The magician smiles maliciously. He says that he will fulfill her wish, but only after he disembowels her head from the inside, since under mind control she will not be able to resist. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. The man sees where the crystal is. The man smiles widely. He says he understood everything. The magician lifts himself off the ground. He throws up his hands furiously. The man says that as soon as he receives a gale, he will surpass the 8th class boundary and reach the 9th level. The wizard makes an ominous smile. He says that even though he will be limited by the wind attribute, with super strength he will be able to surpass the dragon. The magician opens his mouth in surprise. A young man in lightning appears in front of him. He smiles maliciously. The guy says that he is sorry, but the magician is not the master of the storm wind. Several red spheres. At the top of the 9 stars, another huge star shines brightly. The spheres fly around one big one. This star is great, the title of which has not yet been conquered by anyone. The magician clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he could achieve a great title if he received the crystal. The man holds out his hands. He shouts that he doesn't understand why the guy can't get rid of him. The young man swings his spear. He smiles maliciously. The guy says he likes the man trying hard. The wizard makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the young man himself is driven by the desire to gain wealth and fame. The count smiles sarcastically. He replies that this is not what he wants. The young man remembers his past life. The court magician tells him that there are those in the world who, by their mere existence, pose a great threat to them, and he talks about the young man. The count levitates in front of the magician. He says that he wants to teach him one piece of wisdom, that there are those in the world who, by their mere existence, pose a great threat to everyone. The young man points his finger at himself. He says he is a threat. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The wizard looks at the guy. He says that if he wanted wealth, he would get it at any time, since he has sufficient strength, but he is not interested in it. The count remembers past friends. He says that only his comrades were important to him, or rather the people he considered them to be. The young man holds a spear. He says that now he will show his strength with this weapon. Lancer sarcastically holds out his spear. He says that he has an invincible weapon in his hands, with which he defeated all enemies, including defeating the magician. The man smiles sarcastically. He replies that the guy is talking nonsense, and therefore it was worth killing him at the first meeting. The wizard furiously clenches his hands into fists. He sends a message to his magicians to use the magic they have learned and seal all the mana inside the tree. The men raise their hands to the pillar. They answer that they are carrying out the orders of their lord. Mana appears around the tree. The young men smile sarcastically. They say that in an environment where there is no mana, even a great lancer will not be able to do anything. The man turns towards the explosion. An elf and his friends run out of it. The knight raises his sword. He screams for the small fry to run away. The magician frowns furiously. He shouts that he doesn't understand why the mana isn't sealed yet. A wizard appears behind the villain. He says that traitor mages are dying. The man extends his hand. He says that thanks to the traitor he lived in good health. The magician uses a magic circle when attacking. The traitor repels the attack. He says that he hoped to send the light magician to his dead teacher, but he appeared again. The man runs furiously towards the dark magician. He asks what he did with the old lord of the tower. The traitor extends his hand with a pentagram. He says that he did not spare the life of someone who could cause him problems in the future, but he is ready to send him to a teacher. The magician runs in a protective magic circle. The traitor is confident that he can easily repel the attack. The light magician approaches him. The man's face flattens. Hitting the defense, he flies off. The wizard looks at him with displeasure. He says that instead of the old lord of the tower, he will kill him himself. The traitor rises from the ground. He says that he succeeded in the trick only because he let his guard down, and the magician would not be able to cope with him, which is why he brought the lancer into the battle. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says he promised Storm not to get involved in the fight, but depending on the situation, he may decide to apologize. Storm clenches her hands into fists furiously. He says that it's time for them to deal with everything, and he is certainly going to deal with the traitor himself. The villain smiles widely. He replies that a man should not be overconfident, since he is only a 7th grade magician and he is an 8th. Heart beating in a magic circle. He thinks that he will not be able to instantly increase his class, but it is possible to increase the circle by concentrating mana in the heart, and for a while he will be able to use magic comparable to the traitor's magic. The storm focuses mana into the heart. He clenches his teeth from tension. Huge cyclones are released from his body. They hit the traitor. The man holds out his hands defensively. He shouts that his abilities do not understand the power of the 8th grade, and he still does not understand why the 8th grade is called a miracle. Storm makes a surprised expression on her face. The enemy sealed his energy into a dome. The man holds it in his hands. He smiles widely. The man says that he was really hurt, but now he wants to play too. The traitor sends the sphere to the enemy. It explodes, releasing energy. The man says that he will give the enemy his strength back. Hurricanes hit the storm. The allies look up at the sky in surprise. Green crystal with a crack in the middle. Elves guarding the crystal. They say they were never able to contact the commander, and there were no messages from adjacent floors. The tree explodes and the elf flies away. A man's hand holds a crystal. The traitor, smiling maliciously, looks at him. He says that he was finally able to get it in divine power next to him. The young man looks at the court magician. He says that he destroyed someone else's house, and for this he will receive heavenly punishment. The man, smiling, looks at the crystal. He replies that although the guy is called a monster, he should not think that he can resist divine power, and he will feel its power on a weak human body. The guy's heart emerges from his chest. He says that he has 2 divine powers. The traitor absorbs the crystal. He replies that one must bluff in moderation, since even with 1 crystal a person's life is shortened with enormous force, because if he had 2 of them, then there would be nothing left of him. The young man holds a spear. He replies that the man can check the veracity of his words. The traitor smiles sarcastically. He replies that the young man is funny, but at the same time amazing. Opponents run at each other. A huge explosion occurs. The young man hands the spear to the traitor. He makes an angry expression on his face. The guy says he's not bluffing at all. The traitor frowns furiously. He says he doesn't understand who the guy is and how he can wield 2 powers. The young man smiles ominously. He replies that he is a person who, by his very existence, poses a great threat to the world. The young man loads a spear. He thinks that he is using the 6th level technique of the true lightning wind spear method. Lancer swings at the enemy. The man opens his eyes in horror. He thinks that he was able to gain the power of a god. The enemy flies to the side. The last thing he says is that even with divine power, he ended up insignificant. The traitor opens his mouth wide. He screams that he is in great pain, and the pain does not stop. A man in magical shackles. He says he doesn't understand how a body could split in half and still live. The young man looks sarcastically at Crystal. He replies that in addition to the abilities that each crystal has, they also have another power. The man furrows his eyebrows. The guy says that thanks to the crystal's features, he could use the storm without restrictions. The count smiles sarcastically. The traitor shouts that he wants to know what the guy did to him. Lancer replies that he thought about him for a long time, and he is not the kind of person who would like to live his whole life under someone else's leadership. The young man looks at the man with a smile. He explains that the traitor is willing to do anything for the sake of a goal, and that is why he wanted to become the last prince's subordinate. The count looks at the traitor. He says that the last prince could make his dream come true if he became emperor, creating a new magical empire. The villain clenches his teeth furiously. The guy is sure that if the traitor had achieved what he wanted, the prince would have died at his hands. Lancer represents the image of the emperor. He says that the ruler already knew the plan, but he did not pay attention to it. The emperor clenches his teeth furiously. The court magician lowers his gaze. The young man explains that he is not threatening at all, so the emperor wanted to use him as much as necessary and throw him away, but he also used him too. The emperor looks from his throne at his subordinate. The count knows that the magician, as well as the ruler, believed that they controlled each other, but the emperor was wrong. Bloody crown. Lancer knows that the emperor will soon be killed and his youngest son will take his place. The young man smiles widely. He explains that the implementation of this scenario became possible thanks to a third force, which no one really knew about. The unknown had long spread its influence over the imperial family. Image of a man in the shadows. The young man looks at the defeated man. He says that the stranger will soon come into the light and their whole plan will collapse. The magician smiles maliciously. He laughs ominously. The young man makes a surprised expression on his face. The man looks up at him. He says that the guy was only able to find out his name, although it would seem that he is also an unusual person. But he is still nothing more than a part of the wheel in the fate of the world, and even then a spare one that was not in the plan. The count smiles sarcastically. He says that he knows that imperial blood flows in him. The young man remembers a letter from his friend. He thinks that if it weren't for the princess, he wouldn't have known about it. The traitor smiles sarcastically. He says that relations in the imperial family are much more complicated than he thinks, and even his appearance will not change the fate of the ruling dynasty. Lancer furrows his brows furiously. The traitor tells him that he will never become emperor and will not oust the prince. A man is kneeling in chains. He says that the young man will not get anything out of him, so he should finish and kill him. The count looks at the traitor in surprise. He says that he shouldn't say goodbye with his life, but just need to pray to the demon. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that he respects his friend's choice, but they have different values and he would never become undead. The guy is holding a spear. He says that the magician's desire is commendable, and in any case he has prepared something special for him. The count smiles sarcastically. He says that he thought a lot about what kind of death would suit the traitor, because since he could not make his friend his assistant, he would still like to have him. Spear replies that nothing could be done since it was heavily saturated with the smell of another demon, and if there is such a thing, it will hurt his stomach. The traitor frowns in surprise. He says he doesn't understand how the voice can come from the spear. Weapon replies that he understands people well, so his soul will be enough. The man furrows his eyebrows. He shouts that the guy needed him in order to kill him. Dead soldiers appear behind the traitor. They grab a man in chains. The wizard shouts that he does not understand what the main character is up to. Lancer extends his spear at him. He says that even if his body disappears, his soul cannot die and will remain forever, since subspace was created to sacrifice his soul. The count makes a calm expression on his face. He says that a man should know about the demon's ability to draw up a forced contract. The man, thanks to this ability at his own whim, without asking the consent of souls, created death knights and liches. The young man smiles sarcastically. He says he has similar power. The enemy frowns in horror. He screams that the guy should stop and just kill him. The guy smiles sarcastically. He says that he will soon see the traitor. The guy hits him in the chest. The traitor opens his mouth wide. His eyes fill with darkness. The young man absorbs his soul. The spear says that the level of sacrifice is high, and therefore the call is not easy. The young man stands on his feet. Spear says he congratulates him on absorbing the soul. Traitor in a crown with the guy's emblem. The spear says the Lich King is his. Burnt tree of life. The girl raises the magic ball. She looks at him in surprise. The elf opens his eyes wide in horror. He falls to the ground. The child screams that it's all over and he can't do anything. The knight looks at the mercenary. The wounded elves approach the king. The girl, sobbing, looks at the main man. She says that they were waiting for his return and are grateful that for all of them he endured humiliation and sacrificed himself for decades. The magician looks down. The elf says that the storm told them everything and explained that he brought help to stop the invaders. The girl looks at the king. She says that now they can rebuild their home together. The child is crying, looking at the ground. A dragon flies over a burnt tree. He says that his close friend is suffering, so he is also sad, but everything that happened was for the best. The dragon looks at the elf. He explains that they needed to free themselves from the shadow of the world tree and step into the sun. The boy sobs, clenching his teeth. He thinks that without the world tree he cannot protect the people. The man comes down to the ground. The dragon uses polymorph magic. The elves beat themselves in the chest. The boy kneels before the dragon. The dragon looks at the boy. He says that it will indeed be difficult for the elf to protect everyone without the tree, but they must leave there, since the boy lived for decades without freedom, and therefore, no matter how difficult it is, he will be able to create a free alliance of the elven people. The advisor stands next to the dragon. He tells his friend that he should not miss the opportunity created by the man who stopped the destruction of the elves. A young man comes out of the forest. He says that the dragon is right since the chain that bound him has broken, and once he creates an alliance, they will be members of his organization. The guy smiles widely. He says that traitors who touch the elves will deal with him, and no matter how hard it is for him, he can go anywhere because now he is free. The elf is crying. He says he is grateful to his master. The elves kneel. They call the young man a hero since he was able to eliminate the invading magicians and help them. The knight smiles widely. He replies that nothing else was expected from his master since even the most powerful magician could not defeat him, and now the magic tower will recover and everything will gradually return back. The girl looks at the ball in horror. She says that something terrible happened, or rather, a continental war began. A horde of knights runs towards the duke. The man makes a frightened expression on his face. The man picks up a chess piece. Everyone assumed that the emperor would start the continental war. The lord, smiling broadly, places the piece on the field. Two figures stand side by side. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the spark ignited due to civil war in the Holy Empire. Armament in front of the Great Temple. The girl looks forward. She turns her head towards the man. The Moongate master and supporter of the Pope says she is worried. The man calms her down. He replies that nothing will happen. The man comes forward. He demands that the warrior lead the army away, since if he comes closer, they will have to shed each other's blood. The man makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The Knight of the Gods and one of the 9 stars of the continent, who is a supporter of the Pope, says that he wants peace. The man wraps his hand. He says all Dad does is hide. The warrior makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. The master of hand-to-hand combat and one of the 9 stars of the continent, who is a supporter of the emperor, says that for the 3 years while he was gone, they were only busy strengthening their position, and their national treasure was in another country, so they should retreat while he himself goes to another empire and find the Grail. The Pope's supporter replies that a war will start and many people will die. The warrior makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He says that the neighboring empire has already crossed the line and is turning people into undead, and besides, they themselves know the state of one of the courtiers who visited it. The man frowns. He remembers the image of a blonde warrior. The man thinks that his student suffered at the hands of the Lick and is still on the verge of life and death, but even if they start a war, they will receive immeasurable damage. The man furrows his eyebrows. He says that he still demands that the enemy withdraw his army. The warrior turns to his subordinates. He demands them to get their swords. The Pope's supporter gives the same order. The knights run at each other. Supporters of the emperor and the Pope are fighting. The Pope's knights are filled with light power. The enemy saturates his body with aura. He says that sacred power is only dangerous for the undead, and in a battle with people it only helps to hold out longer, but then they are going to wage a war of attrition. A man charges his hand with energy. He says that with his new aura nothing matters. The warrior waves his hand. The divine knights fly away. They fall to the ground. The priest clenches his teeth furiously. He says that he doesn't understand where the enemy gets such strong energy, and they will die from it. Nan glowing in the dark. He tells the warriors not to be afraid and to continue moving forward. The warrior extends his hand to the knights. He says that he will give them the blessing given to him. Strength fills the warriors' bodies. They rise from the ground. Bright light turns into armor. The opponents smile sarcastically. He says they died and were resurrected as undead. The knights run to the attack. The girl defends herself from the sword with her hand. The man shouts that the girl was able to stop the aura blade with her bare hands. The girl frowns furiously. She strikes the knight with her sword. Warriors with divine strength run forward. They shout that the blessing of the supreme god will be with them. The knights make surprised expressions on their faces. The tiger's aura descends on them. An explosion occurs. The warriors fly away. A man holds his opponents under the paw of a tiger. The men lie on the ground in horror. The opponent frowns furiously. The warrior emits holy light. He says he has never seen such a strong aura before. The man smiles sarcastically. He explains that he achieved strength through training while he spent time training others. The man emits an aura at his opponent. He opens his mouth wide in rage. The warrior shouts that they are using true aura. The tiger's power flies towards the enemy. The man furrows his eyebrows. A huge explosion occurs. Buildings are incinerated. The girl clenches her teeth furiously. She says that everything has worsened greatly and therefore it was necessary to stop the 2 stars. The leader of the knights raises her sword. Men fight among themselves. A supporter of the Pope says the man is not aware of the current situation, and therefore, if he does not stop, the damage will only increase. The enemy responds that rapid growth requires a great sacrifice, all in the name of their empire, which will be reborn anew. The light warrior furrows his eyebrows. He says that an empire built on blood will also be destroyed by blood, so he must cast aside his false sense of justice. The Dark Warrior frowns. He replies that they are hypocrites who hide behind the name of God and talk only about peace, therefore they should not talk about justice. The girl runs forward. She clenches her teeth from tension. A supporter of the Pope thinks that the 2 stars need to be stopped, otherwise the city will disappear. The cardinal runs to the girl. He says that the stars will not stop until one of them loses, so she must immediately go to another empire. The warrior makes a distant expression on his face. She says she won't run away alone. A man holds a girl by the shoulder. He says that his daughter must fix everything and win over to their side the countries that will oppose the empire from the outside. The girl makes a surprised expression on her face. The old man says that only the head of the Moon Gate can help their empire. Opponents run up to the family. They shout that they must grab the girl. Her father tells her to run quickly. He opens his mouth furiously. The cardinal explains that he will not be able to escape with her, so he will try to stop the opponents with his remaining forces. The girl clenches her teeth sadly. She runs away in the opposite direction. The emperor is standing at the window. A courtier approaches him. He says that the emperor's supporters won the civil war, and therefore the opposing empire will lead an army into their lands. The lord makes a dissatisfied expression on his face. He replies that the abilities of the Knight of the Gods and the ruler of hand-to-hand combat are approximately at the same level, and since the Pope's supporters lost, it means that the Moon Gate was in a difficult situation. The emperor makes a terrifying smile. He says that he is going to spread the word that the entire military forces of the empire under the leadership of the Black Spirit are gathering on the plain. The falcon flies in the sky, losing its feathers. A red-haired man is hiding from the sun. The emperor in one of the 5 stars says that the bird is flying high, and he wonders if they can be seen from the celestial world. A knight with a cross approaches him. The emperor asks him for his opinion on what is happening. Border area between empire and kingdom. The Duke of the Empire looks down. He replies that it is inconvenient for him to say, but if the angels of the heavenly world looked at them, then there would be no sinners on earth. The emperor smiles maliciously. He laughs and says that the angels are still not interested in them. Holding his hands behind his back, the man walks away. He orders the duke to stay put until he tells them to. The man asks where the emperor is going. The lord clenches his teeth angrily. He replies that he is going to enjoy his freedom. The horse gallops towards the building. The border of the kingdom with the building of the fortress. A knight on a horse gallops towards her. He shouts that there is an emergency and the empire's army is approaching the border. The guarding knight opens his mouth wide. He shouts for the messenger to open the gate immediately. A flash behind the knight kills him. The defeated defenders of the fortress fall to the ground. The emperor moves forward. He kills knights on the way with his sword. A knight bursts into the king's room. He shouts that 3,000 enemy army attacked their lands without declaring war. The king frowns furiously. In March 725, according to the continental calendar, the emperor's supporters won the civil war. The enemy stretches his hands, looking at the divine warrior. After some time, the emperor, smiling, bares his teeth. Information about the empire's secret preparations for a continental war reached other empires. The man, smiling maliciously, looks at the enemy. Taking advantage of the opportunity, one of the emperors unexpectedly attacked the kingdom, which was a thorn in his side, and just a month after the attack, it was defeated. The king opens his mouth furiously. A few months later, the young man's father frowns furiously. The Black Spirit led the army of the empire and entered the kingdom of his son. The man sadly lowers his eyes. He captured the kingdom, and this gave his empire a geographical advantage in the Continental War. Handshake against the background of 2 flags. The 2 empires, aware of the enemy's secret plans, entered into an alliance treaty. The red-haired emperor smiles widely. At the time when the duke seized his son's kingdom, his opponents led their armies to the plain. The young man looks down in surprise. The advisor says that he needs to go to the kingdom, because they tried, as much as possible, not to interfere in the affairs of the empire and the kingdom. The girl spreads her hands. She says that they have no other choice, so they still have to intervene. The advisor makes a calm expression on her face. She explains that they need to return to the kingdom and show everyone who the true heir to the throne is, and then, even if they cannot return the city, they will have allies because they need as many supporters as possible. The magician looks away. He replies that it is better for them to go to the magic tower since not all the magicians from there followed the traitor, and therefore, when he is destroyed, the best situation would be to get the power of the tower, and besides, it is too dangerous to climb between the 3 empires. The count makes a tense expression on his face. The wizard explains that there are at least 5 stars in that war, as well as many masters and superhumans, so none of them except the young man will survive, even if they are lucky and the duke takes their side. The young man looks down, a memory of how his father stood up to protect him. The count remembers that the duke then said that he would interfere in the affairs of his own son. The boy, smiling, looks at the ring. He tells his father that the rings are only passed on to the heir. Flashback to where the Duke stands opposite his son. He asks the boy if he blames him for his life. The Count frowns. He looks at his people. Lancer says he is going to his kingdom, but since the lives of his people will be at stake, he does not force them to go with him. The knight, smiling widely, hits himself in the chest. He says that the owner should not say offensive things since he is going to follow him no matter what his decision is. The mercenary replies that she is also going to follow her friend. The trio is wary. The dragon says he wishes the young man good luck. The knight asks the dragon if he will go with them. The man makes a calm expression on his face. He replies that he cannot interfere in the affairs of the middle world, but the young man can, if he needs it, at any time come to the Tower of Trials and ask for advice. The guy smiles slightly. He replies that he understood his words. The continental war that the Emperor had been waiting for had begun. Squads of knights go into battle. On a plain lying not far from the defeated kingdom, the three countries clashed in a brutal, fateful battle, the number of victims in which reached hundreds of thousands. This remained in history. The Duke slashes with his sword, knocking back his opponents. The man furrows his eyebrows. On the plain, the Duke was attacked at once by 3 stars. 3 great warriors march against the Duke. His split sword sticks out in the ground. The result of their battle shook the continent. The Duke's great sword, broken in 2. The Black Spirit, whose glory was radiant, fell in battle, and the plan of his emperor was crowned with success. The knights clench their teeth in surprise. They shout that their hero has fallen in battle, and therefore they must flee. The red-haired emperor, smiling maliciously, kills the knights. However, not everything went according to plan. The red-haired emperor with an abrasion on his forehead. Thanks to the appearance of the late Absolute and the real king, the son of the Duke, everything went wrong. The Count levitates above his red-haired opponent. 2 allied empires, fighting against one single man, failed to capture his kingdom. The young man makes a furious expression on his face. Thanks to the Count, who put an end to the Continental War, on that day he became a hero of heroes for the inhabitants of the continent. Rain drips onto the sword of the young man's father. The guy received a new name from the residents, calling himself the King of Heroes. The guy sadly looks at the sword of his dead father, crown lying on a pedestal. For an unknown reason, the emperor disappeared and the throne was emptied, so the First Internecine War began between the first and second prince for the place of the future emperor. 2 young men look at each other. Because of this, the power of the empire was greatly weakened. A warrior with a knightly troop on horseback. Opponents again tried to go to war with the empire. The opponent's flag is on fire. Their allies, seizing the opportunity, violated their treaty of alliance and attacked their territory. The knights victoriously burned the opponent's flag. The spark that seemed to have gone out flared up and ignited a new continental war. 3 years later, the former kingdom of the protagonists, water animals with several tails. The traders say that they are a delicacy that can only be caught in the deep sea, so everyone should take a look, and they also have a tea made from wild plants of the elf forest, which helps in improving concentration. 2 knights walk past a trading square. Traders say they have a little of everything left. The knights glance at the counters. One of them says that the black market is different from other people's stories. The second responds that in 3 years a lot has changed. The Knight of the Union of Free Knights looks away. He says that if the King of Heroes had not disappeared, but stayed with them, they would have been able to conduct open trade. And if their kingdom had not been taken away, then nothing would have happened. Besides, everyone is wondering where he disappeared to. The young warrior lowers his gaze. The merchant on the stage sells elves. He says that he asks for everyone's attention since they have a rare product and of the highest level. The merchant keeps elves in shackles nearby. He says that the most beautiful people in the world are the elves because they look young, but by human standards they are about 100 years old, and they also master the magic of spirits. The knight frowns furiously. The merchant says that elves look much better than other slaves because they remain young for a long time. The warrior remembers the image of his master. The count said that he and his friends would become the first members of the elf organization, and those who touched this people would have to deal with them. The knight holds the man by the shoulder. He says that they should go faster since the girl is already waiting for them. The warrior reaches for the sword behind his back. The knight does not understand what the warrior is going to do. The man removes the hood from his head. He replies that his comrade should go first since he is going to take care of business and join him. The knight smiles widely, looking at his friend. He says that when it comes to elves, he always acts decisively. The men stand nearby, looking at the merchant. One of them says that he will help his friend since there is nothing else left. An explosion occurs. The shackles fall from the prisoner's hands. Knights protect the elves. The young man's warrior shouts that he is going to delay his pursuers while his friend leads the elves away. The armed men run towards the knight. He falls to his knees, dodging blows. The blonde warrior leads the elves away. The gates are closing. The green-haired man hits his chest. He tells the king that they have locked all the gates of the fortress so that no one can escape. The knight stands at the window. He tells the military man that he can go. The man with shackles on his legs leaves. The king, smiling maliciously, sits on the throne. He says that it was no coincidence that the lonely and blessed knight appeared with them, since they are connected with the missing young man. A man with a scar on his forehead. The duke says that he understands which guy the emperor is talking about. The lord smiles evilly. He says that he is interested in the fate of the king of heroes. The emperor throws the crown. He says that on the day the black spirit fell, a youth suddenly appeared on the plain and single-handedly destroyed an army of 100,000 men. The man catches the crown. He replies that he saw the historical event with his own eyes and therefore still has not forgotten it. The emperor approaches the duke. He says a man should know that the empire is still afraid of the young man, despite the fact that there has been no information about him for 3 years. The knight smiles widely. He replies that even if the king of heroes shows up, he won't pose any threat to them. The emperor smiles evilly, laughing. He says that everything will become clear only when they collide with him and find out which of them is better. The man looks at the duke. He says that his subordinate must catch the impudent knights and find out the whereabouts of the young man. The emperor makes an ominous expression on his face. He says that if the duke is bursting with pride from his position, then he will act personally. The knight looks down. He replies that he cannot ask for such a thing and therefore will carry out his order. Hammer over the table. The presenter says that he is selling the item for 30,000 gold. A full hall of people. The man turns to the workers. He tells those present that he is presenting a new lot to their attention. The man is holding a rag. He rips it off, revealing his spear. The auctioneer says that in front of him is simply an amazing weapon, which was used by one of the 9 stars. Collectors open their eyes in surprise. They say that they do not understand why the master created a spear and not a sword before his death. The actionist smiles widely. He says that in their era, the spear was not considered just a warrior's weapon, since the activities of the King of Heroes changed everything, and the master's last work was created under his influence. The man picks up a hammer. He says that bidding starts at 3,000 and the minimum premium is 500 gold. Those present raise their hands. They say that they are ready to give more than 5,000 gold. The dark-haired man looks at the girl. He says there are a lot of people at the auction and he didn't expect to see her dressed like that. The man folds his hands together. The girl replies that the man is dressed too flashily, therefore people of his profession should not walk around in such a dress. The leader of the Lunar Gate branch replies that his outfit is appropriate for the location. The man glances at the girl. He explains that he asked because he was curious why the girl refused to dress up as a man. The young man's advisor crosses her legs. She replies that it has become difficult for her to hide her femininity. The man holds a business card in front of him. He says that it would also be difficult for him to hide his incredible beauty. The manager hands the girl a business card. He says that he needs to run errands, so if she comes to him, she can find out everything she wants. The girl, smiling, holds a business card. She replies that, despite the fact that the bar is located in enemy territory, it is still open because everything that is under the nose is difficult to notice. The man smiles slightly. He replies that his job is to sell alcohol, no matter the location, but it is dangerous to walk around without hiding, even if what is under your nose is not visible. The girl looks forward. She says that she is aware of the danger, but at the same time she learned from her master, who never hid and always acted decisively, no matter how strong the enemy was. The advisor releases her gaze. She says her master never hid. The auctioneer raises his hammer. One of the men offers 20,000 gold pieces. The girl raises her hand. She says that her nostalgia will not change the situation, so she wants to forget about everything and celebrate. The advisor smiles widely. She says she is offering 100,000 gold for the spear. The men open their mouths in surprise. They say that the girl immediately offered an amount 5 times more. The auctioneer, smiling broadly, hits the hammer. He shouts that he sold the master's last work for 100,000 gold. The men, smiling, clap for the girl. The advisor lowers her hand. She says that her master's birthday is coming soon, so she, as the family's advisor, must prepare well. The knight runs along the roof from his pursuers. He furrows his brow furiously. The knight thinks that his friend has already fled with the elves, then there is no point in stalling for time. The warrior hits his opponents in the stomach with a sword. The man with the children smiles widely. The children shout that they will see a lot of things. The pursuer approaches the hooded man. He furrows his brows and clenches his teeth furiously. The man says that he cannot go to the counselor because he is being stalked, and this could add to the problems. The girl is holding a spear in her hands. She says that the situation will indeed add to her problems. The advisor grabs the knight by the collar. She looks into the warrior's eyes. The girl demands that he hug her. The pursuer is standing in the crowd. He demands that people move away. A man walks past a couple of friends. He shouts for his men to look for the fugitive. The advisor holds her friend. He says that everyone has left, so she can let him go. The girl smiles widely. She replies that they have not seen each other for many years, and the night has changed a lot during this time. The man looks down. He replies that he is very glad to see his old friend, and besides, she has matured a lot. An icy blast occurs behind the couple. People are scared of a frozen building. They shout that it is collapsing, so they should run away. The girl falls to the ground. The knight is kneeling, leaning on his sword. The stranger says that he was sure that the knight came together with another man, but behind him was a girl with a small body and hair the color of the sky. The Duke smiles evilly. He says that he recognized the house counselor in front of him, who is called Heaven Bestowed Reason, and this also makes it even more suspicious that people associated with the King of Heroes appear in the same place. The man directs cold energy at the knight. He asks where their owner is. The advisor stands behind the knight in fear. He thinks that if he moves away, his girlfriend will get hurt, so he must repel the blow. A man defends himself with a sword. Cold envelops his weapon. The warrior looks at the rapier in horror. Cold fragments enter his body. The emperor smiles sarcastically. The Continental War gave birth to many heroes. Among them were those who were able to raise their empires to the strongest countries of the continent. The warrior looks ahead. He is the master of hand-to-hand combat, behind whom stood the mysterious leader who united them, a stranger with long hair wearing a crown. The main character smiles slightly. He was one of those who was able to raise his empire and reach the top of the King of Heroes. His path was filled with glory and always led to victory. Although his end was pitiful, despite the fact that many people died in the war, but even more heroes showed themselves to the world. The man swings his weapon. One of the new 9 stars asks where the King of Heroes is. The young knight clenches his teeth furiously. One of the new superhumans thinks that the advisor will get hurt, and therefore he must repel the blow. The enemy freezes the knight's weapon. The man opens his eyes wide in horror. He thinks that the enemy is using aura protection. The man's body breaks through the ice. He furrows his brows in pain. The warrior hears a voice in his head, demanding to look up. Divine power enters his body. The enemy looks at the knight in surprise. He thinks that the lancer is nearby, because all 2 knights are nearby and can cause them a lot of trouble. A knight with a sword runs towards the enemy. He says that he should not be distracted at the right time. The Duke deflects the blow. The ground around opponents cracks. The man frowns in surprise. He thinks that he cannot defeat the knight by force. The Duke strikes the opponent with a cold fist. He is confident that strength is not only physical superiority. The knight clenches his teeth furiously. His body is covered with cold. He says that the enemy has applied aura, turning it into ice. The Duke smiles maliciously. He replies that he owns the true aura, and in his empire this is called the materialization of the aura, but the essence remains the same. A huge snowflake emitting an aura. The man explains that he has not just a change in the aura, but a wonderful technique that turns it into the desired matter. He looks up in surprise. The knight, swinging, jumps at him. He shouts that the Duke is not the only one who can use aura materialization. A man jumps in front of his friend, swinging his weapon. He shouts that he is using immunity. The enemy smiles widely. He thinks that the knight's power is different from the sacred one, and besides, he was able to completely melt the ice, and he didn't even know that true aura could be used in such a way. The knights look at each other. The warrior youth says that his friend was in no hurry. The man replied that the old man had arrived, and then he was delayed a little because of his lectures. The knight opens his mouth in surprise. He says that he did not expect the old man to arrive, and besides, this suggests that he really heard his voice. The enemy throws up his hands. He says that he is surprised that the opponents have a teacher, since it would be a headache for him, so it was worth giving the matter to another person. The man smiles sarcastically. He explains that he wanted to pretend to be weak and ask the emperor for help. The knights clench their teeth in surprise. They understand that the bloody sky is in the city they are in, and not in their own. A bloody aura appears around the man. The enemy smiles maliciously. He laughs and says that he can retreat since his master has come. The girl falls to the ground. The knight says that he would not have come if he knew that Bloody Sky was among them, since if he appeared, they would not be able to escape. The Duke opens his mouth wide. He says that he is pleased to see their faces, since the heads of enemy states should always have such facial expressions, because he is very pleased to watch them. An image of a lion appears behind the man. He says he is more interested in his master's face. The man turns around in surprise. He understands that in front of him is not the emperor, but someone else with a huge thirst for blood. The lion makes a blow, and the enemy flies away. An explosion occurs. The man, smiling widely, looks at the girl. He says that they should leave, since he will deal with the Duke himself. The king smiles widely. The head of the Union of Free Knights and one of the new 9 stars says that time is not on their side, so they must quickly achieve the goal for which they came. Friends look at the king in surprise. They say that they are going to unite and quickly deal with the Duke, and then leave together, since it is very profitable to get rid of at least one head of the enemy army. The Duke smiles madly wide. He says that those who have ascended to the place of the 9 stars will not be easy to kill, but this day will be the day of death for them, because he will not let them go alive. The dragon flies towards the travelers. The king, smiling widely, releases the lion. Animals attack each other. The Duke makes a mad expression on his face. He says that the Lion King, who is called the Paragon of Justice, materialized the legendary magical manticore, which is a symbol of anger and cruelty. The knight looks at the king. He mentally tells him that they did not just come to collect information. The man opens his mouth in surprise. The teacher explains to him that they will be able to find his owner. The warrior grabs the girl by the hand. He runs forward with her. The man tells his friend to run after them too, as they will only get in the way. The knight clenches his teeth furiously. He thinks that he will return again when he finds the owner, but for now he would like his teacher to be more careful. Lev smiles maliciously. He thinks about what he will wait for the night. The Duke attacks the king. He shouts that he won't let him go so easily. The teacher swings his sword. He says that it is not they who are tied hand and foot, but he himself. Blue and red aura touch. The Duke clenches his teeth in horror. He says that during the war the king ran away, so now he is obliged to cut off his head. Destroyed house in the forest. The knight opens the cellar door in the floor. The warrior says that there is a secret passage in the house. The knight says that they have very useful notes, without which they would be stuck in the labyrinth forever. A girl walks behind the man. He asks her what information she was given. The advisor replies that she was unable to obtain anything concrete due to possible spies, but the last traces of their master were discovered. The men make surprised expressions on their faces. The knight turns to the girl. He says that if the information is correct, then it was not in vain that they came there, despite the danger. The girl looks down. She says that she does not think it is right that they left the king, despite the fact that he helped them, because the bloody sky may appear and kill him. The warrior holds the girl by the shoulder. He says that she shouldn't worry, since he and his friend traveled across the continent and learned how to use a sword from the king. Because he is his second teacher, the man understood his abilities, which means that he definitely won't lose so easily. The second knight turns to the girl. He explains that thanks to the king, they learned how to materialize an aura. The young knight lowers his gaze. He says that he has not yet learned to materialize, but he will definitely reach this level on his own. The man thinks that he will certainly independently master the true aura, which will be able to break even the materialization of the aura and overcome the boundaries solely on his own. The warrior furiously clenches his hand into a fist. He thinks that he will definitely gain absolute power with which he can protect even his master. A portal in the wall opens. The girl says she didn't expect to see a trap. A bright flash in the galaxy. Spear says that he does not understand how long the young man is going to sleep, since the world has changed a lot, and they cannot wait any longer. The image of a guy in the galaxy. Spear says he must face the truth and wake up. The young man's heart glows in his chest. Weapons is confident that he should not let the many years that have passed go to waste. The main character opens his eyes. He thinks that he needs time to put his thoughts in order after his father's death. The knights run towards the Duke. He furrows his brows in horror. The red-haired emperor smiles widely. The young man thinks that he is tired of intrigue, tricks, and betrayal. An unknown person behind the hand-to-hand combat master. The Duke's weapon broken in two. The young man thinks that he constantly heard slander and saw people cruelly achieving their goals. Light image of a lancer. He is confident that he will get out and destroy everything. The knight frowns in surprise. He says that they walked to the portal exactly according to the map. A girl comes out of the portal. She says that travelers should not worry since they have come where they needed to go. The girl smiles widely. The commander of the United Army and the master of the Moongate says that she has not seen her friends for a long time, so she is very glad to meet her. Besides, there is little time, so she is only going to convey important information. The travelers make surprised expressions on their faces. The girl tells them that they found traces of the young man in the Tower of Trials. The commander looks at a piece of paper. She says that a long time ago they left a hyperspace marking in the tower. The girl creates a magic circle. She says that as soon as the friends enter it, they will immediately move to the magic tower. The knight frowns in surprise. He says that they should have been immediately invited to the testing tower. The girl replies that they could not get out of there because if the information had leaked, they would not have come close to the tower. Two emperors look at the destroyed throne. The girl is sure that they will soon take action against the destroyed state, so she must find out what they are up to. The advisor makes a surprised expression on her face. She realizes that Bloody Sky was there to ward off a possible strike from another empire. The girl replies that they cannot be sure, despite the existence of discord between the empires, because there is a possibility that they will enter into an alliance again, and in any case, a threat will hang over the continent. The commander remembers the image of the young man. She says that it is necessary to find him as soon as possible before the bloody wind blows across the continent again. The commander says that it is necessary to stop the internecine war between the princes as unexpected changes have occurred within the empire. The young knight goes to the circle. He says that because of the 3-year struggle of the princes, the country was on the verge of collapse, so they should not worry. The man smiles widely in a circle. He says that they don't need to waste time and should quickly go to the test tower. The girl looks away. She says that the 4th prince has also appeared in the empire. The knight frowns furiously. The 4th prince smiles maliciously. The commander explains that he is supported by a stranger of incredible strength. The advisor smiles widely. She replies that they understand, but first they should focus on finding their owner. The girl stands in a circle. She says that she invites the 2nd knight with them, since all the time they had the same goal, so they will soon meet the owner. The man smiles widely. He replies that he will go with them. The knight glances at his friend. He says that he has many questions, so he will ask about them at the next meeting. The commander, smiling broadly, looks at the piece of paper. She says that the transfer will be completed in the blink of an eye. The advisor smiles widely. She says that she plans to meet the commander while she is alive. The companions disappear in the magic circle. The opponent sits on the ground. He puts on a calm expression. The man says that he was sure that he and the king would be equal in strength, but he turned out to be on a different level. The knight is sitting against the wall. The enemy asks why he hid his abilities, since he didn't even use special elemental magic. He is holding a sword. The man continues to say that if the enemy makes the excuse that he did not want to use it, then he will be disappointed. The knight looks down. He replies that true abilities must be carefully hidden. The stranger kills the king. The knight says that he was sure that when the king came, he would defeat the enemy. The man says the duke used him. The king holds a sword in front of the enemy. He says that the fact that the travelers arrived unharmed means that there is someone behind them who knows the area well. The king makes a terrifying smile. He is confident that the moon gate is helping them, but previously he believed that they were destroyed, but it turned out that they hid like rats, and this time he will certainly get rid of them. Test tower building. The knight follows his advisor. The man says that he expected to see a bunch of monsters there, but in front of him there were only thickets. The knight runs forward. There is light ahead of him. They think that they have almost found the owner. The image of a young man in the trees. The warrior is sure that he has found a friend. The young man silently looks forward. The knight spreads his hands. He shouts that he has finally found the lancer, but he does not understand what he has been doing for 3 years. The girl makes a doomed expression on her face. She says that this is not the master in front of them, because he never had a dead look. The knight turns to his friends. He says that in front of them is a young man, they just haven't seen each other for a long time, that's why he seems different to them. The warrior looks doomedly at his owner. He says that the guy knew that they were coming, so he went out to meet them. Lancer looks down. The knight opens his eyes in surprise. The spear says that there is a double in front of them. It appears before travelers. Spear explains that he expected more from the first knight. The advisor makes a surprised expression on her face. The man says that this is a high-level demon in front of them. The warrior frowns in surprise. A weapon that emits dark energy. The man asks if the owner left them a message. Spear replies that the guy is not there, but he came at his request to pass on knowledge. The knight looks at the weapon in surprise. It says that it will have to endure the same trials that its owner went through in the past. The warrior is sucked into the portal. The 2nd knight frowns furiously. He says the spear should bring back his friend. It replies that the warrior must undergo the same tests as his master, an image of demonic energy. He says that the rules in the tests are quite simple, since it will be enough to make every effort to survive. A red flag with a coat of arms, a broken sword and shield. Only 3 years were enough for the weakened states to fall into decay. The Avalon Empire was also among them. Unlike the Hubald Empire, where the conflict took place within the country, the fall of Avalon had several prerequisites at once. Aiden tilted his head, frowning. In particular, this premise was the death of Duke Agnes, one of the 9 stars of the continent. Markers looked up, gritting his teeth, and not only Emperor Markers, but also the King of Swords, Herschel Khan Tremblin, disappeared. A man with gray hair and a beard frowned, pursing his lips. He had a glowing yellow crystal on his chest. He, along with Agnes, was nicknamed the Great Hero of the Avalon Empire. As a result, the empire closed its borders and a struggle for power broke out. The guy in the red suit stood in front of the stairs to the throne with his hands behind his back, saying that it took 3 months to get him back, asking how it all turned out this way. Kaiser frowned as he looked at the throne. Kaiser Ben Britain, the first prince of the Avalon Empire. The guy said that he hoped this tiresome fight would end soon. Arya stood behind the guy with a smile, who looked back at him. The man said that they have no way out. To put an end to this, they will have to kill as many more people. The man with white hair smiled, closing his eyes. Arya von Stein, head of the Stein family, master of the Avalon Empire. The man said that the first prince, Caesar Ben Britain, as well. The blonde looked at him with a smile, asking if he thought it was reckless, and the man replied that in his opinion, this is a kind of rite of passage that must be overcome in order to become an emperor. Going over heads, leaving countless corpses behind, is a common thing in such a situation. The blonde said that they would close this topic. He called him for another question. Kaiser said to greet their guest. A man entered the hall. Walking forward, Arya looked back at him, saying that this was unexpected. The guy with blonde, disheveled hair smiled, putting his hand to his chest, and said that he was grateful for their time, despite such a sudden visit, to Caesar Ben Britain, the fourth prince of the Avalon Empire. Kaiser stood in front of the guy, asking him to get closer to the point. He had been hiding like a rat for 3 years, when suddenly he graced him with his presence. The blonde frowned irritably, remembering the man with dark hair, saying that he also brought Draxia, the god of war of the Svalu Empire. Caesar extended his hand with a smile, looked at the guy, and said that he thought he would be glad to see them. Does he really suspect them of something? It's a shame. Kaiser smiled, annoyed at him, asking if it wasn't obvious. Draxia abandoned his own people, and he, Caesar, created an army of undead that plunged the entire continent into chaos. Why would he trust them? The other guy also smiled irritably, then asking what he had to do to earn his trust. Arya and Kaiser looked at the guy in surprise, who said that maybe the head of Babylon von Agnes, the extremist commander of Prince Caesar's vanguard, would be enough for him, and then the Agnes family would not stand in his way. Bowing his head, Kaiser smiled menacingly, saying that there was nothing left of her except her name. He sees right through it. He does everything for his own benefit. The guy in the blue jacket spread his arms to the sides, saying that even if the Agnes family does not pose a threat now, they would certainly be unpleasant to get their hands dirty on it. He frowned, remembering the guy in the gray suit, who was sitting on horseback while soldiers stood behind him. He said that Caesar, although he felt that something might not go according to plan, was preparing to send all his troops against Kaiser so he could be useful. Caesar smiled widely, looked up, and said that he did not expect that he could stab him in the back. Kaiser looked at him displeasedly, saying that it sounds plausible, but he is sure that he himself understands that he cannot take his word for it. Caesar in front of the two spread his hands to the sides, saying that of course he himself treats others with suspicion. He anticipates every move of his opponent and makes the next one, fighting back. The guy frowned, smilingly, saying that he was offering him a plan of action that could definitely catch Caesar by surprise. Kaiser looked at the guy irritably, pursing his lips when he said that he was making an agreement. The blonde clenched his hands into fists, gloomily saying that he wasted their time. Let him leave. He is afraid. They have different goals. Caesar looked at him with a smug smile, saying that he didn't care what he thought about it, but was he sure that he didn't need his help? The blonde stood in front of the guy in the red suit, saying that information had reached him that soon the Hubald and Svalu empires would create an alliance again. Kaiser loudly asked what. He smiled irritably, frowning, and asked if he seriously thought it was possible. Not after the Svalu empire betrayed Hubald. Why repeat the same mistakes again? Caesar replied with a smile that, more precisely, this was not exactly an alliance, but rather an agreement between the bloody monarch and the king of martial arts. The man with brown hair and Lucifer shook hands. The guy said that perhaps they would gather their enemies and stage a fictitious battle against Erichheim, simultaneously destroying the angry neighboring countries that were rebelling against them. The three people with a shadow falling on their faces, their eyes glowing white. The guy said that these are the United Nations and the king. They will eventually take control of the entire continent. Caesar smiled smugly as he looked up and said that Avalon may be among those that need to be suppressed, or they may be so weak that they do not pose even the slightest threat. Arya cleared his throat, putting his hand to his face, causing the two to look at him. The man said that in this case, they cannot be taken into account at all. He smiled widely, his eyes glowing red as he said that he was right. Having lost its national power, Avalon was no longer a threat, something like an insignificant stone that could be disposed of at any time. Kaiser pursed his lips and frowned, looking down. Caesar looked over his shoulder, saying that soon he would be a thing of the past. He had brought a very important person. He asked the Duke of Herschel to enter. A man with gray hair and a beard walked into the hall, clenching his hands into fists. Kaiser asked in surprise if he was alive. The gray-haired man put his hand to the piles, lowering his gaze. Herschel Khan Tremblin, King of Swords, member of one of the most powerful ducal families, former Titan of the 9 Stars, the man called out to Kaiser. He looked at him worriedly, asking what happened, saying that when he and his father disappeared 3 years ago, they didn't know what to think. Herschel lowered his gaze, frowning, and replied that he was very sorry. He went in search of His Majesty, but was not even close to solving his disappearance. Caesar extended his hand to the man, looked over his shoulder at him, and told him to let him give him advice. A lot of time had passed since that day. The guy smiled widely, raised his gaze, and said that it was time to make an official announcement of his death and call all the representatives of the nobility, including Caesar. He said that then he needs to arrange a funeral. The civil war is now in full swing, but still it will become a national event. Kaiser frowned at him, asking why he thought that they would recognize his death. They would not listen to them either. Caesar, opposite the guy, extended his hands to him, saying that it wasn't before, but now the Duke of Hirschalt is with them. The situation has changed. The blonde smiled as he extended his hand and said that the sooner the civil war ends, the more the army is recruited for the Continental War. What awaits them in the future? Kaiser must ascend to the throne and lead Avalon to prosperity. Kaiser lowered his gaze, frowning, thinking that what an impudent guy. He thinks he will believe in this nonsense. He knows very well that more than anything in the world he wants to become an emperor, but you need to be careful with him. You never know what trump cards he has hidden in his sleeve. Caesar's eyes glowed as he recalled the fight between the two men with a smile, saying that besides, he would appreciate it if he allowed the bloody battle of the Birchers to take place during the funeral. It would be a good reason for all the knights of the royal family to gather together. He spread his arms out to the sides in front of Kaiser, speaking to form an idea of each other's strength. In his opinion, this is a great opportunity to evaluate the opponents. Kaiser looked at him, pursing his lips. Caesar smiled smugly, looking at him. He turned away, looking away, and said that he would give him time to think about his proposal. If he found it interesting, they would choose one day and discuss the details. The guy turned around, walking away from the two men, telling him to take care of himself for now. Kaiser's face contorted in irritation and he clenched his hands into fists, frowning. A large sword with a thick hilt was stuck into the ground. Someone shouted that the black god Avalon was dead. Joshua stood on the field. Many soldiers on horses galloped towards him, shouting that the guy would soon follow him. The guy clenched his teeth, frowning, looking at the soldiers, saying that this was the test he was talking about. He held a sword in his hand, which glowed blue, saying that it turns out that this is the very day the Lord disappeared. Cain, in the main character's body, swung his sword, ran forward, and shouted that he would pass this test in no time. The guy swung his sword sharply towards the horsemen, causing them to stagger. A bright blue light appeared around the guy, and the riders on their horses screamed loudly. Cain looked to the side with a frown when someone shouted to take his head off his shoulders. He clutched a sword in his hands, looking at the huge crowd of horsemen who were running towards him. The guy smiled nervously, clenching his teeth, and said that it turned out to be more difficult than he thought. A weapon wrapped in white cloth stood against a tree. A blonde man in a dark robe sat in front of the portal while Icarus behind him held a spear in her hands, asking what kind of test Lord Cain had and where their master was. She raised her gaze to the spear that was standing on the ground, saying that in this world, everything has to be paid for, or she has not heard of an equal exchange. If she wants to get information, then let her pay the appropriate price. Icarus frowned at the spear and said that she would give him whatever he wanted. Let him return Master Joshua to them. There was a shine coming from the spear as it laughed, saying that he understood that she was a smart girl, but at the same time surprisingly naive. Funny, she thinks that everything is done with the snap of a finger. Spear said that they would make a deal with her, but she would have to give him whatever he asked of her. Icarus clenched her hands into fists with a smile, asking if he was serious, and Spear answered, of course, saying that there is no need to worry about Joshua. The guy with blue hair stood with his back turned while Ruger said that even though his mind is unstable and he has lost a significant part of his strength, no one in the middle world can harm him, because for him 3 years ago time stopped. Icarus frowned, looking up, asking what he meant. She asked him to explain it in simple words. The blonde in front of the portal looked back at them when Ruger said that Joshua knew that they would look for him in the Tower of Trials, and about the endless Continental War too. Christian looked over his shoulder as the spear said that the sooner Cain completed the test, the sooner they would meet Joshua. He himself would lead them to him. Icarus raised her hands in front of the spear, asking if it knew where he was, and Ruger answered. Naturally, he did not hide it. The girl asked what his final destination was then. Red and black lightning appeared around the spear as it asked to listen carefully. A place where oblivion reigns, a place called the Fallen Empire. Joshua stood on a cliff in front of a large city that could be seen in the distance. Ruger said that their lord was heading to Avalon. Cain lay on the ground, frowning and squeezing his eyes shut, gritting his teeth as he let out a groan of pain. Christian stood in front of him, under whose feet there was a green seal, saying that he would now heal him. The girl next to him asked what happened to him. The knight stood up on the ground, opening his eyes slightly and looking to the side, asking the spear if it was true that my lord had to go through such a thing. The spear behind the girl asked what he thought, and she looked back at him. Cain, surrounded by green energy, rose on his hands, knelt down and turned around on the spear, saying that he was not joking. Let him answer him. Ruger in spear form replied that it was a pity that he was not strong enough to show him the whole picture of that day, although he should already be glad that he returned safe and sound. Cain frowned at him, gritting his teeth. Icarus extended her hands to him, worriedly saying that it must be hard for him, but could he tell them what happened to the master? The guy frowned at the girl and asked if she remembered how on that day, 3 years ago, before arriving in Reincarnated, my lord suddenly left them. Cain stood looking after the leaving main character, whose face was hidden by a hood. The guy said that he then said that he was going to change the future. Icarus lowered her gaze, saying that she remembered this. He acted as if he knew the sequence of all events. She understood that he was acting recklessly, but did not stop him. The guy looked up at the girl, kneeling in front of her, and said that, however, he was unable to change anything, and prevent the death of Duke Aiden either. Icarus frowned, remembering the broadly smiling markers, saying that it was all because the Emperor had a plan to eliminate the Duke. My lord foresaw the main events, but the details were unknown to him. Besides, it was impossible to stop it alone. Cain tilted his head, frowning, saying that everything was true. That's what everyone thought, but it turned out that their assumptions were completely wrong. The guy said that the United Nations of the Hubald and Svalu empires were not stopped by the Duke of Aiden. Christian and Icarus looked at the guy in shock, saying that this cannot be. Cain frowned, looking forward with bright yellow eyes, saying that the target of 3 of the 9 stars, the martial arts king, the blood of heaven and the dark monarch, was not the Duke of Aiden from the very beginning. Joshua stood in front of a man with red hair, a man at a dark portal, and a man with a huge blue tiger behind him. The guy with blue hair frowned at them, and Cain said that their target was their master. Then it turns out that the title of King of Heroes was given to him by the soldiers of the United Nations. Christian raised his head, frowning and shouting that everything was clear now. He must have suffered a crushing blow in the battle with the 9-star Titans, and that's why he was hiding all this time. The blonde turned around in fear at the spear, which said that he thought it would not hurt the paladin to get rid of the demonic energy that sits in him. Christian blushed deeply, asking what kind of demonic energy. Does he even know what he had to go through? Ruiger in the form of a spear said that of course he knows. 3 years ago Joshua has already surpassed the human essence, and has become much stronger. Even if he clashes in battle with the strongest of this world, he will no longer be defeated. The main character walked away from the bright fire. Blue lightning shone around him. Ruiger said that he would rather turn them into ashes and scatter them to the wind. Thus the disappearance of a significant figure in the person of Joshua gave rise to many rumors. Icarus spread her arms to the sides, turning to the spear, asking what was the reason for his disappearance. The spear replied that he had entered the demonic realm. The 3 looked at the spear in shock, their mouths wide open, and the girl asked about the demonic realm, and Cain asked why he would hide there for 3 whole years. The mesh dome, into which rays of blue and violet energy flew. Ruiger said that 3 years in the average world are a century in the demonic realm. Time flows differently there. Icarus frowned, saying that what he meant was that their master still hadn't returned to them because he was stuck in the demon realm. 2 guys and a girl looked at the spear, which said that some circumstances did not allow him to do this. Joshua faced unexpected variables. To solve them, he passed the Tower of Trials. The main character frowned at the spear. Many bright crystals were visible on top. Ruiger said that when completing the test, several special rewards are obtained, but among them there was one thing that he needed most. Christian looked to the side with a frown, saying that this is the greatest reward for clearing the last floor. It seems they call it the absolute truth. A white and red spear that said it was so. But in fact the greatest reward was a mirror that would show the winner the past, present, and future. The mirror is in a thick golden frame. Ruiger said that the mirror is called the Mirror of the Full Moon, but whoever uses it will have to pay the corresponding price, whatever it may be. Spatters of blood were visible under the golden crown. The spear said that with the help of the mirror Joshua found out that Emperor Markers had been killed. The girl asked in surprise if he was really dead. After all, everyone considers him missing. The 2 guys opened their mouths in shock, and Icarus screamed that this changes everything. It turns out that my lord went to the demonic realm to pay for this information. Spear stood in front of the 3 people, answering that everything is correct. That's how Joshua ended up there, fulfilling his duties in the demon world. He suddenly moved to the middle world, and no one knows when he will have to return. Icarus frowned, clenching her teeth, and thought that 100 years had passed for him. This was too harsh a payment. Why did my lord dump so much on himself? A large castle, with a golden dome on the tower. In the center of the garden stood a fountain, the palace of Caesar, the 4th Prince of Avalon. The man had his hand on the red box. Someone asked if there really wasn't a more decent place, why he called him here. A blonde man was sitting at the table. At the other end of the table stood a man with black hair, who said that his hospitality towards guests left much to be desired. Caesar replied that on his last visit he said almost nothing. The blonde smiled at the man, saying that if he had ended the Aiden family right away, he wouldn't have to come here, so let him get rid of her. A man with brown long hair tied into a ponytail. Draxia led Grace, god of war, former ruler of the Svalu Empire, younger brother of Verona led Grace, one of the 9-star Titans. The man frowned and asked since when was he giving him orders. The man flinched when the blonde asked if he had already forgotten Heimdall's order to join forces with the 1st Prince of Caesar. The guy said that it was Heimdall's will. He did not dare to resist her. Draxia lowered his gaze, frowning, and replied, okay, he will get rid of the Duke's family as soon as possible. Herschult frowned and pursed his lips and looked at him, thinking about who this Heimdall is, that even the god of war shudders at the mention of his name. The blonde turned to Herschel, calling him, and the man bowed slightly to the guy, saying that he was listening to him. Caesar asked with a smile if he would not mind taking part in the bloody battle of the Birchers at the funeral of Emperor Markers. The man hesitantly tried to object. The blonde closed his eyes with a smile and interrupted him, saying that he was not asking to participate on his behalf since he did not trust him, then he himself was not trustworthy. Herschel frowned at the guy. He thought of the armored knights with red cloaks standing next to each other. Caesar said that he only hoped that this battle would be a great chance to get rid of those who still pose a threat to the imperial family. The man with gray hair put his hand to his chest, asking for forgiveness and asking if it was necessary to eliminate His Majesty's knights. As soon as he took away power, they would immediately become his. The man said that, besides, there were already rumors all over the continent about the death of Captain Joshua. The blonde looked at him from under his brows, smiling. He asked with a smile if the man had seen his body. Herschel's eyes widened and he pursed his lips. The blonde took the red box in his hand, saying that he does not know what is on his mind, but he is clearly hiding something. The guy walked around the table while the two watched him. The blonde said that he wanted Herschel to understand something, that neither Kaiser nor Caesar were suitable to be the heir to the throne of Avalon. The heir was chosen before His Majesty disappeared. Caesar with a smile opened the box in which there was a gold ring, saying that it was he, the fourth prince, Caesar Ben Britain. In confirmation of his will, the emperor handed him this ring. In the box there was a gold ring with an image of a dragon. Herschel looked at the ring, clasping his hands behind his back, while the prince said that he was still the only one who knew its whereabouts. The guy held the box on his hand, looked up with a smile and said that everything has already been decided. He only asks them to follow his orders. Herschel bowed his head, frowning and pursing his lips, thinking that this is undoubtedly the ring of the Emperor Markers, which he never parted with, but he knows that His Majesty would not give it to anyone, not even his son. Was Joshua right? Tremblin Estate, night, windows into one of the rooms in the White House. Someone asked who he was. Did he really think he would go unnoticed? Herschel looked at the dark figure in the corridor, telling him to show himself. The man apologized for such a late visit. Joshua walked out into the light of the window, smilingly saying that it was rude of him. However, he should listen to him. It was in his own interests. The guy stood in front of the man, saying that while he pretended to help Caesar, he had to do one thing. In return, he would share any information with him. Herschel pulled his sword from its sheath on his hip, frowning and shouting at the guy to close his mouth, saying that he had nothing to talk about with the traitor to the Avalon Empire. He advised him to surrender. The guy with blue hair frowned, apologizing and saying that he didn't have much time. Herschel jumped towards the guy, holding a sword in his hands, and said that it was worse for him. The guy's eyes suddenly lit up, and the man's body stopped, trembling. He clenched his teeth, wondering what kind of energy this was. Herschel raised his gaze to the main character, thinking that he did not feel his presence, as if the guy was not here at all. Joshua stood on the mesh floor, which fell under him. The man thought that it was as if they were in the same place, but at the same time in different time streams. A man with a sword was flying in space, in front of a giant planet, around which there was a bright glow. The man thought that this was a perfect form of non-existence, the power of the Almighty. Between them there was a wall that he could not overcome. Herschel abruptly inserted the sword back into its sheath. He clenched his teeth, looking at the guy in front of him and breathing heavily, said that he swore allegiance to the Emperor. He will not get anything. Let him leave. Joshua raised a serious look at the man, saying that let him then allow him to give him advice. Caesar has a patron that even the Emperor did not know about. Markers. His name is Heimdall. If he has any suspicions, let him try to find out what is hidden under its name. The man with gray hair frowned, pressing his lips together. Caesar looked at him with a smile, holding the box with the ring, saying that he was only asking to follow his orders. That's understandable. Herschel lowered his gaze, clenching his hand into a fist and placing it on his chest, saying that he will honestly carry out his orders. He will prove his loyalty to the imperial family. He stood at the other end of the table from the guy, looking at him and thinking that he would find out the truth. He promises. Icarus appeared in the tower of blue light, pursing her lips and thinking that the puzzle is gradually coming together and they will find out what really happened to Joshua. But the more details are revealed to them, the angrier she becomes. She, Cain, and Christian stood in the center of the tower. The girl thought, couldn't the guy at least rely on them a little? The man at the pulpit in a blue robe asked in surprise who they were, saying that they were not part of the magic tower. How did they activate the gate? Ruiger, who was the earring in the girl's ear, said that big deal. They broke one spell. He fulfilled his part of the deal. Now let them not forget about theirs. The girl with white hair looked to the side, saying that she remembers. They will definitely repay him later. The three stepped forward and Icarus in front, holding a staff, said that they would do what they came here for. The guys answered for the cause. The gates of Arcadia, the capital of the Avalon Empire. Night, dark building with bars on the windows, Duke Agnes's estate, Avalon Empire. The guy with gray hair frowned, mouth wide open and shouting, "Close ranks, hold formation, Chiffon, captain of the Red Knights of the House of Agnes." A large monster with blue fur and horns on its head, Cillian, a wind spirit of the highest rank, it opened its mouth as it approached the knights, roaring loudly. The monster flew next to several knights, striking them with its paw, causing the people to scream and fly back. The monster opened its mouth slightly, with blue energy flying around it. He ran quickly, hitting the knights multiple times, with blue energy trailing behind him. Chiffon ran towards the monster, raising his sword, which glowed blue, to strike, shouting contentedly. He clenched his teeth, striking at the monster. The blue body of the monster appeared behind the guy, waving his paw towards the guy, causing him to look back at him. He swung his paw sharply at the knight, causing him to fall to the ground, screaming loudly, splashes of blood flying through the air from the impact. Chiffon clenched his teeth and raised himself on the ground, looked to the side, drops of blood dripping from his face. The guy muttered a monster. Two people approached him. The girl stroked Cillian, saying that she had not heard this nickname for a long time. In her youth she was called that every now and then. Anna led Grace, one of the 12 new superhumans, the daughter of Draxia led Grace. The girl said that, however, now in the Svalu Empire there are people worse than her. Chiffon clenched his teeth, looking at her, remembering how she was a child, asking about Anna and saying that this cannot be. He was told that she was missing, and she, it turns out, is at one with the god of war. The girl looked at the guy with a smile, saying that it so happened that she needed to hide her identity. It was even a little offensive to destroy the place in which she had lived for so many years. The girl looked back at the man behind her, who said that she needed to stop empty talk. Anna replied that she was asking for forgiveness from her father. She had made a mistake again. Chiffon's eyes widened in shock as he wondered if Anna really was Draxia-led Grace's daughter. A man with brown hair and a ponytail calmly asked what was wrong with Princess Ashira. The girl looked over her shoulder at her father with a smile, saying that he need not worry. She hired an expert in her field. The man smiled, saying that it was surprising that she agreed, knowing that this was not a murder, but an ordinary kidnapping. The girl answered, yes, and she did this immediately. A girl with bright yellow eyes and white hair, wearing a mask and a hood. Anna said that for the Queen of Murders, the most important thing is a decent payment, so Ashira, that is, Lucia, is in good hands. The girl approached Chiffon, who was kneeling on the ground. Cillian was walking next to her. The girl said that her services, of course, were not cheap, but it was worth it, and here they had one of the best ducal estates in the empire. She extended her hand, and blue and pink energy swirled around the blue-haired boy's head, causing him to clench his teeth. The guy cut the energy with his fingers, frowning and thinking that he couldn't breathe. Anna looked at him with a scary smile, eyes wide open, and said that they would rob him and cover all expenses. Someone shouted to attack. Anna looked back in one direction, and Draxia behind in the other. Warriors on horseback ran towards them, shouting to punish the invaders. The guy in red clothes with blonde hair frowned while riding a horse. Babylon Agnes, the head of the family of the great house of Duke Agnes, the master of the Avalon Empire. The guy said that he is Babylon Agnes, the head of the family of the Grand Duchy of Agnes. He will destroy every one of them. Draxia looked at him with a smile, saying that he showed up later than he thought. The girl behind him with a smile asked him to leave it to her. A large house, on the roof of which several people could be seen at the same time in the secret residence of the Black Wind. The elf with white hair looked down at the paper in her hands. Aisha, the queen of assassins, a dark elf. 3 people in dark robes and masks stood behind the girl. One of them said that her task was simple, to kidnap Princess Ashira and deliver her to the right place. The guy with white hair frowned at the girl, saying that due to the unstable situation in Avalon, there are many guards here, knights at the main entrance. Aisha clutched the letter in her hands, interrupting the guy and saying no. She waved her hand, throwing the paper aside, saying that her mission was not to kidnap, but to free Lady Lucia. The girl frowned and looked back, saying that her client was the King of Heroes. 3 people looked at the girl in surprise. The one in the middle asked how she dared to betray them. Aisha jumped forward, swinging her dagger, severing the neck of one of the people. The one with white hair extended his hand into the dark blue portal, looking to the side, and said that they must retreat. They must immediately report to the Dark Monarch about the betrayal of the Assassin Queen. One of the people lay on the ground, and the other 2 ran away into the open portals. Aisha frowned, crossing her arms that held the daggers surrounded by blue energy, asking if they thought they could escape her. She swung her daggers sharply, leaving blue energy behind. Bright rays of energy passed across the entire roof, sparkling with dark blue lightning. The girl with blue hair sighed. She sat at the table in front of the letter, looking at it. Lucy, Princess of Ashira von Britain. The girl thought that so much time had passed. 3 people in black robes jumped into the building, breaking the windows. 2 at the table next to the windows covered their faces with their hands. The guy in front of them asked who they were. People landed in the hall as the knight looked at them, standing in front of the girls. Someone said that he didn't care about a pathetic knight like him. A masked man with yellow eyes, black wind, an intelligence organization under Emperor Avalon, the man said that he came for Ashira. The blue-haired girl's eyes widened when the man said she would come with them. Lucia trembled and looked up in fear when a loud sound was heard. She stood up from the table, looking at the door behind her. Someone shouted that this surge of energy was coming from the Killer Queen. Let them find her now. The girl pursed her lips, looking to the side. People were shouting to everyone in position. Heightened alert, she thought that she hoped Joshua was okay. Splashes of blood came out of the dark purple portal. 2 people fell out of the portals, bleeding. One in the middle was on his knees, holding his hand to his neck. The guy with gray hair looked back at the girl behind him, saying that the Dark Monarch would come for her. There was no point in running, he would find her anyway. Aisha looked down at him, saying that she would never become someone's prey, unlike them. 2 buildings were surrounded by fire. Someone was screaming, saying that the buildings were collapsing, out of the way and asking for help from someone. Something exploded in one of the buildings. A blonde guy with a large sword in his hand stood on one knee, lowering his head. A girl approached him, telling him to give up. Anna stood with the blue beast, placing her hand on it, telling the guy to look back and accept reality. Today they will put an end to the history of the Agnes family. Babylon raised his head at her, shouting in irritation that nothing like this would happen. They were no strangers to overcoming crisis situations. The Avalon Empire and the Duchy of Agnes would perk up again. The girl was surrounded by blue and purple energy, saying that she believes that he is not aware of what is happening in the world now, the inevitable union of the empires of Svalu and Hubald. In the stream of blue energy, the smiling face of Draxia was visible, who said that it would lead to the destruction of all members of the Agnes family, and they would not be able to stop the coming storm. The blonde clenched his sword in his hand, telling them to shut up. He rose to his feet, holding the sword in both hands, frowning and shouting. Did he really think that one of Agnes' people would bend the knee to a man like him? The man with brown hair smiled, looking at him, saying that it was funny to hear this from the mouth of a bastard, in whose veins the blood of Agnes does not flow. Let Anna finish with him. The blue beast leaped at Babylon, raising its paw to strike. The guy suffered 2 red cross-shaped cuts. Babylon clenched his teeth, throwing his head back. There were many drops of blood on his face when he thought that he admitted the idea that he did not belong to the Agnes family. However, he did not succeed in inheriting the name Britain. He remembered Aiden and Markers, thinking that because of this he strived even more for recognition from his fathers, even though now they were no longer in this world. In the end, he could not hold out until the end. The guy's eyes rolled back as he thought that maybe things would have turned out differently if Joshua had been in his place. The hand that emanated golden energy extended forward. The blonde looked back in shock at the golden light that surrounded him. Anna and Draxia also looked at the golden glow in shock, frowning. Joshua raised his hand with a smile, around which there was a golden light, asking forgiveness for being late. Babylon said the guy's name in shock. Draxia smiled, looking at the guy, asking if he was alive. But why did he come? Did he really want to die too? The main character came forward to him, speaking as if not so. He looked up at the man, saying that he was here for his soul. Draxia frowned, tilting his head, saying with a smile that he heard the guy was injured. It looked like he had a pretty bad head injury. Anna walked forward with the beast, smilingly saying that so many years have passed since their last meeting, but he is still incredibly handsome. She wants to try it. The girl put her hand to her chin and licked her lips, saying that she wanted to try what the King of Heroes tasted like. This time she would grab herself a bigger piece. Draxia drew his sword with a smile, saying that this fight is his. He will show the guy how he has changed during the time that he was hiding. Purple energy shone around the man's sword and he smiled widely, saying that let him know the power that crushed the previous standards of the 9-star system. A huge purple silhouette of a man appeared behind Draxia, who threw back his head, opening his mouth wide, rays of purple energy and black lightning flying around. Babylon clenched his teeth, trembling and frowning, thinking that this is a terrifying power. Joshua will never overcome it. Is this really the power of the stars of the continent? The man with brown hair with a wide smile shouted that they must have heard of him, the one who subjugated an entire continent with one body. In front of the main character stood a huge man who raised his weapon behind his head. Draxia shouted at them to taste the powers of the new world. Babylon behind the guy's back shouted at him to run, saying that they could not compete with him. Joshua looked back at him, raising his hand with a golden glow, saying that it seems the healing process has completed. Let him take all the people from the Agnes family and save himself. The blonde asked what, asking him to wait. The man hit the ground, scattering stones from the ground. Rays of purple energy passed across the ground, breaking them. Anna put her hand to her chin with a smile, looking at this and said that it had been a long time since her father showed his true form in battle. It's a pity that he didn't leave her a chance to grab it. From the ruins, a silhouette of a guy came out to the two of them. Hidden in darkness, rays of energy were circling around, flames were burning on the ground. Joshua stood in the cloud of fog, calmly looking ahead. Draxia smiled irritably, looking at the guy, asking if he was able to dodge. This was unexpected. Anna looked at Cillian, who mentally told her to be careful. Joshua is not a person. The girl asked what he meant. The beast said that he advised her to save herself while she could, disappearing in blue energy. The girl frowned, asking where he was going. Their contract had not ended yet. Draxia stood in front of the girl, frowning, and said that this time he would not be able to evade. He would turn into ashes, as was the case with Duke Agnes. A huge silhouette of a man slammed a hammer towards the protagonist, leaving a bright purple trail, screaming at him to die. The man struck a powerful, bright blow to the ground, causing an explosion to occur in front of him. He raised his hammer in his hand, swinging it to the side, causing rocks to fly into the air. The white-haired, purple-haired man opened his mouth wide, raising his hammer behind his head, holding it with both hands. He slammed his hammer sharply into the ground, splitting it, sending purple shocks across it. Draxia was breathing heavily, his eyes wide open and his brow furrowed. Joshua was still standing on the ground, frowning and looking forward. The man looked up at him in fear, frowning, and asked how. He was supposed to be dead. Let's say he was able to dodge the blow, but how did he avoid the shock waves? Such power is capable of blowing up the planet. Anna muttered behind the man, "Is he really not a man?" And he looked back at the girl, loudly asking what. She turned back, running away, and screamed in fear that he was a creature from another world. If they continued to fight, they could die. The man asked where she was going. He gritted his teeth, shuddering when Joshua in front of him said that war not only destroys, but also creates something new, true aura, manifestation. All these are tricks that appeared in the midst of war. A blue glow from the handle appeared next to the guy's hand while he said that the history of the first one lasts a little over 3 years, exactly the time of his absence. The guy was holding a white translucent spear in his hand. Blue lightning flashed around him as he said that, however, with the real aura, which he had studied for hundreds of years, it could not be compared. Draxia frowned, holding a purple glow over his hand, saying that he pretends to be all-powerful just because he used it to create a spear. Is he really trying to convince him that there is an aura that is superior to the true one? The man waved his hand towards the guy. Purple tentacles appeared on both sides of him. They wrapped themselves around the body of Joshua, who looked back at them. The guy pursed his lips, standing calmly as a purple hammer flew at him from above. The huge silhouette of a man struck the ground with his hammer, scattering stones with a powerful blow. Draxia smiled widely madly, looking at this, thinking that he had succeeded. The hammer rose as the protagonist blocked its blow with the tip of his spear. Joshua frowned as he held the spear in both hands, saying that a spear is not just a weapon with a long tip, depending on which part it gives power to. The guy swung his spear, pushing a giant hammer onto the ground nearby. While Draxia looked at this, the guy said that this changes the damage done to the opponent, which means a small amount of force can be enough to defeat a huge opponent. A man with brown hair held a sword in 2 hands, bending down, asking irritably what's wrong. He jumped forward at the guy, raising his sword to strike, and shouted that he was a monster. Joshua turned the spear in his hands, looking to the side, saying that one more thing, if his opponent tried to close the distance between them, only one movement of his hand was needed. He brought the spear forward, striking the man's stomach, saying that he was striking faster than your opponent. The spear's handle struck the man's stomach, causing him to scream loudly and drops of blood to fly out of his mouth. He trembled, looking at Joshua, who looked down at him, asking if he now understood that the power of the aura depends on who controls it, like the power of the spear, which he considered a useless weapon. Draxia grabbed his chest, purple energy cracking behind him as he rested his hand on the ground, thinking that he couldn't believe that he had dispelled the mana hole. The huge purple silhouette disappeared as the man on the ground thought he was starting to lose control. Could this be the end? Joshua frowned, looking down at him, saying that by using someone else's power, he tried to regain the throne that he lost to Lucifer. But in the end he failed to deceive fate, the emperor, who died ingloriously in a foreign land. People will quickly forget about him. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth in anger and his eyes lit up when the guy called his name. Draxia led grace. The man raised his gaze to the guy, surrounded by purple energy, shouting no at all. He will forever remain in their memory as the god of war who knew no defeat. A guy who has nothing to brag about in the past 3 years except gossip cannot compare with him. Joshua looked at him with a smile, saying that having suffered one failure, the hero will still leave a mark in history thanks to his countless exploits, and the one who borrows the forces of evil to ascend the throne is unlikely to be remembered. A man with white hair and gray eyes, the guy said that even now, the people of Svalu respect Lucifer more. Lucifer smiled. A bright golden light shone on him. The guy said that they respect him more than the true members of the Svalu family. Draxia clutched his sword in his hand, raising it, saying that he was too confident for someone who had defeated him only once. The man rose to his feet, holding his chest, and said with a smile, "Is he really talking about the forces of evil? He has no idea what he is dealing with. Soon he will be begging to share this power with him." Joshua frowned at him and asked if he meant Heimdall and why he thought he didn't know about him. The man smiled, frowning, saying that apparently he had a vague idea and still had the audacity to stand in their way. The man's entire body was illuminated by purple energy, and he said that one day he would realize how stupid he was when he dared to cross his path. Draxia jumped forward at the guy, shouting that Heimdall was the only one who could stop Lucifer. Joshua looked at him with a frown, mentally saying goodbye to Draxia. The guy swung his spear, releasing a blue beam of energy forward, thinking that another traitor from his past life had gotten what he deserved. 5 people stood in front of the guy's body. One of them was hiding behind a tree, looking out. The eyes of the man behind the tree glowed with a bright red light. A man with white hair and a beard extended his hand, which contained a blue ball. The head of the man on his knees flew away from the body, blood spraying out from the wounds. Joshua pursed his lips as Draxia's lifeless, headless body fell to the ground. He looked back at him, frowning, and thought that he finally felt his revenge coming to an end. He remembered standing over the body of a knight who lay on the ground, thinking that even Galahad, the captain of the Imperial Knightly Order, had died by his hand. He remembered the dead woman with dull eyes, thinking that his beloved Evangeline had gone crazy from shock and also died. The guy remembered the hooded sorcerer, above whom there was a crown glowing red, thinking that Evergrant, the magician who was part of the Imperial family and became immortal, would serve him for eternity. He remembered a man with brown hair and a beard, thinking that the soul of the dark magician Barubaru was so disfigured that even the gates of hell were close to him. The white mask, burning in the dark flames, fell to the ground. Joshua walked forward, clenching his hands into fists, and thought that there was only one person left. Soon he would come for him. Caesar sat on his throne with a smile, looking forward. Someone thanked everyone who came to the meeting. He and 2 other people sat on thrones in front of many people. Kaiser in the center folded his hands, saying that today they must resolve the conflict between the princes that has been going on for a very long time, and choose who will become the next ruler of the Avalon Empire. Caesar in a blue suit with blonde hair frowned. Kaiser folded his hands, looking forward, and Caesar sat with a smile with his hands on the arms of the throne. Caesar grinned. He looked at the man with gray hair, saying that there were enough pompous speeches. They would listen to the Duke of Hirschalt first. After all, the choice of the next emperor depended on his support. The man pursed his lips, frowning. Caesar turned to his brother with a smile, saying that he thought why he returned, and he bribed the Duke, but something more was needed to convince his people and all the representatives of the nobility. The blonde smiled, raising an eyebrow, saying that the devotion of each of them was unique in its own way. The other nobles looked at them while the guy said that Caesar would not be able to create a goal that would be followed by everyone at once. That's why blades are so strong, reliable, and unforgettable. Caesar covered his face with his hand, closed his eyes, and laughed. Caesar asked what was funny. Caesar looked with bright eyes in his direction, smilingly saying that not so much that the balance was lost. By this moment the line of Duke Agnes should already be wiped off the face of the earth. The situation has changed, and now his people are bound by one goal, that is to survive. Caesar frowned, asking what in shock. He stood up from his throne, loudly asking what kind of cheap trick he turned. Under the pretext of the funeral of His Majesty the Emperor called him to stab him in the back. A guard opened the doors to the hall, shouting that he had urgent news, and the blonde turned to him, asking what else. Caesar clenched his teeth, looking around with a frown, his face contorted in anger as he asked Caesar what he had done to the Agnes Genus. He looked at him with a smile, asking if it had finally dawned on him that his world was no longer what it was before. Kaiser in the center looked at the guard at the end of the hall, asking him to explain what was going on. Behind the guard, people walked into the hall, one of whom said that they made it clear that they had come to convey a message from their Lord Joshua Sanders. Christian, Icarus, and Cain walked into the hall, and the girl with a wide smile said that the Lord said that he would be waiting for them in a week at the bloody battle of the Birchers, so let them be kind enough to postpone the process of electing the emperor until that day. Caesar clenched his teeth and Kaiser frowned at them. Caesar's face became gloomy. He smiled irritably, frowning. The blonde in the middle folded his hands, saying that he was sure that Joshua was in no position to make demands on them, and besides, there was a rumor that he had contacted the enemy of people, dark magic. The blonde looked forward, saying that for this they would be held accountable as accomplices, but he would take into account his past achievements and pretend that this conversation did not happen. He looked at Christian, Cain, and Icarus, telling them to tell him not to interfere with Avalon's affairs anymore. Christian clenched his teeth, frowning, and whispered that they had such difficulty getting here, and they didn't even listen and defend their position. Cain frowned silently. Icarus looked up at the princes, saying that he was right. Demonic energy is a taboo throughout the continent, regardless of the owner, and yet, as far as she knows, there is another person who not only broke it, but also summoned a demon. The girl looked up resolutely, saying that either, since he was a member of the imperial family, they would simply turn a blind eye to it. Caesar smiled nervously, looking at her when the girl asked him if it was true, or he would continue to abuse his power and pretend that nothing happened. The other aristocrats looked to the side, frowning as the girl said that this would undermine the authority of the Avalon family even more. If she was not mistaken, let him prove his innocence. The girl frowned, saying that her lord would do the same at the bloody battle of the Birchers. Caesar smiled irritably, looking at her. The three princes looked surprised at Herschel, who said that they should not reject their proposal, given the current state of the empire. The man tilted his head, frowning, and said that if the decision on who will become the future ruler has already been made, and internal strife ends there, the empires of Hubal, Svalu, and other kingdoms will not sit idly by. They will nip in the bud their desire to be revived, so they could use a strong ally in the King of Heroes. The man bowed before the princes, saying that he earnestly asked them to give him a chance to prove his innocence. Caesar looked at him darkly, his eyes glowing as he thought. He felt that the old man was hiding something. Now it was clear that he knew something about Joshua. He planned to deal with him today, but would have to wait a little. Caesar came down the stairs to the man, extending his hand and saying that he agreed with him. They could postpone the decision on the succession to the throne and allow Joshua to show up. The blonde looked back at Kaiser, smiled, and said that until then they would declare a truce, then see you at the Battle of the Birchers. Caesar smiled gloomily, looking to the side, and thought that he owed Joshua. He unexpectedly saved him. Kaiser and Caesar, now it was their turn to feel the ground disappear from under their feet. The guy in the red suit looked back at the other prince, who was getting up from his chair, saying that he had to go. Caesar came down the stairs to a man with gray hair, saying that he had amused him, curious what kind of deal he had made with Joshua. The blonde walked next to Herschel, telling him not to forget who owns His Majesty's ring. Caesar grinned, looking away, and said that he was confirming that he was the rightful heir to the throne. Herschel tilted his head, lowering his gaze, thinking that, on the contrary, he was making him doubt him even more. Knight, White Castle, the man said that he swore allegiance to the emperor, he would receive nothing. Herschel stood in front of the main character, holding his sword, telling him to leave. He replied that then let the man allow him to give advice. Caesar has a patron that even emperor markers did not know about. The guy with blue hair looked up, saying that his name was Heimdall, and he was aware of the emperor's latest whereabouts. The man with gray hair looked at the guy in shock, asking if this man had really harmed His Majesty. Joshua looked to the side with a smile. He turned his back to the man, saying that he had to go, and he asked the guy to wait. Herschel frowned at him and said that this was not enough for him to help him. He had no reason to trust him. The guy with blue hair reached into his inner pocket, saying that then he will show him something else. Caesar will probably have the same one. The guy pulled out a gold ring with an image of a dragon, saying that it was a fake. This is a real ring with the imperial seal. The man looked at him in shock, raising his hand and asking where he got it from. The man trembled as the guy held the ring, saying that he would visit him again to let him know when he and his associates would be reunited. Joshua frowned, saying that until then, if he had any suspicions, he should try to find out who is hiding under the name Heimdall. Herschel pursed his lips and looked to the side, thinking that he had failed to find out anything, however, knowing the true owner of the imperial seal. The man looked at the departing Caesar, who pursed his lips, thinking that he would not hesitate in pointing his blade. A ruined house with black holes and cracks, the secret estate of the Black Wind. Broken stones, a lot of blood spatters were visible on the wall. Someone asked what kind of place this was. The man held in his hand a broken white mask, stained with blood. Ranger looked at Viper, who was holding a mask in his hands, telling him that there were signs of a brutal fight everywhere. The man asked if members of the Black Wind wear similar masks. The guy with gray hair frowned. Ranger, second in command of the 11th Battalion, the guy said that he heard they disappeared along with Emperor markers, asking what they might need in this place. A man approached them and Kajix turned to him, frowning, asking if this was the Marquis of Aria. How did he end up in such a place? A man with white hair and closed eyes asked why they were not in the Imperial Palace, wandering around like stray dogs that had lost their owner, rather recklessly. The face of the guy with red hair was distorted with anger. Kajix, the deputy of the 12th Battalion, Aria told him. Were they really looking for someone to get close to? The guy said that they discovered this place while on patrol and came in to look around. That's all. The three knights frowned at the man. The redhead said that now they are trying to find out what turned him into ruins. Aria spread his hands to the sides, asking not to misunderstand him. He smiled, opening his eyes slightly, remembering the strong blow to the building of the Assassin Queen, saying that he felt the energy of a powerful assassin, but when he arrived, the house was already in such a state. He said he was trying to find signs of an escape when the man suddenly fell silent, his eyes wide in shock. He smiled nervously as he looked back, talking about this energy. The man disappeared, leaving a trail of purple light, and the three knights looked at it in surprise, asking where he went. Kajix frowned, looking back, and said that he needed to call all the soldiers. Now he would have to hunt down the Marquis too. Ranger asked how. It was as if he had vanished into thin air, and the redhead asked if he really thought they had time to listen to his complaints. Viper's eyes widened when he heard a voice calling out to him, "Viper, Knight of the 12th Battalion." The man looked over his shoulder, frowning, and said that someone was calling them. He knew that voice. One of the knights asked what he was talking about. The man ran down the hallway, telling them to follow him. Kajix looked at him in shock, asking him to wait. 3 knights ran through the forest, and the red-haired one asked how long they had to run. The man with brown hair answered that there was not much time left. Viper's eyes widened and he opened his mouth in surprise. The man stood in front of the Death Knight who was standing in the middle of the forest, asking if he had called them. The knight frowned at the knights, saying that Mr. Sanders will be here soon. Are they ready to go with them? The 3 knights looked at him in shock, opening their mouths, saying that the captain had returned. There were dirty and clean bandages on the table, water with an arrow inside. The man put scissors on the table. The girl wrapped her side in bandages. Behind her, a girl with blue hair was lying on the bed. The elf looked over her shoulder when she heard a sound. Aisha opened the door, going outside. The man in front of her said that in this life he also owes a great debt to her. The girl put her hand to her chest, saying that she welcomes the great brother. Joshua smiled at her, asking if she hadn't received his message. He thought she knew he was no longer a dragon, apologizing for what he hadn't said earlier. The girl looked at him, saying that everything was fine. He also helped her out. The guy asked in what sense. Aisha closed her eyes with a smile, bowed her head and said that he saved the elves. Thank him. The guy looked up at her with a smile, saying that's what she's talking about. No, to be honest, he should be the one thanking her. Lucia slept on the bed with a smile, closing her eyes. The guy said that she saved his mother. Round arena, confetti falling from the sky, a Cardi Coliseum. A few days later, spectators in the seats smiled widely, raising their hands. The host held the microphone to his face, saying with a wide smile that he was glad to see the inhabitants of the Avalon Empire. The bloody battle of the Birchers, for which they had all gathered here, would soon begin. The presenter raised his hand, standing in front of the balcony seats, shouting that first they would express their gratitude to the princes for making the competition available to the general public. Thank you very much. He asked to greet Prince Kaiser. A blond man in a black suit waved his hand with a smile, looking around. The host said, "Greet Prince Kaisar, long life to the future emperor." The guy raised his hand with a smile, standing in a black suit. The man with black hair and a monocle over one eye frowned. Zeger Tunray, the great military leader of the Avalon Empire. The Duke, the man said as His Majesty's funeral turned into this celebration. Kaiser looked back at the man, saying that the people were rejoicing at the end of a tense internal conflict. They made the competition open only to influence the mood of the society. The blonde smiled, asking who was participating in the first fight. Zeger replied that they gave this right to traitors. The blonde looked at him in surprise, asking if he was talking about Caesar and Joshua. The man extended his hand, telling the prince that yes, since the bloody battle of the Birchers was aimed at a wide audience for the first time. His colossal interest and passion played a special role. He felt that now was the time to give the people what they desire most. The man frowned, saying that he was sure that both Joshua and His Highness Prince Caesar wanted to prove their innocence, so they would approach the battle in good faith in order to gain the approval of the public. Kaiser smiled, bowing his head, saying everything he was called, a hero and a king, but no one had the opportunity to personally evaluate his abilities. Perhaps this is his chance to demonstrate them in all their glory. But aren't they too generously conceded to him, giving this chance? Zeger turned to face the balcony, extending his hand and looking to the side, said that Joshua has the prospects of becoming a star of the arena, but for this he will need to prove that he does not possess demonic energy and dispel misunderstandings. The man smiled, looking back at the prince, saying that if he failed, however, the arena would become the site of his public execution. Kaiser looked to the side, saying that they would hope that this would be the case. The main question would be who would be his opponent. Since he is called the King of Heroes, there would be few people willing to challenge him. Zeger frowned, remembering the man in armor with a cross on his forehead, saying that they adhere to primordial traditions, so the first opponent will be Rode, the current commander of the Imperial Knights. He said that the second would be the Marquis of Aria. Kaiser frowned, lowering his gaze, thinking about the man with gray hair and a wide, crazy smile. The two of them were approached by a man who said that if they were defeated, he would join the fight himself. Herschel looked decisively at the two, pursing his lips, and the prince asked if he really wanted to take part. Kane looked up, frowning as the host said they were starting a bloody Bircher battle. Christian looked worriedly at Icarus, who put her hand to her chin, asking the King of Heroes will definitely come. They are sure that the demonic god told the truth. If he lied, then this could end badly. Icarus looked back, saying that she was also uneasy. This Ruger suddenly disappeared. She remembered how the spear flew up, shouting that his task was completed. He went, and let them no longer force him to look after such things, as if he were some kind of property. The girl said that he took and spat out a gift for the gentleman that they took from the auction. Christian and Kane looked at the girl in shock. The blonde asked what, disappeared, and the knight asked what they should do now. Icarus held a wrapped spear in her hand, running away and said, they need to run of course. The guys looked at her silently. Kane looked to the side as the host asked to greet the first member, the continent's greatest hero, whom he had been waiting for. The knight grabbed the spear that the girl was holding, saying that they did not have time for this. Let her give the spear. She replied that he should not say that he wanted to run away. The guy removed the cloth from the spear, in the center of which there was a purple crystal, saying that someone should buy time until their lord shows up. Cain handed the spear to Christian, saying that they needed someone other than him. The blonde frowned, waving his hands, asking why him. The knight replied that they had a similar physique to the master. Christian raised his hands, looking back at the sword on his belt, which was glowing blue, saying that he had no idea how to use a spear, how he should portray the king of heroes. The guy grabbed the spear, looking up at its blade, which glowed blue, asking if it was the work of the artisan Hertonius, judging by the way the master's weapon reacted. Cain clenched his hand into a fist, saying that there was no time to think about such trifles. The host continued that the youngest master of the entire continent, the man who is called the best hero of the era, the King of Heroes. The three looked to the side, their mouths hanging open as people chanted King of Heroes. In the arena, two people stood opposite each other. The audience shouted King of Heroes. Joshua clenched his hands into fists, looking forward. Caesar smiled, looking at the guy from under his brows, saying that he thought he would run away. But he still had the conscience to show up, and the audience just exploded. Caesar approached the third throne from behind, smilingly saying that having a hero is a necessary factor for victory. Avalon needs one more than ever. The guy sat on the throne, crossing one leg over the other, saying that the reaction of the audience confirms that the true hero of their time has entered the arena. The guy grinned evilly, looking at the arena with golden bright eyes, thinking that the stage was set. He couldn't wait to see what he had in store this time. Joshua looked up, frowning. He looked at the blonde in front of him when he said that he was standing in front of him. He couldn't believe it was really him. Rhodes smiled, looking at the guy. Rhodes, master of Avalon, commander of the Imperial Knights. The man asked if it was Joshua, whom he knew, who had changed beyond recognition. The guy stood in front of the man, saying that he heard that he resigned and handed over the post to the commander of the battalion Valmont. But apparently the rumors do not lie. Rhodes replied that Valmont said that he would not change his post until his return. He smiled, remembering the man who held the sword in front of him, saying that driven by the goal, he finally pulled himself together and trained constantly, waiting for this day. Another man approached the two of them, saying that their greeting was taking too long. He needed to settle an old score with Joshua. Arias smiled, holding the thing in front of him, and asked if Joshua forgot about the debt for his hand. He has no idea how glad he is to see him. The man jumped towards the guy, leaving a purple glow, shouting that he knew that Joshua was no match for him, but could not deny himself the pleasure of fighting him again. Rhodes swung his sword towards them, leaving a bright golden beam of energy, shouting for Arya to wait her turn. A bright golden explosion went through the arena, scattering stones. Arya got down on one knee with his sword out in front of him, shouting at the knight to get out of the way if he didn't want to perform the retirement ceremony right now. The white-haired man pushed away, surrounded by blue energy, leaving a golden trail as he flew past Rhodes, who blocked the attack. Rhodes looked at the man, frowning, and shouted at him not to overstep his bounds. He wouldn't let him get away with it again. Arya raised his sword with a wide smile, jumping towards the man, asking him not to let go. The guard dog must know his place. He will cover his mouth. The white-haired man's eyes widened. The man struck with his sword, but a golden shield appeared in front of Rhodes, blocking the blow. Arya clenched his teeth, crashing into the shield, and thought that this was incredible. He couldn't believe that he also possessed a true aura. Beams of golden energy shot out from the knight, and the man was thrown back from him. Rhodes smiled, looking at him. There was golden energy around him. When he asked the main character how he felt about his strength, their first duel with him in this battle was like heaven and earth. Rhodes ran towards the main character, swinging his sword, saying that this time victory will be his. Three people appeared behind Joshua and called him. The guy turned his gaze to them. Cain threw a spear with blue energy appearing around it, saying that it was his spear. The guy with blue hair looked back at the spear, smiling. He grabbed a spear with blue energy shining around it, causing Rhodes to cover his face with his hand. Joshua grabbed the spear with a smile, saying that it was a strong throw. Cain does not spare him at all. The guy with brown hair looked at him with a smile, saying with tears in his eyes that he was the first to not spare his feelings. He missed him very much. Joshua looked at them with a smile, saying that he missed them too, thanking them for waiting. Arya walked forward, approaching the guy and saying that he was also looking forward to this. He wanted to take a bite. The guy looked back at the man. The guy said that this is not what he came for. Arya frowned, surrounded by purple energy, asking what. Joshua pointed his spear forward, frowning, and shouted that he was here to fulfill his promise to his comrades. The three princes frowned at the guy. Caesar smiled. The guy stood opposite two rivals and princes, shouting for them to listen carefully. He came to the Bircher battle with one goal. The guy frowned, raised his gaze decisively, and said that he had come to become the Emperor of Avalon. Herschel frowned, lowering his gaze to the guy. The spectators looked at him in shock, asking him to become emperor, asking if he really decided to stage a coup d'etat instead of proving his non-involvement with demonic energy. The main character looked back at Arya, who put his hand to his face, saying that he was not changing. Interesting, he would even say intriguing, even goosebumps. The man sheathed his sword with a smile, narrowing his eyes as he said that he admits, from the very beginning, there was no one in Avalon who could stop him. The man left the arena while the two looked at him. Arya said that he was deviating at this point. He was glad to meet him. Rode asked what he was carrying. The man with the cross frowned, shouting that Joshua's statement amounted to treason. He knew about it and still wanted to leave him unpunished. The man with white hair turned on him, telling him to arrest him himself, although knowing his ability to put up a shield, he is afraid that this trick will not work. Rode clenched his teeth, looking at him. Joshua looked at the white-haired man, saying that he had not forgotten. He frowned, remembering how Arya with a wide smile told him to remember one thing. The guy said that he was about his advice. Arya closed his eyes, tilting his head and frowning. He waved his hand without turning around, saying that he hoped he was making the right choice. Cain clenched his hands into fists, saying with a wide smile that my lord had indeed returned. Icarus wiped the tears from her face, agreeing with a smile. She removed her hand from her face, looked up and said that the way he starts everything over with a clean slate in his usual manner makes her awe, and she is convinced that this is truly their master. Everyone looked at Caesar, who stood up from his chair, waved his hand and loudly asked why the guards were doing nothing. Would they just allow this traitor to commit treason in front of thousands of citizens? The blonde frowned, lowered his gaze and shouted for them to grab Joshua immediately. The three princes looked at the guy in surprise when he told them that they were wrong. Joshua frowned, looking up at them, saying that now they must announce the death of Emperor Markers, and for the sake of the stability of their country, decide who will become the next ruler. Caesar clenched his hand into a fist, asking how this concerns him. He is an ordinary criminal, not a member of the imperial family. The guy's face was distorted with anger as he shouted that having mastered black magic, he had become the enemy of the entire continent. How dare he do arbitrariness when he should beg for mercy? The guy frowned as a bright blue light shone in front of him. Joshua rose into the air, surrounded by a blue glow. Lightning sparkled around him and he said that he had every right to claim the throne. His mother's real name was Ashira ben Britain. The guy frowned and looked down at the princes, saying that this means that the blood of the imperial family also flows in his veins. As soon as Emperor Markers disappeared, they hired the Black Wind to kidnap and imprison his mother. He asked if Prince Kaiser would pretend that he was not involved in this. The blonde on the throne frowned at the guy. Caesar turned to his brother. Caesar looked at the main character, frowning and said that this was a laugh and nothing more, another lie in which he would be caught. Let them get him out of here. The two guards reached for their sword, but Herschelt waved his hand in front of them, asking them to stop and asking Kaiser if it was true. Caesar turned to the man, displeasedly saying that it doesn't matter now. Herschelt's task is to protect the imperial family, and they themselves will judge who is right. Kaiser frowned, looking forward, saying that he only found out about his aunt when his father disappeared. The blonde looked at the main character, answering that as a member of the imperial family, he was sorry that this happened. The guy with blue hair looked at him silently, frowning. Caesar bowed his head, covering his face with his hand and asked, "So what? And even if he is a contender for the throne, it does not change anything." The guy smiled, looking smugly at the guy and said that from the very beginning, the fight of his stupid brothers was pointless because Emperor Markers chose an heir before his death. He opened the red box containing the ring, saying that it was him. Markers smiled and looked down at the ring on his hand. Someone asked where he got the imperial seal from. Kaiser and Caesar looked at him in shock, and the latter asked loudly, "Then what was the point of this ridiculous conflict if he had the ring all this time?" Caesar stood up from the throne, coming closer to the main character, saying that everything is true, it's time to stop this absurdity. He held out the box with the ring, smilingly telling the people of the empire to see the symbol of His Majesty the Emperor. He gave him his seal, which means he has the right to inherit the throne. The spectators looked in surprise at the guy who shouted that he was now the ruler of Avalon and the father of the empire. Let them bless the new emperor, let them rejoice, the war between the princes is over. People looked at this in shock, talking to each other. Some clenched their hands into fists, others frowned or thoughtfully lowered their gaze, asking if His Majesty is dead, and now Prince Caesar is their new emperor. One way or another, the internal conflict has been resolved. One of the men with green dark hair stood up with his hand clenched into a fist and shouted that the civil war had finally come to an end. Long live the emperor. The other people also shouted long live the Avalon emperor, and Joshua pursed his lips, looking back at them over his shoulder with displeasure. He looked at Caesar, who was standing on the balcony, and asked if he could see, saying that people do not need a hero, only a person who will give them what they want. The blonde smiled, holding the box with the ring next to him, saying that now he has complete power to do this. The main character grinned, asking what they should do then. He held a gold ring in his hand, looked down at the guy with a smile and said that he simply had the same ring. Caesar looked at him in shock, frowning and asking what. Flying high, Joshua raised the ring up, surrounded by blue lightning. While the audience looked at him, he said that the guy is right, people need someone who will give them what they want. but what if that person becomes a hero? The guy's eyes glowed brightly with blue light, and a golden glow began to emanate from the ring, when he frowned and said that by the will of Emperor Markers, his successor should be he, Joshua Sanders. People looked at the golden glow in shock, their mouths open, asking what was the matter. 2 seals, and what is there to talk about? The hero is clearly the true heir, long live the next emperor. A large arena in which all the people chanted for the king of heroes. Caesar clenched his teeth in irritation, looking at this, wondering where he got the imperial seal from. Did he really know about his plan? But this is impossible. Caesar, next to him, laughed, closing his eyes and putting his hand to his face, saying that he pretended to be important and powerful, but in fact, he thought he had a trump card, but it turned out that he was following Joshua's plan. The 3 princes looked at the floating ring. Caesar put his hand to his chest, extended the other, and said that it was impossible to say which of the seals was genuine, so they could not take his word for it, but electing an emperor by popular vote was not an option. The guy smiled, looked to the side and said, or he is going to quickly deal with them in order to take the throne for himself. The main character landed with his feet on the balcony opposite the blonde, who flinched. Joshua said that this is effective, but not the only way. He looked down at him, frowning, and said about the magic tower, it was she who created the imperial seal and would be able to distinguish a fake from the original. He stood in front of Kaiser, saying that of course it would take at least 3 days, and information leakage could attract victories. The blonde had told him enough. Kaiser frowned at the guy and said that whoever becomes emperor will have to deal with the consequences himself, which means 3 days. The blonde moved the throne to the side, walking away, while the 3 guys looked at him, saying that they would stop there. Caesar turned his gaze to him with a smile, frowning, and thought that this is right, let Kaiser run. Judging by how Duke Herschel vehemently adheres to Joshua's side, they have no other choice. Now the best thing to do is to gain time. He looked at his brother, spreading his arms to the sides, and told Caesar that one way or another, someone will be defeated. He must be ready for this meeting. The guy said that, or, if he wanted, he could disappear again, like 3 years ago. Caesar bit his lip, his face contorted with rage as he lowered his head, raising his gaze. He looked at the main character, who stood with a smile on the balcony, thinking that he received this ring from Heimdall. Did he really betray him? But if so, he would have known it, unless, of course, he had lied to him from the very beginning. The fist in which the guy was clutching the red box trembled. Someone said that 3 years would be enough. Caesar held the book with a smile, looking to the side. He looked at the man who was visible in the passage from the room, sitting at the table, and asked what Heimdall was talking about. He replied that he had made a decision. The man was hidden behind a translucent curtain, sitting with his back to the blonde, saying that in a few days let him inform everyone, order them to destroy the Agnes house. The blonde closed the book, trying to object. Heimdall looked over his shoulder at him, saying that by leaving him untouched, he was only fueling his own greed. They needed to weaken the prince anyway, and to do this they needed to deal with his allies. A girl in a white suit carried a red box on a pillow, while a man said that the dukedom is much more important to the nobility than it seems, so its fall will greatly shock them, and then Caesar will take advantage of the situation to gain the trust of the first prince, and then put the fat point. A red box in which a gold ring sparkled. Caesar looked down at the ring in shock, holding the box in his hands, and asked if this was the imperial seal of Avalon, but where did he get it from? Heimdall replied that if the old owner is dead, his killer becomes the new one. The blonde turned to the man, asking what? A man with black hair, a beard, and a mustache turned to the guy, answering yes, he killed the Emperor Markers. The spectators sitting in the spectator seats smiled widely, waving their fists and shouting. The 2 guys crossed their swords, which emanated a bright blue light. One of them frowned and clenched his teeth. The guys swung their swords, striking each other, beams of blue energy flying in different directions. Cain watched the battle in the arena, saying that despite the fact that the issue of succession to the throne remained open, the bloody battle of the Birchers still continues. Joshua sat on the bench. Icarus and Christian stood next to him. Herschel in front looked at the knight, saying that the princes had come to an agreement, and if nothing interfered, the nightly tournament would go on as planned. Cain looked back at him, asking about the agreement. The white-haired man frowned, looking to the side, and replied that they were initially going to choose the next emperor based on the results of the tournament, since the 4th Prince Caesar, who sided with Kaiser, was excluded from the contenders, leaving the battle for the title to be fought by Kaiser and Caesar. Joshua smiled, looking up as the man said that, however, he and the 4th prince had unexpectedly joined them. Cain raised his hand with a smile, saying that then they too should take part in the battle. Herschel turned to him, asking, he thinks they will allow it, and they, like their lord, have no right to participate. Joshua has lost it, when he lost the title of Count and Captain of the Order of Knighthood, being accused of high treason. Icarus put her hand to her chin with a smile, looked up and said that it would be nice to return his status before the end of the Bircher battle. The main character answered with a smile that this was a good idea. Herschel looked at him, lowering his gaze, and said that, however, first he wanted to hear an explanation from him. Let him tell him about the death of Emperor Markers and how he obtained the 2nd seal. Kane frowned at the man, asking if he was hinting that the master had killed his majesty and stole the imperial ring. He looked at the guy, saying that he could not rule out this possibility. Joshua stood up from the bench in front of the man, saying that he would tell him about the death of Markers. The guy smiled, frowned, and said that he also spoke about the events of 3 years ago. A man entered the hall, put his hand to his chest, called the main character. Everyone turned to him and Herschel asked what brought him here. Zegger raised his gaze with a smile, saying that he is here to escort Mr. Joshua on the orders of the Emperor. He asks to follow him. Icarus, Joshua and Kane frowned at him, and the latter said that the order of which emperor could be discussed without the current ruler. Kaiser frowned, looking forward. Caesar behind him looked displeasedly at his brother, shouting that he had so suddenly and calmly left the Colosseum, and now invites Joshua to talk. The second replied that he is their brother by blood. He has every right to communicate with them. Caesar frowned, shouting in displeasure that he was crawling out of nowhere, declaring that he belongs to their family. But who is he? As long as the representatives of the nobility listen to them, there is a chance to expel Joshua from Avalon. They stood in the throne room. Kaiser looked over his shoulder at his brother, asking what would change, saying that let the main character be called a genius and the king of heroes. The blonde looked to the side with a frown, saying that however, he was still very young. If they were not able to cope with the young guy, neither he nor Caesar would be able to cope with the position of emperor. Caesar looked at his brother irritably, tilting his head. He, looking at him, shouted that he did not accept his arguments. Let him tell honestly why he could not get rid of Joshua. Kaiser lowered his gaze, saying that according to the information received, the situation leaves much to be desired. He looked at his brother, who looked at Kaiser in surprise when he said that Hubald had taken possession of Erheim, formerly known as Reinhard. Now Svalu was gathering troops near the Avalon border. The blonde frowned, remembering the man with red hair, saying that their forces numbered 200,000 people, and they were commanded by the bloody monarch Lucifer. Their worst fears were confirmed. Caesar clenched his teeth in irritation and frowned when his brother said that he did not want to lose the country, left alone with the king. The main character entered the hall, and the two looked at him in surprise when he asked if that was why they called him. Joshua frowned at them and asked if they called him to stop the bloody monarch. One of the princes said yes, and the guy looked at him in surprise. Caesar looked down in surprise at his brother, who bowed, saying that this was for the good of the empire. Kaiser bowed low, closing his eyes, asking him to destroy the bloody monk. Let him do it not for their sake, but for the sake of their country, for the sake of Avalon. Joshua smiled, looking at him. He looked at Caesar, saying that the elder brother is wiser than the younger. Will the second prince really stand and watch his brother ask for a favor? He frowned, irritably asking how dare he. Kaiser, without raising his head or opening his eyes, frowned, loudly calling out to his brother, saying that if Avalon falls, they too will end. Caesar clenched his trembling hand into a fist and cursed. Trembling, he leaned in slightly, quietly saying that he also relied on him. Joshua put his hand to his ear with a smile, saying that he had not heard. The guy looked down at the prince, saying that the noise of the stands must be drowning out his voice. Caesar bit his lip, looking up at the guy in irritation, mentally cursing. He also bowed low next to his brother, asking Joshua to stop the bloody monarch. Joshua looked up, agreeing with a smile and saying that he would go to the border and do it, but he had a condition. Caesar frowned, asking what and shouting that he even bowed to him. What else does he want? Kaiser also frowned, waving his hand, and shouted that they will do everything in their power. The main character smiled, remembering the Emperor's room, saying that before leaving, he wants to inspect the chambers of the Emperor Markers, and if he manages to defeat Lucifer, he, Prince Kaiser, will make an official statement. The guy said that he recognizes him as a member of the Britain clan. Kaiser looked at the guy in shock. His brother waved his hand, looked at him and shouted that he was categorically against it, so he would have every right to inherit the throne. Joshua smiled, looking at him and asked if he realized what situation they were in. If not, he would repeat. He would not become an empire. He would not have anything to rule. Caesar clenched his teeth and looked at the guy. The blonde frowned, irritably answering that first he must kill the bloody monarch and deal with 200,000 soldiers. The main character looked up at him, saying that if he thought it was impossible, he would not have accepted their offer. Caesar turned away, saying that it was one thing to say and another to do, but Kaiser came forward with a smile, saying that he thought the guy could do it. He accepted the condition. The blonde looked at the main character seriously, saying that if he fulfilled his part of the deal, he would proclaim him a member of the imperial family. Joshua looked to the side with a smile and said that they had agreed. He turned his back to the princes, leaving, and said that they would see each other again. Caesar asked with a smile, so immediately set off. The guy looked back at him, smiling, telling him not to hope. First he would gather his associates and solve the problem that was of greatest interest to them. The two princes looked at him in surprise, and Caesar asked which one. The teleportation gate of Arcadia, the capitals of Avalon, Citarian and Islan appeared on a circle of blue light. They both looked forward in surprise when they saw something. In front of them stood 5 people, in the center of which was Caesar. They all put their hand to their chest, bowed slightly, and the blonde said, "Welcome, seekers of truth and researchers of the magic tower, to the Avalon Empire." Centaurian asked who they were. The blonde looked up at them, smilingly saying his name and saying that he was the 4th prince of the empire. Centaurian and Islan looked at each other, nodded to each other, and the blonde said that he never thought that the prince would greet them in person. Centaurian looked back at the prince with a smile. Centaurian, the master of the magic tower, a member of the 9 new stars of the continent. The guy said that he would introduce himself. He is the current master of the magic tower, Centaurian. Caesar pointed his hand forward with a smile, saying that it was an honor for him to meet the master, famous throughout the continent. He asked to be escorted to the reception hall. Everyone looked at Islan, who said that first they would like to check the authenticity of the imperial seal. As far as she knows, it recently turned out that there are 2 of them. The prince closed his eyes with a smile, asking who she was. The girl began to take off her hood, and Centaurian looked at her with a smile, saying that she was the highest expert in her field, responsible for conducting seal assessments. Islan took off her hood, raising her gaze. Islan Jean Rebecca, a member of a family of magicians, an archmage of ice. The girl said that she apologizes for the late greeting. Her name is Islan. Several people looked at her with smiles, saying that she was the last surviving representative of the Count family, and so the rumors do not lie. The young lady of the fallen Rebecca family, a cold-blooded professional, became one of the main magicians of the continent. The return of such talent is a blessing for Avalon in such harsh times. Caesar smiled broadly, looking at the girl, saying that it was very fortunate that she would be the one appraising the imperial seal. I wouldn't want to trust this matter to just anyone, and in the hands of the great magician of the empire, the seal would be safe. The 2 guys looked in surprise at the girl, who said that she asks not to associate her name with the empire. She is a member of the magic tower and does not belong to any country, so she will do the work dispassionately. Islan frowned, asking how the prince got the seal. He tilted his head, looking in surprise at the girl, who said that as far as she knew, the original copy had always been with her close friend. The prince thought that besides the 2 that he and Joshua had, was there really another one? Islan waved her hand, and ice appeared at Caesar's feet. The girl said that he would not take a single step until she received a detailed answer. The other people behind the prince frowned, displeasedly asking what she was doing, and let the knights immediately save his highness. Let her lift the spell. Centaurian extended his hand to the girl, nervously saying that the 4th prince had done them such an honor. Why this rudeness? Let her stop. The 2 looked at Caesar, who said that it was they who were causing suspicion here, hiding behind honesty, objectivity, and dispassion. The blonde frowned, looking gloomily at the magicians, and said that while they claim that the seal, to which only the emperor has access, is in her friend's possession, he already doubts that they came here for the sake of an assessment. Islan, looking at him, replied that her friend had always had the original seal. She was ready to swear by Mana. Caesar smiled irritably, asking if her friend, whom she trusted so completely, had a fake. Everyone turned to the man who walked into the tower, saying that it was him. Joshua looked at everyone with a smile, saying that he was that very friend. The man hit his chest with his fist. Knights in red cloaks stood in front of the main character, and Icarus, Cain, Christian, Centaurian. The knights greeted the captain, meeting with the 11th and 12th battalions of the Avalon family in the trading area. Kajix, with tears in his eyes, clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, saying that they thought that the captain had abandoned them. After his disappearance, the battalions began to thin out. It was a sad and unbearable time. Ranger looked at him with a frown, saying, "Stop shedding tears. It's still good. The captain has returned." Joshua looked at them with a smile, saying that he was sorry that this happened. He remembered and thought about them. The knights smiled broadly, looking at the guy, asking how it could be otherwise. Ranger said that they had a hard time. They were afraid that the battalions would be disbanded. Please let him be their commander again. Centaurian crossed his arms over his chest with a smile, saying that he doubted that the title of captain of the knightly order would be enough for him, because as soon as he returned from the war, he would have the right to claim the throne, of course, if he did not run to fight alone against an entire army and again will disappear for several years. The guy with blue hair looked at him, saying that this will not happen again. Now that the empires have different goals, it will be much easier to deal with them separately. Cain spread his arms to the sides, standing behind, asking if they would really send troops to different points. Icarus raised her hand, saying that this was quite possible. The girl frowned, remembering the man with red hair and the man with black hair, saying that while the Svalu Empire heads towards Avalon, Hubald will take care of the allied forces. A round table, at which sat 5 people wearing crowns. One of the chairs was empty. The girl said that although the coalition under the leadership of the king was holding together for now, if the weakly united allied forces were ambushed by Hubald, they would collapse like dominoes. Centaurian looked at the main character with a smile, saying that with the god of flame they had more chances of winning. The guy asked about the god of flame, and the magician replied that he probably didn't know. A man with red hair and a ponytail with flames shining around him, The mage said that he was formerly known as a Knight of Eminence, Equis, the last king of Tran. Joshua frowned, saying that he thought that he had sunk into oblivion along with his kingdom. Cetarian replied that he, too, believed that he was dead. In any case, if the allied forces lured him to their side, it would be a great help to them. Icarus looked at them with a smile, stood next to them and said that then they should not waste time either. Who knows when Hubald or Svalu will launch a preemptive strike. The girl put her hand on her chest, closed her eyes and bowed, saying that she asks for forgiveness. She is leaving them. She needs to visit the Pawnee Trading Company. Joshua looked at her with a smile, asking that Cheryl, he sees, in his absence she did not waste time. He is counting on her. The guy looked at Cain, saying that he had a task for him. Let him go to the border. The knight asked in surprise that he was really abandoning him again. Cetarian frowned, saying that it was better for them to go together. The issue with the seal would be resolved by Islin. The main character replied that it was not a matter of the seal. The blue-haired guy's face darkened and he frowned, saying that he still had unfinished business. The man waved his hand, cursing loudly. He remembered Joshua, who said with a smile that he was that same friend. He offered to sit down and wait quietly until the seal was checked. The palace of the fourth prince. Caesar threw books and a teapot with mugs from the table, loudly asking what kind of impudence. Sit down and wait, how dare he insult him. The guy frowned, clenching his teeth, trembling with anger and thought about Heimdall. The second prince entered the room, smiling and saying that he looked angry. He heard that he had a meeting with the magic tower, apparently unsuccessfully. Caesar looked back at him, saying that he had no time now. Could he leave? The second prince spread his hands to the sides, smilingly saying that he should not be so rude. He came with a proposal. The other asked which one. Caesar looked at his brother, saying that he was aware that war was inevitable. Joshua would head to the border to break the enemy. The blonde stood with a sword in his hands in front of the throne. Flames were burning around him. Caesar said that, however, if he fails, they will be deprived of their future. Joshua smiled, raising a spear in his hands. A bright light shone on him. The blonde said that if he returned with victory, Kaiser would proclaim him crown prince, and then no one would be able to stop him. Caesar turned to the window, looking back at his brother and said that one way or another they would face a significant risk. Caesar leaned his hands on the table, asking what he was getting at. Caesar recalled with a smile the man who held a book over his hand that glowed with a purple light, asking him if he had the only ancient magic book of the Eighth Circle, the Legacy of Evergreen. If he gave it to him, he would lend Caesar his power. The fourth prince looked up at his brother, frowning and asking how he knew about this. Caesar turned to him, extending his hand, asking if he really thought. He is not capable of anything. He has good connections. One magician told him that a magic book of the Eighth Circle and above is a treasure for which they are ready to sell their family and soul. The guy smiled, remembering Cetarian, saying that he would use her to lure the current tower master to their side, and then it would not matter whether his seal was genuine or not. Caesar leaned on the table, frowning, looking forward, asking. He doesn't trust him, but agreeing, saying that if this book could be used, he would have done it long ago, but if he claims that he can. The blonde looked gloomily at his brother, saying that he would show it to him. The door opened slightly, letting light into the room. Kaiser said that he, of course, would keep his promise, but didn't he think there were more important things to do? He and the main character went into the room. Herschel opened the door for them. Joshua told him not to worry. He had already sent reliable subordinates to the border. Red cloth over the bed, markers chambers. The guy said that now he needs answers to questions. Herschel, frowning, asked what he was talking about and the guy turned over his shoulder, saying that he was about finding the Emperor markers. Kaiser asked in surprise if he really knew where his father was. The guy with blue hair looked to the side, remembering the mirror and the golden frame, saying that he understands that it is difficult to believe. But having reached the last stage of the test tower, he received an award 3 years ago. Thanks to it, he was able to reveal some details marker's location. Joshua extended his hand, next to which a blue light shone, saying that they pointed to his chambers. Kaiser behind him extended his hand, saying that this could not be. They first examined every corner of this room and found nothing. Joshua held in his hand a stone with a curved image from which a bright blue light emanated, looking down at it and saying that they would soon understand why. In the Tower of Trials he was able to not only look into the past, he received another reward. The guy held out a stone from which a bright light emanated, saying that this is the primordial stone, Gaia, also known as the Stone of Memory. It allows you to open the veil of memories of the entire planet. A blue figure of markers appeared in front of the three people. Herschel asked the prince to look at it, pointing his finger at the figure. The prince shouted that it was his father. The emperor looked forward with a frown. He clenched his hand into a fist, asking who they were, and Kaiser looked at him in surprise. With tears in his eyes, the prince smiled, saying that it was he, his eldest son. Did he really not recognize him? The man with gray hair looked away, saying that he was sorry to say this, but his majesty was not addressing him. The blonde asked what, and the man asked him to look away. Behind them, a huge purple portal opened, from which rays of dark energy emanated. Markers smiled, clenching his teeth and frowning as he asked this subspace. A red sword appeared in the man's hand, with rays of white energy around it. He asked if they didn't know that he wielded the sword of the mind. Markers swung his sword sharply, leaving a powerful red trail of red energy. Violet light remained in the dark multicolored space. A black mist appeared around him as the trail tightened. The three of them looked at this. Herschel frowned in shock and said that His Majesty's sword did not leave a scratch. But how, unless he faced a top-ranking demon? But in the entire continent, only one person had achieved such skill. The Emperor looked back at the two figures who were coming forward. One of them said that his skills were pretty rusty. A man with white hair and white eyes. There was a mask on his face, a dark monarch of 9 stars, a deadly sword. The man said that he seemed to be too used to calm. Markers looked at him over his shoulder with a smile, saying that this is what it all led to. Kaiser and Herschel looked at this in shock, their mouths open. A man with black hair walked forward with a frown. Aiden Agnes, Duke of the Avalon Empire, member of the 9 stars, he asked if the Emperor had not foreseen such an outcome. Herschel looked at him in shock, frowning, asking where Duke Agnes came from, and with him the Dark Monarch. He thought the Dark Monarch, the blood of heaven and the king of martial arts, killed him 3 years ago on the Kraden Plain. Joshua frowned, answering that it was a trick of Duke Agnes. The man asked in surprise about the trick and how they pulled it all off. The guy replied that he believed they had made a deal. The masked man looked forward with a frown. The man with red hair smiled. Behind him stood another man with brown hair. The main character said, "A deal with the dark and bloody monarchs and the martial arts king." Aiden pursed his lips with a frown. The guy said that the terms of the deal were unknown to him. They all stood next to each other. A man with brown hair was handing over the sword to Aiden. Joshua said that however they made it so that almost all the Avalon warriors gathered on the plain of Kraden. Around the same time he, the Duke of Herschel, left the empire in order to invade to another country. The man with black hair looked up, frowning, and the guy said that then Duke Agnes took advantage of the weakening of the imperial defenses to attack Emperor Markers. The Emperor smiled, looking forward with his yellow eyes. The guy said that in the end he was left a fool. The Emperor looked at the man with black hair in front of him, asking if this was all for his sake. Aiden reached behind his back for his sword, saying that such a banal word was not enough to describe what was happening. The man ran forward, holding a huge sword in his hands, shouting that from the very beginning he was not destined to live under the same sky with the Britton family. Markers moved his hand to the side. A red sword appeared next to it. As the two men got closer to each other, they struck and beams of blue and red energy flew into the air. Aiden frowned. There were beams of dark energy next to him and he said that the Emperor knew this very well, a procession during which the troops turned to strike at the heart of their own nation and eventually founded the empire. A white statue of a man holding a sword, extending his other hand. The man spoke of the retreat of the first emperor of the Britton family, Rigveda. Markers smiled widely, red lightning sparkling next to him as he asked if the man had come all this way to remember a meaningless story. The Emperor pushed the man away, causing him to fly back, holding his sword in front of him. The masked man ran next to the Emperor, stretching out his hand, next to which a purple ball and dark energy shone, shouting the shackles of darkness. Dark puddles appeared under the Emperor's feet. Markers looked to the side, frowning, and thought that he could not move his legs. Aiden was running towards him, shrouded in black and white energy. He frowned, shouting loudly that the last ruler of Asgard, whose life was taken by Rigveda, was Kunir, the ancestor of the Agnes family. A white statue of a man with a beard who was frowning. There was a huge powerful blow of white and black energy, sweeping away everything. Aiden swung his sword, delivering a blow that sent out a powerful black and white pulse. Joshua, Kaiser, and Herschel looked at the bright black and white rays of energy. The latter raised his head, saying that the aura of Duke Agnes's sword covers the vault of heaven. It's incredible. Is this really the true power of the Black God? The man frowned, pursing his lips, and thought that, however, His Majesty had already fully mastered the skill of wielding the sun blade, while the Duke managed to surpass him. Markers put his sword in front of him, cutting the black and white golden energy, shouting, "Does he really want to say that history repeats itself and the fate of his ancestor will overtake him too? It's hard to believe." Among the white and black energy, there was a bright beam of golden glow coming from the Emperor, who shouted that these are things of days gone by. Everyone has already forgotten what happened to his mother, and those who remember do not show it. Aiden frowned, his face illuminated with golden light, and the Emperor shouted that Avalon obeys him. It is ruled by the Britton family. Markers was flying in the air with many beams of bright golden energy around him as he shouted that he wouldn't give Aiden an excuse. The man smiled widely, looking down at the other, shrouded in rays of energy, and shouted that an unfounded victory was worth nothing. He would always rise above the others, like the sun above the earth. Aiden swung his sword. White lightning flashed all around as the man shouted that the heat of the sun was turning everything into ashes. That was another reason why he had better disappear. He swung his sword, once again releasing a powerful beam of black and white energy towards the Emperor, who was flying inside the fireball. Marcus frowned and swung his sword, releasing a beam of energy, asking if he thought that by killing him, he could become emperor. The emperor's energy beam cut through the black and white energy flying towards him. A bright beam of energy crashed down in front of Aiden, breaking the rocks beneath it. The man held his sword out in front of him as the beam hit him, exploding. Aiden pursed his lips, looking to the side, sparks flying next to his face, when he thought that after all, it was not easy for him to cope with him. Beams of black energy appeared around the emperor, who was inside the fireball. They surrounded him, creating a cage. A masked man stood in front of them, saying that he would absorb the light of his sun. The masked man folded his hands, frowning, and said that darkness would pierce the enemy's heart. Spikes began to appear from the black rays. They pierced the fire barrier above the emperor, who looked up at it. The emperor's barrier began to crack apart, fire coming out of the holes. Marcus looked at the breaking thorns with a smile, asking the Dark Monarch why he was helping Aiden, what benefit it would do to him. The man swung his sword, shooting out many fire beams forward, saying that he promised to grant him the title as soon as he ascended the throne. The black beams of energy dissipated, and the fiery beam hit the Dark Monarch, who screamed in pain. Aiden jumped on top of the emperor, raising his sword to strike, shouting that he did not seek to take the throne. The man slammed his sword into the center of the fiery dome, causing beams of black energy to fly around. The Dark Monarch slammed his fist forward, shouting for the man to end him. The sword struck the dome of fire, causing sparks to emanate from the sword. Aiden cut through the fiery dome, flying over the emperor, who was holding a red sword in his hand. Marcus smiled broadly as he looked at him and shouted that he never fit the role anyway. The two men crossed their swords with each other. Aiden frowned, tilting his head, pressing his sword against the others, saying that there were many other ways to rule a country. He used Babylon. The man gritted his teeth, smiled, and said that he was going to make a puppet out of his son and control the empire, only now there was no need for that. Joshua frowned, looking forward, as the man said that he didn't think he would know the joy of raising his own child. The emperor's red sword made cracks in the other's sword, and Marcus told him not to say that his father's feelings had awakened in him. The blonde smiled widely, looking at the man, and shouted that this did not suit the black god. The emperor swung his sword, striking Aiden, who held his sword out in front of him. In the center was a black ball, towards which rays of black energy flew, and a bright golden explosion went around it. Marcus clenched his teeth, looking away. He stood in front of a white figure from which black and white energy emanated. Aiden thought that the black god was no more. Having disappeared from this world, he had finally reached the true light. White clothing and a bright white glow were visible as the man thought what was the point of living in the shadows. Aiden's face turned white and the whites of his eyes turned black. He clenched his hand into a fist, his clothes and skin were white, there was a white image of the sun behind his back, and he thought that now he was Heimdall, the white god. Marcus looked at him in shock, frowning, asking what kind of uniform this was and what kind of power he had received. A man with black hair towered over the emperor, holding a sword in one hand, saying that he had received the power of a god, eclipsing the sun. He would prove it by defeating him. Heimdall raised his sword above his head to strike, scowling and shouting that it would show him the way to death. The emperor looked at him with a wide smile, raising his sword to the side to strike, shouting at him to stop talking nonsense. There are no gods in their world. The two men slashed their swords at each other, causing beams of fire and beams of black and white energy to flash through the air. The red Marcus' sword shattered and he looked at the man in front of him in horror. Aiden threw his punch at the man, causing a beam of white energy to shoot out from his wound. Kaiser and Herschel covered their faces with their hands as a bright white light shone with two figures in the distance as the main character looked on. The vision disappeared and the three of them remained in the room, Herschel and Kaiser peeking out from behind their hands. The blonde frowned, nervously asking if it was true, and the guy with blue hair looked back at him, saying that this truth was cruel. The prince looked at him displeasedly, asking about cruelty. Did he not realize the seriousness of the situation? The murder of the emperor was a serious crime for which all members of his family would be executed. Joshua looked at him, frowning, answering that he did not know what happened next, so it was too early to say that Duke Agnes had killed his majesty. Kaiser waved his hand, shouting that he saw with his own eyes what happened. It was the Duke's fault that Avalon is now in a deplorable state. Having seen the truth, is he really still protecting his father? The prince frowned, angrily saying that when among his ancestors was Cunir, the sworn enemy of the Britain family, it was his family that destroyed the empire. He shouted that he was just a dog, for which there was no place anywhere. Joshua closed his eyes with a frown and sighed. He looked at the prince, rays of red energy shone around him, and the prince bent over in pain, screaming. The main character looked at him angrily, opening his eyes wide, asking if he thought he should be angry, if he really only believed in what he wanted to believe. Herschel stood in front of the blonde, frowning and reaching for the sword on his belt, asking the guy to stop. He will not allow harm to his highness. He has no right to attack the first prince, or does he really intend to betray the empire? Joshua looked at the man, frowning, and asked if he really didn't understand. The guy's eyes glowed blue and he said darkly that he could destroy this country without blinking an eye. However, he is not doing this. Herschel and Kaiser looked fearfully at the rays of dark red energy around them. When the guy said he wanted to give them a chance, the man asked about a chance. The guy with blue hair frowned, saying that he could see it. Statues of two men stretching their hands towards each other. The man with blonde hair looked down gloomily. He stood with a sword in his hands in front of the dead body of another man, who was covered in blood. The boy with black hair looked up with a smile. He stood in front of a woman who looked at him with a smile, hugging him. The blonde man smiled widely, looking forward. He sat on the throne with a smile, his hands on the armrests. The woman stood with her back to the man with black hair, sadly lowering her gaze and folding her hands. A man with black hair clenched his hands into fists, stood in front of the grave. His face contorted with anger as he looked down at her. Joshua frowned, saying that the consequences of the deeds of their ancestors last to this day, and he doubts that all the atrocities committed over such a long period of time can be atoned for by death. The guy stood in front of the prince and Herschel, who were looking at him. The red energy around him began to disappear. The man with gray hair frowned, wanting to say something. He was interrupted by a shout of trouble. Zegger opened the door, entering the room, holding his side. Blood was visible on the man's clothes and face, and he, leaning on the door, said that they had been betrayed and they needed to leave immediately. Kaiser looked at the man in shock, his eyes wide open, and behind him Joshua frowned. Caesar smiled widely, eyes wide and crazed, screaming to kill everyone. The aristocrats ran away, the hooded men struck at them, and Caesar pointed his sword forward, shouting not to let them get out of here alive. A man approached him from behind, at whom the prince and the hooded people turned around. He told Caesar to stop, asking what he was doing. Caesar frowned, blood was visible on his face, and he asked if he really thought that by killing everyone he disliked, he would become emperor. The fourth prince approached his brother with a smile, saying that he had only one way to survive. For this he would have to get rid of him and help Kaiser become emperor. Caesar bowed his head, displeasedly shouting that he was late. Even this stupid trick would not make Kaiser accept him, he would completely lose his support. Caesar swung his shoulder with a wide smile, shouting that he would then eliminate his supporters. A blond man flew into the window between them, breaking it and holding a huge sword in his hands. The guy with gray eyes and a pair of bandages on his face clenched his teeth, looking to the side. Babylon landed in front of Caesar, swinging his sword, releasing a huge beam of blue energy, striking Caesar and a pair of masked men. A huge blue explosion ripped through the ground, pushing people back and breaking rocks. The blonde turned to the prince behind him, asking if he was all right. Caesar replied that he had heard that the Duchy of Agnes had fallen, but was glad to see that he was all right. The blonde looked back at the figure in front of him, around which a fiery glow appeared, and who said that since he was here, it means Joshua interfered again. It turns out that Draxia is defeated. A red silhouette of a man with long black hair holding a sword in his hand, who said that he was so tired of everyone getting in his way and ruining his plans. Babylon looked at this in shock, his mouth open. He asked if he really possessed a true aura. Caesar stood with a smile in front of the silhouette of a warrior with two swords, pointing his own sword forward, saying did he really think that he was the same zero in the art of fighting as his brothers. Caesar frowned as he remembered Heimdall, saying that this is the 6th stage of swordsmanship, the Asura path, this technique of the West that Lord Heimdall taught him for several years. It would be funny to use it against him. Babylon frowned, mentally asking about the name Heimdall. Heimdall shouted at him to die. The aura warrior raised his sword, striking at the blonde, who crouched down. He held his sword in front of him, blocking the powerful aura strike, causing purple light to glow around him. Babylon clenched his teeth, blocking the sword strike with his sword. He clutched a huge sword in both of his hands. The guy swung his sword sharply, knocking away one of the red swords in front of him. Caesar looked at this with a wide smile, gloomily saying that this was a good try, but he was not fit to be his opponent. There was a sword in each of the 4 hands of the aura. Caesar shouted to the guy to surrender. Babylon looked up at him, scowling and shouting that he would repay his brother for the chance at a second life, even if he had to give it up. Many sword strikes rained down on the blonde, who swung his sword, deflecting them. One of the sword blades hit his shoulder, causing Babylon to grit his teeth, looking back at him and thinking that his attacks were too fast, he couldn't track them. Caesar, with wide eyes and a smile, said that he saw that it was not for nothing that he received his title as an Avalon Minor Star. But times have changed. Aura swung her 4 arms, causing a cut across Babylon's chest, and the 4th prince shouted that ancient relics like him had no place here. Babylon fell to the ground, clenching his teeth. There was a cross-shaped cut in his chest, and looking at this, Caesar staggered back and screamed. Caesar approached the blonde on the ground with a smile, telling him not to be sad. It was his own fault for not obeying him. Babylon watched as a man began to emerge from the portal near the 4th prince's feet, as he said that to be honest, he was the weakest of all his comrades. The guy with gray eyes clenched his teeth, There were drops of blood on his face, and he said about his sword aura. Caesar raised his hand, standing among many hooded people, saying that they would not lay a finger on them. Each of his fighters had the rank of Superman. A man approached them from behind, to whom Caesar and his subordinates turned. The man asked if he still thought that his dirty tricks would hinder them. Joshua walked into the hall, moving closer to the guy, saying that he hoped he would be smarter, but he dug his own grave. A spear began to appear in the protagonist's hand from blue energy, and he said that it was a pity that he had overestimated it. Caesar and his aura turned towards the guy, and the blonde said with a smile that he was getting in his way again. Wasn't he tired of it yet? With his eyes wide open, Joshua grimly told the prince that he would kill him. The blonde swung his sword, running forward, shouting that these would be his last words, and the guy with blue hair swung his spear over his shoulder. Joshua swung his spear, many beams of blue energy flying in front of the red aura who held the sword in front of him. The blue beams of energy caused numerous cuts to Caesar, who closed his eyes and screamed loudly. The masked people looked at this. One of them tilted his head and said that even though he had not fully mastered the path of Asura, he was defeated too easily. The other asked if this was his son. The guards ran through the door, shouting here. Other people turned on them and the guards shouted to protect Prince Caesar. The second prince looked at them irritably, asking where they were, how would they kill them. These people attempted the life of the prince of the great Avalon Empire. The guards frowned, gritting their teeth, and one of them shouted that he understood the order. One of the people in a white robe and mask jumped towards the guards, holding a dagger, and said that they were fools, he would deal with them. The man waved his daggers, holding them out in front of him, and shouted Sura's dance. He flew forward, making cuts on each of the guards. Blood gushed out from the cuts and people screamed. Caesar looked at this in horror, trembling, and said that he had defeated an entire battalion of Imperial Knights. Red energy and falling people were visible behind the masked man. He approached the main character from behind, who looked back at the man. The man waved his hand, his eyes glowing red as he said that being the same blood wouldn't save the guy unless he got out of their way. Joshua swung his spear, cutting off his sentence and cutting off the masked man's head with one blow. The body fell to the floor and the guy with blue hair looked over his shoulder, saying that they were standing in his way. The other masked men flinched when the guy told them not to waste his time and attack. The black hooded man tilted his head, humming thoughtfully, thinking that he had gone beyond his limits like Lord Heimdall. A portal appeared under the man's feet, into which he jumped, shouting to retreat. They leave them to Caesar. The prince turned to the man, asking what. The blonde pressed his hand to his chest, frowning, and asked if they had made a fuss and were now running away. One of the people in a white hood looked at him, telling him to assess the situation correctly. It was all to blame for his poor judgment. Let him take responsibility for his actions. Caesar stood on his knees, gritting his teeth, and asked if they really blamed him for everything. He was just following their instructions. How could he have known that everything would turn out like this? The masked man shouted at him to shut up, waving his hand, and said that he acted contrary to the orders of Lord Heimdall. Another man in a dark hood remembered the first and second prince who were riding horses, saying that he ordered to stay in the shadows, support the first prince, and strengthen his position as the fourth prince of the empire, but he turned a deaf ear to his instructions and tried to get throne for yourself. He remembered how Caesar with a wide smile showed a golden ring, shouting for the inhabitants of the empire to see the symbol of His Majesty the Emperor. He gave him his seal, which means he has all the rights to inherit the throne. Caesar lowered his gaze, clenching his teeth as the man said that it was his own fault for questioning Lord Heimdall's authority. The two people flew into the purple portals beneath their feet, bidding farewell to the prince as everyone else looked on. Joshua towered over the fourth prince, who pursed his lips as the boy asked how it felt to be betrayed by his allies. Caesar clenched his teeth, irritably asking what he thought. The blonde turned over his shoulder at the guy, shouting that it was all because of him, why he continued to do what he was not asked to do. The blonde clenched his teeth and lowered his gaze, saying that if he had appeared at least a year later, he would have had time to fulfill all his dreams. Joshua looked down at him in surprise, frowning, asking about dreams and whether he, too, could dream. Caesar pulled something out of his inner pocket, saying that everything he did was for the sake of making a dream come true, but now it doesn't matter. He put a scroll on the floor, a blue pentagram appeared under it, glowing brightly, and the guy said that he would take them all with him. Joshua frowned, remembering the same pentagram under the other man, asking this is Estello's magic circle of destruction. Does he really want to blow up everything here, and thinks that he will allow it? The blonde looked at him with a smile, a blue light shone around him, and he asked if the great god of war really sympathizes with him. This is amazing, but before he drags them all to hell, he will tell him one secret. Caesar looked up with a wide smile. As he spoke about his father, a red portal appeared next to him, from which a hand was visible, which pierced his chest with a dagger. The blonde cried out loudly in pain, looking down at the dagger in his chest, drops of blood flying from his mouth. He fell on the blue pentagram and Joshua looked back. The guy frowned, looking to the side and pursing his lips, thinking that he was afraid that someone might be watching them. He looked out the window. A dark figure was visible on a tree in the distance, and the guy thought that apparently stealth was not the only skill in his arsenal. A man was sitting on a tree next to whom a red portal was open, and the guy wondered if he could really control subspace so cleverly. The man in the black mask looked down at the bloody dagger. The guy thought that he was sure it was the Dark Monarch. Joshua swung his spear towards the window, releasing a beam of blue energy. A bright blue light flew forward from the castle window, through the houses and trees on the street. Blue energy flowed through the Dark Monarch, passing right through him. The man looked down at the blue beam that pierced him, thinking how it managed to hit only him without touching anything around him. The man jumped to the side, dodging the blow of blue energy. He frowned at this and thought that he clearly hadn't lost his skills in 3 years. Now it would be difficult to deal with him. Caesar couldn't let it slip. It was time to leave. Joshua pushed off the ground, leaping forward and shouted at him not to dare. The masked man disappeared into a red portal, saying that if he doesn't want his mother to get hurt, he shouldn't come after him. The main character looked at him angrily, saying that he only gave him a reason to kill him right now. The guy looked back at Caesar, who was reaching for the scroll, clenching his teeth. The blonde smiled, tears flowing from his eyes, and a blue light illuminated his face as he said, "See you on the other side." The guy extended his hand to the brightly shining scroll. Babylon and Caesar looked at this in shock, and the prince put his hand in front of him, asking what. Kaiser frowned, looking forward as rocks fell behind him. He looked at 2 white statues, next to which stones were falling from the ceiling. Christian pointed to a bright blue light in the distance. Cain turned to look at it. Kajix and Ranger ran towards the castle where a blue light was shining, turning towards the screaming viper. Islin and Cetarian looked up. 2 golden rings were flying next to the girl, shining with green light. The main character frowned at the bright blue light below him. He held the dead prince's hand, moving it away from the scroll as he hung his head. Behind Caesar, a bright light illuminated, hiding his face, on which only drops of blood were visible. Joshua looked back at the man, who asked in a trembling voice if he was dead. The guy looked at Caesar, who was wiping his face with his hand, saying what he got for staging a coup, now asking exactly everything. The guy with blue hair lowered his gaze, frowning, and replied that he didn't know. He wasn't sure. The guy thought that with his death the course of events had changed. The guy lowered the prince's hand, which fell down, mentally saying goodbye to Caesar. On a red pillow lay a blue ball, next to which blue sparks were flying. A man with short brown hair sat on a throne illuminated by blue light, member of the 9 stars of the Hubald Empire, martial arts king, Jester. Lucifer sat in front of a man whose silhouette was projected through a blue ball. A man with red hair asked how he was doing, and the other replied that thanks to some it could be better. Lucifer looked at him with a smile, telling him not to grumble. He gave him Urheim. He just wants to ask about his affairs, that's all. The man frowned, saying that he knew his true intentions. He was here to tell him to stay away while he captured Avalon. How could he trust him, knowing that with it he could hit Hubald as well? Jester bowed his head, crossing one leg over the other, saying that it was unlikely that the Black God would sit idly by when he went on the attack. Lucifer grinned widely, asking if he was afraid of him. The man frowned, a vein popping out on his forehead. He tilted his head, irritably answering that he should keep his pathetic ridicule to himself. Unlike him, he still believes in good faith. He hopes he has not forgotten about their agreement. Lucifer frowned, answering with a smile that the agreement was valid. A sword with a black hilt was stuck in the ground. Its broken blade lay nearby. He said that was why he helped, as he wished. A man with gray hair stood on a rock, looking at the forest, and Lucifer said that, however, the Dark Monarch intends to emerge from the shadows. 3 flags, red, black, and gold, with white lightning flying around them. The man said that they wanted the 3 largest powers, Hubald and Avalon, to fall, and as expected, following the fall of the empires, Avalon's influence faded. They only had to take control of the continent. Lucifer's eyes glowed red as he remembered Herschel and Joshua, smilingly saying that the treaty would soon become invalid because the King of Swords and the God of War had returned to Avalon. The man crossed one leg over the other, telling the man in front of him that if he and the Black God have the same goal, if he also strives to conclude a continental alliance, then now is the time to act. In his opinion, it is worth making sure that their alliance is the strongest, and that they are able to keep the Black God at bay by asking how he thinks. The man extended his hand, the fingers on it glowed red, and he said that if they awakened, they would be able to trust each other and cooperate. The man smiled, clenching his hand into a fist, looking down at his hand, and said that then the King of Swords and the God of War will not prevent them from remaining on top, but first they must deal with Avalon and the smaller countries. The red-haired one asked what he would say if he was ready to work together and subjugate the continent. Jester tilted his head with a frown, asking how he could be sure that he would not betray him. Lucifer raised his hand, answering that unless the center of the continent, Urheim, was in his hands, a significant reason for trust. The man agreed with him. Jester raised a displeased look at him, saying that in this case, since the responsibility for the God of War lies with him, let him deal with it, and when the job is done, he will name sufficient conditions. Lucifer rose from his chair, bowing his head, saying whatever he said, he would consider his terms accepted. Jester's silhouette began to dissolve as he told him not to devalue the god of war. 3 years ago he defeated a million-strong army without a single injury. The man's silhouette disappeared as Lucifer walked out of the room with a smile, telling him not to worry, a lot has changed since then. The man pulled back the curtain, from which a bright light poured, saying that now even the heavens favor him. He opened the curtain, behind which many knights were visible. Lucifer smiled, his eyes shining brightly as he told the soldiers that they were moving out. Many soldiers with blue flags in their hands walked forward, shouting soldiers ahead, light torches, signal the Svalu Empire, target Einberg Castle on the border of the Avalon Empire. Someone shouted to free the wyverns from their shackles, let them fly into the sky. The blue heads of the wyverns opened their mouths, sticking out their tongues. The chains on the wyvern's leg opened. Growling loudly, she ran forward, opening her mouth. A soldier sat on top of her. Wyverns, battle dragons of the Svalu Empire. Many dragons pushed off the ground, flying high into the air along with the soldiers. The soldiers shouted for the Svalu Empire. Many more soldiers sat on the huge wolves, holding their reins, the war wolves of the Svalu Empire. They shouted to attack. Many people on wolves ran across the field. Wyverns flew above them. A city surrounded by a city wall with large gates. The iron fortress of Einberg Castle on the border of the Avalon Empire. The guards on the city wall looked at the approaching troops, shouting that they were under attack. Take position. The city gates began to open. One of the guards stood in front of the gate, spreading his arms to the sides and asked what was happening, saying that they were being attacked. Who dared to open the gate? Another knight approached him, to whom the soldier turned. The one who approached said that it was he who gave the order. The soldier asked why in confusion. The man with gray hair frowned as he looked at him. Knight of the Avalon Empire, Count Teorod, commander. The soldier waved his sword towards the man, asking if he realized that he had committed treason. Even though he was a count, he would not allow him to do it. Teorod looked at the guy gloomily, answering that he served the Avalon Empire for 20 years, but he could not take away his skeptical thinking. He would lose his family or life due to the fault of empty-headed princes. He told them to just surrender and be spared. The soldier frowned, tilting his head, yelling at him to shut up. He didn't want to hear the excuses of a cowardly traitor. The soldier turned around holding a sword in his hands. A red light shone to the side of them. The sun was obscured by one of the dragons, flying in the air above the gate. Someone shouted about the dragons, prepare celestial weapons and shoot at them, and also shouted to the magicians to activate the barriers. A man with gray hair and a cross-shaped scar on his forehead smiled. Blue energy shone around him. The commander-in-chief of the army of Svalu, Eimer, the master of ice. The man shouted that they could not stop him. The dragon he was sitting on opened its mouth, from which a huge ball of blue energy flew out, raining down on the soldiers who stood on the city wall, shouting to run away. The energy crashed into the wall, which was covered with giant shards of ice, destroying the walls. Many soldiers screamed. Blue energy hit several more places where ice shards appeared. Someone shouted that the walls were collapsing, shouting and aiming at the dragon. Teorod lowered his gaze with a frown. A dense fog flew behind him, while the soldiers shouted that the wolves were approaching. Let them protect the castle gates. Where was the commander? They were waiting for his instructions, asking for help. White large castle, with red roofs, great palace of Kaltika, Avalon Empire. Caesar and Kaiser sat on 2 thrones, looking at the nobles who were arguing with each other. One was heard asking if they wanted to say that they sent only 500 soldiers to defend the important border point, Einberg Castle. The other said that they didn't pretend that they brought more benefit, they allocated the same number of fighters. One of the aristocrats spread his arms to the sides, frowning, shouting that everyone here is experiencing a shortage of troops and funds. How many more must he repeat that their situation is unenviable? The other frowned, standing opposite, and shouted that they claim to solve financial problems more important to them than stopping the Svalu Empire. The other answered no at all, they are simply no longer ready to support them. Kaiser frowned at them and asked them to stop. He left the decision regarding strengthening the ranks of the army to them. The guy told them to provide as many soldiers as they could. Caesar looked at his brother displeasedly, saying that then they themselves would be left without protection. Doesn't he think that it is necessary to establish a mandatory minimum for sending armed forces? The first prince looked at him, frowning, and replied that not everyone has the opportunity to fulfill this requirement, and they are to blame for what is happening. The guy said that they need to be responsible for their actions. Caesar pursed his lips, looking at him displeased. A man with green hair looked at them, saying that then the next question arises, who will lead their army? Kaiser replied that it was necessary to choose a reliable candidate. A man with green hair and a mustache put his hand to his chest with a smile. Talon Moonbrory, Marquis of the Avalon Empire. The man said that in that case, he recommends Marquis Demir. The other aristocrats frowned. One said that after all, Commander Zegger was alive, why choose someone else? There was no need for that. Another put his hand to his chest and said that transferring control of the army to a new person could turn out badly. Talon frowned as he looked back at them, remembering the bloodied Zegger, saying were they really trying to sow discord between them. Zegger's commander-in-chief was seriously injured during the fourth prince's coup attempt. He only suggested a more suitable candidate for the current situation. The man with brown hair remembered Herschel, saying that then what about the King of Swords? Wouldn't Duke Herschel be better suited for this role? Knowing his loyal disposition, other aristocrats would not be able to influence him, and they would be calm. Talon frowned, saying with a nervous smile that he could indeed be trusted to protect the empire, but he disappeared and has not been seen for a long time. Kaiser looked at the man with green hair, saying that the Duke of Herschel was already on his way to Einberg, so they should send soldiers to his aid as soon as possible. The brown-haired aristocrat waved his hand towards Cain and Joshua, who were standing against the wall, asking them why the god of war should not become the commander. Talon clenched his hand into a fist and, frowning, shouted with displeasure that this was unacceptable. He was young and clearly lacked combat experience. Another aristocrat with a mustache frowned, saying that even though he was an outstanding knight, he still had to grow and grow to become a commander. The man with green hair opened his eyes wide, looking at the princes, and said that, moreover, he had heard rumors that Joshua Sanders was a descendant of Cunir. The aristocrats turned towards the main character who stood at the wall, asking if this was true, and saying if he was talking about the last king of Asgard, who ruled before the founding of the Avalon Empire, and who knows what will happen if he leads their troops. Cain turned to Joshua, putting his hand to his face and frowning, saying that the situation was heating up, and was he sure he didn't want to interfere. The guy with blue hair smiled, crossed his arms over his chest, and said that until they change their point of view, this nation is doomed. It is better to remain silent for now. Cain said in a whisper that he does not think that silence will make any different situation. Someone walked into the hall. Everyone looked at the person, and he said that she also believed that the king of the mercenaries, Joshua Sanders, would be an excellent commander. Charla held her dress with a smile, bowing, asking to be allowed to introduce herself. She is the representative of the Fonti family, Charla de Fonti. Kaiser looked at the girl with a smile, saying that he was glad to see her here. He had heard a lot about her achievements, and he thanks the Avalon Empire for her help. The girl bowed her head, lowered her gaze, and thanked her for the warm welcome, asking her to ask one question. She stood in front of the throne, holding the hem of her skirt, and the prince replied that she could. The girl thanked him. Charla raised her gaze with a smile, saying that since the main Avalon families fill the imperial army with soldiers, do they have the right to choose the person who will lead the troops into battle? Kaiser looked at her with a smile and answered of course, and in fact, the command of the army and individual battalions is carried out by different people. Charla extended her hand while the other aristocrats stood around looking at her. She said that she thanks for the clarification, in which case the Duchy of Fonti will provide them with 20,000 soldiers, 5 orders of knighthood, as well as 2 million gold coins and all kinds of ammunition. She frowned, looking ahead resolutely, and said that in addition to this, they would supply the army with food throughout the war. Someone loudly asked about 20,000 soldiers. The aristocrats looked at the girl in shock, frowning, asking where the Fonti family got such resources. They did not participate in the faction war. Apparently that's why there are more resources. Charla turned her head with a smile, looking to the side, and said that her dear friend would command their battalion. She said the name Joshua, and the guy looked at her with a smile, nodding. Joshua walked forward with a smile, looking at the aristocrats behind, saying that since the decision had been made, he was moving to Einberg. Staying here, he was only wasting time. Cain followed him, looking at the people behind. The other aristocrats looked at the guy with displeasure. The one with gray hair shouted that it was rude. The man with black hair said that this was inappropriate behavior in the presence of princes, and the other said that it was very arrogant to think that power in politics decides everything. Talon looked at the two guys leaving, asking them to wait and saying that he did not dare to command the Fonti soldiers without the permission of His Highness. He was not given a rank, so don't let him pretend to be someone else. The man frowned in irritation, shouting loudly that the army is a single organism, and this is a well-known fact about the art of war, even if he does not even try to get involved and disrupt its order. Otherwise they will be defeated because of him. Joshua turned to the man, stopped, and said that then he would not interfere. Let them do as they see fit. The green-haired man loudly asked what. The protagonist frowned at him and replied that if they rejected his candidacy, it was up to them. He would see what they would say when they lost to the Svalu Empire. Talon and other aristocrats looked at the guy with displeasure, and the man said that first he points the sword towards His Highness, and now he runs away. Joshua answered with a smile that so be it. He does not want to do something for the sake of people like them. Everyone looked towards the two thrones on which the princes were sitting, and Joshua said that he was only trying to keep his promise to the princes. Kaysar silently pursed his lips and frowned, looking at the guy. Kaiser bowed his head, looking at the guy, and apologized to him for the rudeness of the others. Joshua looked at the prince in surprise, opening his eyes wide. The blonde sat on the throne in front of everyone, saying that the recent events had deprived them all of peace. The authority of the imperial family had never fallen so low, and the trust between them all had been shaken. The other nobles pursed their lips and lowered their gazes when the prince said that in such conditions it was difficult to follow the orders of the new commander if he immediately listened to their requests. Kaiser stood up from the throne, frowning, saying that if he had immediately appointed a proven and experienced commander earlier, this discussion would not have happened. It was all his fault. He extended his hand forward, standing in front of everyone, and said that this is why he asked him to protect the border, and it is still relevant, even if he is a descendant of Cunir. The blonde looked forward resolutely, saying that they needed him. Let him help them this time too, save their land. Charla looked at the guy with a smile, while behind her Talon pursed his lips in displeasure. Joshua also looked at the prince with a smile, thinking that he was wiser than he thought. It was amazing how he managed to maintain his composure after everything that Emperor Markers had done. And is it true that he is doing all this for the sake of defeating Svalu and protecting his country? Joshua and Cain turned to leave the room, and the guy with blue hair thought that whatever his true intentions were, he believed that he would keep his word. The guy said that then he had to go. Aiden looked ahead with a smile, looking down. Aiden, the king of mercenaries, the leader of the mercenaries guild. The man said that they had not seen each other for so long. They had been waiting for his return for 3 years. The man shook Joshua's hand, saying that he was glad to see him. He replied that he was glad too. Cain and Icarus stood next to them. Cain frowned at them and said that he heard they managed to gather 20,000 people. He spread his arms to the sides. There were knights standing next to the group, and the guy shouted that there was only one knight battalion. Icarus looked at him with a smile, raised her hand, and replied that it was because it was impossible to transport so many soldiers through the teleportation gate at a time, so they brought the number that was needed for the first time. She looked to the side with her palm outstretched and said that the rest would come in 2 weeks. The total number would be 70,000, including the mercenaries who would also join them, but it would take a long time. Cain opened his eyes wide, looking at the girl in surprise, asking about 70,000, and saying that this was 3 times more than what was agreed upon. With such a large army they would definitely stop the Svalu Empire. Christian looked at the guy, tilting his head and frowning, saying that waiting 2 weeks could slow them down a lot. He thought about the map that showed Castle Einberg and 3 arrows from it. Nearby was Arcadia, the capital of the Avalon Empire. The blonde said that by the end of this period, all of Eastern Avalon could be in the hands of Svalu. Then, even if they manage to break Svalu, it will take years to recover from their attacks. Joshua raised his hand with a smile, looked back and said that Cetarian will solve this problem. Everyone looked at the magician and he crossed his arms over his chest, asking what. The main character looked at him with a smile, saying that of course, I'm sure he can move all the fighters here in a day. The magician smiled nervously, frowning, and asked if this was how he intended to use it, but agreed, saying that he was owed. Christian looked at the magician, asking him to wait and saying that he knew that he had a large supply of movement spells, but even a magician of the 7th circle would find it difficult to move an army of thousands at once. The blonde frowned, raising his index finger, and said that if he used up all his mana or something went wrong, there was a risk that people's bodies would merge. He thought of several people that were connected to each other, screaming in horror. 4 people fell from the air, and Christian said that he could also teleport them to the sky or another random place. Joshua put his hand to his chin with a smile, thinking about the sky and thinking that this might come in handy. Cetarian extended his hand to the blonde with a smile, telling him not to worry. He is no longer the same as before. He also extended his hand, asking what he meant. The mage clenched his hand into a fist, blue energy appearing around him as he said that he was no longer a 7th circle mage, but an exceptional 8th circle mage. Cain and Christian looked at the magician in shock, asking about the 8th circle. He raised his hand, looking contentedly at them, and said that they say that the army is located on the territory of the Duchy of Fonti, then they are heading there. Blue energy shone around the entire group, and the magician said that after they will go to the border, let them be ready, they will find themselves in the middle of the battlefield. Cetarian shouted mass teleportation, and a bright blue light flashed as the entire group disappeared. A ruined gate was visible, with large cracks on it, as well as many tents in front of it. A cart was driving towards the gate, the border region of the Avalon Empire, Einberg Castle, Svalu Camp. Ice was visible on the castle wall, which was melting, flowing down. Someone said to free the prisoners. Several soldiers with red cloaks were kneeling with their heads down. In front of them were 2 men in a blue and a red cloak. The soldier next to the prisoners nervously said that if after this they decide to take revenge, and the man in the blue cloak replied that he made a promise. Eimer frowned, raising his head. Svalu Empire, commander of Ice Eimer, he asked if he really wanted to make him look like a liar. The soldier waved his hand towards the prisoners, answering no, let them free the prisoners as soon as possible. The other two ran up to them, saying that they understood the order. Aimer looked back at the man with gray hair with a smile, saying that he kept his promise. Tiorod lowered his gaze, saying that he was grateful. A man with brown hair looked over his shoulder at him, saying that to be honest, he needs talents like them. Since he betrayed his country, why not start working for him? Tiorod frowned nervously, looking at the floor as he tried to answer. He was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the room, calling the commander and saying that he had a report from the reconnaissance squad. Aimer asked about the reconnaissance squad. The commander smiled, looking at him, and asked if the Avalon troops were already on the way, and how many warriors they had sent. The soldier replied that only one. The man looked at him incredulously, frowned, and loudly asked what. A large forest, a large castle could be seen in the distance, mountains on the other side of Einberg Castle. Someone shouted to be vigilant, the enemy was approaching. A bright beam of blue light struck several soldiers, throwing them aside as blood sprayed from their wounds. One of the soldiers clenched his teeth in fear and trembled. He fell to the ground, bleeding, screaming for help, other soldiers running away from him, screaming in fear to retreat and return to the castle. Herschel appeared in front of one of the soldiers, shrouded in blue light. Many blue rays of light passed through the air, and the screams of pain of the soldiers were heard. Aimer looked into the blue spyglass, closing his other eye, and said, "Who would have thought that one person would defeat 2 orders of knighthood?" He pulled away from the spyglass made of ice, smilingly saying that he didn't know that such masters were still preserved in Avalon. Wasn't this the king of heroes by the hour? One of the knights looked at the man, answering that if the enemy was good at guerrilla technology, perhaps the wolf knights would serve as a good threat to him, should he prepare them for battle. Aimer smiled broadly, looking to the side, and replied that it was better to call Count Tiorod. He should know more about him than they do. They will check how far he will go for them. The soldiers raised their heads when a bright beam of light appeared in the air, and one of them shouted that it flew into the sky. Herschel kicked off the air, heading towards the castle, leaving a blue trail of energy in its wake. Aimer waved his hand with a smile, saying that he attacks directly head-on. He is not timid, or he underestimates him. The man landed on the castle wall, right in front of the commander, breaking the ground below them. Aimer blocked his blow with his sword with a smile, frowning, and said that he knew that someone impressive would come, because not everyone could challenge an entire army. He sees that the King of Swords is not giving up his position. Herschel looked irritably at the man in front of him, bowed his head, and said that he would only say one thing. He swung his sword, sending a blue slash at the commander, screaming at him to get out of Avalon. A bright blue explosion and light flashed across the wall, illuminating everything around. Herschel frowned, pursing his lips as he looked at this. He stood in front of the icy dragon head on which Aimer stood, saying that his attempts were useless. They would never leave this place. Whoever would have to surrender was him. The man with a crazy wide smile lowered his gaze, shouting that soon the entire continent would submit to the Svalu Empire. The dragon opened its mouth, releasing a huge ball of blue energy towards Herschel. The man jumped away from the sharp spikes of ice, surrounded by a blue glow, and said that he was funny. He turned over in the air, among the falling stones, saying that he must be the icy Aimer. He will now cut his throat and put an end to the war. An impulse passed through the air under the man's foot. Herschel kicked off the air, flying over the ice dragon's head, holding his sword in his hand. He approached the commander, who was flying on a dragon, shouting that these were his words. Aimer put his sword in front of him, looking at the man with a smile, and said goodbye to the King of Swords. The dragon opened its mouth, releasing a bright blue beam of ice magic. Herschel dodged it by pushing off the air and flying through with a blue beam of energy. He circled around Aimer, who clenched his teeth and looked to the side. A man with brown hair looked back when a blow struck near him. Herschel stood on top of the dragon, swinging his sword, striking at the commander, which he blocked with his sword. Cuts were visible all over the dragon's body, and it opened its mouth. Aimer also had a cut on his leg, from which drops of blood gushed out, and the man thought he was fast. He fell to one knee, clenching his teeth and resting his hands on his sword, looking back at the man. Aimer smiled, looking at him gloomily, and said that he thought Herschel was a decrepit old man with a rusty blade, and he seemed to have sharpened it, but he was crazy enough to climb on his ice dragon, a stupid move. Thick crusts of ice appeared around Herschel's feet, and he looked down at them in surprise. Aimer swung his sword towards him, releasing a bright beam of blue energy, and shouted that he was finished. A huge explosion went off on the dragon's back. He spread his wings, and the knights from the ground looked at him with wide smiles, saying that the commander crushed Herschel himself. That's who the true King of Swords is. Long live the commander. One of the soldiers said that from now on the Avalon border was under the control of the Svalu Empire, but he stopped when he and another soldier noticed a bright fire portal in the sky. From a red portal in the sky, a strong wind blew, and the soldiers shouted, "There in the sky, someone released a huge amount of mana." They asked what was happening. The skies were splitting. A man approached them from behind, putting his hands behind his back and saying that they were here. Lucifer looked up with a smile, telling them to meet the best Avalon soldiers, take positions and prepare for battle. Near the city walls, many purple rays of light flew out of the portal. The soldiers shouted to everyone at the position, to all the soldiers at the starting point, the enemy was approaching. From the purple rays of light, Islin, Cain, Aiden, Icarus, Christian, Citarian, Charla and Joshua appeared on the ground, followed by many more soldiers. The group and soldiers stood on the ground, the purple light around them disappeared and they looked forward. In front of them was a large castle, on the walls of which huge cracks could be seen, and in front of the gate there were many tents. The main character looked to the side as he began to speak. Suddenly, next to him, Christian closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand. Cain, on the side, puffed out his cheeks, also closing his eyes. Everyone except Joshua and Citarian, who were watching them, vomited on the ground. The magician smiled awkwardly, looking at them and asked if this was their first time experiencing mass teleportation. Cain wiped his face with his hand, and Christian shouted in displeasure that it seemed to him that the transfer would go smoothly. But the feeling was that he was about to spit out his own guts. What was he even thinking about when he teleported them to the battlefield? A huge dragon appeared above them and flew down. The commander shouted perfectly. Eimer looked at them with a wide smile, opening his eyes wide and shouted that they themselves were going to their deaths. Today was his lucky day. Herschel was running through the air next to him, telling him not to rush to conclusions, and did he really think that he was finished with him? The white-haired man swung his sword, releasing a huge beam of blue energy towards the man, who held the sword out in front of him. Cain gritted his teeth as he looked at this and frowned, wondering why this icy Eimer was still alive. Master Rain couldn't lose. He remembered how the man with long blonde hair smiled. Looking down, Rain Jiger, the king of lions, the leader of the Three Knights Alliance, one of the 9 new stars of the continent, he said that they had little time, let them quickly do what they came for. Maybe this is their chance to find Joshua. Rain and Eimer flew towards each other. Fire and ice energy collided with each other and the man shouted at them to go. He will deal with the Duke of Eimer. Cain clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that if he had stayed with the master then, they would have defeated him together. Joshua looked at the guy with a smile, telling him to show him, and he looked back at him in surprise, asking what. The main character frowned, smilingly saying that he should demonstrate how well he has honed his skills during this time. He has an ideal opponent in front of him. Let him just survive. Cain nodded at him, smiled and answered yes. He reached for the sword on his back, unsheathing it and said that he would show him what he could do now. The knights rode wyverns through the air, one of them raising his sword, shouting for them to defend the castle. They flew over the city, which was visible below, shouting for Emperor Lucifer. Icarus raised her gaze to them, frowning, saying that despite the advantage, they decided to focus on defense. She expected them to immediately attack, but they were not so arrogant. Many wyverns with knights flew in a circle above the castle while the Avalon army stood in front of it. Citarian crossed his arms over his chest, looking at them and told them not to worry about the wyverns. He and Islin would take care of them, but they would have to tinker with the siege of the castle. Joshua remembered Christian, who was telling him something, holding out his hand with a smile. Red energy formed next to his palm and he said that he would make their task a little easier. Christian taught him one good trick. He can call people from heaven. True, for him these will no longer be people. One of the knights looked in surprise at the dark red portal that opened in the sky, asking if it was really a teleportation gate again. An armored head of undead appeared from the portal. Many undead fell from the portal, from which red lightning flashed. They fell over the wyverns that flew in the air, and one of the knights shouted that the enemy was coming from the sky to attack. One of the undead fell on the knight who was sitting on the wyvern, wrapping his arms around him, and he staggered, screaming loudly. He and the undead fell to the ground, breaking as the other knights looked on in shock. More knights fell from the sky, crashing to the ground while others shouted that they were throwing their comrades from such a height. Were they crazy? Icarus put her hand to her face, whispering to the protagonist in front that she thought he should call off the undead. If people saw this side of him, their opinion might radically change. Joshua looked to the side with a smile and replied that she should not worry. Everything was going according to plan. The girl looked in surprise at the head of a black and purple dragon, which appeared from a huge red portal in the sky. The dragon flew out of the portal, opening its mouth wide, purple lightning flying around, and Citarian asked in shock, "The bone dragon?" Landing on its paws, the dragon delivered a powerful blow to the ground, through which the impulses from the blow ran through. The two knights looked at the dragon in shock. One of them muttered something inaudibly. The dragon opened its mouth towards the knights, purple energy gathered in it, and the knights ran back, shouting to escape, away from the castle walls. A huge, powerful beam of dark purple energy erupted from the dragon's mouth, destroying everything in its path. Citarian looked at this with a nervous smile, frowned, and said that he was afraid to imagine what rumors would spread after this battle. Whether Joshua was sure that he was ready to face rejection. The guy with blue hair smiled widely, Answering of course. Christian frowned and looked over his shoulder, opening his eyes wide, asking if he imagined the bone dragon and the undead were killing their fighters. The blonde ran after Kane, who walked holding his sword on his shoulder. Next to them a dragon spewed out purple flames. The blonde-haired knight frowned, looking ahead gloomily, and said that it didn't matter now, they only had to worry about one person. He looked into the air where a huge ice dragon was flying. The ice dragon was approaching the bone dragon, around which the flames were burning. Ymir shouted for the wyvern knights to destroy the bone dragon and let the others not interfere. The army captain was approached from behind by Herschel, who was surrounded by blue energy, raising his sword and shouting that he was his main enemy, or he had already forgotten about him. The man swung his sword, releasing a blue beam of energy, shouting "Get it," and at the same second the dragon turned towards him, opening its mouth and releasing a beam of ice energy. Ymir shouted that he got it. When will he die? The blue energy of the dragon was approaching the man who was holding the sword in his hand. Herschel jumped, flying over the ice energy, small fragments of ice flying next to him. Ymir held a blue energy bow in his hand, releasing 3 balls of ice, shouting to the man to look here. He swung his sword, destroying the ice blast, shouting that his attacks were pointless. Ice shards flew around Herschel and he screamed. The shrapnel hit the man's arm and shoulder, leaving bloody wounds. He clenched his teeth, flying next to them, and thought that he seemed to be getting old. He had to fall for such a cheap trick. If he continued to fall for his tricks, he would quickly lose. He needed to close the distance. The man clenched his teeth, looked to the side, and thought that he should take the chance. Ymir looked at him with a grim smile, frowning, thinking that Herschel seemed to be losing stamina. He was sure he would try to end the battle as quickly as possible. The man remembered how Herschel was encased in ice when he hit him with blue energy, thinking that since he managed to withstand his sword aura from such a distance, he would want to get closer and find a way to defeat him. He remembered how a huge explosion went through the dragon's back, thinking that he would do anything to get closer. Ymir waved his hand forward, and the dragon opened its mouth wide, releasing a blue beam of energy. The man thought that failure would overtake him here. He sees his every step. Herschel flew through the air, pushing off, moving towards the dragon as the man on it shouted the dragon's icy breath. Herschel mentally summoned the sword of the mind. In his hand was a blue sword, around which lightning flashed. He crossed the 2 swords in front of him, shrouded in blue energy, and mentally summoned an aura overlay. Herschel swung his 2 swords, releasing 2 cuts of blue energy. The dragon shot its ice beam towards him. While the blue energy blocked its blow, a huge beam of light flew forward. Ymir clenched his teeth, looking at this in shock, ice shards flying next to him as he screamed that this couldn't be happening. Could it be that the ice dragon's breath didn't work? The ice dragon's body shattered into huge blocks of ice, and Ymir flew away from it, screaming loudly. Herschel approached him in the air, holding 2 swords, and shouted that his end had come. The captain put out his hand in front of him, from which a blue glow emanated, and shouted the spirit of ice, "Formies, show yourself." A bright blue light appeared in front of the Sword King, beams of icy energy swirling in the air. Herschel lowered his gaze in shock, asking this spirit. An icy silhouette resembling a girl appeared in front of him. With his arms spread out to the sides, the ice spirit Formies. The spirit flew in front of Ymir, forming an ice shield in front of them like a snowflake, and the man screamed. Did he really think that he was the only one hiding his true power? He smiled. Another ice dragon formed under him, and the man shouted that he had seen what a mid-rank ice dragon could do. Let him see the power of a top-ranked dragon. Icy energy gathered around Formies as the spirit closed its eyes, and Ymir shouted that he would give it his all and win. An icy wind swirled around the spirit, causing Herschel to jump away from him, and the captain shouted that even he was powerless against such a blizzard. It was useless to run. The man with gray hair looked back at his hand, which was covered with a crust of ice, thinking that his hand was freezing. He lowered his sword, which began to dissolve, thinking that his aura was running out. Herschel's body was completely covered in ice, and he looked back at Ymir, who, flying on a dragon, shouted that he would pierce his heart with a blade. Kane approached the man along the white stairs, raising his sword and shouting at him to stop. The guy raised his sword above his head, frowning and shouting what he did to Master Rain. The guy swung his sword at the man, who held his sword in front of him, blocking his blow. Blood gushed out from the cut on Ymir's leg, and he thought about it. The man gritted his teeth as the light from Kane's sword illuminated his face, and thought that he had no time to deal with this idiot. He needed to freeze him quickly. The guy frowned, looking at his shoulder, which began to become covered with ice. He swung his sword sharply, pushing the man aside, and shouted that his tricks wouldn't work on him. He recoiled, loudly asking what. Ymir clenched his teeth, looking at the guy in shock, and wondered if he was a paladin of Hermes. He forgot that they conceal true aura. He remembered how Christian, with brightly glowing eyes, raised his sword above his head. He slammed his sword into the ground, sending a series of blows across it. The sword in the man's hands was shrouded in energy. Kane pursed his lips. Standing on a translucent platform, armor with a golden glow appeared around him, and the man thought that he could also float in the air. He couldn't fight 3 at once. He needed to leave. A white translucent chain wrapped around Eimer's body and he looked back at it, clenching his teeth and asking what it was. Christian held the chain with a wide smile, looking up at the man. He yanked sharply on the chain, throwing the man off the dragon and shouted, "Why doesn't he go down to the ground?" Frowning, the captain looked over his shoulder and shouted no. He hit the ground, the rocks beneath him cracking from the powerful impact. Eimer lay face down on the ground, raising his furious gaze and shouted that they would pay for this. The man angrily got down on one knee, looking to the side and shouted that they would not get away with this, they would regret it. In front of Christian, a huge dragon fell to the ground, opening its mouth wide and roaring loudly. The guy held his sword in front of him, frowned and said that it seemed like he would need Kane's help. With eyes wide open and hatred on his face, Eimer shouted how could he do this. The dragon opened its mouth, releasing a powerful huge beam of ice energy at the guy. Christian summoned the sacred sword, standing in front of him. He put his sword in front of him, blocking the ice strike with a translucent platform, shouting, "In the name of the god Hermes, protect him." The dragon continued to hit the shield, blocks of ice forming around it while Eimer stood on it, looking on. The shield in front of Christian began to crack and he clenched his teeth, thinking that the dragon's breath was too powerful. His protective barrier would not last long. The chains around the captain began to dissolve, disappearing. Eimer looked down at the broken chains with a smile, thinking that it seemed that the true aura of this persistent paladin was finally weakening. He would get rid of him and there would be nothing left. The man looked back as Kane jumped over him, raising his sword above his head and shouting that it was him who was his opponent. The guy landed on the dragon's head, slamming it into the ground, causing it to clench its teeth. The last rays of blue energy knocked Christian off his feet, causing the paladin to fall to the ground. He closed his eyes, there were small crusts of ice on some parts of his body and he said that it looked like he would die of frostbite. Eimer blocked the guy's sword with his sword, shouting that he was impudent. Why did he think that he could break him? The guy held the sword in front of him, asking what was stopping him. The man with the scar smiled, looking up at him, saying that it was funny, he was the one who finished off his master, Reincarnated, he could not defeat him. Kane looked at the man angrily, frowned and loudly asked what. The man swung his sword in front of him, pushing him away and shouted how he even intended to win a fight against a member of the 9 Stars. Someone shouted at him not to drown in his arrogance and Eimer looked to the side, gritting his teeth in irritation. Herschel above him swung his sword, firing a couple of beams of energy towards the dragon, shouting that even the stars were extinguishing. The dragon split into many blocks, one of them hit the captain, causing him to scream loudly. Herschel cut the ice block, swinging his 2 swords and flew towards the man, shouting that new ones will replace the old ones, such as the cycle of things in nature. Eimer leaned his hand on the ground with a wide smile. An ice spirit appeared in front of him and he shouted that one of the fallen stars would be Herschel, shouting for Formies to attack. The man struck his sword at the huge snowflake-shaped shield that appeared in front of him. The white-haired man frowned, pursing his lips and thought that even though the spirit was of the highest rank, he did not expect that he would block his attack so easily if only he was 10 years younger. Eimer shouted to the spirit to kill him and many rays of icy energy began to gather around Formies. Herschel swung his sword towards the ice energy, releasing his blue slash. He frowned as he looked ahead, noticing something. Formies leapt forward, a blue light shining brightly behind her. The spirit hit the man with a huge block of ice, and he put his sword in front of him, blocking the blow. Eimer looked at this with a wide smile, asking what he would say to this. His personal invention, creating a thin layer of aura around the spirit, it increases its strength several times, thus Formies is able not only to attack, but also to defend. The spirit waved its hand, pushing the man's sword aside, causing him to clench his teeth. Herschel swung his sword towards the spirit, who jumped above the ground, dodging the blow. The man pushed off the ground with his foot, breaking the stones. The spirit extended its hand, many ice shards formed in front of it, heading towards the man who was fighting them off. Eimer smiled, looking up, clenching his teeth and thought that as expected, it is not inferior to the 9 Stars, he will improve it and the unification of the continent will be just a stone's throw away. Kane ran up to the man from behind, holding his sword in both hands and shouted that he would avenge his master. The captain jumped to the side, raising his sword with a smile and asked if he was still here, then let him allow him to teach him a lesson. Kane frowned as he raised his sword to strike and shouted the aura blade. He swung his sword sharply, shooting a bright blue gash forward. The man shouted to him that he could resist as much as he wanted and Kane lowered his gaze in surprise, looking to the side. Eimer ducked, dodging the guy's blow, lowering his head. He struck him in the chest, going behind the guy's back, drops of blood sprayed from Kane's cut. The man with the scar looked back at him over his shoulder with a smile, saying that he would still win. Kane jumped at him from behind, raising his sword to strike, shouting that he would show what he was capable of, he would prove that he was stronger than him. Eimer waved his hand and an ice block grew from the ground, which hit the guy in the stomach. Drops of blood flew out of Kane's mouth and he screamed loudly in pain, closing his eyes. The man with a smile pushed away from the block that appeared under him and approached the guy, saying that apparently in the company of the King of Heroes he had forgotten how to evaluate his strength. In his eyes he was an ordinary pawn. The man swung his sword, striking at Cain, who held his sword in front of him, pushing him down and shouted that he was about to die. The blade of the sword split and a crack appeared on it. Cain's sword broke into 2 pieces and a deep cut went across his chest, from which blood gushed out, causing the guy to scream loudly. He fell to the ground, in front of a block of ice on which Eimer stood, looking down at the guy. The man smiled, looking up at Herschel, who was fighting with the spirit, saying that he was the last one left. Cain looked ahead with a dull gaze, thinking about the main character. He remembered how a boy with blue hair stood next to him, saying that he needed someone who would cover his back, not a weakling who would die on the battlefield before him. Cain rested his hand on the ground. He rose to his feet, stooping, and muttered that he would never die before him. Eimer looked down at the guy with a smile, saying that this is an amazing spirit, but what will he do now without a sword? The guy with brown hair frowned, clenching his hands around the void, weakly saying that he was not finished. Even though the sword was broken, he could still fight. He remembered standing next to Joshua with Icarus, who told him that once he surpassed a rank and achieved full mana control, he would gain absolute power that could rival even the Aura Blade. Joshua raised his spear, blowing away several people with blue energy, shouting to him that he would show it, so let him watch carefully. Blue energy began to glow near Cain's hands, gathering around him, and he thought that he remembered that if he gave an aura to his voice, it would help create a blade. He remembered how he struck Rain's sword with his sword, clenching his teeth. The guy with brown hair looked in surprise at the blade of his sword, which was cracked, saying that the sword was cracked. Rain smiled as he looked at the guy, fire sparkling around him as he said that it was all because the guy was too rude. The strength of the sword depends on his attitude and faith in him. Let him remember that. A sword of blue energy formed in Cain's hands and he thought that he would put all his faith in it. The guy frowned, holding his sword in front of him, blue energy shining around him as the guy thought that he would prove that he had the right to be near my lord. Eimer looked down at the guy from the icy cliff with a smile, asking if he really managed to create the sword of the mind, although it wouldn't hurt him to refine it. But he was already bored with it. Why doesn't he give up already? Cain clenched his teeth, raising his sword above his head, and said that my lord had not yet seen what limit he had reached, and he would not concede victory to someone like him. The man with the scar jumped off the cliff, raising his sword above his head, and said that for someone on the verge of death, he talks too much. Cain pursed his lips, lowered his head. 2 cuts from previous blows were visible on his armor. The guy remembered the words of Aiden, who said that the speed and complexity of performing a technique does not always equal quality. A man in white gloves held a sword in his 2 hands, saying that sometimes one blow is enough to defeat the enemy. Aiden frowned, looking forward and holding his sword in front of him, saying that when he perfected that strike, he would become the most respected and feared warrior in the world. Until then, let him work. Cain swung his sword, releasing a huge stream of blue energy towards the man, remembering the words of Aiden, who said that no matter how much time passes, no matter how many strikes he makes, thousands, tens of thousands, he must not give up and continue to sharpen it. Eimer looked in shock at the huge stream of blue energy that illuminated him, thinking that he was on his last legs. Had he really hidden his true power? The blow was, of course, unexpected, but it would hold him. The man suddenly shuddered, frowning and groaning in pain, thinking that he could not move. He remembered how he had been pulled to the ground by the chain, breaking the stones, and thought that he had lost control of his body, putting all his strength into previous attacks. Eimer remembered how he lay on the ground, screaming and frowning, thinking that he could not evade. The man thought that he needed to call Formies. He turned around, looking at the spirit who was struck by the blue energy, and thought that she was being defeated. The man put his hand in front of him, creating a shield of ice. A large explosion passed in front of him as he thought that he needed to gather his remaining strength. Blue energy rushed around Eimer as he held his hand in front of him, frowning and shouting that this attack was ridiculous. Cain frowned, tilting his head, his eyes turning white as he screamed loudly. From the swing of his sword, a huge powerful stream of blue energy passed through, demolishing everything in its path. Eimer turned away and closed his eyes against the flow of blue energy, screaming loudly. Cain stood with a smile, sword in hand, breathing heavily, and asked how highly the master would rate his skills now. The sky was red, fire could be seen in the distance, the blade of a sword with blood flowing down it. Several decades ago, there was a time when robbery flourished, and there was no end to it. One of the knights hit the child with his sword. People behind were visible, running away in fear while the knights hit them. Someone shouted to burn everything here. Someone called for help. The child closed his eyes, screaming loudly in pain. Blood gushed from his cut on his chest. The boy was lying on the ground, in a pool of blood, while the knight in front of him wiped his sword with a rag. The other 2 knights were loading a barrel onto the cart. Someone was saying to drag all the supplies here. Someone was shouting not to take prisoners. They need to get rid of everyone. The boy opened his eyes, sadly wondering if he was going to die like this. There was a sparkle in his eyes again when he heard someone's voice asking him if he wanted to live. A man in a black robe stood in front of him. Knights were flying around him, surrounded by red energy, and the man said that if so, he would grant him power. The hooded man smiled widely, his eyes were invisible. One of the knights closed his eyes, blood was running down his face, and he loudly asked to stop it. The man in the robe looked at the knights, blood gushing from their bodies in the air. He turned around with a wide smile, saying that the boy should become his student, and the whole world would fall at their feet. The boy looked at the man, drops of blood from the knights splashed on his face and body, and he helplessly said that he agreed to everything. If the man helps him, let him give him strength. The hooded man extended his hand to him with a smile, saying that this is wonderful. In honor of his rebirth, he will give him a new name. From now on he will be called Lucifer. The man with red hair frowned, pursing his lips and looking forward. Einberg Castle, a man stood in front of a bone dragon, which growled loudly. Someone shouted to the wyverns to defend the castle. Someone said that the Duke of Eimer had fallen. Joshua and his companions watched this with smiles, and Satarian behind him crossed his arms on his chest, saying that the bone dragon is capable of destroying 200,000 warriors alone. It looks like cheating. He congratulates him. Apparently they will achieve victory and come out of battles without casualties. The wyvern warriors flew around the bone dragon, striking at it, shouting their full attention at the dragon. The knights rode on large gray wolves, holding them by the reins, shouting for the wolf riders to aim for the paws. Someone shouted for them to stop, and a bright yellow light shone behind one of the knights. He turned around. An army of headless people was approaching him. Ahead of them was a headless knight with a large axe and a man with blonde hair, from whom a bright light emanated, and who said that if they return and surrender, they will spare them. A headless knight with black mist coming out of his neck, the Lord of Endless Hell, Lord Dullahan, a blonde guy with black whites and yellow eyes. A death knight, Caislian Ben Britton, the blonde pointed his sword forward and said that this was their last offer. The knights on wolves ran towards the knight, asking if they would beg the undead couple for mercy. They would rather send them back to hell. The knights fought with headless warriors who struck with their swords. Many fireballs flew towards Dullahan and Caislian. Someone shouted that they needed to protect the wolf riders. Fireballs hit the headless knights and Caislian swung his sword, knocking them away from him. The black-robed mages raised their hands, forming fireballs. One of them told them to continue attacking. The light of the fire went out between the magician's hands. The magician with the mustache lowered his gaze in surprise at the small spark of fire between his hands, saying that the flow of mana had dried up. A man with a red glow around him rose above the mages. The mages turned to him when the man said that it was because he had sealed their magic. A man with gray skin and black whites of his eyes, he folded his hands. A golden crown was flying above him, and on his shoulder sat a pink smiling animal, the lord of the Ice Valley Ravan, the king of the liches. The magicians loudly asked who he was. The lich raised one of his hands, looking down at them, and said that the lower beings did not need explanations. Now they would understand. The man waved his hand and the magicians began to rise above the ground. The lich said that they were no match for him. There was a huge powerful blue explosion that threw the magicians back, causing them to fly back, screaming loudly. The man in armor stepped on the ground, small stones fell next to him, and he said that Joshua had broken a taboo by joining forces with demons. Tiorad stood in front of the Lich King, holding a sword in his hands and asking what kind of contract he signed, that he received such support. The Lich asked, "And how long has he been here?" The man with gray hair frowned, sweat dripping down his face, and he asked them to answer his question. It was impossible to take possession of such enormous power, even giving his own life for it. What price did he pay for it? The pink dragon climbed down from the Lich's shoulder, saying with a smile that it seemed the man had mixed up something. They were here of their own free will. Tiorad looked at him annoyed, shouting that he should not hope that he would believe it. Let him tell the truth. Whatever Joshua promised them, he would double the payment. Let them come over to his side. The pink dragon flew towards the man, shouting, "Stop talking." He couldn't be convinced. The man asked if a low-ranking demon dared to look down on him. Let him attack. The dragon looked forward with determination, a pink light shining brightly next to him as he said that he would show him the lowest rank. The dragon's body began to transform, turning into a girl with pink hair and black horns on her head. The dragon's body turned into a human one with a demonic tail. A girl with pink hair and red eyes, in a red dress, a demonic dragon of lust, a succubus queen. Cuba, she said that she may not have regained all her strength, but she can certainly cope with him. Cuba jumped at the man, slamming him to the ground and placing her hand on his face. She held his head with a smile, looked down at him and said that if he was so thirsty for the truth, let him just wait. Soon he would understand what their master was up to. Tiorad, frowning, loudly told her to get off him. One of the knights on the wyvern looked back at the dragon's huge paw, which was reaching out to him. The dragon itself opened its mouth wide. The dragon stepped on the ground, crushing the wyvern. A pair of headless warriors fought with the knights on the wolves. The soldier looked at the headless knight, who made a sound by arching his back. The knight straightened up, striking at the soldier, swinging his sword wide. They struck at the knights. Two soldiers stood aside in fear. One said that the defeated undead were advancing again. Soon they would have no fighters left. The second said that they needed to retreat. Let them convey this to the rest of the knights. They raised their heads as rays of red light appeared in the air. Someone shouted that they were non-entities. Who dared to leave the battlefields would deal with him. The soldiers lowered their heads. One of them said that it was a suffocating desire to kill. The second asked from whom it came. One of the soldiers looked back at the man who approached him from behind, saying that it was stupid for the king to believe heroes. Lucifer walked forward with a smile, clenching one hand into a fist and holding a sword in the other, saying that it was stupid to believe that some corpses would stop him. The games were over. A bright glow began to emanate from the man. The soldiers turned to look at him in shock, looking at the man. One of the headless knights swung his sword at the soldier, who turned to look at him. A beam of purple light suddenly shot through the headless knight, cutting his body in two. A beam of purple light zigzagged through the headless knights, killing them as the soldiers stood in front of them. Caislian held the sword while standing in front of the knights who were being killed by the purple beam. The blonde frowned as he held the sword in front of him, a bright golden glow emanating from it. Lucifer swung his sword towards the blonde, thinking that he would deal with him first. The Death Knight stood in front of the red-haired man, gritting his teeth and blocking the man's blow with his sword. Lucifer looked at him with a smile, asking if he could still keep up with him. Many blue rays of light passed behind the man's back, killing the knights. The Death Knight tilted his head, frowning, and barely responded. The knight waved his sword in front of Lucifer, shouting that it would take his head off his shoulders. There was a cut on the cheek of the man with red hair, from which blood flowed, and the man looked back at him with an irritated smile, saying that everything was clear. Apparently, he was so desperately clinging to life that he decided to join the King of Heroes. He does not deserve the title of Wild King. The Death Knight held his sword in front of him, frowning. The Death Knight, the Wild King, Duke of Altsma, the knight shouted to him to remain silent. It was all his fault, and now he would pay. Lucifer looked at him with a smile, frowned, and said that he was just a walking corpse. He was no match for him, however, as before, he would tear the last bits of his soul. A lick flew in the air behind him, telling the man not to be arrogant. He couldn't break any of them. The lick tilted his head, pointing his finger at Lucifer, saying that he would teach him humility. The ground began to crack under the red-haired man's feet as he tilted his body. Raising his gaze to the undead, Lucifer smiled irritably, asking who he was to teach him. Does he have any idea who gave him this power? Cuba jumped on top of the man, raising her hands and asked what the difference was. She was sure he was no match for their master. The girl landed her foot on the man's head, causing him to bend over, and screamed at him to shut up and stand still. Blood gushed out. The girl looked in surprise at her leg flying next to her face, asking if it was her leg. Lucifer swung his sword, turning his back to the undead. A blow struck the Lich King, from which he screamed, and the man with red hair said with a smile that it had been a long time since he demonstrated his true power. Cuba reattached his leg with a frown, standing next to the other undead, asking how he got such strength. The man with red hair looked back at her over his shoulder. His eyes glowed red, and he said that the Almighty himself had given her to him. He remembered how the man extended his hand to him, saying that he would give him a new body. There was a red pentagram underneath the boy who was lying on the ground. Red dark energy swirled around him, and he screamed loudly as the man in front of him said that he would name him after the archangel who was banished from heaven. Red energy spread throughout the boy's body as the man said that he would name him as the minion of the devil, the ruler of the demonic kingdom. The boy screamed loudly, closing his eyes. The pentagram under him glowed brightly, and the man said that he would call him what in the middle world is called Lucifer. The hooded man smiled, extending his hand, saying that he grants him the right to bear his own name. From now on he will be Lucifer. The undead stood in front of the man, from whom a powerful stream of dark red energy emanated, and his body glowed with red light. Cuba covered her face with her hands, frowned, and asked in surprise if he had really made a deal with Lucifer himself, but this was impossible. The guy with red hair walked forward with a smile, dressed in red armor, saying that he rose from the dead and endowed him with his strength. Let them be consumed by animal fear. The guy stepped on the ground along which the impulses passed. A white ray of light appeared in the chest of the undead. The same white ray of light appeared in the chests of the other headless and bone dragon warriors. Lucifer jumped into the air with a smile, causing many white cuts, blood dripping from his sword, and the dragon behind him, opening his mouth wide, threw back his head. Many cuts went through all the undead, cutting their bodies into two parts. Centaurian looked at this in shock, frowned, and shouted that the bone dragon had been destroyed. He was immune even to the magic of the seventh circle. The dragon's head flew away from the body, cut into many pieces. Joshua frowned. Blue lightning flashed around him, and he shouted to Centaurian and Islin to defend themselves. The magician with white hair looked back at him, loudly asking what. They covered their faces with their hands as the main character quickly ran forward, leaving blue lightning behind him. The guy approached Lucifer, flashing blue lightning, and asked loudly if this was Lucifer's power. The man with red hair looked at him with a smile, raised his sword, and asked if he had heard of him. Blue and red energy collided together, shining all around. Joshua held his spear forward with a smile, answering, "Of course, everyone has heard about the one and only traitor of both worlds." The man with red hair smiled irritably when the guy said that he was an ordinary fool who didn't care about his subordinates. The main thing for him was to achieve his goal. Lucifer swung his sword, knocking away the guy's spear, and shouted that it was a lie. Red energy emanated from him as he frowned, saying that the truth was that he did not betray these saints, and they did not betray him. He remembered how he fell from heaven, and in front of him stood an angel with golden wings. Lucifer said that he was overthrown by Michael, the strongest archangel of heaven. The angel with long white hair frowned, lowering his gaze. He stood near a large castle in the sky while another angel flew down towards the red glow. Lucifer said that he mercilessly cut off his wings because he had demon blood flowing in his veins and threw him into the very depths of hell. A man in a black cloak stood on a rock, looking at the red sky and the earth along which magma flowed. Lucifer said that there, while he was drowning in sadness with his wings torn to shreds, someone came to him. The hooded man looked over his shoulder as red energy appeared next to him, and the man said that it was the Lord of the Dark Kingdom. Behind him stood a demon with large horns, who spread his arms to the sides. A bright red energy shone behind him. Lucifer said that it was a demonic god. He did not want to miss the opportunity, and although he had lost his power, having lost his wings, decided to gain his trust. A man with long white hair and completely black eyes, with a wide smile, extended his hand forward. Lucifer said that he offered him the opportunity to regain his strength and play a big role in the coming war between angels and demons. He did not lie. Soon his wings grew back, and the strength returned. Bright golden wings opened. The man had large dark horns on his head, and Lucifer said that what's more, the demonic blood that flowed within him changed him dramatically during the time he was there. An angel with 3 pairs of wings, wearing white clothes and golden armor with demonic horns on his head. He said that he became the only being with angel wings and demon horns, a super being. Many angel knights flew towards the crowd of red demons, and Lucifer said that a little later a war broke out. Michael looked up in shock. The demon said he came face to face with him. The angel looked at Lucifer, who was flying above him, surrounded by red light. He said that he had become the very creature of fear. Michael screamed loudly and threw his head back when a strong blow passed through his wings. The demon said that he managed to take his revenge by cutting off his wings. The demonic god extended his hand forward with a smile. Lucifer said that, however, the power that instilled fear in the gods of the heavenly kingdom also frightened the demon lord. The demon god stood behind Lucifer. A red spear pierced the demon's chest, causing blood to flow from the wound. He said that in the end he betrayed him by piercing Ruger with his spear. Lucifer stood in front of the main character, illuminated with red energy, and said that while fleeing, he ended up here in the middle world, and now he is going to subjugate it. He swung his sword with a wide smile, shouting that after creating an army, he would burn heaven and hell, and in order to achieve his goal, he would destroy anyone and everyone who stood in his way. He said goodbye to the King of Heroes. Joshua frowned and looked down at his chest, where a white light shone. Charla, Satarian, Islin, and the others had the same white light appear in their chests as they stared forward in shock. The man with red hair smiled widely, tilted his head, and thought that his powers had finally awakened. Breaking the speed of sound, he would reach the speed of light. A bright white light shone. Lucifer quickly jumped on the main character, holding a sword in his hands, thinking that with her and his blade, not a single living soul could defeat him. The man's eyes widened and he frowned as he heard the words of Joshua, who was invoking the 6th stage magic spear mastery. The guy summoned a double-trunked tree. A bright red powerful explosion went through the air, causing Aiden in front of him to cover his face with his hands and lower his head. Satarian extended his hand, next to which was a blue seal, and frowned and shouted for Islin to erect a barrier to block the blow. The girl raised her hands and a blue barrier appeared around them, covering them. The white-haired mage clenched his teeth, thinking that by crossing their swords, they would create a blast wave of incredible power that surpasses even the power of Evergrant and goes beyond all human limits. Gray and red energy collided with each other as the two pointed their weapons at each other. Lucifer frowned, looking at the guy, asking how his body withstood his attack, how he was able to escape from the blade, whose blows could not be foreseen. Joshua looked at him with a smile while blue lightning flashed around him and replied that he just confused something. This is not the power of Lucifer. The man, whose body had turned black and white, waved his sword, going behind the guy's side, and shouted that this was nonsense and how should he even know. He struck at the guy who had a red barrier next to him and who clenched his teeth. Joshua frowned. The red barrier next to his face split and he thought that Lucifer is strong. One miss and he will lose his head. He must not let his guard down. It will be difficult to fight at a long distance. The guy swung his spear, hitting the man's sword, and thought that he should maintain control, not giving him a chance to attack. He would force him to loosen his grip and end him. Joshua raised his spear and swung it downwards, flying among the red shards and blue beams of energy that flew towards the bright white light ahead. Lucifer frowned, raising his gaze and clenching his teeth, thinking that he was not only blocking his sword that could cut through the bone dragon, but also holding him in a defensive position. Every touch of the spear felt like an explosion of dimension. What kind of power was in it? The man held a sword in front of him while the guy pressed down on him with a spear, red and blue energy shining around them. Joshua looked at him with a frown, turning the spear in his hand, and said that he had made a huge mistake. Lucifer hated everything that was connected with Michael. The guy snatched the man's sword from his hands, causing him to grit his teeth and say that even his faithful weapon is a sword. Joshua swung his spear behind his back, throwing away his sword, and standing opposite Lucifer, said that's why he used the spear. The guy frowned, swinging his spear, holding it in both hands and moving it behind his back, saying that it doesn't even matter that much, but that he didn't make a deal with Lucifer. Blue lightning flashed around the guy and he screamed that it was another fallen angel. Lucifer looked down at him in irritation, asking if he really thought he would believe this. His psychological tricks wouldn't work on him. A bright blue cut ran across the man's stomach. A bright purple portal opened, from which lightning emanated. Joshua frowned, looking up in shock. He turned towards the bright purple and white light that shone in the distance. The guy clenched his teeth, pointing the spear forward, shouting, "Magical Spear Mastery, 6th stage." A bright white beam of light passed next to the guy, breaking the red barrier into fragments. The guy shouted a double-trunked tree. A strong blow passed through Joshua's arm. His eyes widened, and blood sprayed from his mouth. He fell in front of the huge figure of Lucifer, who looked at him with a smile with red glowing eyes, thinking that he did not expect that he would reach the 2nd stage of awakening so quickly. Now he is stronger than him. A large bright purple portal in the sky, magical possession of a spear, the 7th stage, the creation of earth and heaven. Lucifer's body was falling apart. He extended his hand forward, coming into contact with Joshua's aura. The object begins to disintegrate into atoms, and then Joshua controls its particles as he wishes. Violet athame with a red core. The DNA strands were falling apart. If he deliberately skipped the repair process, destruction was inevitable. Lucifer clenched his teeth and frowned as his face disintegrated into small particles. Realizing the state of affairs, Lucifer was ready to do anything to survive. Was he really afraid of death? The man remembered a man with a wide smile and a hood. One way or another, his instincts kicked in and he shouted his real name, which he refused to acknowledge. The man with red hair threw his head back, looking up, and loudly shouted the name Azazel. All creatures that sign a contract with a demon awaken only after certain requirements are met. Lucifer clenched his hands into fists, spreading them to the side as white and red light shone around him as he asked Azazel to grant him strength, not to let him die. Lucifer, according to his demands, had to invoke his true contract. The man's hair became longer, red horns appeared on his head, and his eyes became completely red. A red sword appeared near his hand. Lucifer had to recognize Azazel. Azazel with a smile pierced the main character, running behind him, red fragments flying next to the guy when he was hit, but Joshua did not know what happened to Azazel before he regressed. The blue-haired boy clenched his teeth, lowering his head as blood poured out of the wound. Icarus ran towards him, seeing this, and shouted for everyone to go on the attack. They must protect the King of Heroes. Azazel swung his sword in her direction, releasing a huge beam of red energy and shouting not to interfere. Citarian stood in front of the girl, summoning a wall of winds and blocking the powerful blow with a white shield. The magician extended his hands, blocking the flow of red energy. A powerful blow passed along the ground, towards the soldiers, who jumped away from it. Icarus flew back, closing her eyes, and was caught by Islan. Citarian clenched his teeth, lying on the ground and raising his gaze, thinking that with so much power in one blow, if he wants, he will sweep away all their soldiers. But what stops him? Maybe he likes to lead them by the nose. Azazel grinned, lowering his gaze, and told them to just wait. He would deal with the King of Heroes, and it would be their turn. The main character walked behind him, smilingly saying that it was a pity to upset him, but this would not happen. The demon turned to him, asking if he wasn't embarrassed by their difference in strength. Joshua looked at him from under his brows with a smile, frowning and tilting his head, saying that it was obvious that victory was his. The demon threw back his head, looking at the guy self-confidently, and told him to shut up and admit that he was finished. Joshua looked back at his trembling hand that was clutching the spear and thought that his words were not without weight. The wounds received over 100 years in the demonic world had not yet healed. He remembered the bone dragon in Cuba, who raised her gaze, thinking that leading the army had put a strain on his body. He had almost no strength left. The spear in the guy's hands glowed white, and he thought that the only thing he could do was hold it and count on the one who so wanted to become Lucifer. The main character pursed his lips, clutching a spear in his hands, and thought that he must awaken Azazel. With the technique of creating earth and heaven, the spear should not be harmed. Joshua pointed his spear at the demon, which glowed purple and white, telling him to check if he was bluffing. Azazel and the light around him turned black and white as he swung his sword, saying with a wide smile that he better not disappoint him. The demon swung his sword over the guy, who swung his spear to strike, flying underneath the demon. Joshua pursed his lips with a frown, thinking that he was moving at the same speed. He was still keeping up with him. The guy slammed his spear forward, releasing a beam of blue light, his spear heading towards a white beam, from which black and white energy emanated. Azazel smiled and hit the guy, who blocked the blow with a spear and screamed in surprise. The guy clenched his teeth. His spear began to crack as he thought that given that the creation of earth and heaven did not stop him from breaking his spear, he would not last long. Azazel smiled widely, looking at the guy with wide eyes, and shouted that he knew that he could only talk. Soon the title of the King of Heroes would sink into oblivion. Joshua in front of him twirled his spear in his hands, clenching his teeth. He gripped it in his hands, pointing the spear forward. The guy swung his spear in front of the demon's face, hitting it on the horn. Azazel clenched his teeth, his horn split, a blue light shone from there, and he cursed at the guy. He ran forward again, surrounded by black and white light, hitting the guy and screaming that he was too durable. The demon shouted that the game was over. He struck a powerful blow at the guy, bending down and swinging his sword wide. Joshua dodged the blow by bending down and clenching his teeth. He swung his spear towards the demon, releasing a blue gash towards him. The guy twirled the spear in his hand. He blocked a strike from Azazel, who broke the red barrier in front of him with a smile. The protagonist swung his spear again, hitting the demon in the chest, causing him to scream. Azazel kicked the boy's chest, pushing him away from him. He swung his sword and Joshua flew back away from him. Laughing loudly, Azazel waved his sword, releasing many black and white beams towards the guy. Joshua flew between the beams of energy, leaving blue lightning behind him, flying up to the demon. The red and black and white energy collided with each other again as Joshua and Azazel slammed their weapons at each other. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist twirled the spear in his hands, glowing blue. Azazel smiled, twirling his sword in his hand, asking if he was trying to steal his sword again. It wouldn't work. The blue-haired boy raised his foot, slamming it into the demon's chin. Azazel clenched his teeth, throwing his head back and looking down at the guy, thinking that his strength was not enough. Why was he still vulnerable to his attacks? The main character stood in front of the demon, holding his spear back, and asked that he should be wondering why he was losing. Did he really decide that he was stronger than him? The guy smiled. White lightning sparkled around him, and he said that true strength is accumulated only through work and experience, and he, alas, lacks experience, and even new forces will not help him defeat him. Azazel clenched his hand into a fist, and red energy shone around him as he shouted to the guy to close his mouth. He hit him a couple of times with a spear, and already imagined that he could win. He doesn't care about experience. His crushing power is enough to kill him. The man clutched the sword in his hand, dark red energy emanating from his hand as he screamed for him to see. He grew in size, raising his sword above his head, standing in front of the guy, and shouted that he would die along with this world. Joshua gritted his teeth as he looked up at him. There was a magma heart in his chest and green energy glowing around him as he mentally called upon Magma, Stormwind, and Bronto. The demon struck the fire below him, releasing a huge beam of black and white energy. Joshua pointed his spear forward, frowning, golden stars shining next to him, and he thought that the moment should not be missed. Black and white energy passed through the demon's face and body. He was illuminated by a blue light. When he clenched his teeth and thought that his strength was not enough, he needed more to kill him with one blow. Azazel swung his sword again, frowning and annoyedly summoning Azazel again, shouting that if he wanted to unite the continent, he must give all his power to him to end the King of Heroes once and for all. Joshua shouted now, running towards the demon who swung his sword. He lowered his sword irritably, striking with black and white energy, asking if he really couldn't wait to give up the ghost. The guy was behind the demon, swinging his spear, and said that he was too focused on gaining power. He told Azazel it was time to wake up, pointing his spear at the demon and delivering a bright blue strike as it turned over its shoulder, screaming loudly and raising its sword. Joshua told him it was too late. He struck a bright blue blow at the demon's chest. Azazel screamed loudly, drops of blood spraying from his mouth. A bright, powerful blue explosion passed across the ground, and a bright beam fell from the sky onto the ground, breaking it. Islin and Satarian held a blue dome over the entire group while the stones flew away, and the magician asked if it was all over. The mage's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in surprise as he looked forward. He looked at the demon that was standing on one knee on the ground, on which there was magma, fire was burning around, and black smoke was rising into the air. Azazel lowered his head, his eyes were black, and he said that he greets the Almighty. May he allow him to pay respects to incomprehensible darkness of the demonic world. The demon bowed before the main character, lowering his head low, calling the name Lucifer. Joshua looked down at him with a frown, saying that he sees that he has lost his angelic appearance. It's nice to see Azazel like this.